G24 found himself in an unfortunate predicament, awakening to a scene that seemed to suggest he had stumbled into a murder site, with the victim being none other than himself. Despite his amnesia, G24 encountered a steadfast companion who patiently guided him through the turmoil. Even when faced with adversity, his loyal friend stood ready to assist him. Though challenged by the minor supervisor, G24's comrades in the mines rallied to shield him. Despite the calamity that had befallen the cavern, a sense of resilience remained. Although his brotherly companions had changed, Li Run would forever regard him as a true brother. Even though G24 hailed from another realm, Li Run endeavored to ensure that the denizens of this world thrived. This, indeed, was the essence of G24's existence in this realm, was it not? Chapter 1, G24. Consciousness drifted in the abyss of darkness. Where am I? He struggled to open his eyes and escape the shadows, but his eyelids felt as though they were glued shut, his body devoid of sensation, leaving him only with a flickering awareness in this dark expanse. Suddenly, voices echoed around him, muffled and indistinct. Yet, through sheer concentration, he managed to pry open his eyelids just a sliver. A faint, luminous blue light pierced through the darkness, and instead of being blinded, he felt warmth and comfort enveloping him. Such a brilliant blue was exquisite, akin to. His thoughts faltered for a moment, reminiscent of someone's eyes. He realized this was not the correct conclusion, but it was the closest approximation to his fleeting thoughts. The voices persisted, seemingly near yet distant, eluding his comprehension. Who is it? The voices paused for an instant, then resumed with a heavy sigh. At last, he discerned the authoritative tone of a man, tinged with a hint of melancholy. Who is it? Before he could ponder further, the voice spoke again. Awaken, child. His body felt as though it were sinking, and darkness enveloped him once more, as drowsiness consumed him, leading him to oblivion. In the depths of the Cybertronian mine, a blue and white machine flickered, its dim optical lens reigniting with a vibrant blue glow. A surge of pain coursed through G24's neural module as the CPU successfully rebooted after several attempts. He propped himself up and surveyed his surroundings. This was a cavern strewn with rubble, seemingly hewn by human hands. He noted the structural supports placed at intervals to prevent collapse, alongside faintly glowing lighting fixtures. Where am I? G24 meticulously rummaged through his memories, finding only the designation G24, everything else shrouded in obscurity. Perhaps this is my name? He pondered. A throbbing pain radiated from the back of his head, prompting him to tentatively touch the area. Upon withdrawing his hand, he noticed blue liquid adhering to his fingertips. Was this blood? So, I sustained a head injury that caused my amnesia? This seemed to be the only plausible explanation for his current state. Standing up and brushing off the dust from his frame, he resolved to move forward, albeit with a lingering dizziness. Fortunately, it was not severe, however. His energy reserves were critically low, necessitating the search for sustenance or assistance. Before departing, G24 cast a glance at the spot where he had lain in acute rock stained blue, accompanied by a large pool of energy liquid. It was evident that this was where his head had collided with the stone. Ahead lay several rounded stones. He surmised that he must have slipped on them, leading to his fall and subsequent injury. How utterly unfortunate. Yet, narrowly escaping death felt like a stroke of fortune. G24 felt a flicker of hope that jagged rock could have pierced his skull, damaging his neural module, yet he was still alive. Gratitude surged within him as he yearned to flee this harrowing place. Thank. What? Thank Primus. The CPU briefly faltered, but this did not impede G24 as he continued to navigate along the wall. He lost track of time within the labyrinthine mine, encountering various forks in the path without encountering any other machines. G24 could only pray that this mine had not fallen into desolation and that his random choices would not lead him astray. Damn it, I don't want to survive only to perish from lack of energy. The neural module displayed a red warning, indicating dangerously low energy levels, yet G24 gritted his teeth and pressed onward. Perhaps his prayers were answered. He soon heard the sounds of machinery ahead, accompanied by voices other machines conversing. G24 suppressed his excitement and quickened his pace towards the source. At last, he beheld a vast mining site, where numerous Cybertronians toiled, extracting minerals. I can't hold on much longer. His optical lens dimmed, and he could only muster the strength to approach the nearest towering Cybertronian, struggling to utter a final plea, hungry. And with that, he collapsed heavily at the feet of the machine. As darkness threatened to claim him, G24 seemed to hear a scream. I hope that individual is not frightened. I also hope he will take pity on my plight and save me." Then, his vision faded into obscurity. From a distance, D16 spotted a swaying blue and white machine approaching, its frame smeared with energy liquid, covered in dust and scratches, the flickering optical lens lending it a somewhat eerie appearance. Before he could react, he heard the machine utter a final word, "hungry," before collapsing before him. D16, that's such a simple expression. The sound of the machine's fall drew the attention of nearby miners, and he heard a timid miner let out a shriek. But that was not the crux of the matter. D16 hastily set aside his tools and rushed to the fallen machine's side, examining its condition. Though the machine was drenched in energy liquid, reminiscent of a scene from a horror film, D16 discovered upon closer inspection that the only injury was a gash at the back of its head, with no significant harm aside from some scratches. The energy liquid on its frame must have emanated from the wound, yet D16, upon inspecting the injury, found it to be relatively minor, with only a few circuits slightly damaged. If only a few circuits are damaged, how is there so much energy liquid? D16 pondered, but he did not dwell on it, instead lifting the machine and making his way toward the miners' dormitory. Several concerned miners gathered around, inquiring about the situation. Upon learning that the machine's injury was not severe and that it had merely fainted from low energy, they collectively sighed in relief, offering their assistance as D16 prepared to take him back to the dormitory for treatment and energy restoration. "Wait, isn't this machine G24? One miner suddenly exclaimed, causing everyone to pause. A few machines scrutinized their memory modules in comparison to the unconscious figure before them, realizing it was indeed him, though some remained oblivious. It truly is him. How did he end up like this? To be in such a state after just one day on the job, poor child. Recognizing G24, the machines began to discuss, their voices laced with sympathy. D16 paused momentarily before resuming his forward stride. Upon examining his memory module, he recalled that he was indeed one of the miners who had arrived at this mining site just yesterday, seemingly freshly emerged from the assembly line and assigned here. Initially, he hadn't paid much attention to this matter, but the strikingly handsome visage of the machine, coupled with a height just slightly shorter than his own, compelled him to observe it a bit longer, albeit only to that extent. D16 was an exceptional miner, although he mingled well with most of his fellow workers and had garnered a commendable reputation within the mining site for aiding many machines. He lacked any genuine friendships. He preferred to focus on his own affairs and work, and prior to today, he had never contemplated any connection with G24. Despite G24 having spent merely a day at the mining site, D16 vaguely remembered numerous machines attempting to engage him in conversation, yet he had always remained silent, laboring diligently with his tools. During mealtimes, he politely declined every invitation extended to him, opting instead to consume the energy blocks provided by the mine in solitude. Casting his gaze downward, he recognized the unconscious machine, its elegant visage smudged with energy fluid. Initially, D16 had failed to identify him due to the peculiar posture he had assumed upon arrival, coupled with the layers of energy fluid and dust that obscured his features, leading D16 to mistakenly believe he was an unfamiliar machine that had wandered in from outside. Rejecting the suggestions of his fellow workers to assist, he entered the miners' dormitory, searching for G24's designated room. D16 harbored a few speculations regarding the events surrounding G24, his gaze laden with complexity as he regarded that handsome visage. This face might have been a gift from Primus upon its creation, yet it was also cruelly fated to arrive in Kaon, to toil as a miner. Just before entering the dormitory, a miner named Nut, who was somewhat familiar to him, approached and informed him that he had seen G24 summoned by the mining supervisor that morning. D16 exchanged a glance with Nut, both aware of the implications of this occurrence. Chapter 2, D16. This is Kaon. If Kaon is the darkest corner of Cybertron, then the underground mines of Kaon represent a hell formed from the accumulation of countless corpses. The miners here are the lowest echelon of machines on Cybertron, toiling day and night in the most grueling and labor-intensive tasks, striving to meet workloads that are nearly insurmountable for some Cybertronians. Failing to complete these tasks means no wages, no energy. Moreover, the mining supervisor occasionally resorts to violence against those miners he deems unsatisfactory. The miners must navigate this oppressive environment while remaining vigilant against the ever-present dangers of unstable shafts that can collapse or explode at any moment. Mining is the profession with the highest mortality rate among Cybertronians. Each miner lives in constant fear of dying in a cavern or being beaten to death for offending the supervisor. Injuries are commonplace, but severe injuries may result in an inability to work, and without work, there is no energy. While one might manage to conceal their absence for a short time, prolonged absence would draw the attention of the supervisor, who would take them away. No one knows what becomes of those miners who are discarded. D16 had been working in this mine since he came off the assembly line, evolving from an inexperienced youth into a seasoned veteran familiar with the mine's regulations. Several cycles ago, a fellow miner was unable to work due to an injury to his right arm. Even though D16 and other miners attempted to conceal this fact and share the workload, the supervisor eventually discovered the truth. Please let me continue working. I'm not injured, I can still mine, I beg you. Please don't take me away, please. The miner's desperate cries echoed throughout the cavern. His legs were being forcibly dragged away by the mining guards. His right arm, nearly shattered by falling debris during a caveat, struggled helplessly on the ground. The wounds that had finally begun to heal now oozed energy fluid once more due to his thrashing movements. His left hand clawed desperately at the ground, hoping to grasp something that would prevent his removal, fingers scraping against the rough surface and igniting sparks, as the dragging motion left a harrowing trail of energy fluid behind. Cleaning fluid streamed from his optics, his face a mask of terror and despair. The mining supervisor walked by, sneering, utterly unaffected by the desperate cries. Don't blame me, blame your fate, as a lowly miner. Many miners, witnessing the scene, turned away, unable to bear the sight, while others became numb to the horror. D16 could not stand idly by as he was dragged away after clenching his fists repeatedly. He could no longer restrain himself. He attempted to rush forward, but was blocked by several other miners. Let me save him. Let me save him. He hasn't done anything wrong. Why must they treat him this way? Why? D16 shouted, struggling to push through, only realizing in that moment that his optics were filled with cleaning fluid, his voice choked with emotion. Child, rushing in won't change anything, it may even cost you your life, Nut urged, having witnessed such scenes more times than he could count. He understood all too well the consequences of defiance against the mining supervisor. If you provoke him, we all face punishment. D16's struggles suddenly drained away, his fists clenched as he bowed his head in helplessness. The image of the despairing optics of the drag machine lingered in his mind, and he loathed his own powerlessness. If only he possessed strength. The machine had shown kindness in the mine, often helping other weaker miners complete their tasks and sharing energy with those who had failed to meet their quotas and lacked food. He, Nut, and a few other miners had been saving diligently to procure parts to repair the injured miner's right arm, believing that with just a few more days, he would be able to return to work. Yet, ultimately, he was discovered by the supervisor. They were the most marginalized miners in this dark and frigid place, relying on one another for support and warmth. As the sounds of struggle and desperate cries faded away, accompanied by feelings of despair and anger, a seed was planted in D16's heart. Returning to the present, D16 found himself recalling events from years past. He turned to glance at G24, who had taken up residence on his charging bed, and sighed. He had initially intended to escort this machine to G24's own room, but upon reaching the door, he realized he did not know the access code. Reluctantly, he brought him to his own quarters. The miners' accommodations were hardly conducive to comfort. They were cramped, containing merely a charging bed and a set of poorly constructed metal furniture cobbled together haphazardly. The charging bed, although of standard size, felt somewhat restrictive for D16, who had grown accustomed to this discomfort. Previously, the mining supervisor had scolded miners for their lowly status, while still granting them private quarters. In truth, the dormitory was a relic from centuries past when miners were not yet the lowest of machines, and were even respected by many Cybertronians for their hard work. Yet, irrespective of their past, these memories had been shattered by the relentless flow of time, leaving behind only the dilapidated and inhospitable dormitory. G24, being a larger machine, lay on the charging bed with his feet dangling over the edge, creating a somewhat pitiful sight. The wound on the back of his head, D16, had been treated, and a bit of stored energy had been infused. Now, all that remained was to wait for him to awaken. D16 observed G24's visage. It was likely that the mining supervisor had taken a fancy to this face. Summoning G24 could very well be for some unsavory purpose. However, upon inspecting certain areas, he found no signs of disturbance in the privacy barriers, indicating that this child had fortuitously avoided a calamity. Yet, questions lingered. Why was there an injury on his head? Why was his energy so depleted? And why had the mining supervisor so easily let him go? Only when the individual in question regained consciousness could any answers be gleaned. He had only just come off the production line, merely a child. With a sigh, D16 realized his work for the day was complete. With his strength and efficiency, he accomplished tasks more swiftly than the average worker. Previously, Nut had instructed him to take good care of this child, while they would keep an eye on matters concerning the mining supervisor. After a moment of reflection, he retrieved a data pad from the drawer of his desk and resumed writing an unfinished article. In the stillness of the room, the only sound was the soft rustle of the pen as it made contact with the data pad. After some time, G24's voice emitter emitted faint sounds. D16 set down his pen and approached the bedside, watching as G24's optical sensors gradually illuminated. He raised his right hand to support G24's head, turning to him. "Hello, may I ask who you are?" "I am D16. Your head sustained an injury, and your energy levels were critically low when you collapsed before me. I brought you back to the dormitory to treat your wound and replenish your energy." D16 was unfazed by G24's unfamiliarity with him after all. This machine had only arrived at the mine yesterday. He assisted G24 in sitting up. "How are you feeling? Is there anywhere else you feel discomfort?" G24 suddenly realized that the tall, black and silver Cybertronian before him was the unlucky one he had chosen, and he hurriedly expressed his gratitude. "I feel much better, thank you, D16. I collapsed in front of you due to my low energy. I apologize for startling you. I will ensure to return the energy and resources used for my recovery." D16 waved his hand dismissively. "It's no trouble at all. Miners should naturally help each other out. I'm just glad to have been of assistance." G24 paused, realizing that D16 recognized him, and he seemed to have suddenly gained a sense of identity. "Excuse me, among miners, do you know me? Does that mean I am a miner? My memory module seems to have suffered some issues due to the head injury." D16 hesitated, widening his optical sensors as he gazed at the bewildered and innocent machine before him. "Do you remember anything at all?" "Only that my name is G24. Nothing else." D16 felt a headache begin to form. He did not possess much knowledge about G24's background, so he could only provide a brief overview of the current mining operations and conditions. After managing to clarify the situation, he realized it was already time for most miners to conclude their shifts. An internal communication from Nut arrived. The mining supervisor was absent today, and each of them had completed a bit more work to cover for G24, allowing the child to rest. He shuddered to think of what the mining supervisor might have subjected him to. D16 briefly relayed G24's condition to Nut, contemplating whether to mention his amnesia, but ultimately deciding against it, then closed the communication line. Looking at G24, who was obediently sitting on the bed watching him, he couldn't help but smile as he approached the desk to tidy up the data pad, saying, "Let's set up a communication line, and then I'll escort you back to your room for some rest." G24 nodded earnestly, pausing for a moment before looking back at D16. "What is a communication line?" D16 nearly stumbled at the question. He turned to G24, who wore an innocent expression, and after asking a few more basic questions, he realized that G24 had almost completely forgotten everything. He understood that G24 had not only lost his memories as a miner, but also crucial knowledge that a newly produced organism should possess. He cradled his head in frustration, resigned to the role of a teacher, determined to impart some fundamental knowledge about Cybertronians to G24. After finally completing his explanations, D16 noted the time for recharging had arrived. He gazed at the earnest machine before him. G24 was absorbing the information diligently, but the intensity of his focus made D16 feel as though he was indeed instructing a youngling. This notion brought a smile to his face, intensifying his sympathy and compassion for G24. Although this machine had only just departed the youngling category, it did not negate the possibility that he had undergone significant experiences or encountered important figures in a brief span. Regardless, whatever past he had was obliterated by the recent incident. With this thought in mind, D16 gently patted G24's head, observing the slight tilt of confusion he gave in response, though he did not shake off D16's hand. D16 quickly withdrew his hand, feeling awkward under G24's questioning gaze, and coughed lightly, diverting his optical sensors. "I should escort you back to your dormitory. Oh, I completely forgot you have amnesia." He abruptly realized that G24's amnesia meant he did not remember the password to his dormitory. With the time for recharging nearing and the dormitory staff already off duty, it seemed G24 would be unable to return to his room that night. After confirming that G24 truly did not remember the password, D16 had no choice but to let G24 stay in his room for the night. He offered up his charging bed, deciding he would manage to sleep at the desk instead. "That won't do. You've already helped me greatly. I cannot impose further by occupying your charging bed. You rest on the charging bed, and I will find somewhere else to recharge," G24 said anxiously, not wishing to trouble D16. It's quite all right. You are injured, and resting on the charging bed will facilitate your recovery, D16 insisted, guiding G24 onto the charging bed. Moreover, the charging bed is too small for me. Sleeping here is no different from resting at the desk. Ultimately, G24 reluctantly settled onto the charging bed. As he lay there, his optical sensors followed D16's movements. When D16 reached for the data pad on the table to put it away, G24 inquired, what was written on that? D16 hesitated. The data pad contained his articles and some poetry inspired by moments of creativity. While he pondered, G24 assumed he had overstepped his privacy and, feeling remorseful, said, I'm sorry for intruding. If you prefer not to share, you don't have to answer. D16 quickly realized, there's no offense taken. I was merely lost in thought. This data pad contains some of my writings. It's nothing of great importance. For reasons he could not fathom, he continued, would you like to see it? Regret washed over him as he uttered those words. He had never shared his writings with fellow miners, not even Nut, who only knew he was engaged in some writing. Just as he was about to laugh off the moment, G24 eagerly responded, sure, thank you. Seeing G24's optical sensors brighten with curiosity, D16 hesitated, but ultimately handed over the data pad. G24 immediately sat up, carefully taking the data pad in both hands, and began to read with great care. D16 watched him with a mix of nervousness and anticipation. D16 once contemplated expressing the current somber state of Cybertron through his writings. This planet yearns for justice, equity, and freedom. The Cybertronians should not be predetermined in their identities from the moment of their birth. Social class ought not to be dictated by a select few. Every individual should possess the right to pursue their ideals, and each being should have the autonomy to choose their own identity. Miners should not be confined to a life of servitude from the assembly line to their demise. They deserve the opportunity to shape their own destinies. He aspired to publish his article to garner attention and support from his fellow Cybertronians, hoping that the High Council would take notice of his words and contemplate the future of Cybertron. He had previously submitted an article to a newspaper, but alas, it vanished into oblivion, leaving no trace behind. The miners have no voice, the mining director always proclaimed. Yet, D16 believed that the future holds the potential for more individuals to see and comprehend his work. His task is to continually refine his article and seek out that elusive opportunity. Perhaps such an opportunity will arise. As time passes, the steadfastness within the spark of D16 seems to be gradually eroding, yet he remains imbued with hope. Is it truly so? Chapter 3. Aspirations, oh my goodness, murmured 24, gazing at the content on the data panel, unable to contain his excitement. 16 felt a surge of anxiety as 24 lifted his head, his optical lens gleaming with enthusiasm. This is simply magnificent. 16, are you truly a miner and not a literary figure? Although I have lost my memories and cannot recall whether I have read other works before, my spark tells me it is alive, pulsating with fervor because of your writing. I adore your poetry, especially that exquisite line about Cybertron. The moon of metallic composition, how utterly beautiful. I have never contemplated comparing Cybertron to the moon. Furthermore, your prose is precise and incisive. It is evident that you have earnestly pondered the future of Cybertron. The world you depicted in your writing resonates deeply with my spark. Forgive me for lacking the eloquence to lavish praise upon your work. I truly never imagined I would have the opportunity to read such remarkable literary creations. 24's excitement rendered him somewhat animated, feeling his spark thrumming vigorously, a sense of exhilaration coursing through the circuits of his frame, causing his internal temperature to rise and the fan to emit a faint roar. Will you publish these articles and poems? I believe every Cybertronian should peruse your writings. He set down the data panel, eagerly grasping 16's hand. Upon noticing 16's slight embarrassment, he quickly released his grip, apologizing, forgive me. I was too impulsive. Your work is just so exhilarating, I couldn't help myself. It's nothing, 16 replied, slightly bashful. I merely didn't expect you to appreciate my writing so much. You are overly flattering. I simply pinned down my thoughts. I am a miner, uneducated, and I often question the correctness of my sentences. I once attempted to submit my work to a newspaper, but heard nothing in return. Perhaps my writing is not good enough. Or maybe the newspaper staff disdained miners and chose to overlook my submission. 16 silently added to himself. I assure you, every word I speak is prompted by my spark. Your writing is truly exceptional. 24 exclaimed. I will assist you. Together, we will find a way to publish these pieces. Will you show me your new writings in the future? Of course, 16 replied, not placing much weight on 24's words. After all, 24 was merely a child who had just lost his memories, lacking in judgment, and yet to fully comprehend the current corruption of Cybertron and the lowly status of minors. Nevertheless, 24's reaction touched him. At least it made him aware that his vision of a just society was recognized and supported by someone. However, 24's sudden display of vigor astonished 16. From a day of silent contemplation in the presence of all machines to his current demeanor, marked by an uncharacteristic lightness following his encounter with 16's writing, led 16 to believe that his programming was initially crafted to be composed and serious. He had not anticipated that the revelation of his own work would unveil such a contrasting aspect of 24's character. As the time for recharging approached, 16 rested on the table, gradually succumbing to drowsiness. At that moment, he heard 24, who lay on the charging bed, softly inquire, 16, if one day Cybertron truly transforms as depicted in your writings, where minors are not confined to their roles and everyone possesses the right to determine their own lives, what would you wish to pursue? 16 directed his gaze toward 24, whose optical lens emitted a faint blue glow in the darkness. After a moment of contemplation, he replied, if given the chance, I would aspire to acquire more knowledge, perhaps becoming a teacher in the future, or possibly even a doctor. He observed the machine enveloped in shadow, unable to discern 24's expression, only perceiving the dim blue optical lens, which seemed to convey that 24 was not yet weary and was in a rather somber mood. And you, 24? If not a minor, what would you like to become? I'm not quite sure, 24 admitted. Strangely, I have this inexplicable feeling that in another world, 16 might very well be a mathematics professor. Speaking earnestly, 24 continued, I merely lowered the brightness of my optical lens at night, fearing it might disturb your rest. Perhaps in another realm, that is indeed the case. I hope that version of me can be a good professor, 16 mused, detecting 24's evasiveness regarding his own inquiry. He realized that, despite 24's outward composure, there lingered a certain confusion within regarding the loss of memory. He comforted him, saying, it's all right, take your time to ponder. I will assist you in discovering what you wish to pursue. In truth, 24 was not as perplexed as he seemed. He genuinely had not contemplated what he desired to do. Feeling a surge of gratitude, he responded, thank you, 16. I believe I will soon find my direction. 16 was pleased that his words had a positive impact and secretly resolved to help 24 uncover past events when the opportunity arose. Little did he know that 24 was rather oblivious to the gravity of his amnesia and had not fully grasped the comfort offered. Both machines believed they could aid one another. Although their thoughts diverged, they indeed provided support in their own ways, which was a cause for celebration. The following day, upon arriving at the mining site, 24 was immediately approached by a group of miners. Initially taken aback, he soon smiled and replied, thanks to 16, I'm all right now. I appreciate everyone's concern. Noticing that 24 was no longer silent and withdrawn like on the first day, more miners gathered around him, eager to ask questions. How did you get injured? Do you still need energy? I have some left. Your paint has been damaged from this incident. It's a pity because it could have remained vibrant for a few more days. I don't know why, but being near you feels so comforting. Another remarked, 24, you are truly handsome. Will you date me? Isn't that a rather inappropriate thing to say? Surrounded by a group of miners, 24 found himself the center of attention, receiving a flurry of inquiries about his well-being. Touched by their concern, he responded to each question with a patient smile, though he chose to selectively ignore one query. Meanwhile, 16 quietly approached the side of Nut, observing the lively scene with a hint of resignation. The child was indeed quite popular. It had been ages since the mine had buzzed with such energy. Nut smiled at the younger generation of machines before him, noting the remarkable transformation in 24 since his arrival, a stark contrast to the silent demeanor he had exhibited on his first day. In fact, I was just about to share that 24 seems to have suffered damage to his memory module due to the injury sustained by his head sculpture. 16 sighed, reflecting on their brief day together, although the 24 of yesterday had been somewhat reticent. The limited time they had spent together made it difficult to determine if the now gentle and smiling 24 represented a significant change in character. Nut's expression turned serious as he asked, so, 24 does not remember how he was injured? Yes, 16 affirmed. I asked him yesterday about the incident, and he mentioned that he must have fallen in a deeper abandoned shaft, hitting his head against a rock. Last night, 16 contemplated the possibility that the mining supervisor, who had summoned 24 that morning, might have had ill intentions. He had advised 24 to be cautious and assured him that he would keep an eye on the supervisor. While 24's mask would garner him admiration, it also posed certain challenges for a miner. Nevertheless, it was not his fault. No child should have to endure such experiences. Nut gazed at the radiant child encircled by admirers, his handsome mask adorned with a smile that seemed to illuminate the mine. Today, he overheard a guard mention that the mining supervisor had unexpectedly gone to Iron Fortress and might be away for several months. Regardless of what transpired yesterday, at least the supervisor did not hold 24 accountable. We now have several months to contemplate how to address this situation. You are right. He is a good child, 16 replied, noticing 24's gaze meet his. The optical mirror brightened instantly, and he waved cheerfully with his right hand, unable to suppress a smile as he gestured back at 24. 24 felt a warm glow. The concern shown by 16 and the miners filled him with an unfamiliar sense of contentment, as if something long missing had finally been restored. Strangely, despite his memory loss, he felt no fear or helplessness typical of such a condition, as if the moment he awoke in the mine marked the true beginning of his existence. Chapter 4. Collapse. Good morning, 24, 16. Good morning, variable resistor. Good morning, 24, 16. Hello, morning. With tools in hand, 24 and 16 made their way to their mining site, greeted by numerous friendly faces along the way. Upon arriving at their destination, they exchanged a knowing glance and began to drill into the rock face before them. Quite popular, aren't you, 24? 16 teased, simultaneously managing the tool's operation as he bantered with 24. In truth, everyone is exceedingly amicable. With a resigned smile, 24 momentarily set aside his tools after unearthing a piece of the super energy mineral and proceeded to slice it with a nearby cutting device. Perhaps, 16, you are feeling a tinge of jealousy? 24 deliberately edged his mask closer to 16, ostentatiously blinking his optical lens. Enough of that. Let's focus on our work, 16 retorted, rolling his eyes as he too laid down his tools and pushed the mask aside, chuckling at the sight of it being pressed into an awkward shape by his hand. Ugh, 24 muttered, rubbing his mask, choosing to ignore the playful banter, and began transferring the cut super energy mineral into his mining cart. 16, an adept miner, guided and assisted 24, who quickly regained the mining techniques he had previously forgotten, gradually discovering a modicum of enjoyment in the endeavor. The sight of his cart progressively filling with the super energy mineral brought him a sense of fulfillment. I truly wonder how you have transformed into this character. You were once so composed and serious, and now your true nature has surfaced, 16 remarked while picking up his cutting tool to slice into the mineral, teasingly. That is undoubtedly because I once believed you preferred a steady companion, 24 replied with an unexpected seriousness. 16 paused, momentarily taken aback, and looked up at him. In the next instant, 24, blinking his optical lens, feigned a coy demeanor, adding, I discovered that your jealousy flares whenever I exhibit steadiness towards anyone else. Hence, I must be distinct for your sake. Though 24 felt a slight nausea at his own words, the sight of 16's distorted mask silently evoked a sense of appreciation, albeit grotesque. Indeed, 16, with an expression of discontent, cast aside his tools and approached him with clenched fists, ominously stating, 24, I believe you are seeking a beating. Haha, 16, calm down, take a breath. The sounds of 24's cries and the impact of fists against metal resonated through the audio receivers of the surrounding miners, who could not help but experience phantom pains and turn their heads away, hesitant to observe. Meanwhile, the overseer remained unfazed, smiling at their playful antics. In recent weeks, with the mining supervisor absent, many miners had relaxed considerably, engaging in hushed conversations and light-hearted frolics without fear of repercussion. 24 and 16 seem to be growing closer. 16 has become much more spirited. Is it truly acceptable for 16 to strike 24 like that? It's fine. 24 must have provoked him again. 16 could never bear to hit him too hard. I envy 24. I envy 16. Aren't you both? The playful skirmish concluded swiftly at 24's pleas for mercy, with 16 gritting his teeth while tapping 24's helmet before returning to his station to transport the super energy mineral. Rising with a slight sense of grievance, 24 resumed his work. Though 16 recognized that he was merely feigning pity, knowing full well that he had not struck with any force. Such occurrences have been frequent in recent weeks. Initially, Unit 24 was rather reserved, quietly engrossed in its own learning and tasks. However, as time passed, this machine gradually grew bolder, beginning to engage in playful banter with Unit 16. Upon realizing that 16 did not mind, and even indulged its antics, 24 began to exhibit increasingly whimsical behavior, often resulting in a playful scuffle with 16. 16 understood that 24's antics were intended to amuse itself and the other miners. These sporadic bouts of mischief breathed a semblance of joy into the otherwise monotonous labor. Previously, each workday had been shrouded in silence, save for the relentless roar of machinery. But now the atmosphere in the mining site had been invigorated. In the past, the mining supervisor would impose penalties on miners who whispered or exhibited low efficiency. And although the supervisor seldom visited, perhaps considering the site beneath his dignified machine stature, his presence often sowed discord among the miners, resulting in a stifling environment. Currently, however, with the mining supervisor away at Iron Fortress for an indefinite period, and the mining guards disinclined to venture into the dust-laden depths of the mine in their superior's absence, the miners found themselves in a rare period of lightheartedness. Upon commencing work, 24 had sensed the oppressive atmosphere and, upon discovering its origins, made an effort to uplift the spirits of its peers. This initiative proved remarkably effective. The ambience at the mine lightened considerably, and notably, the miners' efficiency improved in tandem with their newfound ease. Reflecting on 24's efforts to evoke joy, 16 couldn't help but smile, albeit reluctantly, as it occasionally wished to retaliate against 24's peculiar antics. "Are you laughing?" 16 queried. After delivering a thrashing, "You dare to laugh? How outrageous!" Upon being caught by 24, 16 quickly masked its expression, feigning indifference. "I am not laughing," it retorted with a stern visage. "You are." "I am not." "You are." "I am not." 16 mentally berated them both for their juvenile exchange. At that moment, a miner approached, cradling his head, his face contorted in pain. 16 and 24 rushed over to inquire. "I just returned from the warehouse where I stored the harvested super energy, or, while transporting the rocks, a boulder fell and struck my head, though it didn't injure me. It left quite a dent. It hurts terribly," the miner lamented. "That warehouse hasn't been reinforced in ages. What they call a warehouse is essentially a dilapidated mine. I truly wonder where the mining supervisor allocates the budget." The last statement was uttered in a hushed tone, but the two machines before him caught every word. They exchanged a resigned glance and assisted the miner to a corner for a respite. "The harvested super energy is not directly usable or consumable. It requires purification. Miners must store the collected in the mineral warehouse, from which machines transport the materials to dedicated factories for refinement on a daily basis." After confirming that the miner was not severely injured, 16 and 24 returned to their positions to continue mining, their current load nearly full and ready to be deposited in the warehouse. A sense of foreboding gripped 24 as he transported the freshly cut super energy mineral. Turning to 16 and inquiring, "Do you think the warehouse will collapse?" 16 pondered for a moment, recalling that although a few stones had fallen, it did not necessarily indicate imminent collapse. He reassured, "Logically, it shouldn't. That warehouse is an abandoned mine, and a couple of fallen stones are quite normal." After a brief hesitation, he added, "We will inevitably have to confront it, but it is wise to remain cautious." Indeed, 24 suppressed his unease and continued the task of finishing the mineral transport. Surely, misfortune would not befall them, he mused. Yet a lingering sense of dread compelled him to stow a small mining tool in his subspace. Moments later, both 24 and 16's mining cart brimmed with ore, and they began pushing it toward the warehouse, accompanied by two other miners also headed in that direction. Upon their arrival, 24 and 16 cautiously surveyed their surroundings. Fortunately, they encountered no issues along the way, nor did any stones fall. They proceeded further inside and began unloading the ore at the designated spot. Before long, they had completed their task. Both miners exhaled in relief, preparing to push the cart back out. In an attempt to lighten the mood, 24 jested, scaring oneself. "Are we?" No sooner had the words left his mouth than a faint cracking sound and a rumble reached their audio receptors, causing both to freeze momentarily. 16 was the first to react, shouting urgently to 24, "Run." 24 immediately grasped the gravity of the situation. The two abandoned the cart and raced toward the warehouse exit. Cracks began to form and extend across the walls of the dilapidated mine, while stones plummeted from above. They raised their arms to shield themselves from the falling debris. Dust swirled, nearly obscuring their optical lenses, yet they understood that halting was not an option. One misstep could lead to their demise. From a distance, 24 spotted the two miners near the warehouse entrance, still lingering in shock. He shouted, "Run! Hurry! It's going to collapse!" He felt a trickle of dust entering his intake, but there was no time to dwell on it. The two miners, spurred by his cries, finally reacted and escaped just in time. "Almost there! Almost there!" 24 and 16 pushed themselves to their limits, their speed unprecedented as they neared the exit of the lethal mine. Faster! Faster! 24 urged himself silently. Suddenly, he witnessed a collapse above 16's path. A massive stone descending directly towards him. The sheer size of it promised death or incapacitation upon impact. In that fleeting moment, 24's cognitive module went blank. Yet his body reacted with swiftness beyond thought. He thrust 16 aside, narrowly avoiding a direct hit to his head. Unfortunately, the stone still struck his left arm, sending him crashing to the ground. Pain surged through him, clouding his optics, rendering him incapable of controlling his body. 24. He was knocked several steps back by the impact, his face a mask of terror as he shouted his name and ran towards him. The two miners outside the warehouse were also anxiously calling out their names. "Run! Don't worry about me." 24 gritted his teeth and yelled through the pain. Yet 16 seemed oblivious, charging through the dust and debris towards him. In mere seconds, the fissure continued to widen, and the roof of the warehouse began to collapse. 24 watched helplessly as the exit became increasingly obstructed by falling stones, the outside light fading gradually with each additional rock, and he couldn't help but scold himself internally. His luck on this assembly line had been dreadful. He promised never to speak carelessly again, for he was indeed a harbinger of misfortune. The last thing he saw was 16 lunging forward, collapsing onto him in a desperate attempt to shield 24 from the falling debris. His neural module was inundated with a series of alarming red error messages, and he gritted his teeth in prayer. "May Providence protect us. I can face calamity." But 16 must remain unharmed. Immediately after, darkness enveloped 24. Chapter 5. Friends, 24 found himself once again in this place, enveloped in familiar darkness. Illuminated by the well-known blue glow, accompanied by indistinct sounds reminiscent of before. The voice resembled a radio, with poor reception, crackling intermittently, trade spark energy. "Who are you?" 24 struggled to comprehend the voice. 24, wake up." 16's anxious calls echoed through the void. And the brilliant blue light, along with the unclear, sounds swiftly receded with 16's voice. Instinctively, 24 reached out with his right hand towards the vanishing blue light. And in that moment of exertion, he abruptly activated his optical lens. Blinking rapidly, his body instinctively underwent several adjustments. Seconds later, he emerged from his stupor, slowly retracting his outstretched arm. Gazing at his right palm, he observed the blue organic material, now coated in dust and scratches from the frequent use of mining tools. "Who am I?" 24, what's wrong? Why aren't you responding? 16's concerned voice interrupted his thoughts. 24 quickly lowered his hand and turned to look at 16, managing a smile. "I'm fine. I just spaced out and didn't catch what you said." Once he regained his focus, his memory module activated, and the image of 16 leaping towards him in the final second before the stones fell, along with the exit now blocked by rubble, flashed vividly in his mind. Instantly, he became anxious. "Are you all right? Are you hurt?" While asking, he examined 16's body, finding no missing limbs or significant injuries, only dust and a weary expression. "Wait." Before 16 could respond, 24 grasped his hand, noticing the speckles of energy fluid on it, and urgently inquired, "Is your hand injured?" "I'm not hurt. That's your energy fluid. Just calm down. You're a bit too tense." 16 didn't retract the hand being held, but instead gently patted the back of 24's right hand with his other hand, signaling him to relax. At the age of 24, he gradually became aware that his body had been on high alert since awakening. Slowly loosening his grip and taking several deep breaths, he began to relax. However, as his body returned to its normal state, the pain that had been masked by the neural module surged back, accompanied by an alarming notification. He dismissed the pop-up window and glanced at his left arm. The area where it connected to his torso revealed several exposed wires, clearly showing signs of repair. He knew it was the work of 16, who had taken to carrying welding and basic medical tools in subspace ever since that fateful day. The warehouse had collapsed, trapping them inside. Almost 3 cycles had passed, and fortunately, they had been quite lucky. After the stones above had fallen, a small space had been left for movement, preventing them from being buried alive. 16 explained the situation while 24 surveyed the scattered debris around them. Thankfully, the relatively spacious area they occupied was supported by several large stone slabs. The ruins were shrouded in darkness, but the miner's lamp that 16 had activated allowed them to see their surroundings clearly. 16 continued, "And about your left arm, I nearly panicked when I saw you fall. But thankfully, it's not as severe as it looks, just a few broken wires." After a brief pause, 16 added, "Don't you know how to protect yourself? That stone might have missed you if I hadn't been there. Just look at yourself. You've been injured again after just a few cycles. Are you planning to collapse again and need me to assist you? Can't you take your own health seriously?" "Apologies, 16. I didn't mean to worry you," 24 replied, aware of how anxious 16 must have been when he suddenly went offline. At that moment, his neural module had been blank, with his body acting on instinct. He knew he might be hurt, but he couldn't bear to watch 16 get struck. "You saved me without hesitation when I needed help. You are my most important friend, and I cannot watch you get hurt." 24's sudden outpouring of emotion left 16 momentarily speechless. The anger born from concern gradually subsided into helplessness and a hint of guilt. He sighed, carefully avoiding 24's injury, and embraced the apologetic figure before him. Leaning close to his audio receiver, 16 whispered, "You stubborn fool, you must live well." "I will, and so shall you," 24 replied, his brow relaxing as he wrapped his uninjured right arm around 16. Yet, thoughts in his neural module continued to swirl. He distinctly remembered the sharp edge of the stone grazing the junction of his left arm and torso, the excruciating pain and error message still vivid in his memory. At that moment, he had even feared that his left arm might be torn away completely. Yet now, the resulting injury seemed relatively minor. Reflecting on the energy liquid-soaked ground from a few cycles prior and the sharp stone tinged blue by the liquid, he pondered whether he had merely been fortunate enough to escape a dire fate. What if that stone had indeed pierced his head? Many thoughts began to coalesce. Yet 24 remained uncertain. He needed further verification. Though the cerebral module was deep in thought, 24's chatter persisted unabated. He playfully patted 16, teasing, "So, you genuinely care for me, huh? How touching." As he spoke, his voice emitted a few exaggerated sobs, yet there was not a trace of sorrow on his visage, which bore a smile. 16, momentarily at a loss for words, thought to counter, but was reminded of 24's earlier declaration that he was his most important friend. The words he intended to voice were swallowed back, and he awkwardly averted his gaze, stating, "Well, you are my friend too. Please, do not make me worry." The weight of the phrase "most important" remained unuttered. Noticing the sudden silence from 24, 16 turned to find him standing frozen, cleaning fluid accumulating in the optical lens. Panic surged within him, and he rushed forward to grasp 24's right arm, asking anxiously, "What's wrong? Does the wound hurt? Please don't cry." 24 blinked, the cleaning fluid sliding down his faceplate, and only then did he realize he had been crying. He quickly smiled at 16, assuring, "I'm fine, 16. I'm just a bit happy." Internally, 24 felt embarrassed for crying in front of 16, chastising himself for such vulnerability. Yet, perhaps this was the essence of receiving a response. 16 found himself momentarily stunned, not anticipating that his mere acknowledgement of 24 as a friend would have such a profound effect. It became evident that despite 24's incessant banter and cheerful demeanor, his sense of security was quite fragile, likely due to the amnesia stemming from a prior incident. Sighing, 16 was at a loss for words. He withdrew his hand from 24 and gently patted his head, saying, "Everyone in the mine appreciates you. We've all noticed your enthusiasm and efforts during this time. If anything troubles you, feel free to share with us or with me." Of course, some were drawn to 24 partly due to his charming faceplate. "Thank you, 16. 24 quickly lifted his right hand to wipe away the cleaning fluid, continuing with a tone laced with mirth from now on, "Whatever you need help with, I will lend my assistance, except for matters of principle, like violence or arson." All right. Hearing 24 veer off into absurdity again, 16 interrupted, exasperatedly placing a hand on his forehead. Do you truly see me as the type to engage in violence or arson? Even if that day ever came, I wouldn't involve you in such matters. Oh, I was just saying it casually. Are you really considering that? 16? 24 feigned horror, distancing himself from 16. Observing 24's playful demeanor return, 16 felt a surge of frustration in his fists. Ultimately, he could not resist and lightly punched 24's right shoulder before turning away to survey the surrounding ruins, choosing to selectively ignore 24's persistent complaints of, "Why did you hit me? I'm still injured." 16 could discern that 24 harbored unspoken concerns. The tremors of his body during unconsciousness and the intense reactions upon waking indicated a deeper turmoil, even rendering him unable to hear the inquiries about his condition. However, 16 would not forcibly inquire about 24's matters. Every individual deserves their own privacy. Through the course of their time together, 16 sensed the unease hidden behind 24's smile. Although 24 had lost his memory, he swiftly mastered the mining techniques, and once he had learned everything under 16's guidance, he was fully capable of conducting mining operations independently. Yet, he chose to remain with 16, perhaps out of gratitude for the assistance he received, as well as the fact that 16 was the one he had spent the most time with since his amnesia. Consequently, he developed a certain reliance on 16 and continually sought responses from him. Initially, when 16 recognized 24's dependence, he responded with patience, driven by sympathy for a newly minted machine who had experienced an accident and subsequently lost his memory. Occasionally, 24's bewilderment touched 16, and he contemplated helping him uncover his past, though that was the extent of it. He was warm-hearted, capable, adept at resolving and avoiding conflicts, and maintained harmonious relationships with every machine. His rapport with each miner was commendable, yet he always remained solitary, engaging with the nuts primarily in discussions. The machine he had initially regarded with mere sympathy suddenly intruded upon his life. From a cautious beginning, he gradually found himself indulging in 24's presence, striving to lighten the atmosphere and ease interactions with the miners. It must be said that this sensation was quite pleasant. He had numerous opportunities to dismiss 24's proximity, perhaps merely furrowing his brow or diverting the conversation when 24 acted playfully. Given 24's keen observation of emotions and atmosphere, it was likely he would swiftly sense 16's discontent and cease such behavior, distancing himself from 16. Yet he did not refuse. In 24's company, 16 genuinely experienced joy. He recalled the moment 24, without hesitation, stepped forward to prevent a stone from crashing down upon him, recognizing that perhaps he was undergoing some transformation. He had acquired a good friend, and it felt rather fulfilling. This friend was somewhat sensitive and anxious, willing to do much for a companion, and bore an inexplicable sense of high moral standards, coupled with an unaccountable reverence for the law. The statement of being willing to lend a helping hand, though seemingly delivered in jest concerning non-principled matters, was understood by 16 to be sincere in essence. 24 appeared to harbor a slight misunderstanding about 16. He believed 16 to be a purely virtuous being. In truth, 16 concealed thoughts rife with bloodshed and violence deep within his core. Should the day arrive when his ideals could only be realized through such thoughts, he would likely act without hesitation. However, for now, he perceived opportunities still existed. It was not yet time to resort to violence, nor did he wish to witness the suffering or demise of other Cybertronians. Yet if that day were to come, he would keep his word, as he had vowed, and would not demand 24 to accompany him on such a path. Both 16 and 24 remained unaware that, in the years to come, fate would unfold as predetermined. 16 upheld his promise, yet they would ultimately tread divergent paths. Chapter 6. Salvation in our quest for self-rescue. We must devise a means to inform the outside world of our location, even if escape eludes us. As I surveyed the ruins once more, I recalled how, during your unconsciousness, I endeavored to clear a small space by shifting debris, though my efforts proved painfully inefficient. I had harbored a foreboding intuition, which prompted me to stow away this compact mining tool in subspace. I had intended to retrieve a larger implement, but alas, it would not fit. Despite hoping that misfortune would not befall me, it indeed did, I lamented internally. Your optical lens gleamed as you beheld the tool. We are not far from the exit. Those two miners must have returned to inform the others of our predicament. Though this small tool is less efficient, it can emit sound to alert them to our whereabouts. With that, I activated the device and began to drill through the pile of stones toward the exit. You wished to assist me, but your left arm was injured, and the tool required both hands for stable operation. I insisted that you rest while I continued alone, leaving you no choice but to sit on the ground and watch my retreating figure. In contemplation, your thoughts drifted to the article I had written. A flicker of something passed through your mind. Perhaps the ideal world I described truly exists. Your optical lens grew distant, as if recalling a vision of such a realm. Yet your memory module yielded no recollection. Could it be the memories I have lost? Though I did not cease my task, your words ignited a spark of reflection within me. Throughout my existence, primarily spent in the mines, I was not entirely ignorant of the outside world. Whether in our chaotic environment of Karen or the distant, more orderly Iron Fortress, class distinctions were stark, with the lives of the lower-tier machines starkly contrasting those of the upper echelons. The ideal society I envisioned in my writings seemed like an unattainable utopia. Given that you toiled as a miner in Karen, it was likely you were also bound to the assembly lines beneath it. In such a disordered place, the existence of such beauty appeared even more improbable. Before I could respond, you pressed on. Perhaps I had glimpsed that world in a dream, as its beauty mirrored that of dreams themselves. I believe that one day, Cybertron will transform into such a place. I tightened my grip on the tool for that world. Too, felt like a dream to me. Indeed, I yearn to witness that day. You lowered your head, and if we survive this ordeal, I wish to take a day to explore beyond the mines. What despairing words are these? What ifs? We will surely make it out alive, I insisted through clenched teeth. The buzzing of the tool as it drilled through the stone caused a tingling sensation in my arm, yet I pressed on, feigning nonchalance. What we do out there? The arduous workload and the virtually non-existent breaks left miners with few opportunities to escape the confines of the mines. Some spent their entire lives ensnared within this rocky prison. I refused to be confined by this mine, and in pursuit of greater knowledge, I often completed my tasks ahead of time, venturing outside the cavern to seek out books and resources. I seek to consult a physician in hopes of restoring my former memories. However, my true intention is not merely to recollect the past. I yearn to assist 16 in locating venues for publishing scholarly articles. For I am acutely aware that such works ought not to remain obscured in this forsaken mine. The situation in Karen is perilous. I shall accompany you shortly. The chaos outside the mine is rife with uncertainty, and 16 is well versed in these complexities. He harbors concerns about 24's ability to safeguard himself. 24 instinctively shook his head, but then realized that 16 had turned away from him. He said, "Thank you, 16, but I wish to go alone. I also wish to observe Karen." He desires to help 16 seize opportunities, hoping to surprise him with a successful endeavor. Should he fail, he believes that merely familiarizing himself with Karen and Cybertron would not be in vain. As for the physician he mentioned, he is aware that his memory module is nearly devoid of content, and he doubts that any physician could remedy his condition. I will ensure my own safety. If any complications arise, I will communicate with you immediately. 24's perception of Cybertron's current state is still anchored in the narrative shared by 16 that fateful night. He understands that the lower echelon of Cybertron is oppressed by the upper class, yet his experiences are largely limited to that of a miner. He longs to venture forth and perceive more through his optical lens. Although 16 is concerned, he recognizes that 24 is an autonomous being entitled to make his own decisions. As his friend, he feels compelled to respect this. Thus he swallows his words of caution and simply replies, "I understand." A profound silence envelopes them, pierced only by the hum of tools and the sound of crumbling stones. 16 has been laboring for an extended period. The tool is rather diminutive, and loose debris occasionally falls. Despite his relentless efforts, he has only managed to clear a modest area. 24 wishes for 16 to take a break, yet he finds himself unable to voice this thought, fully aware of the reasons behind 16's unwavering determination. As 24 gazes at the wound on his left shoulder and attempts to move his left arm, he is met with a flicker of sparks, prompting him to halt his movements out of guilt. Stealing a glance at 16's back, he breathes a sigh of relief upon realizing that he has not been overheard. However, this moment of reprieve is fleeting, as worries and guilt for 16 surge within him, causing 24 to lower his head in sorrow. 16 is striving for their survival. Yet 24 can only sit idly, watching his friend labor tirelessly with a tool that induces discomfort from prolonged use. I am sorry, 16. I have burdened you, 24 laments, feeling as though his spark has become obstructed. His voice, tinged with hoarseness, reveals his inner turmoil. I have spoken ill of fate, causing you to be ensnared in this predicament. What? 24's sudden outburst of self-reproach leaves 16 momentarily speechless. After a brief silence, he turns off the device and, with an air of resignation, looks at 24. How can you claim this is your fault? The warehouse collapse was not your doing, and thanks to your foresight, we were somewhat prepared and did not become instantly buried. Moreover, you brought tools that enhanced our chances of escape. You saved me. Have you forgotten? Now you're injured because of me, and it is my turn to save both our lives. 24, you owe no one anything. 16 set down his tools and stretched his arms, then crouched before 24 to meet his optical lens at eye level. We will emerge from this alive, and then we shall find a way to make up for today's tasks. In the following days, you should focus on completing the remaining work ahead of schedule. Once we escape the mine, seek out a competent doctor. Perhaps, rather than pondering if we will survive, you should consider whether you might be deceived upon your exit. I would never be deceived, 24 muttered, tilting his head slightly. 16 had an uncanny ability to pull him out of his internal struggles with an unwavering attitude. Thank you, 16. Rising, 16 waved his hand and returned to his previous spot to restart the tools. After nearly an hour, 24, who had been attentively listening to the sound around him, tilted his head in confusion. With uncertainty, he addressed 16. Did you hear something? 16 paused, turned off his tool, and pressed the audio receiver against the stone wall. Once the noise from the tool ceased, he distinctly heard the sound of large machinery drilling through rock. And that sound was gradually approaching them. It must be the others. They have heard our tools and are coming this way, 16 said, excitement evident in his voice as he activated the tool again, drilling toward the sound. 24's delight was palpable as he stood, attempting to move his left arm. The wound no longer sparked, though it still felt somewhat stiff. The speed of recovery was not the focus at that moment. The sound grew nearer. 16 moved back slightly as a large drill bit emerged from the rubble, followed by the bit retracting, revealing a dusty green head sculpture that peered in. Wonderful. You're both all right. Hurry, follow this path out. I reinforced it, but I'm unsure how long it will hold. 16 and 24 followed closely behind. The cleared passage was longer than they had anticipated, indicating that the machine had put considerable effort into locating them. The others were waiting outside. 39 and 47 rushed back to the mine, relaying, "The warehouse has collapsed, and we were all worried sick when we thought you're trapped inside. Quickly, organize a rescue." Thankfully, you were both safe. The machine chattered incessantly, seemingly attempting to comfort 16 and 24 while lightening the atmosphere. "Thank you, Bienzu," 24 replied with a smile. He held a vivid impression of this loquacious machine, who always greeted them warmly at work. "It's nothing, truly. I owe it all to Nut. He has some experience with mine collapses and advised me on what to do. Had I acted recklessly on my own, it might have led to a secondary collapse." Bienzu touched his head sculpture, slightly bashful. "Regardless, you excavated this passage and saved us both." "Thank you, Bienzu," 16 expressed his gratitude. Bienzu's faceplate flushed slightly, and he coughed, hastily diverting the conversation. "You both have always been so helpful in the mine. Many machines are delighted to assist you. Fortunately, the mining supervisor is absent. If he had known, he certainly would not have permitted us to abandon our work to rescue you. He has never allocated funds for repairs or reinforcements in this warehouse, which ultimately led to your entrapment." Upon mentioning the foreman, an irritable wave washed over him. That foreman, a veritable nuisance, would berate everyone upon his arrival. One could only wish he never returned. At this, 24 recalled 16's previous insinuation that the foreman appeared to have an eye on him, causing an involuntary shiver to run down his spine. He echoed, "Indeed, may he never come back." Just then, 16 turned to see 24 shiver, understanding his thoughts, and comfortingly patted his shoulder. Contemplating the implications of 16's conjectures, 24 began to suspect that his earlier mishap, striking his head against a rock, was not merely an accident. However, with the foreman having departed for Ironfort, the specifics of that day remained a mystery. If uncovering the truth necessitated the foreman's return, he would rather remain in ignorance for the rest of his days. Unbeknownst to Bianzu, 24 wished to keep these matters private. Thus he messaged 16 through the internal communications. Is this the burden of being too handsome? This elicited a bemused eye roll from 16. Amidst Bianzu's incessant chatter, they finally emerged from the remnants of the warehouse, immediately spotting several machines led by Nut. Nut greeted the trio with a smile. Despite 16's unwavering assurances that they would survive and that Nut would come to their aid, they all understood that Nut and Bianzu could easily dismiss both 16 and 24. Yet they still came, reminiscent of the times when 16 and 24 had unhesitatingly extended their hands in assistance. Chapter 7. Love? Just before the shift began, Bianzu halted 16 and 24, typically a loquacious and lively character, now stumbled over his words. 16, 24. I would like to ask you to cover for me at work today. I promise to return afterward. I truly have an urgent matter to attend to. I beg you. Fearing rejection, Bianzu spoke with palpable anxiety. Of course, that is no problem. May I inquire what you need to attend to today? 24 asked with curiosity. It was common for miners to assist one another in completing tasks. Indeed, on the day of his incident, it was Nut and several other miners who had helped him finish his work, which he later compensated for. 16 nodded in agreement. They were always willing to assist fellow miners, especially since Bianzu had helped them during the warehouse collapse a few days prior. Seeing both machines acquiesce, Bianzu exhaled in relief and, somewhat bashfully, answered 24's question. I need to make a trip to the mine today. From the outset, 24 had noticed that Bianzu seemed to have made a particular effort in his appearance. Typically, miners were covered in dust and scratches, their paint dull. But today Bianzu appeared to have polished his machine, revealing a vibrant green sheen free from dust. 24 grinned and softly inquired. Such meticulous grooming. Are you off to meet a special machine? Bianzu's faceplate flushed crimson in response, and, flustered, he sprang up to cover 24's mouth, only to realize the mirth in 24's optical lens and quickly let go, mumbling shyly, yes, I encountered a machine while out in the mines. Speaking of my affection for the exquisite blue optical lens of the machine, its gentle glow seems as if it could weep droplets of water. At that time, we established a communication line, and our conversations flowed seamlessly thereafter. This morning, he even invited me out. How do I appear today? I had initially intended to take a bath, yet the cost of a single oil bath is quite exorbitant for me. Hence, I resorted to meticulously polishing my machine multiple times and urgently borrowed a polisher from 39. Am I perhaps lacking in thoroughness, making me appear unkempt? The machine, slightly anxious, extended his arms to inquire of 24, clearly valuing this date immensely. I can assure you, he looks exceptionally dashing. Just ask 16. As 24 spoke, he playfully nudged 16 with his elbow. 16, somewhat speechless, gazed at the expressive machine before turning earnestly to 24 and stating, he is not mistaken. Your date will undoubtedly proceed smoothly. Indeed, upon your return from the date, you must regale us with the details. 24 draped an arm over 16's shoulder, smiling at the machine. Upon hearing the word date, the machine became even more bashful, gently nodding and expressing gratitude for their kind words. After bidding farewell to the machine, 16 and 24 commenced their work, needing to complete an additional task today, necessitating heightened diligence. Fortunately, their efficiency was commendably high. It was quite surprising that the machine had entered into a romantic relationship. It was truly unexpected. 24, while managing his tools, reflected on this, noting that despite his usual loquaciousness, he had become quite bashful in love. However, 16 appeared somewhat distracted. After a moment of contemplation, he hesitantly remarked to 24, I have some thoughts, but am uncertain. The machine mentioned he received the invitation this morning, but if it were a date of mutual significance, how could it have been communicated so last minute? The image of the machine's eager and excited expression flickered in 16's mind as he shook his head and continued, No, I must be overthinking it. Perhaps that machine had simply been busy with work and suddenly found time to rest today. Or maybe he had meticulously prepared everything in advance to surprise the machine. Although 24 acknowledged the validity of 16's reasoning, he preferred not to cast a negative light on the machine's romantic interest. After all, it was possible that the machine would eventually become a kindred spirit to the machine. Rather than dwell on such musings, it would be prudent to focus on completing your tasks. You still need to prepare for the upcoming expedition to the mines in a few days, 16 advised, expressing a sense of resignation. If you are curious, you can always wait for the machine to return and inquire directly. This might not be the first encounter for a machine to experience love, but it certainly piques curiosity. 24 leaned closer to 16, inquisitively asking, "By the way, 16, have you ever considered seeking a partner?" "Not really. The life of a miner is inherently demanding, and encountering a machine that resonates with my spark is no easy feat," 16 replied, shaking his head. He had long resolved to devote the remainder of his energy and time outside of work to his ideals, rather than invest time in seeking a partner. He preferred to refine his writings. "You do have a point," 24 sighed. "It is a pity that our 16, so immensely talented and charming, must dedicate his life to work." In a moment of exasperation, he chose to disregard the machine that inexplicably shifted the conversation. As evening drew near and the workday concluded, 16 and 24 strolled towards the staff dormitory when they chanced upon the returning transformer. "Transformer," 24 waved, noticing that the machine's paint was even more vibrant than in the morning, almost reflecting the light. Upon hearing the call, Transformer turned, his optical lens brightening as he approached them. His splendid finish seemed almost incongruous compared to the dust-covered, weary appearances of the two workers and the surrounding mining site. "So, how did your date go?" 24 inquired, unfazed by the contrast in their appearances. "It went splendidly." 24, 16, "You cannot fathom how wonderful he is. He even took me for an oil bath and had me repainted. He doesn't care about my identity as a miner. He is eager to impart knowledge I have never learned. We even shared dinner, which was the finest meal I have ever savored," Transformer exclaimed, his optical lens brimming with affection for that machine. "I never imagined I would encounter such an extraordinary machine in my life. His wisdom and grace, his politeness and gentleness. I cherish everything about him. I believe I have found the machine with whom I wish to spend my life." "Is your beloved a high-ranking machine?" 16 inquired. "Indeed. I never thought someone of such elegance would wish to be with me. I always assumed that all high-ranking machines were like the mining supervisor, but he is entirely different." As he spoke, Transformer lowered his head, a hint of sorrow crossing his features. "Yet, he is so remarkable, and I am merely a miner. Even though he claims to be unconcerned and willing to spend money to provide me experiences I never dared to dream of, he has done so much for me, and I feel I can offer him nothing in return." "Do not think that way," Transformer 24 comforted him. "Perhaps you could gift him something? If he is wealthy and lacks for material possessions, perhaps you could create something yourself to express your feelings. I believe he would appreciate it." Transformer contemplated for a moment, then suddenly lifted his head, his face alight with joy. "I know what to do. Thank you, 24. He hurriedly bid them farewell and raced towards the dormitory. "I must admit, I am a bit concerned," 16 remarked, watching the vibrant green figure retreat. "I understand. I too have begun to worry," 24 replied, his expression complicated as he observed the anxious Transformer. "Let us consider, what if that high-ranking machine genuinely cares for Transformer?" 16 remained silent, continuing his walk towards the dormitory. 24 followed, sighing, "Regardless, I hope that Transformer does not suffer due to this relationship." "So do I." The following day, Transformer revealed to 24 and 16 the gift he had prepared, a blue pendant resembling a super energy core, albeit in a deeper hue and more transparent. The pendant had been meticulously crafted into a hexagonal prism, strung on a metallic chain, simple yet reflective of the creator's heartfelt dedication. This, or was unearthed by me quite by chance during my previous mining endeavors. Upon inquiring with the nut, I learned that this mineral is known as cobalt crystal, a rare gem indeed. The expression on Bienzu's face bore signs of fatigue, revealing that he had stayed up late the previous night to complete this gift. At that moment, I merely found it aesthetically pleasing, unaware of its potential use, and casually placed it in my drawer. When you mentioned crafting a gift with your own hands, it suddenly reminded me of this, and I was pleasantly surprised that it could serve such a purpose. It is truly beautiful. I am certain he will adore it. Bienzu is truly devoted to this relationship, 24 remarked with admiration. With a gentle touch on the head sculpture, Bienzu gazed at the pendant, his weary eyes radiating affection. 24 exchanged a knowing glance with 16, feeling somewhat helpless. They had initially intended to speak with Bienzu, but it was evident that he would not heed their words. Furthermore, given the apparent closeness between him and that machine, any attempt to dissuade him might come across as meddlesome, so they ultimately remained silent. In the ensuing fortnight, Bienzu ventured into the mines twice more, each return enveloping the entire machine in an aura of happiness. Yet, he did not forget 16 and 24, who had graciously assisted him. He promptly compensated them for the work they had completed on his behalf. It was not until the third time he returned that he bypassed the dormitory and headed straight for 16 and 24. His frequent outings in search of his beloved had rendered Bianzu's appearance resplendent, making him stand out from the other miners, much to 39's envy. His demeanor had transformed significantly as well. He claimed that his lover had imparted to him a wealth of knowledge and etiquette. However, he remained unchanged, never looking down upon his fellow miners despite his newfound sophistication, nor did he express any disdain for their simpler lives. Even after witnessing the opulence of the upper echelons of society, Bianzu possessed a pure and kind-hearted spirit. 24 was always aware of this, which fueled his hope for Bianzu's happiness. Bianzu, thank you for your unwavering support, for stepping in for me so many times, and for patiently listening to my musings and offering your advice, Bianzu said with a gentle smile. I am about to leave the mine. My beloved wishes to take me away to seek other opportunities. I will depart tomorrow morning, but I shall ensure that tonight I compensate you for today as workload. It is nothing. You saved us, and it is only right that we assist you in return. There is no need for you to make up for those hours. 24 replied, turning to share a glance with 16. After a moment's hesitation, he asked, Bianzu, are you certain about your beloved? The words lingered unspoken, yet the implication was clear. Bianzu, understanding the unvoiced concern, responded with conviction, I am certain. I am willing to give him everything. But what if he changes in the future? 24's unexpressed fears were voiced by 16. Bianzu lowered his gaze, as if recalling a tender moment, and smiled softly, though there was a hint of bitterness in that smile. I am willing to do anything for him. Even if he were to change, I would embrace it willingly. 16 and 24 fell silent, with 16 breaking the stillness to express, I wish you happiness, Bianzu. His words were imbued with sincere blessings for Bianzu. I wish you happiness. Bianzu, echoed 24. Will we meet again? Rest assured, my beloved is in Karen. I shall not stray too far. I will return to visit you when time permits. Bianzu reassured them. Moreover, we have our communication line. I shall send you messages from time to time. We will remain in contact. That evening, Bianzu bid farewell to the nuts, diligently completing the tasks assigned to 16 and 24, even exceeding the expected workload, a fact that would only come to light for them the following day. 24 harbored an inexplicable premonition. Perhaps last night marked the final occasion he would see Bianzu. He hoped that if this premonition were to materialize, it would be due to Bianzu's future endeavors keeping him busy, or perhaps because his beloved had taken him away from Karen, rather than because he had succumbed to a grave of love. Chapter 8. Freedom once outside, do not trust strangers. Do not view every situation with your naive perspective. Avoid meddling in affairs that do not concern you, and pay heed to the areas I have marked on your map. After you exit, find a way to the address I provided. I know a doctor there named Luanxing. I have sent you his photograph, and I have already acquainted myself with him. When you arrive, simply state your name. As 16 shared Karen's map and the location of the clinic, he spoke incessantly. Most of the machines in Karen are not friendly. Be clear-headed and exercise caution. It is best not to draw attention to your mask. If you find yourself in trouble, flee. Do not attempt to contact me. Understood, understood. You have repeated yourself thrice. 16. You sound like a parent sending their child off to school. 24 teased, aware of 16's concern for him, yet unable to resist a bit of banter. 16 playfully punched 24, gazing into the optical lens that seemed to reflect a clear, yet naive disposition, making him appear easily deceived. His neural module ached slightly. He was not one to meddle excessively, but the thought of 24's unfounded moral compass and apparent adherence to rules sparked worry within him. He feared that in the chaotic realm of Karen, 24 might be sold out and unwittingly assist in counting the spoils. In Karen, adhering to the law held little significance, for almost no one abided by those regulations. To a certain extent, the Cybertron courts existed solely to protect the interests of the elite machines. Just as the laws of Cybertron state that mine supervisors are not permitted to mistreat miners, no supervisor would comply. There had once been a miner who dared to sue a supervisor, only to vanish without a trace, leaving the case unresolved. The abuse of miners by supervisors only worsened, becoming even more rampant. The law was replete with new regulations designed to constrain the lower class, while the affluent lived extravagantly without restraint, and those struggling for survival risked punishment for inadvertent transgressions. Listen, 24, these matters are of utmost importance. I am uncertain how you cultivated your sense of lawfulness. But since you are in Karen and insist on venturing into the mine alone, you must temper your moral compass, 16 stated with a stern countenance. I understand, 16. I shall be cautious, 24 replied, acknowledging the significance of the situation with a serious nod, suppressing the almost uttered thought that no parent encourages their offspring to disregard the law. Do not wipe off the dust on you and apply more grime on your faceplate. If trouble arises and you find yourself ensnared, 16 suddenly smudged the dust from his hands on a 24's faceplate while 24 awaited his further instructions. Relishing the sight of 24's contorted expression, which brought him a modicum of satisfaction amidst the chaos, keen to exploit the confusion for his own advantage. Before exiting the mining site, 16 led 24 to an open area, urging him to attempt transforming to see his vehicle form. The mine's confined spaces rendered the use of vehicles unnecessary, yet beyond the mine, most activities demanded them, especially in critical moments when a rapid escape was essential. As 16 pointed out, 24 felt a surge of excitement. Typically, every Cybertronian undergoes a vehicle form assessment upon leaving the assembly line. However, due to his amnesia, he had forgotten this process, making this his first transformation since regaining consciousness. He pondered what his vehicle might be, a tank, a truck, or perhaps a sports car. Rubbing his hands together, a sense of anticipation emanated from his spark. He yearned for his vehicle form to be an aircraft. He closed his eyes and, following 16's guidance, attempted to transform. By the allspark, may it be an aircraft. An aircraft. An aircraft. Uncertain if it was mere illusion, he sensed his transformation gears quivering in harmony with his spark. As the sounds resonated, he cautiously opened his optical sensors, glancing down to see 16 gazing at him with astonishment. Wait, is my vehicle form an aircraft? He inquired tentatively, watching 16 nod in affirmation. In an instant, joy surged through him, and he could not help but exclaim "woo," before inadvertently activating the engine and crashing into the wall. Moments later, 24 sat on the ground, looking woeful, while 16 gritted his teeth as he tended to the wounds on 24's back and head. Remarkably, 24 was fortunate. The injuries sustained from crashing into the wall were surprisingly minor. He truly was quite resilient. Observing 16's grim face, which seemed capable of devouring 10 younglings, 24 felt a chill of dread seep into his core, silencing him entirely. Well, I lack sufficient tools for the remaining wounds. You just happen to be heading to find Wheeljack. Please ask him to check on you, 16 stated, stowing away his tools without any indication of anger towards 24. Yet, the somber expression left 24 feeling apprehensive. Until your injuries are healed, refrain from attempting to transform and fly. Do you understand? 16 offered a twisted smile, articulating his warning with deliberate precision. 24 nodded vigorously, akin to a chick pecking at grain, filled with trepidation. All right, when you are ready, let us embark, 16 said, his tone returning to normal as he turned to prepare for departure. 24 hesitated, cautiously inquiring, 16, you aren't angry anymore, are you? 16 halted, casting a sullen glance back at 24. If you don't leave now, I will make sure you won't be able to exit the mining facility today. As soon as he finished speaking, 24 dashed past him, shouting, 16, I'm leaving now. No need to see me off. I'll keep in touch. Observing 24's retreating figure, 16's expression shifted from gloom to profound resignation. His hand rested on the front of his chassis, contemplating the transformation mode of 24. In truth, the transformation forms of Cybertronians largely dictated their functions, and those assigned to the mining site were predominantly terrestrial units. 16 himself was a tank, while aerial units typically had different roles. Despite 24's amnesia preventing him from recalling his initial testing upon rolling off the production line, logic dictated that he must have been identified as a ground unit to be allocated to the mining site. Furthermore, his design did not resemble that of an aerial unit. However, today's transformation suggested that, barring an error from the assignment personnel, it was plausible that 24 was a rare triple changer capable of switching between aerial and terrestrial forms. The transformation gears of a triple changer held considerable value in the Cybertronian black market, yet their worth was often overshadowed by their rarity. 16 felt a throbbing sensation in his cranial module. Ever since he met 24, such discomfort had become commonplace. He could not fathom why 24 consistently found himself in troublesome situations, whether it was his faceplate or the triple changer gears. Each item would be a boon in the hands of higher or even mid-tier units, yet in the possession of a minor. Each could serve as a key to the gates of demise. The matter of the triple changer gears remained uncertain, and 16 silently prayed he was overthinking the situation. Nonetheless, if it were true, he would spare no effort in protecting that foolish unit. Meanwhile, the naive 24 exited the mining facility. In the months since he had gained consciousness, he finally beheld the true sky of Cybertron for the first time, free from the confines of narrow rock walls. The oppressive ceiling that seemed to threaten his head with every leap, the dreary lighting, and the ever-present dust of the mine. He stood in a world unshackled by the caverns. Although the mining site was part of Cybertron, he felt as though he was experiencing the essence of standing on the soil of Cybertron for the very first time. Chapter 9. An unexpected encounter. 24 navigated the roads of Kaon as passers-by observed his dust-covered form and nearly obscured faceplate with disdain, instinctively distancing themselves and creating a vacuum around him. However, 24 was indifferent to their judgment, or even if he had the capacity to care, he was too preoccupied. His steps quickened as he occasionally glanced back over his shoulder. It seemed that the other unit did not pursue him, but 24 dared not lower his guard. He scrutinized the map to Wheeljack's clinic that 16 had sent him, carefully maneuvering his way towards the destination. Initially, he had no intention of seeking medical assistance, but with 16 having specifically contacted Wheeljack, 24 feared that 16 would become upset if he discovered that he had skipped the appointment. Reflecting on a few actions taken prior to the competition, 24 felt an overwhelming desire to chastise himself. Despite 16's repeated admonitions to refrain from meddling in affairs that did not concern him, he found himself impulsively charging forward. The weight of regret loomed heavily upon him. A short while ago, as the mining facility lay adjacent to the boundaries of Karen, 24, hindered by the temporary inoperability of his vehicle, traversed a considerable distance before finally glimpsing the architectural marvels of Karen. As he drew nearer to the city's heart, the presence of Cybertronians became increasingly pronounced. Before he could even begin to marvel at the vibrancy surrounding him, he stumbled upon 3 altercations and 5 heated disputes on the road. Furthermore, as he passed a vividly colored building, a diminutive machine approached him with a coy demeanor, inquiring if he required any services. Though the meaning eluded him, 24 sensed the implication was far from favorable. Thus, he chose to pivot and flee, leaving the small machine in a state of bewilderment. Feeling somewhat despondent, 24 sought refuge in a relatively deserted area, huddling beside a metal conduit. Had it not been filled with a gritty amalgamation of metal fragments and sand, he might have contemplated hiding within it. His cognitive modules felt somewhat vacant. Despite 16's prior warnings, he pondered whether the customs of Karen were excessively naive. While he remained lost in his thoughts, sounds emerged from a nearby alleyway. His audio receptors flickered, instinctively attuning themselves to the commotion. A harsh, menacing voice resonated, demanding compliance. Surrender your money and energy sources, or I cannot guarantee your safe passage out of this alley. It appeared he had encountered a robbery, leaving 24 torn between a furtive glance and an immediate escape. Indeed, hand it over. Hand it over. The scenario felt alarmingly archetypal, and as he listened to the accompanying voices of what seemed to be henchmen, a scene from film 16 had previously shared flickered in his mind. A brash Cybertronian, flanked by 2 lackeys, was depicted robbing a protagonist, a petite, benevolent small machine. Amidst the panicked screams and cries of "What do you intend to do?" another protagonist, a valiant, towering machine, made a dramatic entrance as a police officer, heroically driving away the assailants. While the 2 machines exchanged tender glances against the backdrop of a setting sun, recalling the exaggerated delivery of lines by those 2 protagonists, alongside the absence of any coherent plot interspersed with declarations of love, sent a shiver down 24's spine. He suspected that 16 had orchestrated this situation for his amusement. Shaking himself from such thoughts, he reminded himself that the Cybertronian robber had finished speaking, and now it was time for the other protagonist to declare, "This is reality, not a film." With a slight shake of his head to regain clarity, 24 heard a series of faint sounds from the alley. Then, a clear voice rang out. "I have given you all my money. Can I now be allowed to leave? Is this truly all you possess? Inquired the leader, skepticism lacing his tone. Boss, look at his vibrant paint job. He clearly isn't a low-tier machine. He must have more money on him. One of the henchmen promptly interjected. This is all the money I possess today. Should it prove insufficient, I can make a call, and my friend will bring me more. The voice of the victim, calm and composed, conveyed clarity devoid of panic. The patrolling officers would inevitably pass through this area. Having acquired the money, it would be wise for you to withdraw now. For your current course of action offers you no advantage. Little did he know, the robbers erupted into laughter upon hearing his words. The leader's tone laced with derision. You clearly aren't from Carlin, are you? This is Carlin. Even if we were to kill you today, none would be the wiser. Or do you claim to have connections to the upper echelons? Would there be repercussions for our actions if we ended your life? Another robber scoffed. The high-ranking individuals are located in the city center. They would hardly deign to come to a place like this. They had already dismissed the victim as merely a mid-level figure. The victim furrowed his brow, poised to respond when a voice from the alley interrupted him. Wait. Upon hearing the leader's intent to kill him, 24 felt a surge of thoughts flash through his mind. Gritting his teeth, he grasped a handful of the contents from the iron barrel, and after a brief moment of deliberation, dashed toward the alley's entrance, shouting. The four robbers regarded the dusty figure, whose face was obscured by grime, with a mix of expressions. Where did this wild card come from? 24 observed the scene. 3 robbers clad in darker colors encircled one in orange and white, with the leader brandishing a dagger. Noticing their weaponry, 24's optical visor flickered as he swiftly recalibrated his mental strategies. Who are you? One of the henchmen called out to 24. I am his friend, here to deliver money, he replied, raising both hands in a gesture of peace as he approached them slowly. Please, do not act rashly. I have a substantial amount of money. I only ask that you spare us. Hearing the mention of money, the robbers momentarily hesitated. The leader realized that the newcomer was unlikely to be a friend of the victim, given the apparent disparity between their statuses. Yet, there was an inexplicable spark of intrigue. Perhaps this individual had something worthwhile to offer. Armed as he was, the leader was curious about the intentions of this unarmed figure. As 24 drew nearer, one of the henchmen suddenly shouted at the orange and white figure, Wait. How did you notify your friend? Who allowed you to make a call? Another henchman, realizing the implications, prepared to shout for their leader, only to be silenced by an exasperated retort. Shut up. How'd I end up with such foolish subordinates? At that moment, 24 had arrived before them. Seizing the opportunity while the leader chastised his underling, he swiftly flung the granules he had grasped in his left hand toward their visors. The 2 henchmen, caught off guard, recoiled as the particles clouded their visors. Howling in distress, the leader managed to evade to the side, but 24 seemed to anticipate his movement, launching another handful of granules that struck his visor. The fragile optical lens shattered under the assault, sending a jolt of pain to his neural module, plunging his vision into darkness. Without waiting for the 3 machines before him to comprehend the situation, 24 swiftly delivered a kick to the wrist joint of the lead machine, preventing any sudden reckless attacks. The moment the machine felt the sharp pain, it involuntarily released its grip on the dagger. After executing the kick, 24 paid no mind to the outcome and promptly turned to flee, leaving the 3 machines' anguished cries behind. Once he had navigated through a series of winding paths for several moments, he paused to check the map and ascertain his position, ensuring the 3 machines had not pursued him before finally halting his escape. Upon releasing the machine's hand, 24 noticed an unusual warmth emanating from his own body, which began to overheat, prompting the fans to engage with a resounding roar. His hand, now unresponsive, trembled slightly at his side, and coolant began to seep from his body, trailing down with dust to leave several mottled marks. Having processed an overwhelming amount of information in mere moments, he sensed a haze clouding his cognitive modules. Thank you for saving me, the machine expressed, evidently shaken, as it deeply exhaled multiple times, gazing at 24 with gratitude once it regained some composure. 24 struggled to articulate a response, merely waving his hand dismissively as he sat on the ground. Is there anything I can assist you with? I have a friend residing in Karen, and I plan to visit him. Would you care to join me for some respite? The machine inquired, crouching down and observing the orange, pointed structure atop 24's head. Just as 24 was about to respond politely, he recalled the admonitions from 16. Do not meddle in others' affairs. Do not meddle in others' affairs. In Karen, What you perceive as rescue may very well be a performance staged by victims and criminals alike. You may think you have saved a machine, only for it to invite you to its home, where it might dismantle you into pieces. In an instant, a chill spread from his core throughout his being, and 24 inwardly chastised himself for his navet. How could he have impulsively rushed to save someone? What if they were all part of a nefarious scheme? Even if they were not, he had no assurance that the machine before him harbored noble intentions. Noticing 24's rigidity, the machine inquired with mild concern, "What is wrong? Are you all right?" It reached out to touch him. In a fluster, 24 hastily recoiled, rising to his feet and avoiding eye contact. "And no, I'm fine. I'm just a bit dirty," he explained as the machine withdrew its hand and stood up, sensing something amiss in 24's evasive demeanor. Suppressing an inexplicable fondness towards the machine, it tentatively suggested, "Perhaps we should report this to the police?" Observing 24's increasing distress, the machine silently mused, "Just as I thought." In that moment, its own core felt a weight of caution settle in. 16 and 24 had emphasized one crucial warning: never trust the Karen police. Most officers were known to collude with criminals, and some would feign panic to approach their targets, claiming to be pursued and begging for assistance to reach the station. Those deceived machines entered the precinct only to vanish without a trace. Thus, 24's core confirmed his suspicions in silence. Indeed, he is the malevolent machine intent on dismantling my components. That machine, indeed, he is a fugitive on the run. In an instant, both machines heightened their vigilance towards one another. What appeared to be a harmonious scene was, in reality, fraught with undercurrents. "What is your name? Perhaps we could become acquainted." The machine cautiously inquired about the fugitive's identity. "Ha, I'm just a minor character. Let's skip the name," 24 replied with a smile, not wishing to divulge his name. Ha, that's true. I too am just a minor character, so let's leave it at that," the other machine chuckled, equally reluctant to reveal his identity. An awkward silence enveloped them, and the atmosphere grew increasingly tense. "Actually, I am on my way to meet a friend. He is waiting for me down that street. I should take my leave." Ha, 24 attempted to make a swift exit. "What a coincidence. I'm also headed to find a friend. Perhaps we shall meet again by fate," despite the fact that this fugitive had just rescued him. The other machine feared that if he perceived the truth of his identity, he might resort to silencing him. Both machines instinctively moved in the same direction, each apprehensive that the other might turn hostile. They exchanged an awkward glance and smiled. 24 was the first to speak. "I must have taken a wrong turn, I must have run too hastily and gone astray. I shall head in another direction." With that, he pivoted and took a different path. Both machines, initially cautious of revealing anything amiss, endeavored to maintain a slow pace. However, as their steps quickened, they began to run as soon as they confirmed that the other was out of sight. The other machine exclaimed, 24, "Please, do not pursue me." Time returned to the present, and 24 once again gazed at the convoluted map, finally exhaling a sigh of relief upon confirming that no machine was following him. He silently vowed to continually reflect upon the words of 16. At last, he arrived at the entrance of the clinic mentioned by 16. He approached and knocked on the door, and moments later, a machine with a familiar orange and white livery opened it. The other machine, 24, Chapter 10, Opportunity. The two machines exchanged glances, and terror manifested in their optical lenses. The other machine gasped, "How does this fellow know I'm here?" 24 cried, "How does this fellow know my destination is here?" The orange and white machine instinctively shut the clinic door in a panic, and 24, momentarily stunned, recalled that Dr. Lewinshing was still inside. He shouted while forcefully knocking on the door, "Open up. Please do not harm Dr. Lewinshing." In the next moment, the door to the clinic swung open again. 24's hand froze mid-air as he compared the appearance of the yellow machine before him with the photograph sent by 16, confirming that the machine standing before him was indeed Dr. Lewinshing. He quickly lowered his hand and said, "Hello, Dr. Lewinshing, I am 24, sent by 16. Dr. Lewinshing regarded the machine before him, whose face was obscured by grime, with a complex expression, then smiled gently and opened the clinic door wider, saying, "Hello, 24. Please come in." He had been informed by 16 that 24 required disguise for special reasons, but he had not anticipated that 24 would appear in such a state. Upon entering, 24 once again locked eyes with the orange and white machine inside, their gazes laden with complexity and unspoken words. Dr. Lewinshing promptly introduced them, 24. This is my esteemed friend Ambulance from Iron Fortress. He is an exceptionally skilled doctor. Ambulance, this is 24, the patient I mentioned who would be visiting today. Ambulance, surprised, remarked, so he is not the wanted criminal dismantling machines. Both machines exchanged a somewhat awkward greeting. Luanxing, with a smile, suggested to 24, why don't you take a shower? My clinic is equipped with a hot oil bath. Just press the button inside. There are disposable towels available for your use. 24 hesitated, remembering that 16 had insisted no other machines should see his faceplate after exiting the mine. Luanxing seemed to sense his uncertainty and reassured him, it's all right. Being clean facilitates examination. It's just me and Ambulance here, so there is no need for concern. Ultimately, 24 decided to wash up, feeling uncomfortable in his dust-covered state. Thank you, Dr. Luanxing, he said as he stepped into the bathroom indicated by Luanxing. Moments later, the sound of water splashing echoed from within, allowing Luanxing to resume his conversation with Ambulance. A wanted criminal? Luanxing suppressed a laugh while teasing Ambulance. The mention of this topic made Ambulance feel somewhat embarrassed. He rested his hand on his head sculpt and replied, don't bring it up. He genuinely startled me at that moment. It seemed that 24 regarded you as a criminal as well. Luanxing chuckled to himself, recalling how 24 had shouted at the door, urging Ambulance not to harm him. Who would have thought I would encounter such a whirlwind of events upon my arrival in Cowron? Ambulance reflected, appearing even more resigned. He had briefly shared with Luanxing how he had been robbed and subsequently rescued by 24, explaining why he initially presumed 24 to be a wanted criminal. Ambulance. This is Cowron, not Iron Fortress, Luanxing sighed. Truthfully, I never expected 24 would be willing to save you from being robbed. Such benevolent machines are rare in Cowron. I had some understanding of this place before I arrived, but I never anticipated it would be like this. Ambulance hesitated, then inquired of Luanxing, given the dire conditions here. Why not return to Iron Fortress? You know, Ambulance, they would not allow me to live freely, Luanxing replied, his tone flat. After so many years, he had grown accustomed to it. Although the upper echelon machines here could be bothersome, they looked down upon my modest clinic, which remained sufficiently tranquil. I can assist you. I assure you they will no longer dare target you. Your safety, before Ambulance could finish, Luanxing raised his hand to interrupt. I apologize, Ambulance, but I find Cowron quite agreeable and have no desire to return to Iron Fortress. I appreciate your willingness to see me. His tone remained gentle, yet imbued with a resolute finality. As for my safety, my clinic is not a large hospital. I welcome any machine that chooses to come. I hardly ever refuse anyone. For most lower-tier machines, and a few mid-tier ones, my clinic is the only place in Cowron where they can receive treatment. No machine would willingly sever their own medical options. The Ambulance, aware that his friend had made a decision he would not alter, fell silent for a moment before discreetly shifting the topic. What brings 24 to seek you out? It is indeed a pitiable child. 16 mentioned that he had recently come off the assembly line, and this was his first venture out of the mining site. Not long ago, an accident had caused his head module to collide with a rock, damaging his memory module. His current outing was to consult a doctor in hopes of restoring his former memories. As he spoke, Luanxing's optical sensor turned towards the faint sounds emanating from the bathroom. Is he a miner? The Ambulance pondered, recalling the dust and scratches on 24's exterior, as well as the scars he had felt on his hands and fingers when he had pulled them along. These were evidently the result of prolonged use of mining tools. Yet, why had he painted his face in such a manner? Before Luanxing could utter a word, the bathroom door swung open, and both Luanxing and the Ambulance instinctively turned their gaze towards the sudden noise. 24 emerged slowly. His handsome face and sleek body were illuminated in the light of the two machines. As the dust was washed away, the colors of his paint brightened considerably. His body predominantly featured white, accented by small patches of blue armor distributed across his hands, head, chest, and legs. Perhaps due to the refreshing oil bath, his somewhat elongated audio receiver stood proudly upright. With a hint of confusion, 24 regarded the two machines, instinctively tempted to make a cheeky remark. What do you think? Am I too handsome for words? But suddenly recalling that the two before him were not 16, he swallowed the comment. Luanxing, Ambulance, is something wrong? I understand why he painted his face like that. The Ambulance, regaining his composure, spoke with a tone laden with complexity. I understand as well. 16 was right. This faceplate is quite unique, Luanxing replied, equally conflicted. 24, slightly puzzled yet aware of the appeal of his faceplate, inquired, "If it's the memory module, I think I might be able to help." The ambulance contemplated medical strategies. "That's splendid. Ambulance, you've always been a jack of all trades at school. I was worried that my lack of expertise in brain module research would render me unhelpful," Luanxing exclaimed, rising to guide 24 toward a room. After all, he had saved me. Feeling somewhat embarrassed about having mistaken him for a dismantling machine, he chose not to elaborate further. He followed Luanxing, convinced that assisting him was the least he could do. Upon hearing the ambulance's willingness to assist, 24 disregarded the ambulance's hesitant words and promptly expressed his gratitude. "Thank you, ambulance doctor, Luanxing doctor." Then, recalling his earlier misconception about the ambulance, he felt a twinge of embarrassment and apologized. "I'm sorry, ambulance doctor. I mistakenly took you for a malfunctioning machine due to some prior circumstances. Just call me ambulance." The ambulance replied, turning to Luanxing with a smile, suppressing the urge to facepalm. "It's nothing. After all, you saved me." He understood that he should also apologize to 24 for misunderstanding him, but he found himself at a loss for words on how to express it. As 24 reclined on the medical bed, the intricacies of the cerebral module, a hallmark of the Cybertronian design, necessitated that the device be powered down to prevent any unforeseen movements from the patient. Just as the medical instrument was about to initiate the shutdown sequence, Luanxing paused, casting a smile toward the ambulance situated across from the medical bed. The ambulance organized his thoughts and took a deep breath before speaking. 24, I wish to express my gratitude to you." At that moment, 24 unexpectedly interjected, "Speaking of the ambulance, I appreciate you not deeming me a rogue machine, especially given how suspicious I must have appeared. I hesitated to approach the police, and my faceplate was rather grimy. Thank you for placing your trust in me." The ambulance was taken aback. Under the soft white light, he observed 24 lying on the medical bed, his head angled towards him slightly, his handsome faceplate adorned with a smile, and his blue optical lens mischievously winking at him. As the ambulance processed this, the tangled thoughts within him began to unravel, and a smile crept upon his lips as he softly replied, "Thank you." Luanxing activated a medical instrument, and 24 felt his consciousness gradually fading as various systems powered down one by one. He was aware that the ambulance regarded him as a wanted fugitive. While indulging in an oil bath in the restroom, he had, despite the impropriety of eavesdropping, attentively listened to the conversation between the ambulance and Luanxing, gathering a wealth of information for his own safety. The ambulance hailed from Iron Fortress and likely possessed considerable influence in its medical community. Thus, the robbers in the alley had misjudged him. The ambulance was indeed a high-ranking machine, an esteemed figure from Iron Fortress. Contrary to the disdainful demeanor described by 16, the ambulance exuded an approachable aura, unperturbed by 24's background as a miner. Yet, 24 sensed a sense of pride within him as well, rendering him somewhat astonished that the ambulance would offer an apology. However, should the ambulance remain troubled by the need for an apology without cause, 24 resolved to take the initiative and bypass the matter, aiming to leave a favorable impression on a high-ranking machine who did not look down upon miners. Cultivating a good rapport with the ambulance could prove beneficial should he seek assistance in the future. Thus, the prospect of 16's article being published seemed promising. This encounter was not in vain. As 24's consciousness faded, the last thought lingering in his cerebral module was, "I believe I understand why 16, a solitary figure, sought to befriend him and valued him so highly." Luanxing observed 24's optical lenses dimming, initiating the scanning process for the cerebral module. "I suspect our instruments here pale in comparison to those at the Iron Fortress Medical Academy. Are you accustomed to utilizing them? Ambulance? Not a problem. After all, the efficacy of medical treatment relies primarily on the physician rather than the instruments," the ambulance replied while inspecting the surgical tools, indeed demonstrating commendable capability. "That is a significant endorsement from you, ambulance. It appears you hold him in high regard," Luanxing remarked. "Do be quiet and focus on the instruments," came the retort. Yes, esteemed director." Chapter 11. I can take you to Iron Fortress. When 24 reactivated, he found himself still lying on the medical bed, just as he had been before going offline. Nearby, ambulance and Wheelstar were engaged in quiet conversation. Upon noticing 24's awakening, Wheelstar approached him with a look of regret and said, "I am truly sorry, 24. We have examined your memory module, and it appears to be intact. However, we are unable to detect any of your previous memories. It is possible that your memory loss is not due to damage to the module. In certain cases, individuals may temporarily seal away memories as a protective measure upon sensing danger. Yet, they typically only forget parts of the incident, unlike your complete blank slate. Ambulance furrowed his brow in contemplation, remarking, "Your unique situation is unprecedented for me. However, based on previous instances, there may be a chance that you could recall your lost memories when confronted with specific events or stimuli. Yet, this remains a low probability occurrence. You might never regain those memories." Wheelstar's voice dropped as he added, "I am truly sorry, but we are at our wits' end." "That's quite all right, Ambulance, Wheelstar. I appreciate your willingness to assist me," 24 replied as he sat up, smiling. His calm demeanor took them by surprise, as if he were not the one who had lost his memories, or perhaps he had anticipated this outcome all along and held no hopes for recovery. Ambulance turned his head slightly, feeling uneasy. 24's placidity unsettled both him and Wheelstar, yet they genuinely were unable to do anything further. With a sigh, Wheelstar quietly shifted the topic. "We discovered some damage to your head sculpture and back armor, but we've repaired it. The miner's resources are limited, so you must be more cautious in the future." The scarcity of resources among miners was something 24 was acutely aware of. Since his collapse before 16, he had endured numerous injuries, from the recent cave-in to today's collision with the wall. He understood that each time he consumed medical resources, it was at the expense of what 16 had painstakingly saved. He had long desired to repay 16, but lacking medical knowledge, he felt powerless to assist. With this thought in mind, he looked up at Wheelstar and inquired, "Wheelstar, if the opportunity arises, could I learn some medical techniques from you?" Wheelstar paused for a moment, then smiled and replied, "Of course, you are always welcome here." The events surrounding 24, from saving Ambulance to the occurrences over this brief period, had left a favorable impression on Wheelstar. Additionally, he felt a degree of sympathy for 24's memory loss, so he had no qualms about agreeing to teach him. "Thank you." Wheelstar, 24 exhaled in relief. He then turned his optical lens towards the silent Ambulance, smiling as he asked, "Ambulance, may I request a favor from you?" Ambulance pursed his lips and nodded in response. "Go ahead." He speculated about what 24 might wish for. Perhaps he sought assistance in recovering his memories. Or perhaps he wondered if any familiar friends could further examine his memory module. Or, extending his thoughts, maybe 24 hoped to find a solution in Iron Fortress, where he knew he hailed from. "My friend, age 16, has composed several remarkable articles that I assure you are of exceptional quality. He has long sought opportunities for publication, but has encountered numerous obstacles. I would like to inquire whether you are aware of any newspapers or publishers that would not be deterred by his status as a minor." The individual known as 24 has not disclosed that the content of 16's writings pertains to the theme of equality on Cybertron. The Ambulance, despite being seemingly approachable, is a high-ranking entity. Should he discover that the articles penned by 16 pose a threat to his interests, one cannot predict what detrimental actions he might take against 16. Moreover, this opportunity was sought by 24 without 16's knowledge or consent, and thus he cannot easily divulge the content of 16's work to others. The Ambulance was taken aback to learn that 24's request for assistance was concerning his friend's writings. He sensed that 24 harbored little hope for the restoration of his memories. Suppressing a tumult of emotions, he replied, "I do not have many connections with newspapers and publishers, but I can inquire on your behalf. Let us exchange contact information, and I shall inform you of any developments." "Thank you, Ambulance." 24 expressed gratefully, feeling that, regardless of the outcome, he had taken the first step. The prospect of leaving the mine and intervening in that robbery seemed all the more worthwhile. Observing 24's astonished expression and the brightness in his optical lenses, the Ambulance sent a request for contact information and softly remarked, "There may be a chance for your memories to be restored at the Iron Fortress Medical Academy." He paused momentarily, his hand tightening with nervousness before continuing, "I can assist you in leaving the mine and finding work at Iron Fortress." Both 24 and Luanxing were taken aback. 24 had not anticipated that the Ambulance would be willing to escort him away from the mine for memory treatment. Initially, he had only hoped that the Ambulance could help 16 find a means to publish his articles. Yet, it seemed the Ambulance had begun to regard him as a friend, which evoked a sense of guilt within 24. However, he hesitated not, for 16 remained in the mine, and he could not abandon him to head directly to Iron Fortress. I apologize, ambulance. You are a commendable doctor, and I appreciate your kindness, but I cannot leave the mine at this moment. I have important friends there, and I cannot depart without them. Very well, the ambulance replied, releasing his tense grip and bowing his head to tidy his tools, seemingly indifferent to 24's response. This exchange inadvertently led 24 to contemplate the challenges of leaving the mine. Ever since their communication commenced after his departure, he pondered whether he would have the chance to meet with him today. Thus, he sent a message to Bianzu through their communication line. Unlike Bianzu, whose significant connections lay outside the mine, 16 was still within its confines, making it impossible for 24 to leave without reservation. Concerning his memories, Luanxing had assured him that his memory module remained intact. Yet, what if it had not been unscathed, but rather severely damaged and then restored? He harbored doubts about the efficacy of traveling to Iron Fortress, fearing that if he accompanied the ambulance, the uniqueness of his being might be discovered, leading to potential dissection for research. The mere thought of being subjected to experimentation sent a shiver down 24's spine, further solidifying his resolve not to venture to the Iron Fortress Medical Academy. Bianzu had yet to respond, and the hour was growing late, signaling the end of the workday at the mine. Consequently, 24 resolved to prepare for his return to the mine. Please wait a moment, 24, I have something for you. Luanxing turned and entered a room, returning shortly with an item in hand. He handed it to 24. Try this on your mask and see if it fits. 24 accepted the item, discovering it to be a white facial armor. Tentatively, he brought the armor close to his mask. The moment it made contact with the lower half of his face, the sides of the armor automatically adhered to the areas in contact with his sculpted visage, as if the mask were an innate part of him rather than a recent addition. It's slightly large, but it doesn't hinder me. Thank you, Dr. Luanxing. 24 expressed his delight in the mask, his fingers tracing where his mouth once was, now feeling a smooth protrusion. Following the contour, he discovered not a mask, but a seamless armor, which intrigued him greatly. Not a problem. I crafted this during a bout of boredom. If it proves too large, I can make adjustments next time you visit the clinic. Be sure to wear it all the way back and only remove it at the mine. Luanxing observed the mask fitting snugly on 24's visage, nodding in satisfaction. As 24 inquired about the consultation fee and the cost of the mask, Luanxing initially intended to refuse payment. However, 24 insisted, and he reluctantly accepted a nominal amount. They bid farewell at the clinic's entrance, and Luanxing closed the door after 24 had completely vanished from sight. When you plan to return to Iron Fortress? Luanxing asked the ambulance. I might leave tomorrow. There's much to be done at Iron Fortress, the ambulance replied. Oh, what a pity. I had intended to show you around Karen tomorrow, Luanxing said, his tone tinged with regret. Speaking of Karen reminded the ambulance of the scenes it had witnessed today along the roadside and the robbery it encountered, causing a slight ache in its neural module. Perhaps it's best I refrain from going to Karen after all. Luanxing chuckled. You seem to be feeling a bit off. Don't you? What? The ambulance paused, momentarily taken aback by the abrupt shift in topic. Due to 24's condition, you feel as though you haven't been able to assist him, and he is unwilling to accompany you to Iron Fortress, Luanxing stated affirmatively. I did not. I merely asked casually, the ambulance replied, its hand tightening slightly. It gazed at Luanxing, their blue optical lenses locking in mutual understanding. After a brief moment, Luanxing seemed to concede first, diverting his gaze and smiling as he waved his hand dismissively. All right, perhaps I misjudged. The ambulance let out a soft huff, choosing not to continue the conversation, instead turning to take a seat. It was entirely reasonable for its important friend to remain at the mine, perhaps for the ambulance. The future held greater significance than the past. Luanxing sat down as well, speaking softly, I understand. Silence enveloped the room for an instant, a sigh dissipating into the air, leaving no trace behind. Chapter 12. Conflict 24 slowly made his way toward the mine, wearing the mask. Throughout his journey, he encountered no troubles. Initially intending to walk slowly and await communication from the variable resistor, he found there was no news forthcoming. After a moment of contemplation, he resolved to attempt transformation and fly back to the mine, planning to contact the variable resistor for a meeting on a subsequent occasion. The mining site was constricted in space, and returning offered no opportunity for practice. Now, outside, he seized the chance to experiment. Upon locating a secluded area, he gazed contentedly at the reflection of his form in the shop window, attempting once more to manipulate the transformation gears. With the familiar sounds resonating, he sensed a shift within himself, finally catching a glimpse of his transformed visage, a gleaming white fighter jet. The expansive wings and sleek design evoked a sense of awe within him. His certainty about being a fighter jet stemmed from the emergence of gun barrels on either side of his body and the weapon's protocol manifesting within his neural module. This protocol enabled combat capabilities, yet he understood that, given the current circumstances, it would be futile. Following Cybertron's cessation of external expansion, only the military and Cybertronians engaged in specialized combat roles retained access to weapon protocols. All others were rendered inactive upon leaving the assembly line. This indeed contributed to a degree of societal stability. Otherwise, the confrontations he faced in Kaon might have escalated into violent skirmishes. With a hint of sarcasm, he initiated the engine. The predominantly white aircraft, adorned with splashes of blue, attempted to take flight. Amidst a slight tremor, it gradually ascended. When he felt he had reached an adequate altitude, he locked onto the direction of the mine and increased the power of the thrusters. In an instant, he shot forth, the rapid velocity creating a sonic boom in his wake. He could not contain his exhilaration, his spark racing within his chest. With deft maneuvers, he evaded the wrathful aerial units and narrowly avoided colliding with towering structures. As his neural module and various systems adapted to the sudden acceleration, the fear that had gripped him dissipated, replaced by a profound sense of exhilaration. This moment marked the pinnacle of joy since awakening from the depths of the mine. He recognized this feeling well. A semblance of it had accompanied him when he first emerged from the mine. However, now, as he observed the various buildings and shapes receding beneath him and felt the resistance of high-speed flight, a rush of air swept over his form, causing an almost tremorous excitement. He understood this sensation. It was the essence of freedom. He felt an overwhelming urge to scream in elation. One day, he and 16 would successfully escape the mine and embrace freedom. The blue and white fighter jet soared from the city of Kaon towards the mine, traversing from the liberating skies to the confines of the earth. The bird yearning for freedom willingly relinquished its liberty, unhesitatingly flying into the stone confines. Having transformed into an aerial vehicle, 24's speed increased significantly, allowing him to return to the mine in a mere quarter of the time it took to depart. At a certain altitude, he transformed and landed gracefully on one knee, stirring a cloud of dust beneath him. How magnificent! Perfect! He exclaimed inwardly, his visor impeccably concealing the upward curve of his mouth, rendering it impossible for others to perceive the vibrant spark of life within him. However, the lightness in his footsteps inadvertently revealed a joyful disposition before the mechanized entity, 16. After completing his work, he had been waiting at the mining site for the return of 24. Upon finally encountering the familiar, yet strikingly transformed figure, he approached eagerly. 24, now free of dust, displayed the pristine white of his original armor, adorned with a white mask that concealed the lower half of his face, obscuring his troublesome features and lending an air of authority. That mask looks splendid, remarked 16, admiring the rejuvenated appearance of 24. You should wear it whenever you step out from now on. This was a gift from the doctor of the Wheel Star. Such a kind individual, 24 exclaimed, removing the mask and stowing it away in subspace. The previously concealed naivety now radiated from his face, which was no longer marred by dust, but rather exuded vitality. 16. I had quite the adventure today, 24 recounted animatedly as they walked toward the miner's dormitory, gesturing enthusiastically. He mentioned the ambulance, omitting details about the robbery he had intervened in, and simply stated that the ambulance, a friend of the Wheel Star doctor from Iron Fortress, had offered to assist him in finding a place to publish 16's writings. At this point, 24's optical sensors sparkled as he gazed at 16, who smiled with a touch of resignation, feeling a warmth in his heart. He had not anticipated that 24 would take such an interest in his literary endeavors. He had assumed it was merely idle talk. Thank you, 24. But what about your memories? Did the Wheel Star doctor mention any chance of recovery? My memories likely won't return immediately, 24 replied. However, the ambulance indicated that encountering specific individuals or events might trigger recollections. He refrained from disclosing the slim probability of actual recovery, initially intending to deceive 16, but then feeling reassured by the truthfulness of his words. He had not lied. He simply withheld certain details, finding solace in this self-justification. Is that so? Then it seems you should venture out of the mining site more often to seek opportunities for recovery, 16 mused, momentarily oblivious to the unease of the nearby mechanized entity. He was still marveling at 24's progress in managing to avoid trouble during his outings. In truth, 24 had stirred up quite a bit of chaos and continued to express his excitement. 16, we must leave the mining site together and embrace freedom. We can live together. You can continue writing your poetry and articles, or, as you previously mentioned, pursue further knowledge. While I study medicine at the Wheel Star Doctor's Clinic and strive to become a physician, the notion of freedom felt so distant from the miners, yet 16. Observing the hopeful 24 in the optical sensors, refrained from dousing his enthusiasm with cold water. Instead, he jested, just ensure that when you become a doctor, you don't misdiagnose any components and end up with patients filing complaints. I certainly wouldn't want to fish you out from the police station. I would never, 24 retorted playfully, and the two mechanized entities shared laughter as they arrived at the miners' dormitory. Miners who had yet to retire for rest gathered around 24, marveling at his immaculate armor. What a pristine exterior. The mining site is filled with dust, and despite my daily efforts of scrubbing and polishing, it still remains unclean. 39 gazed enviously at 24, feeling a tinge of regret as he lowered his head to examine his own red paint, which, despite his diligent efforts to polish it, remained rather lackluster. 24 quickly offered words of comfort, assuring 39 that his paint was indeed beautiful. He recalled the incident when a warehouse collapsed, noting that 39 had been present, and that it was he and 37 who had promptly returned to inform the others, including 24 and 16, that they were trapped inside. Enough of that. Do not be disheartened. I shall assist you in polishing your rear armor upon my return. The deep blue machine beside 39 comforted him with a hint of resignation. 24 recognized him as 37 and thought that if he were so averse to dirt, he might as well switch to a darker color rather than endure the upkeep of the easily soiled red. I would never. Do you have no taste? Red paint is the most visually appealing. 39 retorted, glaring at 37. Very well, very well. Red is indeed the most beautiful, 37 replied, raising his hands in a gesture of surrender. As 24 observed the interaction between 39 and 47 with a smile, he was about to speak when a voice interrupted him. 24, are you also planning to leave the mine like Binzu? The statement, though seemingly innocuous, carried an undertone that 24 could not ignore. A blue machine squeezed past 39 and 47 to approach him. 24 did not have a strong impression of this machine. Having only seen him a few times from a distance during work, he did not even know his name, and this machine had never approached him before. Yet today, he behaved unusually and stepped before 24 without waiting for a response, continuing, have you also cozied up to the upper echelon like Binzu? How dare you speak like that? 16 interjected, stepping protectively in front of 24 and glaring at the blue machine. 39 and 47 exchanged glances and positioned themselves in front of 24 as well. The blue machine glanced at 16, disregarding 39 and 47 entirely, and with a tone laced with disdain, he remarked, 16, why do you still protect 24? After all, he has allied himself with the higher-ups and is soon to depart from the mine. Do you truly consider him a friend? He will simply walk away without a second thought. The upper echelon, I know, are merely my friends, and I would never abandon 16. 24 shouted from behind 16, unable to advance. Is there some sort of misunderstanding? I believe I have never wronged you. The blue machine scoffed at this, his optical sensors scanning 24 with an unsettling intensity that made him uncomfortable. What do you rely on? That face or your machine form? Perhaps both? His words trailed off as 16's fist connected with his face, sending him staggering back, clutching his slightly dented visage. A trickle of energy fluid seeped from the corner of his mouth as he looked at 16 in disarray. He had intended to retaliate, but was paralyzed by 16's dark expression and the terrifying aura surrounding him. With a final glare at 24, he wobbled slightly before turning to leave. Aside from the machine numbered 16, the others were taken aback, particularly machines 39 and 47. They were well aware that 16 had always been of a gentle disposition, quietly completing his tasks alone before the arrival of machine 24, treating every machine with kindness. They never anticipated that he would strike out today, and it was evident that his actions were not without force. Once 39 regained his composure, He reassured 24, saying, "Do not overthink it. That machine is called Stoppage. He is somewhat of a ruffian in our mining facility, and you will never hear anything pleasant from him." "I did not realize such a machine existed in the mining facility," 24 remarked, somewhat astonished. Since his awakening, most of the machines had been quite amiable towards him, and even those with whom he had minimal interaction maintained a harmonious rapport. He had never considered the possibility of encountering a machine that harbored malice against him. It was likely that Stoppage had felt envious upon witnessing 24's successful departure from the mine during the last resistance change, and now that 24 had returned seemingly unscathed, he may have sought to cause trouble for him. 47 also sought to comfort 24, yet his tone carried a hint of hesitation when mentioning the resistance change. Despite his disdainful remarks regarding ingratiating oneself with the higher-ups, he had always harbored aspirations of escaping the mining facility through their assistance. Whenever the mining supervisor visited, he would flatter them like a sycophant, yet to little avail. His scorn for Stoppage stemmed from the fact that Stoppage had accomplished what he had long desired. While he remained trapped in the mining facility, 24 was still quite taken aback, reflecting on the machine's insult towards the resistance change, a flicker of anger igniting within him. Furthermore, he recalled that during the last incident when he and 16 were trapped in the collapsed warehouse, he and 47 had sought help from the nut. And despite some machine's reluctance to assist, it was Stoppage who had insisted on intervening, claiming that rescuing them would incite the mining supervisor's wrath. 39's tone was laced with disdain as he recalled the scene, his frustration rising once more. It was only after 47 gently patted his shoulder that he managed to calm down enough to continue voicing his grievances. "I truly do not comprehend why, even in the absence of the mining supervisor, he persists in seeking to curry favor. Whenever the supervisor is present, he is always chastising the miners, and everyone scrambles to avoid him, yet Stoppage approaches, only to face punishment while still smiling." 24 was astonished by the extent of Stoppage's actions. Something felt amiss, leaving a faint impression in his core. He glanced at 16, who remained somewhat silent, and turned away, feeling a sense of concern. Noticing 24's gaze, 47 realized the two machines had matters to discuss and quickly ushered the oblivious 39 away. 24 stepped forward and patted 16 on the shoulder. 16 appeared to have regained his composure, nodding to 24 to indicate that he was all right, and the two machines continued toward the dormitory. "Thank you for your assistance, 16. This is the first time I have witnessed you strike with such intensity," 24 remarked, attempting to lighten the somber atmosphere. "It looked painful. Who would have thought you were both scholarly and martial? If you ever tire of writing, you could pursue a career as a boxer. Are you suggesting that as a boxer, I would be injured, and you would be there to heal me?" 16 replied with a look of incredulity. "Ah, indeed. In that case, we would have completely reversed roles from our time in the mining facility." 24 feigned deep thought. "So if you're injured, would I be allowed to strike you? Are you certain you can best me? Allow me a moment to indulge in my fantasies." 16 listened to the incessant murmurings of 24 and recalled the words of Stoppage. If, one day, 24 were to find an opportunity, would he abandon him and leave the mine? 16 had always believed he would remain indifferent, for before 24 arrived, he was solitary. If 24 departed, it would merely revert to the former state. Yet, as he envisioned the departure of 24, he found himself struggling to accept it, whether he acknowledged it or not. 24 had seamlessly woven himself into the fabric of his life, though 16 could discern 24's yearning for freedom. Despite 24's assurances that he would not forsake him, a harsh voice within 16 insisted that 24 spoke untruths, that given the chance, he would leave without hesitation. 16 understood that as long as he expressed a desire for 24 to stay, he would undoubtedly remain. However, this would be unjust to 24. Yet, if that day were to arrive, should he allow the free-spirited bird to fly away, or selfishly confine it within a cage? Chapter 13. The investigation in the aftermath of the events that transpired on Stoppage Day, 24 felt a chilling sensation behind him during work in the following days. After a swift turn, he indeed caught a glimpse of Stoppage glancing back. 24 found himself at a loss for words. He could sense Stoppage held considerable discontent towards him. Yet it seemed that, due to his constant companionship with 16 and the lingering caution stemming from 16's punch that day, Stoppage refrained from confronting him directly. 16, are you aware of anything regarding Stoppage? Once again feeling the unsettling chill at his back, 24 could not resist quietly inquiring of 16, striving to ignore the intense scrutiny. After a moment's contemplation, 16 shook his head, glancing back to confirm that Stoppage had indeed turned away before he spoke. I'm not particularly informed. I'm not well acquainted with him, nor have we exchanged much dialogue. My knowledge does not surpass that of 39 or the others. He pondered further, suggesting, perhaps we can inquire with Nut. I had intended to ask Nut whether variable resistance had been in contact with him recently. 16. Did you receive any news today? Upon observing 16 shake his head in denial, a sense of unease washed over 24. The day he exited the mine, he had sent a message to variable resistance, yet had received no reply. After days of bombarding both variable resistance and 16 with messages, he still remained without a response. Perhaps another visit to the mine was in order. Let's go together this time. 16 and 24 set down their tools and proceeded towards Nut's location. All right, I hope variable resistance has simply been unresponsive to both of us. 24 recalled the inexplicable premonition he felt on the day variable resistance left. His anxiety steadily intensified, compelling him to suppress such feelings while fervently hoping that variable resistance was unharmed. It has been quite some time since I last heard from variable resistance. Nut replied to 24's inquiry. Noticing the distress etched on 24's face, Nut sensed something was amiss. Is there something the matter with variable resistance? 24 exchanged a glance with 16, both recognizing the gravity reflected in each other's optical lenses. 16 turned to Nut, stating, since the day 24 exited the mine, variable resistance has not responded to any messages. We are somewhat concerned for his well-being. Do you know if variable resistance preferred to communicate with any particular machines? The Nut was acutely aware of the loquacious nature of Bianzu, whose messages flowed incessantly, even in communications. Initially, he assumed that Bianzu had been preoccupied with work and therefore had neglected to reach out. To his surprise, he realized that they had lost contact for several days. This thought rendered him considerably more serious as he contemplated his response. I believe I overheard 39 mention that Bianzu had arranged to meet him, but I'm not entirely certain of the particulars. You may wish to inquire with him. Understood. Thank you. Nut, 24 nodded, hesitating momentarily before asking. Do you know anything about the suspension? Although I've spent the longest time at the mining site, I am not particularly familiar with the suspension. Nut shook his head, pausing before continuing in a hushed tone. However, it seems that the suspension is eager to leave the mining site, perhaps due to the fact that his brother was taken out by a high-ranking machine several cycles ago. Since then, the suspension has been haunted by this event, though I lack further details. 24 was taken aback by this revelation regarding the suspension's past. He quietly tucked this information away in his core and nodded to Nut, preparing to find 39 with 16. Wait a moment, Nut called out, halting their departure, and sighed. Please ensure you find that child, Bianzu. We will do our utmost. 24 replied, suppressing the growing unrest within his core. Bianzu indeed sought me out. He arranged for me to leave the mining site to retrieve something. 39 pondered aloud, with 47 steadfastly by his side. It was probably 2 days before you left the mining site. He had used my polisher during our previous meetings, so that day he mentioned he wanted to gift me a brand new one. What did you arrange to meet? 24 immediately inquired. Did anything seem off about Bianzu at the time? Has he contacted you in these past few days? We met at the Shattered Bar in Carlin, which does not welcome miners. 47 and I almost couldn't gain entry, but Bianzu escorted us inside. 39 recalled, irritation flaring at the memory of the bar's disdainful doorman. Did he sense the urgency emanating from 24 and 16, prompting him to ask, since that day, Bianzu has not sent me any messages. Is something amiss? After 16 and 24 informed them of Bianzu's disappearance, 39 grew anxious as well. Aside from noticing that Bianzu's paint was somewhat chipped and he was less talkative than usual, I did not observe anything unusual. 39 meticulously revisited the events of that day in his memory module, but regrettably found no revelations. He turned to the unusually silent 47. Do you recall anything, 47? Your observational skills surpass mine. You must have noticed something. At being questioned, 47's frame trembled slightly. His optical sensors averted their gaze from 39. He pressed his lips together before responding, I do not. You are lying. You must know something. 39, familiar with 47's demeanor, quickly discerned his unease. He grasped 47's hand. Bianzu is our friend. Please, share what you know. There are only the 4 of us here. There is no need for concern. After a prolonged silence, 47 finally exhaled a resigned sigh and slowly divulged. On that day, Bianzu appeared exceedingly fatigued, and there was a large black machine trailing behind him. I cannot say for certain, but I felt as though that machine was surveilling Bianzu. After a brief pause, 47 took a deep breath and continued speaking. I had subtly inquired whether Bianzu needed assistance, yet he, unlike 39, was not oblivious to the somewhat stagnant atmosphere that enveloped us. He cautiously glanced at the imposing machine behind him, which emanated an aura of danger, compelling him to flee. Tentatively, he whispered to Bianzu, who was smiling yet unable to conceal his fatigue. Bianzu, do you wish to return to the mine? Everyone misses you. 39, standing nearby, sparkled with excitement as he beheld the newly polished device in his hands, and immediately echoed, yes, indeed. Bianzu, do you have time to visit the mine today? Bianzu hesitated, locking eyes with 47. It was evident to 47 that Bianzu had perceived his hint, yet Bianzu merely mustered a bittersweet smile, gently shaking his head and softly replying, I'm sorry, I cannot return to the mine today. I will certainly visit next time I have a chance. 47 and 39 continued their light-hearted conversation with Bianzu, but each of 47's attempts to subtly suggest something was deftly rebuffed by Bianzu. He seemed to be striving to convey to them that he was doing well, urging those at the mine not to worry. It was then that the silent behemoth behind Bianzu finally spoke. Mr. Bianzu, it is time for you to leave. The deep voice resonated, causing Bianzu's frame to stiffen. Despite the formal address, 47 could sense that Bianzu was the one in a precarious position. Can I skip today? Bianzu turned slightly, his voice laced with a plea, but 47 could only faintly discern his words. I'm sorry, Mr. Bianzu, it is an order. The massive machine remained unmoved, its dark form looming behind the green-painted Bianzu, resembling a mountain that devoured all surrounding color and light, pressing Bianzu down beneath its weight. Upon hearing that proclamation, Bianzu's optical sensors dimmed. The once vibrant and loquacious machine seemed to have its vitality siphoned away in that instant. 47 felt as though Bianzu's very essence was being shattered, leaving only a weary shell to traverse the world. Subsequently, Bianzu uttered no more words, merely bidding farewell to 47 and 39 before departing the bar with the towering machine. Just before their exit, 47 distinctly observed the large machine glance back at them. When their optical sensors met, he perceived a warning within its depths. In that fleeting moment, 47 felt akin to a rabbit ensnared by a hunter, paralyzed with dread until 39's inquiry jolted him back to reality. 47, through his armor, sensed the ignited core within him racing in response to the sudden wave of foreboding. Initially hesitant, his resolve solidified upon seeing the concern etched on 39's face. Why didn't you tell me? Bianzu is evidently struggling. Had you informed me, we might have been able to rescue him. 39 lamented, realizing the multitude of missed opportunities. He felt a disdain for his former self, absorbed in the new polishing device, blind to the impending issues, and he grasped 47's arm, his voice tinged with sorrow. How could I have conveyed that to you? The colossal machine was evidently beyond our capacity to confront, and it was clear that it operated under the directives of higher authorities. Even if we managed to seize the variable resistor, do you truly believe that those in power would easily let us off the hook? 47 could no longer contain his fury. It was the first time he had shouted at 39, exclaiming, "We are merely miners. No one cares about the names of miners. All we can do is swallow our grievances." He continued, "If I confided in you, do you think you would readily accept it, given your temperament? I may disregard my own life, but what about yours?" In an instant, 47 seemed to be drained of all strength, his voice dwindling to a mere whisper as if he were speaking to himself. "But what about you? I may not care for the lives of any machines, but I cannot bear to watch you throw yours away." 39 was taken aback, slowly releasing his grip, and murmured, "I'm sorry, 47. He was acutely aware of his own navet, often lost in his own thoughts, solely preoccupied with his designs, while 47 had consistently tolerated and protected him. 24 and 16 chose not to intrude, recognizing that some matters required their own resolution through communication. 39. May I see the polishing device that was gifted to you by the variable resistor? 24 inquired softly. Realizing the urgency of the situation, 39 nodded eagerly, of course. Please wait a moment while I fetch it from the dormitory. With that, he dashed towards the miners' quarters. Yet 24 couldn't shake the feeling that there was an undertone of flight in his retreat, prompting a silent sigh within. After 39 departed, 47 looked on with a mix of helplessness and regret. Turning to 24 and 16, he sorrowfully remarked, "I am truly sorry. I never anticipated that we would lose contact with the variable resistor since that day. Had I informed everyone in a timely manner, or if I had discreetly followed 39 that day, perhaps this danger could have been averted. I intended to share this with you days ago, but I hesitated, fearing that if anything happened to the variable resistor because of me." 24 quickly patted his shoulder, reassuring him, "This is not your fault. Had you followed, you might have encountered danger as well. Today, 16, and I will venture out of the mine to search for the variable resistor." Moments later, 39 returned, handing the polishing device to 24, and upon seeing 47, he instinctively bowed his head, feeling somewhat awkward. 16 gazed at the polishing device in 24's hands, marveling at its intricate design. The exquisite craftsmanship and evident worth suggested that this was not a factory-produced item, but rather a bespoke creation. As 24 examined the device, he discovered a minuscule engraving at the handle, which read, "Crafted by Robert." Chapter 14. In the outside world, identity is self-assigned. This must be the place. 16 closed the Karen map, surveying the opulently adorned bar before him, where a cheerful purple machine greeted patrons at the entrance. Their leads were scant. They only knew of the fragment bar and Robert's craftsmanship, yet they were uncertain of where to locate this machine named Robert. Thus, they decided to inquire at the fragment bar for further information. Due to the reminders from 39 and 47, 24 and 16 took the time to meticulously clean the dust off their bodies, even employing the polisher generously sponsored by 39 to ensure they would not be hindered by the bar's staff. As they approached the entrance, the gaze of the bartender fell upon two imposing figures, one clad in a silver-black finish with an impassive demeanor, and the other in a white-blue livery, its face obscured by a mask that concealed its features with dim blue optical lenses. Despite being unfamiliar faces, the aura exuded by these two machines conveyed to the bartender that they were not to be trifled with, prompting him to reluctantly suppress his thoughts of collecting an entrance fee and instead bow graciously to welcome them inside the bar. Once inside, 24 let out a subtle sigh of relief. 47 remarked that he had offered the bartender a substantial sum to gain entry, and although he and 16 had brought their entire savings, they could not be certain that the machine wouldn't demand exorbitant fees. Furthermore, they might need ample funds for various expenses during this outing from the mining site. Thus, they both endeavored to maintain stern expressions to appear formidable, while 24 adjusted the color of his optical lenses amid 16's mutterings. This bar predominantly catered to high-ranking machines and affluent mid-tier patrons, boasting opulent exterior decor and an impressively vast interior. However, since it was still early, only a handful of machines occupied the seats, sipping their drinks, which rendered the establishment somewhat desolate. The bartender polished glasses at the bar, his movements accompanied by the bar's classical music, exuding an air of elegance and sophistication. 24 and 16 strolled leisurely to an unoccupied table, accepting the drink menu presented by the bartender. They casually ordered 2 reasonably priced beverages, sitting in silence while ostensibly awaiting their drinks, but in reality, engaged in a covert discussion. 24. These drinks are exorbitantly priced. I might have to sip one drink over 10 times. 16. Let us focus on the matter at hand. Do you have any thoughts? The uncertainty is overwhelming. We cannot act recklessly. However, remaining seated for too long might raise suspicions. If they discover we are minors, we could be expelled immediately. 24. In the outside world, one's identity is self-assigned. 16. 24. 16. Play along with me. 16. Before 16 could fully comprehend, 24 slammed his hand on the table and stood up, his voice laced with anger. I have had enough of you. I did not bring you out here for your dullness. With that, he pivoted away from his original seat. 16, in a flurry of thoughts, began to grasp 24's intent and instinctively reached out, yet remained silent. Internally, 24 appreciated 16's gesture while outwardly ignoring the hand extended towards him, his frustration palpable as he moved to a seat at the bar, seemingly seeking a moment of respite as he removed his mask, exhaling as if to release pent-up anger. The bartender, initially engrossed in the art of mixology behind the bar, lifted his gaze momentarily upon hearing the furious outburst from 24. Although he had no intention of engaging further, his attention was abruptly captured when his optical lens fell upon 24, who had removed his mask, revealing a somber visage. After confirming that he was preparing a drink specifically for 24, the bartender deftly completed the final steps of the cocktail, pouring the concoction into a glass and gently sliding it across the bar towards 24 with the words, "Here is your drink, sir." 24, peering through his sorrowful and fatigued blue optical lens at the drink before him, raised his gaze slightly to meet the bartender's. The softness in his lens resembled a tranquil lake, and he replied in a hushed tone, "Thank you." With that, he let his optical lens drop, lifting the glass filled with a blue liquid that faded into purple, taking a delicate sip. As he set the glass down, the melancholy in his lens intensified. The bartender observed the demeanor of this mechanical being, initially stirred by a sense of fondness, but now his heart raced at the sight of 24's evident despondency. "It's so bitter. I thought this would be sweet. How could they sell this to me at such a high price?" 24 lamented, his frustration palpable. Positioned at an angle that allowed him to see both 24's profile and the happenings at the bar, 16 watched the emotional display unfold with a complex expression. Unable to suppress his curiosity, he inquired via communication, "Where did you learn that just now?" "What do you mean?" 24 responded, slightly puzzled. "I mean," 16 hesitated, struggling to articulate his thoughts. "I understand. That day at the mine, a small machine blocked my path and asked if I needed assistance. Its optical lens was evasive, likely an attempt to endear itself. I mimicked that, adding a bit of emotional flair for this moment." "How did I do?" 24 explained, enthusiasm creeping into his tone. "Quite well, but please refrain from imitating in the future, and keep your distance from such machines," 16 advised. 24 was eager to continue the conversation, unaware that the bartender interpreted his halted gestures during the communication as signs of sorrowful silence. With a gentle smile, the bartender interjected, "Good day. Is there anything I can assist you with? You seem somewhat troubled." The unexpected interruption caught 24 off guard, and he blinked, processing the bartender's words. Hesitantly, he replied, "It's about my friend." The bartender suspected that this friend was likely the dark gray machine that had attempted to obstruct 24 earlier. He noted that the machine remained in its original position, gazing with a complex expression in their direction, having not touched the drink that the server had just delivered. From 24's earlier comments, the bartender surmised that their relationship was far from ordinary, likely indicative of differing social standings. However, he chose not to confront 24, instead continuing to smile and probe gently, "Is it that gentleman? Perhaps you could share your troubles with me. He is far enough away that you need not worry about him overhearing. I assure you, your confidence will be kept." Although 16 was too distant to hear, 24 hesitated as he activated the voice communication for a live broadcast. Observing this, the bartender prepared a new drink, a pink concoction adorned with a sprinkle of energy block fragments. He placed the drink before 24, bowing slightly as he spoke. "This beverage is named Urban, with a sweeter profile. The sapphire drink you ordered may have been somewhat bitter. Indulging in something sweeter should uplift your spirits." After expressing his gratitude, 24 cautiously sipped the pink drink, appearing somewhat revitalized. He took a deep breath and slowly began to speak. "In truth, my friend is a miner. Delicious. I've hit the jackpot," 24 exclaimed. The bartender cast a glance at the silver-black machine, initially harboring disdain, yet noticing 24's evident concern for the miner. He kept his thoughts to himself and remained silent for the moment. "I brought him out of the mines with the intention of elevating him to a new echelon. But he is utterly uninteresting, unable to shed the habits of his mining life." 24 silently apologized to 16 and the others from the mine, lowering his optical visor to avoid meeting the bartender's gaze, fearing his insincerity might be revealed. "It is not your fault, sir." The bartender consoled 24, whose gaze was cast down in sorrow, yet his tone betrayed an underlying disdain for miners. Their ingrained habits are hard to alter. You may clean the dust from his exterior, yet his essence remains tainted. You may lead him to a new world, yet he prefers to curl up in the foul atmosphere of the mines. They deserve to dwell at the lowest tier of Cybertron. You need not be troubled by the repugnant miner. Both 24 and 16 felt a surge of anger at the bartender's contemptuous remarks about miners. Yet they recognized that impulsiveness was not the answer. 24 clenched his fists, bowing his head to conceal his emotions from the bartender, feigning sorrow as he continued. But the bartender suddenly realized that 24's feelings for the miner ran deeper than he had anticipated. He could only gently advise the machine before him. Sir, why do you cling to this one tree? There are many machines in Karun, many of whom are more suited to your status. Any of them would be a better choice than a miner. 24 shook his head, resolutely asserting, but I am committed to him. The bartender sighed, recognizing the stubbornness of the machine before him, which reminded him of a previous incident in the bar. You truly care for this miner. The gentleman from before was entirely different from you. 24's heart tightened upon hearing this, realizing he had stumbled upon a significant inquiry. With subtlety, he probed further. The gentleman you mentioned. The bartender, aware that he had inadvertently let slip some information, contemplated steering the conversation away from the topic. However, upon seeing 24 deeply and foolishly in love with the miner, sorrowfully bowing his head, he pondered whether sharing the actions of that gentleman from a similar class might awaken this Navi machine. The gentleman had approximately 2 cycles ago reserved the entire bar to prepare a surprise for his lover. Listening to the bartender's words, 24 contemplated. It was around the time of his first date with Bianzu, approximately 2 lunar months ago. He remained silent, continuing to absorb the bartender's narrative. At that time, the gentleman had invited several friends, and he overheard their conversation, revealing that the gentleman's lover was a miner. It was astonishing that he would rent out the entire bar for the sake of his beloved. Surely, the gentleman must possess profound affection for his partner. 24 feigned shock as he remarked. The bartender regarded 24 with a hint of condescension. Perceiving him as overly naïve, Yao Yao continued, how could it be? The notion of a high-class individual falling for a miner is inherently absurd. I heard that the gentleman had merely lost a bet during a game with friends and was compelled to masquerade as a miner. He patiently advised the individual before him. If you persist in choosing a miner as your partner, you will undoubtedly become the subject of mockery among your peers. I hope you come to realize that a miner is merely a fleeting amusement. 24 clenched his fists. Even though he and 16 had their suspicions at the time, Bianzu's profound love for his partner made them persuade themselves they were merely overthinking. Yet, upon hearing that Bianzu's heartfelt devotion was regarded as nothing more than a ludicrous wager by that high-class individual, a surge of anger and sorrow for Bianzu overwhelmed his circuitry. He bit down hard on his metallic tongue to stifle an impulsive reaction that might reveal his distress to the bartender. The taste of the energy liquid lingered in his mouth, providing a meager balm for the tumult within 24's core. He recalled Bianzu's hopeful anticipation for their date that day. The effort Bianzu exerted to maintain a polished appearance before his beloved, and the lengths he went to procure a gift for him. He remembered Bianzu's radiant, love-filled blue optical lens, which he approached with utmost sincerity, oblivious to the fact that he had unwittingly entered a malicious farce from the outset. Chapter 15. Clue. The sudden silence from 24 left the bartender hesitant to proceed. While he was unaware of the precise class of the being before him, working in this bar necessitated a healthy respect for every patron. A careless misstep could lead to offending someone beyond reproach. Regret began to wash over him for having divulged too much due to 24's mask and sorrowful demeanor. What if the being before him perceived his counsel as a challenge to their authority and blamed him for it? The bartender's exoskeleton began to exude condensation, as he silently prayed that the patron would not suddenly turn their ire upon him. 24 endeavored to steady his emotions. On the other end of the communication, 16 remained silent, yet 24 could sense the parallel fury coursing through him. However, a more pressing matter loomed. He needed to extract further details about that gentleman. The bartender fell in his silence, prompting 24 to carefully devise his strategy. A rapid shift in perspective might alert the other to something amiss. Yet he had to find a way to prolong the discourse. If he were to dismantle the persona he had initially constructed. Well, since you've brought this up, 24 lifted his gaze to meet the anxious bartender's eyes, shedding the weariness and sorrow from before. A mischievous smile graced his lips, his optical lenses gleaming with a sharp brilliance. You're not so bad. The bartender momentarily stared in astonishment at the transformed 24 before him, who had cast aside his previous melancholic demeanor. The mask of sorrow had been relinquished, revealing a countenance that radiated an exuberant brightness. The bartender, taken aback, uttered, Mr. Cien. You see, I was merely toying with him. 24 spread his hands in a gesture of resigned amusement, yet the mirth did not reach the depths of his optical lenses. It was indeed amusing how he had gazed at me with such fervor at first, his lenses reflecting only my image. However, he proved to be excessively dull, and I grew weary of him. A pang of pain coursed through 24, a lament echoing from the core of his being. Yet he gritted his teeth, suppressing those emotions as he articulated his biting words with deliberate clarity. The bartender, astonished, regarded 24 with a twinge of regret for having previously deemed him naive, realizing that he himself was the true embodiment of innocence. Upon reflection, it became evident that within those hierarchies, it was impossible for a miner to possess dominion over the oil-hued automaton. None of them were benign, despite his trepidation. The bartender recalled that the automaton had previously remarked upon his commendable qualities, thus alleviating his immediate concerns regarding potential reproach. Tentatively, he ventured, "May I inquire, sir, why you have chosen to address this matter so directly? I fear it may provoke the ire of the automaton before us." He hastily added, "I'm not questioning your intent. Rather, I ponder why, if you have grown weary, you do not simply dismiss him? Of course, if you prefer not to disclose, I shall not press further. I have no desire for a miner to tarnish my reputation, should he spread unfounded tales after being sent away. It would pose quite the predicament." 24 waved his hand dismissively, lifting the glass filled with a rose-hued liquid to his lips. "That would be far too mundane, would it not?" he remarked, raising his glass with a smile. The bartender, gazing through the pink liquid at the automaton's malevolent grin, felt a chill run down his spine. Where was the innocent affection he had imagined? It was merely a fade of the automaton's wicked amusement. He even felt a twinge of sympathy for the silver-black painted miner, yet maintained a composed exterior, respectfully assenting to the automaton's statement. "You are correct. You have presented me with a commendable line of thought." 24 sipped his drink leisurely, casting a few sidelong glances at the bartender. His curiosity piqued as he inquired, "Please continue with what you were saying. What is the name of that gentleman? How does he treat the miner?" Initially hesitant, the bartender sensed that the automaton had perceived his reluctance and slowly reassured him. "Fear not. You shall reap the rewards, and as for the gentleman you mentioned, I hold him in quite high regard." Upon hearing of potential benefits, the bartender dispelled his doubts and began, "That gentleman goes by the name of Landon, a regular patron of the bar. However, my knowledge of him is limited. I only know he is a wealthy executive." To preempt any dissatisfaction from 24 regarding the scan information, the bartender quickly added, "He has visited the bar a few times in the company of that miner. Had I not been aware that Mr. Landon was merely associating with the miner out of a wager, one might have believed he harbored genuine affection for him." Mr. Landon and the miner came together several times about 2 months ago, but thereafter, only Mr. Landon has been seen. It seems he too grew weary during that time. The bartender's nonchalant remarks caused 24 to clench his fists. Unaware of 24's burgeoning fury, the bartender continued, "That miner seemed to have visited a few days ago with Mr. Landon's bodyguard, bringing along 2 filthy miners. Miners are just miners. Their presence sullied the very air of this bar." The bartender's disdain for miners was palpable. "Is that all?" 24's tone turned frigid, revealing that his facade was perhaps more than just a mask. It was indeed tiresome. "I expected you to bring me more amusement, but it seems I have overestimated you." With that, he prepared to rise and depart. "Wait a moment." The bartender, suddenly anxious, speculated that 24 might be a rather discreet, high-ranking individual from Carlin. He could not afford to miss this opportunity. Searching through his memory modules, a sudden realization sparked delight in him. "Sir, please hold on. I recollected some conversations between Mr. Landon and his associates. I suspect Mr. Landon has sent that miner to the gladiatorial arena." The gladiatorial arena? The term was entirely foreign to 24, who remained silent, allowing the bartender to elaborate. "Mr. Landon has always had a penchant for watching gladiatorial matches. It seems he had that miner participate every so often. However, Mr. Landon hasn't been to the bar recently, so I cannot ascertain the current situation." The bartender, visibly unsettled, gazed apprehensively at the high-ranking individual before him. 24 drummed his fingers on the bar, seemingly contemplating the bartender's words. Realizing that no further information could be gleaned from the bartender, he turned to exchange a glance with 16, who happened to be looking in their direction. After confirming their mutual understanding, 24 faced the bartender again. downing the last remnants of the pink drink and pushing the blue drink toward the bartender with a smile. "I am quite satisfied. Please enjoy this one on me." The bartender, realizing he had garnered the favor of a high-ranking individual, felt a surge of excitement, causing his usually steady hands to tremble as he reached for the glass. The thought that this esteemed figure had taken a sip from the very drink he now held intensified his exhilaration, making it difficult for him to disguise his unease. He bowed his head slightly, attempting to mask his inner turmoil. 24, observing the bartender's sudden bow of the head, found it perplexing but decided to play along. He stood, brushing off non-existent dust from his frame, ready to depart. Before leaving, he painted a hopeful picture, saying, "Just wait. In due time, someone will come looking for you." As he approached 16, ensuring that no one in the bar could see his face, he nodded at 16. Just as the two were about to exit, the bartender's voice called out from behind them, "Please wait, sir." 24 froze, a wave of apprehension washing over him, fearing he had made a blunder that would expose him. He dared not turn around, caught in the dilemma of whether to flee or assess the situation further. While he pondered, the bartender had already hurried over but stopped a short distance away, nervously asking, "Sir, may I have your name?" 24 exhaled a sigh of relief. He did not turn back, nor did he dare to reveal his name or fabricate one, fearing that the bartender might go asking around and discover that there was no such individual at all. He feigned an air of mystery and remarked, "You will know at our next meeting." He hoped never to see him again. With that, 24 filled in the gap and, eager to depart, left the bar alongside 16. The bartender, momentarily dazed, watched them exit and let out a wry smile as he shook his head, preparing to return to his duties. However, as he passed by the spot where 16 had been seated, he paused. The custom-made, high-density metal table, designed by the bar owner, now bore a myriad of spiderweb-like cracks at its corners. Instinctively, the bartender attributed the damage to the miner, but quickly dismissed this fanciful notion. How could an ordinary Cybertronian possess such strength? Unable to fathom the cause, he concluded that the quality of this batch of custom tables was subpar. Once outside the bar, 16 and 24 made their way directly into the desolate alleyway, both enveloped in silence. The dark passage concealed their figures, heavy with the burden of their thoughts and the anxiety regarding the variable resistance pressing down on 24's spark. Frustration had no outlet, and he struck the alley wall with his fist, lowering his head to sigh and inquire of 16, "Do you know of the gladiatorial arena?" "Yes. I could take you there shortly," 16 replied, his expression icy. 24 recognized his anger, mirroring his own simmering rage. Since awakening in the mine, he had encountered numerous machines, most of whom were miners or somewhat amicable to them. His understanding of the miner's plight, primarily gleaned from 16's recounting, had never felt so palpable until today. He distinctly sensed the oppression faced by the miners. The lower-tier machines were regarded with disdain by the mid-tier, considered refuse, while the upper tier treated them as mere playthings to be discarded at will. The class system on Cybertron had solidified into something terrifying, and 24 increasingly recognized the significance and relevance of 16's writings. Peering out from the alley, 24 spotted a transport worker hauling purified energon and other bar supplies towards the establishment. After the doorman confirmed the worker's identity, he was permitted entry, and 24 caught a glimpse of the faint blue glow emanating from the box containing the energon. A sense of sorrow welled within 24's spark. The mid and upper tier machines indulged in energy blocks harvested at great peril by the miners, consuming beverages potentially derived from the lives of those miners. Yet no machine cared for their existence. They regarded miners as the lowest of pests, often unable to secure even the most basic means of survival. However, without the miners' arduous labor, they might struggle to replenish even their most fundamental energy needs. Turning to see that 16 was also watching the scene, his fists clenched tightly at his sides, 24 understood that 16 shared his thoughts. The two machines took a moment to steady their emotions within the alley. For now, the priority was the safety of the variable resistance. I overheard news about Robert's creations at the bar. Many upper-tier machines commission items from him, 16 stated while scanning the Karen map. I believe I can pinpoint his district. Let's head to the arena first. If we find nothing there, we shall seek out Robert. All right, 24 replied, redonning his mask. After a moment's hesitation, he asked 16, "What is the arena like? Is there danger associated with the variable resistance?" With a sudden halt, he reflected on the fact that he had never witnessed a gladiatorial contest, as the tickets were far too costly for a minor. Nonetheless, this did not hinder him from absorbing the opinions of others regarding that place. For many lowly beings, coerced into becoming gladiators, it was a hellish arena rife with absurd violence. Conversely, for the higher echelons, it represented a playground for thrill-seeking and amusement. It was an enclosure where the distinction between beast and machine became obscured. Chapter 16. The arena. As 24 and 16 approached the arena, they seemed to have arrived just in time for an impending bout, with various machines converging upon the circular structure. To 24's astonishment, among the machines were not only those adorned in extravagant paint, but also many covered in dust and scratches, their once vibrant decorations now marred. These battered machines bore the marks of exhaustion and hardship, clearly indicative of their struggles against the weight of work and life. Yet, they rushed eagerly toward the arena, their optical lenses brimming with longing, as if that circular edifice was not merely an arena, but a portal to change their fates. The staff outside the arena were reticent to divulge information about the higher machines, ignoring the inquiries of 24 and 16, who were left to rely on fortune to gain entry. Each purchased a ticket, and, as 16 had previously mentioned, tickets to the arena were not inexpensive, leaving 24 perplexed as to why the lower machines were so fervently drawn to this place. Why are they all so eager to witness the combat? 24 whispered to 16. As it was 16's first visit to the arena as well, he was uncertain and merely shook his head. The two machines located their seats, which were not particularly advantageous, as they were somewhat distant from the central arena. A myriad of machines, adorned in various hues, swarmed about, and the vastness of the arena surpassed 24's imagination. Without adjusting the optical lens to its zoom mode, he could scarcely discern the figures of the spectators across the way, perceiving only vague patches of color. In truth, the structure made 24 feel somewhat uneasy. The arena lay at the center, surrounded by tiered seating filled with cheering Cybertronians. He recognized that circular architectures were commonplace. Yet, gazing upon the arena, he noticed what appeared to be dried remnants of blue energy, fluid, and debris that resembled the torn remnants of Cybertronian bodies, instilling in him a sense that the combatants within were not Cybertronians at all, but rather mindless beasts. "Welcome, one and all, to the Karen Arena," boomed the voice of the announcer over the loudspeaker, eliciting an exuberant cheer from the audience. It was clear that they were eagerly anticipating today's life and death contest. Allow me to introduce today's gladiators. First, the star of the Karen Arena, the formidable Lacerator. As the announcer's voice resonated, a photograph of a deep green machine illuminated the screen to the left above the arena, its fearsome visage and spiked armor vividly conveying its perilous nature. This was the first time 24 had encountered a machine with red optics, and the crimson glow stirred a sense of unease within him. "Lacerator, Lacerator, you must win, Lacerator. Today, I shall wager my entire fortune on the formidable Liabio. I am certain that victory will be mine." Amidst the deafening cheers, 24 overheard this declaration from a short distance away. He turned to see a lower-tier machine, missing its left arm, its blue optical lens wide with fervor, almost tinged with crimson. It appeared as though all hope was pinned upon the machine displayed on the screen. A fleeting sense of disorientation washed over 24, as he noted that the machine's expression mirrored the fierce countenance seen in Liabio's photograph. Turning away, he felt uneasy. The desperate demeanor of the lower-tier machine unsettled him. Next up was the rising star of the Karun Coliseum, the gladiator known as Soundwave. As the announcement resonated, another screen illuminated with a dark-hued machine. To 24's surprise, the entity named Soundwave did not reveal its visage. Instead, the head armor was adorned with a black, triangular display, exuding an air of mystery. Its armor bore spikes, yet, in contrast to Liabio, it possessed a certain elegance, albeit lacking the robust physique and towering stature that characterized Liabio. The stark difference in size led many to doubt its potential. The thunderous applause that accompanied Liabio's introduction paled in comparison to the modest support for Soundwave. Yet 24 had a premonition that Soundwave would ultimately emerge victorious. One was a relentless predator, undefeated in battle, while the other was a silent hunter, breaking through the fray to make a name for itself. Who would prevail in the end? Betting is about to commence. Please remain patient as staff from each sector prepare. Wagering will cease half an hour before the match begins, so do keep track of the time. As the host's words echoed, The entire Coliseum erupted in excitement. Machines of every hue rushed towards their designated areas, where staff managed the betting. Whether brightly painted or cloaked in dust, they flocked like moths to a flame. Suddenly, 24 understood why so many lower-tier machines arrived at the Coliseum with such high hopes, some, like that machine, betting everything on an uncertain victory. He found it incomprehensible to gamble one's fate and held no interest in such risks. Turning to 16, he noted that his friend shared his lack of enthusiasm for the betting spectacle. He whispered, "The audience here must predominantly consist of lower and mid-tier machines. The higher-tier machines are likely in that building." Following 24's gaze, 16 observed the structure positioned at the optimal vantage point of the circular arena. It boasted enormous one-way glass, rendering the interior invisible from outside, while those inside enjoyed an unobstructed view of the events unfolding outside. "If Landon is here, he must be watching the match from within. We need to find a way to get inside," 16 replied quietly. Yet, they were at a loss for how to gain entry. The entrance was surely guarded by staff, and obtaining credentials seemed a daunting task. Just as 24 contemplated whether to pilfer a staff member's badge, a machine beside him interrupted his thoughts. "Hey, aren't you going to place a bet?" Turning around, 24 gazed at the black and white painted machine that had initiated conversation with him. Its optical lens was obscured by a blue visor, and a smile graced its lips. Upon catching 24's gaze, it raised its right hand and waved. 24 felt a twinge of confusion, but responded politely, "We are not particularly fond of gambling." "Not fond of gambling? Then are you here to appreciate the gladiatorial contests?" The machine chuckled, leaning closer to 24. Despite the visor's obstruction, 24 sensed a glimmer of mirth in its optical lens. Pointing towards the building that had captured their attention, he inquired, "Do you wish to enter there?" Both 24 and 16 became instantly alert. 16's frame tensed, prepared to whisk 24 away at the slightest hint of trouble. "Do not be anxious. I merely noticed your persistent gaze in that direction and made a guess," the machine remarked, recognizing their wariness and stepping back to create distance. "I can facilitate your entrance." A flicker of intrigue sparked within 24. If this machine truly possessed the means to escort him and 16 inside, they could avoid the peril of pilfering a work permit. Yet, he remained cautious. "What do you desire in return? Moreover, how can you assure us of entry? If you are a high-ranking machine, why would you be watching the match here?" "I'm certainly not a high-ranking machine. Merely some conveniences of my work allow me to assist you in gaining access." The machine raised its hands in a gesture of feigned resignation. "Let us engage in a simple game. If you win, I shall take you inside. If you lose, my demands will not be excessive. What do you say?" 24 gently clenched his fingers, deliberating with 16 over the communication line. "What are your thoughts, 16? Is it trustworthy?" "I am uncertain, yet I doubt we have much to gain." "Let us inquire about the specifics of this game," 16 replied. Turning back to the machine, 24 asked, "Could you elaborate on the details of the game?" "Quite simple. You select a gladiator, and I will place a wager. If your chosen gladiator triumphs, you win. If they falter..." The black and white machine rested its chin on its hand, gazing at 24 with an inexplicable fondness. "You shall provide me with your communication line. What do you think? Regardless, you stand to lose nothing." Both 24 and 16 were momentarily taken aback, their expressions a complex blend of confusion as they contemplated the implications of this proposition. "Ah," 24 uttered. "Somewhat peculiar," 16 added. Though 16 felt a sense of unease, 24 argued over the communication line that this might be their only opportunity for seamless entry. After a moment of contemplation, 16 ceased to object, instead sharpening his focus on the machine's movements. "Very well," 24 replied after conferring with 16. The machine was correct. This transaction bore no risk for them. Upon hearing their response, the machine smiled brightly, dispelling the various conspiracy theories swirling in 24's mind. "I am called, sir, and what is your name?" "I am called 24, and this is my friend." 24 contemplated, refraining from disclosing his full name alongside 16, yet this rendered their names akin to pseudonyms. However, as long as he remained unperturbed, the other party held no leverage over him. 24 endeavored to project a sense of sincerity through his optical lens. "Very well." The corner of the Jazz's mouth twitched slightly as he accepted these two names, which sounded both implausible and hasty. "So, which gladiator have you chosen?" "Soundwave." 24's unwavering response elicited a raised eyebrow from the Jazz. "Are you so certain?" the Jazz inquired, perplexed, noting that the majority of selections were typically for Ripper. The majority does not guarantee correctness. I am quite certain, 24 affirmed, trusting in his instincts. His firm conviction brought a smile to the Jazz's face. You truly are an intriguing individual, he remarked, producing the wager money he had prepared and heading towards the staff. 24 observed that the amount wagered by the Jazz was not substantial, allowing him to breathe a sigh of relief. He had previously resolved that should he lose the bet, he would return the lost amount to the Jazz. He had been concerned that the Jazz might wager too much, leaving him insufficient funds. Now, that concern had dissipated. Upon the Jazz's return from placing the bet, he seemed to possess an uncanny ability to read 24's thoughts, chuckling as he said, "My status is not particularly high. I do not possess such funds for gambling." 24, feeling slightly awkward, fidgeted with his visor, but the Jazz swiftly diverted the conversation. "Your earlier statement reminded me of a friend." 24 momentarily paused at this remark, yet the Jazz did not elaborate on his friend, instead engaging in casual conversation with 24 while 16 remained silent, merely conferring with 24 on their forthcoming strategy. Before long, half of the match time had elapsed, and the announcer's voice resonated once more. The eagerly anticipated gladiatorial contest is about to commence. Chapter 17. The seedling breaking ground in the center of the gladiatorial arena. The two combatants strode to their respective sides, gazing at one another from a distance. "I will tear you apart, mask-wearing freak," Ripper bellowed, striking his fists together, flexing the joints of his arms, while his head twisted with disdain towards the comparatively smaller Soundwave, the spikes on his frame reflecting a sharp light. Soundwave remained silent, exhibiting no movement, merely facing Ripper with his black display screen. "Ripper, tear him apart. Ripper, eliminate him." The crowd erupted in cheers for Ripper. "Gladiators, please take your positions." The announcer's voice echoed through the speakers, and all eyes in the audience fixated on the two machines positioned at the center. A tense atmosphere enveloping the arena. Let the battle begin. As the announcer's proclamation concluded, Ripper drew a massive blade, roaring as he charged at Soundwave. The ground of the arena trembled slightly under the weight of his heavy frame, dust rising in his wake. Soundwave clenched his fists, remaining stationary, though his body tensed imperceptibly. Ripper's attack swiftly approached, yet he seemed to predict every assault from his opponent, skillfully retreating and sidestepping to evade each of Ripper's slashes. After a few failed attempts, Lai Biao swiftly captured the trajectory of Soundwave's movements and struck fiercely toward the direction where Soundwave was about to evade. Yet, Soundwave effortlessly leaped to avoid the attack, displaying an unexpected agility despite his bulk. The distance between the two machines quickly widened. Realizing that a direct assault was proving ineffective against his opponent, Lai Biao pondered a strategy in his core, understanding that becoming a champion in the arena required more than mere brute force. He attempted to provoke his adversary. "Is dodging all you can do, you mask-wearing monstrosity?" It seemed that his words elicited a reaction from the machine before him, and Lai Biao felt a surge of joy within. Anger often led to openings. He charged once more. This time, Soundwave did not retreat. Accompanied by a series of mechanical clicks, two mechanical tentacles, glowing with a purple hue, extended from behind Soundwave, their clawed tips lunging toward Lai Biao. Lai Biao became vigilant. He had reviewed Soundwave's data and knew these tentacles could discharge electricity, necessitating caution to avoid being ensnared. He dodged one tentacle's assault, swinging his blade towards the other. But to his astonishment, the edge failed to penetrate the tentacle's armor. Sparks flew as blade met metal, and despite his powerful strike, he could not even mar the tentacle's paint. How is this possible? Lai Biao could hardly fathom the material from which the tentacles were forged. But there was no time to dwell on it. Seizing the moment of his confusion, the other tentacle struck him, sending him flying. Simultaneously, the joint of his wrist throbbed with pain. The tentacle he had attacked retaliated at the instant he was hit, causing his blade to fly from his grasp. Soundwave's tentacle caught the airborne weapon and drew it back to its master. Struggling to regain his footing, Lai Biao reflected on how Soundwave had numerous opportunities to defeat him while he was airborne, yet had chosen not to. Soundwave remained stationary, facing Lai Biao with its dark display. Once Lai Biao stood again, the tentacle casually discarded the retrieved blade, which stood upright, embedded in the arena's corner. As the tentacles retracted, Soundwave tilted its head slightly, the display morphing into a smiling face. "What are you doing, Lai Biao? What is wrong with you today?" Curses from the audience echoed through Lai Biao's auditory receptors. "Damn it, I bet all my money on you. Useless fool, you must not lose." The silent mockery from the machine before him, coupled with the unprecedented humiliation he felt since entering the arena, ignited a fierce anger within his core. His optical sensors flashed red as he gritted his teeth and growled, "I will tear your body apart, extract your spark, and shatter that ridiculous mask of yours into pieces." Lai Biao charged forward once more. Although he was now weaponless, he was a weapon in his own right. His sharp claws slashed toward Soundwave, who this time did not employ its tentacles, but instead defended itself with the armor on its arms. To the audience, it appeared as though Soundwave was retreating under the barrage of Lai Biao's strikes, and cheers erupted once again from the stands. Although Liu Yao felt he had subdued his opponent, he dared not relax, for the movements of Soundwave remained as fluid and effortless as ever. His actions, though subtle and graceful, were executed with impeccable timing, each defense imbued with immense power. The Soundwave armoring was equally resilient. Liu Yao's claws could not breach its protective shell. Each cautious retreat of Soundwave thwarted Liu Yao's attempts to strike with his feet, forcing him to follow in the wake of Soundwave's maneuvers, which only served to heighten his frustration. With a roar, he accelerated his assault. Suddenly, it appeared as though Soundwave could no longer keep pace with Liu Yao's increasing tempo, revealing a flaw. The defense of the armoring momentarily faltered, exposing the vulnerable chest plating to Liu Yao's gaze. A surge of elation coursed through him as his sharp claws left a mark upon Soundwave's chest. Liu Yao quickly realized that the armor's integrity was inferior to the armoring. With a full thrust, he could surely unearth the spark within the machine before him. Liu Yao laughed triumphantly, reveling in the discovery of his adversary's weakness. With a fierce visage, he lunged toward Soundwave's chest plating, his mind clouded with rage, leaving no room for rational thought. How could the chest armor, meant to protect the spark, be more fragile than the armoring? In an instant, Liu Yao unleashed a tremendous force, causing Soundwave to stagger back several steps. The chest plating, marked by his claws, lay bare before him. Suppressing his exultation, Liu Yao concentrated all his strength into his right claw, envisioning a gaping hole in the chest of the machine, from which energy liquid would pour forth. The exhilaration of impending victory surged through him, causing his mechanical components to vibrate in anticipation. With a heavy sound of piercing metal, Liu Yao's red optical sensors widened in disbelief as Soundwave, like a specter, effortlessly evaded his full-force strike. The dark armoring of Soundwave had penetrated his chest armor, energy liquid cascading down through the gaping wound. Liu Yao, on the verge of losing consciousness as his chest was breached, found his spark still flickering. Soundwave's hand had pierced through his form, a brilliant blue spark pulsating in his grip, still connected by several wires. In the next instant, Soundwave's sharp fingers clenched tightly, crushing the spark between them. The once vibrant blue light extinguished, and Liu Yao's crimson optical sensors dimmed in unison. As Soundwave relaxed his arm, Liu Yao's lifeless body crumpled before him. With a heavy thud, dust rose from the ground. Yet neither the dust nor the energy liquid that had previously clung to Soundwave's arm left any trace upon the darkened machine. Only a faint scratch upon the chest armor bore witness to the elegant and formidable machine's recent triumph in the arena. In an instant, the arena was shrouded in a dreadful silence. However, this did not affect the gladiator, as the energy liquid from Liu Yao's chest began to seep toward his feet. Soundwave turned and departed the ravaged battlefield with silent strides. At the moment the Soundwave turned, the arena erupted with an even more deafening chorus of cheers and screams than before, as nearly everyone shouted the name of the victor. Soundwave. 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 Number 24 felt uneasy. The spectacle of the duel exceeded his wildest imagination. Soundwave's combat prowess, a blend of elegance, agility, and formidable strength, captivated him. Yet, he had not anticipated that the spark of the rival, Blitzwing, would extinguish in Soundwave's grasp. When that spark was extracted from Blitzwing's frame, it still brimmed with vitality. In that instant, Number 24 mused that although Blitzwing's optics were red, like all Cybertronians, it possessed a blue spark. But that pulsating spark was crushed before his eyes the very next moment, releasing a cascade of energon that dripped from sharp fingers onto the ground, mingling with the lifeless fragments of the spark, while Blitzwing's optics dimmed in defeat. Everything before him sent a chill through his own spark, rendering his vocalizer tight and nearly speechless. In a daze, he glimpsed a flicker of blue light emanating from the shattered spark fragments on the arena floor, which suddenly surged towards him, merging into his chest plate. Unable to contain himself, number 24 leapt to examine his chest plate, blending with the throng of excited mechs rising to cheer for Soundwave, thus escaping undue attention. His trembling fingers traced his white chest plate, yet he discerned no sign of the blue glow, as if the light that had just flown towards him was nothing but an illusion. Coming to his senses, he listened to the almost unanimous cheers and screams around him. He had assumed that the duel was merely a display of strength between two mechs, but he was shocked to realize that a Cybertronian had perished in this arena. Everyone was celebrating the death of one mech at the hands of another. The fallen was not a beast, but a living Cybertronian. He even heard the jubilant shouts of a noble beside him. Amidst the cacophony, he faintly detected the sound of weeping. Turning his head, he saw the lowly mech who had wagered all his possessions, now with a severed left arm, his frame seemingly stripped of all brilliance. He had lost all hope, and amidst the jubilant crowd, his sorrow appeared absurd and laughable. All sounds began to fade. Number 24 felt a malfunction in his audio receptors. Why else would he feel so detached from the world around him? The only sound he could discern was an increasingly thunderous roar. In this arena, he felt profoundly out of place. Then, he remembered 16. As he thought of his friend, the surrounding sounds surged back into his audio receptors. He realized he heard 16's cheers. Desperately, he turned to his fellow miner, hoping for answers and validation, but was struck dumb in that moment. 16 did not join in the cheers. Yet his face bore an expression of excitement and yearning that number 24 had never witnessed before. His usually composed and patient friend seemed to have discovered something he had long sought, uncertain whether it was merely an illusion. 24 felt as though a fleeting red light had passed through the azure optical lens of 16. An unsettling feeling stirred within 24, compelling him to suppress the urge to converse with his friend as he bent his head to grapple with his tumultuous emotions, praying that he was merely overthinking. 16 experienced a sensation that had never before surfaced within his spark. The power he yearned for seemed to be encapsulated within the arena before him. If he were to stand there, if he were to triumph in the gladiatorial contest, would not the entire arena resonate with his voice, perhaps even the entirety of Karen? The whole of Cybertron? He watched as the energy fluid gushed forth from the crack in his chest, the warm essence nourishing the seed long buried within his spark. A seed that had been restless yet unable to sprout. At last, it broke through its shell, giving rise to a tender red sprout. This sapling would soon burgeon into a formidable tree, yet this ideal tree, nurtured through violence, would ultimately bear the fruits of desire in the future. Chapter 18. Let us install a communication line. Well then, it seems you have one. The voice of jazz, laced with mirth, drew 24 from the chaos of his core. Shall we leave now? 24 rose impatiently, eager to escape his current surroundings, with 16 rising to accompany him. Of course, but I'm afraid I can only take you. 24. Jazz turned his blue visor away from 24, glancing at 16. Your friend may wish to remain here and watch the contest a while longer. After a moment of silence, 24 turned to meet 16's gaze, striving to suppress the vivid memory of 16's expression at that moment. Reassuring himself that 16 merely had an affinity for the gladiatorial contests, much like Jazz himself. However, he betrayed none of this turmoil, softly telling 16, I'll go alone. I shall be cautious, so do not worry. 16 looked up, casting a warning glance toward the smiling Jazz. Despite the visor obscuring his eyes, he felt as though Jazz's optics locked onto his own. After a brief moment, he redirected his attention to 24 and nodded. Be sure to be vigilant. If you encounter any danger or sense something amiss, send me a communication along with your coordinates, and I will come swiftly. I will, rest assured, 24 replied, warmth flooding his core. 16 remained unchanged, a comforting constant. The fleeting red light must have been a figment of his imagination. 16's gaze followed the retreating figures of 24 and Jazz until they vanished from sight, at which point he resumed his seat. The announcer's voice reverberated once more, heralding the imminent commencement of the next gladiatorial match. Hey, you seem a bit off. Are you truly all right? Jazz inquired, drawing closer to 24 as they walked. 24 paused, pondering how Jazz could discern his expression despite the mask he wore. Hesitantly, he asked, "Is every match like this? Is there always a chance of death?" That would not be the case. Today's match is a fight for survival, distinct from the ordinary gladiatorial contests. While the latter entails mere combat, a fight for survival signifies that two gladiators must determine each other's fate, with only one permitted to leave the arena alive. The knight responded with a light tone, neglecting to mention that ordinary contests often conclude with a gladiator losing limbs or sustaining grievous injuries, barely clinging to life. Knowing that death awaits, why then do they choose to participate? 24 inquired urgently, struggling to comprehend why Cybertronians would ascend to the arena, fully aware of the mortal peril they faced. The answer lies in the lucrative rewards, the knight sighed. Through his goggles, he observed 24's azure optics, akin to those who wager their entire fortunes on gladiatorial matches. They gamble with money, while the gladiators in life-or-death contests stake their very lives. By risking their existence and exerting every ounce of strength to vanquish their opponents, they can secure a prolonged period free from want. For many Cybertronians with no alternatives, it is a most advantageous bargain. The knight's words held a chilling quality. He understood that gladiatorial combat had become an integral aspect of Cybertronian society. "Is this your first experience witnessing gladiatorial combat?" he asked. "Indeed," 24 replied, feeling a shiver run through his frame. He could not fathom why such brutal spectacles, inciting Cybertronians to turn against one another, were so openly displayed in the heart of Kaon, with arenas grander than any structure he had ever known. Would not the law prohibit such practices? Legally, it would indeed be forbidden, yet those regulations hold no weight in Kaon. Even if other cities cannot flaunt it as Kaon does, numerous underground arenas exist, well known to the police and prosecutors, yet they choose to remain indifferent. The knight chuckled, as if recalling a memory. The young mech before him seemed inexperienced and perhaps sheltered from the outside world, displaying a certain naivete. In many respects, the arena had become an inseparable part of Cybertron. However, such innocence is a rare treasure in present-day Cybertron, and the knight admired it. He was reminded of his idealistic archivist friend and smiled at 24, saying, "You remind me of that friend. If you ever have the chance to visit Iacon, I must introduce you. You would undoubtedly resonate with one another." "Are you from Iacon?" 24 thought of the ambulance, suppressing an uncomfortable sensation within his core. "Then what brings you to Kaon? Did you come specifically to witness the gladiatorial matches?" The knight replied, "I am here to handle some work at the Kaon arena. I have heard that Kaon's culture of combat is thriving, so I purchased a ticket to observe." The knight's smile seemed fixed behind his mask, and the goggles obscured his true thoughts. "Have you seen many matches in Kaon?" 24 ventured, curious if the knight had been in Kaon long enough to have witnessed the combat of the transforming gladiators. "Not at all. I arrived in Kaon today, and that was my very first match." Noticing 24's probing, the knight inquired, "Are you and your companions in search of something specific? You may inquire directly if you wish, and I shall respond if I possess the knowledge. I am also willing to assist if necessary." The moment when 24 was unmasked by the Jazz was somewhat awkward for him, yet he hesitated to place his trust in someone he had only recently met. He shook his head and expressed, "Thank you, Jazz. Your ability to grant me access is already a tremendous assistance." Observing his reluctance to accept further aid, Jazz refrained from proposing additional help and instead engaged 24 in other topics of conversation. Shortly thereafter, they arrived at the entrance of the building, where two staff members of the arena stood guard. Jazz approached and presented his identification from subspace to the staff, declaring, "I am an employee of the Iron Fortress archives, here to retrieve materials stored in the arena from Master Titan. He is my assistant." Jazz stepped aside to reveal 24 behind him. The name Master Titan imprinted itself in 24's memory. After confirming Jazz's identity, the staff opened the door, with one of them directing Jazz. "The materials you seek are to the right on the first floor." 24 followed closely behind Jazz as they entered, noting the weapons at the waist of the two staff members, which appeared to be firearms. After walking a short distance, Jazz turned to 24 and whispered, "If you're in search of higher-level personnel, you should head to the second floor. I will retrieve the materials on the first floor and do my utmost to buy you some time." 24 had ceased to ponder how Jazz had deduced his intentions. It seemed the individual before him could easily discern his desires. Nevertheless, Jazz had not acted detrimentally towards 24 thus far, prompting him to reply, "Thank you, Jazz. I will be swift. Once you have completed your task, come back to this spot to find me, and I shall escort you out. To ensure timely communication, shall we exchange internal contact lines?" Jazz proposed with a smile, suggesting they become friends in the process. 24 was somewhat taken aback that the conversation had circled back to the topic of contact lines, and he harbored some suspicion that Jazz had intentionally steered it this way. However, given the current circumstances, establishing a contact line would indeed prove more convenient, leaving him with no grounds for refusal. With the successful addition of contact line for Jazz, 24 bid farewell and navigated past a few staff members on his way to the second floor. The second floor housed numerous rooms, and the corridor appeared more opulent and tranquil, with its soft silk carpeting. 24 surmised that these rooms were likely where high-level personnel watched the arena matches, yet he pondered, where could Landon be? He meticulously extended his audio receiver at each doorway, listening for any commotion within. It seemed high-level personnel preferred not to be disturbed, as he currently encountered no staff on this level. Thus, he need not exert effort to evade detection, provided he remained cautious of any sudden appearances from the high-level individuals inside. He heard a cacophony of sounds, the shouts of anger, the roars of jubilation, yet he could not determine which belonged to Landon. As time slowly elapsed without yielding any useful information, his impatience began to mount. Eventually, he paused before one room, catching the words of a Cybertronian. What is going on with Landon? Hasn't he been willing to attend the matches for days? How could he miss such an exhilarating event today? Another Cybertronian in that room responded, "It's because of that miner. To be honest, I'm a bit perplexed by him." "So am I. Initially, I thought he was merely toying around, but now I hear Landon and the miner's core stirring." Just as I was about to listen more intently to the sounds within, a sense of crisis emerged within the spark. He heeded his intuition and abruptly turned around, only to see a black screen reflecting his own visage. On that screen, he beheld his wide-open optical lenses. The silent gladiator had stealthily appeared behind him like a ghost, the scratches on his dark chassis striving to assert their presence. He made no movements or utterances, merely observing 24's eavesdropping. It was Soundwave. When did he arrive behind me? How long has he been watching? 24 instinctively recoiled a few steps, terror flooding his senses as he faced the dark machine before him. The haunting image of Soundwave crushing the spark resurfaced in his neural module, and fear consumed him, leaving him no inclination to continue listening to the voices within the room. "I apologize for obstructing your path. I shall take my leave." 24 averted his gaze from the screen, swiftly turning to flee. Soundwave remained motionless, the black screen trailing 24 as he hurried away, silently observing the panicked retreat. With a click, he captured a photograph of 24's departing figure, issuing a command to his internal tape. Detecting abnormal fluctuations in the spark, command, proceed with covert tracking and gather relevant intelligence. Understood, boss. A shadowy figure darted past, silently pursuing the direction in which 24 had departed. Chapter 19. Robert's creation. In an instant, 24 had escaped the second floor and descended to the first, breathing a sigh of relief upon realizing that Soundwave had not followed. In truth, he held a deep admiration for Soundwave. Had that fight not been a life-or-death contest, he would undoubtedly have become a fan. Yet the image of Soundwave shattering the spark remained vivid in his mind, and his fear overshadowed his admiration. Although he had not fully grasped the conversation between the two high-ranking machines, he had at least gleaned some information. Landon had not frequented the arena for quite some time and seemed to be involved with the variable resistor. Contemplating the unfinished sentence, 24 pondered whether Landon had truly fallen for the variable resistor. However, he quickly dismissed the notion as absurd. If Landon had feelings for the variable resistor, how could he possibly send them into the perilous arena? Would anyone genuinely place their partner in such a violent environment? He lacked the means to ascertain whether the variable resistor was currently in the arena, if they had participated in any recent bouts, or why they had not responded to messages. The arena certainly held more answers. But how could he acquire information solely with himself and 16? Hesitating, he suddenly recalled Jazz's blue visor. After a moment of contemplation, his concern for the variable resistor's safety and desire for swift information prevailed. He sent a communication to Jazz. The response came almost instantaneously, with Jazz offering nothing more than a single sentence. As 24 made his way to the designated meeting place with the knight, he couldn't help but worry whether he was burdening the knight. He had previously declined the knight's assistance, and now he found himself shamelessly asking for help. Would the knight think him unreasonable? Pressing his lips together, 24 arrived at the agreed location, only to find the knight absent. He contemplated whether to remain and wait. After a brief moment, the knight sent a message through the communication line. The knight, the gladiator you seek, known as the variable resistor, has been competing in the arena for the past month. He has participated in 3 regular matches, the last of which was a week ago. 24. Thank you, knight. How did you acquire this information? The timeline aligned perfectly. The last match indeed occurred a week prior, coinciding with the day variable resistor bid farewell to them to participate in the gladiatorial contest, after which he vanished. Moreover, 47 had mentioned that variable resistor was filled with dread and resistance towards his impending fate, likely due to the formidable machine that was to escort him to the arena. Suddenly, the knight ceased communication, causing 24 to feel a surge of panic. His imagination spiraled, envisioning the knight being apprehended by staff while attempting to steal arena data. Subjected to brutal interrogation, the machines accompanying the staff were clearly not to be trifled with. With variable resistor still unaccounted for, 24 felt a sense of responsibility. He could not allow his request to place the knight in danger. As he contemplated seeking 16's assistance to rescue the knight, he was abruptly startled by a tap on his shoulder. Engrossed in his thoughts, 24 fought to suppress a scream, his body instinctively darting away, turning to face the source of the disturbance defensively. The knight's hand hung in mid-air, his expression one of astonishment as he observed 24, who had bolted like a frightened feline. Are you all right? Such speed, the knight remarked. Realizing it was the knight, 24 felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him. Relaxing his tense frame, he replied, My apologies, I was lost in thought, assuming you were. All good, just a minor issue. The knight interjected with a smile and a wave of his hand. 24 suspected that the knight had deliberately ignored his earlier messages to startle him. Yet, given the knight's assistance, he chose not to dwell on the trivial matter. Instead, he inquired, Knight, how did you obtain this information? I simply asked a staff member for recent gladiator details. The knight responded, pinching a piece of identification between his fingers and presenting it to 24. They merely required the names and participation records. It's not classified information, so I encountered no issues. Thank you immensely, Knight. Your help has been invaluable, 24 said earnestly, his demeanor grave. If you require assistance with anything, please let me know. As long as it doesn't conflict with my principles, I will certainly do my utmost to help. Seeing 24's sincere gratitude, the knight felt a twinge of guilt for having startled him earlier, and he sheepishly scratched his head. It's nothing, merely a small favor. However, if you insist on repaying me, do visit the Iron Fortress sometime. I will be happy to serve as your guide. The knight departed from this place with 24, pausing at the periphery of the Colosseum to address his companion. I had not previously informed you that a typical gladiatorial contest often concludes when a machine loses its combat capability, which commonly manifests as an inability to function properly. The knight delicately reframed the notion of severed limbs, aware that 24 comprehended his implication. The machine you are seeking, known as variable resistance, has participated in 3 such contests within a month, and, astonishingly, he has lost each one. The knight found this perplexing. It was unusual for a machine to engage in frequent combat after suffering defeats. Generally, lower and mid-tier machines require substantial recovery time, even after a single victory, to regain their operational faculties. To lose every match and participate so frequently not only demanded considerable financial resources for repairs, but also inflicted relentless mental anguish. Yet, given that he and his friend had come to the arena in search of a high-tier machine, there were numerous conjectures to be made. Through his visor, the knight observed 24's expression darken. He had no doubt that should the high-tier machine they sought appear before them, 24 would not hesitate to strike it in frustration. With a sigh, the knight remarked, I must return to the Iron Fortress today to submit those documents. I can no longer assist you. You have already aided us immensely. Thank you, 24 replied gratefully, sharing the news via the internal communication line with 16, urging him to meet at the Colosseum's periphery. I recognize your integrity, but please exercise caution in the presence of those high-tier machines. The knight, this time without a trace of humor, earnestly advised this machine whom he held in high regard. I shall await you at the Iron Fortress. Do visit again. I will, Thank you, Knight, 24 acknowledged, fully grasping the Knight's meaning. He responded with renewed determination. The Knight chuckled once more, as if his earlier solemnity had merely been an illusion, and he patted 24's shoulder. I must take my leave. Your dear friend will arrive shortly, and I sense he may not be particularly fond of me. He simply tends to be reticent, 24 lamented, attempting to defend his friend's reputation. The Knight smiled without comment, casting a glance over 24's shoulder, waving farewell before transforming into a sleek sports car and departing the scene. As 16 approached 24, having observed the Knight's exit, 24 relayed the information he had just acquired. He had also recently witnessed a gladiatorial contest and understood all too well what losing combat capability entailed. The implications of variable resistance were perhaps best left unexamined. After traversing an entire block, 16 and 24 finally spotted an inconspicuous shop nestled in a corner. Robert's Creations. Would a high-tier machine truly choose to procure items from here? 24 pondered, pushing the door open first. Though the store was modest in size, it was impeccably clean and orderly. The shelves lining the walls displayed an array of meticulously crafted objects, each appearing exquisitely made. Most notably, whether large or small, each item bore the inscription, Robert's Creations. A gray machine, seemingly with considerable age, stood before the workbench, diligently repairing an unknown object with a tool in hand. Adorned with a delicate golden eyepiece on the optical lens to his right, he occasionally adjusted the eyepiece while furrowing his brow in concentration. The pair, 24 and 16, exchanged a glance, suspecting that this machine must be Robert. 24 retrieved a polisher borrowed from Subspace 39 and approached the industrious figure, inquiring, "Pardon the interruption, sir, but is this polisher custom-made by you?" Robert lifted his gaze, scrutinizing 24 and 16 through the narrowed lens of his left optical eye, adjusting the eyepiece with a hand. He spoke in a gravelly voice. "You are miners? Aren't you?" Chapter 20. By what right the words of Robert left 24 and 16 momentarily stunned. They had meticulously cleaned their bodies, and even the bar's servers and bartenders might not have detected their true nature. Yet this machine discerned their identities with a mere glance. The two machines cautiously withheld their responses, awaiting further words from Robert. However, he appeared indifferent, leisurely setting down his tool to rise and tidy up the items on the cabinet. It seemed his left leg posed a problem, as his weight shifted noticeably to the right while he walked. In the ensuing silence, 24 could only hear the faint mechanical sounds of the operational objects. He glanced down at the polisher in his hand, his fingers tracing the small engravings. Observing Robert, who seemed disinclined to continue the conversation, he ventured to engage the diligent elder. "Your craftsmanship is simply exquisite." "I know," Robert replied with a snort, his tone imbued with an unmistakable pride. "Nearly everyone in Kalen is aware of it. I've heard numerous machines recommend you for custom work. Might I inquire if you accept deliveries for your creations?" 24 asked tentatively, stepping closer to the elder. His spark flickered nervously, the cacophony of the workshop intertwining with the pulsating sound of his spark. He had never felt such tension before, even in front of bartenders or gentlemen. The elderly figure before him seemed far more than just a skilled artisan. "Keep your distance from my belongings," Robert said, casting a sidelong glance at 24. Seeing him hastily retreat from the cabinet, Robert then glanced at the polisher in 24's hand. He turned away to retrieve another object, inspecting it closely as he continued. "Listen, kid. There is no need for pretense. I know Landon's residence." Before 24 could react, Robert added, "But I want to disclose it to you. Your efforts would be futile." "How could you know it would be futile if you've never been there?" 16 interjected, stepping forward. Robert paused his work, turning to face 16, the blue optical lens on his left flickering with intensity. "I offer this advice for your own good. Landon and your kind are worlds apart. Offending him would lead to dire consequences," Robert warned, letting out a cold snort. "You're seeking that minor known as variable resistance, aren't you? I suggest you abandon your search and return to the mines." "He knows about variable resistance." With his optical lens wide open, 24 eagerly inquired, "Do you have any news regarding the variable resistor?" Robert cast a complex glance at 24, seemingly reluctant to engage further. He returned to his workbench, his movements imbued with a subtle dismissal. It was imperative to acquire information. Only by locating Landon could they uncover the variable resistor. 24 clenched his teeth, preparing to step forward to inquire further, but was intercepted by 16, who reassured him softly, "Allow me." 24 was momentarily taken aback, gazing at 16's blue optical lens, and gently nodded, stepping aside. 16 approached Robert from behind, articulating, "Please inform us of Landon's residence." He observed Robert's deft movements, his tone resolute. "We must locate the variable resistor. I have previously mentioned the disparity in your social standings with Landon." Robert sighed, pausing his actions, striving to maintain his composure and suppress any impatience. He turned to 16 with a sense of resignation, questioning whether it was worth offending a high-ranking official for the sake of a minor willing to leave the quarry. What truly holds value? What does social disparity matter? 16 clenched his fists, his voice laced with a hint of derision. "We all emerge from the source of the spark. We are all Cybertronians, born in Chaos. Why must we be perpetually shackled by class? Why must minors endure the oppression of the elite? Why are we, as minors, denied the right to inquire about the whereabouts of our comrades?" Robert fell silent, reflecting on 16's words. His right hand gently caressed an object on the workbench, which 24 recognized as a finely crafted golden pocket watch. Though it appeared somewhat aged, the smooth exterior bore witness to its owner's affection. The copper hands moved rhythmically. It seemed Robert had just been calibrating its precision. "I care not for Landon's social class. I only know that today we must find the variable resistor," 16 asserted firmly. "And what your friend? You may be indifferent, but what of his feelings?" Robert's gaze traversed past 16 to rest upon 24. 16 instinctively turned to glance at 24, but before he could speak, 24 promptly replied, "I support 16. I will stand with him." With that, he locked eyes with 16's optical lens, offering a smile. 16 returned a wry smile, redirecting his attention back to Robert, awaiting the elder's response. Why must it be so? Robert's optical lens scrutinized 16 and 24, yet his gaze seemed distant, as if perceiving something beyond their mechanical forms. His tone was almost contemplative. "This is the state of Cybertron now. What can you truly accomplish?" 16 bowed his head in silence. After a moment, he lifted his gaze to meet Robert's optical lens, declaring, "I shall transform Cybertron in my own way." Robert's hand, which had been stroking the pocket watch, faltered. In the next moment, he gripped the watch tightly, almost evasively avoiding 16's gaze. "I will reveal to you Landon's residence." Robert stood up, holding his pocket watch, his fingers instinctively caressing its exterior. However, it would be prudent not to harbor excessive hope. Langdon's manipulation of the variable resistor was merely a means to an end. Do not expect the detritus to treat a minor kindly. Yet perhaps today, you may have the chance to emerge alive. Robert's final words were barely a whisper, yet both 16 and 24 heard him, their cores heavy with concern. Robert had no intention of elaborating on his statement. He turned his gaze back to the two young miners, advising them, "Today, refrain from divulging anything to any Cybertronians until you possess sufficient strength." "I understand." 16 acknowledged the sensitivity of those words, having surmised the implications that allowed him to speak so freely to Robert. Robert disclosed Langdon's whereabouts to the two miners, and 16 marked it on the Karen map. Just as 16 and 24 were about to depart, Robert called out to them, "I take on some modifications. In the future, should you desire, I can assist you with a complementary body enhancement." Leaning against the door, Robert lit a cigarette. 24 detected the strong scent of machine oil mingling with the acrid smoke. "Or if one day you wish to unlock weapon modules, you may seek me out." "Is it truly as simple as unlocking them?" 24 remarked, feeling the conversation had taken a rather grim turn. "Stay alive, boys. Let me see to what extent you can rise." With a casual wave of his hand, Robert exhaled a smoke ring, as if his previous days had merely been a figment of imagination. 24 held many questions regarding this elder, yet he understood that this was not the moment for inquiries. They exited the inconspicuous little shop, the closed door returning the establishment to shadow. The sky was growing dim, darkness gradually enveloping the heavens, prompting 24 and 16 to quicken their pace. "Something feels amiss." 16 halted, glancing back at their surroundings. "What?" 24 questioned, puzzled following his gaze. "I can't shake the feeling that something is trailing us." Despite the absence of any anomalies within his line of sight, 16 had sensed something was off since their departure from the arena, yet he had been unable to identify it until now. A chill ran down 24's spine, his body exuding condensation, and he hesitantly spoke, Don't scare me. Seeing 24's reaction, 16 couldn't help but chuckle, pondering if he had been overly anxious. He patted 24 on the shoulder, reassuring him, "It's nothing. Perhaps I'm just overthinking. Now that you mention it, I too sense something's not right," 24 mused. However, both miners scanned their surroundings but found nothing amiss, attributing it all to mere illusion. Well, it should be fine. Who would have the time to stalk two miners of no significance? As they continued toward their destination, unbeknownst to them, a pair of crimson eyes from the distant shadows watched intently. Chapter 21. Drama and Love. Hello, we wish to meet Mr. Langdon. Before him stood a formidable black machine, and 24, with an erect posture, stood at the entrance of an opulent residence. Though his height was akin to that of 16, slightly surpassing his own, the palpable sense of pressure emanating from the machine rendered 24's frame tense, causing the flow of energy fluid within his circuits to quicken. 24 surmised that this machine was the very bodyguard who had once issued a warning to 47. He dared not lower his guard, taking a deep breath as he met the gaze of the opposing optical lenses. The machine before him loomed like a colossal black mountain, unaffected by 24's words. In a frigid tone, it articulated, "Mr. Langdon is presently engaged in welcoming esteemed guests and cannot be disturbed." Contemplating how he might gain an audience with Langdon, 24 pondered over the necessity of feigning that he was a visitor from a high-ranking machine. Such a ruse might deceive a mere bartender, but it would surely be unmasked in the presence of true high-ranking entities. Pretending to deliver a message from a high-ranking machine was futile, as they had no acquaintances in that echelon, and the likelihood of Langdon being known far from the Iron Fortress was minimal. He considered attempting to infiltrate the residence from some other point, yet that seemed implausible. Not only did the imposing bodyguard before him seem formidable, but should they be apprehended while trespassing, the consequences would likely be dire. A sense of anxiety welled up within 24. The spark of determination within him flickered violently. The prospect of a breakthrough felt tantalizingly close, yet they remained thwarted at the final hurdle. The oppressive aura radiating from the bodyguard, coupled with the uncertainty of their predicament, made him feel as though the hydraulic pump within him was tightening. The weight of the spark caused a disarray in his thoughts. Suddenly, a warm hand, marked by scratches, rested upon his shoulder. He turned to see 16, whose reassuring blue optical lenses calmed the tempest within him. A phrase from Robert flashed through his mind. "If it is today, perhaps you might survive." 24 nodded slightly to 16, signaling that he was unscathed. He raised his gaze once more to the bodyguard and declared, "We seek the variable resistor." Upon hearing this, the bodyguard's expression, which had been devoid of emotion, shifted, albeit momentarily, a change that 24 keenly observed. The bodyguard fell silent, bowing his head as if engaged in communication with another party. After a brief pause, a distorted voice emanated from the speakers connected to the residential gate. "Allow the minor friends of the variable resistor to enter." The bodyguard responded, "Yes, sir," and proceeded to draw open the metallic gate. As 24 stepped inside, he caught a glimpse of the complex emotions reflected in the bodyguard's optical lenses, contempt intertwined with a hint of sympathy. Yet, before he could scrutinize further, the bodyguard concealed his emotions once more. After the two machines had entered, he closed the gate behind them, resuming his upright stance, a black silhouette merging with the dimming horizon like an impenetrable mountain. A small machine approached from an unknown direction, offering no words, merely bowing slightly before turning to stride towards the towering edifice. 16 and 24 exchanged a silent glance, resolutely following in his wake. The Langdon residence is vast, with a courtyard that nearly rivals half of the mining field they have been extracting from. Within this courtyard, a variety of organic plants, which 24 had never truly encountered, flourish. 16 had informed him that organic flora on Cybertron is quite rare, yet this courtyard boasts an abundance of them. The ground bears signs of recent cultivation, suggesting that these beautiful yet somewhat fragile plants were newly planted, swaying gently in the breeze. At the edge of the courtyard stands a modest fence, within which 24 observes several lively oil rabbits. A delicate fragrance wafts through the air, one that 24 has never experienced before, having only inhaled the acrid scent of dust, the aroma of machine oil, and perhaps a hint of smoke from flammable materials in the mining field since awakening. Despite the serene beauty of the courtyard, 24 is plagued by an unsettling feeling that wells up from deep within. As he gazes at the grand and ornate structure before him, this sense of unease intensifies. He discreetly shifts his position a few times, leading his companion, who has approached the intricately adorned door, and gently pulls it open. He then stands behind the door, awaiting the actions of 16 and 24. Their optical sensors lock once more. They both comprehend that stepping through this threshold may leave them with no opportunity for regret. And they are equally aware that a potential adversary might be lurking in some corner of the edifice. The two machines, one gray and one white, stride side by side towards the door, which closes softly behind them as they enter. Inside, the elegant and luminous decor momentarily disorients 24. The crystal chandeliers on the ceiling and walls radiate a warm, inviting glow, illuminating every nook of the room. Quickly regaining his composure, 24 and 16 spot two machines seated directly across from them. One is adorned in a harmonious blend of white and gold, its finish sleek and radiant. Holding a teacup, the machine gracefully raises it in a welcoming gesture upon their entrance, its faceplate adorned with a smile that, to 24, feels less genuine than its optical sensors suggest. The other machine, painted in soft yellow and white, also exudes an air of gentility, gently waving at the newcomers with a tender demeanor. Both machines present a friendly front, yet 24 and 16 remain vigilant. The amiable demeanor of these two only serves to chill 24's back as they step forward to stand before the two machines. The platinum-coated one gestures toward the two vacant seats beside them and kindly invites, "Please have a seat." 24 and 16 hesitate for a moment before ultimately pulling out the chairs and sitting down. "You have come in search of variants, have you not?" The platinum-coated machine begins. "I apologize for not introducing myself earlier. My name is Landon, and I am the beloved of variants." Before them sits the very machine they have been desperately seeking, the one named Landon, who delivered variants into the crucible of the arena. The entities 24 and 16 refrained from acting impulsively. Provoking a high-tier machine's master within their residence was hardly a prudent decision. With courteous demeanor, 24 inquired, "Is the variable resistor present at this moment?" Regretfully, Landon's optical lens drooped, betraying an underlying sorrow, and his tone grew somber as he revealed, "The variable resistor has returned to the source of the fire." 24 found this hard to believe, instinctively suspecting that the high-tier machine before them was deceiving them. Yet, an inner voice urged him to accept the harsh reality. Throughout their journey, from a mining site to the present, a vague premonition had lingered in 24's core. However, upon receiving this confirmation, anguish engulfed him. He struggled to trust his own instincts, repeatedly assuring himself to continue searching, to persist in the pursuit, convinced that the variable resistor awaited him in 16 somewhere, and that together they would bring it back to the mine, back home. Unable to contain himself, 24 took a deep breath, his fists clenched tightly. It felt as if something obstructed his vocal apparatus, and profound sorrow enveloped his spark. He fought to suppress the cleansing liquid threatening to overflow from his optical lens, silently disabling the system's function to expel it. The variable resistor could not return home. 24 observed the sorrowful expression on Landon's face, while the unfamiliar high-tier machine regarded him with concern. Landon appeared genuinely heartbroken over the loss of his beloved. Yet 24 could only perceive hypocrisy and irony in the situation. "May I ask what led to the variable resistor's fate?" 24 inquired, sensing the disquietude emanating from 16 beside him. He released his left hand, which had begun to ache from excessive tension, gently patting 16's tightly clenched right fist. It was the gladiatorial matches. The variable resistor and I were once deeply affectionate. I never anticipated that after witnessing a single fight, he would develop a penchant for such perilous thrills, Landon recounted, his voice heavy with grief. He lifted his right hand to wipe away the cleansing liquid seeping from his optical lens. Despite my objections, he insisted on participating in the matches. And when he suffered injuries from losing, I sought the finest physician for his treatment, urging him to abandon the arena. After a brief pause and several deep breaths, Landon continued, yet he refused to listen. He became addicted to violence, eager to prove his strength to me. He partook in successive matches until, during the final confrontation, he sustained severe damage to half his body. Landon seemed to recall a painful memory, lowering his optical lens in sorrow. I did everything I could to save him. Yet ultimately, the unfamiliar high-tier machine, its visage radiating sympathy and affection, gently patted Landon's shoulder, softly reassuring him, "This is not your fault, Landon." 24 noticed the pristine, ornate watch on the machine's wrist, adorned with engravings from Robert's craftsmanship. In anguish, Landon covered his face with his hands, exclaiming, "No, it is my fault. Had I dissuaded him, he would not have." 24 and 16 gazed coldly at the performance unfolding before them, feeling the turmoil within. 24's emotions boiled, and as he observed Landon's seemingly sorrowful yet theatrically charged demeanor, he nearly retched the energy block he had consumed that morning. Every gesture Landon made appeared meticulously rehearsed, conveying his grief while maintaining an air of composure and elegance. The character known as Bianzu, with a heart of purity and kindness, embodies an optimistic spirit unburdened by disdain for minors, regardless of his exposure to higher echelons of society. He cherishes the goodness of each minor and reciprocates every act of kindness bestowed upon him. Even though 24 and 16 have assisted him on but a few occasions, he is willing to brave danger to rescue them. Bianzu, possessing an innate goodness, is unlikely to revel in combat or pursue violence. It is Landon who thrusts Bianzu into the arena, observing from behind one-way glass as Bianzu struggles, enduring torment and cruelty, all the while feigning an innocent, sorrowful demeanor. It is evident that Landon's display is not meant for the eyes of Bianzu and the two minors. It is intended for the unfamiliar higher authority, who seems entranced by Bianzu's performance. Landon's soft reassurances elicit a sense of absurdity in 24, with his right hand gripping his left arm tightly. The white paint is scratched by his fingertips, and the fury within him numbs the sensation of pain. 16 bows his head, concealing his clenched teeth and the murderous glint in his optical lenses. In this moment, they have become mere stepping stones for Landon's ambitions, their roles merely to amplify the theatricality of this farcical display. A smirk tugs at 24's lips as he fights the urge to laugh aloud. He yearns to shove the platinum figure against the wall, and rain blows upon its hypocritical visage. He is compelled to question why Landon believes he can treat Bianzu with such disdain simply because Bianzu is a minor and he, a figure of authority, can arbitrarily decide Bianzu's fate. Recalling Bianzu's affectionate and hopeful optical lenses, 24 remembers him saying, "I love him, and I would do anything for him." How can Landon squander and exploit Bianzu's love so carelessly? Bianzu has stepped into an absurd farce, falling for a figure of mockery. This tragic romance has never been devoid of love. Both 24 and 16 yearn for vengeance on behalf of Bianzu, desiring to make Landon pay a price. Yet they find themselves powerless, mere spectators as Bianzu becomes a sacrificial pawn in this theatrical farce. They are relegated to the roles of supporting characters, overshadowed by the protagonist's poignant plight, their own joy and sorrow disregarded and ignored. This travesty is a consequence of the ludicrous class structure of Cybertron, where Landon, as a figure of the elite, holds dominion over them, the underclass, due to their lack of power. 24 cannot recall how he followed 16 from Landon's abode. When he regains his senses, he sees only his friend as a silent silhouette against the backdrop of a still, desolate street. The cool night breeze of Karen brushes against his frame, and his left arm, belatedly aware, throbs with pain. Memories flood back to the day Bianzu departed. When 16 had posed a question, what if one day his beloved were to change? 24 reflects on Bianzu's response, a bittersweet smile illuminating his face as he said, "Even if he changes, I would still embrace it willingly." Perhaps the Transformer's sense of unease had long been awakened. Yet he resolutely stepped onto the stage of this absurd drama, driven by his yearning for love. The crimson optical lens in the shadows silently recorded all, transforming into a fleeting specter that departed without a sound. Darkness enveloped the sky of Cybertron. Tonight, the firmament was devoid of light, shrouded by clouds that obscured the moon of Cybertron. In this epilogue, amidst the tragic denouement of love, we delve into the supplementary narrative of the Transformers and Landon story, providing insights from perspectives 24 and 16 that remain unseen in the main text. This segment does not impact the core narrative and may be skipped. Viewer discretion is advised due to melodramatic content. Landon, a merchant of high standing within the esteemed Karen class, possessed everything that the lower-tier Cybertronians could only aspire to. Occasionally, he would inspect the working conditions of the lower-tier machines within his enterprises, indulge in drinks at the Shard Bar with friends at night, attend lavish gatherings hosted by fellow elites, or witness the brutal contests of gladiators in the arena, placing bets on the combatants he favored. His life brimmed with vibrancy, yet at times he found it rather tedious. The violence of the arena ignited a fleeting spark within him, but the aftermath was often a profound emptiness. He perhaps lacked something essential. Maybe he ought to seek a companion, he mused, as he held his wine glass while listening to his elite friends recount tales of their lives with partners. During one such soiree, he among the upper echelon. Amidst the clinking of glasses, Landon beheld a Cybertronian adorned in a gentle smile, with a paint scheme of soft yellow and white that resonated with his aesthetic. More importantly, their business interests aligned, and a partnership could elevate his enterprises to new heights. Perhaps he was a worthy choice, Landon contemplated, raising his glass and approaching with a smile. However, he was met with rejection. The reason? The elite stated he could not accept a partner who would mistreat lower-tier machines. Landon nearly laughed aloud, for he perceived this as merely a flimsy excuse for rejection. He had never anticipated that an elite would harbor such sentiments. After all, which Cybertronian of this stature had hands untainted by the toil of lower-tier machines? They were born to be expendable, akin to the mechanical ants beneath their feet. While disappointing, it mattered little to Landon. He dismissed the incident without much thought. Until one day at the Char Bar, luck was not on his side. He lost too many games, and his friends kept pouring high-grade spirits into his glass, rendering his cognitive modules somewhat hazy. "I can't drink anymore," Landon chuckled, pushing away the glass before him. He felt his fuel tank constrict, and the energy fluid within him surged, fearing that another sip would result in an embarrassing display. "Landon is being a spoilsport. Since you refuse to drink, we shall have to choose another method of punishment," an elite teased. "Do as you wish." Listening to the laughter of his friends nearby, Landon casually waved his hand, somewhat unsteadily rising to his feet and making his way towards the bar's exit. "I'm just stepping outside for some fresh air. You all carry on," he said. Standing at the entrance, he gazed out at the bustling streets of Karen, where the lights shone bright even in the night. Pairs of Cybertronians strolled past him, departing from the bar reeking of high-grade substances. The cool night breeze brushed against his metallic frame, sharpening his cognitive modules. At that moment, he noticed a green-painted Cybertronian standing at the entrance of a bookstore not far away. Dust clung to his exterior, and his paint was marred by scratches, lending him a disheveled appearance typical of a miner. Landon felt a wave of disdain wash over him. Miners were among his least favorite individuals. Beyond their lack of refinement, the filthy state of their bodies, permeated by the acrid scent of dust and oil, was utterly intolerable to him. The overseers of the mines ought to erect a barrier outside the mining grounds, confining these miners to their pits and keeping them from offending his vision. "I've just thought of a fitting punishment for Landon," came a sudden voice from behind him, startling him as he had not perceived the presence of anyone nearby. "Weren't you seeking a companion? What about that miner?" One upper-class Cybertronian jested, gesturing towards the green-painted figure in the distance with a malicious grin. "You expect me to find a miner as a partner? What sort of joke is this?" Landon retorted with a look of disgust, waving his hand dismissively. "Wait, I merely meant it as a performance, a game. I didn't mean for you to invest your heart in it," the upper-class Cybertronian said, draping an arm around Landon's shoulder, while the chorus of laughter from their friends echoed around them. "It's just a charade, a bit of fun." Perhaps influenced by the high-grade substances, Landon surprisingly found himself hesitating to reject this ludicrous proposition immediately. "Consider the miner. Isn't this an opportunity to demonstrate that you don't mistreat those of lower status?" murmured the upper-class Cybertronian in a voice barely audible to anyone but Landon. Hearing this, Landon paused, contemplating for a moment before he began to walk towards the miner. As he approached, he noticed the troubled expression on the miner's face. Suppressing his innate disgust, he gently spoke, "Hello, are you in some sort of trouble?" The miner, taken aback by the unexpected interaction, looked up at Landon with a hint of fear. Noticing Landon's opulent paint job, he instinctively took a step back, worried that his own dirtiness might tarnish the pristine finish before him. "Why, yes, sir, I wish to purchase a book. But it seems this bookstore is not very welcoming to lower-class machines," the miner replied, his voice growing quieter, aware that he was facing a clearly upper-class Cybertronian. His deepest impressions of such individuals were colored by memories of the harsh overseers, and he felt a twinge of pain rekindle in the spots recently mended. Landon recognized the miner's trepidation and, concealing his impatience, spoke softly, what is the title of the book you seek? The Path to Peace. The miner hesitated before responding. Randall nodded and stepped into the bookstore, emerging moments later before the astonished gaze of the miner, presenting him with a brand new book. Here you go. The miner, feeling somewhat awkward, accepted the book and quickly responded, Thank you, sir. I will pay you. No need, Randall replied with a warm smile. This book is a gift for you. Let's become friends. He gazed at the miner, whose optical lenses gleamed, and inquired, What is your name? I am called Bianzu. Grasping the book tightly, Bianzu hesitated, fearing that the dust on his attire might soil its pages. He even contemplated holding it close to his chest. As he looked at Randall, whose demeanor was gentle, he felt a spark of joy and smiled, saying, Thank you. You are truly kind. Observing the miner's beaming smile, tinged with the remnants of dust, Randall unexpectedly felt that spending time with this miner could be quite delightful. The two exchanged contact information, and to Randall's surprise, their communication flowed seamlessly. Within a month, he and Bianzu had established a solid relationship, far exceeding his expectations. Randall noted how, since confirming their bond, Bianzu's vibrant messages filled his communication feed daily. Even when his replies were lukewarm, Bianzu never seemed to be disheartened. Now that their relationship was solidified, Randall suggested to Bianzu, with a hint of mischief in his voice, Why not invite him out tomorrow? I believe our higher-ups are eager to meet you. Randall furrowed his brow. Well aware of his friend's penchant for mischief, they simply wished to indulge in amusement. Before he could voice his concerns, one of the higher-ups continued, It is said that miners rarely have a day off. Perhaps we should inform him tomorrow morning and see how he responds. After contemplating for a moment, Randall did not decline. As for Bianzu's potential lack of time, that was not his concern. As his friend remarked, if Bianzu came, all would proceed as normal. If not, it would provide an excuse to distance himself later. The following morning, Randall reserved the entire bar, notifying Bianzu of the time. He and his friends awaited the miner while enjoying their drinks. Could Bianzu have agreed so quickly? Randall mused that perhaps a higher-up had taken a liking to the miner, thinking that by associating with Randall, he could elevate his own status. The stakes seemed rather low, indeed a fortunate opportunity for Randall. Amidst the laughter of his friends, he too smiled, remaining silent while savoring his drink. Moments later, the bar door swung open, and the green-clad miner stepped in, somewhat self-conscious. He had taken the time to clean his gear and polish it, presenting a stark contrast to their previous encounter. Had he appeared like this then, Randall and his friends might not have recognized him as a miner at all. Though Randall felt a twinge of disdain, he maintained a facade of surprise and warmth as he stood to greet Bianzu. Randall introduced Bianzu to his friends, ordered him a drink, and engaged in light conversation. During this time, several of Landon's acquaintances approached with the intent of posing provocative questions, casting mocking glances in his direction. Landon refrained from intervening, merely sending a discreet reminder through the internal communication line. That's enough. We must avoid drawing suspicion. However, it seemed that Bianzu remained oblivious to any unusual undertones, responding with polite laughter to the offensive inquiries while animatedly sharing anecdotes about the mine with Landon. Although Landon feigned attentiveness, his mind had already wandered far away. He now perceived the miner's innocence as bordering on foolishness. After departing the tavern amid his friends' raucous farewells, Landon took Bianzu to a cleansing oil bath. Despite Bianzu being relatively clean, Landon found the lackluster paint on his exterior somewhat off-putting. Once Bianzu was thoroughly cleaned, Landon escorted him to a restaurant for a meal. Bianzu's optical lenses shimmered with affection, and it seemed the concept of silence was foreign to his system. He spoke incessantly, and the atmosphere thrived amidst Landon's somewhat perfunctory acknowledgments of, "Is that so?" "And I see." It must be said that the miner was rather loquacious. Yet the day's outing proved less arduous than Landon had anticipated. The fact that Bianzu's optical lenses contained only him gave Landon a sense of being the center of his universe, which was not entirely unpleasant. This fleeting affection provided Landon with a modicum of amusement, after yet another repetition of a life he had grown accustomed to over the past fortnight. Thoughts of that lively green figure flitted through his mind. Thus, he sent a communication, extending another invitation to Bianzu to meet at a park in Karen. This time, Bianzu arrived first, and from a distance, Landon observed him pacing nervously in place. Upon spotting Landon, Bianzu leapt with excitement and waved, which uplifted Landon's spirits considerably. He approached to see Bianju nervously retrieving an object. "Landon, this is for you," the typically effervescent miner said shyly, presenting him with a deep blue crystalline pendant. Landon accepted the pendant and examined it. A piece of cobalt crystal of mediocre quality, revealing signs of amateur craftsmanship, clearly the work of a novice. To him, it held little value, being merely a rare find for the miner. Initially intending to dismiss it casually and discard it, Landon swallowed the words that almost escaped his lips upon witnessing the hope in Bianju's optical lenses and instead said quietly, "Thank you, Bianju. I truly appreciate it." Bianju's optical lenses brightened instantaneously, and he could not contain his joy, leaping forward to embrace Landon. Though they had been romantically involved for over a month, they had yet to share any intimate gestures, not even holding hands. This was their first physical contact. Landon's body froze in place. He had expected to push away the audacious miner with distaste, yet his hand hovered in the air, unmoving. The two sparks seemed to sense one another's presence, their heartbeats resonating through their armor at an increasingly synchronized rhythm. Before Landon could fully contemplate the sensation, Bianju nervously released him, repeatedly apologizing. "I'm so sorry. I got a bit too excited." Landon shook his head, signaling that all was well, while his right hand absently brushed against his chest plate, feeling the pulsating ember within. The pendant he had initially intended to discard was inexplicably tucked away into his subspace. This was the first time he experienced the resonance of the ember. Unlike the fleeting thrill of the gladiatorial games, the tremor of the ember was prolonged and warm, as if he had discovered a piece of himself that he had long sought. He yearned to delve deeper into the sensation. The subsequent moments unfolded with an enchanting harmony. Landon taught the aristocratic etiquette to Bianju, imparting knowledge that miners seldom acquired. He presented Bianju with a bouquet of organic flowers, eliciting delighted cheers from him. Ultimately, he expressed his desire to take Bianju away from the mine. Although the mining environment was far from ideal, it was Bianju's most familiar territory. Filled with friends who cared for him and memories of his brief existence, it was his home. Yet, the one proposing to whisk him away was his beloved, who disregarded his status as a miner and wished to bestow affection upon him, offering Bianju his first genuine experience of being loved. Thus, Bianju consented, bidding farewell to his friends in the mine, and the following day, he followed Landon away from the place where he had spent so long, moving into Landon's lavish yet unfamiliar abode. Understanding Bianju's fondness for organic flowers, Landon cultivated a garden brimming with them. Aware that Bianju found oil rabbits adorable, he set aside a corner of the yard to raise a few of those creatures. It seemed he had truly fallen for this miner, evolving into a devoted partner. During another gathering with friends, the aristocratic machine who had proposed the wager interrupted Landon's recounting of his relationship with Bianju, his tone laced with skepticism. "Landon, you can't possibly be in love with that miner, can you?" Landon was momentarily taken aback, only to realize that his friends were regarding him with peculiar expressions. Wonder, doubt, and a profound disdain mixed with mockery danced in their optical lenses. Such gazes struck Landon like a thunderbolt. He suddenly awoke from the illusion, recognizing that he had become ensnared in a deception disguised as a drama. Yet he had taken it to heart. It was merely a play. He was an aristocratic machine. How could he possibly fall for a miner? How absurd. Landon heard himself say this. The ember seemed to emit a mournful cry, but he chose to ignore it. If it was merely acting, then he would see it through to the end. In the denouement of tragedy and love, the question posed by his friend lingered in Landon's mind. "Landon, have you truly fallen for a miner? What a ludicrous notion. How could he ever love a lowly machine, let alone a miner?" It was all just a performance. In the arena where aristocrats observed the gladiatorial contests, Landon, who had always relished the spectacle, now appeared somewhat disinterested, his mind in disarray. Beside him, Bianju sat in discomfort, witnessing the sparks igniting from the clash of gladiators' fists against their metallic forms. The jarring sounds of impact and the shattering of components echoed in his auditory sensors. He averted his optical lens, for he harbored no fondness for the brutal spectacle. The thought of two Cybertronians engaging in such a savage contest was repugnant to him. Had it not been for Landon's insistence, he would never have ventured into this arena. The contest concluded abruptly as one gladiator tore the other asunder, energy fluid spraying forth, searing into Bianju's optical lens. The vivid blue liquid felt as if it were scorching his visual circuits, prompting him to lower his gaze and deactivate his optical lens. The remains of the dismembered gladiator lay discarded upon the ground, while the deafening roar of the crowd reverberated throughout the arena, infiltrating Bienju's audio receptors. The raucous cheers snapped Landon back to reality. He merely cast a fleeting glance at the mangled body on the ground before diverting his attention. Fortune had favored him in this wager. As he instinctively turned to his side, he noticed Bienju's expression, a blend of fear and pain etched across his features. A peculiar thought flickered through Landon's mind. The sensations evoked by Bienju's presence ignited a different kind of spark within him, while the gladiatorial contest stirred a thrill in his being. Bienju, activate your optical lens, Landon urged with a smile, finding the notion amusing. Despite his trepidation, Bienju slowly opened his optical lens, lifting his gaze to meet Landon's. What do you think of the gladiatorial contest? Bienju recalled the gruesome image of the torn Cybertronian and, biting his lip, hesitated to look towards the arena. He murmured, Landon, I'm not particularly fond of watching gladiators fight. Can we refrain from attending in the future? Yet, I find gladiatorial contests quite enjoyable, Landon replied, observing Bienju's reluctance. He gently coaxed, however, if it displeases you, I shall not bring you again. Bienju's optical lens illuminated with gratitude, an inexplicable wave of anticipation and exhilaration coursing through Landon's form. The slight pain from the spark did not deter him. He led Bienju away from the viewing chamber. Though Bienju sensed something amiss in Landon's demeanor, he dismissed it, attributing it to his own overthinking, and suppressed the unease within his core as he quietly followed Landon. It was only when Landon guided him to a registration point for gladiators that the rapid sequence of events began to unfold. Bienju, placing his trust in Landon, did not question why their exit differed from their entrance, nor did he perceive the proprietor of the arena appraising him as one would an object, until Landon finalized an agreement with the owner, shaking hands and saying, pleasant cooperation. It was then that realization dawned upon him. Landon intended to thrust him into the arena. Just as Bienju contemplated confronting his beloved to inquire about the unfolding situation, a staff member abruptly seized him, attempting to escort him away. This unforeseen turn of events filled Bienju's core with dread as he beheld Landon's platinum silhouette, yearning to break free and rush toward him. Randang did not disappoint the expectations placed upon Bienju. He turned and approached him, gesturing for the staff to release Bienju, interrupting the words that were about to escape his lips. Gently caressing his mask with his right hand, he whispered tenderly, it is merely a gladiatorial match. I shall return once it concludes. However, the mere thought of the energy fluid spraying forth filled Bienju with an uncontrollable terror. Fear not, it is but a common contest, and you will not perish. Ronding's voice was soothing, identical to the tone he used to comfort him in the past. If you are injured, I shall do everything in my power to mend you. While his lover's gentle words typically brought him peace at that moment, Bienju felt only the chilling dread surging from the depths of his being, as fear and unease gnawed at his very essence. Prove your strength to me, shall we? Ronding's icy hand lightly touched Bienju's mask, causing a slight discomfort. He did not shy away from his lover's touch. Just this once, please, Bienju finally acquiesced, grasping Ronding's hand resting upon his mask, bowing his head in supplication. He heard his lover respond with a smile in his voice. Very well. Bienju followed the staff away, preparing to ascend to the arena, while Randang watched his retreating figure with a cold gaze, pulling out a silk cloth to wipe the hand that had touched Bienju's mask. Mr. Randang, you truly are generous, the owner of the arena remarked with a smile. He is merely a miner, Randang retorted, discarding the soiled cloth into a nearby bin. Yes, merely a miner, he repeated to himself. This was a contest devoid of suspense. How could a miner, lacking any combat experience or talent, possibly triumph over seasoned gladiators? Bienju possessed not even a weapon. Amidst the jeers and boos from the crowd, he desperately attempted to evade his opponent's frenzied attacks. Yet the arena was too confined for refuge. Following yet another failed attempt to counterattack, he was seized by his adversary. In that instant, all sound faded, his mind blanked, and after a brief moment of shock, he became acutely aware of the pain in his left arm. Amidst the cacophony of the audio receiver, he thought he heard a scream of agony. It was his own voice, he realized in a daze, as he beheld the empty connection port on his left arm, Energy fluid splattered across him, and his arm gripped tightly by the monstrous gladiator, only to be violently hurled to the ground. He collapsed onto the arena floor, stirring up a cloud of dust, and amidst the crowd's cheers and his own excruciating pain, he turned his head with his last ounce of strength to gaze upon the glass-covered edifice. His dulled optical lens pierced through the one-way glass. Locking eyes with the silent Randang, Bianzu was taken back to Ronding's residence, where Randang sought the finest physician from Karen to assist in reattaching his left arm. After the surgery, Bianzu awakened, the pain in his left arm lingering vividly within his neural module. He instinctively felt as if he were still in the arena, gripped by panic and wishing to flee from his position. Yet, due to the anesthesia administered during the procedure, his body remained utterly immobile. Regardless of how he attempted to activate his motor functions, he could not move even an inch. He sensed the energy fluid within his system beginning to flow backward, and the terror reflected in his optical lenses intensified, almost overwhelming him. Just then, Landon's voice broke through. "It's all right now, Bianzu." Bianzu widened his optical lenses in shock, momentarily stunned, and turned his head to seek the source of the voice. Landon stepped into his line of sight, revealing the familiar platinum-colored body, prompting Bianzu to relax slightly. The suppressed emotions surged forth, and tears of cleansing fluid streamed uncontrollably from his optical lenses, cascading down his faceplate and dripping onto the surgical bed. "Landon, I beg you, I never want to return to the arena again. Please, don't make me go back." Bianzu pleaded intermittently to his beloved. Landon observed Bianzu's anguished expression, biting his lip in regret for having made such a decision, and softly replied, "All right." With this affirmation, Bianzu felt a wave of relief wash over him. He could not withstand the sudden onslaught of drowsiness, and slowly, amidst quiet sobs, he disconnected from the system. Landon gazed at the damp marks on the minor's faceplate and the freshly reconnected left arm, suppressing the image of Bianzu's extinguished optical lenses in his memory. Evading the thought as he diverted his gaze. "He is just a minor," he reminded himself. Bianzu spent over a week recuperating his body, while Landon was often away, rarely at their residence. Bianzu occupied himself in the garden, tending to the organic flowers or feeding the oil rabbits. He did not forget to chat with his friends from the mining site. Whenever Landon was absent, he would share amusing anecdotes with them, never mentioning his participation in the arena. One evening, Landon returned, imbued with an aura of high purity. Bianzu, who had been eagerly waiting on the steps, brightened at the sight and rushed to greet his beloved with a smile. "Landon, welcome back." Landon looked at the lively figure before him. Noting the absence of the previous pallor and pain, it was as if Bianzu had completely forgotten the horrors of the arena. This thought alleviated Landon's lingering guilt, and he chose to say little, merely responding softly, "Machem, the flowers in the garden are thriving. I helped the gardener pull weeds. The oil rabbits seem quite foolish, eating as much as I offer them. Do they really have such large fuel tanks? Will they someday overindulge?" Bianzu chattered beside Landon, undeterred by his silence. "I'd like to invite a friend from the mine out. One of them lent me a polishing machine, and I wish to return the favor. What do you think I should give him? Tomorrow, let the bodyguard take you to Robert's to customize a new polisher," Landon casually suggested. "Randang, you may accompany me." But as I tentatively inquired, I was abruptly interrupted by Randang's impatience. "I'm busy. I have a friend meeting tomorrow." Randang furrowed his brow, appearing reluctant to engage further. "Very well, Randang, you may attend to your matters. I shall manage on my own." Bianzu seemed unfazed by his lover's refusal, responding with a continued smile. Randang chose not to entertain further conversation, striding directly to his room, leaving Bianzu standing motionless, his right hand hovering in the air for a moment before slowly descending. This coldness persisted throughout Bianzu's recuperation, until Randang once again sent him to the arena. "Once more, shall we?" Randang coaxed in a gentle tone that Bianzu had not heard in quite some time. "My friends wish to witness your valor in the arena." "I am terrified, Randang." Bianzu appeared sorrowful, tears cascading anew as memories of his last encounter in the arena flooded back, causing his left arm to tremble involuntarily. He could not contain his emotions. "I do not wish to go. I truly do not wish to go." "You promised me, Randang. You promised you would not take me back to the arena, you deceiver." At a gathering, Randang, in a bid to assert his indifference towards the miner, informed his companions of his intention to send Bianzu to the arena. prompting the ever-intrigued crowd to express their desire to witness the spectacle. Randang, feeling a headache stirring as he observed the resistant Bianju, found himself inexplicably reluctant to cast him aside. However, to substantiate that it was all merely a performance, he felt compelled to display Bianju's combat. If you go this time, I can accompany you to meet your minor friends. Randang wiped away Bianju's tears with his finger. I could also converse with the mining supervisor to grant a day's reprieve for the mine. What do you think? Watching Bianju's expression shift from rejection to hesitation, Randang continued to gently persuade him. This time will be different, I assure you. Will you guarantee this is the final occasion? I promise you, Randang replied softly. Bianju acquiesced, once more stepping into the inferno that had left him haunted. Once again, the outcome was predictable. This time, Bianju lost his right leg. He had anticipated the same agonizing screams as before, but unexpectedly, it seemed his vocal apparatus had malfunctioned, emitting no sound as he gradually succumbed to fatigue and pain. When he awoke once more on the surgical bed, he no longer struggled, his blue optical lens staring blankly at the white ceiling. Upon hearing familiar footsteps nearby, he refrained from turning his head and simply asked softly, "Please do not send me again." "Very well," Randang replied, observing the dimmed optical lens of Bianju, feeling a pang within his heart. Instinctively, he inquired, "Does it hurt?" As soon as the words left his lips, Randang regretted his question. What a foolish inquiry it was. How could one not feel pain when one's leg had been violently torn away? He should have apologized, but his pride as a superior machine forbade him from bowing to a miner. Before he could contemplate further, Bianju's voice, laced with a hint of a smile, briefed him. "Randang, I do not feel pain." After a profound silence, the variable resistor, with a weary voice, softly inquired, "Landon, do you love me?" How could he possibly love a miner? How could a high-tier machine ever develop affection for one of the lower echelon? Yet, the embers of his heart flickered, and an answer, born from deep within, pressed against his vocal apparatus. His lips parted slightly, but no sound emerged. He watched as the variable resistor, unable to hold back his fatigue, closed the optical lens. With a whisper, he uttered a silent confession. "I love you, variable resistor." This unspoken declaration sent a jolt through Landon, who shook his head in frustration and turned away, leaving the room as if in a hasty retreat. Just a miner. After all, the next day, the variable resistor appeared to have forgotten the incident, smiling radiantly as if nothing had transpired. The two bouts seemed to have left no mark on him, which provided Landon with a modicum of comfort. However, the unvoiced confession from that day haunted him, rendering him incapable of facing the variable resistor. He was resolute in his belief that he could never love a miner. His longing was merely for the novelty of the embers, prompting him to venture out more frequently. Who would have thought you actually sent that miner into the arena? "Truly, you are remarkable," remarked one of Landon's friends at the Shard Bar, sipping on high-proof alcohol. "Surely that miner doesn't genuinely believe you love him." How naive and amusing. The gladiator in the arena had torn through him as easily as one might rend a piece of silk. "When can you take us to see another match?" Upon hearing this, Landon hesitated, momentarily pausing with his glass raised. "I'm not planning to, perhaps in a few days. I've heard there's a match coming up with Riftstorm. Why not have that miner face him?" His friends eagerly interrupted, their excitement palpable. Imagine how Riftstorm would treat that miner. Would he simply shred him apart? How delightful. You must want to witness that too, Landon. Landon hesitated, once again perceiving the doubtful gazes of his friends. He suppressed the discomfort welling within him and quickly donned a smile, raising his glass. "Of course, I will ensure this spectacle is arranged." When Landon once more suggested that the variable resistor enter the arena, he felt a wave of trepidation and dared not meet the optical lens of the machine before him. "I don't want to go, Landon." This time, the variable resistor did not cry. Instead, he gazed at the high-tier machine through lenses imbued with sorrow. Even though the gladiatorial contest had transpired over half a month ago, the pain lingered within his frame. Each night, he would awaken from nightmares, curling up in agony, with condensation trickling down his body onto the charging bed. He struggled against the pain until dawn, realizing that something might be amiss with his form. Yet he kept this knowledge from Landon and everyone else. "I promise this will be the last time," Landon murmured softly. The variable resistor lowered his optical lens in silence. An inexplicable emotion surged within Landon. He felt a flicker of anger. He had bestowed everything upon this miner, and now he dared to defy his command. How could a high-tier machine find himself so helpless before a mere minor? You will go, whether you wish to or not. In a cold tone, Landon declared. There is no room for discussion, as he observed the astonishment in Bianzu's eyes. Bianzu, with widened optical lenses, gazed at his suddenly unfamiliar beloved. You are merely a minor. It was I who extricated you from the mines. Recognize your position. You must go, Landon commanded, looking down at Bianzu from a position of authority. Bianzu bowed his head in silence, and after a moment he spoke. I arranged to meet some friend from the mines at the Shattered Bar that day. Then let the bodyguards accompany you. After meeting your friends, you shall proceed to the arena, Landon replied, frowning casually. Bianzu remained silent, refraining from reminding Landon of a promise made to him. After another moment of silence, he said, This is the last time. Please do not make me go again, all right? Fine. Hearing Bianzu's acquiescence, Landon calmed down, observing the bowed figure before him. On the day of the meeting with 39 and 47, Bianzu sensed 47's insinuations. He contemplated whether to confide in his friends from the mines about these matters, but quickly dismissed the thought. He did not wish to trouble the others from the mining community. With the bodyguard monitoring him closely, he feared that should they discover anything, 47 and 39 might be in peril. Thus, he suppressed his inner exhaustion and discomfort, smiling as he assured them he was faring well, urging them not to worry about him. However, when the bodyguard informed him that it was time to leave, the brief solace he found in conversing with his friends evaporated. He understood that the bodyguard was utterly obedient to Landon, yet he could not help but quietly inquire if he might be excused from going. Unsurprisingly, the answer was a firm refusal. Bianzu felt a renewed ache in his body. Disinterested in further conversation, he bid farewell to 39 and 47 and exited the bar. The bodyguard escorted him to the arena, where he did not even catch a glimpse of Landon, instead being thrust directly into the arena. To his astonishment, his opponent was Lien Biao, a fact Landon had withheld from him. Although he had not observed many battles, he was well aware of Lien Biao's fearsome reputation. Landon seemed intent on his demise. Bianzu sensed a malfunction in his replacement system. Certain neglected truths suddenly tore through all his self-deception, presenting a painful reality before him. The agony intensified, rendering his body rigid and immobile, as if the very spark of his existence were fracturing. Lien Biao charged at him with a frenzied roar. Despite having the ability to easily evade Bianzu's frozen form, he chose not to, taunting Bianzu as a cat might toy with a mouse. After several moments of this grim game, Lien Biao appeared to grow weary of the sport, his massive blade crashing down upon Bianzu. The silver gleam of the blade flashed before Bianzu's eyes. He felt a sudden lightness in the left half of his body. In an instant, he lost his balance and collapsed to the ground. The phantom pain that had long plagued him had vanished. He did not log off. Instead, he turned to his left and suddenly realized that the razor-sharp blade had cleaved through his left shoulder down to his waist. Despite losing half of his body, he felt no pain, merely observing the energy fluid flowing from the gaping wound. He even caught sight of his core exposed, its blue light pulsating through the gaps. Lien Biao gazed regretfully at the half-destroyed Bianzu, initially intending to end this tedious adversary's life, yet the arena's proprietor had cautioned against taking his life. However, it seemed he would not survive for long. With a cold snort, Lien Biao wiped the energy fluid from his blade and slowly exited the arena amidst the cheers of the crowd. Bianzu watched as his energy fluid gushed forth, gradually spreading beneath the remnants of his lost half. His neural module incessantly alerted him to dangerously low energy reserves and severe bodily damage. The optical lens flickered due to the energy depletion, and suddenly he felt weightless, as if the wind caressed his body, and someone had lifted him and was running. Bianzu turned his head in astonishment to see Landon's anxious expression. With great effort, he managed to force a smile, but his voice, strained by the energy loss, emerged faint and intermittent. I'm fine, it doesn't hurt. Landon paused, momentarily at a loss for words. Yet the damp sensation at his fingertips revealed the dire condition of the machine in his arms. He needed to rush Bianzu to medical assistance. The vehicle arranged by Landon was waiting at the arena's entrance. Once he secured Bianzu in his arms, the bodyguard promptly activated the vehicle, speeding towards the hospital. London, do you love me? A trickle of energy fluid escaped Bianzu's lips, rendering his words even more indistinct. despite the pain coursing through his core. He could not articulate the words hidden deep within, especially with the bodyguard present. Instead, he gently shifted the topic to reassure Bianju, emphasizing that his treatment was paramount and that he would be all right. A fleeting thought crossed Bianju's optical lens, but before Landon could discern it, Bianju had lowered his gaze. He offered a tender smile. "Landon, I love you." Landon was taken aback, and before he could respond, Bianju was whisked away to the hospital. Given Bianju's high-ranking identity, the hospital operated with remarkable efficiency, and he was quickly ushered into the operating room. "Mr. Landon, rest assured, the gentleman was brought in promptly. Our doctors are the most skilled, and they will surely save him," the director said with a sycophantic tone. Landon, observing the energy fluid on his hands, felt no inclination to engage in conversation. He waved dismissively, and the director, perceiving Landon's disinterest, quietly departed. Landon accepted a silk cloth from the bodyguard to wipe away the energy fluid. Before he could tend to his own body, a piercing scream erupted from the operating room before him. The doctor abruptly flung open the door to the operating room, his optical lenses wide with terror. He, Landon, felt a tremor within him as he rushed past the doctor into the sterile chamber. There, lifeless on the surgical table, lay the body of Bianju, whose once vibrant and clear optical lenses now appeared dull and devoid of vitality. The blue spark within his open energy compartment had extinguished, and a sharp scalpel was embedded in the damaged core, robbing it of its brilliance. The doctor's horrified voice pierced through Landon's audio receiver. "He has committed suicide." In the midst of tragedy and the denouement of love, Bianju seized the scalpel from the edge of the surgical bed in a fleeting moment, plunging it into his own energy core without hesitation. Despite the minimal energy liquid remaining and the excruciating pain from losing half of his body, he managed to summon an extraordinary strength with remarkable speed. The doctor's lenses still reflected fear, and upon the director, his urgent reminder, he suddenly realized his silence. Gazing anxiously at the motionless high-level machine before him, Landon remained quiet, his attention fixed upon Bianju's shattered form. Energy liquid streamed down Bianju's chest and wound, saturating the surgical table and dripping to the floor, 1 drop, 2 drops. Landon stood transfixed, watching the blue liquid fall rhythmically. The spark within seemed to be torn apart, sending waves of intense pain coursing through him. This sensation was unfamiliar, distinct from the thrill of the arena and contrasting with the warmth shared with Bianju. What was this feeling? He felt as though a vast void had opened in his chest, isolating him from all surrounding sounds, amplifying the sound of the energy liquid splattering on ground. Echoing around him, he noticed several unread messages on the communication line and opened them silently. "Friend, where are you, Landon? We haven't processed why you suddenly rushed out. Friend, is it because of that miner? You're quite loyal." Landon stared blankly at the messages from his friend. "Landon, Bianju is dead." A response came swiftly from the other side. "Friend, he actually died? Let him go. He was just a miner." A shiver ran through Landon. He suddenly grasped that the being lying on the surgical table was merely a miner. Just a miner. The director's voice, laced with flattery and fear, emerged beside Landon. "Mr. Landon, I deeply regret that our doctor's negligence has led to this situation. We will do our utmost to compensate you. Perhaps you could find it in your heart to forgive our small hospital." The doctor's fear intensified, clearly wishing to abandon his post. He could hardly fathom how the high-level officials might treat him. Would they dispatch someone to eliminate him, or cast him aside with the discarded miners? Landon, realizing that there were other machines nearby, hesitated before he spoke, only to find his voice raspy. Clearing his throat, he continued, "It's nothing. He was just a miner. Indeed, merely a miner." Landon's emotions gradually settled into tranquility as he silently disregarded the tremors and lamentations emanating from the spark. The spark incessantly transmitted sorrowful signals to him, and he could not comprehend why the death of a miner weighed so heavily upon him. He had directly or indirectly caused the demise of many low-tier machines without ever experiencing such feelings. The director and the doctor stared in astonishment at the high-tier machine, whose previously sorrowful and anxious demeanor had suddenly transformed into calmness. They understood that it was unwise to inquire further. The high-tier machine bore no resentment towards them, and this was the most favorable outcome they could hope for. "Mr. Landon, Might we assist in handling the remains of this miner? The director tentatively inquired. Landon, realizing he still needed to manage the remains of the miner, fell silent, just as the director struggled to maintain his smile. Fearing he had inadvertently offended the high-tier machine again, Landon finally spoke. There is no need. I shall take him back. Though the director and the doctor found this behavior peculiar, they dared not question the reasoning behind the high-tier machine's choice, merely smiling in reply. Of course. We shall defer to you, Mr. Landon. Landon instructed his bodyguard to escort the remains back to his residence. The energy fluid of the miner had nearly drained, leaving only a trace of blue liquid around the chest and wound, which occasionally dripped onto the ground with the bodyguard's movements. Landon stood in the courtyard, somewhat bewildered, contemplating his next steps. He felt his cognitive module was not entirely clear. Upon glancing down at the energy fluid that coated him, he suddenly realized and turned to the bodyguard, saying, "Wait here. I shall take an oil bath." Before the bodyguard could respond, Landon had already turned and entered the residence, leaving the bodyguard and the lifeless body exchanging glances. Observing the miner's optical lens dimming, the bodyguard couldn't help but sigh. He bore no ill will towards the miner. Although he initially felt disdain upon learning he was merely a miner, the miner had always treated him kindly. Even though he was entirely subservient to Landon and often ignored the miner's incessant chatter, the miner continued to engage him in conversation, as if he were not a subordinate, but rather an ordinary friend. Yet, the tragic fate of a low-tier machine falling in love with a high-tier machine was indeed a dismal conclusion. The bodyguard looked upon the miner with a measure of sympathy, uncertain of Landon's intentions now that he had brought back the miner's remains. Landon's actions following the miner's death sent a chill through him. After a considerable interval, Landon reemerged from the residence, holding a book, an item he had retrieved from the miner's quarters, the only possession the miner had taken when departing the mine. It was the book titled The Path to Peace, which Landon had once gifted to the miner upon their initial meeting. The book bore signs of having been read, yet not a single corner was bent, revealing the owner's tender care for it. Langdon gently caressed the cover of the book in his hand, lifting his gaze to the bodyguard who stood resolutely in place, gripping the device known as the variable resistor. It dawned on Langdon that the variable resistor was diminutive, while his own frame was a medium-sized machine, now diminished by the loss of half its structure, appearing like a mere fledgling fresh off the assembly line when nestled within the embrace of a larger machine. The bodyguard's machine obscured the gaping wound. If one were to ignore the shattered spark at his chest, the variable resistor seemed merely to be in slumber. Mr. Langdon, I beg your pardon, but should we not transport Mr. Variable Resistor's body to the processing station for the deceased Cybertronians? This is ordinarily the hospital's responsibility. Yet Langdon felt compelled to bring the variable resistor back to his residence. Though he was not intimately acquainted with the variable resistor, the bodyguard was reluctant to witness the remains of this unfortunate miner's spark being subjected to indignity after returning to the source of sparks. The bodyguard's words interrupted Langdon's contemplation, and in times past, he would have reacted with ire. However, at this moment, his thoughts were devoid of such fervor. His spark conveyed a profound reluctance to part with the variable resistor, to consign his body to the processing station. Thus, he surveyed the courtyard, observing the organic flowers planted in honor of the variable resistor, and pointed to a spot near the house, instructing the bodyguard, let him be buried there. The bodyguard's optical lens widened in astonishment. He had not anticipated Langdon would make such a choice, interring a Cybertronian's remains within the confines of his own garden. Doubts about Langdon's cognitive faculties began to surface, yet he dared not defy the command nor elaborate further. Lowering his gaze to conceal his conflicted emotions, he replied, Yes, Mr. Langdon. The bodyguard removed the organic plants from the chosen plot, excavating a deep pit into which he gently placed the variable resistor's shattered body. Langdon included the book in the grave. In a profound silence, the bodyguard filled the earth back in, leaving the disturbed patch incongruous amidst the vibrant array of flowers. Langdon's gaze drifted to the lively oil rabbits, bounding within the confines, his expression distant. Turning back to the freshly turned earth, he added, Have a gardener plant organic flowers here tomorrow. A chill coursed through the bodyguard's spark as he bowed his head in acknowledgement, replying, Yes, Mr. Langdon. Another protagonist of the drama had perished. The performance had reached its conclusion. Just a miner, Langdon reassured himself within his core. He sensed a peculiar disquiet within his own body. The dull ache conveyed by his spark had lessened considerably of late. Yet he found himself devoid of interest in the arena. The spillage of energy liquid recalled the blue fluid that had dripped from the variable resistor on the surgical table. And the sharp clash of gladiators' weapons evoked the image of the scalpel embedded in the shattered spark of the variable resistor. The adrenaline-fueled violence that once exhilarated him now left only a hollow echo of his spark. Reluctant to return to the arena, he noted the influx of messages from his concerned friends. "Hey, Langdon, what's wrong? Why is the death of a miner affecting you so deeply?" Langdon furrowed his brow at the communication from his friend. "Randang, how is it possible? I am merely a miner, just feeling a bit fatigued lately." "Friend, you must quickly regain your vigor. That high-ranking individual inquired about you today and should reach out to you soon." Randang pondered for a moment, recalling the pale yellow and white painted high-ranking individual who had once rejected him. Perhaps seeking a companion would alleviate his feelings. He reminisced about the exhilarating thrill he had felt when he was with Bianju. If he were to become a partner with this high-ranking individual, his emotional struggles might soon resolve, allowing him to once again experience that exhilarating sensation. As his friend had foretold at the banquet 2 days later, the high-ranking individual approached him. He apologized for previously assuming that Randang mistreated lower-ranking individuals and offered comfort for his loss. Seizing the moment, Randang invited him to his home, and the high-ranking individual readily accepted, promptly arranging a time. The next day, Randang visited Robert's shop to customize a gift for him. Robert instinctively glanced behind Randang, and upon noticing only a bodyguard accompanying him, his optical lens flickered slightly. He casually inquired, "Mr. Randang, is the watch you ordered intended for Mr. Bianju?" Randang, taken aback by the mention of Bianju's name, paused in silence before shaking his head. "No, this is for a high-ranking individual." It seemed he had never gifted anything to Bianju apart from the book they had exchanged during their initial meeting. Robert said nothing further. He lowered his optical lens, nodded, and returned to his work desk to continue his tasks. On the morning of the agreed-upon day, Randang collected the customized watch. Upon returning to the courtyard, he paused at the sight of the lively oil bunnies within the enclosure. Instinctively, he picked up a prepared energy block and crouched down to feed them. Feeding the oil bunnies had originally been the gardener's duty, but Bianju had always insisted on doing it, thus it had been largely entrusted to him. Now that Bianju was gone, the responsibility had reverted to the gardener. Observing the oil bunnies eat as much as they desired, Randang found himself pondering. Did their fuel tanks possess such capacity? Would they not overindulge? He stood frozen, the question echoing in his mind, familiar from Bianju's past musings. A gentle touch on his fingers brought him back to reality. The oil bunny, sensing the cessation of feeding, nudged his fingers with its head, urging him to continue. Randang, momentarily dazed, thought to himself how Bianju had been fond of these fragile creatures. Instinctively, he turned to gaze towards the spot where Bianju's remains were buried. It was now adorned with newly planted organic flora. The soil still bore faint signs of disturbance, and the flowers and leaves of the organic plants swayed gently in the breeze. Rising, he brushed the crumbs of the energy block from his hands and returned indoors. As the oil bunnies tilted their heads, silently watching him depart. In the evening, the high-ranking individual arrived as anticipated. Randang elegantly poured tea for him, and the two engaged in delightful conversation. "Mr. Randang," the high-ranking individual began, hesitating as he set down his teacup, "I have heard that your partner." Langdon had long since predetermined today's performance, needing to feign a sorrowful demeanor to evoke sympathy from the machine before him. Was it truly mere pretense? To elicit compassion from his next target partner by portraying a melancholic facade? Everything that had transpired was but a theatrical act, one that had drawn to a close. The variable resistor was merely a miner. The companion he sought belonged to a higher echelon. As he endeavored to organize the tumultuous thoughts within his cognitive module, he was just about to speak when his bodyguard sent a message via the internal communication line, informing him that 2 machines had arrived, claiming to seek the variable resistor. Langdon understood that since the variable resistor had departed from the mine, he had engaged in little social interaction. The likelihood of those seeking him being fellow miners was high, presenting a favorable opportunity. If he displayed a positive demeanor towards the miners, the upper-class machine, who ostensibly sympathized with the lower-class machines, would likely form a favorable impression of him. Thus, Langdon forced a wry smile and addressed the upper-class machine. My bodyguard has just informed me that the variable resistor's friends have come a visit. I would like to invite them in. Of course, Mr. Landon. The upper-class machine replied with a smile. He activated the intercom connected to the residence entrance, saying, "Allow the variable resistor's minor friends to enter." Moments later, the door swung open, and a gray and a white machine stepped inside. Landon stifled his disdain for the miners and graciously gestured for them to take a seat. What followed unfolded smoothly. He wove a tapestry of genuine and fabricated sorrow, successfully drawing sympathy from the upper-class machine. Though he should have felt joy, his soul felt as though it were cleaved in two, one half seated, weeping behind a mask, while the other observed his clumsy performance with cold detachment. Clumsy though it was, it proved effective, did it not? Landon mused within himself. After he concluded his embellished recounting of the variable resistor's plight, the gray miner rose to bid farewell. Landon failed to notice the fleeting glimmer of murderous intent in his optical lens, only perceiving his frigid demeanor. The miner had discerned the artifice behind his performance. But what did it matter? He was merely a miner, incapable of stirring significant turbulence. Landon watched as the gray-painted miner led the downcast white-painted miner out of his abode, feeling revulsion at the seats they had occupied and the floor they had traversed. What did it matter if the performance was clumsy? He had attained his desires. Had he not? Landon presented a sorrowful smile to the upper-class machine, for although he had achieved his aims, the spark within him felt devoid of the satisfaction of success, only a deepening sense of hollowness. Before long, the upper-class machine acquiesced to Landon's declaration of affection, and they became partners, receiving the blessings of nearly all within their social stratum. Yet, Landon still could not sense the thrill he had anticipated, the exhilaration that the variable resistor had once ignited within him. Instead, he felt the gnawing emptiness of the spark intensifying. He sought medical consultations multiple times, only to be reassured that he was perfectly healthy, with no issues regarding the spark. After approximately a season of their partnership, the upper-class machine proposed a separation. "You do not truly love me, do you?" he calmly stated to Landon. Randall was acutely aware that although the high-ranking individual initially dismissed him under the pretext of mistreating the lower-tier machines, he was, in truth, indifferent to their plight. That day, he also recognized the inadequacy of his own performance. The high-ranking individual feigned cooperation with Randall in a farcical charade and accepted his confession solely because his own enterprises had encountered difficulties and required Randall's assistance. Longing for a sense of familiarity from the high-ranking figure, Randall did not hesitate to extend some help. However, both parties had ultimately become of no use to each other. The high-ranking individual's business had successfully weathered its crisis, while Randall discovered that he could not attain the feelings he sought. The assertion that "you do not love me" merely served as a veil over their absurd transaction. Yet, loving him, a high-ranking individual of equal societal standing, did not equate to genuine affection. Who then did he truly love? Was it the variable resistor? That was merely a performance, and he had simply become too engrossed in the role. After all, the variable resistor was just a miner. Perhaps it was merely the incongruity between himself and the high-ranking individual that led Randall to believe he could rediscover that elusive sensation. What the high-ranking individual could not provide did not necessarily imply that others could not. However, before Randall could seek another companion, Cybertron underwent a dramatic transformation overnight. The previous upheavals and the disappearance of the Prime had not affected him in the slightest. Over the years, many machines had protested against the class system of Cybertron, yet they had all vanished without a trace. Randall did not believe that the affairs of the High Council would concern him. Yet now, the High Council had unexpectedly elected a new leader, and simultaneously, war erupted. A madman named Megatron led a faction of lunatics known as the Decepticons, igniting the war on Cybertron. The Decepticon stronghold was located in Kaon. Just as Randall sensed something amiss and prepared to depart, it was already too late. One night, the door to his residence was blasted open by fusion cannons, and amidst the screams of his subordinates, 2 Cybertronians descended from the gaping hole, forcefully knocking Randall to the ground. Realizing they were targeting him, he frantically called for his bodyguard over the comms, but received no response. He witnessed more Cybertronians storming into his abode, shattering his crystal chandelier and destroying his expensive artworks. Amidst the thunderous roar of the fusion cannons and the cacophony of mad laughter, Randall noticed that each of these machines bore a purple insignia. He knew it to be the emblem of the Decepticons. What had he done to provoke these lunatics? Gritting his teeth, Randall observed the two approaching Decepticons. Their faces twisted into malicious smiles, and he gradually retreated, attempting to negotiate. Hey, calm down. What do you want? Money? I can provide you with money. Or, if you desire something else, I can supply you with weapons. Just let me go. The two Decepticons exchanged glances and then erupted into laughter, their arms transforming into fusion cannons aimed at Randall, who had raised his hands in surrender, the ominous charging sound emanating from their weapons. Damn it. These madmen had even unlocked their weapon modules. Randin inwardly cursed, yet maintained a smile as he regarded the two machines. Allowing me to live could yield greater benefits for you. The proposition sounded enticing. One of the machines transformed its fusion cannon back into an arm, gradually approaching Randin. With an expectant gaze, he placed a hand on Randin's left shoulder, chuckling. However, our boss did not send us to find you for that. In the next moment, Randin's smile froze. A sudden jolt of pain surged through his left arm, eliciting an uncontrollable cry of agony. His neural module was drowned in warning signals, rendering him incapable of coherent thought. He beheld his left arm, now severed, gripped in the clutches of the machine. The Decepticon's hand exerted slight pressure, warping and shattering the armor of his arm. Randin gritted his teeth against the pain, retreating a few steps to distance himself from the two cruelly grinning Decepticons, his optical sensors wide with terror. His attempts to evade were insignificant to the two Decepticons. The one holding his arm casually discarded the twisted limb aside, while he and the other machine swiftly restrained Randin's body, subduing his struggles. One Decepticon lifted his frame, while the other placed a hand upon his right leg, gradually applying force as Randin's eyes widened in horror. Our boss has a message for you. In the next instant, amidst Randin's piercing screams, his right leg was wrenched from his body. His surroundings were awash in blue energy fluid, his frame, the floor, and even the armor of the two Decepticons. In a fleeting moment, a vision of a certain figure flashed through his memory module, a memory of his companion, who had lost his left arm and right leg in the arena. Had he, too, felt the same excruciating pain? Your acting is rather poor. The Decepticon's voice resonated with the imagery within his neural module, causing Randin's body to tremble as realization dawned upon him. This Decepticon sought vengeance for his companion. Is it truly for him? Randin pondered deeply, striving to disregard the agony coursing through him. He weakly inquired of the two Decepticons. What is he saying? The Decepticon, lifting Randin, asked his comrade. Who knows? Our boss didn't specify. The other Decepticon shrugged, seemingly indifferent to Randin's words. Let us get on with it. The sooner we finish, the sooner we're done. You have a point, the Decepticon nodded, hoisting Randin's battered form. Aim carefully, don't hit me. The opposing Decepticon transformed his palm into a fusion cannon, targeting the left side of Randin's body, grinning. Don't worry, I won't hit you. The mocking tone of the Decepticon amplified Randin's terror as he beheld the charged fusion cannon, shaking his head in fear. Wait. The Decepticon ignored Randin's pleas, and with a thunderous blast, a gaping hole was blasted through Randin's left side, narrowly missing the energy core. Randin could barely muster a cry of despair. He lowered his head, his optical sensors flickering, as pain and searing sensations bombarded his neural module. He felt on the verge of shutting down, contemplating that perhaps if he surrendered to unconsciousness, he might endure a modicum less suffering. Yet, he did not succumb. His neural module remained alert. He beheld a gaping wound on the left side of his body, the temperature of the fusion cannon having melted the surrounding metal and circuitry, fusing the energy conduits. Although the energy liquid did not leak, the pain remained unabated. With just a slight deviation, his spark could have been shattered by that shot. Amidst the agony, Landon once again contemplated the variable resistor. Clutching the mangled remnants of the variable resistor, he dashed towards the arena's exit, energy liquid dripping continuously from the fissures in his fingertips. Yet the variable resistor, with a fragmented voice, reassured him, I do not feel pain. Despite the fact that the cannon had not harmed his spark at that moment, Landon's spark throbbed with excruciating intensity. Variable resistor, you deceiver. It feels as though I am on the brink of death. Two Decepticons watched with satisfaction as Landon's battered form lay before them. One of them retrieved a chain from subspace, binding it tightly around Landon's immobilized waist. Gripping the other end, he addressed his companion. That should suffice. Let us depart. The two machines transformed into aerial vehicles, soaring through the large hole from which they had entered. Landon's body was carelessly flung beneath the aircraft, inadvertently knocking over items from the residential table. The Decepticon, seemingly wary of him falling, secured the chain firmly, but Landon, being a ground unit, had never flown before. At that moment, the turbulent motion left him dizzy, the fuel tank rolling within him, while the chain scraped against his waist, causing a faint ache. Yet these sensations paled in comparison to the agony emanating from the 3 wounds on his body. Landon caught sight of the bodyguard outside the courtyard gate and suddenly comprehended why the bodyguard had not responded to his communications. The chest of the massive black machine bore a gaping hole, singed and charred. The once towering figure now slumped helplessly against the wall. The corner fence lay in ruins, ravaged by the fusion cannon, while the startled oil rabbit had long since fled to an unknown refuge. The organic flowers in the courtyard lay trampled and scattered, their remnants mingling with the juices and soil seeping from the crushed plants, devoid of the vitality they once possessed. Yet, the place of utmost concern to Landon, the resting ground of the variable resistor's body, remained unexpectedly pristine and tranquil. The Decepticons seemed to have instinctively avoided that spot during their destruction. Amidst the devastation of the courtyard and residence, that small area was still alive with thriving organic plants. How could they have known? Only he and the bodyguard were privy to the location where the variable resistor's body was interred. The bodyguard had been slain and did not appear to be one to reveal information in a bid for survival. Regardless, it was a relief that the area had escaped harm. Landon gazed at the swaying organic plants, lost in a reverie. Soon, he was whisked away from this place, forced to watch as the vibrant flora grew increasingly distant until it was no longer visible. Where to be taken? Amidst the tumult and struggle, the gaping wound on his left side began to seep energy liquid, and he felt the scenes before him blur. He had sent numerous distress signals to higher-tier machines, yet none responded. Perhaps they, like him, had fallen victim to the Decepticons, their fates uncertain, or perhaps they had long since fled, choosing to disregard their communications. Langdon gazed at the familiar Cowran street beneath him, where smoke and flames billowed in numerous places. In the darkness, he caught glimpses of severed Cybertronian limbs illuminated by the flickering firelight, the red glow reminiscent of the Decepticons' crimson optics. The war had erupted. Suddenly, Langdon was cast to the ground. The violent impact between his frame and the earth sent waves of pain coursing through him, and his vision darkened momentarily. He coughed up a sputum of energy fluid. 2 Decepticons transformed and landed nearby, stirring up dust that swept across Langdon's body as they loomed over him. This must be the place the boss mentioned, without a doubt. Let us move. Through his dimming vision, Langdon watched as the 2 machines departed. With all his might, he attempted to maneuver his remaining right arm and left leg forward. Alarms blared incessantly in his neural module. Each one he painstakingly silenced. His right-hand circuitry was frayed, energy fluid pooling on the ground, merging slowly with the fluid seeping from the breach. For what felt like an eternity, he awkwardly managed to sit up, resting against the wall of the narrow alley. The position was far from comfortable, yet he lacked the strength to shift. He lifted his gaze to the distance he had traversed. A mere few dozen centimeters felt like the most arduous journey of his existence. Langdon was aware of a clinic not far off. The locals often spoke of a physician there who would offer free consultations. Yet at this moment, he found himself devoid of the strength to crawl toward it. The sound of energy fluid dripping to the ground echoed in his audio receptors. 1 drop, 2 drops. Once resplendent in his polished paint, he was now marred with dust, scratches, and blue energy fluid. Just a cycle ago, he had been a high-ranking machine, and now he struggled like a downtrodden unit in this alley. Unable to contain himself, Langdon let out a laugh. The sound fragmented as it escaped his vocalizer. Suddenly, a surge of energy fluid welled up, triggering a violent coughing fit as it leaked from the corner of his mouth. Perhaps today marked his end. His optics dimly focused on the horizon. It is said that one sees a montage of their life before death. Yet in his mind's eye, there were no visions of his assets, nor gatherings or revelries of his kind. Instead, he beheld the green-hued figure, its blue optics shimmering, the faceplate adorned with a radiant smile of a miner, calling out his name, Langdon. The memories flooded back, and the once numb pain resurfaced with a vengeance, striking at the core of his being, sorrow crashing against his neural module. When his companion, Bianzu, met his demise, he did not weep, nor did he shed tears as he suffered at the hands of the Decepticons. Years had passed, and he had thought his related systems long obsolete. Yet now, he felt cleansing fluid streaming from his optics, his battered frame trembling gently in the grip of sorrow. He suddenly recalled something and, with a still intact right hand trembling, sought out his subspace. Upon retrieving a deep blue pendant, he could no longer maintain his composure, and a shattered wail escaped his vocalizer. Landon clutched the cobalt crystal tightly, his right hand pained by its sharp edges, yet all the agony coursing through his body paled in comparison to the torment of his spark. It was only as he was on the verge of returning to the source of his spark that he finally comprehended the cause of the intense pain within him after the transformation. He understood why the high-tier machine could not provide him with the sensations that the Transformer did. He had fallen in love with the Transformer. He had fallen in love with a low-tier machine. While he continually deceived himself, the Transformer endured the pressure and indifference from the one they loved, yet still smiled radiantly at Landon. Transformer, you are the true deceiver. The finest actor in this drama is the Transformer, while the most inept performer is himself. Landon laughed and cried simultaneously, clutching the pendant tightly. He was a slag, a wretched fool unable to discern his own core, a scoundrel who should be cast into the smelting furnace. Yet he could not suppress the selfishness within. He was unwilling to relinquish the pendant in his grasp, nor abandon the last vestige of affection from the Transformer. Transformer, I implore you to accompany me through this final stretch. Landon's trembling hand pressed the pendant firmly against his chest, the stirring deep within his spark urging his vocalizer, and at last, he uttered the words he had long withheld. I love you, Transformer. The first rays of sunlight emerged from the distant sky, illuminating every inch of Cybertron, casting light upon the battered machine and the glimmering cobalt crystal in his hand. Landon's spark extinguished. The tragedy thus concluded. Chapter 22. The Thunderous Exalted Ambulance. I found a friend who knows someone at the Sharon Press. He mentioned that he has already made the necessary arrangements. You can simply go to the Sharon Press and give them your name. Initially fatigued and listless, 24 instantly perked up upon reading this message and excitedly replied. 24, all right. Thank you, Ambulance. Ambulance, it's nothing. As 24 prepared to seek out 16 with this news, the next words from Ambulance left him momentarily stunned. Ambulance, I've received some information here at Iron Fortress. If possible, it would be wise to leave the mines for this month. 24, what is going on? Has something happened? Ambulance, I'm not entirely sure. I just overheard a few remarks from the patients. In any case, be cautious, and if things become dire, come find me at Iron Fortress. 24. Understood. Thank you, Ambulance. I will be careful. A sense of foreboding settled within 24. Ambulance's words instilled an ominous premonition, and his recent experiences had taught him that whenever he felt such apprehension, it invariably foreshadowed misfortune. He pondered as he approached the location of 16. Following the tumultuous events of a few weeks prior, 16 had become notably silent. Although he maintained a facade of normalcy in front of 24, the latter discerned that his friend was harboring profound concerns. Yet, he felt equally lost and was uncertain how to console 16. Together, they ventured from the mines with the hopes of 39 and 47 in search of the elusive Transformer, only to receive the grim tidings that the Transformer had returned to the source of the fire. The Transformer, betrayed by the one he loved dearly, had been cast into the arena, ultimately succumbing to a torturous demise. Landon even exploited the Transformer's death to curry favor with other high-ranking officials. The event of that single day felt like an eternity to 24. Upon his return with 16, facing the expectant gazes of the miners, he felt at a loss for words. After a discussion with 16, 24 resolved to convey the fact of the Transformer's return to the source of the fire to the miners, albeit withholding many of the more harrowing details. The three machines were deeply saddened, particularly 47, who believed the death of the Transformer was his fault, stemming from his decision to let the Transformer leave that day, which led to the ensuing tragedy. Fortunately, with the comfort and companionship of 39, he seemed to be recovering during this trying time. Within 24's cognitive module, thoughts swirled chaotically. The class system of Cybertron had birthed the Transformer's tragedy, a sorrow that perhaps unfolded daily in some corner of Cybertron, where the lives of lower-tier machines might hold less value than the pets of their higher-tier counterparts. Yet, He and 16 were merely minors. What could they truly change? Would 16's article, once published, enact any real transformation? While he had no doubt regarding the significance and progressiveness of 16's writing, he remained anxious. In this rigidly stratified society, would anyone genuinely be inclined to reflect and change in accordance with 16's insights? The minds were perpetually dim, illuminated only by the faint glow of miners' lamps guiding them through the relentless darkness. Outside the mines, daylight shone brightly and the night was adorned with brilliant lights. Yet 24 could not discern the path ahead amidst this radiance. He yearned for freedom, but was the world beyond the mines truly one of liberty? Did leaving the mines equate to liberation? Shaking his head, he sought to dispel such thoughts. Regardless, the medic had conveyed that 16's article finally had a chance to be published, perhaps marking the first step towards altering the fate of Cybertron. From a distance, he spotted 16, whose countenance appeared troubled, and hurried forward to inquire. "I just overheard the officers speaking," 16 replied, his expression grave. The concern he had long harbored had materialized. The mining supervisor was likely returning. When 24 recalled the medic's warning, the simultaneous arrival of news regarding the supervisor's return and the medic's alert stirred unease within him. They didn't specify, but it likely won't be long. 16 shook his head. "Is everyone aware?" 24 asked. "I just communicated with the nut. He should be notifying everyone." 16 raised his head, the blue optics of his visor fixed on 24's faceplate. "You should also don your mask during this time at the mine." "Understood," 24 replied. From the subspace, 24 retrieved a white mask he had been keeping and secured it onto his faceplate. He took a moment to gather himself, striving to suppress the tumult of thoughts swirling in his mind, and endeavored to present a more spirited demeanor before his friend. With a smile, he said, 16, "I have delightful news. The ambulance informed me that your article has a chance of being published." Noticing the optical lens of 16 light up, the negative emotions within 24 dissipated significantly. He winked at 16 through his optical lens. "Shall we set off to the Cairn newspaper today?" 16 pondered carefully. 24 perceived his friend's concern regarding the workload for the day. He gently grasped 16's arm and tugged him toward the exit of the mine. His tone laced with mirth. "There's no time like the present. Let us go today. At our pace, we will surely complete the tasks in time." 16 regarded 24 with a hint of resignation, following his lead outside. "All right," he relented, but silently reached for a data pad. 24 halted, momentarily frozen, and awkwardly turned to 16. Right, let us grab the data pad first." The two swiftly organized 16's article and departed the mine. 16 marked the newspaper's location on the map, with 24 trailing behind him. Today might present a splendid opportunity to ascertain 24's vehicle form. 16 contemplated as he pulled the bewildered 24 into a corner. 24, did you experience anything peculiar when you transformed that day? After ensuring no other Cybertronians or surveillance devices were nearby, 16 regarded 24's blue optical lens with a serious expression. "Not particularly," 24 mused. "If I had to describe it, I was thinking about transforming into an aircraft, and then I actually became one. Now, focus on transforming into a ground vehicle." 16 instructed, silently hoping that he was mistaken. Perhaps it was merely an oversight by the personnel in charge of task allocation. After all, was he not already an aircraft? Could he truly transform into a car? Despite his confusion, 24 complied with 16's directive, lowering his optical lens and quietly envisioning a ground vehicle. As he felt the transformation gears engage, accompanied by the familiar sounds of shifting form, he opened his optical lens to behold 16's astonished yet expectant expression. "Doesn't this scene seem somewhat familiar?" 24 silently critiqued within, sensing the alterations to his body but noticing something awry. "Wait, where are my flight engines? Where are my wings? Is my altitude off?" Amidst 24's contemplations, 16 gazed at the white sports car before him, feeling a sharp ache in his cranial module. The concerns he dreaded had indeed materialized. 24, you are a rare triple-changer Cybertronian. There was no joy in 16's tone, only gravity. 24 understood that this revelation was likely not a favorable one. He listened intently as 16 continued. "In the current Cybertronian black market, the transformation gears of a triple changer hold no value." Thus, 24's core sank with this revelation. "Do not let anyone know you are a triple changer, especially since you are a minor." With a sigh, 16 anticipated that he would silently vanish into some corner of Karen. His body stripped and deformed, the gears discarded at a scrapyard. 24 felt a chill in his spark. He had no desire to be dissected. Upon realizing he was now a white sports car, he quickly reverted to his previous form. Select a vehicle as your primary mode. The other should only be utilized in dire circumstances, 16 advised, observing 24's transformation. I recommend choosing a terrestrial vehicle. Nearly all miners on Cybertron are ground-based, so refrain from using aerial forms for the time being. I understand, 24 nodded, though he relished the sensation of soaring through the sky. The rush of air against his frame. For the sake of safety, however, he resolved to temporarily confine that experience to memory. After cautioning 24, 16 led him onward to the newspaper office, skillfully steering clear of the common conflicts that plagued Karen, and they encountered no unexpected incidents. Upon arriving at the Karen newspaper, 16 and 24 approached the busy staff at the reception desk. "Hello, I apologize for the interruption. We are 24 and 16, 24 announced as he stepped forward. The staff member looked up, seemingly pondering something, before hastily placing down the datapad, straightening his posture to regard 24 and 16. Clearing his throat, he said, "Greetings. The manager has informed me about you. Please hand over your completed article." 24 was somewhat taken aback to learn that the ambulance friend had indeed sought the newspaper's manager. He observed as 16 retrieved the datapad from subspace and handed it to the staff member. "Very well. Our newspaper will conduct a reading evaluation of your article to determine its publishability. However, it should not pose an issue to approach the manager directly." The staff member mused silently. Yet, 24 and 16, with names reminiscent of low-tier machines, or even miners, appeared somewhat unremarkable despite their not overly soiled paint. Did they truly possess the capacity to leverage connections with the newspaper's manager? The staff member harbored doubts within his core, but maintained a facade of professionalism. Continuing to smile as he addressed 16, saying, "Please allow me to add you on the internal communication line. I will inform you of the results in approximately 3 or 4 solar cycles." The proceedings had unfolded rather too smoothly for 16's liking. He recalled that during his previous attempt to submit to the newspaper, no one had shown him any courtesy. In fact, the staff had even attempted to eject him due to the dust on his paint. After finally managing to submit his written work, he had only received a cursory glance and a vague promise of a notification, which never came. Days passed as he purchased newspapers, yet he found no trace of his article, only a plethora of entertaining content filling every corner of the publication. He even stumbled upon a prominent section detailing the unfortunate demise of a high-ranking machine's pet fiber-optic cat. The newspapers of Cybertron have long ceased to publish articles brimming with creativity and significant news. Instead, they are inundated with entertainment pieces, resembling a public electronic billboard where anyone can showcase their desired content for a price. 16 has always yearned for more Cybertronians to engage with his perspectives, yet he holds no expectations for the current state of journalism. Today, however, his article finally has the opportunity to be published. Perhaps it will inspire some Cybertronians to reflect more deeply on the future of Cybertron. Regardless of whether anyone will pay attention to his work, he has taken the first step towards realizing his ideals. 16 glanced at 24's eager optics, a smile creeping onto his face. "Pray tell, what is your pen name?" The staff member's words interrupted 16's reverie. "Or will you publish under your real name?" "My pen name is 16. He paused momentarily. He had long envisioned the name he wished to contribute to his ideals. After so many cycles, he could finally utter the name that had lain dormant within the embers for so long: Thunderous Sovereign. Chapter 23. Fishing in Troubled Waters, Thunderous Sovereign. One of the original 13 Primes, the fallen titan who betrayed the others in Primus. The tales of the 13 Primes have faded into the annals of time. Many historical facts long lost in the torrent of ages, and for some Cybertronians, these stories are mere fabrications. Thus, the staff member harbored no significant thoughts about the name, merely assuming 16 had chosen a legendary figure to attract attention. After the staff recorded 16's pen name, he and 24 departed from the newspaper office. 16, why did you choose Thunderous Sovereign as your pen name? 24 inquired as they walked. Having read some of the stories about the 13 Primes in the material 16 had lent him. Thunderous Sovereign, the wielder of the soul-forged spear, was a formidable warrior. Yet he ultimately betrayed his brethren. 24 could not comprehend why 16 would adopt the name of such a traitor. Because he was powerful enough, 16 replied, his blue optics gleaming brightly. He made grave mistakes and ultimately failed, but I shall not tread the same path. I will follow the right way and succeed. Observing the confidence and determination in 16's demeanor, 24 understood that his friend was destined for greatness. Although 16 was currently in the mines, his aspirations were not confined by the darkness of that place. One day, he would emerge from the mines and create his own miracles. Perhaps one day, 16 would indeed alter the grim reality of Cybertron. 24 felt a familiar spark igniting within him, vibrant as when he first encountered 16's writing. A smile crept onto his masked visage, his optics shimmering with enthusiasm. Thunderous Sovereign is a splendid name, truly befitting you. If we ever leave the mines, how about adopting that name for yourself? He envisioned himself standing alongside 16, assisting him in transforming Cybertron. In pursuit of a better existence for the miners and other oppressed lower-tier transformers, and to prevent tragedies akin to that of the Resistor from recurring on Cybertron. There arose the question of why one would leave the mining facility only to adopt a new name, even with a mask concealing his face. The excitement of 24 was unmistakable as he inquired with a voice laced with mirth. It is, of course, to commemorate the embrace of a newfound life of freedom. After a slight cough, 24 continued, somewhat sheepishly. The primary reason, however, is that I have yet to decide on a name to change to. You must wait until I have settled on one, so we can change our names together. I beg you. Observing the frivolity of 24, 16 felt a lightness in his heart, a stark contrast to the weight he had carried for some time. Very well, I shall reluctantly acquiesce to your request. The lives of Cybertronians span eons, granting them ample time. 16 had long resolved to dedicate everything to his ideals and to transform Cybertron. Perhaps his writings would soon be unveiled to the world. Regardless, he had taken the first step. At that moment, everything seemed to be progressing positively, did it not? However, the buoyant spirits of the two were abruptly interrupted by 3 darkly painted Cybertronians who blocked their path. 24 felt an unsettling familiarity with the trio, and after a meticulous search through his memory module, he finally discerned the source of his recognition. This is bad. Why must I encounter them again in such a vast space as Kaon? He desperately lowered his head, murmuring to himself, they cannot see me if I do not reveal myself. 16, ever vigilant, scrutinized the aggressive trio before them. Out of the corner of his eye, he noticed 24's evident discomfort. The latter wished he could sink into the ground. It was clear that 24 had concealed something from him. An innate surged through 16's neural module. Stepping forward, he positioned his body to shield 24 and cautiously inquired of the imposing trio, greetings. May I ask what brings you here? Is it him? One of the Transformers whispered to the leader while eyeing 16 and 24. Indeed, it is unmistakable. The leader replied with a cold smirk. Though the white Transformer before him appeared much cleaner than before, the towering stature and distinctive coloration were indelibly etched in his memory. As the trio advanced menacingly, 16 and 24 retreated, gritting their teeth, while 16 furiously tapped a certain comatose Transformer through their comms. Come clean, what have you done? 16 demanded. Well, you see, on the day I exited the mine, I encountered those 3 while they were robbing an ambulance. I couldn't help myself, 24 confessed. 16 gazed at 24, exasperated. He had previously commended 24 for being reliable and avoiding trouble, only to discover that the latter had engaged in significant mischief without his knowledge. However, now was not the time for reproach. They needed to address the immediate predicament. We will address this later. For now, follow my lead. When I say run, transform and follow me, 16 instructed. Understood, 24 replied eagerly. Turning his attention back to the trio, 16 attempted to negotiate. We are not acquainted with you. Surely there must be a misunderstanding. You may not know me, but the Transformer behind you certainly does. The leader of the machines chuckled coldly, reflecting that had it not been for the peculiar sensation of the spark, he would not have so easily fallen into their trap. He had longed to exact a severe lesson on the machine that had wronged them, and at last the opportunity had presented itself. Wait, it was I who had a conflict with you. This matter does not concern him. Let him go. 24 stepped forward, positioning himself protectively behind 16, unwilling to let his predicament cause trouble for his friend. You cannot escape. This time he would not be swayed. The leader of the machines drew a dagger from subspace, charging toward them with 2 henchmen in tow. Realizing negotiations were futile, 16 swiftly sent a message over the internal communication line. 16 run. Instantly, 16 and 24 transformed into a gray tank and a white sports car, revving their engines and speeding away. Despite being a tank, 16's speed rivaled that of any other ground vehicle, with 24 closely tailing him. Pursue. The leader of the machines gritted his teeth and issued the command. As three dark vehicles transformed and raced after them, 24 glanced at his rearview mirror, noticing the three vehicles gaining on them. He called out to 16, "They're closing in. Do you remember what I told you?" 16's voice echoed back, aligning with the admonition stored in 24's memory. Create chaos, and then take advantage of the confusion. 24 echoed the latter part of this sentiment. 16 sent 24 a map marked in red, indicating a location. "Split up and approach from two directions. We will meet here. Do you understand?" 24 recognized the marked spot as a desolate sandy area on the outskirts of Karen, a place devoid of life and engulfed in yellow dust. In an instant, he grasped 16's intent. Understood. At the next intersection, 24 and 16 veered off in opposite directions, while the lead vehicle fixated on the white sports car, instructing his two henchmen, "You pursue that tank. Do not let him escape." "Understood, boss." The three vehicles split their pursuit, with the lead car relentlessly tailing 24. Along the way, 24 nearly collided with numerous Cybertronian pedestrians, offering apologies amidst their shouts of outrage. Sorry. I didn't mean to." Frustrated by his inability to catch up, the dark vehicle angrily overturned a roadside stall selling goods, shouting at 24, "Once I catch you, I will dismantle you into pieces." A tremor ran through 24's vehicle. He hadn't anticipated such fury from the machine. He could only hasten his speed toward the destination, feeling disheartened for getting 16 into trouble again. The two vehicles, starkly different in color, swiftly approached the Cybertron outskirts. The yellow dust came into view, and 24 silently controlled the rotation of his tires, activating the vehicle's fans to stir up as much sand as possible. The dark machine, noticing the obscuring dust, scoffed. "Do you think this mere sand can help you escape?" 24 ignored the taunt, continuing to send messages through the communication line. 24, "I'm almost there." As a moment approached, I remained vigilant. Speeding up, I saw 24 accelerating, with the pursuing vehicles also quickening their pace, sending clouds of yellow sand swirling into the air, obscuring our vision in a haze of gold. From a distance, I spotted 16, equally engulfed in the sandstorm. Both machines calculated the timing perfectly, executing a near-maximum turn as the sports car and tank glided seamlessly aside. The machine following closely behind, 24 noticed that the white sports car, which had been his target, changed direction, preparing to pivot sharply in pursuit. However, it was abruptly struck by two dark vehicles that emerged from the sand. With the sound of metal colliding and the screams of my companions, the three vehicles collided, instinctively crumpling upon impact. The violent crash sent a cloud of sand billowing, momentarily blinding their optical sensors. A familiar sensation stirred within the lead machine, signaling something was amiss, yet before he could fully comprehend the situation, a sudden blow struck his faceplate, knocking him to the ground. The impact was severe, causing his neural module to buzz and his vision to darken. Amidst the chaos, the screams of his subordinates echoed, accompanied by the sounds of fists striking armor and bodies crashing into the sand. Just as he attempted to engage his mobility module to rise, his optical sensors revealed a blurred gray figure looming over him. That figure landed another punch on his faceplate, sending his head crashing down again, the immense force fracturing his armor and plunging him into a haze of disorientation. He caught a glimpse of the gray machine, towering over him, its blue optical sensors flashing with a chilling red light, emanating a murderous intent that sent shivers through his frame. The gray machine's foot pressed down on his chest armor, exerting increasing pressure. The agony in his chest, coupled with a sense of suffocation, overwhelmed his cognitive faculties, clouding his thoughts further. He felt as though the machine would crush his armor and shatter his core. He would kill me. He truly intends to kill me. A profound fear surged within the lead machine as he contemplated his demise in this barren expanse, envisioning his wrecked body buried beneath the yellow sands. Perhaps in the future, others would tread upon this desolate ground, unknowingly stepping over the remains of a shattered machine. The foot upon his chest continued to apply pressure, while the sand below offered a slight cushioning effect. Yet, The intensifying pain and dread assailed his reason, accompanied by the sounds of armor fracturing echoing in his audio receptors. Regret washed over him for having sought trouble with the two machines today. Please do not kill me. I beg you. I will not trouble you again. Spare me. The gray machine hesitated momentarily, retracting its foot from his chest armor. Just as he thought he might catch his breath, another ferocious punch struck his faceplate. This time, his neural module could not withstand the brutal blow, and his vision faded to black as he temporarily shut down. With a slight shake of his hand, which still bore the ache from the confrontation with the minions, 24 turned to gaze at the dark machine lying on the ground, its mouth corner oozing energy fluid and its faceplate marred by cracks. He felt a phantom pain flicker across his own visage. Redirecting his attention to 16, who had his back turned, he remarked, "It truly is resilient." 16, you managed to knock him out only after 3 punches, while his 2 lackeys fell after just 1. 16 remained silent, only glancing back at 24 after a brief transformation. Unaware of the recent events, 24 met 16's blue optical lens and inquired, "Shall we leave them here, or take them along?" 2 of their minions are still sprawled on the ground, lost in a slumber akin to that of infants. They should awaken shortly. We need not concern ourselves with them, 16 replied, beginning to stride toward the mine. Time is of the essence. Let us return to the mine post-haste. 24 hurried to catch up with 16, lowering his head in contemplation before speaking. I apologize, 16. I should have heeded your advice that day, but I couldn't bear to witness the ambulance being harmed. After a moment of regretful silence, he continued, I am truly sorry for the trouble I've caused you. It was my error, yet ensnared you as well. 16 halted, exhaling deeply before turning to 24, his bright blue optical lens fixed upon the downcast machine. 24. Your mistake lies not in your willingness to act heroically, but in your reckless rush to save someone without weighing the consequences. You lacked the strength and failed to conceal your identity. Last time, fortune favored you, but today they recognized you again. What if I were not here to assist you? Could you face all 3 of them alone? Before choosing to act, consider the outcomes more thoroughly and prioritize your own safety above all else. Moreover, you should not conceal matters from me. We are friends, are we not? 16 gazed at 24 with a hint of exasperation. Taken aback, 24 met 16's optical lens, warmth blossoming within him. He smiled and nodded appreciatively. Thank you, 16. Upon their return to the mine, they were met with an unexpectedly somber atmosphere. The usual cheerful banter of the miners was absent, replaced only by the echo of mining tools clanging within the cavern. An air of tension and unease lingered in the optical lenses of the workers, who silently toiled at their stations. Sensing something amiss, both 24 and 16 exchanged glances and approached Nut, quietly inquiring about the situation. Nut sighed, setting down his tools, and cautiously surveyed their surroundings before whispering. The mining supervisor has returned. Chapter 24. The mutation, the mining supervisor has returned? How could it be so soon? Just as 24 was about to voice his thoughts, a shrill voice abruptly interrupted him. What you all huddled together for? Upon hearing the familiar voice, both 16 and Nut felt a chill run through them. 16 discreetly pulled 24 behind him, sending a communication alert to the still-dazed 24. The mining supervisor, he warned. 24 froze momentarily, his hand growing tense beside him. As 24 and 16 turned around, they beheld a striking purple machine approaching them, its vibrant livery reminiscent of the high-tier machine, Landon. Behind the miner supervisor trailed 2 silent enforcers. Nut subtly gestured for the 2 machines to remain silent, then stepped forward to address the miner supervisor, saying, I apologize, sir. These 2 youngsters have come to borrow some tools from me. We shall resume our work shortly. Nuts, after all these years in the mine, you still haven't grasped the rules of the place? The miner supervisor brandished a whip, cracking it menacingly. 24 observed the whip, crafted from an unknown material, and felt a wave of discomfort surge within. I am truly sorry, sir. Nut's chassis trembled slightly, acutely aware of the agonizing sting that whip could inflict upon his form. Yet, he stood firm, shielding 16 and 24 behind him. 24 intended to step forward, but 16 grasped his arm tightly. Recalling the advice 16 had imparted, one must consider the consequences before taking action. He feared not the punishment for himself, but rather the potential repercussions that might ensue for 16 and the others should he provoke the miner supervisor. Thus, He clenched his fists and remained silent. The miner's supervisor toyed with the whip, though he refrained from striking. His gaze remained fixed on the tense form of 16 and the furrowed brow of 24, who was obscured behind 16. Such a familiar machine, the miner's supervisor mused, momentarily pausing in contemplation of 24, yet failing to arrive at any conclusion. Soon, however, he dismissed the matter from his mind. "Let it go for today," he declared, tossing the whip to one of the enforcers amidst the astonished gazes of Nut and 16. His tone carried a note of amusement. After all, a machine without damage could fetch a good price at the scrapyard. What? The three machines were momentarily struck dumb by his words, a chill creeping up from the sparks of their cores. Before they could react, the miner's supervisor, accompanied by the two enforcers, exited the mine, where the enforcers immediately began setting up a barrier. A contingent of armed enforcers took position at the exit. "Wait, what do you mean?" 16 shouted as he stepped forward, only to have the enforcers raise their weapons, forcing him to retreat. The surrounding miners had been quietly observing the unfolding events and, upon sensing something amiss, began to converge at the exit. The miner's supervisor appeared in high spirits. Turning to face the miners outside the tunnel, he laughed derisively. "To be honest, I've long grown weary of you miners, squandering resources while failing to perform your duties, living off the fruits of others' labor." Ignoring the miners' rising fury, he continued, "However, you are no longer irreplaceable. Iron Fortress has developed mining robots that do not tire or complain, consuming far fewer resources. Cherish your final night. Come tomorrow. When the robots arrive, you shall be sent to the scrap yard to contribute your last worth to Cybertron." A wave of dismay swept through the miners, who could scarcely fathom how swiftly their circumstances had deteriorated. An atmosphere of tension and fear began to permeate the air. "Curse it all!" A miner surged forward, seeking to escape the encirclement of law enforcement. "You scum, let us go!" The defiant voice was abruptly silenced with a thunderous crack. The miner's body stiffened momentarily before collapsing to the ground, a gaping hole puncturing his chest, the acrid scent of scorched armor and circuitry wafting through the air. The surrounding miners shrieked in terror, hastily retreating from the fallen figure, their eyes wide with horror at the dimming optical lens and the smoldering cavity in his chest. 24 witnessed a radiant blue light coalescing from the miner's shattered torso, reminiscent of the event that had unfolded during the last gladiatorial arena. That luminous orb surged into 24's chest. Overwhelmed by the miner's sudden demise and the surreal spectacle before him, 24's cognitive modules plunged into chaos. He scrutinized the other miners, noting that none of them reacted to the blue light. It seemed he alone had witnessed the recent occurrence. "I advise against resistance. This is your fate," intoned the cold voice of the mining overseer. His words cast a pall over every miner present, the weight of despair settling heavily upon their spark cores. All exits from the mine had been sealed by law enforcement. They now faced the grim choice of either dying now or enduring another night of torment. In the silence that followed, as the first machine turned away, an increasing number of miners silently returned to their workstations. 24, still bewildered, buried the recent vision deep within his core. He gazed at the exit mere paces away, the sky outside darkening, the crimson twilight reflecting in his optical lens. Freedom was tantalizingly close, yet obscured by armed enforcers who barred his escape. Was this to be his final night? 24 envisioned his return to the source of sparks, perhaps through a standard demise, or perhaps through an unfortunate accident after fleeing the mine, or even perishing in a mining disaster without ever escaping. Yet, he had never fathomed that he would return to the source for such a ludicrous reason. The advent of mining robots necessitated the sacrifice of miners, even consigning them to the scrapyard. But they were not mere tools. They possessed emotions. And like all other Cybertronians, they harbored a pulsating spark within. They were not disposable commodities churned out by factories. They were autonomous beings, living Cybertronians. Now, their fellow Cybertronians sought to send them to the scrapyard. "Let's go back for now," 16 said, his expression as cold as steel. He placed a reassuring hand on 24's shoulder, rousing him from his thoughts. In silence, they turned and walked toward the mine. 24 could not resist glancing back. He watched the exit, now obscured by the enforcers, gradually recede into the distance. The encroaching darkness of the cavern's stone walls diminished the once promising exit, and a chilling wind swept through the mine, wrapping around his body in spark. The light faded further, heralding the arrival of night. The countdown to oblivion seemed to resonate silently with the vanishing brilliance. Chapter 25. Awakening. The bodies of the miners were torn and chewed to shreds, their energy entirely drained, every ounce of their worth extracted. The upper echelons, once grotesque in their consumption, elegantly wiped their mouths and looked down upon the remnants of what they had devoured with disdain, mocking, "Behold, how filthy he is." A pall of sorrow and despair enveloped the mine, where miners sat scattered in small groups, their cries and sighs echoing through the audio receivers. "I do not wish to die," one miner sobbed, his head buried in his hands, cleansing liquid trickling through his fingers. "What must it be us? I have never seen the world beyond the mine. I truly do not wish to perish. I should have left this place this morning and never returned." His voice, filled with regret, resonated with the sound of his fists pounding the ground in anger. "If only I were not a miner, even if it meant being a lowly machine. Just not a miner." A mournful sigh, intermingled with choked sobs, escaped from the corner where a miner huddled, slowly dissipating into the air. 47, please. Let me shine once more, 39 pleaded, forcing a smile as he handed the polisher to the silent 47. With trembling hands, 47 accepted it. Yet his actions remained steady and meticulous, erasing the scratches with each stroke, the vibrant red paint reflecting in his optical lens. 47, if the deity truly exists. 39 paused, suppressing the impending sobs threatening to spill from his vocalizer. He sought to infuse his tone with mirth, yet it quivered with uncontainable emotion. "If the deity truly exists, if the Cybertronians can indeed be reborn, I pray to the deity, beseeching their blessing that we may meet again in our next lives, as the best of friends. After all, your polishing skills are exceptional." 39's voice, once low, now rose with a hoarse note as he looked at 47, who was silently polishing his arm, a smile curving his lips. Yet the cleansing liquid could no longer be contained, cascading down his faceplate. "I am grateful to have you as a friend, 47. "I am too," 47's trembling voice replied, unable to suppress the quaking of his body and hands. He abandoned the polisher and embraced the miner before him, the most significant friend of his life. The red machine reciprocated the embrace of the deep blue one. At least they would face the end together, their sparks journeying toward the source of all sparks. "In our next life, your polishing skills must not decline." They won tea. After a moment of silence in the mine, a miner suddenly stood up. "I say, it was you who did this." His furious voice reverberated through the vast space, crashing into every miner's audio receiver, prompting them to instinctively turn towards him. He glared at the newly arrived 16 and 24, pointing accusingly. "The mining supervisor spoke to you for just a moment, and then he suddenly decided to send all miners to the scrapyard. Not long after you emerged from the mine, the mining supervisor returned, and upon your arrival, he encircled the mine. It was your actions that provoked his ire." 24, taken aback, never anticipated that the conflict would be redirected towards himself, and 16. Feeling the collective gaze of all the miners upon him, he stood there, somewhat at a loss, staring at the enraged miner, uncertain of what to say. "Wait, calm down. It's all your fault." The furious miner charged towards them, insisting that if they surrendered, peace would be restored, allowing everyone to survive. His words lacked coherence, clearly muddled by fear and anger as he rushed at 24 and 16. "Wait, this is not their fault." Nut hastily stepped in front of 16 and 24, while 47 and 39 hurried to restrain the miner's frantic movements. "Let me go." The miner struggled, flailing his arms in an attempt to break free from 39 and 47's hold. "Nut, why are you protecting them? It's all because of them that we are in this situation." Nut's furious outburst halted everyone in their tracks. As the miner who had spent the longest time in this mining site, Nut was knowledgeable and gentle, patiently imparting mining skills and wisdom to every miner. To many, he was akin to a parental figure, always engaging with the mining supervisor to safeguard his fellow workers, earning the respect of all. Thus, despite 16, 24, and Nut being the ones in conflict with the supervisor prior to the incident, the irate miner chose to place the blame solely on 16 and 24. At this moment, the elder who had always treated every miner with kindness raised his voice in anger for the first time. "This is not the fault of 16 and 24. Nut's voice, though weary, resonated clearly within the auditory receptors of every miner. We are treated this way simply because we are minors. This statement struck deeply at the hearts of the miners. It was all because we are minors. The miner's struggle grew feeble, and as 47 and 39 released their grip, he collapsed to the ground, cleansing fluid spilling onto the floor. How could he not know? He knew it was not the fault of 16 and 24, yet he deceived himself, unwilling to confront the impending fate. He merely redirected his anguish and sorrow into an outburst of anger against the innocent. "I am sorry," Nut murmured, bowing his head with a heavy sigh, his hands trembling at his sides. No one can face death without trepidation, especially not such an absurd demise. 24 averted his gaze, unable to bear the sight reflected in his optical lens, which echoed with the agonizing cries of his spark. Not only for his own imminent fate, but also for the suffering miners around him. Miners endure the most arduous and perilous tasks, receiving meager wages while consuming the most inferior energy blocks. In the vibrant and dazzling city of Karen, rife with violence and deception, there exists within the dimly lit mine a glimmer of genuine kindness and simplicity. Their sparks shine brightly amidst the darkness. They toil diligently in unreasonable conditions, suffering unjust punishments, each day anxiously providing energy for the city's operations and the capricious whims of the elite, only to face the grim fate of being replaced by robots and relegated to the scrapyard. This should not be the case. It ought not to be so. The resonant sound of the core, combined with a familiar voice, compelled him to turn back, revealing a friend with a shimmering optical lens. The voice of 16 was powerful and resolute, devoid of sorrow, imbued instead with a flicker of anger and a flame-like fervor. "We are miners. But why must we confront such a fate?" The miners collectively lifted their heads, directing their gaze toward the source of that unwavering voice. "We are the underclass. We are miners, yet we are also Cybertronians. Like other classes, we possess a burning, pulsating spark within us. We harbor emotions and convictions. What separates us from the elite? Why are we destined to be miners? Why has our class been predetermined since we began on the assembly line? We undertake the most grueling and exhausting work, labor tirelessly in the mines, yet we receive no respect that we rightfully deserve. The fruits of our labor benefit whom? Not us. We are left with the scantest resources, consuming the most contaminated energy blocks. The true beneficiaries are the upper-class machines. They thrive on the energy extracted from our sweat and toil, yet they confine our rest, rendering us incapable of contemplation amidst our burdensome labor. They lash our bodies with whips, stripping us of dignity and pride, condemning most of us to a lifetime within the mines, oblivious to the world beyond. Yet, when they discover alternatives, they unhesitatingly dispose of us. Why should the finest resources be monopolized by the elite? Why must we be relegated to the role of miners? We possess capability, talent, and strengths. We should not be buried in this mine. We ought not to accept this fate. We should choose the paths we desire. We should seize control of our destinies. The resolute voices gradually pierced the sorrowful atmosphere of the mining site, with more and more miners rising in response. They gazed at the tall, silver-painted machine, whose optical lens flickered with something rare among miners: hope. The optical lens of Nut glimmered anew, rekindling its light amidst fatigue. A miner, once crumpled on the ground in painful apology, lifted his head in confusion, his hollow optical lens slowly illuminating. 39 clenched his fists, turning to meet 47's gaze. Both machines recognized the outrage and determination reflected in each other's optical lenses. Now you find yourselves seated in this place, lamenting both your own circumstances and those of one another, spending the final night of existence in despair. Will you meekly surrender yourselves to the scrap yard on the morrow, or will you stand with me to defy injustice, fighting valiantly for your lives? Resist, resist, resist. As the voice of the first miner resounded, an increasing chorus of voices joined in, gradually encircling the figure of 16. For survival, for freedom, for the mastery of our own destinies, united we stand. Together we confront our adversaries. We are one in spirit, 16 shouted, his right arm raised high, elevating the faith and hope that had long been buried deep within the hearts of the miners. One in spirit, one in spirit, one in spirit. 16 ignited the spark within the miners, shattering the chains that bound their souls. 24 gazed at 16, who seemed to radiate light. his optical lens widening as fervor surged from the depths of that spark, propelling his body and voice. Thus, he heeded the call of the spark, joining the exhilarated miners in raising his right fist. One in spirit. Chapter 26. The plan: the officers are armed. We cannot confront them directly. 24 contemplated how to divert the officers' attention, seizing the opportunity to escape while they are distracted at the mouth of the mine. We need a bait that has a broad impact and is sufficiently attention-grabbing. 16 nodded in agreement. The miners clustered around 16, engaging in hushed discussions, contemplating ideas. I have a thought. The miner who had initially blamed 24 and 16 hesitantly raised his right hand. Upon noticing the collective gaze upon him, he paused, feeling somewhat embarrassed as he scratched his head. Struggling to overcome his awkwardness, he continued, "What about an explosion? The super energy bodies in the mine can easily trigger an explosion, leading to a disaster, right?" 24's optical lens gleamed. "You're absolutely right. An explosion." He regarded the miner with admiration, recognizing its broad reach, attention-grabbing potential, and undeniable ability to draw the officer's focus. Realizing progress had been made, the miners excitedly surrounded the contributor, playfully patting his body and teasingly praising him, which only deepened his embarrassment. His faceplate flushed, he lowered his head and murmured, "I'm just glad to help everyone." Suddenly, he felt a gentle touch on his head. Lifting his gaze, he saw the smiling figure of Nut. "Child, you did wonderfully," Nut said kindly. "Thank you, Nut." The miner felt a wave of emotion welling up in his optical lens, and he struggled to contain it, smiling at Nut. "Thank you for always caring for us and for bringing me back to my senses when I lost my way." Nut said nothing, merely offering a gentle pat on his shoulder. The pressing question now is how to create an explosion that will not harm us while effectively capturing the officer's attention. 16 observed 24 deep in thought and posed the inquiry. "Leave this to me." The Nut gazed upwards at 16, the gentle elder's optical lens glinting with a sharp light. "Having spent so many years in the mine, I am acutely aware of what actions could provoke a catastrophic explosion and the magnitude of such an event. Yet, I never anticipated that one day I would employ the knowledge I had amassed to prevent the miner's demise in instigating an explosion instead." The Nut shook his head with a bittersweet smile. All of this was merely a means of survival. 24 looked at the Nut and softly remarked, "Perhaps this is the final roar we shall encounter before embracing the future. Once we depart from this place, we shall no longer be plagued by the anxiety of potential mining disasters. We will stride toward a future that belongs to us." 16 stepped forward, his right hand gently resting on the Nut's shoulder. "I merely lament that I would gladly orchestrate a grand fireworks display for our future." In this moment, the composed elder revealed a vitality that the miners had never witnessed in him before. The Nut had spent the longest time in the mine and had been ensnared by this stony prison for far too long. He had yearned for this freedom for years, to the extent that he no longer fantasized about an elusive future, having forgotten how he once brimmed with youthful exuberance. The Nut understood that, as a miner, death was an inevitable fate. Thus, he had refined himself through repeated crises, accumulating wisdom from each farewell to impart to the new miners, hoping they might endure longer. At this moment, he felt as though he had returned to the vibrant self he once was upon first arriving at the mine, transforming back into the young Cybertronian who had yet to witness friends, mentors, and juniors perish from mining accidents and hardships. He had once loathed his inability to alter the tragic reality before him and contemplated self-termination when a dear friend perished in a mining incident while he miraculously survived. However, he had overestimated his courage, refraining from actively confronting the specter of death that lingered perpetually for miners. He had thought that the shadow of death would finally descend upon him the following morning. But now he was presented with an entirely new choice, an expectation of freedom that he had nearly forgotten. Where shall we instigate the explosion? 39 glanced at 47 and inquired. "Surely, we cannot do so within this mine. The abundance of energon would likely obliterate the entire cavern." 47 looked at his friend with a sense of exasperation and patted 39's head amidst the complaints of the red machine beneath him. 16 and 24 exchanged knowing glances, discovering the answer reflected in each other's optical lenses, and simultaneously declared, "The energon storage facility." The warehouse, which had once been close to the mine's exit, had collapsed. The newly constructed warehouse now resided within a long-abandoned mining tunnel. 24 recalled the warehouse that had nearly entombed both himself and 16, slowly realizing how much time had elapsed since that seemingly recent event. That location was sufficiently distant from the mine. The explosion would not impact this area. The light in 16's optical lens flickered, and moreover, the distance from that place to the mine's exit was not negligible. The sound of the explosion would draw the attention of the authorities, affording us ample time to escape. The hope of life lay before them, and the miners could hardly contain their excitement. Joyous cheers erupted, with some miners envisioning their future endeavors after departing the mines, while others lamented their impending departure from Kalen to Iron Fortress or Qingqiu, vowing never to return. Amidst this jubilant atmosphere, one machine quietly observed the gathering miners from a shadowy corner. He refrained from stepping forward during the 16 declaration and did not partake in the fervent discussion surrounding him. At that moment, his optical lens flickered with hesitation, the spark within him struggling with the decisions that lay ahead. After a brief pause, he lowered the optical lens, and when he opened his eyes again, a cruel determination shone through. Originally engaged in discussions of specific actions with 16, the machine known as 24 suddenly felt a jolt of the spark within him. Bewildered, he absently touched his chest plate, gazing around in confusion. The optical lens reflected the miners' faces, filled with joy and anticipation. Yet he sensed he had forgotten something of great significance. "What's wrong?" 16 perceived 24's unease and inquired with concern, his optical lens dimming as his gaze shifted to a particular spot within the mining site. "Nothing," 24 replied, oblivious to 16's movements. He felt the spark within him regain its calm, yet powerful rhythm. Hesitantly shaking his head, "Perhaps I am overthinking it." Nevertheless, unease gradually spread through his core. This mining site, brimming with hope, concealed turbulent undercurrents. Chapter 27. The trapped super-energy entities are extraordinarily prone to explosion, often ignited by the slightest spark. Nut unscrewed his mining tool, rummaging through it until he found a circuit, which he yanked with force, causing sparks to fly. Prolonged use of this tool would lead to the degradation of the internal circuit, not affecting its functionality, yet resulting in a faint current. "Just 10 cycles," Nut stated, placing the tool beside a pile of super-energy entities. He stood up and addressed 16 and 24. This could lead to catastrophe. An explosion from sufficient super-energy entities would engulf every Cybertronian present. 24 felt a chill creep across his back armor. Though he had never experienced a mining disaster caused by an explosion, Nut's expertise in this matter weighed heavily upon him, filling him with sorrow. "So you regularly maintain the tools for everyone's safety," 47 remarked, recalling Nut's previous actions, a realization dawning upon him. Nut did not deny it, but simply smiled and shook his head. "At least we won't have to worry about anyone facing danger due to faulty tools." Several machines returned to the mining site, awaiting the imminent explosion. Approximately 10 cycles later, a deafening explosion resonated through the miners' audio receptors, the immense sound nearly overwhelming their neuromodules. The entire mine trembled slightly from the blast, with dust and debris cascading onto the miners' bodies. In the aftermath of the explosion, a heavy silence enveloped the atmosphere as the miners stood poised, anticipating the forthcoming orders. 16. The authorities have been diverted. Run. 24 focused on the communication line, and upon hearing 16's command, he shouted urgently, "Everyone flee!" Amidst the cacophony, the miners hurriedly sprinted towards the exit of the cavern, each one reluctant to pause for fear of lagging behind. Number 24, bringing up the rear, occasionally steadied a fellow miner who nearly stumbled in their frantic rush. Each miner was racing toward freedom, and as they approached the exit, the radiance in their optical lenses grew ever brighter, signaling the liberation they so longed for. Almost there. So very close. Yet, an escalating sense of unease began to permeate number 24's spark. He pulled out the communication line, preparing to inquire if number 16 sensed anything amiss, only to be startled by a sudden message from 16. "It's a trap." In that instant, number 24's mind went blank. A wave of dread surged through his circuits, and his vocalizer felt as if it had rusted shut. With a determined effort, he broke through the overwhelming resistance and shouted to the miners ahead, "Be careful." Simultaneously, a gunshot rang out, followed by the frantic screams of the miners in front. In less than 2 seconds, the gleaming optical lenses of those once filled with hope were now clouded with panic and terror. The miners behind, still oblivious to the unfolding chaos, were shoved backward, gradually realizing the implication of the gunfire. Terror surged in their optical lenses as they desperately fled back to the very place they had fought so hard to escape. Number 24 witnessed a miner being knocked to the ground, surrounded by others who, in their haste to evade, were pushed from behind. Accompanied by the anguished cries of the fallen miner, the throng trampled over him, and as he struggled to rise, he was forcibly shoved down again. Number 24 yearned to rescue the fallen miner, but found himself unable to advance due to the panicked crowd. He could only watch as the miner's armor shattered underfoot, his feeble struggles and wails diminishing into silence, engulfed by a tide of Cybertronians adorned in various hues. One miner has fallen. Wait, a miner is down. A cry arose from the crowd as one of them noticed the trampled miner, desperately attempting to halt the chaos, but his efforts were futile amidst the throng. Gunshots continued to reverberate, each sound plunging Number 24's spark deeper into despair. Blue beams of light pierced his chest plate, and he suddenly realized that each beam signified the extinguishing of a Cybertronian life. Though these lights inflicted no damage upon him, the pain in his spark intensified. No. Number 24's optical lens quivered as he sought to escape the lights that heralded the deaths of those around him. Yet escape was impossible. Each blue ray unerringly targeted his chest plate, much like the inescapable grip of fate. He felt his hands tremble, his fuel tank constricting in a spasm, as miners collided with his shoulder in their frantic flight. Yet, Number 24 felt naught, his gaze fixed in a daze upon the hellish scene before him. The gunfire continued to echo as 16 approached the exit of the mine. Would he have already, within those beams of light? Could there be a trace of 16? 24 trembled as he activated the communication line, yet hesitated to send a message to 16, gripped by an overwhelming fear. He dreaded that 16 might, like a variable resistor, never again reply to his messages. The last few miners who rushed in still bore remnants of the energy fluid that had splashed upon them. In 24's anxious gaze, he recognized the familiar silver-clad Cybertronian among the newcomers. The spark was abruptly cast aside, but the imminent crisis demanded his undivided attention. The sudden rise and fall of the spark left him momentarily numb, his body nearly collapsing under the weight of exhaustion, every joint aching with a dull pain. Yet, despite the dizziness enveloping him, a warning echoed through his neural module, insisting that now was not the time to succumb. He strained every fiber of his being to remain alert. All surviving miners hurried back to the mine, vigilantly watching the entrance. The fallen miner lay still, yet his faintly flickering optical lens signaled that he still clung to life. Just as 24 intended to rush forward and assist the miner, a violet-armored foot descended upon the damaged frame of the miner, eliciting a pitiful groan from his seemingly shattered vocalizer. The mining supervisor silently listened to the miner's sharp, electric cries. In the next instant, he raised his weapon and discharged a shot through the miner's chest, shattering both the miner's armor and spark into fragments. The optical lens flickered a few times before extinguishing completely, while a blue light, unceasing, surged into 24's chest armor. However, at this moment, 24 found himself devoid of the energy to ponder these events, as the dull pain from the spark assaulted his neural module. With disdain, the mining supervisor kicked the miner's mangled body aside like refuse and slowly approached the terrified miners. His movements were calm, almost graceful, each light step resonating heavily upon the miner's sparks. Officers rushed in from behind the mining supervisor, brandishing their weapons and encircling the miners amidst their hushed gasps of terror. All the miners understood their fate. They had failed. Now, they would face the consequences imposed by the mining supervisor. At last, the footsteps ceased as the supervisor stood before the miners, a cruel smirk adorning his visage, and derision gleamed in his optical lenses. "I truly underestimated you," he taunted. "Did you genuinely believe I would allow you to escape so easily? A group of miners, foolishly yearning for freedom. How laughable. Why not comply? After all, your only value lies in mining, does it not? You are but ants, worthless vermin destined to remain as maggots in the dark confines of this mine. Miners are inherently the most inferior of Cybertronians, with no other profession willing to employ them. I have provided you with work and sustenance. Should you not express your gratitude towards me? Is it not wise to acknowledge the current situation, much like this individual?" As his voice rose, A familiar figure adorned in blue paint came into the view of the miner's optical lenses. They beheld his presence with expressions of rage and disbelief, silently bowing their heads. Their optical lenses cast downward. It is stasis lock. The realization dawned upon 24, reminding him of the unresolved conflict with stasis lock and 16. The miner supervisor's airy voice struck fiercely at the embers of the miner's fury, igniting their anger as they glared at the miner supervisor and the traitorous stasis lock. Yet, none dared to voice their defiance under the ominous threat of the dark barrel, save for one. How did you establish contact? I've been monitoring him closely. 16's demeanor was frosty, and his tone remained calm, seemingly unfazed by the intimidating weapon beside him. You have obtained our information without any interaction with the law enforcement. Stasis Locke found himself wide-eyed in astonishment, facing the fearless 16. Are you, as a high-ranking mech, communicating with a miner? 16's voice dripped with sarcasm as he gazed intently at Stasis Locke. Did you not declare miners to be worthless and contemptible? Now, you rely on a traitor among the miners to prevent others from escaping. The miner's supervisor's expression darkened upon hearing 16's words. A slight smirk played upon his lips as he regarded 16. I merely raised a compliant dog. Stasis Locke's optical lens flickered, and he remained silent, his hand clenched tightly. 16 let out a cold snort directed at Stasis Locke, diverting his gaze from the bowed blue mech to the miner's supervisor, his optical lens filled with disdain and contempt. You speak of miners as wasteful, yet it is you who are the pathetic parasites, feeding off the lifeblood of the lower-class mechs and Cybertron itself. You fear us. Fear our rebellion. Fear that we will no longer toil for your benefit. Fear that we will no longer serve your purposes. You cannot oppress us forever. Today marks our uprising, and tomorrow shall herald the awakening of countless oppressed Cybertronians. You may take our lives, but you can never strip us of our dignity and souls. One day, you will pay the price for your oppression and cruelty towards the lower mechs. The miner supervisor's face twisted into a snarl as he glanced at the law enforcement beside 16, who immediately understood the cue. A resounding crack echoed from the joint of 16's left leg, sending waves of excruciating pain through him, causing his right leg to buckle. Yet, he refused to prostrate himself entirely, straining to maintain a half-kneeling position, his back arched, and his gaze fixed defiantly on the miner supervisor. Despite his lowly stance, his presence and gaze commanded an air of superiority, as if he were looking down upon the miner supervisor from a great height. Enduring the agony of the connecting shaft, 16 struggled to rise once more under the admiring gaze of the miners. The mining supervisor, gazing through his bright blue optical lenses, felt a sudden palpitation, a flicker of fear igniting within him. He could scarcely meet the eyes of the miner before him. Yet, in the next moment, he found his feelings rather amusing. After all, what could a mere miner possibly stir? Just eliminate him. The police mining supervisor furrowed his brow, suppressing the peculiar sensation within his core. He was on the verge of ordering the police to fire when a white-painted figure stepped in front of 16, blocking his advance toward a confrontation with the mining supervisor. 24, disregarding the force with which 16 tugged at his arm, gazed coldly and sharply at the mining supervisor. If you wish to kill him, you must first kill me. Another reckless miner, easily dealt with. Yet the command on the mining supervisor's lips suddenly faltered. He scrutinized 24's mask-covered visage and the white armor tinged with hues of blue, a strange feeling welling up within him. As he beheld the rage and icy hue of 24's optical lenses, a flicker of recognition sparked in his mind, and after a meticulous search through his memory modules, he finally arrived at the answer, allowing a genuine smile to grace his features. So it is you, the mining supervisor's voice, laced with amusement, echoed. Trouble loomed. The flames of anxiety darkened within 16 and the nut, yet 24 sensed a slight easing of the tension. For at least the mining supervisor's focus had temporarily shifted away from 16. I knew you looked familiar. The mining supervisor gestured to the police, who seized 24 by the arm, forcefully pressing a gun against his neck to quell his struggles, pushing him forward to stand before the mining supervisor. 16 attempted to step forward to intervene, but was halted by the ominous barrel of the gun before him. He clenched his fists, teeth gritted, and reluctantly abandoned his advance. The mining supervisor scrutinized the machine before him, disregarding the disdain reflected in 24's optical lenses. His fingers lightly grazed the white mask, and in the next instant, he yanked it off with force. The familiar visage that met his gaze elicited a satisfied nod from the mining supervisor, who carelessly discarded the mask onto the ground. "I can hardly believe you're still alive. I thought you had perished long ago." A chill spread through 24's core. 16's suspicions were indeed accurate. His amnesia was no accident. It was entwined with the mining supervisor. "Stay away from me." A voice laced with disgust emerged from 24's speaker. "Why resist so vehemently?" "It was the same then as it is now," the mining supervisor replied cheerfully. "When your head collided with that rock, it made your visage all the more appealing to me. Too bad I prefer you alive. However, this time, I shan't allow you to escape so easily." "Psychopath!" 24 screamed internally, his fuel tank churning as though he might be sick. "You had best behave." The miner director's hand rested upon the faceplate of 24, the gun barrel at his neck, exuding an undeniable presence that rendered him incapable of resistance. He could only furrow his brow, yearning to retreat and evade the repulsive touch that sent a shiver through him. Ignoring his reluctance, the miner director continued, "I find you rather impressive. You shall survive. I do not believe I will tire of you so swiftly. Of course, should you refuse my hospitality, I will send you to join those machines as a service unit." The miner director released his grip, gazing with satisfaction at 24's faceplate. "My friends will surely take a liking to your visage." "Oh, the miner director is a true pervert." Suppressing the urge to expel the energy liquid within, 24 contemplated how much time he could secure for 16 and the others. Living in humiliation or opting for a swift death was not a matter of choice for 24. He had already resigned himself to a fate of greater value when he stepped forward to shield 16. Yet the gun at his neck was perilously close. How could he buy more time? As 24 pondered this, the previously silent Stasis suddenly spoke up, addressing the miner director. "Sir, I apologize for the interruption, but you promised me. Please tell me where my brother is now." Chapter 28. Resistance. 24 observed Stasis, who hung his head in a submissive posture. And never before had he imagined that the one who had once mocked him with disdain could now appear so humble. "What brother?" The miner director, whose previously jovial demeanor was disrupted by Stasis's words, turned impatiently to inquire. "You took a miner named Ethan from the mine several seasons ago." Stasis clenched his fists, urgently raising his gaze to meet the indifferent miner director's eyes. "You promised me that as long as I promptly reported on the miner's work, you would allow me to leave the mine and reunite with my brother." The nut among the miners, taken aback, raised his head in astonishment. He knew that Ethan had been taken by the miner director several seasons prior, but he had never fathomed that Ethan and Stasis were siblings. The miner director regarded the pleading miner before him with a sense of tedium. As he had stated to 16, Stasis was merely a dog he kept on a whim, and he had long forgotten how this lowly miner had gained access to his communications line, let alone what promises he had made. He could not even recall the miner's name. However, the name Ethan was somewhat familiar. Casually flipping through his memory module, the miner director stumbled upon the recollection of the miner named Ethan, a miner he had whimsically taken from the mine several seasons ago. Initially, he found it rather amusing, even granting him and his brother access to his communications line. Yet, it was not long before his interest waned. The novelty faded too quickly, and the one satisfactory faceplate became mundane in his optical lens. Thus, he relegated the miner to servitude, and his more frivolous high-ranking machine friends had exhausted the poor miner's utility within mere months. After the standstill, he sought him out. At that time, in a bid to dismiss the situation, he was also contemplating finding another intriguing miner. Therefore, he casually mentioned that by providing information about miners, he could take him away from the mine to meet his brother. He lamented that despite their claims of brotherhood, Stasis and Ethan bore no resemblance to one another, and Stasis was not as appealing to him as Ethan was. Subsequently, he forgot his promise to Stasis, never anticipating that Stasis would persist for so many seasons, ultimately surprising him today. The miner had long since perished. The mining director reminisced about Ethan's appearance and casually remarked that he had enjoyed the favor of the higher-ups for a considerable time. So wasn't he entirely a loss, was it? In that moment, Stasis's cognitive module seemed to freeze. His audio receiver could only register the mining director's nonchalant declaration of died young. "Died young Ethan, gone forever. You deceived me. You once told me that Ethan couldn't contact me due to the regulations of the higher-ups. The energy liquid surged in a boiling torrent. As the embers of fury and sorrow consumed him, the memory module incessantly replayed the radiant smile of the brother he had yearned for over the years, revealing that all his anticipation and restraint had been a ludicrous deception. For years, he had fawned over the mining director like a lapdog, enduring the disdain of other miners. He envied and resented those miners favored by the higher-ups who managed to leave the mine, and he gritted his teeth, betraying hopeful miners on the brink of freedom, all for the chance to see Ethan once more. Before him lay the remnants of despair. He had harmed Ethan and deceived himself. Stasis' optical lens flickered as he glared menacingly at the mining director, his body trembling as he lunged forward, intent on vengeance. The mining director regarded Stasis with derision, raising his weapon. In the next instant, the gunshot echoed. A gaping hole appeared in Stasis' chest, exposing his spark chamber, half of which had been shattered. Yet, Stasis did not falter. The remaining half of his spark continued to pulse defiantly, its light flickering like his optical lens. A trickle of energy liquid seeped from his mouth, the cleansing fluid gradually sliding down his faceplate. This horrific scene caused all Cybertronians to momentarily freeze. The speed of a dying Cybertronian could not rival that of a vibrant one, so the mining director merely took a slight step back to evade Stasis' grasp. However, Stasis appeared indifferent, brushing past the mining director and continuing to stagger toward 24 and the law enforcement behind him. In that fleeting moment, 24 met the dimly flickering optical lens of Stasis and caught a glimpse of an almost imperceptible smile tugging at his lips. Instinctively raising his weapon, he aimed at the remaining half of Stasis' spark and shattered it. This was the sole opportunity. Parts of Stasis' body erupted, and the once tenaciously flickering optical lens and spark ultimately dimmed. Only 24 could see the blue glow coalescing within his shattered chest. As the oppressive sensation of the firearm against his neck dissipated, 24 gritted his teeth and summoned every ounce of strength to strike his head sculpted against the faceplate of the officer behind him. The officer's agonizing scream coincided with the sound of shattering machinery. Yet 24 had no time to ponder whether it was his head sculpt or the officer's faceplate that had succumbed to destruction, or perhaps both. He fiercely clenched the feeding apparatus, using the pain to suppress the dizzying sensations that surged within his neural modules. In the moment the officer instinctively loosened his grip, 24 violently thrust his right elbow into the officer's abdominal armor, seizing the opportunity to snatch the firearm from the officer's right hand as the pain momentarily incapacitated him. With the gun now in his possession, 24 moved with blinding speed, raising the weapon to fire just a split second before the mining supervisor could pull the trigger on him, striking the supervisor's right arm. Amidst the supervisor's piercing shriek, his right arm and the handgun flew from his grasp, energy fluid gushing forth. With eyes wide open in fury, he bellowed at the officers, "You worthless fools. What are you waiting for? Shoot him. Kill him." After that gunshot, 24 swiftly turned and dashed toward the pile of stones in search of cover. The blue light that erupted from his chest closely pursued him, merging into his armor as the supervisor's screams echoed. Gunfire erupted from behind. 24's body instinctively reacted, nimbly evading a shot and rolling behind the cover. Crouched behind the stones, 24 felt the barrage of gunfire striking the rocky shield. Dust swirling as fragments were shattered, raining down upon him. Meanwhile, 16, eyes wide with astonishment, observed the sudden chaos unfold. As the officers, under the mining supervisor's command, redirected their weapons towards the miners, he delivered a forceful blow to the head sculpt of the nearby officer, swiftly following with a kick to the officer's legs to wrest the firearm from his grip. "Seize the gun," 16 shouted hoarsely, his voice nearly tearing as he raised the newly acquired weapon against the officer aiming at him, desperate to survive. His frantic cry jolted the miners from their momentary stupor, perhaps offering them a final glimmer of hope. In that instant, they realized that only by fighting with their last breath could they grasp a chance at survival. The miners' expressions shifted from fear and hesitation to resolve as they charged into the fray, engaging the officers in fierce combat. Within a mere minute, the mine transformed into a chaotic battlefield. At that moment, all instinct drove them, fighting for survival. The miners' participation significantly reduced the firepower against 24, who, while evading, keenly observed from his cover, aiming and striking the shoulders of one officer after another, ensuring they were rendered immobile. The miners resisted and struggled, Yet having never attacked fellow Cybertronians or wielded firearms, they found it challenging to overcome the well-trained officers. An increasing number of machines are falling, one after another. Different shades of Cybertronians collapsing. Waves of blue light surge towards the chest armor of Unit 24, and the blue energy continues to coalesce from the chests of the fallen Cybertronians. Pools of energy liquid and dismembered parts of Cybertronians are scattered across every corner of the mining site, with the presence of law enforcement, but predominantly miners. The cacophony of screams, wails, roars, and gunfire fills the auditory receptors of 24, who stares blankly at the nearly all-consuming blue energy liquid before him. He observes Nut, whose leg has been shattered, while 16 struggles to fend off the advancing law enforcement, dragging Nut's body behind cover, energy liquid pouring from the shattered armor. Tracing a winding path on the ground, he witnesses 39 suddenly stepping in front of 47. The energy projectile that was meant to end 47's existence piercing through the chest armor of the red machine. 47, startled by the sound, turns to see the optical lens of 39 dimming. The machine that once cared for his brilliant and beautiful red finish now bears an ugly, gaping hole in its armor. The deep blue machine rushes forward, cradling the broken body of 39 and wailing in anguish. The next moment, seemingly driven mad, seizes a nearby weapon and recklessly charges at the law enforcement. 24's optical lens widens as the sounds around him begin to fade. Miners are perishing, as are the law enforcement. Everyone is dying. The blue energy liquid reflects in his optical lens, piercing through his neural module and spark. Each heavy pulse of his spark amplifying like a crushing weight upon his fuel tank. The audio receptors are left with a lingering hum. He parts his lips, only to find his vocal apparatus utterly silent. The hellish scene before him will forever be etched into 24's memory module, becoming an eternal shadow. Chapter 29. Dawn in the chaotic mining site. Miners are collapsing one by one, while law enforcement besieges the dwindling number of miners. The miners, under relentless assault, retreat continuously, their optical lenses filled with defiance, charging forward in a desperate clash with the law enforcement as if they were determined to fight to the last. Suddenly, an inadvertent gunshot rings out, striking an energy crystal deposit in the corner of the mining site that had yet to be transported. At the moment the energy projectile impacts the super energy core, the entire mining site seems to fall into silence, followed by a deafening explosion. Blue flames and shock waves beginning to spread, eagerly claiming the sparks of the surrounding Cybertronians. As a chain reaction ignites the exposed super energy cores in the mining site. The blue flames consume the super energy deposits, engulfing the nearest Cybertronians and the scattered remnants of machines and limbs. "Run!" shouts 16, his voice drowned out by the thunderous explosion, as all machines abandon their combative intentions, consumed by terror as they seek to flee the scorching heat trailing behind them. The acrid scent of searing heat assailed the sensory processors of every Cybertronian, while the cerebral modules frantically transmitted signals of escape to their bodies. The hydraulic pumps contracted violently, as if on the verge of bursting forth from their frames. One after another, Cybertronians were engulfed in explosions, their screams echoing in the chaos. The entire world seemed to shatter into fragments within the optical lens of 24, as an overwhelming wave of blue flames surged like an unstoppable beast, consuming the fleeing Cybertronians. 24 noticed 16 desperately sprinting with the burden of a nut on his back, and he beheld 47, missing an arm, clutching 39's battered form with his remaining limb. In an instant, the explosion swallowed the two entwined figures. Faster than the blast, streaks of blue light marked the extinguishing of lives. The brilliance of the explosion seared through 24's optical sensors, igniting his survival instincts as he propelled himself toward the mine's exit. Yet, he scarcely made it before the scalding shockwave of an explosion hurled him away. Pain, excruciating pain. It assaulted 24's cerebral module, and for a fleeting moment, he felt as if his soul had separated from his body, only to be yanked back violently. The agony and disorientation rendered him incapable of coherent thought. As a sudden shutdown was followed by a restart, with a flurry of red alert notifications flashing in his mind. He perceived a darkening before his optical sensors, as the explosion consumed the mine's tunnels, plunging the already dim surroundings into near-total darkness. The pain, particularly in his legs, radiated from every part of his being. In that moment, As the explosion pursued him, he felt as though his legs had been torn asunder. It seemed they had been shattered into pieces. Yet, he could still sense their presence, though the intense pain rendered him immobile. His optical sensors flickered erratically, and he lacked the strength to lift his head. In a daze, he heard footsteps approaching. One figure stood before him. The obscurity of his surroundings and his impaired vision prevented him from discerning the figure's paintwork. Straining to focus, he widened his optical sensors. Who was it? Was it 16? Suddenly, a familiar, sharp, and hoarse voice pierced through from above. Damn you, miner. How dare you treat me like this? D24's spark sank as he struggled to raise his head, catching sight of the dust-laden figure of the mining supervisor. His body marred with energy fluid and scars, trembling with rage. His left hand tightly gripped a weapon aimed at 24's head, while the space where his right arm once resided was now vacant, energy fluid oozing from the wound. Yet, he was indifferent to his own injuries. His optical sensors were solely fixated on 24 with murderous intent. What once brought him satisfaction and joy now incited only abomination within the mining supervisor. This miner had destroyed everything he held dear. In that moment, the supervisor lost all semblance of his prior elegance and composure. His expression twisted in madness as he glared at 24, poised to pull the trigger. It appeared this was the end. 24 realized he was powerless to resist. He gazed at the black muzzle of the gun and the madness of the mining supervisor. Death looming near, yet he felt no fear, only a strange amusement. He had not anticipated returning to the source of the fire in such a manner. Had he known he would ultimately be slain by the mining supervisor, he would have rushed towards the explosion instead. Dying in a blast would surely be preferable to perishing at the hands of this deranged individual. With a hint of self-mockery, 24 lowered his optical visor, bracing himself for his fate. He hoped that being shot in the head would not be too painful. With a resounding bang, the deafening gunshot echoed through the desolate and silent mining site. 24 abruptly opened his optical visor and beheld the mining supervisor still maintaining his previous stance. Though a char hole had been blasted through his chest, wisps of smoke gradually emanating from the darkened wound and dissipating into the air. Through that aperture, 24 could see the black muzzle of the gun behind the mining supervisor. The supervisor's optical visor flickered in reluctant defiance, and the weapon slipped impotently from his grasp, followed swiftly by the heavy collapse of his body. A blue luminescence burst forth from the wound in his chest, trailing towards 24's own body. As the figure before him slowly crumpled, the previously obscured Cybertronian who had fired the shot gradually came into view through 24's optical visor, revealing a familiar silver and black paint job. It was 16. 16 remained poised with his weapon, his expression icy as he regarded the fallen purple frame. Although he had personally taken the life of the mining supervisor, 24 could detect neither joy in his act nor the turmoil of having extinguished the life of a fellow Cybertronian. In the depths of 16's optical visor, there was only an expanse of chilling emptiness. In a fleeting moment, 24 thought he saw 16's blue optical visor gradually being overtaken by a crimson hue, but in the next instant, a hand reached toward him, jolting him back to reality. It was a hand marred by scratches and dust, stained with a trace of energy fluid. It was 16's hand. Thus, 24 grasped it, enduring the pain in his leg armor as he stood with 16's support. The sudden influx of pain signals to his neural module disrupted his balance, causing him to stumble and instinctively lean against 16's shoulder. A faint cry of pain escaped from 16's vocalizer. The sound was soft, yet 24, positioned so closely, heard it distinctly. 16, were you injured? 24 inquired anxiously, suppressing his own pain to avoid burdening 16 further. He quickly assessed 16's frame and noted the shattered armor at his waist and a jagged stone that had nearly pierced through. Energy fluid flowed relentlessly from the wound, cascading down his body and pooling beneath his feet in a small puddle of blue. You need medical attention, 24 said frantically, feeling helpless. What can I do? It's nothing. Just a minor injury. At least I'm still alive. 16 replied, shaking his head, his demeanor composed as if the horrific wound were an abstraction. His blue optical visor dipped slightly. At least we're alive. Memories pressed against the back of 24's mind, laden with the threats of pain and death, surged forth as he gazed sorrowfully at the charred remnants of the mining site before him. In his field of vision, there was not a single vibrant hue or a hint of life. Is there anyone else? The voice emitter of 24 was somewhat obstructed. Just that morning, this mining site had been alive with the industrious toil of miners, dimly lit by headlamps, illuminated by the bright blue, energy-rich ore, accompanied by soft conversations and the clatter of machinery. Yet now, all that constituted the daily life of the mine had vanished, leaving only a desolate expanse of blackened earth and an oppressive silence. Besides us, there's Nut. The faint voice of 16 reached 24's audio receiver. However, when the explosion occurred, 16 had carried Nut, whose leg had been shattered, to safety. In the fleeting moment before the detonation's wrath engulfed them, Nut had forcefully pushed 16 away, propelling him out of harm's way, while he himself was caught in the blue flames. 16 fell silent, quietly supporting 24 as they made their way to a nearby location. The scene reflected in 24's optical lens made his spark of hope tremble, as sorrow surged wildly in his mind. Nut's body was grievously damaged. He was left with but a fragment of an arm and a shattered torso. The dim light of the optical lens flickered amidst the darkness, and with each fading glimmer of blue, 24 feared that it would never shine again. "Do not let the others discover the body of the mining supervisor here," Nut implored as he looked at the two machines approaching, his voice weak and fragmented, interspersed with a cacophony of electrical static that echoed through the desolate mining site. "There must be a way. We will take you to find a doctor." 24 could not suppress the quiver in his voice emitter, yearning to lift Nut's broken form, yet he found his entire being trembling, lacking even the courage to touch Nut. One by one, the machines departed, their circuits extinguished. 39 had perished, 47 had perished, everyone was gone. Now, Nut was about to succumb as well. There must be a way, he insisted, as cleansing fluid trickled down, overwhelming 24 with a surge of sorrow and reluctance. From the moment he opened his eyes, the mine and its miners had occupied nearly all of his scant memories. Life in the mine was arduous, yet the camaraderie of its inhabitants had enveloped him in warmth. In the blink of an eye, they were all gone. The miners had lived their lives in suffering and toil, and he had believed that they would finally attain freedom together today. But everything felt like a cruel jest, as the miners who longed for liberation met their demise one by one, just before dawn. 16 hung his optical lens in despair, cleansing fluid pouring forth from it, aware that Nut was now but a flickering candle in the wind. He was on the brink of death. The corner of the Nut's mouth curled into a gentle smile. "I have lived long enough in this mine. It is time for me to depart." He gazed softly at the two remaining survivors of the mine, bestowing upon them his final blessing in a tender voice. "Live well and attain your freedom." As his words faded, his optical lens gradually dimmed, never to shine again. Within the vision obscured by the cleansing liquid, a pulsating blue light began to coalesce at the center of the Nut's chest. He watched as the light, symbolizing his demise, retained its cerulean tail as it disappeared into the white armor. "It is time to go." A voice, laden with fatigue and heaviness, echoed beside the audio receiver of 24. The two machines retrieved the scant remaining energy cores from the mine and transported them to the exit. After retreating a sufficient distance, 16 opened fire, detonating the energy cores. The mine's entrance collapsed with a thunderous roar, buried beneath a cascade of stones. It became a stone tomb, entombing the souls of countless Cybertronians, as well as the past of 16 and 24 as miners. Amidst the explosion's blue flames, 24 perceived a glimmer of light gradually rising from the dark horizon. Dawn had arrived. The soft and radiant light illuminated the somewhat hollow optical lens of 24, igniting something within, yet extinguishing another. The two miners supported each other as they advanced toward the direction of dawn. They had attained the freedom they had long yearned for. But what cost? Supplemental chapter. The Still Pendulum. The tale of the Still Pendulum is an addition, viewed from the perspectives of 16 and 24, revealing elements invisible to them, yet irrelevant to the main narrative. The Still Pendulum despised its name. Still Pendulum does not sound pleasant and carries a rather ominous connotation. However, it was the name bestowed upon it by its protoform teacher. It is said that most machines begin with a designation that is merely a number. Being one of the few Cybertronians to have a name upon emergence from the assembly line, it had no intention of changing it. The Still Pendulum cherished the name Ethan. It adored its younger brother. Among its batch of protoforms, there existed a pair of fraternal siblings. The guide informed it that the sparks between brothers are interlinked, allowing them to sense each other's thoughts and experience one another's emotions, making them the closest of companions on Cybertron. How cool, thought the still pendulum, its optical lens sparkling with enthusiasm. It too desired a brother. One day, following its protoform teacher, it encountered a machine adorned in orange paint, who appeared shy and gentle. Entirely different from itself. His name was Ethan, the teacher introduced. The still pendulum found joy in the name, and he liked this meek machine with his head bowed. Thus, he smiled and extended his hand to Ethan. How about being my brother? I will protect you. Ethan gazed at him timidly, his blue optical lens flickering with confusion. Yet sensing the anticipation emanating from the machine before him, he responded to that expectation, gently clasping the still pendulum's hand. Brother. A sense of joy and contentment enveloped the spark of Stoppage as he heard Ethan's soft utterance of brother. He laughed so heartily that he could hardly contain himself. Thus, Stoppage finally realized his long-held desire of having a brother, while Ethan found himself inexplicably endowed with an elder sibling. Although there was no intrinsic bond of spark between Stoppage and Ethan akin to that of biological brothers, their closeness was undeniable. Ethan relied on his brother, and true to his earlier promise, Stoppage devoted himself to protecting Ethan, safeguarding his younger sibling. They declared, "We are not brothers." Ethan confided to other protoforms that he and Stoppage were brothers, yet he was met with skepticism and ridicule, with a hint of sadness. He looked at Stoppage as they remarked, "We do not resemble each other at all." Stoppage gently ruffled Ethan's head crest in silence, and that evening, he retaliated against those who mocked Ethan, delivering a punch to each of them. Amidst the teacher's furious reprimands, Stoppage feigned contrition while harboring no remorse within. "We are indeed brothers, Ethan." After all the machines had departed, Stoppage comforted Ethan, advising him to disregard the opinions of others, regardless of our differing designs and appearances. "You shall always be my brother. We are the most exceptional siblings in Cybertron." They were the most unique brothers on the planet Cybertron. As time flowed steadily onward, Stoppage and Ethan were soon to depart from their protoform instructor and embark on their assigned roles. Fortuitously, they were both allocated to the mining site at Karen, this time withholding their brotherly identity from their peers. The labor at the mine was arduous, yet they worked in remarkable harmony, akin to true brothers, making the tasks less daunting. Ethan forged numerous friendships within the mine, and Stoppage felt elated to see his brother's smile grow increasingly radiant. "Let's go, brother." Ethan cheerfully bid farewell to his friends and sprinted toward Stoppage. "My brother is so adorable." Stoppage, maintaining a composed exterior, nodded while internally reveling in pride for his sibling. "It seems you've become more taciturn since I arrived at the mine," Ethan pondered aloud, gazing at Stoppage. "Is that so?" Stoppage remained outwardly impassive. "Indeed, Nut told me that many Cybertronians newly freed from the assembly line behave this way." Ethan leaned closer to Stoppage with a grin. "So, you think it's cool to be less talkative, right?" "Ahem, not at all." Caught off guard by Ethan's perception, Stoppage's gaze wandered, feeling a wave of awkwardness within. "Truly, one would never suspect that you were the first to call out for me to be your brother," Ethan teased, poking Stoppage's shoulder armor. "Nonetheless, I am delighted to be your brother, Elder." The spark within Stoppage pulsed with warmth as he smiled at his younger sibling, who had transformed from a bashful protoform into a lively and spirited individual. He considered it the greatest fortune of his life to have extended his hand to that orange-painted protoform with a lowered head. At the mine, concerns extended beyond merely completing tasks. They also included the occasional inspections by the mining supervisor. "Are you slacking off? Why is your pace so slow?" The sharp voice of the mining director pierced through the dormant audio receiver, accompanied by the crack of the whip slicing through the air, causing the halted machine to instinctively tense up. "Please wait a moment, sir." Ignoring his friend's attempts to restrain him, Ethan positioned himself before the terrified gaze of the halted entity. "I believe the machine is not slacking off. It merely encountered some issues." "What are you doing? Go back," the mining director commanded. "Ethan, it used to be you who protected me, brother. Today, I wish to protect you." The anticipated punishment never materialized. The mining director scrutinized Ethan with an unsettling gaze. But after a moment, he seemed genuinely amused. "I find your reasoning quite compelling." He retracted the whip and, amidst the astonished expressions of the two machines, addressed Ethan. "You are quite intriguing." In a daze, Ethan was led out of the mine by the mining director. The halted entity could only watch as Ethan was taken away. The only thing that calmed his rising anxiety was Ethan's message. "I will be fine, brother. If I encounter any danger, I will message you promptly. Despite this, the halted entity could not shake off his worries. His internal flame flickered nervously throughout the day, leading to moments of distraction during work, nearly causing him to drill himself. It was only when he saw Ethan again that his inner turmoil finally settled. I have a great fondness for Ethan. I wish to take him away from this mine, the mining director remarked with a smile. Ethan mentioned he hopes we can establish a communication line to stay in touch. I find this modest request quite agreeable. Was the once proud mining director truly willing to add a miner to his communication line? Did he genuinely harbor feelings for Ethan? Yet, the halted entity was indifferent to the mining director's sincerity. He was more concerned with understanding Ethan's feelings. Clenching his fists, he observed Ethan's smiling visage and sent a message through the communication line. Ethan, speak honestly with me. Do you have feelings for him? He was well acquainted with Ethan, having grown up together, and could discern any hint of deceit. Should Ethan utter a simple no or display even the slightest reluctance, the halted entity would spare no effort to take Ethan away from the mine, away from Karen. I love him, brother. I wish to be with him, Ethan replied, devoid of hesitation, his smile brimming with affection and sweetness. The halted entity fell silent for a moment, responding just in time before the mining director's impatience surfaced. Very well. Sir, please take good care of Ethan. Ethan departed with the mining director, leaving the halted entity in a state of shock, gazing after his brother as he receded into the distance. Ethan was no longer the helpless youngling reliant on his older brother. He had learned to conceal his true emotions. Ethan did not harbor feelings for the mining director, nor did he wish to leave his brother in the mining community. In fact, he found being near the mining director rather repugnant. Yet, he felt powerless to resist. The mining director was a high-ranking machine, while he and the halted entity were merely miners. He had no right to refuse. Ethan could not allow his brother to take risks on his behalf. He yearned to do something for his brother, hoping to catch the attention of the mining director, believing that it would significantly improve his brother's life in the mines. Two sparks, seemingly disconnected from any flame, drifted further apart, yet trembled in shared sorrow at that very moment. In the initial months, Ethan frequently communicated with Stillstand, assuring him of his well-being and urging him not to worry, promising to visit the mines when time permitted. However, one day, Ethan ceased to respond, and all of Stillstand's messages vanished into silence. A profound ache gripped his spark. He despised the reality that he and Ethan were not true brothers, lacking that vital spark connection. He could not feel Ethan's emotions, nor discern his brother's current state. Thus, he sought out the only person who might know about Ethan, the mining director. The director regarded Stillstand thoughtfully for a moment before opting for a dismissive response, claiming that Ethan was now a high-ranking machine, not a mere miner, having severed all communications with lower-tier machines. Sir, may I meet him? Stillstand implored, his head bowed in a posture of humility before the director. Naturally, a high-ranking machine could not casually meet with a miner. Such was the law of their hierarchy. The mining director, with an air of impatience, waved his hand dismissively, but then seemed to reconsider, adding, however, if you could provide me with daily reports on the miner's conditions, I might contemplate allowing you to reunite with Ethan outside the mines. Thank you, sir. Stillstand's optical lens shimmered with hope at those words. It was truly unfortunate that they bore no resemblance to one another, nor did he possess the same appealing qualities as Ethan. The mining director scrutinized Stillstand's frame. Unbeknownst to him, Ethan had perished days prior, his remains discarded at the scrapyard. Yet, stabilizing this miner could yield further advantages. It would be a win-win situation for him, wouldn't it? The director cast a disdainful glance at the bowed Stillstand before turning to leave. Once the sound of departing footsteps faded, Stillstand gradually lifted his head. To see Ethan, he would have to divulge information about other miners to the director. The cold condensation seeping from the armor sent a chill through him, and the spark chamber felt as if it were crammed with a mass of silk, stifling the spark's rhythm, rendering it nearly impossible to pulsate normally. His vocalizer trembled, unable to suppress a laugh. Would a traitor ever see his brother again? Deep within Stillstand's core lay the answer. The guilt of revealing miners' information weighed heavily upon him, making it difficult to breathe. Each time a miner was punished due to his disclosures, he felt akin to a wretched machine insect lurking in the shadows, insidiously observing the miners' movements while siphoning their energy. After the mining director's arrival at the site, he approached like a dog, relinquishing his dignity solely to remind that machine of his promise. Ethan was waiting for him. Stillstand never anticipated that his endurance would stretch across so many seasons. His emotions, initially steeped in anguish, gradually morphed into a state of numbness. Fortunately, the mining supervisor seemed to have lost interest in the messages he had sent, and his visits to the mining site had significantly decreased. But what of his promises? What of Ethan? Had the supervisor forgotten altogether? Anxiety enveloped the flickering flame of hope within him. Over the years, he had grown increasingly reclusive and capricious, rendering the miners reluctant to engage with him. He now often found himself in solitude. At the outset, the Nuts attempted to converse with Stasis. "Child, perhaps you could share the troubles that weigh upon you. We will find a way to assist." The Nuts gazed at Stasis with concern, gently inquiring. It was 39 and 47 who first sensed something amiss with Stasis and, worried for his well-being, sought out the empathetic Nuts. They stood by, watching with trepidation as fatigue etched itself upon Stasis' visage. In that moment, Stasis could not contain the sorrow within, the emotions of the flickering flame nearly overwhelming him. He instinctively spoke, his voice barely a whisper, audible only to the Nuts. "My brother was taken from the mine by the higher-ups." "Help me? With what? How could they possibly help me?" His lips parted, words on the verge of spilling forth, yet he turned his head sharply, gritting his teeth and glaring at the Nuts with a warning. "It's none of your business. Cease your feigned concern." The Nuts appeared somewhat hurt, while 39 and 47, incensed by his words, reacted with anger. "On what grounds do you speak to the Nuts like that? He only wishes to help you." 39 called out to Stasis as he hurried away. "You are nothing but a coward. Is it worth sacrificing your dignity?" 47's icy voice resonated through Stasis's audio receiver. A coward? Indeed, he was a coward. Worth it? Everything was worth it for Ethan. Stasis nearly fled in despair, his pace quickening until he was running, eventually arriving at a secluded corner of the mine devoid of any other machines. There, he crouched down in pain. The frantic running only exacerbated his turmoil. The trembling of the flickering flame did nothing to ease the anguish within, merely intensifying the weight upon his chest. He caressed the flickering flame through his armor, feeling only his own frequency, utterly devoid of any connection to another machine. They had no flame link. "Brother, I miss you so much." The variable resistor had arrived at the mine years prior, his incessant chatter and vivacity seeming endless, as if he possessed an inexhaustible well of words and energy. Stasis bore no dislike for him. In fact, he discerned a glimmer of Ethan's essence within him, yet he would never equate the variable resistor with Ethan. Ethan was one of a kind, his only brother. The variable resistor was overly naive. Any kindness shown to him by the other miners prompted him to find ways to reciprocate. Recently, the newcomer, 24, somehow found himself entangled with the solitary 16. After merely assisting the variable resistor with a small task, he was willing to risk a second collapse to rescue the two machines. Was it worth it? Truly. Such innocence bordered on folly. The Stasis clenched his jaw, obstructing the variable resistance. After a moment's contemplation, he opted to use the mining supervisor as an excuse. "Your actions will provoke the mining director." After all, his reputation was already tarnished beyond redemption, and he had nothing to lose by making it worse, as long as he could halt the variable resistance. "I don't care. I am willing to save them." The variable resistance was unlike the wrath of the other miners. He merely gazed steadfastly at the Stasis and declared, while the latter, entranced by his luminous optical lens, felt a fleeting disorientation. Before he could fully comprehend the moment, the variable resistance had already dashed past him toward the warehouse. The Stasis caressed the somewhat hollow ember, refraining from further obstruction, and quietly departed. Soon after, it seemed the higher-ups had taken notice of the variable resistance, preparing for his departure from the mine. He returned to the mining site to bid farewell to each miner. The Stasis did not expect the variable resistance to utter anything to him, so he distanced himself from the uproar of the miners, preparing to leave. "Stasis." The voice of the variable resistance reached him, causing the Stasis to nearly doubt his hearing. Yet, in the next breath, the variable resistance continued, "Farewell, Stasis." The Stasis did not halt his stride nor reply, but merely quickened his pace, leaving the clamor behind. Subsequently, 24 emerged from the mine, his form resplendent just as it had been when the variable resistance first returned. Had he also caught the eye of the higher-ups? A pang of jealousy gripped the Stasis as he yearned for his brother. He longed to depart the mining site to meet with Ethan, yet he found himself unable to do so. An inexplicable emotion surged within him, compelling him to utter harsh words. At the moment, 16 obstructed 24's path. The emotions he had long suppressed erupted uncontrollably. 24 was departing the mining site, was he not? He was about to leave, abandoning 16, despite their close friendship. Would 24 not turn and walk away without hesitation? He even went so far as to insult both the variable resistance and 24, only to regain his senses when 16's fist came crashing toward him. He cast a deep glance at 24 and the furious 16, enduring the pain from his damaged visage and silently retreating from the scene. His frame trembled, and he found himself unable to resist kneeling upon the ground. The stasis finally realized that the words he nearly blurted out were a manifestation of his innermost suppressed thoughts. Years had passed, and his ember had birthed a hint of resentment amidst the pain and longing. He resented Ethan for not visiting him, for leaving him alone, and for forgetting his older brother. Yet, deep within him lingered a premonition. He was acutely aware of another possibility. However, rather than dwelling on this possibility, he preferred to accept that Ethan was thriving now, merely forgetting him in the process. But how could he insult the variable resistance in 24? How could he insult Ethan? In anguish, he pressed his hand against the dented surface of his visage, the pain gnawing at his cognitive modules. This self-inflicted punishment granted him a fleeting sense of tranquility. The stasis intended to apologize for his insults toward 24, but found himself at a loss for words, only able to subconsciously observe 24 at work. When 24 and 16 turned away, he feigned ignorance, unsure of how to navigate the moment. One day, he heard a disheartening piece of news. The variable resistor had perished, deceived by the upper echelon. In that fleeting moment, the sounds of the mine seemed to fade away from him, and the condensation clung to his exoskeleton, igniting an impulse within him to curl up in despair. The possibility surged wildly in his neural module, a thought he dared not entertain, compelling him to tremble as he grasped the mining tool, striving to redirect his focus onto his labor. It cannot be. It cannot be. Ethan was unlike him, uniquely different, until the mining supervisor returned, abruptly declaring that the miners were to be replaced, and he intended to send all of them to the scrapyard. The proclamation of 16 ignited a fervor within him. In that instant, he even contemplated joining them in rebellion, yearning to grasp the freedom that had always seemed so distant. Yet, invisible chains weighed heavily upon him, halting his advance toward the light, dragging him back into the shadows. He, alongside the mining supervisor, had obliterated the miners' dreams, extinguished their freedoms, and obstructed their futures. He was a sinner, an accomplice. But what impeded his path to liberation? Was it Ethan? Was it the mining supervisor? Was it the sincere bond of brotherhood? Upon receiving the truth from the mining supervisor, one he had long suspected yet consistently evaded, he discovered the answer. What had confined him was his own obsession. As half a spark shattered, it seemed to sever the chains tightly bound to his being. In that moment when he locked eyes with 24, he understood that 24 comprehended his intent. Would his demise hold any value? As his vision gradually faded to darkness, an unvoiced apology lodged itself within the halted vocalizer. Ethan, brother, I have come. The cessation marked the conclusion of his guilt-ridden existence. Chapter 30, A New Path Ambulance. Do you comprehend the significance of those articles? The voice of a friend cautioned beside the ambulance's audio receiver. It is not that I do not wish to assist you, but those articles should not exist in the present Cybertron, let alone be published in the newspapers. I initially believed that Miner was merely scribbling some thoughts, which is why I readily agreed, yet I did not anticipate that he. But what he wrote is indeed correct, is it not? The ambulance meticulously read the forwarded article, tightening his fist, encapsulated the very issues plaguing Cybertron. His friend sighed, exasperated, continuing in a resigned tone. Ambulance, I understand your sympathy for the lower-tier machines, but do not forget that you are an upper-tier machine. This article holds no benefit for you, for me, or for any other upper-tier machine. Furthermore, if this article were to be published, what fate do you think awaits the miner who penned it? The ambulance, initially poised to respond, fell silent upon hearing this remark. After a moment, he replied, I understand now. I will inform him. That stone has damaged your transformation gears. Lewinching furrowed his brow as he addressed 16, who lay on the medical bed. Repairing you under Karen's medical conditions presents certain challenges. However, Should you venture to Iron Fortress Medical Academy, there remains a glimmer of hope for restoring your original state. I have acquaintances among the physicians there. You needn't bother. Dr. Luanxing, 16, replied, deactivating the communication line from the press staff and lowering his optical visor to examine the waist armor, which had been expertly mended by Dr. Luanxing. It appeared rejuvenated, devoid of any trace of the once gruesome wound. The recoated silver armor shone brightly, concealing the fact that the essential transformation gears vital to a Cybertronian had been damaged. Much like present-day Cybertron, which, on the surface, flourished in vibrant prosperity. Yet beneath the facade was gradually eroded by class system. This is no trivial matter, Luanxing asserted gravely. Every Cybertronian understands the significance of transformation gears. They constitute an indispensable part of our existence. I am aware, Dr. Luanxing. I shall devise a solution, 16 replied, lifting his gaze to offer a faint smile to Luanxing. Trust me, I am well aware. To effect change on Cybertron, one must uproot the damaged elements entirely. Only through destruction can there be creation anew. Dr. Luanxing sighed in resignation, realizing he could not persuade 16 otherwise. I can only hope. Should you reconsider, do not hesitate to contact me. Thank you, Luanxing. 16 shifted his thoughts and inquired, what of 24? He sustained no severe injuries. Merely a few circuits in his leg armor were severed, which I have already repaired. Luanxing responded. It was indeed fortunate that he emerged from the explosion with such minor injuries. 16 lowered his optical visor. Indeed, 24 is extraordinarily fortunate. When 24 had collapsed before him, 16 had pondered why the damage to his chassis was minimal while his body was drenched in energon. During the warehouse collapse, when 24 rushed to save him, the massive jagged rock that struck him had only caused minor circuit damage to his shoulder. A flying unit crashing against a stone wall had merely resulted in superficial damage to its back armor. In a mining explosion, 16 was saved at the last moment by a nut who pushed him away, while 24 had not escaped the blast radius in time. It was improbable that he emerged unscathed, even from the periphery. Reflecting on the numerous injuries and tribulations 24 had encountered during that time only served to highlight his misfortune rather than his luck. Yet, he consistently managed to navigate crises with remarkable fortune. 24's chassis was unique. He must have realized this, yet he had never disclosed it to 16. 16 respected 24's choice and understood the caution behind it. You speak truly. He is indeed fortunate, 16 replied softly. If 24 wishes to keep this secret from others, I shall aid him in concealing it. I regret the circumstances surrounding the mining incident, Luanxing said sympathetically, observing 16, whose core was evidently burdened with unspoken matters. Do you have any plans moving forward? 16 and 24 informed the mining facility that only the two of them had escaped. Yet they refrained from elaborating on the specifics of the incident, merely stating that a catastrophic mining disaster had claimed the lives of all but themselves. I wish to converse with 24, 16 remarked. Certainly, he is just next door. Feel free to summon me should you have any inquiries. The mining supervisor indicated towards the adjacent door before stepping aside to attend to the medical instruments. Descending from the medical bed, 16 opened the door and beheld the white machine ensconced in the corner, while 24's visor lay discarded in some corner of the facility, perhaps reduced to ashes. At that moment, the unmasked visage of 24 wore an expression of fury as he scrutinized the data panel in his grasp. Upon hearing the door creak open, 24 lifted his gaze. Upon recognizing 16, the optical lens flickered, and after a moment of deep contemplation, he rose, clutching the data panel, and approached. 16, I regret to inform you, 24 said, his fingers pressing firmly against the edge of the data panel. The ambulance has just communicated that the press is unable to publish your article. Contrary to 24's expectations, 16 remained remarkably composed, as though he had foreseen this outcome, merely nodding in acknowledgement. I understand. What does the data panel reveal? It was something that should have been anticipated. He should have foreseen it. They had once been naively optimistic, truly deluding themselves into thinking a few articles could alter Cybertron. How could Cybertron permit 16's writings to reach a broader audience in its current state? The present-day Cybertron was irrevocably corrupted. Contemplating the article on the data panel filled 24 with a profound sorrow. After a brief silence, he handed the panel to 16. The data panel contained the latest issue of the Karen newspaper, the most prominent article being, Mr. Landon announces his partner. Accompanying the article was a photograph of Landon with a white and pale yellow high-ranking machine they had encountered previously, both appearing cordial before the camera, their visages adorned with smiles. The article extolled the compatibility of the two machines, discussing their status, class, and character, receiving the blessings of all the upper echelon within their ranks. No one remembered the miner named Bienzu. No one cared for the miners. Silence enveloped them until 16 finally broke it. 24, I must go to the arena. The words caused 24 to widen his optical lens in astonishment before he could respond. 16 continued, would you accompany me? 24 recognized that he ought to dissuade him. The image of the spark extinguished amidst the carnage was still vivid in his mind. Should 16 venture to the arena, he too might face injury, or worse, death. All the miners had perished. He feared the day he might witness 16's shattered form. Yet, he understood 16. This decision was surely not made in haste. He may have long contemplated it. 24 recalled the yearning reflected in 16's optical lens after that battle, along with certain premonitions stirring within his own spark. He hesitated to suggest that his friend belonged in such a violent arena, but perhaps, just perhaps, 16 was indeed destined for the Colosseum. Thus, 24 swallowed the initial hesitations, choosing to place his trust in his dear friend. Suppressing the unease within, he managed to conjure a smile for 16. I believe I lack the aptitude for combat. I wish to remain in this clinic and learn the art of healing under Dr. Luenshing, so that I may assist should you ever find yourself injured in the arena. 24 underestimated his own capabilities, thought 16. His agility and marksmanship, honed in the mines, belied any notion of ineptitude. Yet, 16 remained silent. He understood that 24 favored harmony and abhorred violence and conflict, detesting the very notion of the gladiatorial arena. Very well, 16 nodded. His spark pulsed fervently in anticipation of the path he was destined to tread, one shaped by the tragedies of the mines and the failures of his writings, compelling him to embrace a new direction, one he had long envisioned, yet kept buried deep within. This path was fraught with thorns, perilous at every turn, offering no retreat. He might confront the malice of Cybertron's upper echelons. Yet, for the sake of his ideals, even if it cost him his life, he welcomed the challenge. He would transform Cybertron. The flame within 16's optical lens blazed with intensity. 24 gazed, transfixed, at his friend's silver form, the rhythmic pulse of sparks echoing in his auditory receptors. Despite their close proximity, an invisible wall seemed to rise between them, an unfamiliar sense of distance igniting a pang of anxiety within 24. His vocalizer trembled as he uttered the name, Shockwave. The mention caused the silver figure to pause, though he remained silent, merely lifting his gaze to meet 24's optics. Just as they had agreed upon leaving the mines, they would change their names together. A memory from just yesterday felt like a distant past, the painful recollections flooding back into his memory module, rendering him nearly incapable of processing the moment. At the instant they stepped out of the mines, dawn illuminated the horizon, igniting both their sparks and transforming them into entirely different beings. In a daze, 24 heard his own voice declare, "My name is Liren." Together with 16, they were buried beneath the mines, and from that moment forth, Cybertron would only know of Liren and Shockwave. They had escaped the mines and attained freedom, yet they could never evade the whirlpool of fate. Chapter 31. Shadows shift slightly to the left, that thinnest line. Yes, that one. Be cautious. It is fragile yet vital. Slowly, use the welding torch. Excellent. Now, it's the adjacent line. Connect it to the corresponding position. Ensure clarity, for at times, the energy liquid seeping from the wound may cloud your judgment. Perfect. Now seal it with this armor. Liren carefully placed the armor over the model before him, gripping the tool and executing a deep replacement. Being a doctor was utterly distinct from being a miner, yet the tension felt oddly familiar. You possess remarkable talent. Dr. Luenshing's voice resonated with joy. Perhaps next time you could treat the patients yourself. Not yet, Dr. Luenshing. I still feel insufficiently acquainted. Liren nervously waved his hand. Thanks to your guidance, I have come this far. Be a bit more confident in yourself. Luenshing chuckled, giving Liren's armored arm a gentle pat. Your performance on the models has been commendable. Practical experience is where true progress lies. You will undoubtedly become an exceptional doctor. You are a great doctor and an even better teacher. Liren smiled, donning the mask that Luenshing had fashioned for him, the blue optical lenses winking at Luenshing. Dr. Luanxing. Ahem. Luanxing, feeling a touch embarrassed, turned his head away. It was his first time instructing another machine, and this title brought him both joy and a hint of shame. He subtly shifted the topic. How has Zhen Tianzuan been lately? He communicated with me, stating that all is well. Li Ren lowered his optical lenses. The anxiety he had suppressed during the medical procedures surged back. However, I am quite concerned about his time in the gladiatorial arena. Li Ren believed in Zhen Tianzuan's strength, yet the violence of the arena left him apprehensive. I never expected he would choose to enter the arena. I have treated many severely injured gladiators at the clinic. Luanxing sighed. Moreover, his transformation gear remains a concern. If you have the chance, please encourage him to seek treatment at Iron Fortress. Li Ren halted his actions of tidying up the instruments, tightening his grip on the welding gun. How can Zhen Tianzuan's transformation gear be repaired? The transformation gear is one of the most unique and intricate organs of the Cybertronians, and parts of Zhen Tianzuan's had already sustained damage. Luanxing's eyes clouded with worry. His friend, Ratchet, had experience in repairing transformation gears, but Ratchet was far away at Iron Fortress Medical Academy and rarely traveled. Zhen Tianzuan was also reluctant to leave Kalong, and many of the components needed for the repair were quite scarce. Is Iron Fortress the only solution? The grip on the welding gun tightened further, and Li Ren struggled to calm his racing thoughts, placing the welding gun in its designated position. Luanxing hesitated, and after a moment of silence, spoke again, his tone heavy. In fact, there is another method to repair the transformation gear, but it essentially involves body modification, which is costly and, for some machines, excessively cruel. Body modification? Li Ren recalled the elderly man named Robert, who had once told him in 16 that they could seek him for body modifications. Perhaps Robert might have a solution? Just as Li Ren was about to inquire further, a sudden, urgent knock echoed at the door. He had to momentarily swallow his questions and stepped forward to open the door of the clinic. Dr. Luanxing. An anxious voice streamed into Li Ren's audio receiver. Outside stood a Cybertronian with a pink paint job, its coloring dull and marred by numerous scratches, indicating a lower status. The dim blue optical lenses were filled with a mixture of agony and fatigue, reflecting a sense of urgent distress. The pink machine was momentarily taken aback upon seeing that it was Li Ren, not Luanxing, who had opened the door. Li Ren promptly shifted the body, revealing the path into the clinic and the obstructed Luanxing. Upon spotting Luanxing, the pink machine hurriedly stumbled forward, eager to reach him. Li Ren noticed that a steel beam had pierced through his right calf, and energy fluid flowed relentlessly down the beam and leg armor, staining the clinic's pristine floor. Please help me, Dr. Luanxing, he exclaimed, his expression contorted with pain, struggling to maintain his balance, on the verge of collapsing. Li Ren swiftly moved to support him. The pink machine turned his head, casting a grateful glance at Li Ren. Thank you. It's nothing, Li Ren replied, assisting the pink machine as they followed Luanxing's guidance into the medical room. He adeptly adjusted the height of the medical bed to prevent the steel beam from exacerbating the wound, then gently helped the pink machine lie down on the bed. Li Ren, this time it's your turn, Luanxing said, approaching Li Ren and meticulously adjusting the instruments. He glanced at Li Ren, who appeared hesitant. Don't worry. I'll be right here watching you. Just do as I taught you. Li Ren took a deep breath, striving to quell the racing spark within him and calm himself. His hand trembled slightly as he grasped the instrument, continuously reassuring himself. Just treat it like a model. Follow Luanxing's instructions, and don't be nervous. Gradually, the tremors in his hands subsided, and Li Ren moved to the side of the medical bed. He began by cleaning and repairing the circuitry around the wound to prevent a significant loss of energy fluid once the steel beam was removed. Next, he addressed the steel beam embedded in the calf, followed by soldering the circuitry to halt the energy fluid flow and replacing any damaged components and armor. The procedure for treating the wound materialized clearly in his mind module, with each step distinctly outlined. It should have been straightforward. However, as Li Ren examined the grotesque wound up close, an inexplicable sensation surged within him, gnawing at his mind module and spark. Energy fluid dripped from the wound, pooling on the medical bed, while the twisted and shattered leg armor, along with exposed, severed circuits, presented a gruesome sight. The faint sounds of pained groans from the Cybertronian on the bed grew louder in his audio receptors. Wait, something flickered before Li Ren's optical sensors, gradually obscuring the horrific wound. Wait, the once bright white walls of the medical room receded into darkness, replaced by dim stone walls. He found himself back in a mine. He was transported back to that day. All around him were severed limbs, energy fluid covering the ground, and the incessant cacophony of gunfire, cries, and shouts. Li Ren stood frozen, staring at the scene before him, when something suddenly fell at his feet. He looked down to find it was a severed Cybertronian calf. The severed limb seemed to have been ravaged by an explosion, rendering the original color of the armor completely unrecognizable. Only the exposed wires were haphazardly entwined around the lower leg's armor, while the foot armor had nearly disintegrated, leaving just a small fragment tenuously connected to the leg armor by a few frayed lines. Beneath that small piece of leg armor, the once supple organic material was now charred black, the acrid scent of burning assaulting the olfactory sensors of Li Ren, making him feel as if the fuel tank were steadily contracting. His optical lens widened in disbelief as everything around him began to feel unreal. He could only sense the violent tremors of the spark within him and the chilling cold of his body, with a viscous liquid seeping from his back armor. Perhaps he had never truly escaped. Perhaps the dawn he envisioned was merely a figment of his imagination before death. Li Ren, Li Ren. The anxious voice of Luan Xing pierced through the audio receiver as the dimly lit mind receded from the view of his optical lens, replaced by the stark white of a medical bed. With a choked voice, Li Ren forcefully attempted to stabilize himself, involuntarily taking a few steps back, observing the concerned Luan Xing and the perplexed pink machine. A heavy sense of anguish bore down upon his spark, suffocating him. It felt as if the temperature regulator had malfunctioned. The pervasive cold enveloping his entire body caused him to tremble uncontrollably, and the instrument in his hand had long since fallen to the ground due to his shaking fingers. In a flurry, he picked up the instrument and approached Luan Xing, daring not to glance at the machine before him. The generator quivered, and a surprisingly weak voice emerged. "I apologize, Dr. Luan Xing. I fear I am not yet prepared." He yearned to quell the tremors, yet his body remained unresponsive to his commands, and he helplessly watched as a shaking hand extended the instrument to Luan Xing. Luan Xing appeared genuinely concerned for him, wanting to say something, but ultimately remaining silent. He simply accepted the instrument and reassuringly patted Li Ren's arm. "It's all right. You should step outside and rest for a while." Li Ren fled the medical room, fixating on the clinic's sterile white walls, trembling as he leaned against them, curling his body in on itself. Once more, his optical lens grew hazy, revealing a multitude of fragmented Cybertronians encircling him, looking down upon him with disdain. He recognized them, miners and law enforcement alike. Each regarded him with scorn and contempt, questioning, "Why did you not save us? Why did you watch us perish? Why is it we who die and not you?" Suddenly, they all ceased their accusations, parting in unison to create a pathway, allowing a familiar purple machine to elegantly stride toward him. It had lost its right arm and bore a gaping hole in its chest. It was the mining supervisor. The supervisor crouched before Li Ren, peering at him through pained optics, and mockingly smiled. "Miner, you can never escape." Li Ren lowered his optical lens, listening to the cacophony of voices emanating from the audio receiver. He had thought that leaving the mine meant attaining freedom. He once believed that he could become a doctor, aiding countless machines. He escaped the confines of the physical realm, yet the shackles of his soul held his body captive. Perhaps he was never destined to be a physician. Chapter 32. Dream? Li Ren walked silently along an endless, pitch-black road. Was it a dream? As he halted, the only sound his audio receiver could capture abruptly ceased, leaving an overwhelming silence. 24. Suddenly, a familiar voice emerged from the darkness. "What?" 24. The source of the voice, along with its master, suddenly appeared before him. Li Ren lowered his gaze to the medium-sized machine adorned in green paint, his optical sensors clouded with confusion. It was Bianzu. 24. Have you lost your way? The Bianzu before him seemed oblivious to Li Ren's disorientation, merely smiling and waving his hand. "Come on, follow me. I'll take you back to the mine." With no other options available, Li Ren chose to temporarily accompany the Cybertronian before him. The nimble figure of Bianzu ahead reminded Li Ren of the day he and 16 had departed from the collapsed warehouse. He couldn't help but lower his optical sensors in sorrow. It must be a dream. Bianzu had long since perished, in a vast emptiness of darkness. The one solitary sound of Li Ren's footsteps was joined by Bianzu's lively chatter. "Why are you here? Isn't 16 with you? How did your work go?" The familiar chatterbox lightened Li Ren's heart somewhat, and a faint smile tugged at his lips. Before he could respond, Bianzu continued. 24. The once guiding Bianzu abruptly halted, turning around to reveal a radiant smile. "I have someone I like. I'm going to leave the mine with him. I came to say goodbye today. Wait. The tragic fate of Bianzu flashed through Li Ren's mind. He anxiously gazed at the hopeful machine before him, fully aware that this was merely a dream. Yet his spark felt a pang of distress. He hastily urged, Bianzu, you cannot. The remainder of his words dissipated into the empty darkness. Li Ren's optical sensors widened in terror as he watched the sudden transformation of Bianzu before him, instinctively retreating a few steps. In an instant, Bianzu's paint dulled, as if he had been buried in the earth for ages, rust and dust clinging to his body. The once vibrant blue of his optical sensors now faded to darkness. It was as if his body had been slashed by unseen, sharp blades. The left half gradually slid to the ground, energy fluid gushing forth like a spring from the wound. Bianzu. Li Ren disregarded the energy fluid clinging to him, rushing forward to grasp the crumbling machine. But before his fingers could touch it, the figure before him seemed to dissolve, transforming into a pool of blue energy fluid that spilled onto the ground, slowly merging with the darkness until it vanished completely. Everything felt like an illusion. Li Ren's optical sensors trembled as he stared at the spot where Bianzu had disappeared. And once more, everything returned to darkness, with the audio receiver echoing the persistent sound of his own displacement. 24. A voice resonated ahead of him. Li Ren's cognitive module was blank from the scene he had just witnessed. He did not instinctively contemplate the identity of the voice's owner, but urgently lifted his head. Bianzu? What are you saying? Didn't Bianzu just leave the mining site? Before Li Ren stood a familiar machine painted in red. Alongside it was a deep blue counterpart. It was 39 and 47, always inseparable. Li Ren felt a momentary hesitation in his vocalizer. You must be overworked. 39 stepped forward and grasped his arm, saying, come on, let us go polish. Once polished, you'll feel better. Li Ren, somewhat disoriented, was pulled forward by the machine, feeling both touch and warmth, seemingly real. Are you all right? You don't seem well. ISN T16 around? 47 approached and patted his shoulder armor, and the contact from the machine offered Li Ren a slight sense of relaxation. I'm fine. Li Ren stared vacantly at the worried 47. Suddenly, he felt the grip on his arm loosen. Instinctively, he glanced at 39, who had been holding him, only to see a gaping black void reflected in his optical lens. 39 looked sorrowfully at Li Ren and 47, his optical lens dimming as he slowly toppled backward. 39. 47's heart-wrenching voice pierced the air beside Li Ren. He rushed forward to embrace 39's battered body, cleansing fluid spilling from his optical lens. 39. Li Ren's spark trembled. He instinctively wanted to move closer, but saw 47 abruptly lift his head to stare at him, the resentment in his optical lens causing Li Ren to halt in confusion. It's you. You killed 39. Why would you do this to him? To us. 47 glared at Li Ren, his vocalizer rasping with fury. Wait, I didn't T. Li Ren's words caught in his vocalizer. He instinctively raised his hand, only to see the gun lying in his right hand. 47 gently laid down 39's body and charged at him with a roar. Li Ren intended to evade, but found himself frozen, helplessly watching the increasingly frantic 47 approach. He instinctively shut his optical lens. A gunshot rang out. Li Ren abruptly reopened his optical lens, horrified to see his raised gun and 47's arm flying away. 47, now missing an arm, did not scream. He appeared to calm suddenly, turning to crouch and embrace 39's body. He raised his head, his expression cold as he fixed his gaze on Li Ren. Why didn't you save us? As the words fell, they scattered into the darkness like fine sand, and Li Ren lunged forward but could not grasp a single grain. Wait. Li Ren's cognitive module spiraled into chaos as he collapsed to the ground, staring at his hands. Had he done this? Had he killed everyone? Why didn't he save them? A voice laden with weary sorrow echoed from ahead. In his agony, Li Ren beheld a nut lying before him, surviving to attain freedom. Familiar words, familiar scenes. Must he once again witness the demise of the nut? Yet, the optical lens of the nut did not dim. It seemed to awaken, fueled by rage, as it widened and tilted to observe the helpless Li Ren. You could have saved more machines. Why must you watch us perish? Why is it us who die and not you? The elder's optical lens brimmed with resentment. Each word struck at the spark within Li Ren, and before he could tremblingly reach out to touch the nut's body, a sudden wave of dizziness assailed his neural module. Everything before him twisted as he felt a searing pain in his head, helplessly clutching his cranial structure. As the dizziness gradually receded, he found himself no longer in endless darkness, but on solid ground. Instinctively, Li Run felt around him, brushing against something that emitted a faint sound. When he turned to look, he beheld a battered, rust-covered head sculpture of a Cybertronian, its body long lost to oblivion, the visage etched with fear and panic. A wave of terror washed over Li Run, prompting him to instinctively rise and distance himself from the sculpture. Yet, as he lifted his gaze, he was met with the sight of more dismembered Cybertronian bodies. Limbs and energon lay strewn about. He had presumed this place to be a mining site. Yet none of the faces he could vaguely discern were familiar to him. Nausea surged within him, and he lowered his optical lens to avoid scrutinizing the grim tableau. Most of the broken bodies bore two peculiar, yet somewhat similar insignias, seemingly representing two factions. Before he could ponder this further, a noise from behind him jolted him into action. Whirling around, he beheld a tall figure cloaked in light. Liren could not discern the machine's features, only its silver and purple livery, adorned with menacing spikes. He could distinctly see the crimson glow of its optical lenses flickering coldly in the dim light. And for reasons unknown, he felt an unsettling familiarity. In the machine's right hand was a sharp, massive sword radiating a violet luminescence. Merely glancing at it caused discomfort within Li Ren's spark. He felt as though he were being stalked by a hunter, an unprecedented sense of peril crashing over him. Even the bodyguards of Landon had never instilled such a profound sense of danger. His neural module screamed for him to flee, yet he found his fingertips barely able to tremble, his body rendered immobile, condensation seeping from his back armor. This machine had emerged from a mountain of corpses. As he gazed at the unfamiliar, yet oddly recognizable figure drawing closer, the steady, heavy footfalls resonated against his spark. When the machine stood before him, he realized it towered over him significantly. He had never encountered a Cybertronian of such imposing stature. On the chest of the silver machine was a purple emblem, akin to the insignias found on the lifeless bodies of many fallen Cybertronians surrounding it. The colossal sword loomed perilously close, and the resistance of the spark within him intensified, nearly suffocating his ability to transform. Before he could fully comprehend the situation, the machine before him abruptly raised its hand and plunged the sword, radiating an eerie purple glow. Deep into his spark chamber, pain surged through him. Although the sensation of being pierced by the spark should have been excruciating, the true torment stemmed from the strange energy coursing through his body. This energy seemed to reject his spark, violently clashing against his form. He could distinctly feel his spark flickering under the onslaught of that force, his body gradually succumbing to lifelessness. Desperately, he attempted to transform, his hands clutching the blade in anguish, only to be met with a searing pain in his palms. His vision began to blur, yet he mustered the strength to lift his head, finally discerning the visage of the machine before him. A chill enveloped him, and disbelief from his cerebral module slowed his struggles. He recognized that face, despite the drastic changes, the almost complete alteration of the body, and the different hue of the optical sensors. It was unmistakably 16S, and also that of the Titan Thundercracker. As his optical sensors dimmed, he could only behold the cold, crimson glow emanating from his friend, radiating a fierce intensity. In the clinic, Lei Rin jolted upright from the charging bed, the sudden motion causing him to dislodge something nearby, a heavy sound echoing through the room. Yet, he had no capacity to ponder such matters. The sensation of dying, as his spark dimmed, clung to him, leaving his entire body cold and almost weightless. His optical sensors widened in alarm, his cerebral module in disarray. As visions from his dream flickered repeatedly, pain spreading through his spark. Thundercracker, what? In a daze, he thought he heard a sigh, a sound that resonated near his audio receptors, despite being alone in the room. In the next moment, he felt himself enveloped by an unseen force. The chill and fear began to dissipate, replaced by a warmth radiating from his spark throughout his entire being. Something brushed past his cranial sculpt, gently erasing fragments of his memory. Lei Rin felt his spark beating steadily and calmly, the sensation of tranquility gradually easing him into relaxation. Rationality returned as he slowly awakened, and the peculiar feeling of being enveloped began to fade. Did I forget something? At that moment, he heard a knock at the door, compelling him to suppress his confusion and approach to open it. Dr. Luanqing looked at the weary Lei Rin with concern. Are you all right? I heard something fall to the ground. Li Run, with a sudden realization, grasped what he had just knocked over and hurriedly apologized. I am sorry. I had a rather unpleasant dream and accidentally disturbed something by the bedside. He recalled the shadowy path in his dream where he witnessed the lives of his friends from the mine slipping away, yet the subsequent events eluded his memory. It was nothing to worry about, but it was a rare occurrence for Cybertronians to dream. Luanxing guided Li Ren to a seat beside him. Noticing the concealed anguish behind Li Ren's white optical lenses. You seem to be under considerable stress, am I right? Li Ren instinctively averted his gaze from Luanxing, feeling helpless as he stared at his own hands. Dr. Luanxing, I fear I may not be cut out to be a physician. You are mistaken, Luanxing replied calmly. What? Li Ren raised his head in confusion. He had anticipated Luanxing would either persuade him or scold him for his lack of resolve. But he did not expect such a response. You did not address me this way yesterday. Had you forgotten? Luanxing smiled gently at the bewildered figure before him. Suddenly, Li Ren recalled something and cautiously ventured. Teacher Luanxing, I am here. Luanxing's optical lenses radiated warmth and patience as he gently patted Li Ren's frame. Since you have called me teacher, I shall take responsibility for you. I will impart everything I know without reservation, and I will strive to assist you in overcoming any obstacles you encounter. Reflect on the reasons you chose to remain at the clinic. Do not allow the shadows of the past to obstruct your path forward. We have ample time, and I will help you face these challenges. I believe in your potential. Li Ren, you possess not only remarkable talent, but, more importantly, a compassionate heart. I have a premonition that you will become an exceptional doctor. Now, let me formally ask you, Li Ren, do you wish to be my student and become a healer? The torment from nightmares and illusions seemed to dissipate slightly under Luanxing's words. Li Ren gazed into Luanxing's gentle yet resolute blue optical lenses, feeling the warmth of the spark within him spreading. He desired to become a physician to assist more Cybertronians, to ensure he would not merely stand helplessly by should tragedy unfold before him again. Perhaps he could overcome this challenge. Perhaps he could succeed. He endeavored to suppress the negative emotions that had been entwining him. Perhaps it was the strange warmth and sense of reassurance he had just experienced that bestowed him with strength. The anticipation within his core urged Li Ren's vocalizer, and ultimately, he heeded the outcry from the depths of his spark, resolutely declaring, I am willing, teacher Luanxing. I will listen to the voices of my patients, empathize with their suffering, and strive to bring them hope. I shall uphold the ethics and moral standards of medicine, dedicating my efforts to preserving life. I will forever maintain a reverence for life, bringing light to every Cybertronian in need. Chapter 33. Li Ren gazed at the familiar little shop nestled in the corner, quietly lowering his optical visor. Luanxing had intended to engage in a serious discussion with Li Ren today, but was unexpectedly called away for an external consultation, necessitating a postponement of their plans. Li Ren wished to accompany him, yet Luanxing gently urged him to take a break, suggesting he enjoy a meal with G24's instead, advising him not to remain in a constant state of tension. With that, Luanxing hurriedly departed with his medical bag, leaving Li Ren to ponder. After a moment's reflection, he heeded Luanxing's advice and sent a message to G24's. Li Ren, G24's, do you have time today? On the other end, there was a prolonged silence until, after several minutes, he received a response. G24's, apologies, Li Ren, but I have some matters to attend to today. I shall treat you to dinner next time. Li Ren, is there trouble? Do you require my assistance? G24's, it's merely a trivial matter. There is no need for concern. I can handle it. Though Li Ren felt a tinge of worry, G24's seemed reluctant to divulge the specifics of his situation. Moreover, it had been several days since he last saw G24's, and he couldn't help but admit he missed his friend. Suddenly, he recalled G24's transforming gear and the unfinished remark from Dr. Luanxing contemplating this. He decided to seize the opportunity of a free day to revisit Robert's workshop. After a moment of deep contemplation, he pushed open the door and found Robert, as before, seated at his workbench, busily repairing something. Upon hearing the door creak and the footsteps approach, he squinted through his optical visor and glanced up at Li Ren. It's you, Robert remarked casually, setting down his tools. I thought you had perished since you did not visit with your friend last time. G24's has been here? Li Ren inquired, a flicker of shock crossing his features. Out of respect for the elder, he chose to overlook Robert's slightly offensive comment. Just as he was about to ask further, Robert interrupted him. You've come regarding your friend as transforming gear. Haven to you? I do have a solution. What solution? Li Ren asked, a surge of anticipation compelling him to press for details. If I reveal it to you, would you be willing to seek out a 3-form transformer for your friend? Robert's optical visor glinted with an inscrutable emotion. What? Li Ren was momentarily taken aback by his words. Modifying a Cybertronian's body in transforming gear requires the transforming gear of a three-form transformer, Robert said, his gaze piercing into Li Ren. Are you prepared to go to great lengths for your friend? The intensity of Robert's stare made Li Ren's spark race, a chill washing over him. He himself was a three-form transformer and would willingly offer his gear to assist Zhen Tianzun. However, he found it hard to believe the man before him. Mr. Robert, it seems you harbor some disdain towards me, Li Ren said, meeting Robert's optical visor and eyepiece with unwavering resolve. I sensed this during my last visit with my friend. Could you enlighten me as to the reason? Li Ren had previously sensed that Robert's attitude towards Zhen Tianzun was far more favorable than his own. However, at that time, he was too preoccupied with the matter of the transformation to ponder the reasons behind it. Today, he felt acutely the discomfort Robert's words instilled in him. Robert's somewhat offensive remarks and his interrogative tone made Li Ren uneasy. He despised conflict and discord, yet that did not imply he was a pliable figure easily manipulated. Thus, beneath his mask, Li Ren forced a sardonic smile, coldly regarding Robert as he spoke. Have you perhaps considered something because of me? Robert lowered his head in silence. After a moment, he scoffed and continued, do not evade the issue, boy. Answer my question. I'm certainly willing to assist. Should only the transformation gears of the three-changer prove beneficial to Zhen Tianzun, I would find a way for him, Li Ren replied resolutely, not forgetting to jab at Robert. If you inquire thus, do you not intend to assist your closest friend in his time of need? You. Robert suddenly stood up in a fit of rage, his left optical lens wide with fury. Yet Li Ren discerned not only anger in his gaze, but also sorrow and anguish. Observing the elder's trembling form, Li Ren felt a pang of regret. Some of his speculations had been validated, and guilt began to spread like wildfire within him. Before he could contemplate an apology, Robert abruptly regained his composure as if nothing had transpired. He resumed his seat and gazed at Li Ren, his tone now flat. The three-changer gears are not easily acquired. You might procure them in the black market, but you are merely a miner. Even if you left the mines now, you lack the legitimate means to amass such funds. You could attempt to persuade a three-changer, but how will you convince him to relinquish the transformation gears vital to the Cybertronians? With your silver tongue? Or will you resort to making him quietly vanish into the shadows, claiming his gears as your own? Robert's words sent a chill through Li Ren's frame. He could never justify the murder of the innocent for his own ends. Thus he declared firmly, I would never do such a thing. Then what will you do? Robert pressed on, but his next question left Li Ren tense. Are you willing to give him your own gears? He realized Robert knew he was a three-changer. Li Ren watched Robert warily, discreetly scanning his surroundings to plot an escape route. His mind began to analyze the motivation behind Robert's words. If he fled back to the clinic now, and Robert harbored ulterior motives, it was likely not only he would face death, but perhaps even Luna would be entangled in the aftermath. Li Ren struggled to maintain his composure, gazing at Robert, who awaited his response, cautiously inquiring. What is it you wish to convey? Your friend has approached me for body modifications, Robert stated, dismissing Li Ren's caution. If you are willing to provide the transformation gears, I could assist in repairing them while performing the modifications. Why should I trust you? Li Ren coldly inquired. Not to mention that my transformation form is merely an ordinary ground vehicle, even if I were indeed a triple changer. Why should I trust that you are genuinely a friend willing to assist me, rather than someone seeking to sell my transformation gears on the black market? Robert glanced at Li Ren and let out a scoff. A large machine with a transformation form as a sports car? The size and transformation forms of Cybertronians are inherently linked. Excluding the possibility of your congenital transformation form being deformed, you can only be a triple changer. As for selling for profit, I have no interest in such trivialities. How could he possibly know that his vehicle was a sports car? Li Ren clenched his fists. Yet, Robert seemed to discern his confusion and spoke. About half a cyber month ago, a white sport car and a darker one raced down this very street. The white car incessantly apologized to the onlookers, and I dare say it's difficult to know if that was you. Cough. Li Ren was taken aback by this reason, feeling a wave of embarrassment wash over him as he fiddled with his mask and averted his gaze. Nevertheless, this exchange managed to alleviate some of his tension, prompting him to reassess the figure before him. Li Ren gazed intently into Robert's optical sensor, where the left half brimmed with the wisdom and composure accrued over time. This sage appeared to have traversed countless emotional upheavals throughout his long existence, with each component narrating tales of hardship to the surrounding Cybertronians. Although Robert had initially been reluctant to divulge information, he had provided crucial assistance in their quest for the transformation gear, all for the sake of his and Lord Juntion's safety. Furthermore, the words he had shared with Juntion and himself led Li Run to believe that this elder was not merely a machine driven by greed for wealth and status. If Robert truly wished to harm him, there would have been no need for such prolonged discourse. Moreover, had Robert discovered his identity as a triple changer that very day, he had countless opportunities to strike, yet he refrained. While uncertain of the reasons behind Robert's reservations, Li Ren sensed no malice. Rather, it seemed he sought some answer from him. Most importantly, this could very well be the best approach to repairing Juntion's transformation gear. Thus, Li Ren chose to trust his own intuition. "You are correct. I'm a triple changer," Li Ren stated, his optical sensor gleaming with respect. "I am willing to contribute my transformation gears, provided you can assist in the modification of Juntion's body and repair his transformation gear." At this, Robert was momentarily taken aback, staring at Li Ren, whose attitude had suddenly shifted. Upon hearing Li Ren's willingness to sacrifice his gears to save Juntion, Robert instinctively lowered his head. "Ha ha 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 ha." Robert suddenly began to chuckle softly, yet Li Ren discerned no hint of joy in his laughter, only sorrow. Li Ren silently regarded the elder before him, feeling his own spark, too, become tinged with a profound sadness that echoed Robert's pain. After the laughter subsided, the elderly man sorrowfully lifted his gaze. He rose unsteadily, swaying slightly, and raised his hand to halt Li Ren's instinctive gesture to assist him. With a limp in his left leg, he slowly approached the cabinet filled with numerous items. Robert touched something repeatedly, and before Li Ren could comprehend the situation, the cabinet gradually shifted aside, revealing a brand new space. "Young man, lock the door and then come inside," Robert said, casting a glance at Li Ren before stepping inside first. Although Li Ren was taken aback, he complied with Robert's request, securing the shop's entrance before entering the newly unveiled space after a few hesitations. The ambience within this space was starkly different from the outside, appearing much colder and more austere, with numerous instruments that Li Ren had never encountered in the clinic lurking in the corners. "Lie down," Robert instructed, pointing to the medical bed at the center while turning to organize some items. Suppressing the frantic beating of his spark, Li Ren approached the bed and cautiously reclined upon it, nervously and helplessly observing Robert's actions. In normal circumstances, a Cybertronian-S transformation gear could only facilitate a singular form of transformation, remaining fixed. Land vehicles could not be altered into aerial ones, nor could aerial vehicles become terrestrial. However, the triple change gear was unique. Its components perfectly neutralized the stark boundaries, allowing Cybertronians to assume various vehicle forms, which rendered the triple change gear exceedingly precious on Cybertron. "I will not completely remove your transformation gear. I shall merely extract certain components to transplant to your friend, effectively sharing a vehicle form with him. You may retain one for yourself. Choose wisely," he elaborated. "However, let me forewarn you, this procedure is irreversible. Even though, due to the uniqueness of your triple change ability, you may still transform post-surgery, there's a likelihood that your transformation gear may encounter some issues." Li Ren listened, somewhat bewildered, as he had thought he would never transform again in his lifetime. To his astonishment, he could still retain one transformation form. He was quite pleased with this outcome. He would not lose his transformation ability, and Juntion would receive assistance. Surely a mutually beneficial arrangement. Li Ren relished the sensation of flight, the exhilarating rush of air against his frame, and the freedom he felt soaring through the skies. His spark seemed to dance joyfully with the speed of flight. Ever since that day, when Juntion enlightened him about the rarity of the triple change gear, he had refrained from utilizing his aerial form for self-preservation. Yet, reflecting on this, he found himself yearning for that exhilarating experience once more. Moreover, he recalled Juntion in the arena, where gladiators were permitted to transform during combat. If he could gain an advantage in the air, perhaps he would be safer, potentially even saving Juntion's life in a critical moment. Juntion was his most cherished friend, and Li Ren wished for him to experience that sense of freedom and joy as well. Thus, with a smile, Li Ren addressed Robert, "Please grant the aerial vehicle form to Juntion. I shall opt for the land vehicle." Robert gazed at Li Ren, whose face was partially obscured by a mask, yet still radiated a semblance of mirth through the azure lenses of his optical glasses. Uncomfortably, he averted his gaze. He felt a sudden pang of regret for his earlier probing, which had stemmed from personal curiosity. After a brief moment of contemplation, he softly replied, "Very well. May I remain online?" "Indeed. I shall administer an anesthetic to suppress the pain response." In the ensuing silence, Li Ren spoke again. "Mr. Robert, might I request that you refrain from informing Lord Jintian about this matter?" Robert's hands momentarily stilled, lowering his gaze to Li Ren. His voice trembled as he finally uttered, "I cannot guarantee he will believe you." "Thank you, Mr. Robert." Li Ren smiled once more, as if the loss of his vessel form were an entirely commonplace affair. Robert lowered his optical lenses, his fingers fidgeting slightly. He was tempted to check his pocket watch. Yet with the surgery still in progress, he suppressed his thoughts for the time being. Everything proceeded smoothly. Under the influence of the anesthetic, Li Ren felt no pain whatsoever. Keenly observing Robert's adept movements, the wheel star had yet to impart knowledge regarding the transformation gears, and as he watched the energy fluid trickling from his body, he was intrigued to find no visions akin to those he had previously experienced. Curiously, he regarded the detached components from his form, pondering their purposes. Robert worked with remarkable speed, and by the time the waist armor was restored to its original state, Li Ren felt somewhat disoriented. Upon standing, he experienced no discomfort within his body. "You may leave now. I shall inform your friend. If all goes well, his body modifications should be completed this week." Robert busied himself with the instruments, not turning back to glance at Li Ren. "Remember to close the door on your way out." "Understood," Li Ren replied, tentatively taking a couple of steps forward. Upon realizing he felt no lingering heaviness, he confidently proceeded toward the exit. "Wait a moment." Just as Li Ren was about to depart, Robert called him back. Confounded, Li Ren turned to see Robert gently caressing a pocket watch. "Would you be interested in taking on a part-time job? You can choose a few days each week to assist me in tidying up the shop, and your salary will be calculated based on the number of days you work. Of course, I will be happy to, though I can only come when my primary job is not demanding." Li Ren contemplated the clinic's workload, realizing that accepting such a flexible position would not be a loss. Moreover, he sensed that Robert might harbor some hope for his acceptance. Upon hearing Li Ren's agreement, Robert eased his grip on the pocket watch. He stepped forward, exchanged contact information with Li Ren, and waved him off. "Be on your way, lad, and do remember to close the door." Observing Robert's hurried demeanor, Li Ren suddenly felt that his initial intuition had been misguided. This machine seemed to hold no particular fondness for him. As he exited the shop, he beheld the bright sky above. Li Ren squinted slightly, feeling remarkably lighthearted despite having left a part of himself behind. He felt a sense of joy, knowing he had been of help to Lord Jintian. Li Ren pondered for a moment, attempting to manipulate the transformation gear. He successfully morphed into a sleek white sports car. However, when he endeavored to transform into a fighter jet, the gear quivered slightly but offered no response. Not dwelling on it further, he silently activated the engine and drove toward the clinic. As he approached the vicinity of the clinic, he heard peculiar sounds emanating from a nearby alley. He halted his progress, contemplating for a brief moment before reverting to his original form, slowly advancing toward the source of the sound. Chapter 34. Treatment. Li Ren moved cautiously into the alley, his mechanical body tense. But he stopped abruptly as his optical sensors reflected the scattered droplets of energy liquid on the ground. Is there an organic being injured? After a deep breath, he prepared to proceed, but suddenly he caught a glimpse of a small shadow darting past him, its size suggesting it was not a Cybertronian. The shadow in the alley appeared to sense Li Ren's gradual approach, fidgeting nervously as if wanting to flee the area. Stay calm. I mean you no harm." Li Ren reassured, glancing at the puddles of energy liquid on the ground while softly addressing the indistinct creature before him. "Are you injured? Do you need assistance?" Upon hearing his voice, the shadow shifted slightly, but then fell silent. After a moment of contemplation, Li Ren reached for the gun he had brought from the mining cave in subspace and cautiously moved forward. As Li Ren drew closer, the shadow finally came into view through his optical sensors. It was a creature resembling a fiber-optic cat, albeit larger than the typical pet version, exuding an air of danger. The creature's abdomen bore a gaping wound, from which energy liquid continuously oozed. Though it remained conscious, it seemed too weak to struggle due to the injury and the loss of energy. It warily regarded Li Ren with its red optical sensors while shifting back and forth. That wound appeared somewhat familiar to Li Ren. Suddenly, he recalled having witnessed such injuries before. It was a gunshot wound. He froze momentarily, pondering the circumstances under which a Cybertronian would employ a firearm against a fiber-optic cat. This was undoubtedly a troublesome situation, a voice within him cautioned. Yet, through his optical sensors, Li Ren discerned complex emotions. This creature was not a mindless beast. Li Ren pursed his lips, observing the dimming glow of the fiber-optic cat before him. The only clinic nearby was Luanxing, and if treatment was not administered promptly, the creature would perish. The mechanical dog observed the struggling Cybertronian before him, almost bursting into laughter. To be seen in such a disheveled state by a former surveillance target, though the machine was unaware of its past as an object of observation, was a decidedly ironic situation. Truly, what a predicament. The thunderous roar of laughter would mock him for this. Originally, the mechanical dog had received a mission that day to steal data from a high-ranking politician associated with the Kerong, a task that, given his abilities, should have posed no significant challenge. Yet, it seemed that fortune had not favored him. He effortlessly evaded all the Cybertronians, only to overlook the pet fiber cat kept by the high-ranking machine. The fiber cat possessed a keen sense of danger, its restlessness alerting the high-ranking machine and the guards in the household. The vigilant demeanor of the high-ranking machine only served to reinforce the machine dog's conviction regarding the significance of the intelligence within that residence, prompting him to brave the peril and continue his mission. Ultimately, the machine dog successfully acquired a substantial amount of pertinent information, which not only included evidence of the high-ranking machine's corruption, but also unveiled a clandestine organ trade between the high-ranking machine and the mining director, with most victims being minors. The recent disappearance of the mining director had stirred considerable unrest among the upper echelons, and the machine dog noted that the high-ranking machine had begun to seek news of miners departing from the mine. Unfortunately, as he made his escape, he was ultimately discovered. Although he managed to flee, he was struck by a bullet, barely evading the high-ranking machine's guards to reach this place. His communication system was damaged, rendering him unable to contact Soundwave, yet Soundwave had his own tracking capabilities and would eventually locate him. The machine dog gazed upon a white machine before him, seemingly ensnared in turmoil. He was one of the miners who had escaped from the mine. It was likely that the high-ranking machine would soon track down information and exact retribution. As the machine dog pondered, the machine appeared reluctant to become embroiled in his troubles and turned to flee. This was quite reasonable, as he was merely a recently liberated low-ranking machine. The machine dog's vision began to darken, his system incessantly reporting errors, warning him of critically low energy reserves. He struggled to widen his optical lenses, striving to remain conscious. If he were to perish, his leader and Laserbird would be sorrowful. He didn't wish to leave them behind. In a daze, he suddenly saw the white machine return, clutching a bundle of items. What was he intending to do? Li Ren, in a moment of deep contemplation, hesitated to bring the fiber cat back to the clinic for fear that his unilateral decision might cause trouble for Luanxing. Yet he could not stand idly by while life was in peril. Luanxing was absent from the clinic today, leaving him to rely solely on himself. Equipped with the necessary instruments, Li Ren crouched down to examine the wound. Though Robert had meticulously observed him during his own surgery without any discomfort or hallucinations, the familiar sensation resurfaced as he knelt before the fiber cat with medical tools in hand. Could it be that these hallucinations were selective, only manifesting when he attempted practical treatment? Li Ren steadied his trembling hands, and slowly, something began to materialize before his optical lenses. He bit down hard on his feeding apparatus, the taste of energy fluid flooding his mouth, and the pain caused the hallucinations encroaching upon his vision to abruptly recede. Yet, Li Ren's audio receiver still captured the mining director's irritating voice. "You cannot be a doctor, miner. We shall forever cling to you, an inescapable shadow that you cannot evade. Do you truly believe that departing from the mine will grant you freedom?" Li Ren felt a resonating hum within his cerebral module, waves of pain coursing through him, rendering it impossible to focus on his wound. Clutching his head, he irritably exclaimed, "It's so noisy." The mechanical dog gazed at him with a hint of confusion. Initially, he appeared normal and seemed intent on self-treatment, but in the next moment, he halted his actions and began to mutter nonsensically. "Is this machine's cerebral module malfunctioning?" The mechanical dog couldn't help but comment. The piercing, clamorous sounds emanating from the audio receiver persisted, while scenes of the mine sporadically flickered before the optical lens. Li Ren gritted his teeth, continuously shifting his focus as waves of agony assaulted his cerebral module and spark, a rising nausea overwhelming him. His trembling hands struggled to grasp the instrument. Time could not be squandered any longer. Was he truly incapable of acting? Would he be forced to witness the life before him flicker out? Would tragedy repeat itself time and again, leaving him to cower in weakness on the sidelines? The mine supervisor seemed to mock Li-Ren's struggle, his malicious laughter echoing with scornful words. You cannot achieve it, miner. As long as you possess those pitiful, cowardly emotions, you shall never transcend a shackle. Cowardly emotions? Emotions! A realization struck Li-Ren with sudden clarity. He conceived a solution to dispel the hallucinations, forcing a faint smile upon his lips. Thank you. Ignoring the supervisor's shouts emanating from the audio receiver, he endeavored to suppress the illusions and accessed his emotional module within the cerebral framework, resolutely diminishing the previously activated module. Do you think this will be effective? You may escape momentarily, but not for eternity. You cannot forever forsake your emotional module. The supervisor's frantic, shrill voice echoed, gradually fading as the emotional input was lowered. Once the relentless barrage of sounds from the audio receiver ceased, Li-Ren exhaled a sigh of relief, observing that his emotional module remained at 50% activation. He felt a significant void, an emptiness spreading within his spark. The shadows and hallucinations that had tormented him were now buried deep within. He even sensed a stark alteration in his perception of the surrounding environment. Li-Ren despised this feeling, yet he had no alternative. By disabling a portion of his emotional module, his cerebral framework became clearer and more rational. The constructs of the beastly Titan and the Cybertronian body differed, but shared commonalities. He swiftly devised a treatment plan, grasping the instrument beside him. This time, his hands remained steady, moving deftly as he applied the knowledge imparted by the wheel star, working with remarkable efficiency. Soon, the energy fluid from the mechanical dog's wound ceased to flow, and the injury was gradually sealed. After everything came to a close, Li-Ren exhaled in relief, raising his hand to wipe away the condensation oozing from his head sculpture. This marked his inaugural formal treatment, even with half of his emotional module deactivated. He could not claim to be entirely rational or assured. Relaxing, he settled onto the ground and retrieved a small fragment of super energy that he had prepared in subspace, gently offering it to the robotic dog's mouth. The robotic dog sensed its gradually mending body, yet due to insufficient energy, it remained unable to function normally. Gazing at the super energy fragment presented before it, hesitation crept in. The original pain gradually faded, replaced by an overwhelming hunger emanating from its fuel tank. The super energy fragment, seemingly infused with a sweet flavor, released a delectable aroma that wafted into its olfactory processor. However, the robotic dog could not afford to lower its guard. It could not guarantee that the energy block was free of any harmful additives. Caught in a struggle between hunger and principles, the robotic dog suddenly detected a previously silent presence stirring. The boss was coming. A wave of joy and relief washed over it. After a moment of contemplation, it realized that the machine before it could strike at any moment, rendering it unnecessary to expend resources on healing itself before tampering with the energy block. Besides, even if the energy block posed a threat, the boss would surely come to its rescue. With a decisive snap, the robotic dog consumed the energy fragment, the sweet flavor spreading through its feeding apparatus, illuminating its optical sensors with a hint of brightness. As its energy-deprived body began to warm and rejuvenate with the infusion of super energy, Li-Ren looked down at the robotic dog, which hesitated for merely a few seconds before obediently devouring the energy fragment. A warmth spread from the spark within him. If his emotional module had been fully activated, he might have laughed with unrestrained joy. Seizing the moment while the robotic dog replenished its energy, Li-Ren discreetly caressed its head sculpture, quickly retracting his hand before the robotic dog could sense his touch. Suddenly, the thunderous roar of a flying vehicle and the sound of transformation resonated from behind. Instinctively, Li-Ren felt a surge of anxiety, fearing that the Cybertronian who threatened the robotic dog was pursuing them. He swiftly turned to shield the robotic dog, still lying on the ground. A heavy thud echoed, and amidst a cloud of dust, Li-Ren discerned the familiar dark paint and black screen, feeling as if the spark within him had momentarily ceased its rhythm. It was Soundwave. Even with nearly half of his emotional module deactivated, the fear and oppressive aura that Soundwave emanated did not dissipate. Rather, he was now merely less inclined to flee in terror. Liren noticed that Soundwave's chest armor appeared to have an additional piece compared to their last encounter in the arena. Before he could ponder further, that piece of armor suddenly detached from Soundwave's chest and hurtled towards him. It was not merely armor, but a minicon disguised within Soundwave's chest plate. Liren barely had time to react as he watched the bird-like minicon soar past him, fluttering playfully above the robotic dog. The robotic dog did not resist. After struggling to its feet, it lifted a paw to greet the laser bird. They were familiar with one another. Liren suddenly comprehended as he caught a glimpse of a figure approaching, and he quietly stepped aside to clear the path. The figure, known as Soundwave, paid no heed to Liren, advancing with silent grace toward the mechanical dog. The once elegant and agile gladiator, who had unhesitatingly crushed the spark of conflict, now tenderly bent down to extend a hand to the mechanical canine. The mechanical dog gently leaped upward, following the guidance of Soundwave's hand, who carefully embraced it, allowing the creature to curl comfortably in his arms. Liren stood frozen, observing the unfolding scene. As Soundwave turned to leave, cradling the mechanical dog, the laser bird perched on Soundwave's shoulder due to the lack of space on his chest. As Soundwave passed by Liren, he felt, perhaps erroneously, that the dark screen subtly shifted in his direction. The mechanical dog raised its head in Soundwave's embrace, its red optics gazing at the bewildered Liren. Only after the dark figure had completely vanished from sight did Liren come to his senses, surprised by the gentle side of the usually reticent gladiator. Contemplating this revelation, he began tidying up the tools scattered on the ground while reopening his emotional module. The familiar sensations of his surroundings returned, dispelling the hollow feeling that had engulfed him. The resurgence of emotion brought him a profound sense of tranquility. As he reactivated his emotional module, a wave of joy from his successful healing surged within him, prompting an involuntary lightness in his step and a smile upon his visage. His optics gleamed brightly as he returned to the clinic with his tools in hand. He had discovered a way to conquer his shadows, and he could now treat patients normally. He had successfully saved a life. He could indeed become a physician. Liren felt an overwhelming urge to share this delightful news with his mentor. Meanwhile, Soundwave tenderly stroked the mechanical dog's head while simultaneously communicating with it, and the laser bird threw a link with a tape. The mechanical dog, having recklessly put itself in a perilous situation, faced a punishment, a deduction of 2 weeks' worth of treats. Look who's in trouble now. The laser bird cackled without hesitation. Please no, boss. The mechanical dog whimpered, nearly in tears as it transmitted intelligence to Soundwave, insisting, I assure you, the information from that high-ranking machine is worth the risk. Soundwave silently scrutinized the intelligence. Upon discovering that the high-ranking machine had been involved in the trafficking of miners' organs and was currently seeking a way to escape the mining site, his movements momentarily faltered. You must have recognized it too, boss. The machine that helped me heal is one of the escaped miners. The mechanical dog nuzzled Soundwave's hand, hoping to sway him to revoke the punishment. This earned the mechanical dog a disdainful retort from the laser bird, who remarked, he's quite skilled in medicine, but it seems his cognitive module and spirit are slightly off. Soundwave remained silent, gazing at the data on the high-ranking machine, as the optics behind the screen flickered with a cold and piercing light. From the moment the high-ranking machine inflicted harm upon the robotic canine, it was destined to face the ruthless retribution of Soundwaves. The act of striking a dog is contingent upon its master. Chapter 35. Conversation. I recognize your elation, Blade, yet I regret to inform you that disabling your emotional module will not resolve your dilemmas. Willstar initially felt joy at Blade's successful treatment of the patient overcoming shadows. However, upon hearing Blade's proposed solution, he felt a jolt within his core. The emotional module enables us to experience the full spectrum of human emotions, allowing us to exist as complete Cybertronians. The reasons behind Cybertronians experiencing hallucinations and auditory delusions are manifold, and indeed, it is our emotions and obsessions that give rise to such issues. Yet, this is not a permanent solution. You assert that by lowering the emotional module to 50%, you can surmount the hallucinations during regular treatment. But this is merely a temporary measure, as your brain module has long been accustomed to having the emotional module fully activated. rendering it incapable of processing low emotional states in the moment. So, I cannot employ this method, can I? Blade lowered his optical lens. Indeed, Blade. Such an approach is perilous. Willstar sighed, casting a worried glance at the despondent white machine before him. You might succeed this time, or perhaps the next. However, if you frequently resort to, or even abuse, the modulation function of the emotional module, your brain module will gradually adapt to a state of diminished emotional activation. This time it may be set to 50%, the next time perhaps only 40%, and ultimately, it may require a complete shutdown. What would happen if the emotional module were entirely disabled? Blade inquired, raising his gaze. If a Cybertronian were to lose their emotions, how would we differ from ordinary machines? Willstar fixed his gaze upon Blade's optical lens. Prolonged deactivation of the emotional module would burden it, even if you were to reactivate it one day. You might not regain your former feelings. You would gradually become numb. What once brought you joy or sorrow would become hollow in your optical lens. Blade fell silent, a dull ache in his core. He cherished his emotions and wished for a day when the joys and sorrows he experienced would not fade into oblivion. Yet, he also longed to perform his duties as a physician normally, rather than be overtaken by hallucinations while on the verge of aiding others. Willstar observed the silent Blade, believing he remained in a state of confusion, and felt compelled to continue persuading him. The medical case studies at Iron Fort Medical Academy recount a soldier who, after suffering from the aftereffects of war trauma, could not accept the loss of his comrades, fearing that his emotions would control him on the battlefield. He chose to deactivate his emotional module for an extended period. Recalling this case, which had been shared by their mentor during their student days with Ambulance, Willstar found himself lost in reminiscence. He and Ambulance had once pursued medical knowledge with great aspirations, hoping to become competent doctors who could assist more Cybertronians. In the blink of an eye, so many years had passed. The optical lens of Luanxing was imbued with melancholy, yet he swiftly suppressed the surging emotions and continued to persuade. However, a year later, his emotional module ultimately could not withstand the pressure, and he suddenly descended into madness before taking his own life. Li Run, thus you cannot resolve your current predicament through this method. Do you understand? Your cognitive module and emotional module cannot endure, unless you choose to remove the emotional module. Luanxing gazed sternly at Li Run, patting his armored arm. Yet I believe you would not do such a thing, nor would I permit you to do so. Indeed, Teacher Luanxing, I understand. Li Ren's cognitive module was in disarray, and he desperately sought a solution to his problems, yet he found himself at a loss. Teacher Luanxing, I aspire to become a doctor, but whenever I grasp the medical instruments in preparation for treatment, hallucinations and auditory delusions assail me, rendering me incapable of proceeding. What sort of hallucinations and auditory delusions do you experience? Can you share with me? Luanxing led Li Ren to a nearby spot to sit together. Observing the flickering blue optical lens of Li Ren, he inquired earnestly. Li Ren felt a sense of confusion. He was uncertain whether he should disclose the events transpiring in the mind to Luanxing. I sense you have been troubled by something, Li Ren. Luanxing softly reassured him. May I know what it is? The spark within Li Ren was intertwined with turmoil, yet he ultimately chose to trust his mentor. He would recount the occurrences in the mind to Luanxing, but he would not mention the blue light coalescing from the sparks of the fallen Cybertronians. Nor would he speak of the minor supervisor slain by G24's. For his own sake, and for G24's, Li Ren painfully closed his optical lens. And after several pauses, he slowly began to speak. My departure from the mine with G24's was not due to an accident. He forced himself to recall the mine filled with blue liquid and light. That memory resembled a colossal vortex, pulling him in, and no matter how he struggled, he could not escape, only to be engulfed by dizziness and pain, spiraling into darkness. He witnessed death within the mine, observed farewells, and experienced both hope and despair. He beheld all life within the mine, all joys and sorrows, regardless of whether they were the miner's supervisor, the police, or the miners, irrespective of their identities, class, or temperament in life. They ultimately transformed into specks of blue light upon death. Those blue lights seemed to be guided as they flew into his chest armor. He did not comprehend the reasons or significance, yet he felt as though his spark bore the essence and emotions of those deceased Cybertronians. Li Ren's hand gently caressed his chest armor, feeling the vigorous pulse of the spark within the chamber through the armor. The experiences in the mine escaped Li Ren's vocalizer word by word. He had expected to weep in sorrow once more. Yet he did not. Instead, he felt as if his cognitive module had become numb, leaving only a void. Mechanically, he recounted everything he had experienced and witnessed based on his memory module. It was as if he were but a mere observer. Suddenly, Li Ren halted, sensing a wave of nausea rising from his fuel tank. He could scarcely contain himself as he began to cough and retch. The neural module surged with intense pain and dizziness, causing everything before him to blur. The voice of Dr. Luanxing gradually receded, and he felt an almost sardonic urge to laugh. How dare he describe that calamity with such casual indifference? Li Ren heard his own voice chastising him, the familiar chill spreading through him, causing his body to tremble and spasm uncontrollably, until a warm embrace enveloped him. A gentle touch that made Li Ren shudder. "I am truly sorry, Li Ren," Luanxing murmured, sorrowfully caressing his student's back armor. "But none of this is your fault." Li Ren felt the coldness of his body gradually yielding to the warmth emanating from the point of contact with Luanxing, the temperature returning little by little. He turned his head to gaze at the teacher who held him, a bittersweet sensation igniting within him. His vocal apparatus finally broke free from its constraint as he clung tightly to his mentor, tiny sobs escaping him. "I always think, if only I had learned medicine sooner. If only I had been more cautious. If I had thought to halt the operation earlier, if I had pulled back 39 and 47 in time. If I could have administered first aid to the nut, perhaps so many lives would not have been lost. Teacher, I could not save them. I could not save them." Luanxing felt his shoulder plates dampen as this young Cybertronian finally cast aside his facade of ease, releasing a torrent of pent-up emotions. Luanxing lowered his optical visor, patiently listening to Li Ren's tearful breakdown, offering no words, only gently patting his back armor. He listened as Li Ren's voice transformed from quiet sobs into full-blown cries and then gradually settled into silence. "Teacher Luanxing," Li Ren's hoarse voice broke the stillness. "I am here," Luanxing replied softly. "Please don't abandon me, all right?" The tension in Li Ren's voice hinted at a vulnerability he may not have fully recognized. No one can accompany another forever. No one can always be by someone else's side. Yet, sensing the tremor in Li Ren's body, Luanxing found himself unable to utter those harsh truths. With a sigh, he spoke gently. "I will stay with you until you emerge from the shadows, Li Ren." Luanxing understood that Li Ren saw him as an anchor point. He was uncertain of his ability to fulfill that role. Yet he hoped to guide this child out of darkness. Cybertronians live long lives. They have time to heal. Li Ren remained silent for a moment, absorbing Luanxing's words before gradually loosening his grip. "Thank you, teacher. Li Ren, you need not attribute the deaths of others to your own shortcomings. You are merely an ordinary Cybertronian," Luanxing said softly. "You possess a kind spark, but this journey is yours alone, a path uniquely your own. The lives of other Cybertronians are precious, but that does not diminish the value of your own." Li Ren stared at his teacher in stunned silence. "As your mentor, I hope you can be a little more selfish. Think more about yourself, Li Ren." Chapter 36 Reunion. G24's asked, "Li Ren, do you have time today? Would you like to join me for a meal?" Upon receiving the message from G24's, Li Ren immediately perked up. "Yes, absolutely. When shall we meet?" G24's replied, "I have a match shortly, but I will come to the clinic to see you after the duel in the afternoon." Great, great. The joy of soon reuniting with his friend spread warmth within Li Ren, causing his hands to involuntarily slow their movements as he envisioned their meeting. "Hey kid, focus. Why are you grinning like an idiot?" Robert's voice accompanied the sharp sound of his head sculpture being tapped. Li Ren instinctively covered his head sculpture and let out a pained shout, turning to see Robert with a brand new cane. "Don't break anything, kid. Pay attention," Robert admonished, tapping Li Ren's hand with the cane to urge him to concentrate on his work. "Did you craft that cane just to keep me in line? You didn't have one before?" Li Ren couldn't help but retort, continuing to meticulously polish the finely crafted items with silk fabric. "Just a thought of my own. I wanted to make it," Robert huffed, observing Li Ren's diligent and precise movements. He then set his cane back on the ground and turned to return to his workbench. After ensuring that the item in his hands was spotless, Li Ren proceeded to retrieve another from the cabinet, continuing his careful polishing and tracing the tiny engravings. A sudden memory struck him, his first visit here with G24's. Back then, Robert would scold him for getting too close to the cabinet. Yet now he was permitted to handle and clean the items. The modifications to G24's body were completed a few days ago, Robert's unexpected statement halted Li Ren's actions. The transformation gears have been repaired as well. It was my most flawless modification. Robert's tone brimmed with pride. That's wonderful. Li Ren sighed with relief, joy bubbling forth as he couldn't help but smile. Thank you, Mr. Robert. Umph. Though Robert said nothing further, Li Ren detected a hint of elevation in his tone. Having polished the last item, Li Ren carefully returned it to its place, stepping back 2 paces to admire his work before approaching Robert's workbench. Mr. Robert, I've finished polishing everything. Li Ren noticed that Robert was repairing the familiar pocket watch. The first time he had come with G24's, Robert had been mending it. And now, only a few months later, it was broken again? Robert paused momentarily, glancing up at Li Ren. Time is long. Issues are bound to arise. Li Ren sensed that Robert's words hinted at something more profound. But before he could ponder further, Robert suddenly rose from his workbench holding the pocket watch, instructing, "Come and sit here." Ah, Li Ren was taken aback. What are you hesitating for? Sit down, Robert urged, raising his cane once again, prompting Li Ren to hurriedly rush to the workbench and take a seat. Li Ren stared in bewilderment at Robert, who was leaning on a cane, examining something in front of the display case. After a moment, Robert picked up a spherical object and casually tossed it onto the work table. What is this? Am I supposed to do something? The spherical item rolled around on the table before slowly coming to rest in front of Li Ren. Intrigued, he gazed at the small object, which was no larger than his fingertip, and felt an urge to reach out and touch it. That is a bomb. Robert's calm voice resonated in Li Ren's audio receiver. No, what on earth? A bomb. Li Ren's fingers froze mid-air as he recoiled in terror from the workbench, hastening to Robert's side, ready to flee. Don't worry, it won't explode. Robert's cane pointed at Li Ren, halting his movements. He leisurely approached the work table and retrieved various components from a drawer. Kid, watch my actions closely. Remember as much as you can. I want you to replicate this with those parts shortly. Li Ren felt perplexed. Was this part of the job? If you don't do it, you 1T get paid today. I'll do it. Ultimately, Li Ren bowed to the reality of the situation. Robert's movements were deft and swift. Within mere seconds, he selected the necessary components from the assortment. With tools in hand, his motions flowed seamlessly, and in under 10 seconds, a new spherical object emerged, placed alongside the original. The only discernible difference lay in the minute etchings made by Robert. Li Ren marveled at Robert's skilled execution, even suspecting he might have deliberately slowed down to ensure Li Ren could observe clearly. Kid, it's your turn now. Robert gestured towards the pile of parts. Why do you insist on calling me Kid? I have a name. Li Ren suddenly felt a twinge of anxiety. Enough chatter. Get to work. You have half a cycle. Robert impatiently interrupted him. Li Ren could only gaze at the components before him, meticulously sifting through his memory banks. He felt his cognitive modules operating at unprecedented speed. Even during his medical studies with Luan Xing, he had never felt such a sense of disarray. Although Luan Xing had taught him welding and circuitry techniques, the object was exceedingly small, and its intricate internal structure was overwhelming. He fumbled to replicate Robert's actions based on his recollections. Half a cycle slipped away in an instant, and just in time, he completed the task, placing the finished object on the work table while nervously watching Robert. Robert scrutinized the item Li Ren had created, even using a magnifying device to inspect it closely. After a few seconds, he set it down and remarked, average. Though Li Ren had anticipated this assessment, hearing it still left him feeling somewhat disappointed. Sensing the young man's despondence, Robert paused momentarily, turned his head away from Li Ren, and casually remarked, but it's not bad. You've completed your task for today. You may return. Though perplexed, Li Ren nodded in acquiescence to Robert's words and prepared to depart. Farewell, Mr. Robert. Robert gazed at the retreating figure of the white-painted Cybertronian, letting out a sigh as he lowered his head. He opened the pocket watch in his hand, melancholically observing the sluggishly moving hands. Despite its pristine exterior, the internal components had inevitably succumbed to the ravages of time. Even after numerous repairs and adjustments, the aging parts could no longer sustain the watch's operation. Robert closed the watch and lowered his optical visor. There is still time. It should be sufficient. Li Ren, the voice of Sentinel Prime, resonated, causing Li Ren to momentarily freeze as he beheld the towering Cybertronian approaching him. Sentinel Prime, Li Ren gasped, his optical visor widening in shock at the sight before him, which was utterly different from his memories. Sentinel Prime, already a large machine, now towered over Li Ren. who was also a sizable figure. The once silver-black exterior had transformed into a silver-white with hints of red, and the spiked structure on his shoulder pads, along with the newly designed head armor, imparted a formidable presence. Yet, the familiar visage and those clear blue optics assuredly Run that this was indeed his friend. "How magnificent you look!" Liren exclaimed, circling around Sentinel Prime in sheer awe. "Shall we go? Today, I shall treat you to a meal." A smile danced in Sentinel Prime's optics as he patted Li Ren's shoulder armor. Come on. You have declined my invitations so many times. This time, I shall treat you lavishly." Li Ren laughed as he walked beside Sentinel Prime. "My apologies. I had some matters to attend to," Sentinel Prime said apologetically, glancing at the excited white machine beside him, whose mask could not conceal his enthusiasm. Suddenly, a thought flickered through his mind, and the previously joyous sentiment grew complex. The two walked and chatted, soon arriving at the restaurant Sentinel Prime had chosen. Li Ren, somewhat astonished, followed the waiter into a private room, taking a seat. He had never visited such an upscale establishment before. "Sentinel Prime, isn't this a bit extravagant? It's merely a single meal. Winning a gladiatorial match is far more lucrative." Sentinel Prime replied, sliding the menu in front of Li Ren. "Take a look and see what you would like to eat. Have you been injured in the arena? You always claim you are fine, but," Li Ren said, his concern evident as he gazed at Sentinel Prime, the exquisite dishes on the menu failing to capture his attention. "Rest assured, my strength is ample," Sentinel Prime reassured, patting Li Ren's arm. "Few gladiators can match me in the arena." Li Ren trusted Sentinel Prime's prowess, and, upon hearing his confident words, momentarily set aside his worries, smiling as he teased. "Have you become a bit narcissistic? That is merely the truth. Now, be serious and see what you wish to order," Sentinel Prime replied with a hint of exasperation. After placing their orders, an unexpected silence fell between the two. "Li Ren, how have you been lately?" Sentinel Prime asked, his tone imbued with complexity as he regarded Li Ren. "Had he been well?" Li Ren pondered. He had not been well at all. He struggles to overcome the shadows that cloud the treatment of patients, and although his hallucinations and auditory delusions have improved under the guidance of Wheeljack, the aspiration to become a true physician remains a formidable challenge. However, he has found a mentor and secured a part-time job that, albeit fraught with complications, offers a handsome salary. Most importantly, he wishes to spare Optimus Prime from worry. Thus, he removes his mask and smiles at Optimus, saying, "I am well, Optimus. And you?" Optimus, however, is not faring well. The path to realizing his dreams is more arduous than he had envisioned, with peril lurking in the arena. Yet he finds solace in his struggle towards achieving his ideals. He is determined not to involve Li Ren in danger, so he responds, "I am also well." Optimus touches the armor at his waist. Just days prior, the deformed gears beneath had been damaged. He had attempted to transform, but the gears merely quivered, offering no response, rendering all efforts futile. Yet now, they are restored to their former glory. He can even transform from a tank into a fighter jet. He gazes at Li Ren, who beams brightly before him, his expression tinged with complexity. The spark within him flickers anxiously, and he strives to steady himself before speaking. "Li Ren, the parts of my transformation gear were given to Robert by you, correct?" This inquiry feels like an open book exam. Even if Robert had sought excuses, Optimus knows there could be no other answer. Who else but Li Ren would willingly sacrifice transformation gears for him? Who else besides this foolish bot? Li Ren lowers his head, neither denying nor confirming, but merely chuckling softly. "I knew I couldn't hide it from you." Optimus feels a heaviness in his vocalizer as he watches the still smiling Li Ren, the pain evident in his lowered optics. The bird yearning for freedom willingly breaks its wings for the sake of a friend. "It's nothing, Optimus. I enjoy the thrill of racing as a ground vehicle." Li Ren replies with a smile, patting Optimus on the arm. "Please, in my stead, reach for the skies." Optimus finds himself mulling over this statement, and he gently inquires, "Li Ren, would you consider living with me? I can earn enough in the arena to support us both." Li Ren suddenly recalls the promise he and Optimus made that day at the mine. He had once fantasized that if they ever escaped the mine and gained their freedom, they would live together. Li Ren would study medicine under Wheeljack, while Optimus would write his own works. A sudden haze envelopes him. They have left the mine, yet it feels as though they have merely fled from one stone prison into another, larger and brighter cage. Now, he remains ensnared by shadows, unable to become a true physician, while Optimus has forsaken literature to become a gladiator. That dream may forever remain unfulfilled. With a bittersweet smile, he lowers his optics and chooses to decline. I'm sorry, Optimus. Wheeljack is my mentor now, and I feel content residing at the clinic. After a moment of silence, Zhen Tianzuan replied. They shifted the conversation and continued chatting, engaging in the same unrestrained dialogue as when they were still at the mine. Yet, Li Ren could not shake the feeling that an invisible barrier between him and Zhen Tianzuan was thickening with time. He hoped it was merely a figment of his imagination. Chapter 37. Progress, is it today's newspaper? Li Ren inquired, picking up the data pad from the clinic's desk. The most prominently displayed article and image captured his attention, causing a smile to spread across his face. The king of the Karen Arena, the foremost gladiator, Zhen Tianzuan. The accompanying image depicted Zhen Tianzuan raising his blade high in the arena, his blue optical lenses sharp and resolute, the silvery coating glistening under the sunlight, with splashes of red embellishment resembling a ceremonial ribbon entwined around his form. So handsome. Increased the resolution. Li Ren's optical lenses sparkled with excitement. Not long ago, Zhen Tianzuan had sent him a message, announcing his victory over the sound wave, and now, just days later, he had ascended to become Karen's premier gladiator, gracing the pages of the newspaper. Truly, Zhen Tianzuan is remarkable. With a smile, Li Ren activated the communication line. Lord Zhen Tianzuan, the king of the Karen Arena. I am your fan. Please grant me your autograph. I would do anything for it. Zhen Tianzuan. Li Ren. Okay. Let us be normal. I saw the newspaper. You look incredible. Congratulations, Zhen Tianzuan. Zhen Tianzuan. Thank you, Li Ren. Zhen Tianzuan. Would you like to watch one of my gladiatorial matches in 3 days? I wish to introduce you to a friend. Since entering the arena, Zhen Tianzuan had never invited Li Ren to watch one of his matches. Li Ren had attempted to visit the arena a few times, but always missed him. His previous inquiries had been skillfully deflected by Zhen Tianzuan. Was this friend someone he met in the arena? Li Ren felt a surge of curiosity. Months had passed since leaving the mine, and this would be the first time he would witness Zhen Tianzuan's combat, igniting a flicker of anticipation within him. Li Ren, absolutely. After confirming the date, he smiled as he closed the communication line and continued perusing the newspaper. Noting an article on the periphery regarding a high-ranking Karen politician found dead by suicide in his home, Li Ren recalled the information. Months ago, this politician had been embroiled in scandal, facing relentless scrutiny over industrial issues and allegations of colluding with the miner's director to sell the organs of Cybertons. During that time, he had become the subject of public derision, and despite his elevated status, he struggled to manage the public outrage that seemed to overwhelm him, as if orchestrated by some unseen hand. Essentially, overnight, he lost everything. Not long ago, he had been the topic of light-hearted banter among the upper echelons of Karen society. But as the fervor of the scandal waned, he had faded from the spotlight, only to tragically take his own life today. Li Ren chose not to delve further into the matter, silently saving the article and image that celebrated Zhen Tianzuan into his system, filing it under the folder dedicated to Zhen Tianzuan. Within those pages lay the writings of the esteemed Zhen Tianzuan. Although his articles remain unpublished, Li Ren meticulously backed up and preserved his works and poetry, perhaps anticipating that Zhen Tianzuan might one day resume his literary pursuits. Contemplating this, Li Ren gently placed the data board back onto the table. Ahem, focus on your technique, accelerate your pace, and avoid distractions. Robert's cane tapped against the workbench, and he struggled to suppress a few more coughs. After taking a sip of the prepared hot oil, he experienced a momentary relief. Mr. Robert, are you all right? Li Ren paused his work, casting a concerned glance at the seemingly weary elder. Do you need me to assist you with an examination? Unnecessary. Continue, Robert replied, shaking his head. With a resigned glance at Robert, Li Ren lowered his gaze and resumed assembling the task at hand. Had the Li Ren of several months ago known he was presently assembling a high-lethality energy cannon, he would have fled in alarm. Indeed, he was in the process of constructing an energy cannon. Li Ren's focus gradually waned, since that fateful day when Robert unexpectedly instructed him to assemble a bomb. His part-time job had taken a rather grim turn. Initially, Li Ren believed Robert had merely been jesting, that the spherical contraption was simply an innocuous trinket, and that the notion of a bomb was just a trick. However, it turned out to be a genuine explosive device. Li Ren felt he should have fled the moment he sensed something amiss. Yet Robert seemed to read his thoughts with uncanny clarity. If you dare to run and divulge these matters, I assure you, the police will only apprehend you. Li Run had no desire to languish in a prison cell, and he required this part-time position. Residing at Luan Xing's clinic, he was unable to assist with major surgeries, and despite Luan Xing's reassurances, he could not in good conscience accept free lodging and sustenance. This part-time work afforded him a considerable degree of freedom, allowing him to pursue his studies at the clinic without interference, and the remuneration was generous enough for him to contribute significantly to Luan Xing as rent. Most importantly, Li Run sensed no malice from Robert. It appeared that Robert was merely eager to impart these skills to him. Li Run had indeed discovered that he could learn valuable insights through this work, which accounted for his decision to remain. His hands moved with greater agility than during his initial attempts. Both his speed and technique had significantly improved. Finally completing the assembly, he exhaled in relief, awaiting Robert's inspection. Robert scrutinized the energy cannon Li Run had constructed, a fleeting gleam reflecting in the optical lens. Moments later, he placed the energy cannon back on the workbench, murmuring softly, "Not sufficient. You must hasten." "Mr. Robert? What did you say?" Li Run asked, perplexed and anxious, observing the elder's apparent decline. He sensed that the mechanism was malfunctioning, and though he pondered similar cases, he knew he required the clinic's instruments for a definitive assessment. "Are you certain you don't want to accompany me to the clinic for a checkup?" "Mind your own business, kid. Take care of yourself," Robert retorted. Robert took a sip of hot oil, suppressing the impending cough that threatened to erupt from the pain within his body. The blue optical lens fixated on Li Run, silently wishing for more visits during this period. Li Run nodded in agreement, but felt unsettled, deciding to return and consult Luan Xing. Robert observed Li Run's departing figure and once again opened his pocket watch. The golden hands indicated a time that was no longer as precise as before, trembling slightly as they struggled to continue functioning. Robert took another sip of hot oil, seated at his work desk, diligently repairing the pocket watch as usual. "Li Run, you have returned just in time. Please assist this patient with their vocalizer issue while I help another patient with their body," Luan Xing said, turning upon hearing the door open and waving his hand upon seeing Li Run. "All right, teacher," Li Run replied, approaching the waiting Cybertronian seated in the clinic. Smiling as he said, "Please follow me." The Cybertronian remained silent, nodding in response, and following Li Run into the medical room adjacent to Luan Xing's. "Could you please tell me where your vocalizer is uncomfortable?" Li Run inquired, adjusting the instruments after ensuring the machine was comfortably lying on the medical bed. "Can you still speak?" The machine before him remained silent, its expression somewhat complex. "That's all right. If you cannot speak, simply shake your head," Li Run reassured him gently. The Cybertronian hesitated for a moment, then did not shake his head but quietly began, "I only managed to utter one word before stopping," as the sound was excessively shrill and jarring, accompanied by a noisy electrical static. "I understand. Please lie still. Leave it to me," Li Run responded, formulating a thought. If he was not mistaken, it was likely a misalignment of the vocalizer's components. With that in mind, Li Run picked up his tools and began working. With Luan Xing's assistance and companionship, his auditory hallucinations and delusions improved significantly. While he still struggled to confront cases involving gunshot wounds and penetrating injuries, he was able to assist Luan Xing with simpler cases. After dismantling the armor and confirming the misaligned components of the vocalizer, Li Run successfully restored the misplaced parts. His hands were steady and skilled, no longer trembling as before. Li Run reassembled the armor of the machine before him, stepping back to tidy up the instruments. "It's all set. Please give it a try," he encouraged. "Is it really fixed so quickly?" The Cybertronian hesitated before attempting to speak, discovering that the troubling electrical noise had vanished, and his voice returned clear. His optical lens brightened instantly. "Thank you. May I ask your name?" "No need for thanks." Li Run smiled, responding, "I am Li Run, a student of Dr. Luan Xing." "Thank you, Dr. Li Run. Both you and Dr. Luan Xing are excellent doctors," he exclaimed, leaving the clinic with his payment in excitement. "You did very well," Luan Xing said, having just finished treating another patient, as he walked over and patted Li Run's arm. "This is all thanks to you, Teacher Luan Xing," Li Run replied, removing his mask to reveal a radiant smile. "No, your success is due to your own capabilities." Luan Xing gazed tenderly at his student, Li Run, who exhibited a resilience beyond his expectations. Before him stood a being who was continuously conquering his own shadows. Aside from the gunshot wounds, penetrating injuries, and physical disabilities that still inflicted hallucinations and auditory illusions, Li Ren adeptly managed all other mechanical issues. Luanqing held steadfast in his belief that one day, Li Ren would wholly transcend the specters of his past and stride toward the radiant future. His student was gradually evolving into a true physician. Li Ren, upon realizing his challenges, had sought counsel from G24's. On that fateful day, when Dr. Luanqing was out on a consultation, he had hoped to engage in a heartfelt conversation with G24's. However, G24's, concerned for Li Ren's safety, chose to shield him from danger and declined the meeting that day. Li Ren sensed his friend's concealment and was reluctant to burden his busy companion. Thus, in his moment of utmost helplessness, he anchored himself to Luanqing, who was closest to him and readily offered support. The accumulation of various matters rendered it impossible for Li Ren and G24's to communicate as freely and intimately as they once did. Had they been more candid with each other from the outset, had Li Ren chosen to lean on G24's, and had they expressed their concerns, perhaps everything would have unfolded differently. Perhaps the inevitable future would have transformed. Yet, there are no what-ifs. Since departing from the quarry and making divergent choices, it seemed they were perpetually missing each other. Were these occurrences truly mere coincidences? Invisible eyes gazed helplessly at the unfolding events, and the sighs of melancholy dissipated into the air of Cybertron. Chapter 38. Adoration. Li Ren observed the throng of Cybertronians, adorned in vibrant colors, milling about the Colosseum, twice the number he had encountered during his initial visit. Before the gladiatorial combat commenced, the screen in the arena illuminated with an image of G24's, brandishing his razor-sharp blade. G24's had garnered a multitude of admirers. Li Ren was astonished as he watched the faces of numerous Cybertronians light up with joy and anticipation. Once he established his position, he sent a message to G24's. Li Ren, G24's, I have arrived at the entrance of the arena. G24's responded promptly. G24's, apologies, Li Ren. I am currently unable to step away. I have arranged a seat for you. Simply inform the staff of your name, and they will escort you. Li Ren, all right, thank you. Li Ren closed the communication line, approached the arena staff, and, after providing his name, was guided smoothly to his designated seat. Wow, Li Ren marveled as he took in the arena. This location, aside from the glass structure, perhaps offered the finest view. The entirety of the Colosseum was laid bare before him, and the surrounding Cybertronians were sparse, a stark contrast to his previous viewing experience. Arriving early, with ample time before the combat began, he quietly opened the communication line once more. Li Ren, the view from this seat is remarkably clear. Thank you, G24's. G24's, it's nothing. I'm glad you like it. Li Ren, keep it up. I shall diligently record your gallant figure. Although I know the arena cannot match your prowess, you must exercise caution and avoid injury. G24's, worry not, I shall be fine, especially with you by my side. Li Ren, if you were to be injured, would it be permissible for me to administer a few strikes during your treatment? G24's, you would be unable to best me. Li Ren, am I not allowed even to imagine such a scenario? This conversation feels oddly familiar. Li Ren, by the way, where is the friend you mentioned? What manner of being is he? G24's, he hails from Iron Fortress. We met online. He comprehends my ideals and is acutely aware of the current corruption within Cybertron's hierarchy. He has come to Carlos specifically to meet me, and I intend to introduce you post-arena. I believe you two will get along splendidly. Li Ren, excellent. A being from Iron Fortress who understands G24's ideals. This fills Li Ren with anticipation. It appears that G24's has tirelessly pursued his aspirations, and his thoughts have even reached Iron Fortress. Li Ren rejoices at the growing recognition of G24's philosophy among the Cybertron populace. As the arena's commencement draws near, Li Ren glimpses a striking red and blue figure hastily apologizing to a fellow Cybertronian while rushing toward his position. The moment his optics locked onto that vivid hue, his spark began to pulsate fervently, a tumultuous blend of joy and longing surging through his cerebral module. The figure stood slightly taller than most medium-sized beings. Its somewhat slender armor bore scratches, yet retained a semblance of youthfulness. The two windows adorning its chest armor indicated its transformation into a terrestrial vehicle. and the blue audio receivers flanking its cranial structure appeared to quiver slightly, reflecting its owner's anxious disposition. "Oh, divine being, what is this sensation?" Li Run, in a daze, placed a hand upon his chest armor. His spark and cerebral module clamored for him to approach and know this being, an inexplicable familiarity rendering him momentarily at a loss. As the Cybertronian drew nearer, upon reaching Li Ren's side, he seemed to exhale a sigh of relief for arriving in time. However, upon turning to face Li Ren, he found himself scrutinized with curiosity, inquiring, "Hello?" Li Ren stood entranced, gazing into those clear and luminous blue optics. Though most Cybertronians, including himself, possessed blue optics, he sensed an extraordinary quality in this being's gaze. He was distinctly different. Li Ren, momentarily bewildered, parted his lips yet produced no sound. In that instant, he felt as though a void within his spark, of which he had been unaware, was being filled. A radiant blue light flashed before his optics, accompanied by indistinct figures and muffled sounds. Something seemed to be yearning to emerge from his spark, yet he remained without answers, acutely aware that something was still missing. "Hello? Sir, are you all right?" The anxious inquiry from the machine before him jolted Li Ren from his reverie. Suddenly realizing he had been staring too intently, he hastily shook his head to clear the fog from his mind, stammering several times before speaking. "I apologize. I am fine. I did not mean to fixate on you. It's just..." Li Ren found himself momentarily speechless. His spark had never experienced such a sensation before. The familiarity emanating from the machine before him left him in a daze as he instinctively continued, "I simply feel that your optics are quite beautiful." The moment the words escaped his lips, he wished to slap himself. What an inappropriate remark. To gaze at someone for the first time and then say such a thing. What if the machine before him found him strange and detestable? The thought of being disliked sent a wave of panic through Li Run's mind. He certainly did not want to incur the machine's disdain. Thus, with his optics flickering in a flurry of anxiety, he hurriedly apologized. "I am sorry. I did not mean to." His usual vivacious words faltered at the vocalizer, leaving him momentarily speechless. Embarrassed, he lowered his head, unable to meet the gaze of the machine before him. He had grown fond of this machine and wished not to be repulsed. This feeling was not mere infatuation, but something deeper that resonated within his core. A soft chuckle seemed to escape from the machine before him, snapping Li Ren back to attention. "Thank you for the compliment. Your paintwork is quite lovely as well." The machine replied with a gentle smile. Li Ren's heart swelled with joy at the sight of that smile. He felt his spark fluttering with renewed vigor. "Thank you. Are you here to watch the gladiatorial matches? What else could one do in such a venue?" Li Ren restrained himself from face-palming and noticed the matches were about to commence. He quickly stepped aside, exclaiming, "I apologize for blocking your way. It's quite all right." The machine shook its head, and together they made their way to their seats, where Li Ren discovered he would sit right beside the other. Clenching his fists in a moment of indecision, he ultimately yielded to the voice deep within his spark and tentatively asked, "May we get acquainted? My name is Li Ren. May I know yours?" The machine regarded Li Ren with its nervous optics. His spark reassured him that this large white machine harbored no ill intentions, prompting him to respond with a smile. "Orion Pixis, that is my name. It is a pleasure to meet you, Mr. Li Ren." "Your name is quite melodious, Mr. Pixis," Li Ren replied, delight flooding his senses. "Thank you. You may call me Orion," the latter responded, feeling an inexplicable fondness for the masked white machine before him. "You may also call me Li Ren." A surge of joy overwhelmed Li Ren's spark as he struggled to contain his excitement, striving to respond with calmness. Yet the involuntary lift in his tone betrayed his true feelings. "Are you a fan of G24's?" Orion appeared to recall something, pausing for a moment before nodding with a smile. "Yes, I admire him greatly." Orion, while engaged in his surveillance work at the Iron Fortress archive, became captivated by the discourse of the gladiator, Megatron. Who truly benefits from the class system is the upper echelon, and who sustains their lavish lifestyle? It is the lower class Cybertronians. We must discern our own needs. Each Cybertronian should determine their own fate, rather than be eternally shackled by a rigid class structure. The gladiator's powerful rhetoric ignited a spark within Orion, prompting him to send a communication to Megatron amidst the tremors of that spark. Though a gladiator, Megatron possessed knowledge that surpassed Orion's imagination, imparting invaluable lessons to him. Orion firmly believed that Megatron's ideals and aspirations could usher in a better future for Cybertron. Thus, disregarding Master Titanium's objections, he journeyed from Iron Fortress to Kaon, intent on a face-to-face dialogue with Megatron. Megatron's philosophy was destined to transform the entrenched class hierarchy of Cybertron, leading it towards a brighter and more prosperous future, and Orion yearned to assist him in this endeavor. I, too, hold great admiration for him. Blade watched the sharp blue optics of Megatron on the screen, a smile gracing his face as he lowered his optics. Even within the dark confines of the mines, Megatron had never been confined by his surroundings. His gaze remained fixed on the entirety of Cybertron. Megatron exhibited far greater bravery and strength, unencumbered by the tragedies of his past, resolutely pursuing the path to realize his ideals. Although their conversations were no longer as free-flowing as before, Blade hoped to overcome his shadows swiftly and converse meaningfully with Megatron, striving to support him in any way he could. Blade eagerly anticipated the illumination Megatron would bring to the future of Cybertron. Chapter 39. Alloy Crocodile, Fellow Cybertronians. Let us welcome the king of the Kaon gladiatorial arena, Megatron. With cheers and applause. Megatron, Megatron, Megatron. The jubilant cheers lifted the unseen ceiling of the arena, reverberating through the skies of Kaon. The deafening sounds caused the audio receptors of the assembled Cybertronians to thrum, yet none were deterred by such trivial discomfort. They all gazed with wide optics, eagerly awaiting the arrival of their monarch. Heavy, rhythmic footsteps echoed from the darkness, and in an instant, the arena fell into silence. All optics were fixed upon the pair of blue optics, flickering like ghostly flames in the shadows, causing sparks to pulse with a sense of awe at the imposing presence of the figure the optics belonged to. The silver and white machine emerged from the darkness at a measured pace, light illuminating his form gradually, starting from his leg plates. Hints of red paint reflected in the optics of the crowd, slowly revealing the battle scars that made his physique appear even more majestic. Upon fully entering the arena, Megatron paused to survey the audience, inadvertently glancing towards the seats occupied by Orion and Blade. Upon seeing the white machine alongside the red and blue one, he gently curled his lips into a smile before raising his right arm in a powerful fist. As if heralding a momentous signal, the resounding cries of excitement and jubilation reverberated through the heavens once more, prompting nearly all spectators to rise from their seats, fervently shouting the name of the invincible gladiator. Jun Tianzun, Jun Tianzun, Jun Tianzun. Li Ren's luminous optical lens fixated on the resplendent silver figure glimmering within the arena, locking eyes with Jun Tianzun's cheerful blue optics in midair. Perhaps influenced by the electrifying atmosphere, he felt his own spirit pulsating vigorously in rhythm with the enthusiastic cheers cascading from the audio receivers. He had never witnessed such a magnificent Jun Tianzun, so full of vigor, so commanding, akin to a blazing silver flame. Perhaps, as he had once contemplated, Jun Tianzun was destined to be the sovereign of the arena. This time, however, Jun Tianzun's adversary was announced with the host's voice deliberately trailing off, only to be interrupted by the ferocious roars of beasts and the violent clanking of iron chains from the opposite end of the arena. Something was crashing against the towering metallic gates shrouded in darkness, sending dust cascading down, causing the still-standing spectators to struggle to maintain their balance. What was this? In that moment, all eyes turned toward the ominous shadows, fear evident in their gazes as the continuous growls and roars sent shivers through their very cores. What could it be? Had such a battle ever transpired in the arena before? How could this be possible? The host, sensing the anticipated atmosphere had reached its peak, continued with a smile. Jun Tianzun's opponent is one of the fiercest predators of Cybertron, the reigning monarch of both land and rivers, the Alloy Crocodile. Its astonishing biting force can shatter any Cybertronian metal, and its extraordinary strength renders it unmatched in its habitat. Who shall emerge victorious, the king of the arena or this wild sovereign? Would Jun Tianzun, as ever, triumph against his foe, or would he be torn to shreds by this ferocious beast? Li Ren's optical lens trembled as he anxiously stood up. Wait, why is his opponent the Alloy Crocodile? Why must Jun Tianzun battle beast? This is utterly inconceivable. A fully grown Alloy Crocodile can effortlessly crush a Cybertronian's armor. Such a contest should not exist. Orion similarly stood in urgency, gazing at the arena. He had perused the data on Cybertron's wildlife and was acutely aware of the ferocity of the Alloy Crocodile and the grim fates that befell most Cybertronians who faced it. This contest must be halted. It cannot proceed. Li Ren, filled with dread, watched G24's, who remained poised in the arena. His grip on the spectator rail trembled slightly. Merely envisioning G24's optics extinguished, the shattered spark coalescing into a blue glow, made Li Ren feel as though his own system had ceased to function. He anxiously adjusted his stance, widening his optical lens to scrutinize the silver figure. "Your condition seems amiss. Remain calm." Orion, equally concerned for G24's, rushed forward to grasp Li Ren's arm when he noticed his companion's evident distress. Li Ren cast a helpless glance at Alian, when suddenly his communication line buzzed with a message from G24's. "Release the core. I shall be unharmed." Upon reading this, Li Ren felt an unexpected calm wash over him. He took a few deep breaths, trembling hands loosening their grip on the nearly deformed metal railing, and managed to muster a faint smile for Alian beside him. "I am fine. I have faith that G24's will prevail." Alian looked at Li Ren with concern, aware that he too had received the same communication from G24's. He understood that there was nothing he could change at that moment. All he could do was place his trust in G24's. Both of them resignedly returned to their seats, anxiously watching the arena, awaiting the imminent clash. Li Ren clenched his fists, confident in G24's capabilities, yet he still felt an inability to fully relinquish his worries. Gritting his teeth, he sent a message through the communication line. "G24's, you piece of scrap, you better survive. I shall never forgive you." This marked the first time Li Ren had insulted G24's so harshly. G24's, in the arena, could only manage a wry smile, silently responding to the messages from Li Ren and Alian. "I shall not perish in this place." After sending a final message to Soundwave and Shockwave, he closed the communication line, lowering his optical lens to conceal all emotions. When he opened his optical lenses again, they seemed to blaze with fiery determination. He tensed his frame, scrutinizing the darkness where the alloy crocodile lurked, locking eyes with its own menacing red optical lenses that glimmered with a primal ferocity. The Karen Gladiatorial Arena had not disclosed that his opponent would be the alloy crocodile. G24's lenses brimmed with wrath and fury, a cold smile curling at his lips. He had refrained from tallying the underhanded dealings of the arena's owner, never anticipating that this machine would dare to overstep its bounds. Soundwave and Shockwave had already received their messages and would soon seek retribution. He hoped to survive the gladiatorial bout long enough to confront them directly. Now, G24's sole objective was to rend that beast apart, extracting its core or shattering its head. What did it matter if it was an alloy crocodile or a beast? He would obliterate every creature that stood in his path. After all, he was the king of the Karen Gladiatorial Arena. Chapter 40. The Might of G24's, the clash begins. The sound of machinery reverberated as the heavy iron gates slowly ascended, revealing a massive figure bound in iron chains, surging forth from the darkness with a roar, charging directly at G24's. A collective gasp echoed among the audience as they beheld the enormous alloy crocodile. It was colossal, nearly 5 times the length of a large machine, rendering even the towering G24's seemingly diminutive in its presence. G24's cautiously focused on the gaping maw approaching him, the rancid scent of machine oil assaulting his olfactory sensors as rows of sharp, glistening teeth sparkled under the sunlight. In a moment of peril, G24's swiftly rolled aside, just as the enormous jaws of the alloy crocodile were about to snap shut upon him. The mighty force of its bite produced a cacophony of clashing teeth, leaving the creature perplexed as to why its prey had eluded capture. Its forward momentum abruptly halted, claws skidding against the arena floor, stirring up a cloud of dust, while its colossal tail writhed restlessly. Emerging from his role, G24's adeptly repositioned himself, plunging the blade of his right arm into the ground to maintain a stable half-kneeling stance. Before the alloy crocodile could comprehend the shift in dynamics, he propelled himself upward, landing squarely on its back. With fierce determination, he thrust his blade toward the armored plating of the alloy crocodile, only to discover that the armor was far more resilient than he had anticipated. His most fervent effort merely grazed its surface, failing to penetrate significantly. With a roar that resonated through the arena, the alloy crocodile sensed the sting upon its back and began to thrash its body violently, attempting to dislodge the bothersome insect from its skin. G24's, seizing the momentum, slid downwards, the friction between his blade and the armor igniting sparks. The vulnerability was not located on the back, he thought. gritting his teeth as he aimed to distance himself from the alloy crocodile. However, before he could execute his escape, a sudden rush of air tore through the space, prompting him to swiftly pivot and raise his left arm's shield before him. The alloy crocodile's tail struck with tremendous force against the shield, absorbing much of the impact. Yet, the sheer power was overwhelming. Zhen Tianzun felt a jolt of pain in his arm as both he and the shield were sent hurtling backward, crashing violently against the arena wall. The audience erupted in astonishment. Zhen Tianzun, Li Ren, and Aolian exclaimed anxiously, their eyes fixed on a cloud of dust that obscured the gleaming silver figure. As the dust began to settle, it revealed a web-like fracture on the wall where Zhen Tianzun had collided. He supported himself with the shield, half kneeling on the ground, a trickle of blue energy fluid seeping from the corner of his mouth. Though the modifications to his armor had only resulted in superficial scratches, the internal pain was substantial. Raising his right hand to wipe away the energy fluid, he lifted his optical visor and stood resolutely, his form unwavering. A fierce smile curled at the corners of his mouth. If you seek death, then I shall oblige. The alloy crocodile, oblivious to the meaning behind his words, was driven solely by the primal instinct of hunger, eager to crush the Cybertronian before it. With a renewed roar, it lunged forward once more. Zhen Tianzun remained motionless until the creature's maw was mere inches from his optical visor, at which point he transformed into a sleek silver fighter jet, soaring skyward. The alloy crocodile, burdened by its own weight, could not halt its momentum in time, and its head collided forcefully against the wall, exacerbating the existing cracks. The thunderous impact caused the Cybertronians in the audience above to sway uneasily. In midair, the fighter jet reverted to its original form, and Zhen Tianzun, with a fierce shout, brought his fist crashing down. Before the alloy crocodile could regain its bearings, just as it lifted its head, Zhen Tianzun's powerful punch struck it down once more, the resounding impact sending both the creature's head and body crashing heavily onto the ground. The blade of the mighty Zhen Tianzun once again emerged from his right hand, and with great force he slashed across the neck of the alloy crocodile, causing a surge of energy fluid to erupt forth. The alloy crocodile, in agony, widened its crimson optical lenses, refusing to yield as it violently shook off Zhen Tianzun, swaying its still dizzy head sculpture before rising once more to angrily lunge at the silvery machine. This time, Zhen Tianzun did not evade. A fierce light gleamed in his optical lenses as he advanced towards the alloy crocodile. Suddenly, he sharply reclined his body backward, evading the crocodile's forceful bite, and slid beneath its form, raising his blade in a fierce thrust. The blade pierced the previously inflicted wound on its neck, gradually tearing open the alloy crocodile's abdomen as Zhen Tianzun's body slid backward. The alloy crocodile roared in pain, thrashing violently. But Zhen Tianzun did not allow it to escape. With a crimson gleam in his optical lenses, he plunged the blade deep into the creature's belly, forcefully stirring its intricate internal circuits and components, splattering energy fluid across the silvery machine. The alloy crocodile attempted to suppress its body to control Zhen Tianzun's movements. Yet he reacted swiftly, evading the shadow beneath the creature just as its massive form collapsed to the ground. In that moment, he leapt once more onto the crocodile's head sculpture. Gritting his teeth, he seized the chains upon the alloy crocodile and, wrapping them around his fist, struck downward. His optical lenses glowed fiercely red, and a singular thought consumed his mind: to annihilate the foe beneath him. Deprived of energy, the alloy crocodile could no longer muster the strength to fight back, enduring the relentless barrage of Zhen Tianzun's fists upon its head sculpture. One punch, another punch, and yet another. The resonant sound of fists striking metal echoed beside every Cybertronian's auditory receptors. All Cybertronians turned their gaze toward the arena, captivated by the miraculous scene unfolding before them. The armor beneath his fists gradually fractured, and the crocodile's head sculpture began to cave in, until its crimson optical lenses extinguished slowly. Zhen Tianzun ceased his assault, belatedly feeling the ache in his fists. Yet he promptly raised his blade and thrust it into the crevice of the shattered armor, stirring vigorously to ensure the annihilation of the crocodile's brain module before withdrawing the blade. Sunlight glimmered upon Zhen Tianzun's silver body, now stained with energy fluid, as he slowly rose, standing triumphantly upon the lifeless form of the alloy crocodile, raising his right fist high. The blade, now tinged with blue, reflected a sharp radiance, illuminating the optical lenses of all machines present. The energy fluid continuously oozing from the fallen crocodile traced a sinuous path upon the ground, a coronation ceremony belonging to G24's, the undisputed king of the arena. After a deathly silence, a thunderous cheer erupted, almost lifting the sky of Karen. G24's, 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 triumphant, surveyed the arena with his blue optical lenses. This was precisely what he had sought. At the moment he stood here, at the pinnacle of triumph. At the instant he was crowned king, the arena would resonate with his voice, and even the very essence of Cybertron would echo his name. Megatron, Megatron the mighty, Megatron, Megatron. The name of Megatron gradually became obscured amidst the fervent cheers, giving birth to an entirely new identity. Megatron. Indeed, it is this name. The brilliance within Megatron's optical lenses shone like a torch as he passionately proclaimed, his vocalizer resonating with the fervent cries from the depths of his being. Fellow inhabitants of Cybertron, we exist in a golden age of our planet. Yet this era is marked by sorrow, by absurdity. Social classes have solidified, with the elite indulging in excessive luxury while relentlessly squeezing the very existence of other classes of Cybertronians. They seize our resources and drain our value. The lower classes will remain forever in their plight, toiling through the most arduous labor, ultimately succumbing to the rigors of tireless work. Eons ago, Cybertron was one of the most prosperous planets, where every Cybertronian could choose their own path, with space bridges facilitating trade and communication with the outside world. But what of today? Cybertron has become insular. We no longer engage with the outside. The technology of space bridges is gradually being buried, as the upper classes choose to huddle on this planet, hoarding the scarce resources for themselves. Who has dictated our class? Who has fixed our roles? It should not be them who determine our identities, but rather, it must be ourselves. Megatron's resonant words echoed beside every Cybertronian's audio receptor within the arena, as pairs of weary optical lenses ignited with newfound light. Follow me. I shall change all of this. I will lead Cybertron into a true golden age. The deafening cheers surged once more, as nearly all machines exerted their utmost to chant the name of the silver-hued figure in the arena. Megatron, Megatron, Megatron. Megatron would become a relic of the past, leaving only Megatron henceforth. This new name, like a blazing inferno, ignited revolution, kindled the future, and sparked the flames of war. This name would accompany him through 4 million years of sin and darkness. Chapter 41. Intoxication of blue glow coalesced above the lifeless form of the metallic crocodile, soaring into the chest plate of the blade. Not only do Cybertronians condense blue light upon death, do all beings of Cybertron experience this? Blade suppressed his thoughts, observing the silver figure in the arena, contemplating his friend's newfound identity. Megatron. It felt oddly familiar. Had he encountered it before? As Megatron gradually stepped away from the arena amidst the cheers, the cameras stationed throughout the venue diligently captured the spectacle of the battle and the declaration, beginning to circulate widely across Cybertron. This footage was poised to ignite a tremendous upheaval across the planet. Lee-Run received a communication from Megatron. As he glanced at the note attached to the message, a peculiar sentiment stirred within him, compelling him to refrain from altering Megatron to Lord Gention. Come to the back entrance of the Coliseum, Lee-Run, Megatron instructed. All right, how is your injury? Lee-Run inquired. Rest assured, I am quite well, Megatron replied. I will take a look at you shortly, Lee-Run assured him. Lee-Run and Orion rose almost in unison, their optics meeting. I'm off to meet a friend, Lee-Run remarked with a smile. So am I, Orion nodded in agreement. The two of them proceeded in unison toward the same destination, arriving at the back entrance of the Coliseum where Megatron awaited them. Draped in a somewhat weathered cloak, he leaned against the wall, lifting his head with a light chuckle upon hearing their footsteps. It seems you have already made each other's acquaintance. Given that our seats were right next to each other, it was rather evident, Lee-Run replied playfully, delivering a gentle punch to Megatron. After a careful inspection confirmed the absence of any significant damage on Megatron's frame, he exhaled in relief. Lee-Run was genuinely concerned for his well-being. Orion noticed Lee-Run's optics, subtly glanced aside at his words, and couldn't help but chuckle. It was indeed an impressive match that left the machines in awe. Well done, Megatron, Lee-Run echoed, turning to Megatron with curiosity. Aren't you supposed to engage with your followers? I will interact with them later. For now, I wish to converse with my two friends, Megatron replied, pulling the hood of his cloak over his head to conceal his frame as he led them outside. As I mentioned in the Colosseum, my name is now Megatron. Do you have many followers, then? Orion queried, with Li Ren sharing a similar curiosity. That sounds like a question a spy would ask, Megatron teased. Could the illustrious Megatron spare our two unfortunate spies? Li Ren said, adopting a mock pleading tone, much to Megatron's bemusement. Orion couldn't suppress a laugh. Megatron brought Li Ren and Orion to the entrance of a bar, which, unlike the fragmentary bar Li Ren had previously visited by the street, was tucked away in an alley and appeared rather unassuming. Here, we are among our kind, so there is no need to worry about eavesdropping, Megatron said, pushing the door open and nodding to the bartender. The bartender understood the cue and led the three into a private room. After surveying the surroundings, Megatron finally removed his cloak and quietly spoke to the bartender. Moments later, the bartender returned with 3 glasses of drinks, bowed, and exited the room. Give this a try. I believe you will enjoy it, Megatron said, sliding 2 glasses filled with blue liquid toward Li Ren and Orion. But sip slowly, it's highly concentrated. Thank you. Li Ren and Orion expressed their gratitude to Megatron as they raised their glasses. Li Ren cautiously removed his mask and tentatively took a sip. Contrary to his expectations of a sharp taste, a sweet flavor enveloped his sensory receptors, leaving a lingering, fragrant aftertaste. The optical lens of Li Ren suddenly glimmered, and he took another sip, recalling Megatron's advice to drink slowly, thus reluctantly setting the cup aside. Beside him, Alien noticed the visage of Li Ren, the optical lens reflecting a hint of astonishment, yet he did not linger on Li Ren's form, lowering his optical lens to savor a sip of the high-purity beverage, the sweet flavor softening the hue of his blue optical lens slightly. Megatron, seated opposite the two machines, observed their apparent satisfaction with a high-purity drink before he spoke with a grave demeanor. Li Ren, I sincerely apologize for having concealed the truth from you until now. As Li Ren lifted his gaze towards him, Megatron continued, the seriousness emanating from his blue optical lens indicating that he presumed Li Ren was already aware of his intentions. Do you wish to join us? Alien, filled with anticipation, turned to regard the imposing white machine beside him. Li Ren felt a surge of energy within his core, which had been stirred since he heard Megatron's declaration. The excitement caused his spark to pulse vigorously. At that moment, his spark urged him to respond affirmatively without delay. However, he was suddenly reminded of the shadow he could not overcome, a fear that his mechanical issues might hinder his friends at a crucial moment. Yet, when he met the gaze of Megatron and Alien, their blue optical lenses reflecting determination, he knew he could not utter words of refusal. Thus, Li Ren smiled and replied, I will do my utmost to assist. Both Megatron and Alien smiled in return, and Megatron raised his cup. The events of the gladiatorial arena had been broadcast live across Cybertron. Megatron took a sip of the purple high-purity drink, stating, Soundwave informs me that many Cybertronians have already viewed that segment of the video. This is perilous, Li Ren remarked, concern etched on his face as he regarded the composed silver machine before him. You have effectively placed yourself in opposition to the upper echelons. They were reluctant to publish articles that might be detrimental to themselves, and such a dangerous stance also signified a breakthrough and opportunity. The blue optical lens of Megatron flickered. Let them try. They cannot touch me. Are you aiming to attract the attention of the High Council through this? Alien realized with a sense of clarity, his tone revealing a conflict of thoughts. Yet, merely relying on this declaration may not be sufficient to garner the Council's attention. If we can amplify Megatron's influence, uniting the lower and middle strata of Cybertronians, and allow more of them to witness Megatron's ideology, the High Council will inevitably be compelled to address these issues under pressure. Li Ren mused, taking several sips of the high-purity drink as he tentatively articulated his thoughts. A fleeting brightness appeared in Alien's optical lens as he turned to Li Ren with a smile. This is also my intention. It is a commendable strategy, albeit rather slow, Megatron remarked, lowering his optical lens to obscure the chill within. Yet, the reality was that some radical Cybertronians would not trust the ethereal ideas conveyed through dialogue. They were more inclined to believe in the power of action. However, at this juncture, employing any form of violence might yield unfavorable repercussions. Li Ren found himself in a state of hesitation. Indeed, we are revolutionaries, not insurgents. To resolve our issues through violence may incite panic among the inhabitants of Cybertron, which would starkly contradict our original intentions. Orion furrowed his brow and remarked, "Perhaps that is true, yet now that we have embarked on this endeavor, we must contemplate the thoughts of every Cybertronian involved. Their voices cannot be disregarded," Megatron continued. The two perspectives, though divergent, were equally profound, leaving Blade utterly astounded. He fell silent, absorbing their discourse, sipping from his cup while eagerly listening to the debate between Orion and Megatron. They remained unable to sway one another. As the discussion concluded, both realized that Blade had been silent for quite some time. They turned to find him, the white behemoth, sitting quietly, his optical sensors appearing unfocused and distant. Upon noticing Blade's empty cup, a sudden realization washed over Megatron, who sighed in resignation. "Blade, activate your filtration system." Blade lifted his head, squinting through his optics at Megatron, remaining silent and motionless. "Are you all right, Blade?" Orion inquired, leaning closer to the white machine with concern. Blade fixed his gaze on Orion, tilting his head as if in contemplation, and after a moment, he nodded. "Orion. What?" "Orion is a good machine." Blade chuckled. "I like Orion very much. It seems he is quite intoxicated." Orion felt a twinge of embarrassment at this blunt observation. Megatron, helplessly observing the scene, turned to Orion and said, "I will have the bar staff escort you to a resting place. We shall discuss the specifics tomorrow. I will take him back for now." "Very well," Orion nodded. Megatron approached and supported Blade, initially intending to guide him back to the clinic. However, the white machine remained motionless in his seat, his bewildered blue optics fixed on Megatron without uttering a word. After a moment of contemplation, Megatron sighed in resignation. Draping his cloak around Blade and hoisting him onto his back, he bid farewell to Orion and exited the bar. The cool night breeze caressed their metallic forms, the cloak billowing in the air, its edges softly brushing against Blade's leg armor. Megatron's shoulders bore sharp protrusions, compelling Blade to rest his head gently against the nape of his companion. In the midst of silence, Blade suddenly uttered a hushed phrase. The mention of a name that had accompanied Megatron for much of his existence momentarily halted him, evoking a sense of unfamiliarity. The name had long been buried within the minds, regarded by the oblivious as a relic of a catastrophic collapse. Megatron remained silent, yet Blade seemed unconcerned, more as if he were conversing with himself or addressing a phantasm reflected in his optics. "I had a nightmare. I dreamt that Nut and the others perished. Along with everyone in the mine, they are all gone. This is not a nightmare. It is reality." Megatron lowered his optical visor. "I dreamt of you slaying numerous machines. A terrifying nightmare indeed." Megatron tightened his grip on the body of the Blade, suddenly grateful that the spikes of his form prevented the head of the Blade from resting upon his shoulder, sparing him the instinctual urge to avert his gaze. "I aspire to be a doctor, so that no innocent beings must perish before me while I remain powerless to act." "You have already achieved that," Megatron murmured softly. "Lord Megatron." The Blade continued to ramble, its vocal apparatus producing nonsensical utterances. "Be careful in the arena. Do not get hurt. I shall strike you down. You cannot defeat me." Megatron suddenly realized he had repeated these words numerous times. Megatron, the Blade uttered his name, and instinctively, Megatron leaned in to listen, only to find the Blade had ceased its speech. After voicing his name, the Blade fell silent, as if it had completely shut down. Megatron fell into contemplation, regretting his decision to involve the Blade in his plans. As he had promised, he would not force the Blade into actions it was unwilling to undertake. If the Blade were to comprehend the deeds it was destined to perform, if it were to realize its hands were stained with countless lives, the future would only bring more bloodshed. Yet, he would not abandon his ambitions. Megatron lowered his optical visor. Perhaps the Blade and his esteemed self might waver. But Megatron would not. He would not falter. He must ascend as the leader of Cybertron, destined to stand at the pinnacle of the planet. All for the sake of an ideal. An ideal, indeed. Chapter 42, Assault How It Hurts. The Blade sat up in a daze, feeling a sharp pain resonate through its cranial module. It surveyed its surroundings, realizing it had returned to the clinic room. Reflecting on the events of the previous day, it recalled only the debate between Orion and Megatron, while it listened and consumed high-purity energon. Then there was nothing but a void. No more high purity for me. The Blade shook its head in an effort to regain clarity and rose to exit. Wheeljack sat in a chair, examining a datapad. Upon seeing the blade emerge, he sighed in resignation. It was Lord Megatron who brought you back yesterday. Next time you drink high purity, remember to activate the filtration system. I did not anticipate becoming intoxicated so swiftly, the blade admitted, feeling a bit sheepish and avoiding Wheeljack's gaze. I understand, Minter. Wheeljack sighed, placing the data pad down and regarding the blade with seriousness. Blade, you should be aware of what Megatron intends to do, correct? Yes, Minter. The blade involuntarily tensed. Nodding its head, have you decided to join him? Wheeljack inquired, his expression complex. Megatron has always wished to change the dire circumstances of Cybertron. The blade responded earnestly. I believe he will usher in a better future for our world. He is my friend, and I wish to assist him in realizing his vision. The wheel of stars fell into silence, and after a brief moment, it revealed a smile to the somewhat anxious Lee Run. You must be cautious, Lee Run. Last night, the wheel of stars encountered Megatron, who returned Lee Run. It was apparent that Megatron had changed considerably, not merely due to his newly forged body, but also in the very essence that constituted his core, which was gradually transforming. He was no longer the miner he once was, and this metamorphosis unsettled the wheel of stars. Having watched the video of Megatron's gladiatorial proclamation, he couldn't help but admire what Megatron envisioned, a society free from the oppression of the elite, a realm of equality. Thus, the Wheel of Stars resolved to place his trust in Megatron, believing he would safeguard his students. Thank you, teacher. Lee Ren's spark finally descended, as he had initially thought the Wheel of Stars would withhold his support. Lee Ren, regarding the concerns you expressed about Robert's body, I have some speculations. The Wheel of Stars pondered, recognizing that Robert's age was considerable. If you happen to visit him during your part-time job today, perhaps you could bring him to the clinic. I shall examine him in detail. All right, Lee Ren contemplated, deciding to seek out Aurelian and Megatron after resolving Robert's issues. I don't need to go to the clinic. Robert flatly rejected Lee Ren's suggestion. However, just as Lee Ren was about to respond, Robert raised his hand to interrupt him. No buts. Your task today is to create everything I previously taught you from these materials. Robert placed an array of pre-prepared items upon the workbench. You have 3 hours. If you cannot produce the required items, you shall not leave. What? Lee Ren was taken aback, staring at what could be described more as scrap metal salvage from various discarded tools rather than actual components. The timer had already begun. Robert opened his pocket watch to check the time, reminding the still motionless machine before him. Wait a moment. Lee Ren hurriedly began to examine the discarded parts. Previously, Robert had always prepared the necessary components and tools for creation. All Lee Ren needed to do was understand their functions and assemble them according to Robert's guidance. Now, as Lee Ren picked up a component, he lowered his optical lens and contemplated it intently. The previously utilized fragments were arranged in his memory module, their functions clearly labeled. Suddenly, his optical lens widened. He had located the specific component he sought, cross-referencing it with the parts in his hand. Almost there. However, if he added this piece, Lee Ren's gaze shifted to another component, and his optical lens flickered. He discovered commonality among these parts, and at the moment his thoughts were clarified. His movements became increasingly adept. Observing Lee Ren's focused actions, Robert noted the illumination of his optical lens, a rare smile gracing his faceplate, though Lee Ren, engrossed in his welding, remained oblivious. Robert lowered his head to examine his pocket watch. Yet his gaze was firmly ensnared by the information that suddenly emerged from the data panel beside him. After confirming that Lee Ren was oblivious to his presence, he pondered for a moment but chose to remain silent, temporarily setting aside the data panel. 3 cycles passed in the blink of an eye, and with a sigh of relief, Lee Ren finally affixed the last component to the energy cannon, wiping the condensation from his brow. Robert stepped closer to inspect Lee Ren's assembly, picking up the small spherical bomb, the very object that Lee Ren had first learned to create under his tutelage. A sense of satisfaction washed over him as he regarded Lee Ren, saying, "You have done remarkably well." Lee Ren was taken aback. It was the first time he had received such praise from Robert, although he had long grown accustomed to the elder's barbed remarks. The joy of being acknowledged surged within him, prompting a smile towards Robert. "Thank you, sir. This is all due to your guidance. Enough with the formalities, lad." Robert waved his hand dismissively, setting aside his cane to pick up the data panel. He inquired, "Have you joined Megatron?" "Yes, I hope to assist him in some capacity," Lee Ren replied, nodding. Robert, having previously aided Megatron in augmenting his form, understood some of the implications. Megatron's situation may not be favorable at the moment, he thought, though he refrained from voicing this sentiment, merely handing the data panel to Li Ren. Li Ren stared in shock at the images and articles displayed on the data panel. It revealed that just one cycle prior, explosions and terror attacks had erupted across Cybertron, affecting locations such as Six Shot Amusement Park, Soundwave City, and Sonic Canyon. Following Megatron's declaration, the esteemed council members condemned him, asserting it is evident that these heinous acts were instigated by that brutal executioner. The assailants must surely be followers of the gladiator known as Megatron. How could this be possible? Li Ren's optical sensors widened in disbelief, his hands trembling. With so many explosions, how many innocent lives have been sacrificed? Megatron would never do such a thing. In his anxiety, Li Ren did not realize that he had instinctively referred to Megatron as Zhun Tianzun instead. Robert observed Li Ren's tight grip on the data panel, noting the complex emotions reflected in his optical sensors. Just as he prepared to speak, the data panel automatically displayed a video, revealing the silver silhouette of Megatron. This violence was not orchestrated by me, and I'm not involved in this attack. However, it must be said that I believe those assailants may have been influenced by my ideals. The voice of Megatron sounded slightly distorted as he sorrowfully lowered his optical sensors, expressing in a tone of anguish and regret, I mourn for the lives lost. He reopened his blue optical sensors, his gaze piercing as he addressed the camera. But the fallen Cybertronians have made it abundantly clear to us that the lives of Cybertronians must be governed by themselves. No Cybertronian has the right to dictate the actions of another. Only you can determine your own fate. I am Megatron, and I shall lead my followers along the righteous path. I wield no violence or slaughter outside the arena. Theory and logic are my true weapons. I denounce those Cybertronians who lurk in the shadows, committing vile acts in my name. I will find you and ensure you face the justice you deserve. In a fleeting moment, the image flickered, revealing the red and blue figure of Orion Pax standing beside Megatron, his optical sensors gleaming as he steadfastly gazed into the camera. I am the data administrator of the Iron Fortress Archives, Orion Pax. I am here to vouch for Megatron. These actions are not sanctioned by him. I have always been by Megatron's side. He did not partake in the recent assault. The transmission abruptly ceased, and without a moment's hesitation, Li Ren understood the impact this footage would have on the planet Cybertron. The Allspark pulsed intensely, an overwhelming sense of dread crashing against his neural module. I must find him, Li Ren exclaimed, abruptly setting down the data slate in his eagerness to rush out, only to be intercepted by Robert. Li Ren gazed anxiously at the elder before him. Coming to a halt. Are you certain you are prepared? Robert's dim blue optical sensor bore into Li Ren. What? Li Ren was bewildered. His sole desire to swiftly reach Megatron and Orion. With a sigh, Robert stepped aside, his weary optics betraying his exhaustion. Go ahead, young one. Upon your return, remember to seek me out for a thorough examination. Understood, Mr. Robert. Li Ren observed the elder, who seemed considerably more spirited than before, yet his concern for Robert lingered. Nonetheless, the urgency of Megatron and Orion's situation took precedence, prompting him to push open the door and dash outside. Once he returned, he would certainly insist on taking Robert to the clinic for a proper checkup. Transforming into a sleek sports car, Li Ren sped towards the arena. Robert stood in the shadows, watching as the white vehicle gradually faded from sight. Suddenly, he could no longer maintain the fa-ade of composure he had fought to uphold. Pain coursed through him as he slowly bent his frame. He opened the pocket watch in his hand, noticing that the hands had nearly ceased their movement, trembling faintly. As the internal ache intensified, with a weary cough, Robert turned, leaning on his cane as he slowly made his way back inside. He settled at his work desk, refraining from attempting to repair the watch, instead silently resting against the chair as he listened to the faint sounds emanating from the objects on the cabinet. Time was drawing near, and there was one final task to complete. Chapter 43. The storm approaches Megatron. Orion. Li Ren sped towards the coordinates sent by Megatron, catching sight from a distance of the two figures engaged in discussion. He hastily transformed and ran towards them. Surrounding Megatron and Orion were numerous Cybertronians, likely followers of Megatron. Li Ren also spotted Soundwave not far off, accompanied by a peculiar purple figure with an unusual head sculpt. It seemed as though he could hear his voice. The sound waves from the dark screen and the purple machine turned together towards him, accompanied by a solitary red optical lens on the head sculpture. The oppressive gaze of both entities sent a chill through Li Ren's frame, compelling him to instinctively draw closer to the familiar forms of Megatron and Orion. Fortunately, the two machines soon redirected their focus back to their tasks. The current situation was far from optimistic. Orion raised his gaze to Li Ren, his expression grave. The recent attacks had incited the ire of the Cybertron populace, with the majority unwilling to heed our words. We have now become the targets of scorn. Megatron's voice was laced with indignation. This was precisely what those who masqueraded in my name desired. What can we do now? Li Ren clenched his fists, realizing that their positioning might have shifted towards that of insurrectionists, as Cybertron teetered on the brink of chaos due to the assault. An unsettling anxiety spread among the masses, as if a faint scent of gunpowder lingered in the air of Cybertron. I must return to Iacon. Orion's gaze was resolute. If we are to engage in direct discourse with the High Council, we must journey to Iacon. I will make haste, but I must first attend to matters concerning Kaon. Megatron placed a hand on Orion's shoulder, speaking with earnest gravity as he turned to Li Ren. Li Ren, would you be willing to accompany Orion to Iacon? I believe he requires your assistance. Certainly, I would be delighted to help. Li Ren nodded firmly, his fists clenched as he gazed steadfastly at his friend. Time was of the essence. He swiftly sent a communication to Wheeljack and Robert, informing them of his urgent trip to Iacon. After Orion and Li Ren transformed and departed, Megatron's feigned outrage gradually faded. He observed, expressionless, as the white sports car and the red-blue civilian truck drove away into the distance. Should we follow and monitor? The synthesized electronic voice inquired as Soundwave approached silently beside Megatron. Megatron glanced at Soundwave and the approaching Shockwave, his optical sensors flickering momentarily. The white sports car and the red-blue truck sped from the outskirts of Kaon towards Iacon, their wheels rapidly churning up dust, evoking memories in Li Ren of the days when he and Megatron were minors. Back then, they had emerged from the mines to deliver Megatron's article to the Kaon newspaper, only to encounter the three thugs Li Ren had previously provoked while attempting to rescue Ratchet. It was thanks to their cooperation that they successfully escaped. Though mere months may pass like the blink of an eye for the Cybertronians, Li Ren felt as if Megatron's visage from those mining days was beginning to blur in his mind. If 16 was an inconspicuous seed, then Megatron was the magnificent blossom that had flourished amidst adversity. The gray seed had become a relic of the past, its shell buried in the earth, nourishing the growth of the flower. From the very soil of 16's frame emerged the flower known as Megatron. The three names associated with Megatron. Li Ren is most familiar with 16, most concerned about Jun Tianzun, and least acquainted with Megatron himself. Suddenly, Li Ren realized that 16 and Jun Tianzun would not return. Although they and Megatron share the same origin, he fell into contemplative silence, only to be pulled from his thoughts by Alien's voice. Li Ren, I wish to know your perspective on the gladiatorial arena. The sound of a red and blue civilian truck rushing by at great speed rendered its noise somewhat indistinct in the wind. Li Ren meticulously recalled the two gladiatorial matches he had witnessed. The first was a battle between Soundwaves and a Rift, where he first saw the flickering sparks of other Cybertronians and bore witness to the death of one. The second was a clash between Megatron and the alloy crocodile, showcasing a ferocious beast of immense size. Megatron kept his word, defeating the creature 5 times his size and proclaiming a declaration that would alter the fate of Cybertron. These fleeting experiences left Li Ren profoundly shaken, yet he did not harbor a fondness for gladiatorial combat. I have always struggled to comprehend, he spoke, his tone tinged with melancholy, to place 2 Cybertronians, or even a Cybertronian and a mindless beast, into a vast arena while the audience revels in the energy spilled by the gladiator struggle seems utterly unfathomable to me. I understand that for many desperate Cybertronians, the arena is their sole recourse, yet their lives ought not to be so cheaply bartered. At that moment, both Li Ren and Alien spoke in unison, momentarily taken aback. Megatron once told me that witnessing Cybertron from the depths of the Karen Arena is vastly different from observing it from the Iron Fortress archives, Alien remarked softly. I had never considered that these illegal arenas would be scattered across Cybertron, nor did I envision my friends at the Iron Fortress attending such spectacles. He recalled his unintended venture into the underground arena of the Iron Fortress, where he encountered the jubilant Jazz. A profound silence enveloped them. Yet, it was precisely because Megatron was the premier gladiator of the Karen Arena that his voice now resounded across all of Cybertron, and his philosophy became widely known. "This is something they could scarcely have imagined during the Minor Era," Li Ren murmured. "I believe it is not merely because Megatron is a gladiator that he has achieved these results, but rather because he is Megatron," Alien replied with a hint of amusement. "Indeed, it is because he is Megatron," Li Ren mused, as a spark pulsed with renewed vigor. Regardless of circumstances or status, Megatron remained unwavering in his ideals, steadfastly pursuing their realization. What Megatron has accomplished is just. However, it does not imply that the existence of the gladiatorial arena is justified. Alien, as the data administrator of the Iron Fortress archives, how do you envision future Cybertronians will assess this revolution? Li Ren pondered and inquired. No one can assert with certainty. The torrents of history sweep away many things. This revolution may be distorted or forgotten, yet at least we, in this moment, are contemplating a response. What we are engaged in is, without doubt, Cybertron, true to our core. Both machines chuckled. Should Cybertron indeed undergo transformation? Might the gladiatorial contests be replaced by a healthier form of sport? What do you think of Rubik's Cube? Li Ren smiled as he spoke. I find that quite delightful. Orions replied, his tone lifting with a hint of mirth. The light from the horizon illuminated the two vehicles as they were swept toward the future of Cybertron by fate. Storm clouds gathered. Chapter 44. Master Titanium. It felt as though an invisible hand had stirred the clock's hands, accelerating all activities. Following Orions, Li Ren arrived at Iron Fortress. Due to Orion's testimony from Megatron during the live broadcast, he too found himself at the center of attention. It was inconvenient for Orions to appear in public, and thus the task of investigating information related to the attack fell to Li Ren. While searching for materials in the archives, Li Ren encountered the Jazz once more. Upon learning that Li Ren and Orions had become friends, Jazz exclaimed, "Hey, I knew you two would get along." Jazz had intended to fulfill his promise and show Li Ren around Iron Fortress, but the tense situation did not allow for relaxation, and Li Ren had to decline Jazz's invitation for the time being. "No worries, there will be opportunities later," Jazz responded cheerfully, continuing to assist Li Ren in finding the necessary materials in the archives. The deeper Li Ren probed, the more shocking the casualties from the attacks became. The words inscribed on the datapads and the figures published online were constructed from the lives of Cybertronians. Li Ren tightened his grip on the datapad, his optical sensors flickering with fury. Regardless of the true motives behind those machines, the act of sacrificing so many innocent lives to achieve their goals was utterly unforgivable. Li Ren hurriedly scoured multiple locations. Even with Orion's assistance online, he struggled to uncover specific leads regarding the Cybertronians involved in the attack. It seemed they had prepared in advance, erasing all critical information. No wonder the High Council suspected Megatron at the first opportunity. The frustration and days of relentless investigation caused Li Ren's neural module to throb painfully. He pondered, his fingers unconsciously tapping lightly on the table. The actions taken by the perpetrators were so brazen, and those organized assaults appeared designed to capture the attention of all Cybertronians. Yet the meticulous planning of the attacks left no overt traces, leading all machines to instinctively believe that they were directed by Megatron, who had just issued a declaration, while lacking concrete evidence to prove his involvement or that of his followers. What was their true intention? If it were merely to frame Megatron or to conduct an attack, there would be no need for such elaborate schemes. Suddenly, Li Ren's movements halted. It seemed that everything was orchestrated to thrust Megatron into the spotlight of controversy among all Cybertronians. As the optical lens of the blade drooped, the spark within pulsated heavily, prompting him to erase this thought from his cognitive module. He placed his trust in Megatron, believing that these machines might merely be leveraging Megatron's reputation to fulfill their own objectives. Fortunately, progress was not entirely stagnant. Orion managed to locate the head of the Iron Fortress archives, Master Titanium, who successfully established contact with the High Council. Soon, both Megatron and Orion were granted the privilege of a face-to-face dialogue with the Council. Megatron promptly arrived at the Iron Fortress to join them. Yet before Li Ren could revel in this joy, a fresh wave of news surged through Cybertron. The leader, Starscream, had vanished in the soaring city of Ariel City, which now lay engulfed in flames. Li Ren held no particular impression of this leader, but all Cybertronians were acutely aware that after the disappearance of the 13 Primes, it was Starscream, who had not yet ascended to leadership, who rallied the Cybertronians to resist and expel the invaders known as the Quintessence. Though he had not acquired the leader module, he was the leader endorsed by all machines, a title he rightfully earned. Despite these years of indulgence in revelry, neglecting the corruption of the class system on Cybertron and the hardships of its lower echelons, his significant influence on the planet remained undeniable. The assailants targeting Starscream belonged to a faction that called itself the Decepticons. The unrest on Cybertron, still reeling from previous incidents, erupted once more. In this moment, Megatron and Orion found themselves thrust into the eye of the storm. It appeared they engaged in a brief dispute, the reasons for which remained unclear to Liren. However, the two machines exhibited no lingering animosity thereafter. The cannon fire from the two attacks shattered the calm veneer of Cybertron, tearing through the glamorous facade of the Golden Age to reveal the long-decayed core beneath. As the day of the audience with the High Council drew closer, tension spread like wildfire among the sparks, rendering Liren nearly incapable of logging off in recent days. Before departing from Kaon, he had sent a communication to Wheeljack and Robert. Robert offered little more than a reminder for Liren to visit him upon his return. Wheeljack, already unable to bear the thought of Liren in jeopardy, had come to the Iron Fortress days prior to ensure his student was unharmed, while also catching up with their mutual friend, Ratchet. Ratchet would accompany Wheeljack to witness the proceedings at the High Council. The anticipated date for Orion and Megatron's audience with the High Council arrived, capturing the attention of the majority of Cybertronians. Anxiety and apprehension permeated every corner, as this meeting had the potential to alter the very fabric of Cybertron. No machine could foretell whether this change would be for better or worse. Liren could have been present to witness this pivotal gathering, but just hours before it commenced, Orion summoned him to the Iron Fortress archives. Orion, are you not meant to assist Megatron in his address? Should you not prepare in advance? Though perplexed, Liren followed Alien deeper into the archive, entering a realm he had never encountered before. Is there something you require of me here? Master Tai insisted that I bring you without delay. Rest assured, I am fully prepared, Alien assured him. As he spoke, he paused before a wall and pressed a hidden mechanism, causing a passageway to suddenly reveal itself before their optical lenses. Wow, Liren exclaimed, his eyes widening in astonishment. He had only perused the outermost sections of the Iron Fortress archive and had never fathomed such a space existed within. He hastened to keep pace with Alien. What business does Master Tai have with me? Why is it imperative that we go now? I am uncertain, Alien replied, exuding a hint of frustration. Master Tai has been reticent, only insisting that it is of utmost importance. Very well, Liren pondered, having never met Master Tai. He struggled to discern the purpose behind this summons. Here we are, Alien announced as he halted and opened the door at the end of the passage. The scene within the room unfolded before Liren's optical lenses, revealing a plethora of databoards and documents, meticulously arranged yet brimming with information. At the center of the room, seated at a table, was an elderly man adorned in purple, diligently writing in an open tome before him. Upon hearing their entrance, the elder set down his pen and lifted his gaze towards them. Liren was taken aback as his eyes met those of the old man. An inexplicable sensation surged within his essence, reminiscent yet distinct from the moment he first encountered Alien. He felt his core vibrate intensely, as if it were trying to convey something profound to him. The elder's blue optical lenses, imbued with wisdom and the weight of ages, seemed to pierce through the fabric of time, scrutinizing Liren with a gaze that rendered him momentarily immobile. Secrets appeared to be laid bare before this sage. Master Tai, I have brought Liren. Alien's voice broke the spell that had ensnared Liren. You may leave now. Alien, Master Tai's deep voice resonated, his focus unwaveringly fixed on Liren. Alien glanced hesitantly at Liren before speaking. Should I stay? He remains. Master Tai's tone was resolute. The meeting is about to commence. You must prepare. Liren sensed that the elder had something significant to impart, and thus turned to Alien with a reassuring smile. You may go ahead, Alien. I will join you shortly. After a moment of contemplation, Alien reluctantly acquiesced, nodding before departing. The sound of the door closing echoed behind him, leaving Liren feeling somewhat anxious. He took a deep breath and turned to the venerable figure, whose age might surpass even Robert's, and inquired, May I ask why you summoned me here? This elder possessed the capacity to convene a special meeting of the highest council, indicating that his role transcended that of a mere archive supervisor. Liren, is this the name you have chosen for yourself? Master Titanium ignored his inquiry and began to speak to himself, his fingers lightly brushing over the pages of the open book before him. Li Run was taken aback by his words, and the subsequent statement from Master Titanium caused him to widen his optical lens, the spark within him flickering intensely. Do you still remember your mission? Master Titanium's gaze was piercing. Chapter 45. The answer? What mission? Li Run could not help but take a step back, gazing bewilderedly at the expressionless elder before him. I do not understand. Master Titanium fixed his gaze on Li Run without uttering a word, his sharp eyes seemingly capable of penetrating Li Run's very being, compelling him to avert his gaze. You were once a comrade of Megatron? After a moment, Master Titanium spoke, his tone leaving no room for doubt, causing Li Run's spark to plummet. Few were aware that he and Megatron had once been minors, and even fewer knew they were comrades. Li Run doubted that Megatron and the others would discuss this with anyone else. How, then, did Master Titanium come to know this? Had he investigated them? What was his intention? Li Run clenched his fists, furrowing his brow as he looked at Master Titanium. What exactly do you wish to convey? It seems he is not to be underestimated. Master Titanium mused inwardly, his expression remaining impassive. He appeared unfazed by Li Run's caution, gently caressing the pen on the table as he continued. Do you trust him so implicitly? Cybertronians are ever-changing. I cannot believe you lack any perception of this. If you have summoned me merely to sow discord between me and my friends, then I believe there is no need for further discussion, Li Run replied coldly, turning to leave. Rather than waste time here, he would prefer to attend the High Council and support his friends. Do you not wish to understand why your being is so exceptional? Master Titanium's voice remained calm, causing Li Run's footsteps to falter as he lowered his optical lens to conceal his sorrow and fatigue. Why is your self-healing ability so remarkable? And why can you absorb the sparks of deceased Cybertronians around you? Li Run felt as though the energy liquid within his circuits began to flow in reverse, Master Titanium's words echoing in his audio receptors. A chilling sensation spread from his fingertips throughout his entire being, condensation oozing from his back armor. The secrets and questions buried deep within his core were now articulated by Master Titanium's unassuming tone. He recalled that fateful day in the mines, the relentless fall of Cybertronians, the spattering of energy liquid, and the blue light symbolizing the lives lost, filling his vision with memories. Slowly, Li Run raised his hand. Upon seeing his fingers and arm armor, he realized he was trembling uncontrollably. He steadied himself, pressing his still quaking hand against his chest plate, feeling the powerful rhythm of the spark within its chamber. He had long sought an answer. After Master Titanium's remarks, he fell silent, seemingly convinced that Li Run would not choose to depart. He truly found it impossible to depart at that moment. Li Run clenched his teeth, stiffly turning around. As he began to speak, he realized the sluggishness of his vocal apparatus. If you wish to know the answer, then remain here and watch that special meeting with me on the communication network. After it concludes, I shall divulge the information. Master Titanium, having spoken, lowered his head once more, resuming his writing with the pen, seemingly indifferent to Li Run's choice. Li Run took several deep breaths to calm himself, contemplating his next move. Just as he prepared to activate the internal communication line, Master Titanium appeared to anticipate his thoughts without even glancing up. Do not initiate any internal communications. If you choose to stay, you may take a seat. The meeting begins in an hour. Enraged and somewhat frustrated, Li Run shut off the internal line, a feeling of suffocation washing over him. Ever since he entered the room, he felt as though Master Titanium was leading him by the nose, leaving him helpless. Furthermore, the room contained no furniture aside from what Master Titanium was using. This table is indeed spacious, Li Run thought, gritting his teeth and glaring at the table. However, his respect for the elder and the moral compass within him prevented him from resorting to such childish means of retaliation against Master Titanium. Thus, Li Run begrudgingly settled on the floor, the pent-up anxiety and anger bubbling forth, prompting him to pierce the silence with a remark directed at the unyielding Master Titanium. Are you so bored that you wish for a companion to watch the live broadcast with you? Do not be as immature as a newly manufactured protoform. Remain quiet, Master Titanium responded, showing no sign of being affected by this mild retaliation. After uttering those words, his hand paused momentarily, but within an instant, he resumed his work as if nothing had occurred. Li Run, still relatively inexperienced, failed to notice the brief interruption. Suppressing his anger, he He resignedly lowered his gaze to organize his thoughts. Though Master Titanium spoke in a peculiar manner, often engaging in monologues, Li Ren did not perceive him as deceitful. He felt the flickering spark within him, affirming that Master Titanium was trustworthy. He had not disclosed anything regarding the blue light or the self-healing abilities of the beings to anyone, including Megatron. Even with his suspicions, the moment he truly understood and confirmed that the blue light represented the extinguished sparks of fallen Cybertronians, he felt an overwhelming sorrow descend upon him, and he lowered his optical sensors in anguish. He had been lost and pained by those blue lights, which symbolized death, and perhaps today, he would finally uncover the answers he had long sought. In the silence, the only sound resonating in the room was the rustling of Master Titanium, his pen against the pages of the book. The current Cybertronians were increasingly eschewing paper books, with many opting for datapads and communication networks to acquire information. Moreover, the act of handwriting with a pen had long been a method discarded by the majority of Cybertronians. Li Ren's gaze followed the trajectory of Master Titanium's right hand, and he couldn't help but ponder whether Master Titanium engaged in this manner of work each day. In the deepest recesses of the archive, a room filled with files and documents, where only a solitary desk and chair reside, someone diligently scribbles with a pen each day, occasionally exchanging words with Orion and the staff who seek him. Yet all of this is merely the product of Li Ren's imagination. Perhaps Master Titanium merely sits at this desk from time to time, or perhaps he has unwittingly imposed his own interpretations upon the scene. Are you lonely? A surge of inexplicable emotion erupted from the embers of his heart, prompting Li Ren to instinctively voice his thoughts. The audio receiver of Master Titanium captured the question, causing him to momentarily pause his actions, his grip on the pen tightening. Lonely? How long had it been since he last heard this question? After vanquishing the Cosmic Emperor, the Civil War had claimed the lives of his siblings one by one, rendering the 13th Prime a mere fleeting legend in the annals of Cybertron. He had witnessed everything, experienced everything, and recorded everything. How many millennia had passed since those times? With the pen of prophecy in hand, he had glimpsed countless outcomes for Cybertron within the Sacred Covenant, intervening and altering events repeatedly in hopes of steering Cybertron towards a brighter future. Yet, regardless of the ultimate outcome, civil war was inevitable, and Cybertron was destined for decline. Familiarity was slipping away. Although Orion was the reincarnation of the 13th Prime, he had long forgotten all that had once been. And when he regained his memories and embraced his mission, Cybertron might already be unrecognizable. Lonely? Master Titanium lowered his optical visor, remaining silent and revealing no trace of emotion before Li Ren. Li Ren's voice dissipated into the air. He refrained from further inquiry, and the room fell into silence once more, the sound of writing resuming. A moment in time passed fleetingly, and Master Titanium activated the screen situated in the corner of the room. The bright and solemn layout of the Grand Council Hall appeared in Li Ren's optical visor, showcasing the serious-faced lawmakers seated high above, each with their wooden mallets, and in the distance, the 13 doors symbolizing the spirit and faith of the 13th Prime. The tiered seating, extending upward from the ground, was filled with Cybertronians who had come to witness the meeting, a diverse array of shapes and paint jobs congregating in this space. Li Ren even noticed a minicon and a combiner seemingly disputing over seating arrangements. The meeting had yet to commence, with Orion and Megatron still absent. Great events require great figures. Master Titanium gazed at the screen and suddenly spoke softly. And sometimes, great events give rise to great figures. Li Ren looked up at Master Titanium in confusion. In this narrative, what role do you perceive yourself as playing? Master Titanium turned to meet the bright blue of Li Ren's optical visor. Li Ren did not avert his gaze. His fists clenched as he articulated the response from the depths of his being. I do not see myself as that great figure. I merely wish to assist my friends and hope for a better Cybertron, rather than a great figure. I believe I am more suited to being a small role that collaborates and supports. Titan Master listened to his response, the optical lenses flickering momentarily. He chose not to elaborate further, redirecting his gaze back to the screen. Although Li Ren was perplexed, he refrained from speaking again, meticulously observing the screen, fearful of missing even the slightest detail. As the meeting time drew near, a palpable hush enveloped the atmosphere. The chimes signaling the commencement of the assembly resonated. as the red and blue adorned Cybertronians resolutely entered the hall through the optical lenses of all the machines. Chapter 46. Presentation. We gather here today to deliberate on the future of Cybertron, as the recent turmoil has shattered the peace of our world. The counselor at the center struck his wooden gavel, declaring that multiple assaults had occurred, and the leader, Unicron, had vanished. It is imperative that Cybertronians be held accountable for these acts of violence. Those perpetrators must release Unicron. Furthermore, we shall examine the legitimacy of the class system today. Gladiator Megatron and Archivist Orion Pax. The Supreme Council grants you the privilege of speaking. Such a gathering is unprecedented. A gladiator and an archivist are afforded the rare opportunity to converse face-to-face with the Supreme Council, determining the destiny of Cybertron. Even though Orion had rehearsed this moment countless times in his mind, he could not suppress the surge of anxiety as he stepped onto the hallowed ground of the Supreme Council chamber. Megatron, you may commence your address. The counselor's words hung in the air, met only by silence, as Megatron appeared to be lost in contemplation. Counselor Batwing let out a derisive snicker, poised a mock, when rhythmic footsteps suddenly echoed throughout the hall. All Cybertronians turned their attention to the imposing silver figure that emerged from an unknown origin, striding boldly towards the witness stand. His bright blue optical lenses meeting the counselors at the podium with unwavering resolve. I am here. Nearly all Cybertronians had encountered Megatron through the communication network. Yet this was the first time they beheld him in person. The counselors behind the podium scrutinized Megatron, whispers gradually filling the air. Silence. The counselor struck his gavel once more, and the previous clamor faded into silence. He regarded Megatron with an authoritative tone. Now, begin your address, Megatron. Before becoming a gladiator, I was a miner in the Chaos mines. Megatron surveyed the Supreme Council chamber, his gaze sweeping over every Cybertronian present, yet the familiar white figure was conspicuously absent. He lowered his optical lenses momentarily to suppress his thoughts and continued. Miners occupy the lowest rung of the Cybertronian class hierarchy, viewed as mere refuse by the upper echelon. While even the middle-tier machines harbor immense disdain for us, many miners lack names, identified only by a number assigned as they descended the assembly line. This number often accompanies us through our perilous and fleeting existence in the mines. Miners represent one of the professions with the highest mortality rates on the planet Cybertron. We toil day and night to power Cybertron, yet we receive scant respect. We must remain vigilant against the ever-looming threat of mining disasters. And we must also be wary of inadvertently offending the mining overseer, lest we find ourselves dismantled in a scrapyard, sold off piece by piece in clandestine dealings. Megatron spoke with a tone laced with disdain. The hall was once again filled with the faint sounds of movement, as some machines recognized that Megatron was referencing the scandal exposed by a high-ranking politician from the Carlo faction. Eventually, I departed from the mines and became a gladiator, fighting in the arena for the amusement of other Cybertronians. With every battle, I gradually awakened to my own consciousness. What do I wish to do? What should I do? Regardless of the answers, I refuse to believe that our existence is solely to satisfy the whims of the elite. Lyth's optical sensor focused intently on the silver figure on the screen, a smile involuntarily creeping across his face. Master Titanium noticed Lyth's joy. Are you pleased? Lyth, taken aback by Master Titanium's engagement, hesitated before responding with smile. Yes, I am delighted that Megatron is finally on the cusp of realizing his ideals. Ideals. Master Titanium chuckled softly to himself. If one day he were to commit a grave error, what would you do? What if Megatron strayed onto the wrong path? Lyth fell silent, listening to Megatron's declaration on the screen, lowering his optical sensor. He is my dearest friend. Should he ever veer off course, I would sacrifice everything to bring him back. Master Titanium sighed silently, gently stroking the sacred document upon the table. Megatron's speech was nearing its conclusion. You have never been willing to spend even a nanosecond considering the value of the lives of those at the bottom. You care only about how much profit we can extract for you, how much enjoyment we can provide. Cybertron requires transformation. Senator Halo regarded him, rapping his gavel. Regarding those recent attacks and the disappearance of the leader of Ariel City, some Cybertronians allege that you directed the organization known as the Decepticons. Those actions are unrelated to me, Megatron replied without hesitation. The Decepticons also have no connection to me. Although their actions have indeed drawn the attention of all Cybertronians to the issues of class society, for which I must express gratitude. However, I do not condone such behavior. All I desire is for Cybertron to become a better place. Huh. So, you indeed support such violent measures? Senator Bat's words were sharp and cutting. It is you and that archivist who have caused the turmoil on Cybertron. I never made such a claim. Do not misinterpret my words. Megatron calmly addressed Senator Bat. Those matters are not related to me or my friends. Silence. Senator Halo's gavel echoed loudly, compelling Senator Bat to fall silent. At that moment, a member of the assembly rapped his gavel, signaling his desire to speak. For millennia, the traditions of Cybertron have endured, and it is precisely this system that has enabled our planet to achieve countless triumphs, allowing all Cybertronians to live in peace and prosperity, ushering in what is now referred to as a golden age. Why, then, should we heed the words of a potential insurgent, one who may have instigated violent assaults? In a bid to alter the long-standing customs of Cybertron, a golden age? Merely a fade constructed upon the oppression of the lower classes. Megatron's tone dripped with derision. You, mind your words, Megatron, the senator retorted, striking the gavel once more. He raised his gavel, directing it towards the silent red and blue figure beside him. There is still another speaker, Orion Pax. Please commence your address. Orion took a deep breath and slowly approached the forefront, raising his gaze towards the assembly and all present Cybertronians. The assertions made by this senator are utterly confounding. Orion spoke with measured confidence, undeterred by the senator's furious glare, directing his attention toward the audience. He noticed that Blur was absent from the hall. Perhaps he was still in discussion with Master Ultramagnus. In the distance, Jazz clenched his fist in encouragement, while Ratchet offered him a subtle nod. Fellow citizens of Cybertron, while Megatron's words may be harsh, there is truth in them. The lower classes have endured the oppressive weight of the class system for far too long. According to this senator, the tradition of class structures has fostered a prosperous existence for the Cybertronian people. But is this prosperity genuinely shared among all? What constitutes true prosperity? What does it mean to live in peace and security? It is the right of every Cybertronian to pursue their chosen path. It is the prerogative of each individual to define their own identity. It is imperative that every Cybertronian's life be treated with dignity. Yet, the upper echelons revel in the fruits of the labor of the lower classes while simultaneously holding them in contempt. Since the days of the 13, whenever Cybertron faced peril, noble Cybertronians have risen to lead the fight against oppression, just as the 13 once united to cast out the Quintessence who sought to invade our world. The Quintessence aimed to enslave us, to control us, treating us as mere tools, stripping away our freedoms and the essence of our existence. But what of the present? The valiant resistance of all Cybertronians once secured our peace and liberty. Yet now, the class system seeks to rob us of our freedoms. Your so-called golden age is but a decayed era. The space bridges are closed, external communications and trade have ceased. In your quest to safeguard your interests, you have forced all classes of Cybertronians into a charade of peace, built upon isolation and stagnation. A true golden age should not witness minors risking their lives while facing persecution. A genuine golden age should not reduce Cybertronian lives to mere expendables. A true golden age should not permit the gladiatorial arenas, where Cybertronians are pitted against one another for the amusement of others. A true golden age should not be characterized by a society stagnant and unwilling to progress. Orion gently adjusted his stance, the blue optical lens gleaming brightly and resolutely as his right hand rested upon his chest plate. He continued, "We must not overlook the leaders of the oppressed. We should not opt for stagnant leaders to maintain a false peace. We must not allow leaders who treat the populace as mere cogs and slaves. The Cybertronians are mechanical beings, yet we are not mere machines. Each of us harbors a unique spark that proves our existence and vitality. No Cybertronian life is devoid of value. The right to freedom belongs to all Cybertronians." For freedom. Chapter 47. The leader we require a completely new leader. Orion's gaze shifted to the side, landing on Megatron. We need a leader who can genuinely guide us towards a brighter and more prosperous future. With Orion's declaration concluded, a silence enveloped the hall, each individual deep in contemplation. regardless of the eventual outcome, and setting aside the question of whether the recent attacks were connected to them. The Halo Senator regarded Orion and Megatron with a serious demeanor. The current turmoil on Cybertron is inextricably linked to both of you. Megatron remained silent, a disdainful snort escaping his vocalizer. Indeed, I acknowledge this, Orion replied without hesitation, his resolve unwavering. The Halo Senator's expression softened slightly as he tapped his gavel. I believe it is time for Cybertron to embrace change. Wait, are you implying? The Bat Senator gazed incredulously at the Halo Senator, joined by a chorus of dissenting voices. You intend to heed the words of these two rebels. Cybertron requires transformation, the Halo Senator stated flatly, directing his gaze toward the other senators. Have you not yet grasped the reality? The class system is crumbling. We have turned a blind eye for far too long. Cybertron deserves a brighter future. Our indifferent leader, Unicron, has lost the bravery and vision he once possessed. Years of complacency have allowed him to forget his responsibilities. We must select a new leader, a right that should belong to Unicron. Rising to his feet, the Halo Senator's resonant voice echoed through every Cybertronian's audio receiver, but he is no longer present. The High Council shall make the decision on his behalf. I speak on behalf of the High Council. The Halo Senator directed his gaze toward the two Cybertronians below the podium. Indeed, Megatron clenched his fists, a barely perceptible glimmer of anticipation flickering within his optical lens. Orion Pax, the High Council appoints you as the leader of Cybertron. The Halo Senator's gavel pointed toward the red and blue figure. You shall unite all Cybertronians and lead us into the future. Gasps and cheers erupted, interspersed with a few curses. What? Orion's optics widened in disbelief as he stammered, Wait, I believe there has been a misunderstanding. I do not consider myself worthy of this. This is the decision of the High Council. The Halo Senator's stern visage broke into a smile. From this moment forth, you shall be known as Optimus Prime. Optimus Prime? At the moment the name was uttered, the initially astonished Laren suddenly felt a wave of dizziness wash over his neuromodules. Memories seemed to flicker rapidly before him. Yet he could not grasp the fleeting images that eluded his mind. The sound of the spark pulsing grew louder, nearly drowning out everything beside the audio receiver. Laren felt his body struggling to find stability. He could only clasp one hand to his cranial casing while the other braced against the ground. The live broadcast on the screen continued unabated. I do not believe I am worthy of this position. I think I am better suited as an archivist. Aurelian's expression gradually transformed from hesitation to resolve. But if this is the choice of the High Council, then I shall fulfill my duties diligently. Enough. An irate voice interrupted him, causing every machine in the hall to turn in shock towards the figure who had suddenly raised his voice. Megatron. Why have you made such a choice? Megatron, please calm down. Aurelian attempted to approach him, only to be forcefully shoved aside. You have chosen a malleable puppet leader to maintain your dominion. Megatron's luminous blue optics began to glow crimson as he glared at the senators behind the podium, vehemently pointing at Aurelian and questioning, You are unwilling to sacrifice your own interests. Do not disrespect the leader. Are you questioning the High Council's decision? A senator admonished sternly. Suddenly, Megatron's right arm transformed into a massive cannon, and before the onlookers could react, he aimed it at the senator. With a flash of blue light and a deafening explosion, both the senator and his podium were obliterated. He has unlocked the weapon module. Screams erupted as the Cybertronians in the hall gazed in terror at the unprecedented weapon manifesting from Megatron's arm. Megatron! Aurelian gasped, his optics widening as he beheld the ominous glow emanating from Megatron's red optics. Why have you done this? This meeting is a farce. Megatron disregarded the guards encroaching with their weapons aimed at him, fixating instead on the red and blue machine before him. You have betrayed me, Aurelian. As Megatron raised his cannon towards Aurelian, a senator shouted, Protect the leader. Yet, the guards poised to fire at Megatron were struck down by an energy blast from an unseen source. Several Cybertronians transformed midair and landed beside Megatron, pointing their weapons at the guards and surrounding Cybertronians. It's the Decepticons. This is an attack orchestrated by Megatron. Megatron, I have not betrayed you. Aurelian's demeanor turned sorrowful as he clenched his fists, his blue optics locking onto Megatron's scarlet glare. Together, we can make Cybertron a better place. Silence. Megatron snarled through clenched teeth, charging his cannon towards Aurelian. Orion gazed upon his once familiar companion, now rendered strange, and despite the looming threat of Megatron, who could obliterate him at any moment, he steadfastly approached, his optics reflecting determination. Are you truly prepared to resolve everything in this manner at this very moment? In the charged atmosphere, Megatron ultimately refrained from unleashing his weapon. After several transformations, the ominous hum of the cannon ceased, and he lowered his right hand, casting a frigid gaze upon the red and blue figure. This is not over, Optimus Prime. I shall be the first to acquire the leadership module. I will demonstrate to all Cybertronians who rightfully deserves to be the true leader. Decepticons onward, Megatron proclaimed, transforming into a sleek silver fighter jet, and with a resounding blast, he breached the ceiling of the High Council chamber. As dust and debris cascaded down and the cries of surrounding Cybertronians filled the air, the fighter jet ascended into the sky, followed closely by the Decepticons who had once encircled Megatron. Several aircraft vanished into the horizon. The once tense hall erupted into a cacophony of discussions, as if every Cybertronian had momentarily forgotten the live broadcast that continued to relay the events unfolding within the High Council chamber. At that moment, Blade could no longer hear the tumult emanating from the screen. Instead, he felt as though his cranial module was fracturing with pain. The dizziness that had initially overwhelmed him gradually morphed into acute discomfort. Enduring the unease, he remained glued to the live feed, witnessing Megatron ruthlessly eliminate the Autobot senator. Realizing that the leader of the Decepticons was indeed Megatron, and observing the irrevocable rift between Megatron and Orion, the spark within him pulsed with disbelief, intertwining with the agony in his cranial module, rendering him incapable of maintaining his form. He curled in anguish, unable to control the overflow of cleansing fluid. The world before his optics blurred, fragmented images bombarding his mind. Yet the most vivid of all was the crimson glow of Megatron's optics. The intolerable pain made Blade's fuel tank churn, and he was uncertain if he could suppress the urge to retch. The dazzling blue radiance clashed with the scarlet optics. The unfamiliar authoritative voice intertwined with Megatron's wrathful roars, Orion's silhouette alongside those brilliant blue optics. All these elements collided chaotically within him, surging forth to assault Blade's consciousness. Master Titanium, observing the trembling figure of Blade in agony, sighed deeply, his optics reflecting a poignant melancholy as he gently caressed Blade's head crest. In his clouded vision, Blade perceived a faint glimmer of blue light. You must remember now. It is time to make your choice. With Master Titanium's words, Blade felt the pain in his cranial module gradually ease, the torment brought forth by his spark beginning to numb. The once indistinct images slowly sharpened, and the muffled sounds began to resonate clearly. A sudden wave of fear and anxiety washed over him, rendering everything around him unfamiliar. With a consciousness that was still somewhat unclear, Li Ren felt an urgent desire to reach the comforting presence of his beloved machine. Yet, Megatron was absent, as were Starscream and Orion. I must return to the clinic. I must return to the clinic. Li Ren abruptly stood and dashed outside, longing to return to the place he knew best. Master Titanium did not intervene, merely gazing with a complex expression at Li Ren's retreating white figure. Regardless of the choices made, the outcome would ultimately remain the same. Amid the astonished gazes of the Cybertronians in the archive, Li Ren disregarded the files he collided with, stumbling out into the open air. The moment he reached the road, he could hardly contain himself, transforming into a sports car and speeding towards Calron. The light on the horizon gradually dimmed, and in the ensuing darkness of Cybertron, the only illumination was the relentless blaze of war. Fate had officially set itself in motion at that moment. Chapter 48. Destiny. The energy of the Allspark was gradually waning, and the continuation of life on Cybertron required an entirely new Allspark. The Cybertronians could not accommodate the nearly obliterating power of that energy. However, a soul from another world could bear it. Are you willing to make a deal with me? A brilliant blue light enveloped him, and a commanding voice reached the ears of the dark-haired youth floating in the air, his features obscured. Is this Primus? Have I truly crossed over? How beautiful the blue is. It resembles the color of Optimus Prime's optics, truly befitting of a leader. In truth, I am quite willing. Though according to the conventions of such crossings, I ought to pose a question. The youth's tone was lively, as though the recent unexpected demise had left no mark upon him. What can I gain from his transaction? You shall receive a brand new life on Cybertron. Primus gazed upon the clear and luminous soul of the human he had chosen. Is that so? The youth pondered, lowering his head. If I agree, can I help more people, or rather, more Cybertronians? The spark stored within the Allspark will be reborn after all, is concluded. Then I agree. The youth's response was unexpectedly decisive, catching Primus slightly off guard. I never imagined I would cross over. I have no lingering attachments to that world. I'm simply elated to live again. His words carried a smile, adding, moreover, this world is that of Transformers. Will I be able to meet Optimus Prime? Of course. Primus replied. Is there anything I need to do? The youth appeared eager. My energy will merge with your soul, forming your spark, which will also constitute another Allspark for Cybertron. Primus's tone held a hint of complexity. The Allspark possessed an attraction to sparks, automatically gathering the sparks of deceased Cybertronians around you. And what about the original Allspark? The youth inquired. It shall not temporarily lose its capabilities. Once you have gathered sufficient energy from the sparks, you must merge the original source of the spark with your own. At that moment, a brand new source of spark will be born. That sounds rather effortless. The youth chuckled, his gaze lowered as if recalling something. It is not as simple as it seems, is it? Nevertheless, I am prepared. Primus discerned that the figure before him had perhaps gleaned some insights. Yet he still smiled in agreement, sighing softly. Then awaken, child. In the shared realm, Liren observed as the indistinct visage of the dark-haired youth gradually faded into the shadows. So, I was originally human? Liren's words brimmed with curiosity, pondering why he felt an oddity upon awakening. Why, then, do I suffer from amnesia? Because your soul does not belong to this world. Primus's voice reverberated near Liren's audio receptors. While I can shield your soul from being crushed by the repulsion forces, it inevitably incurs some damage. The sparks of the primordials harbor my power. Proximity to them will hasten the restoration of your soul. Thus, it dawned on Liren why he felt an inexplicable affinity towards Aurelian and Master Titan. I initially intended to reconstruct a new body for you, to send you to Master Titan and the 13. However, my strength is waning, and I am unable to achieve this while simultaneously safeguarding your soul. In desperation, I had no choice but to implant your spark into the body of a Cybertronian whose spark had just returned to its source. That being is 24. The very body you inhabit, Liren mused, gazing at his hands. Consequently, he had met 16 in the mines. Liren gently caressed his chest plate, within which the vibrant spark pulsated, merging his soul with the hopes of Cybertron's future. Suddenly, he was reminded of a dream he had forgotten. Why did I dream of Megatron slaying me? I apologize for not informing you sooner. The energy of a Cybertronian spark may influence your soul, rendering your emotional module more sensitive. As the sparks accumulate, this condition will intensify, Primus replied softly. Due to your absence from the primordials, your soul could not be mended, causing your memories to intertwine with the future, leading you to experience those visions. Such dreams bore no benefit to your body and soul, hence I temporarily erased that memory. The heightened sensitivity of the emotional module led Liren to contemplate the shadows he could not surpass during his medical training. If he surmised correctly, the war on Cybertron would inevitably come, and the situation would only worsen. In times of conflict, this could be fatal. If he wished to save more Cybertronians, he must resolve this issue. Although Master Luanxing had advised against relying on the shutdown of the emotional module to solve problems, he wondered, can I adjust the emotional module to address this dilemma? His optical sensors sparkled with anticipation. Your emotional module's resilience will surpass that of an average Cybertronian, as long as you do not consistently opt for complete shutdown. Primus understood why Liren posed that question. He was already aware of everything. Yet, gazing at Laren's luminous optical lens, a wave of sorrow unexpectedly surged within him. Why, then, does my memory as a human remain so unclear? Liren had an impression of Megatron's form, and if he was not mistaken, they were in the world of the Leader's Testament. Knowing the narrative could have rendered his subsequent actions more advantageous, but that memory was as if it had been tossed into a paint bucket and stirred chaotically, appearing distorted and muddled. It was due to fate, Primus sighed. Fate? Liren was taken aback. Cybertron was destined for decline and extinction. The 13th Prime, Optimus Prime, would ultimately become the leader of Cybertron, the savior in times of crisis, and his existence would inevitably be accompanied by his lifelong nemesis, Megatron. Miner 16 and Gladiator Megatron would undoubtedly rise to lead the Decepticons, and the mine should have been devoid of any survivors other than Megatron. However, the power of the Allspark timely repaired your form, making you another survivor. I am sorry, child, but this is his fate, no matter how much you anticipate. You cannot alter it. Wait. Laren's optical lens widened as he could not help but interrupt Primus's discourse. Are you implying that the reason for the demise of the miners, the path Megatron chose, is all due to fate? Is it truly fate that destined Megatron to transform from an idealist into a tyrant? Is it because of this so-called fate that so many Cybertronians perished? Is it fate that led to the rift between Orion and Megatron? Is it fate that ignited the war? Laren had traversed through time. He adored the tales of Transformers, where Megatron and Optimus were destined adversaries, and the two factions were bound to engage in wars spanning millions of years. All the stories he had encountered echoed this unchanging narrative. Yet, he had met 16, and he knew that the tyrant once brimmed with ideals, yearning to make Cybertron a better place. He had met Orion, understanding that the future calm and silent leader was once so optimistic and naive. The deaths of miners in the mines, the victims of attacks, the countless Cybertronians who perished in war, these were merely glossed over in the tales. Yet they vividly unfolded before Laren's optical lens. This was not a story separated by screens or pages. It was the tangible world. Is everything dictated by fate? If he had recovered his memories sooner, if he had known earlier what Megatron would do in the future, if he had engaged in more dialogue with Megatron, perhaps to dissuade him from pursuing power and violence. He did not believe his influence would be monumental, but perhaps Megatron would reconsider his perspective. Perhaps war need not have erupted, yet they had continually missed each other, an invisible wall separating them. Therefore, after leaving the mines, Laren felt that his voice emitted from his vocalizer was dry and perplexed during each missed encounter with Megatron. That was no coincidence, Primus murmured softly. Huh. A dull ache assailed his spark, and the crimson optics of Megatron resurfaced in his mind module. Blade could not help but chuckle, pondering, since I cannot alter anything, since war is inevitable, and everything is governed by that damned fate, what significance does my existence hold? Is it merely to serve as a vessel for the deceased Cybertronian spark? From the moment you regained your memories, the future was irrevocably altered. The original Megatron had no companions to escape the mines with him. Primus's intangible hand brushed against Blade's head crest. Blade had altered the previously predetermined path of the future. Yet the sacred covenant of Primus unveiled an entirely new destiny. Primus did not articulate this thought. What were the original fates of Orion and Megatron? Blade inquired once more. He should have known, yet it seemed that every detail related to the past was shrouded in obscurity, as if to prevent him from interfering. The darkness before him gradually twisted, revealing a scene. Blade beheld Megatron's form, ensnared by the dark energy wielded by the Cosmic Emperor, opting for self-exile after being vanquished by the Autobots. Optimus Prime, in pursuit of Cybertron's rebirth, leaped into the well of sparks. Blade's optics reflected the brilliant sparks surging forth from the well. Such an ending was not meant to be. Blade clenched his fists. I can change all of this. Can't I? If this is fate, then he shall shatter it. Their conclusion should not be one of tragedy. Indeed, Primus softly replied, I am currently too weak to assist you, but I can bestow upon you a small gift. In the future, you shall understand its significance. Should you have further queries, feel free to call upon me. If I am not ensnared in slumber, I shall respond promptly. Now, it is time to awaken and continue your journey, my child. Chapter 49. Invitation. The imagery before his optics blurred, and an overwhelming fatigue surged through Blade's mind module. He felt his form gradually descending into darkness. Upon reopening his optics, the white ceiling of the clinic greeted his visual sensors, and Blade realized he had returned to the room of Karen's clinic. He recalled hastily leaving the archives in a daze and arriving back at the clinic as swiftly as possible, only to have his optics black out upon entering the room. Then came that dreamlike conversation with Primus. Blade slowly sat upright, momentarily dazed, lowering his optics to keenly sense the pulsation of the spark within the chamber. The spark stored in the well would be reborn after everything had concluded. Primus's words still echoed beside his audio receptors. Suddenly, the intercom crackled to life, and Blade discovered that the internal clock indicated a full 3 days had passed since the special council meeting, with a recent message coming from Wheeljack. Wheeljack, Blade, where are you? Megatron, Wheeljack, Blade, respond to me. Luanxing, has Megatron taken you away, Li Ren? For the past 3 days, Luanxing has incessantly sent messages to Li Ren. Observing the growing urgency in those messages, Li Ren hastily replied. Li Ren, teacher, I am here. Luanxing, thank Primus, you nearly scared me to death. Where have you been? Why haven't you responded? Li Ren, I returned to the clinic 3 days ago. Due to certain, shall we say, unusual circumstances, I have been unable to check my messages. Li Ren, I apologize for causing you concern, teacher. Luanxing, as long as you are well, that is what matters. Is the unusual circumstance related to Megatron? Are you aware? Li Ren paused momentarily, suppressing the tumultuous emotions that surged within him, and continued to respond. Li Ren, yes. I am aware now, and I am fine. You need not worry about me, teacher. Luanxing, very well. Recently, Iron Fortress has been short-staffed, and I need to remain here temporarily to assist at the ambulance point. Take good care of yourself at the clinic. A sense of helplessness washed over Li Ren, prompting a smile to break across his face. Li Ren, teacher, I am no longer a mere protoform. Luanxing, all right. Wait for me at the clinic. I will return in a few days. If any patients come seeking treatment, attend to them if you can, but do not force yourself if you cannot help. Luanxing, when I return, we shall have a good talk. Do not overthink things. Perhaps the situation is not as dire as it seems. Li Ren, understood. I will await your return, teacher. With a sigh, Li Ren closed Luanxing's message and noticed that a few other individuals in the communication line had also sent him messages. Upon seeing the name Megatron, Li Ren fell silent for a long while, ultimately choosing not to open it. Instead, he evasively clicked on the messages from others. Aurelian inquired about his well-being and whether he needed assistance. Li Ren replied to Aurelian, assuring him that he was fine, but received no immediate response in return. Li Ren speculated that Aurelian must be exceedingly busy of late. Although he had yet to acquire the leadership module, he had already become the rightful leader of Cybertron. Leadership is a far cry from being an archivist. The once idealistic and innocent Aurelian would now become the stoic Optimus Prime. A wave of melancholy washed over Li Ren, prompting another sigh. He then opened the messages from Jazz and the ambulance. Both were inquiring about his whereabouts and whether he had encountered any danger. Li Ren promptly replied, reassuring them of his safety. Next was Robert, who, as before, insisted that Li Ren come find him after returning to Kalon. With a hint of resignation, Li Ren replied that he would go today. Finally, only one message remained. Taking a deep breath, Li Ren opened the message for Megatron. The messages for Megatron were few, but for the past couple of days, he had sent one at intervals. Megatron, Li Ren, where are you? Megatron, you did not attend the High Council Hall. Did you watch the live stream? Megatron, Li Ren. A day prior, he had sent his last message. G24's, Li Ren, are you willing to join the Decepticons? Upon hearing this, Li Ren's movements faltered and his fingers involuntarily curled. Joining the Decepticons? He suddenly realized that Cybertron had been divided into two factions, the Autobots and the Decepticons. No Cybertronian could escape the impending maelstrom of war. Li Ren did not believe he could evade conflict in the cosmos without aligning himself with either side, ultimately enjoying a peace forged from the accumulation of countless lives once Cybertron regained its vitality. Moreover, to alter the fates of Optimus Prime and Megatron, he must comprehend the actions of both the Autobots and the Decepticons. Based on his vague memories and understanding of the Transformer saga, the flames of war between the Autobots and Decepticons would inevitably engulf Earth. As thoughts of Earth and the human condition flitted through his mind, Li Ren momentarily lost his focus, yet he quickly set those distractions aside. More pressing matters demanded his attention. He knew he must choose between the two factions. Had Li Ren just traversed here, he would have undoubtedly aligned himself with the Autobots, not solely out of admiration for Optimus Prime, but because he believed the Autobots' principles resonated more closely with his own. However, Megatron was his most cherished friend. Reflecting on all he had endured with 16 and G24's, a wave of bittersweet emotion surged within his spark. He yearned to guide Megatron back onto the right path. He longed to stand by his best friend. Yet the image of Megatron ruthlessly executing Senator Halo, along with the casualties of those assaults, perpetually flashed before Li Ren's optical sensors. He simply could not reconcile himself with the Decepticons' methods. In the theater of war, whose hands would ultimately remain untainted. Internally grappling with his conflict, Li Run sighed as he gazed at the clinic's pristine walls. Just a little longer, until teacher Luan Xing returns. His fingers trembled slightly, yet he still replied to the message. Li Run, I'm sorry, I need more time to think. To his surprise, Megatron responded swiftly. Zhen Tianzun, I await your decision at any moment. Li Ren lowered his optical sensors, his fingers trembling beside him, as he typed a message only to delete it. He was uncertain whether Megatron would heed his words. In any world, he was notorious as a tyrant, and Optimus Prime could not persuade this former friend to reconsider. In the silence that followed, Li Ren felt compelled to make one last attempt. Li Run, Megatron, must we truly resort to violence to achieve our goals? Zhen Tianzun, without violence, they will never heed our voices, Li Run. But what of the subsequent violence? You have become the illustrious leader of the Decepticons, wielding considerable influence, yet the violence has not ceased. Li Ren sighed deeply, slowly rising amidst his sorrow. Even as he spoke of altering the destinies of Optimus Prime and Megatron, he remained utterly uncertain of where to begin. He struggled to discern the intricate details of the unfolding narrative, uncertain about the subsequent developments, unable to decisively choose between the two factions. In his bewilderment, Li Ren resolved to visit Robert first to examine his physique. An unhealthy body could prove fatal should war ensue. With Luan Xing absent from Karen, Li Ren took up the medical kit and transformed it, setting off towards the shop nestled in the corner. Whether it was merely his illusion, the streets of Karen appeared notably quieter than usual, with fewer Cybertronians visible along the way. Lost in contemplation, he soon arrived at the shop. This time, Robert was not busily repairing items at his workbench. Instead, he leaned back in his chair, intently observing the pocket watch in his hand, while his cane rested against the edge of a nearby cabinet. The shop felt somewhat different. As Li Ren reflected, he suddenly realized that the usual faint sounds of objects in motion from the cabinets were conspicuously absent today. The shop was eerily silent. Robert lifted his gaze and let out a soft grunt upon seeing Li Ren enter. Young man, I told you to come see me as soon as possible. Apologies, sir. There were some special circumstances, Li Ren replied, helplessly placing the medical kit aside and raising his hands. May I assist you in examining your physique today? Very well. Robert responded decisively, leaving Li Ren momentarily speechless, though he knew they had to complete today's tasks first. Of course, sir. Li Ren smiled, elated that Robert had finally come to a resolution. Observing Li Ren's grin, Robert emitted a faint hum from his voice module, retracting the watch and casting aside the optical lens. He rose and approached the cabinet, manipulating several objects as he had done before. Li Ren noticed that Robert had not taken his cane. His gait appeared significantly more stable than before, and even the left leg, which had seemed somewhat troubled, appeared much improved. Mr. Robert, your leg. Li Ren ventured cautiously. Robert paused for a moment, waved his hand dismissively, and replied softly, It was never a lifelong injury. Once the core is at ease, everything falls into place. Li Ren felt a twinge of confusion, yet as Robert continued his actions, the hidden room once again unfolded before Li Ren's eyes, compelling him to temporarily suppress his queries. Bring those items out, Robert instructed, gesturing towards the box beside the medical bed. Li Ren nodded, stepping forward and bending down before the box. His physique acutely sensed Robert's presence drawing near behind him, yet he felt no malice, assuming Robert merely wished to take a closer look. However, the next moment, a slight sting pierced his neck, and he suddenly realized that his systems were sequentially shutting down. What? Li Ren's motion module faltered, freezing him in place as his optical lens anxiously swiveled to glimpse the elderly man behind him. Is it a virus? What does Robert intend to do? He heard Robert exhale deeply as the elder gently supported him, placing his body upon the adjacent medical bed, beneath the glaring white light above. Li Ren gazed at the indistinct figure of Robert standing at the bedside, shrouded in obscurity. Chapter 50, Memories, Mr. Robert. It appears as though your motion module is completely isolated from the brain module. No matter how fervently Li Ren attempts to activate it, there is no response. He perceives that Robert harbors no malice towards him, yet the sensation of being at the mercy of another stirs his spark with fervent agitation. This scene even renders Li Ren somewhat dazed. He recalls lying in this very spot while Robert extracted components from his transformation gears. And perhaps it was at this location that Megatron underwent his own mechanical enhancements. It is merely a minor virus. Soon, Your system will autonomously eliminate it, Robert remarked, sensing the helplessness emanating from the machine before him. Rarely, he offered a measure of reassurance to Li Ren. Continuing his work as an array of familiar yet foreign tools was arranged upon the workstation beside the medical bed. What do you intend to do? Li Ren inquired with a hint of confusion. If there is anything you require of me, please do not hesitate to express it. I will cooperate. Robert paused in his tasks, bowing his head in silence. The immobility of his body intensified the oppressive atmosphere of silence for Li Ren, a wave of anxiety surging within his spark. However, it was not long before Robert spoke again, though he did not address Li Ren's question. Instead, he gazed at the large white machine's blue optical lens, his tone so soft it seemed like a soliloquy. When I first laid eyes upon the two of you, a singular thought crossed my mind: how remarkably similar you are. Both of you belong to the lower echelons, inseparable in your forms. Even your words and ideals echo those of 16, strikingly alike. Robert lowered his optical lens, and after an indeterminate span of years, it felt as though he had returned to that initial moment when he first heard his friend's words, brimming with dreams and aspirations. Robert, I refuse to accept that machines of the lower class are destined to remain so for eternity. We have the power to choose our own paths, do we not? Vito had said enthusiastically to Robert. That is a system established by the High Council. I do not believe we possess the ability to alter their decisions, Robert replied. In his youth, Robert's right optical lens lacked an eyepiece, and his left leg was uninjured. He gazed helplessly at his friend, whose optical lens gleamed with fervor, pondering whether it was more fruitful to consider the day's ration of energy blocks rather than indulge in fanciful aspirations. But your manufacturing prowess is remarkable. You could even assemble a new device from a heap of discarded parts. Vito countered, undeterred by Robert's pragmatism. You could easily become a craftsman. I do not find that particularly impressive. I merely enjoy tinkering with things. It is a modest hobby, one you could certainly pursue as well, Robert replied, his tone lifting slightly. But that requires you to devote the time you squander daily contemplating escapes to observing components instead. Spare me, for I am not adept in such matters. Vito feigned surrender, his hand stealthily reaching toward subspace. Thus, my efforts are insufficient, and I can only maintain basic functions. Do not scorn me. What met Robert's optical lens was a golden pocket watch, its craftsmanship far from exquisite, even rather crude. Yet the radiant gold illuminated Robert's optical lens at that moment. Robert was momentarily struck dumb. With a swift motion, his friend thrust the pocket watch into Robert's hand, chuckling. I did my utmost. This is the finest I could craft. The subsequent improvements are up to you. I am certain you will excel. Regaining his composure, Robert gazed at the pocket watch in his grasp, warmth burgeoning within the embers of his spirit. He stifled the urge to smile, carefully stowing the watch in his subspace, muttering, It's rather unattractive. Hey, if you continue to speak thus, I shall reclaim it. Vito, aware that Robert secretly cherished the watch, feigned an attempt to snatch it back with a grin. Once given, it belongs to me. Robert deftly evaded Vito's playful maneuver. All right, truth be told, it isn't half bad. Humph. Vito settled onto the ground. Robert joined him, and the two savored a rare tranquility amidst the tumult of their endeavors. Robert, I yearn to transform Cybertron in my own way. Vito's voice seemed to echo from afar. Robert could not recall how he had responded, whether he had expressed agreement and support, advised his friend against such fanciful dreams, or remained silent. Ultimately, none of it mattered anymore. His hand tightly clutched the pocket watch, its internal components barely functioning. I envisioned Megatron as him, and you as me. Yet, I later realized that Megatron is not him, and you are not me. I lack your fortitude and bravery. I did not choose to selflessly sacrifice my interests when he desperately required aid. Thus, he perished. Not long after, Vito endeavored to promote his ideas and indeed garnered the support of some Cybertronians. Robert consistently stood by his friend's side. However, the divergent beliefs and actions of the lower-tier mechs eventually stirred the attention of certain upper-tier mechs. They could not bear to witness the growing number of Vito's supporters from the lower echelons encroaching upon their interests. Robert and his companions lacked sufficient firepower. Despite Robert's attempts to devise various weapons for defense, the disparity in strength resulted in significant casualties. The upper-tier mechs, rather than merely eliminating a threat to their interests, treated the hunt of these lower-tier mechs as a sport. They indiscriminately dispatched mechs to pursue Vito and his supporters, watching from the shadows, laughing at the unfolding chaos. Even wagering on who would claim more lower-tier mech lives. As Robert and Vito fled, a bullet grazed Robert's right optical lens, and the connection joint of his left leg was struck, nearly incapacitating him. Vito supported him through the alley, energy fluid dripping steadily onto the ground. "Do not worry about me. You must escape." Robert lifted his head weakly. "What foolish talk. I will not abandon you." Vito gritted his teeth, bearing most of Robert's weight. In the midst of their flight, Vito's gaze was suddenly drawn to a pile of debris in the corner of the alley, substantial enough to conceal a Cybertronian. His optical sensors flared with renewed determination. He swiftly assisted Robert to that location, carefully lowering him to lean against the wall, gradually accumulating debris around him until most of Robert's form was concealed, with only the final box remaining to completely obscure his presence. Robert's voice was faint, his optical lens clouding intermittently. "It is worth it." Vito interrupted angrily. "Do not speak. I will divert those machines and return to find you once it is safe." With that, he busied himself with the surrounding energy fluid, ensuring Robert remained hidden without any exposure. Once everything was in place, Vito took a deep breath and wedged the last box into the gap. Robert could only observe the outside world through a narrow crevice, faint light filtering through and casting a glow upon his form. He heard Vito's footsteps receding, soon followed by several heavy, rhythmic steps pursuing the direction Vito had taken. Robert knew these were the hunters sent by the higher-ups. He dared not make a sound, acutely aware of the energy fluid slowly trickling down from a shattered, dim right along the surface of his faceplate. He was powerless to act, left only to pray for his friend. In the midst of silence, Robert heard footsteps drawing near, his spark beating heavily. Those were not Vito's footsteps. Their rhythm was steady and likely belonged to one of the pursuers. Anxiety pressed against the circuits of Robert's form and the neural modules in his brain, as if some heavy weight rested upon his fuel tank. The sound emitter stifled under the threat of impending doom. The footsteps grew closer, nearly reaching the debris. Condensation trickled down his back armor as Robert watched a tall shadow loom over the faint light of the crevice until he was completely engulfed in darkness. It seemed Vito was determined to draw one machine away, and perhaps without him as a burden, he could survive longer. Robert felt his consciousness beginning to blur, and he lowered his optical lens. "Hey, I am here." Chapter 51, The Pocket Watch. "Hey, I am here." A voice suddenly echoed from nearby. It was Vito's voice. Robert's optical lens snapped open. The shadow that had cloaked him was drawn away by Vito's presence, turning to leave the area. The light streaming back through the crevice illuminated Robert once again. He desperately moved closer to the opening, witnessing the tall pursuer chase after the Vito who had returned unbeknownst to him. Vito retreated while taunting the pursuers, subtly shifting his gaze toward Robert's direction. Their eyes met in the air, and Vito offered Robert a smile before resolutely turning to lead the pursuers far from that place. "Wait." Robert widened his optical lens, fully aware that he must act. He could not allow Vito to sacrifice himself for him. As long as he could topple the surrounding debris, as long as he could produce sound, as long as he could create sufficient noise, the pursuers would notice him, granting Vito a chance to gain precious moments for his escape. Yet for some inexplicable reason, a fleeting hesitation washed over him in that instant. Robert felt his vocal apparatus stutter. He strained to expand his intake mechanism, but it merely emitted a faint gasp. He attempted to maneuver his body forcefully, yet the movement module seemed utterly non-functional, as if his vibrant soul were tethered to a fragmented, makeshift shell. Despite his desperate desire to react, the body remained unresponsive. What was the cause of this? Was it fear that gripped him in that moment? Was it a desire to survive? Was it the selfish instinct to preserve himself that surfaced? In mere moments, Vito and the pursuers had vanished, the gap too narrow for Robert to perceive their figures. He gradually succumbed to an overwhelming fatigue from the draining energy, slipping into unconsciousness amidst worry and anguish. He had anticipated perishing within the shadows cast by the heap of debris, yet ironically, he remained alive. And Vito was dead, struggling to extricate himself from the wreckage. Robert felt time come to a standstill upon witnessing the shattered remnants of Vito's body. Trembling, he retrieved the pocket watch, inadvertently damaged during the flight from his subspace. A heart-wrenching wail escaped his vocal apparatus. It seemed that the primary objective of the higher-tier machines had been Vito. After his demise, they mockingly concluded their farce, oblivious to Robert, who had narrowly escaped. Unable to suppress the guilt and anguish within his core, Robert yearned for death. Yet he discovered himself ensnared in this world, repeatedly teetering on the brink of death only to find opportunities for survival. He contemplated fulfilling Vito's aspirations, but fear overtook him. He became timid and irritable, even developing a trepidation of light. Though he had survived, it felt as though he had eternally succumbed to the shadows cast by the debris. In that moment, Robert came to understand that he did not truly wish to die. He desired to live, even if that existence was steeped in sorrow. For the sake of survival, he dragged his damaged body and endeavored to leverage his skills. Ironically, just as Vito had foretold, many machines marveled at his exceptional craftsmanship, including a select few from the higher echelon. Robert's business flourished, ultimately leading him to establish his own workshop. His reputation grew, and he gradually became one of the most renowned artisans in Karen. Rather than situating his shop in a bustling, conspicuous locale frequented by Cybertronians, he opted for a dim, inconspicuous corner. He refrained from repairing his damaged right optical lens. Instead, he learned to modify his body and crafted a golden eyepiece from the completely broken components of the pocket watch, which proved more advantageous for intricate tasks. His left leg had long since healed, yet for reasons unknown, despite the absence of any discernible issue. Each step Robert took was accompanied by a piercing pain akin to that of a drill. Initially, the agony was so severe it rendered him incapable of moving normally. Perhaps this was his penance. Robert gazed at his left leg, a bitter smile crossing his lips. Aside from the ocular device affixed to his right eye, he had made no modifications to his body, and the pain incessantly served as a reminder of his transgressions. If this was indeed punishment, it was rather gentle in nature. Robert had repaired the pocket watch gifted to him by Vito, and the timepiece, restored by his own hands, gleamed with an elegance surpassing its former state. As his fingers caressed the watch's exterior, he slowly lowered the optical device. Yet, he found himself yearning for its original coarse appearance. Time passed gradually, and Robert began to experiment with crafting weapons, bombs, energy guns, energy cannons. He would gaze at the smoothly functioning watch, perpetually contemplating the day when he would forge a weapon powerful enough to exact revenge on Vito. However, those weapons ultimately bore the mark of Robert's creation, transforming from instruments of vengeance into mere decorative pieces for display. Robert lived a life marked by cowardice and suffering. He had not anticipated surviving for so long. Long enough to grow accustomed to the pain in his left leg, long enough to become the most skilled craftsman in Karen, sought after by the elite for custom creations, and long enough to nearly forget the courageous, vibrant youth he once was. At times, he despondently contemplated embedding explosives within the items commissioned by the elite, envisioning a single explosion that could take down a detestable figure among them, thereby ending his ludicrous existence. Yet, fear prevailed, perhaps much like that fateful day. His desire for life eclipsed his beliefs and bravery, with selfishness eroding his spark. He numbly fulfilled the orders of the elite, crafting one pleasing ornament after another. One day, a miner named Bienzu entered the shop to commission a polisher, and Robert recognized the bodyguard accompanying him as one of Randon's protectors. Coupled with the troubling news he had recently heard, he couldn't help but feel a twinge of sympathy for the lower-class worker. But that was all, with the bodyguard present. He could not risk alerting Bienzu. After much time had passed, another machine entered the shop with the same bodyguard, this time accompanied by Randon, who did not seem to be in the company of Bienzu. Robert surmised what had transpired and, after a prolonged hesitation, casually inquired, "Mr. Randon, is the watch you commissioned intended as a gift for Mr. Bienzu?" Upon receiving Randon's response, Robert felt a sense of inevitability wash over him, yet he said nothing further, merely accepting the commission. In a moment of clarity, he realized, with dismay, that he had become increasingly numb and cold. Had it been Vito, or perhaps the version of himself from the past, he would likely have felt a surge of anger at this situation. Yet now, aside from a flicker of sympathy, he found himself devoid of any deeper emotion. The turning point came on the day when 16 and 24 arrived at the shop. The lengthy existence and familiarity with the Cybertronian entities allowed Robert to discern the remnants of dust and fragments of energy cubes nestled in the crevices of the two machines, leading him to deduce their identities with ease. He understood that projecting his feelings for Vito onto those two minors was unwarranted. Yet, the resemblance was uncanny, and he found himself unable to restrain the emotions surging within him. A flicker of hope ignited within his core. Perhaps 16 could realize Vito's ideals. Thus, when 16, now dubbed Megatron, approached him for body modifications, Robert immediately thought of the machine that was likely a triple changer upon learning of Megatron's damaged transformation gear. However, Robert did not anticipate that Blade would soon seek him out, proactively addressing the issue regarding Megatron's transformation gear. Instinctively, he regarded Blade as a reflection of himself, and, with a tone laced with irony, aggressively interrogated the machine that had committed no wrongdoing. "Mr. Robert, it seems you're not particularly fond of me." Blade's retort echoed through his audio receptors. In that instant, Robert felt as though all his dark thoughts had been exposed to the blinding sunlight, rendering him a pitiful, laughable machine mouse that could only exist in the shadows. He was the least qualified to question Blade. Upon hearing Blade unhesitatingly acknowledge his identity as a triple changer and express a willingness to sacrifice his transformation gear for Megatron, Robert could not help but chuckle. A dull ache radiating from within his spark as cleansing fluid gradually surged toward his optical lens, which he desperately suppressed. He should have foreseen this. He had long realized that Blade was different from him, braver, more resolute, and kinder. Blade was a vibrant, luminous Cybertronian, not a mockery of a projection created by a despicable being like himself. On that day, Robert sensed the deterioration within his own body. A premonition took root in his spark. He feared his time was short. Rather than passively enduring the final moments of his existence, he aspired to undertake something meaningful. He endeavored to appease the higher-ups with his exquisite craftsmanship, serving those responsible for his friend's demise. Yet, perhaps Blade could achieve even greater things with this technology. He might live a better life because of it. Blade did not disappoint Robert's expectations, swiftly absorbing the knowledge. Robert noticed the pocket watch deteriorating day by day. Despite his efforts to repair it, it gradually ceased to function normally. The pain within his own body intensified. However, perhaps due to the fact that he finally acted rightly, or that he was gradually breaking free from the shackles that had long bound him, the pain that had plagued his left leg for half his life began to wane. Today marked the final moment. Regaining his composure, Robert gazed at Blade and spoke softly. "I once believed that restoring Megatron's transformation gear, modifying his body, and aiding him in weapon creation would atone for my sins. However, I was mistaken. I merely birthed another, greater sin. Megatron is not Vito. He venerates violence and yearns for power. Megatron will inevitably allow the flames of war to spread to every corner of Cybertron. And all of this is inextricably linked to the weapons he provides. Throughout my long and absurd life, I have committed numerous errors. Yet teaching you those skills may be the most prudent decision I have ever made. I am uncertain whether you have joined the Decepticons, regardless of your choice. I hope you can preserve your original essence and beliefs. There is something I have withheld from you. You possess remarkable talent, and you have excelled in everything I have taught you. You are an exceptional student. Utilize those skills wisely and stride toward your own future. Mr. Robert, your unease permeates the embers of the Blade. These words, reminiscent of a final testament, compel Blade to desperately attempt to rise and inquire of Robert. Yet, under the virus's influence, all efforts are in vain, and even a single finger cannot be moved. He urgently questions, is it due to health issues with the body? I can assist you. You must free yourself from this virus. Robert smiles gently, raising a hand to caress Blade's head sculpture, his left optical lens brimming with anticipation for Blade. In a soft voice, he states, "This is all I can teach you. Live well, Blade." This marks the first time Robert addresses Blade by name, and the first time Blade witnesses Robert smile. Before he can react, Robert seems to manipulate his body in some manner, and Blade feels his systems gradually shutting down, his vocalizer unable to produce a sound. Do not log off. Amidst fading vision and dwindling consciousness, Blade struggles in vain against the responses of his body. Only able to catch a glimpse of Robert's eyepiece and the exquisitely crafted pocket watch resting nearby, two brilliant gold reflections captured in his optical lens. Ultimately, that golden hue dissolves into endless darkness. The golden pocket watch silently ceases its operation. Chapter 52. Fatigue when Blade reactivates. He finds himself inexplicably back at the clinic. Did Robert bring him back? Where is Robert? He suddenly sits up, momentarily halted by the unfamiliar weight and sensation of his body armor. Blade widens his optical lens. Incredulous, as he gazes down at his form, he rushes to the mirror, where the familiar blue and white paint scheme reflects back at him. Yet his body appears almost unrecognizable. It is a body modification. Blade suddenly realizes why Robert incapacitated him with the virus. Robert's words, akin to a final farewell, echo in his mind module as he suppresses the spark that races with anxiety and urgency. He dashes to seize the medical kit that was returned with him, bursting through the door and transforming, speeding toward Robert's shop. The door to Robert's shop stands firmly shut. Blade pushes it open, only to be struck dumb by the sight before his optical lens. All the meticulous items that once adorned the shelves have vanished, and the entire shop is hauntingly silent. The workspace was cluttered with discarded debris, no longer reminiscent of its former order. Most importantly, Robert was not seated at the workbench as he once was. He was absent. Liren attempted to open the concealed chamber in the cabinet as Robert had, but found the mechanism seemingly malfunctioning. No matter how he tried, the cabinet remained immovable. His hands trembled slightly as he endeavored to calm himself. What if Robert had merely stepped away? Yet he knew all too well the truth of the matter. Liren sat in the chair before the workbench, lost in thought for a long while, his gaze drifting into the void as he softly uttered, "Primus, are you there?" It was as if an unseen force brushed against him, and then a voice emanated from beside his audio receiver. "I am here." Liren tightened his fists, his voice faltering. He struggled to articulate the words that followed. Frustrated, he bowed his head and covered his optical lens with his hand. An intangible hand caressed his cranial structure, and Primus spoke gently. "I am sorry, Liren. He has returned to the Well of Sparks." While this response was anticipated, it did nothing to alleviate the sorrow that gripped Liren's core. He remained silent, his hand still in place, as the cleansing fluid slowly trickled through his fingers. His friend had been waiting for him. Primus sighed softly, offering a word of comfort. Liren lowered his hand, opening his mouth to say something, when suddenly, an explosion echoed from a distance. "Apologies, I shall return shortly. There may be casualties." Liren sprang to his feet, hastily wiping the cleansing fluid from his faceplate, grabbing his medical kit and racing toward the sound. The source of the explosion was a small shop. As Liren approached, he glimpsed two flying vehicles speeding away, clearly marked with a purple insignia, the emblem of the Decepticons. His audio receiver faintly picked up cries for help amidst the ruins, forcing him to suppress his swirling thoughts. He dashed past fleeing Cybertronians and those too fearful to advance, plunging into the smoke-filled debris. Upon noticing a Cybertronian trapped beneath rubble in the corner, he rushed forward to attempt to lift the stone. To his surprise, he discovered that his modified frame possessed considerable strength, and he effortlessly moved the stone aside. Leaning down, he assisted the injured Cybertronian out of the wreckage. "Thank you," the Cybertronian murmured weakly, to which Liren responded with a reassuring smile. Once they reached a safe location, Liren set him down, lowering his head to inspect his wounds. The armor on his lower leg was crushed and deformed, energy fluid oozing from the shattered armor, while several twisted circuits protruded from the cracks. Liren felt a wave of dizziness wash over his optical lens, gritting his teeth. He pressed against the sensitive circuits in his thigh armor, the pain sharpening his focus momentarily. He recalled Primus's words, inhaling deeply as he adjusted his emotional module to 60%. After confirming that he was in a condition to properly attend to the wounds, Liren opened the medical kit to weld the circuits and armor of the machine. Fortunately, no Cybertronians had lost their lives. Once he ensured that all the injured Cybertronians had received treatment, Liren breathed a sigh of relief as he tidied up the medical kit. According to the injured and the machines present, the recent attack was not premeditated. It was merely an outburst of frustration from two Decepticons who had clashed with the shop owner over unsatisfactory service, leading them to detonate unlocked weapon modules, destroying the shop in a fit of rage. Liren felt a tumultuous unrest within his core, yet at that moment, his emotional module was not fully activated, and many of the more intense emotions were shielded by his cerebral module. Even so, he still sensed the weight of his spark. Despite his desire for a moment of tranquility within his core, he refrained from activating the emotional module after the medical treatment. But he could not shake off the overwhelming fatigue and emptiness that spread throughout his entire being from the depths of his spark. He did not transform. Instead, He slowly walked towards the clinic while carrying the medical kit. Just then, a new message notification came through the communication line. Upon opening it, he saw a message from Lunstar, and he made an effort to muster some energy. Lunstar, Laren, how are you? Lunstar, Ironhold has suffered some attacks from the Decepticons, with many casualties. I may have to stay here for a while longer. Laren, everything is fine here, Master. I will take good care of the clinic. Lunstar, I will return as soon as I can after it's over. Please take care of yourself in the clinic and wait for me. Laren, understood. Laren recalled what Lunstar had said to him previously. After a moment of contemplation, he activated his emotional module. The sorrow over Robert's passing and the confusion he felt witnessing the Decepticons' malevolence surged forth, washing away the emptiness, yet the fatigue of his body remained unchanged. The actions of those two Decepticons did not stem from Megatron's orders, but what of Ironhold's assault? What about the attacks that had occurred on Cybertron before? Even though Laren constantly reminded himself that the machine was Megatron, the powerful and ruthless leader of the Decepticons, he could not help but subconsciously associate Megatron with the former 16 and Zeta Prime. Laren gently pushed open the door to the clinic. Perhaps he was being a bit too naive. Chapter 53. Confusion. Once again, the communication line rang, this time with a message from Orion. Laren temporarily set aside the tumultuous thoughts swirling within his core. Orion, apologies, Laren. I've been quite busy these past few days and haven't had the chance to respond to your messages. I'm relieved to hear you are well. Laren, it's all right, Orion. Have you finished your work? Orion, in fact, I just concluded a meeting and there's another one in half an hour. Laren could roughly guess the reason for the leader's busyness. After a moment's hesitation, he posed the question. Laren, is it because of the Decepticons? Orion, yes, I'm sorry. Line, I had a premonition that I would eventually clash with Megatron, but I never anticipated things would escalate to this extent. Laren, you have done nothing wrong, Orion. Both Orion and Megatron were not inherently in the wrong as the optical lens of the blade hung down. Yet, in the pursuit of their ideals, Megatron veered onto a divergent path. Orion expressed his confusion. Blade, I find myself in a state of uncertainty. The Decepticons have launched multiple attacks on Iron Fortress today, and the casualties are on the rise. This bodes ill for us. With the war erupting on Cybertron, can I truly be an apt leader? Blade understood that Orion, having just assumed leadership, had yet to acclimate fully. To transition abruptly from an archivist to a leader, particularly in such perilous times for Cybertron, was no small feat, especially since Orion had not yet acquired the leader module. However, Blade was equally aware that even without the leader module, Orion could shoulder this responsibility. They were both Cybertronians. After all, what Orion needed now was encouragement, and Blade contemplated his response. Orion, do not underestimate yourself. Yes, you are the most suitable leader for Cybertron at this very moment. Orion interpreted Blade's words as mere consolation. Thank you, Blade, but I feel I have fallen short in many ways. Orion, I speak with sincerity. You possess capabilities far more formidable than you realize. You are well-versed in Cybertronian history, brimming with wisdom. You possess a steadfast will, always harboring compassion and humility. You are kind yet not weak. You have an innate ability to recognize the brilliance around you and inspire others. You empathize with the suffering of the populace, tirelessly laboring for the fate of Cybertron. You are both Orion and Optimus, and I have faith that you will lead Cybertron towards a brighter future. Do not burden yourself too heavily. I am confident you will excel, Optimus. Orion, on the other hand, felt a twinge of embarrassment at this exchange, yet warmth emanated from within the spark, prompting a smile to grace his lips. Thank you, Blade. It is nothing. I merely spoke the truth. Orion heard Jazz calling him from a distance, signaling the end of his brief respite. He took a deep breath, his gaze resolute as he proceeded toward the conference room. I must attend the meeting. We shall continue this conversation later. Very well. As the day gradually waned, Blade closed the communication line and wearily collapsed onto the charging bed. He regarded his arm, the newly adorned armor rendering him slightly more formidable than before. He had also detected an unfamiliar module unlocked within his system, an inheritance from Robert. Whether he desired it or not, war was encroaching. Primus, are you still there? Blade inquired softly. Of course. The voice from the audio receptor was gentle. Do you think I should join the Autobots or the Decepticons? The familiar voice brought Blade a sense of calm, allowing him to relax his frame as he gazed vacantly at the ceiling. This choice belongs to you, Blade, Primus responded without hesitation. I thought you would suggest I join the Autobots, Blade replied, somewhat taken aback. Regardless of the choice made, I am confident that you will act rightly. Primus responded in a hushed tone. I never anticipated receiving such high praise from you. I am merely an ordinary individual, replied Lee-Run with a soft chuckle, his optical lenses narrowing slightly as he gently clenched his hand beside him. That dream you mentioned, it intertwines the future with memories. Will Megatron kill me in the future? Primus sighed, stating, that is but one possibility of the future, overlapping with your memories and emotions, a multitude of information merging together. I cannot ascertain what truly transpires in the future. So, does it mean that event may not necessarily occur? Lee-Run inquired. Indeed. Slowly sitting up. Even upon hearing this response, the weight within his core did not significantly lessen. He smiled bitterly, admitting, I never imagined I would endure war. I have only witnessed such events in history books. Primus sensed the tumult of emotions within him and chose to remain silent, instead offering a comforting pat upon Lee-Run's sculpted head. Lee-Run closed his optical lenses briefly, then reopened them, the blue optics shimmering. The clinic cannot remain unattended. I must wait for Teacher Luanxing to return. At that moment, it felt less like he was conversing with Primus and more like he was engaging in soliloquy. I shall make my own choice. Chapter 54. The dilemma: has organic life perished nearby? As dawn broke over Cybertron, Lee-Run gazed at the blue light descending from the sky into his chest, letting out a heavy sigh. Perhaps there are still survivors, he thought as he grasped the medical kit and exited the clinic. Nearly 3 solar weeks had passed since Robert's departure, and the situation on Cybertron had grown increasingly dire. The Decepticons were no longer conducting mere assaults. The Autobots of Iron Fortress had also ceased to be as passive as before. With the acrid scent of smoke permeating the air, war had officially commenced. Kalen served as a significant base for the Decepticons, and many of them unleashed their brutality upon the ordinary populace. However, some high-ranking machines that once oppressed the lower classes were finally facing the repercussions of their past atrocities during these days. Surprisingly, the streets surrounding the clinic remained untouched by Decepticon interference, yet other areas were far less fortunate. At night, Lee-Run's optical lenses would invariably reflect the soaring flames from various locations, and the audio receivers were constantly filled with the anguished cries of Cybertronians. The absorption range of the Allspark seemed to have notably expanded, with many sources of energy from Cybertronians he had never even encountered flowing into his Allspark. An increasing number of Cybertronians sought assistance for treatment at the clinic, many of whom were lower-class machines who had lost their jobs. Thus, Lee-Run refrained from charging them for consultations. He endeavored to create medical facilities based on what Robert had taught him. Luanxing continued to assist at Iron Fortress, previously reporting his safety daily and reassuring Lee-Run. But 3 days ago, he abruptly lost contact. Lee-Run attempted to reach out to Optimus Prime, Jazz, and Ratchet for inquiries, yet, similarly, since 3 days prior, all acquaintances within Iron Fortress had fallen silent. Although Optimus Prime and his allies bear the weight of their burdens, he is acutely aware that they will survive. However, Wheeljack exists beyond the confines of the narrative, and Optimus cannot foresee his fate. Additionally, it has been 2 days since Primus ceased to respond to his inquiries, yet Optimus senses his presence nearby. The urgency of his situation renders him nearly incapable of disconnecting, his spark constantly alight with anxiety. He strives to control his cognitive modules and suppress errant thoughts, yet at times, the instinctive imaginings of tragedy overwhelm him. Optimus understands that he can no longer remain passive. He will wait until the final day. If Wheeljack remains unresponsive, he shall seek assistance from other Cybertronians to ascertain Wheeljack's whereabouts. The only contact he currently possesses is Megatron, who resides in Kaon. Megatron seems to be aware of Optimus's presence in the clinic, yet he has not come to visit even once. Taking a deep breath, Optimus realizes that Megatron is still awaiting his response. As he traverses a narrow alley adjacent to the clinic, the sight of energon fluid halts his steps. Following the trail of the blue liquid, he gazes upon a damaged frame propped against the wall. It is Ratchet. His right leg appears to have been violently severed, exposing all of his wiring, while the left side of his body bears the scars of an energy blast, with charred edges still smeared with traces of energon. Once bright and smooth, his paintwork is now marred with scratches and coated in dust and energon. The optical lenses that once shone with false bravado now appear dulled. His spark has been extinguished. Optimus keenly observes that Ratchet clutches a flickering cobalt crystal against his chest plate. He recalls how Ratchet, filled with dreams and hopes, had once stayed up all night crafting a gift for his beloved. How absurd it seems to him now as he tightens his grip on the medical kit's handle. Ratchet, in his living days, failed to cherish what he had. The very hands that forged Ratchet's demise now hold the gift meant for him, presented with an air of deep affection. The cobalt crystal is a token given to Ratchet by his beloved, and Optimus knows he has no right to touch it. Yet, if he were to abandon Ratchet's frame here, the crystal might be scavenged by passers-by. After a prolonged internal struggle, suppressing his complex emotions and disdain, Optimus ultimately bends down and retrieves Ratchet's frame, carrying it to the resting place he has prepared for fallen Cybertronians. He discovered this location after observing the increasing number of deceased Cybertronians on Kaon Street. While it may not be a proper burial ground, it offers sufficient secrecy. At the very least, the bodies here will not be subjected to disassembly and indignity. Each day, Optimus brings the bodies he encounters to this sanctuary. How fortunate it is for him. His gaze remains cold, yet as he glimpses the radiant glow of the deep blue cobalt crystal, he feels as though he can see Ratchet's once bright optical lenses. Ratchet seems to be speaking incessantly to him, and beside him stands the ever-helpless 16. His blue optical lenses sparkling with light. Liran urged himself to halt his spiraling thoughts and redirected his gaze to Landon's frame. He discerned that the injuries afflicting Landon were the handiwork of the Decepticons, surmising that Landon had not succumbed to death immediately after being wounded. Rather, it was the repeated assaults and excessive loss of energon that led to his demise. Liran did not believe that Landon's frame had been left inadvertently by the Decepticons near the clinic. Although he was unaware of the damage sustained by the frame prior to its return to the Allspark, the sight of several gashes on Landon's exterior led him to form certain conclusions. In those final moments, had Landon finally experienced the agony of transformation? Did he harbor regrets? Perhaps so, Liran thought, recalling how Landon clutched the cobalt crystal with a grip so firm it seemed impossible to pry open. But what use was regret? Lowering his optical lens, Liran chose not to linger any longer and turn away, slowly departing. Be cautious and avoid further injury. He advised the Cybertronian on the medical bed as he set down the welding tool and stepped back. Thank you, Dr. Liran. The Cybertronian expressed gratefully as he descended from the bed. Observing Liran tidying his instruments, he hesitated momentarily before speaking again. Dr. Liran, are you not planning to leave Kaon? The situation here is precarious. A few of us Cybertronians are considering relocating to other cities. You have been of immense assistance to us. Perhaps you could accompany us. Liran paused briefly, but quickly regained his composure, gently shaking his head. No, I must remain here. The Cybertronian pondered for a moment, but refrained from further persuasion, instead solemnly stating, Dr. Liran, you are a good doctor. Thank you for your help. Please, make sure to survive. Liran smiled in response. After the Cybertronian departed, he reopened the internal communication line, yet as always, met with silence. Once again, hope had been dashed. At that moment, a knock echoed on the clinic's door. Adjusting his demeanor, Liran approached and opened the door, revealing a figure cloaked in a robe. He could not clearly discern the being's appearance, only catching a glimpse of blue armor peeking from beneath the cloak. The figure seemed somewhat familiar in stature, and for a moment, the all-spark within him stirred slightly. However, he quickly dismissed the notion that this being should be present in Kaon. Hello, do you feel unwell? Liran inquired, puzzled, yet stepped aside to allow the figure entry. The being remained silent, entered, and shut the door, scanning the clinic warily. After confirming the absence of other Cybertronians, he placed a small object on the ground before turning to Liran and removing his cloak. Optimus Prime? Liran's optics widened in disbelief. He sensed that this figure was indeed Optimus Prime, yet could not fathom how he had arrived in Kaon from Iacon, leading him to initially dismiss this realization. In a hushed tone, he urgently addressed the leader. How did you come here? Kaon is unsafe. You cannot stay. Do not worry, Liran. Megatron and his forces are temporarily unaware of our presence here, but our time is limited. Evading Soundwave will prove difficult. Optimus Prime gently reassured Blade. Despite the considerable alterations in his appearance, he remained steadfast in his belief that this was indeed Blade, sent by Master Titanium with a message that today was the singular opportunity. Upon hearing Master Titanium's name, Blade felt a slight relaxation, knowing that Master Titanium would never place Optimus Prime in peril. Is there something amiss? Blade inquired, observing the drastically changed demeanor of Optimus Prime, whose optical lenses, while still soft, now radiated an air of authority. Although Optimus had yet to acquire the leadership module that would transform his form, Blade felt as if this figure, shorter than himself, was gazing down upon him. He peered into Optimus Prime's blue optics, sensing an undercurrent of sorrow, as the unease within his sparks surged once more. Optimus lowered his head and, after a brief silence, spoke softly. Dr. Wheeljack was struck by Decepticon artillery 2 days ago while evacuating injured patients to ensure their safety. He has returned to the Allspark. I'm deeply sorry, Blade. It was as if a prisoner's long-awaited sentence of death had finally been pronounced. A torrent of grief erupted from his emotional module, violently assailing Blade's spark, overwhelming him to the extent that he felt a numbing disorientation. Blade's fingers trembled involuntarily, and he took a step back, helplessly gazing at Optimus Prime. Waves of sharp pain coursed through his cognitive module, while his spark emitted mournful wails and cries. Yet the surge of emotions felt strangely disconnected from his very being, leaving him with a profound sense of emptiness and void. Blade felt as if his vocalizer had malfunctioned. Despite his fervent efforts, he could only utter a quivering word. Dr. Wheeljack entrusted me with a charge before his passing. He wished for me to safeguard you. Optimus, his gaze heavy with sorrow, looked upon Blade's vacant optics and trembling form. Blade, do you wish to join the Autobots? Caught off guard, Blade confronted an unexpected moment of decision. The abnormality within his form caused his fuel tank to sour, and the discomfort, coupled with the emotional module's warning of impending overload, compelled him to recalibrate several times. In an effort to stabilize his cognitive functions, Blade reduced his emotional module to 40, allowing the physical pain to gradually recede. Regaining a semblance of rationality, he met Optimus's concerned gaze and clenched his fists in silence. I believe you, like me, wish to persuade Megatron to turn back. Optimus Prime's bright blue optics locked on a Blade as he placed a hand upon Blade's armor, warmth gradually permeating through his once cold form. If we are to guide him back onto the right path, we must first ensure that we ourselves walk the correct road. Blade, momentarily taken aback, lowered his gaze to meet the leader's compassionate and gentle blue optics, his spark pulsating heavily. The crimson of Megatron's optics and the azure of Starscream's flickered vividly within Blade's cognitive module. He recalled the atrocities committed by the Decepticons against the ordinary populace. The plumes of black smoke rising from various corners of Kaon City, the mangled bodies of Cybertronians strewn along the roadside, and the grim reality that it was the Decepticons who had slain Wheeljack. A soft reply lingered in the clinic. As the turmoil of recent days culminated in a decisive moment, Blade donned his cloak, scattering resources around the clinic for any Cybertronians who might seek aid in the future, before following closely behind Optimus Prime as they slowly departed. He cast one last glance at the clinic's tightly shut door, knowing it might never open again. I will stand by you until you emerge from the shadows. Wheeljack's gentle words still resonated beside Blade's audio receptor. The conversation from that evening and the warmth of the embrace forever etched in Blade's memory banks. In his moments of utter helplessness, it had been his mentor who patiently guided him, nurturing him into a true physician. Yet now, he had not even beheld Wheeljack's remains, receiving only a sorrowful notification. The war had mercilessly consumed his cherished mentor. The clinic's door would never reopen, and his teacher would not return. Though his emotional module had not fully activated, a bittersweet pang surged through Blade's spark, cleansing liquid trickling down his faceplate and visor. A dull ache assailed his spark. He opened his mouth but emitted no sound, silently lamenting. An unseen hand, as gentle as the wind, wiped away the cleansing liquid from his visor. You knew all along that the teacher had returned to the well of all sparks, didn't you? Blade inquired softly, following Optimus Prime as they transformed and distanced themselves from Kaon. Yes, I'm deeply sorry. Primus's resigned voice resonated beside Blade's audio receptor. Blade fell silent. Primus sensed Blade's resentment towards him, refraining from explanations, merely sighing quietly, his formless optical lens watching Blade and Optimus Prime's vehicle form drive away into the distance. Even if the outcome remained unchanged, perhaps this choice would ease his burden slightly. Blade gradually moved further away from Kaon. This was the turning point of fate. Chapter 55. War. The sky over Iron Fortress was shrouded in gray, tiny particles mingling with impurities from fires, floating in the air. How long had it been this way? Blade could not recall. The once clear azure sky had long since faded into the recesses of memory, and the once thriving capital of Cybertron now lay in ruins. The once smooth roads were marred by dense craters and scorched marks left by explosions, while shattered buildings and scattered debris piled up. 2 sports cars sped past, displacing roadside clutter. 3 dark sports cars followed closely behind, their gun barrels transforming from the front sides and firing upon them. When we first met, I always said I would take you to explore Iron Fortress. Amidst the gunfire, Jazz's demeanor remained vibrant, seemingly unaffected by the pursuers at his back. Had this moment finally come to fruition? I had thought that the journey to Iron Fortress was to be shared solely between us. Blade suddenly swerved the wheel, evading an energy cannon from behind, accelerating through the explosion's range as the blue flames pursued. How I wish it were just the two of us enjoying this time together. Must we blame these uninvited guests? The headlights of Jazz's vehicle flickered briefly, and in the rearview mirror, Blade, in perfect synchrony, flashed his own headlights, acknowledging the understanding between them. The tone of the black and white car lifted slightly. Yet wasn't he the thrill rather exhilarating? The black and white vehicle unexpectedly surged forward, with the blue and white car keeping pace, shifting from behind to beside him. The pursuers, noticing this, hastened their chase. If possible, it would be preferable to refrain from such exhilaration. Just as Blade's words fell, Jazz abruptly veered sharply to the right, prompting Blade to swiftly steer left, the white rear of his car scraping against the wall, shedding a small patch of paint. The 2 pursuing vehicles, caught off guard, collided with the wall without a hint of deceleration, accompanied by screams, crashing sounds, and explosions, while Blade and Jazz pressed on without looking back. The last of the pursuers managed to turn in time, chasing Blade's direction, firing at the blue and white car, yet their energy shots always lagged, striking the ground behind him. With clenched teeth, the pursuer focused intently on Blade, only for a black and white vehicle to suddenly appear from the right, crashing into him. Amidst the dizziness and blurred vision from his brain module, he instinctively transformed back, faintly perceiving the blue-tinted visor and a cold smile of the Autobots officer. Before he could react and raise his weapon, Jazz's energy shot pierced his spark, dimming the red optics as his lifeless form fell heavily to the ground. Transformed back into humanoid form, Blade gazed at the blue light entering his chest plate and the lifeless body of the Decepticon before him, remaining silent. "Let's depart. We cannot afford to delay any longer," Jazz remarked, his right arm's barrel reshaping into his hand as he addressed Blade. Blade withdrew his gaze and nodded, and the 2 vehicles transformed again, speeding away into the distance. We were likely among the last few Autobots to evacuate, finally arriving at their destination. Jazz transformed and moved forward to inspect the spacecraft ahead. Optimus Prime's signal had vanished. Our only clue was the last command he had sent. "I fear we may drift in the cosmos for quite some time," Blade chuckled helplessly, watching Jazz while temporarily disregarding the irritable mutterings only he could hear emanating from the audio receiver. "I absolutely refuse to endure this annoying Autobot." Seizing the opportunity while Jazz was distracted, Blade swiftly covered the source of the noise with his hand, momentarily losing focus on Jazz's gaze directed outward. "Blade, could you check the star map from the cockpit?" Jazz's voice, laced with warmth, reached him, and Blade nodded, moving towards the interior of the spacecraft. As Jazz pressed a button inside the spacecraft, while facing away from Liran, he slowly exited the vessel. Upon hearing a sound, Liran immediately turned to look. In the distance, the roar of engines echoed. The Decepticons had arrived in pursuit. He discerned the noise of flying vehicles among them. He needed to eliminate their spacecraft to ensure a safe takeoff. However, before he could follow Jazz out of the ship, the hatch suddenly sealed shut before him. Stunned, Liran attempted to open the door via the control panel, only to discover that the system appeared to malfunction. The screen displayed ominous red letters. The escape system had been activated, the manual operation was temporarily disabled, and the ship would automatically launch in 30 seconds. "Go ahead." "Liran," Jazz said with a smile through the glass of the hatch, as Liran frantically tried to override the system within the ship, while the Decepticons closed in. "I must have a word with these rude guests before I locate Optimus Prime." "Wait, Jazz," Liran implored, rushing to knock on the hatch as the countdown began. The ship's engines roared to life. "Jazz, I'll catch up with you shortly." Jazz turned, positioning himself to confront the pursuing Decepticons, his hands morphing into gun barrels as he charged forward, firing at them. "You'd better not reach Optimus Prime before I do." Before Li Ren could utter another word, the countdown reached 0, and the spacecraft ascended. Trembling, he watched Jazz engage with the Decepticons below as the ground receded further away. Rude guests must entertain the tour guide. "Decepticons!" Jazz exclaimed, leaping onto a Decepticon and transforming into a flying vehicle to pursue Li Ren. Energy blasts shattered the vehicle's armor, and amidst a plume of black smoke, the Decepticon plummeted to the ground, while Jazz adeptly leaped aside before impact. Glancing up at the ship that was gradually distancing itself from Cybertron, he grinned at the encroaching Decepticons. "I'm on a tight schedule. Let us move quickly." Clenching his fists, Li Ren watched as Jazz and the Decepticons gradually faded from view. Soon after, the grim and shattered visage of Cybertron filled his optical sensors. Observing the war-torn planet shrink and vanish, he painfully lowered his optical sensors. "Jazz!" Li Ren suddenly awakened, sitting up to behold the dimly lit interior of the spacecraft. Raising his right hand to his head in agony, in a daze, he realized that this had all transpired hundreds of thousands of years ago. 4 million years had elapsed since the outbreak of war on Cybertron. For Li Ren, an unimaginable span of time had unfolded within his own existence. His mere 2 decades as a human felt increasingly nebulous, almost indistinct. If it were not for the continuous blue sparks of his energon that surged into his vision, he might have doubted whether these memories were mere figments born of overwhelming stress. For a million years, with countless Cybertronians perishing each day, the reach of the Matrix's energy continued to expand. Even now, as he floated in the cosmos, blue sparks occasionally streaked toward him like shooting stars. Each time he pursued the direction from which the spark had flown, he mostly encountered the lifeless forms of fallen Cybertronians, with only a handful of survivors ultimately choosing to part ways after a fleeting companionship. In his cosmic wanderings, Laren had encountered Decepticons and had clashed with them. After all was said and done, he gazed upon the ground strewn with energon and the blue liquid staining his hands. The azure glow coalesced into a spark, perhaps due to his emotional module being in a prolonged state of incompleteness, or perhaps because he had changed. He discovered, to his dismay, that he had grown numb. In the midst of war, no hand remained untainted. When Laren had first joined the Autobots, he remained in the rear with Ratchet, tending to medical duties. Each day, Autobot warriors were brought into the infirmary, some missing limbs, others with half their heads blown away, and some having entirely lost their optics. Their agonized moans echoed beside Laren's audio receptors, compelling him to adjust his emotional module and exert every effort to mend them, hoping to alleviate their suffering. Yet, despite the fervent attempts of all doctors, some Cybertronians would still succumb to death. Laren would forever remember the moment when a chest plate was shattered, and a feeble spark grasped his hand, its optics flickering as it trembled to utter, "I do not wish to die." He could not suppress the sorrow that welled within him upon hearing those words. However, the injuries were too grave, and ultimately, he could not save the patient, his first to perish before him. The moment the blue light coalesced from the shattered chest plate, Laren felt an overwhelming urge to flee. Yet, his feet seemed glued to the ground, immovable. He could only watch helplessly as that light surged into his spark, trembling as he clutched his chest plate, his palm resting upon the red Autobot insignia, his fingers etching marks around the emblem. Laren noticed that his hallucinations and auditory delusions had gradually intensified since then, and his emotional module had never returned to a normal state thereafter. When had he first taken the life of another Cybertronian? Laren recalled vividly that fateful day when their outpost was besieged by Decepticons, and Autobot warriors valiantly held the line to buy time for the medics and wounded to retreat. As he assisted a patient in their escape, he witnessed a Decepticon transform and descend from the sky, its hands morphing into weapons aimed at a medic hurriedly transporting medical supplies. The charging sound reverberated, and the black barrel shimmered with blue light. Time seemed to slow in that instant. Laren's optics widened, his mind blank, as his right hand lifted, activating the weapon module he had never used since its unlocking. In an instant, his right arm transformed into a cannon, the energy blast striking the Decepticon first. The power of the energy cannon, modified by Robert, exceeded his expectations. obliterating the Decepticon's form into fragments, a portion of its head sculpture tumbling to the ground, the glow of its red optics dimming. Li Ren's right arm trembled as the cannon barrel contorted back into shape. Unable to suppress the urge, he covered his faceplate with his hand, feeling a sense of relief that he was wearing a mask at that moment. A faint retching sound escaped from behind the mask, accompanied by sharp pangs in his cranial module. He fought to endure the discomfort within his frame and continued to hastily assist the patient in their evacuation. For 4 million years, countless Cybertronians had perished due to the ravages of war, some on the battlefield, some Autobots and Decepticons, others unaligned Cybertronians, and even warriors who succumbed to their injuries in the rear. As the conflict intensified, the situation grew increasingly dire. Resources began to dwindle, and the energy on Cybertron was no longer sufficient to sustain the existence of its inhabitants. The war gradually corroded and poisoned the core of Cybertron. Li Ren sensed Primus growing weaker with each passing moment, yet he felt utterly powerless to intervene. Had it not been for the Allspark's ability to restore his frame, and Primus's soothing presence, perhaps Li Ren would have perished long ago amidst the relentless warfare and psychological torment. But he could save neither Primus nor Cybertron, nor even his own patient. Subsequently, Optimus Prime ventured into the core and finally acquired the leader module. However, from that point on, Li Ren never received another response from Primus. In the latter stages of the war, Cybertron could no longer support life, and both Autobots and Decepticons gradually retreated from their home planet, adrift in the cosmos. They had lost their home. Chapter 56. The gift Li Ren had been searching through this universe for countless millennia, yet Optimus Prime and Earth remained elusive. He turned to gaze through the transparent window of the spacecraft, the vastness of space deep and mysterious, fraught with peril. He couldn't help but ponder the grim thought. What if he finally found Optimus Prime, only to discover that everything had already come to an end? A wave of suppressed anxiety surged within the Allspark, intertwining with the emptiness that Li Ren had long grown accustomed to. Did you have another nightmare? A small creature resembling a miniature optical fiber cat fluttered in front of Li Ren, obstructing his view of the cosmos. It's nothing, just reminiscing about the past, Li Ren replied, regaining his composure as he gently grasped the machine dog that had interrupted his optical sensors, running his fingers over its head sculpture. Humph. What is there to think about those Autobots? The machine dog retorted dismissively. That jazz always provokes the boss. It's clear he's not one to be trifled with. Thankfully, he's off on another ship, and he better drive slowly. He'll never catch up with us. Li Ren detected the comforting tone in the machine dog's words, and he too believed in Jazz's capabilities. The weight in his core lightened slightly. Thank you, machine dog. In the latter stages of the war, one day, a blue spark flew toward him as usual, but just as it was about to enter his chest plate, it abruptly halted. To Li Ren's astonishment, it slowly twisted and contorted, ultimately transforming into a small machine dog. In that moment of bewilderment, Li Ren's blue optical sensors locked onto the equally confused red optical sensors of the machine dog, and they both emitted a startled scream, retreating from one another. How did you get in here? Why can you fly? Why have you shrunk? Am I not dead? Where is the leader? In a whirlwind of confusion, the machine and the canine struggled to regain their composure. Upon finally calming down, they discovered that the situation was far more complex than a simple Decepticon invasion or an Autobot abduction. They huddled together, contemplating their predicament. According to their assessments, other Cybertronians could not perceive the machine dogmatic in its current form, leading them to inquire whether Blade needed to address his cerebral module. Indeed, the machine dog had perished, yet for reasons unknown, it had not returned to the Allspark, but instead manifested in a state reminiscent of an energy entity. Only Blade could touch and communicate with the machine dog, and prolonged separation from Blade Spark would result in its summons back to the Allspark. They both retained memories of one another from long ago, a time when Blade was still a student at the clinic, Soundwave had not yet chosen to follow Megatron, and war had not yet erupted. Blade had once treated the machine dog for injuries sustained during a mission, although their prior interactions had been pleasant. That was a time of peace, and now they found themselves on opposing sides. As Soundwave's cassette, the machine dog had caused considerable trouble for the Autobots on the battlefield. Even knowing the machine dog was technically dead, Blade could not shake the weight of his past. The machine dog longed to return to Soundwave and the other cassettes, feeling restless within the Autobot base, yet it was unable to convey information or distance itself from Blade. Both remained wary of one another. Blade was perplexed by the condition of the machine dog Spark, but Primus had fallen into slumber, offering no answers to his queries. He recalled a gift that Primus had once mentioned to him. However, upon witnessing the machine dog's repeated attempts to leave in search of Soundwave, only to be summoned back time and again, Blade felt a pang of sorrow at the desolate figure in the corner. Upon noticing Blade's gaze, the machine dog would retaliate with fierce words, disrupting Blade's work. He realized that this gift might be a form of torment for both himself and the machine dog. I believe we need to have a conversation. Frustrated by the machine dog's juvenile, yet effective antics impeding his medical duties, Blade could no longer maintain his composure. Even though his emotional module was not fully activated, his anger was unmistakable. Having nearly completed the treatment of the patient before him, he implored the medic to handle the final touches, seizing the airborne machine dog while disregarding its protestations. With a furrowed brow, he moved to a secluded area, away from other machines. Have you finally grown tired of feigning indifference and are now ready to reveal your true intentions? Blade released his grip, watching the machine dog hover once more, its optics wide with a warning glare, although its diminutive form lacked any semblance of intimidation. Listen, you are dead. Blade sighed, his tone tinged with coldness. The machine dog's movements faltered for a moment before it averted its optics and, gritting its teeth, retorted, I know. Enough with the trivialities, Autobot. What do you want? Are you threatening me to extract Decepticon intelligence? Do you intend to pin me against the wall and beat me senseless? Or perhaps find a way to let my spark also be reduced to ashes? I shall never yield to the Autobots. My loyalty lies eternally with my master. You shall never extract information from me. You may yet be revived, but only after the war concludes. The incessant interference from the mechanical hounds has caused a throbbing pain in the neural module of Lee Run, who sensed the underlying unease hidden within the mechanical dog before him and interjected with the briefest of words. What? The mechanical dog was momentarily taken aback. You can be revived, but you must wait until the war is over. Lee Ren gently cradled his head, softly reassuring the mechanical dog. I will not demand that you divulge intelligence, nor do I wish to impede your departure from this place. However, I am uncertain how to resolve the current situation. You may act in any manner that does not harm the Autobots, though you may not witness it. If you despise me, you may treat me as heir. Yet, I implore you not to interfere with my work, for I do not wish to lose life over such a ridiculous cause due to a momentary lapse in focus. If you have questions, I can slowly provide answers, but it must be after I have attended to my patients. After a brief pause, Lee Ren gazed sorrowfully at the silent mechanical dog and said, I apologize, dear mechanical dog. I never intended to confine you here. In the silence, they finally reached a mutual understanding that day. Time, prolonged and unyielding, gradually familiarized them with one another. Only Lee Run could communicate with the deceased mechanical dog, and only the mechanical dog knew the secret of Lee Ren's spark. At times, Lee Ren pondered that without the mechanical dog, the solitude of his wandering for countless years might have driven him to madness. Fortunately, the spark belonging to the mechanical dog had come to rest before him, just as the spark now approaching had also come to a halt. Wait a moment. Both Lee Ren and the mechanical dog widened their optical sensors. One large and one small, one blue and one red. That flicker of blue light danced up and down before slowly distorting and transforming into a red orb. Sprouting short limbs. Is that a rice cooker? Lee Ren struggled to recall this version of Transformer from his somewhat hazy memories as a human. He stared in astonishment at the two decorative silver horns adorning the head of the red rice cooker, a feature that reminded him of a familiar machine. Feigwashan, he tentatively called out, and the still drowsy rice cooker seemed to hear its name, instinctively lifting its head toward the source of the sound. Lee Ren, perceiving the enormous form before him, involuntarily took 2 steps back. Are you that doctor, Lee Ren? How have you grown so large? Feigwashan lowered its head, only to find its own rotund body and diminutive limbs. Ah, how noisy, insufferable Autobots. The mechanical dog charged forward and butted against Feigwashan, the rice cooker. There are Decepticons here. Feigwashan immediately snapped to attention, unwilling to concede, charging forth. Is this your conspiracy, you detestable Decepticons? The rice cooker and the mechanical dog became embroiled in a tussle, while Lee Ren stood helplessly by, attempting to mediate, yet to no avail. He vaguely recalled that the leader's testimony had once appeared in the Flying Mountains journey. If the essence could be drawn to its own spark after the flying mountain's demise, then perhaps Earth and Optimus Prime were not far off. The optical lens of Li Ren flickered, a faint joy emanating from the spark. Sensing that the two sparks before him showed no signs of weakness, he resolutely turned and approached the cockpit to begin searching for nearby planets. Amidst a flurry of chaos, the spaceship veered towards an entirely new direction. Chapter 57. Long time no see. Li Ren, accompanied by the robotic dog and the flying mountain, had floated through the cosmos for many days, yet still found no trace of Earth. I was killed by that wretched red spider. The flying mountain seethed with anger, stamping his small feet indignantly. Those despicable Decepticons. If they hadn't detonated the energy core mine, I wouldn't have been so easily captured. Clearly, it's because you're utterly incompetent. The robotic dog retorted without hesitation. You, a mere scrap metal, have no right to speak to me that way. The flying mountain pointed accusingly at the robotic dog. As the impending confrontation between the two loomed, Li Ren, exasperated, grasped each of them by the arms, separating them despite the air that lay between them, their limbs flailing in protest. Enough. You must learn to coexist peacefully, he admonished, placing them on opposite sides while using his body to shield them from one another. I have no interest in squabbling with an irritating Autobot, the robotic dog huffed, turning away. I too wish to avoid conversing with the treacherous Decepticons. The flying mountain similarly turned away, resembling a red sphere adorned with horns. With a sigh, Li Ren turned back to the star chart. He had already scoured this direction and found nothing. Flying mountain, do you still remember the coordinates of Earth? He gently tapped the flying mountain's head. Apologies, but RC and I were directly teleported to Earth via the Decepticon space bridge to rendezvous with Optimus Prime, the flying mountain said sorrowfully, lowering his head. Perhaps it was the fact that his current form was energy rather than physical matter, which rendered his emotions more palpable. Tears streamed uncontrollably down his face. If RC were to learn of my demise, Li Ren gazed at the weeping robotic pod, feeling the pang of sorrow he ought to share. Yet, the dampened emotional module kept his own sadness at bay. Understanding that the flying mountain needed comfort, he softly spoke, after all is said and done, you shall be reunited. He then turned to the silent robotic dog, murmuring almost to himself, you all will. Li Ren felt the sparks within the spark chamber pulsating, silently lowering his optical lens. In the aftermath, when the war ceased, when Cybertron was reborn, families would reunite, friends would meet again, the deceased would return home, and the living would find solace. The significance of his arrival in this world, the pulsation of his spark, was to ensure a better existence for everyone, was it not? Suddenly, an alarm blared aboard the ship, and Li Ren immediately snapped back to attention, discovering that the ship's systems had detected a surge of intense energy erupting in a nearby star system. Shall we go investigate? The robotic dog inquired, lifting its head to look at Li Ren. Danger loomed as Li Ren pondered, his right hand tapping lightly on the control panel. After a brief moment, he maneuvered the spacecraft to change direction, recognizing that having a target was far superior to aimlessly wandering. Charred debris and meteors drifted through the cosmos, remnants of a catastrophic explosion that had recently occurred at a large facility. Li Ren brought the ship to a halt at the outskirts of the ruins. In the distance, he glimpsed a vibrant blue planet, Earth, his home from a previous life. At long last, his arduous search seemed to bear fruit, and joy surged within him, urging him to initiate the ship's launch. Yet, he found himself fixated on the center of the ruins, where an odd and contradictory sensation emanated from the embers. A discomfort that clamored for him to retreat, yet an instinct compelled him to advance. What is wrong? Fei Guishan inquired, observing Li Ren's hesitation. He suddenly realized that the robotic dog had not picked up on the nuances of his words. Fei Guishan also gazed at the ruins, his red optical lenses wide with silence. What could possibly lie there? Li Ren's gaze fixated on the heart of the wreckage, his fists clenched in turmoil. Just as he resolved to steer the ship forward, an explosion erupted alongside a piercing alarm. The spacecraft jolted violently, throwing Li Ren off balance, and he struggled to regain his footing as Fei Guishan and the robotic dog tumbled from the control panel to the floor. Li Ren swiftly summoned the external view of the spacecraft, revealing a slender, silver-painted Cybertronian standing amidst the rubble, raising its right arm toward him. The emptiness of its gauntlet indicated the source of the projectile that had just assailed the ship. Red Spider, Fate Guashan shouted as he soared back to the control panel, his gaze fixed on the entity that had dealt him a fatal blow, his hands clenched tightly. Liren activated the ship's weaponry, firing upon Red Spider, but the agile foe transformed into vehicle mode, deftly evading the onslaught amidst the debris. Alarms blared within the ship, signaling multiple system failures, notably a malfunction in the power system that resulted in an energy leak. Liren understood he had to find a place to land before the ship's energy was entirely depleted. Red Spider could fly, but he could not. Should the ship become irreparably damaged, he would be doomed. Liren glared at the ruins, his teeth clenched in frustration, firing back while guiding the ship towards Earth. Red Spider watched as the smoke-emitting Autobot vessel hurtled toward Earth, ready to pursue further, but was suddenly confronted by Laserbeak. Although Laserbeak remained silent, Red Spider comprehended the essence of the sound waves, feigning realization as he spoke softly. "You are right, Soundwave. There is nothing more crucial than returning Lord Megatron." He dispatched a command to the Decepticons aboard the Vengeance. Capture the Autobot aboard that ship. Red Spider returned to Megatron's damaged form. Feeling the dark energon core he had extracted from Megatron's chest, a faint smile gracing his lips. "Curse it." Liren maneuvered the ship, evading the pursuing Decepticons, all while striving to keep the damaged vessel steady amidst counterattacks. The incessant blaring of alarms and the sharp crack of gunfire left him feeling disoriented, his exoskeleton gradually oozing a viscous liquid. Yet, in this moment, he found an unexpected calm. Liren pressed a button, and a multitude of spherical objects erupted from the rear of the spacecraft. As they neared the pursuing Decepticons, these spheres automatically adhered to their armor, clinging tenaciously despite their frantic attempts to shake them off. Once he confirmed that the majority of the spheres had successfully found their targets, Liren's blue optical lens glinted with a cold light as he gritted his teeth and pressed another button. A series of explosions erupted, each sphere attached to the Decepticon's body detonating in succession. The violent blasts engulfed the dark aerial vehicles, and even those Decepticons untouched by the spherical bombs were thrown into disarray by the sudden onslaught. Liren watched as several streaks of blue light, along with a ray from Earth, soared towards his core. Seizing the opportunity, he accelerated towards Earth, the spacecraft's energy reserves dwindling perilously low, the gravitational pull dragging it downward. With deft maneuvers, Liren navigated the spacecraft, striving to mitigate the impact of the impending collision. He focused intently on the likely landing site, relieved to ascertain it was an uninhabited wasteland. As the moment of collision approached, he quickly grasped the nearby robotic dog and the flying companion, enveloping them beneath him for protection. The violent impact momentarily lifted Liren off the ground, leaving him dizzy and in pain, as if his very form were fracturing. The spacecraft skidded across the Earth, leaving a trail of dozens of meters before finally coming to a halt. A trickle of energy fluid escaped the corner of Liren's mouth. He fought to swallow the surge that threatened to overwhelm him, trembling as he clutched the control panel to rise. The core promptly repaired his damaged form, yet the pain relentlessly assailed his neural module. "Liren, are you all right?" The flying companion asked anxiously, circling around him. "You fool, what is the point of protecting us now that we're dead?" The robotic dog interjected, urgency lacing its tone. "Apologies, it was instinctive." Liren managed a strained smile, lifting his right hand to wipe away the energy fluid, attempting to reassure both companions. "I'm fine, just breathe." The current predicament, however, allowed no room for relaxation. The Decepticons would likely be upon them soon, and he had to vacate this location. With a slight stumble, Liren exited the spacecraft, casting a wistful glance at the damaged vessel that had accompanied him for countless eons. "Farewell, old friend." Just as he prepared to choose a direction to leave, he suddenly heard the unmistakable sound of an approaching automobile engine. "Is it humans?" Liren's audio receptors stirred slightly. He felt that exposing himself to humans at this juncture was unwise. But the surrounding wasteland offered little cover, and he had no time to evade the approaching vehicle. Transforming into a sleek sports car, he attempted to distance himself swiftly from the scene. He needed to scan a terrestrial vehicle to mask his true form, yet the speed of the oncoming car exceeded his expectations. The rearview mirror reflected a red and blue truck alongside a black-patterned yellow sports car, which paused momentarily before speeding toward him. It was Optimus Prime and Bumblebee, lying atop the vehicle, exclaimed with excitement. Laren hesitated for a moment, halting his actions to wait in place. The truck and sports car came to a stop just a few meters away. Laren gazed at the red and blue truck, a bittersweet joy surging within his spark. He transformed first, his blue optical lenses watching as the truck gradually morphed into the Cybertronian he had long sought. Optimus Prime, having undergone modifications to his leader module, stood slightly taller than Laren. Unlike the condescending gaze he had faced from Orion, Laren now found himself looking up slightly to meet Optimus Prime's gentle yet resolute blue optical lenses. Those lenses, tempered by time, had shed their former innocence and youth, gaining an air of authority and a hint of concealed fatigue. Even though Laren's emotional module had not fully activated, his spark still thumped heavily for this great leader. Laren smiled softly and spoke, "It's been a long time, Optimus." Chapter 58, Commemoration Ratchet, please activate the ground bridge. We have a new companion joining us. Optimus Prime communicated to Ratchet, turning to smile at the exchange between Laren and Bumblebee. Bumblebee's optical lenses are quite bright. I am equally delighted to see you, Bumblebee. Laren replied with a smile, noting that the yellow-painted Cybertronian was younger than himself, the last wave of new life born from the Allspark before Cybertron's vitality waned. Bumblebee's vocalizer was a remnant of Megatron, and Laren felt a dull ache in his spark, aware that Ratchet had explored many options before ultimately allowing Bumblebee to communicate in this manner. A turquoise circle of light illuminated, and the ground bridge opened beside them. Optimus, will the damaged spaceship remain there? Laren inquired, glancing at the wreckage not far away. I have already notified Agent Fowler. He will arrive shortly to address the situation. Optimus replied patiently. In this foreign planet, we must forge cooperation with its native inhabitants. All actions of the Autobots must be conducted discreetly. I understand. Laren took a final look at the wreckage, lowering his optical lenses. That ship was indeed beyond repair, and the bombs he had fashioned using Robert's teachings had been exhausted in space. Yet, that ship had accompanied him for 100,000 years. Collaborating with those feeble beings is something you Autobots would do. The mechanical dog on Laren's left shoulder scoffed. It's far better than your despicable Decepticons, who sneak onto others' planets without a sound and cause destruction. Flying Mountain stood up from Laren's right shoulder, retorting. The cat and the pot resumed their quarrel after a brief moment of peace. Liren listened helplessly to the quarrel emanating from the audio receiver, and his previously despondent mood lifted somewhat as he followed Optimus Prime and Bumblebee into the illuminated land bridge. The vast Autobot base unfolded before his optical sensors, and his gaze immediately fixed upon the familiar orange and white figure of a Cybertronian standing before the instruments and screens. Long time no see, Ratchet. Liren greeted with a light chuckle as the medic looked on, momentarily taken aback by the blue and white mech emerging from the land bridge. At last, he had an ally. Ratchet averted his eyes, waving a hand with a slight smile and an uplifted tone. Optimus Prime and Bumblebee had just endured a grueling battle against Megatron, and Ratchet was now leading Bumblebee to the instruments for a thorough checkup, while Optimus approached Liren. With RC and the Divider picking up our 3 human friend from school, we are among the last remaining Autobots on this planet. Optimus' voice resonated with calm authority. Liren, it is a pleasure to have you join us. Picking up the humans from school feels rather parental, Liren replied with a smile. It is my honor. Optimus, with the Decepticons also present on this planet, we must safeguard Earth and its inhabitants from their harm. Optimus paused momentarily, observing Liren's inquisitive blue optics, before suppressing his thoughts and continuing. Megatron has sent dark energon through the space bridge to Cybertron, attempting to resurrect fallen Cybertronians to form his undead army. In our efforts to thwart him, we detonated the space bridge, and Megatron was caught within the explosion-S range. Liren momentarily froze, then staggered backwards, inadvertently knocking a tool off Ratchet's workbench. The sharp clatter drew the attention of Ratchet and Bumblebee nearby. Optimus stepped forward to steadily run by the shoulder, murmuring, I'm truly sorry, Liren. No, Optimus, you're not to blame. Liren shook his head, gesturing to Ratchet and Bumblebee that he was fine as he crouched down to retrieve the fallen tool, his fingers trembling slightly. After several deep breaths, he lowered his head and spoke softly, I understand you. He felt as though he had been transported back 4 million years to the mines, where miners desperately sought freedom, only to have their hopes shattered mercilessly by the supervisor's gunfire. They were unarmed, lacking the protection of formidable armor or immense strength, and their screams echoed alongside the gunshots as they fled back to the very mines they had once struggled to escape. Blue sparks continuously surged into his chest plate, yet the familiar silhouette of the silver-black figure remained elusive. At that time, the path ahead was engulfed in flames, and the abyss loomed behind. Waves of sorrow surged forth, but were largely contained. The hollowness within the sparks rendered everything around Lee Run unreal, as the base's image gradually warped into a chaotic tapestry of colors. As the dawn approached, the complex core of Blade gradually settled, allowing him to truly feel his feet firmly planted on the ground beneath him. He comprehended Optimus Prime's sentiments. He recognized that Megatron had undergone a transformation, and he was acutely aware that his allegiance to the Autobots positioned him as an adversary to Megatron. Yet, he harbored no desire for Megatron's demise. Regardless of how much Megatron had changed, he would forever remain Blade's dearest friend, and Blade yearned to guide him back onto the righteous path. However, if the very essence he wished to redeem had already perished, what then? The roar of engines echoed through the entrance of the base as a blue motorcycle and a green armored vehicle came into view, from which 3 human children descended. Blade suppressed his tumultuous thoughts and mustered the strength to greet RC and the trio of humans, exchanging introductions. Ratchet hurried over, his optics gleaming brightly as he exclaimed, "You're back." Blade observed Ratchet's exuberance with a sense of intrigue, though he lacked the emotional bandwidth to ponder the reason behind it. His gaze shifted to the relatively smaller female warrior, RC. "Is there something on my face?" RC inquired, noticing Blade's scrutiny. "No, nothing at all. I apologize for the intrusion," Blade replied, casting a final glance at the sobbing and flying Bumblebee, his expression a mixture of complexity and discomfort. RC, can you hear me?" Bumblebee called out beside her, but alas, death remained an insurmountable barrier between the living and the departed, rendering RC unable to perceive his voice. Blade sighed quietly as he gazed at the floor. The mechanical dog, unusually refraining from mocking Bumblebee, chose instead to sit silently on Blade's shoulder, its crimson optics flickering. Ratchet appeared quite invested in the academic achievements of the 3 human children, eagerly inquiring about their progress, drawing the attention of nearly all the machines present. Blade, Optimus Prime approached, standing beside him at the edge, and spoke softly. "I'm fine, Optimus," Blade replied, offering a smile as he gently clenched his fists. "I merely need some time to process. If you require someone to converse with, I'm always here," Optimus reassured, his blue optics radiating understanding. "Thank you, Optimus." Warmth surged within Blade's core. He listened attentively as the 3 children recounted their academic experiences, gradually and discreetly maneuvering to a corner of the base. "If you were on our planet, you would undoubtedly earn the highest marks." Ratchet's voice erupted in frustration. Blade couldn't help but chuckle at the scene of Autobots and humans huddled together. "Are you all right?" the mechanical dog inquired. "I am quite well," Blade affirmed. "Are you saddened by Lord Megatron's death?" The inquiry bore the semblance of a question, yet the dog's tone conveyed certainty. "I do not believe he has perished in such a manner." Blade's optics drifted into a daze. The fate that Primus had foretold for Megatron was not one of this nature, and a premonition lingered in his core that Megatron still lived. Even in the absence of Lord Megatron, the Decepticons shall eternally carry forth his will. The mechanical canine's voice rose, yet Blade felt the underlying sorrow in his words. He raised his hand to gently pat the dog's head, choosing silence for the moment. After a brief pause, the mechanical dog softly inquired, "Why did you choose to join the Autobots? Your temperament hardly aligns with that of the Decepticons. Yet, it is evident that you cannot let go of Lord Megatron. Am I wrong? Why choose to stand against him?" Optimus Prime conveyed to me that if we wish to steer Megatron back onto the right path, we must first tread upon the correct one ourselves. Blade touched his mask and lowered his optical sensors. "Is it truly so simple that mere words could lead you astray?" The mechanical dog's emotions were complex. "I do not wish to witness war," Blade replied softly, his voice low and sorrowful. "When did the Decepticons, who once fought for the freedom of Cybertronians, become synonymous with violent aggression?" The mechanical dog remained silent. "Hey there," A bright and crisp voice rang out before Blade, and he looked up to see a girl waving to him from atop a platform. Your name is Blade, right? Do you remember my name? I'm Mikey. We haven't had the chance to truly get to know each other. Don't you like to talk? Why are you standing here all alone? You look quite tall. Almost as tall as Optimus Prime. Hello, Mikey. Blade stepped forward, extending a finger, which Mikey grasped and playfully shook. Blade then glanced at the two boys approaching with a smile. And here are Jack and Raph. It is a pleasure to meet you all. I'm just standing here lost in thought. Were you speaking just now? To whom? The bespectacled boy asked curiously, having faintly heard Blade murmuring but unable to discern the specifics. Blade contemplated for a moment, a playful notion to tease the children emerging. In truth, I was conversing with a friend whom no one else can see. Wow. Mikey's expression shifted to one of complexity as she quietly turned to Jack and whispered, Do Cybertronians have mental illnesses too? Mikey. Jack quickly interjected, attempting to halt Mikey's potentially offensive remarks, then looked at Blade with an awkward smile. I apologize, we meant no offense. There's certainly nothing to worry about. Blade replied in a gentle tone. May I ask why you always wear a mask? Jack's curiosity, fueled by Blade's amicable demeanor, prompted the question. Optimus Prime wears a mask too, but only during battles against the Decepticons. Blade paused momentarily, his hand tenderly brushing against the edges of his mask. For 4 million years, apart from necessary energy replenishment, he had scarcely removed it. Memories flooded back to a time long past, to when he first acquired the mask, causing Blade to lower his optical sensors and chuckle softly. It is to commemorate an important Cybertronian, a doctor named Wheeljack, and to honor my mentor who fell in battle. Chapter 59. The iron-eating worm Lee Run bowed his head at the workbench, meticulously assembling components. While the ambulance cautioned Optimus Prime and RC about the matters concerning their expedition to the Arctic to investigate the partition and the items brought back by Bumblebee. I want to join, Faye Guashan exclaimed, swiftly soaring to RC's side upon hearing about her mission. See you later, Lee Run replied without halting his assembly, casting a fleeting glance at Faye Guashan. In a few days since their arrival on Earth, the mechanical dog had unexpectedly discovered a significantly broader range for activity alongside Faye Guashan. However, it appeared that due to the constraints of the spark, it could not be away from the source for an extended period. It could venture out for a maximum of 2 days before being automatically summoned back. This was a delightful revelation for the mechanical dog, prompting it to often roam outside since realizing this newfound freedom. Lee Run understood that the mechanical dog missed Soundwave. Perhaps a brief outing would uplift its spirits, and he bore no concerns about the mechanical dog encountering danger. Thus he did not deter it. The sound of engines roared from the distance as Bumblebee and the transport carrying the partition entered the base. Hey, did you miss us? Mei Chi exclaimed as she leapt from the vehicle. Hello, Laffy, Mei Chi, and Jack. Lee Run greeted the trio of children who had just disembarked, smiling warmly. Shouldn't you be in school? The ambulance queried, appearing somewhat perplexed. Today is the weekend. We specifically came to spend time with you. Mei Chi waved her hand, ascending the platform. She rested her chin on her hand, observing Lee Ren's actions. Lee Ren, what are you doing? Is it a soccer ball? Can we play with it? Jack and Laffy, having concluded their conversation with Optimus Prime and RC, eyed the spherical object with curiosity. Laffy inquired, looking up. Mei Chi leaned closer, extending a finger to prod it, when Lee Ren's voice suddenly reached her ears. That is a bomb. Wow, Mei Chi gasped, her finger halting midair as Jack and Laffy hurriedly pulled her away. Wait a minute, are you saying you're making bombs at the base? Jack blocked Mei Chi's advance, his expression one of shock as he stared at Lee Run. Rest assured, it won't explode, Lee Ren chuckled, pausing his work to retrieve the spherical object. I somewhat suspect he is doing this on purpose, Mei Chi whispered to Jack and Laffy. Lee Ren caught the remark, a subtle grin forming beneath his mask. Oh, my spark. Meanwhile, the terrestrial bridge had just closed, and the figures of Optimus Prime and RC vanished amidst the brilliance. Suddenly, the switch of the terrestrial bridge sparked, prompting the ambulance to exclaim, What happened? Lee Ren halted his actions and approached to inquire. The terrestrial bridge is damaged. The ambulance observed the switch emitting black smoke, attempting to operate it several times with no response. Turning to Lee Run, he said, We must repair it quickly. Optimus Prime and RC are still in the Arctic. That shouldn't be. Didn't we just inspect it 3 days ago? Lee Run mused, bending down to dismantle a panel of the terrestrial bridge. Bumblebee partition. Come over and lend a hand. The ambulance called out. The instruments and equipment had been moved aside. Wally Wren and the ambulance crouched down to inspect the chip and semiconductor of the land bridge. The components in the ambulance's hands sparked as they were examined. Lee Wren lifted one as well, pondering the jagged, circular damage upon it, realizing it was not typical wear and tear, but rather something that had seemingly bitten into it. At that moment, the lights above flickered, and an unsettling premonition washed over Lee Wren. His intuition proved accurate when Laffy approached them, cradling a diminutive creature. Lee Wren was certain he had never heard the ambulance scream with such terror before. A cockroach. The ambulance's scream triggered in Lee Wren a memory of a past life, where someone reacted similarly upon encountering a creature with twin tails. It was a rustworm. The panicked voice of the partition echoed as he and Bumblebee raised their weapons toward the creature Laffy held. It was a carnivorous cockroach. Lee Wren had never seen such a creature, yet he was well aware of the notorious reputation of this Cybertronian pest, and instinctively took a few steps back. The creature slowly lifted its head from Laffy's embrace, and Lee Wren found himself oddly charmed by its large blue optical lenses. However, in the next instant, its mouth transformed into a menacing serrated maw, and it buzzed towards them. Lee Wren's optics widened in shock. This was far from endearing. It scurried up Bumblebee's leg, gnawing at his armor, leaving marks as it feasted. Fortunately, Bumblebee quickly shook it off, sending it flying, where it was subsequently crushed by Laffy. This creature from the Arctic was a cage. The ambulance led them to examine a large object in the warehouse that had been breached. A cage meant for housing rustworms. They had been launched from Cybertron, only to fall into the Arctic and enter hibernation due to the frigid temperatures. The appearance of a single rust worm indicated that the base was harboring hundreds, if not thousands, of them. The invasion of the rust worms had damaged the communication systems, rendering the land bridge inoperative, while Optimus Prime and RC remained stranded in the Arctic. Lee Wren clenched his fist, the previously calm ember within him igniting with urgency. If they did not expedite the repairs on the land bridge, Optimus Prime and RC would suffer damage from prolonged exposure to the cold. Mei Chi, accompanied by the partition, and Laffy with Bumblebee, ventured inside the base to conduct inspections, while Lee Wren and the ambulance focused on repairing the land bridge, with Jack standing guard beside them. The conductors and wiring had been restored, yet operation remained elusive. The ambulance struck the ground in frustration, gritting its teeth as it glared at the core of the land bridge. Was it a lack of energy? Lee Wren set down his tools, meticulously recalling the lessons imparted by Robert in his neural module, ruling out potential causes and tentatively inquiring. His audio receiver faintly detected the sounds of clashing within the pipes. The energy transfer conduit had malfunctioned. The ambulance's optics brightened with realization. Before they could take any action, a buzzing sound emanated from above the base, and a swarm of iron eaters surged forth from the sky, their eyes fixated on the two living Cybertronians, far more delectable than ordinary metal. "They can fly," Jack shouted, his heart racing as he attempted to fend off the approaching iron eaters, but their speed and sheer numbers rendered his efforts futile. "The sky is filled with flying cannibal cockroaches. Ambulance, get down." Rebound lunged forward, pressing the ambulance beneath him, shielding the core of the land bridge with his body. The iron eaters were now upon them, irresistibly drawn to Rebound's frame, particularly the light radiating from beneath his chest plate. They were eager to devour this exquisite shell, slowly savoring the essence within. The swarm of iron eaters crawled over Rebound's body, gnawing at him. He swatted one away, only for more to surge forth. Pain radiated from his head, and in a moment of panic, he removed his helmet, stowing it in subspace. Sharp, intense pain coursed through every corner of his frame as the iron eaters nearly engulfed him. Gritting his teeth, he stifled a groan, fingers digging into the ground too tightly, causing some energy fluid to be smeared onto the surface. This pain, subtle yet acutely felt, was utterly maddening, unlike the agony he had experienced during the mine explosion. He sensed the iron eaters gradually consuming the structure of his internals, while the spark source continually repaired the internal damage, only to be met by the next wave of gnawing. "Rebound," the ambulance called out anxiously. Rebound, having removed his helmet, perceived the agony etched on the blue and white visage of the ambulance. The larger machine shielded most of the ambulance's frame, drawing the majority of the iron eaters away, leaving only a few to feast upon him. "Jack, quick, use the fire extinguisher." The ambulance could not bear to see Rebound endure this alone. He vacated the space beneath Rebound, vigorously swatting the Iron Eaters off his frame, only for them to cling to his arm. Jack activated the fire extinguisher, directing its cold spray at the Iron Eaters on Rebound, causing some to lose their vitality, yet still, more of them arrived. The battered frame of the ambulance and Bumblebee returned to the base's hull, only to face another wave of Iron Eaters. Time seemed to stretch indefinitely until Jack and the others finally eradicated this swarm. With the humans no longer at risk from the Iron Eaters, the ambulance instructed them on repairing the energy conduits, while the 4 Cybertronians lay exhausted on the base floor, awaiting Jack's return. To safely return the Iron Eaters to the Arctic and retrieve Optimus, we need bait, the ambulance stated, its tone heavy and weary. I'm willing to go, Rebound declared, gazing at the fatigued Bumblebee and ambulance, both bearing the marks of their suffering. They clearly prefer to feast on me, if I remain at the base. They may not be lured away. I am the most suitable bait, but you are the one who is most injured. As the ambulance prepared to articulate this statement, he suddenly found himself taken aback, realizing that Li Ren's condition was far better than he had anticipated. Li Ren, are you not afraid? The partition turned and inquired with wide optical lenses. That is an Iron Eater. Upon hearing this, Li Ren froze momentarily and in a daze. He comprehended that he ought to be frightened. He should fear the agonizing torment that gnawed at his nerves. The prospect of being devoured by the Iron Eater until only metal shavings remained, and the incessant sensation of his mechanical parts being chewed and restored repetitively. To the Iron Eater, he was akin to a delectable treat that exuded an enticing aroma yet could never be fully consumed. However, his emotional module remained unresponsive. He felt only the usual void and a flicker of concern for Optimus Prime and RC. Li Ren gazed somewhat bewilderedly at the marks left on his armor by the Iron Eater's gnawing. The ambulance observed Li Ren's reaction, and his optical lens flickered. It's repaired. Jack and the other shouts were accompanied by the violent clattering and buzzing of the pipes. Yet a larger wave of Iron Eaters surged from above at that very moment. There was no time for contemplation. The ambulance barely managed to hold up his body, but as he opened the land bridge, he collapsed heavily to the ground. Li Ren watched the swarm of Iron Eaters, resembling a dark cloud, as the iron frame at the top of the base was devoured and fell to the ground. His optical lens fixated on the light of the land bridge. Li Ren, wait, the ambulance, sensing Li Ren's determination, weakly raised a hand in an attempt to intervene, but was rendered immobile by the relentless pain coursing through his body. Li Ren did not respond. He struggled to stand, his spark and body shimmering with a bright light in the gaze of the Iron Eaters. They eagerly swarmed toward him, enveloping his entire form in an instant. Li Ren endeavored to quicken his pace, yet he had never felt his body so burdensome. The nauseating sound of gnawing echoed in his audio receptors, and a peculiar sensation emerged from within his abdominal armor. He realized the Iron Eaters were gnawing at the circuitry in his abdomen. A sharp pain jolted through his knee joint, and in that moment, he felt as though his joint had been mercilessly bitten through. His legs weakened, and his body lost balance, teetering forward, yet he had not even succeeded in reaching the land bridge. If he remained at the base, the ambulance and others would also be in peril. Suddenly, a pair of large hands supported his faltering form. The partition rushed to his side, allowing Li Ren to lean against his body. Li Ren felt a throbbing pain in his cranial module as he gazed into the partition's resolute blue optical lenses, managing to force a smile. Li Ren, hold on. The partition aided him as they stumbled toward the land bridge, the Iron Eaters closely trailing behind them. And Li Ren felt a numbing pain in his back armor. Finally, after traversing the land bridge to the Arctic, the blinding white of the snowstorm reflected in Li Ren's optical lenses, the cold gradually encroaching upon him. In the distance, Optimus Prime and RC, their bodies coated in frost, struggled toward the land bridge. Get down, get down. The partition shouted to them as he and Li Ren dropped onto the snowy ground. The bodies sank into the soft, frigid snow, while the relentless, voracious, iron-eating insect gradually came to a halt in the cold. Pain surged through him. The optical lens of Li Ren became momentarily blurred, as fatigue and agony assaulted his core. His body trembled uncontrollably, and the optical lens was on the verge of overflowing with cleansing fluid, yet before it could cascade down. The liquid was frozen by the biting cold. The chill dulled his pain, and he forced himself to focus on the lifeless, iron-eating insect, which, having lost its vitality, plummeted toward the distant figures of Optimus Prime and RC, who were anxiously approaching him from across the mountains. Li Ren, as the calls echoed from the mountains. Li Ren succumbed to the overwhelming fatigue, and darkness enveloped his optical lens. Chapter 60. The problem. Luanxing often spoke of a student over the communications line to the ambulance. His words laced with pride and a hint of boastfulness. My student is exceptionally talented, Luanxing would declare. My student is incredibly diligent. My student is remarkably reliable. The ambulance, upon receiving these messages from his friend, could only reply with a resigned, understood. You're being dismissive, Luanxing would retort. The admiration expressed by his friend piqued the ambulance's curiosity about Li Ren, even though their interactions had been limited. His impression of Li Ren remained that of a pure-hearted, kind individual who had lost his memory, a miner willing to assist a stranger in Karen and sacrificing his opportunity for treatment at Iron Fortress for the sake of a friend, selflessly helping to publish articles. What kind of doctor had Li Ren become? Upon arriving at Iron Fortress, Luanxing informed him that Li Ren's friend was none other than Megatron, who had recently found himself at the center of controversy. While the ambulance lamented the failure of those articles to reach publication, he did not agree with Megatron's actions. However, both Orion and Li Ren chose to support Megatron, and Luanxing had faith in his student. Thus, the ambulance found himself somewhat hopeful that Megatron might indeed bring about a transformation in the decayed and rigid class structure of Cybertron. What transpired during the High Council meeting altered the very fabric of Cybertron. He and Luanxing bore witness to Orion's ascension as a leader in Megatron's ambition, cleverly concealed behind a facade of righteousness. It was during this tumultuous time that Li Ren went silent, and Luanxing worried for a long while. Fortunately, Li Ren eventually responded to their communications, assuring them that he had returned to the Karen Clinic. Initially, the casualties from the Decepticon attack on Iron Fortress were not severe. At that point, the ambulance and Luanxing, who remained at Iron Fortress to assist, had yet to comprehend that a prolonged war was about to erupt on Cybertron. I need to return swiftly, Luanxing stated, having just finished treating a wounded soldier's leg. Li Ren requires me. Though Li Ren was not inexperienced, he was no longer a mere juvenile. The ambulance could not grasp Luanxing's deep concern and inquired about it. After a moment of silence, Luanxing spoke gravely. That child survived the mine disaster alongside only Megatron. The tragedy left him with a lasting shadow, and he regards me as an anchor. At first, Ratchet found it challenging to provide adequate treatment, yet he displayed remarkable resilience, persistently striving to surmount the shadows of his past. Although he insisted he was fine, I could sense the profound impact that Megatron's actions had on him. The ambulance had not anticipated such a condition afflicting Ratchet, for he was well aware of the significance of anchor points for patients, having studied relevant knowledge. The path taken by Ratchet's closest friend was too painful for the ambulance to contemplate further. However, before Wheeljack could return, the storm of Decepticon gunfire had already descended upon them. Soundwave intercepted the Autobot communication channels, and the Decepticons launched an assault on the medical rear of Ironhide. The ambulance helplessly witnessed his friend being struck by a Decepticon shell while covering patients during their evacuation. Despite his frantic efforts to save him, Wheeljack's spark gradually dimmed. At that moment, Optimus Prime was also nearby, and the severely damaged Wheeljack intermittently conveyed to them, "Ambulance, please protect my student. I am glad to be your friend." The ambulance watched in despair as his friend returned to the well of all sparks, sorrowfully lowering his optical sensors. The Autobots switched to a new communication channel, where the ambulance observed Ratchet's relentless inquiries about Wheeljack. Yet, he could not respond, as the Autobots could not withstand further damage from revealed information. After multiple appeals from Optimus Prime, Master Ironhide finally relented, permitting him to visit Ratchet at the clinic as part of the counteroffensive plan. Optimus successfully returned with Ratchet, who had undergone significant changes, and together they commenced medical assistance at the rear. As the situation of war grew increasingly dire, the injuries sustained by the soldiers became more severe, and all Cybertronians were urged to run towards an uncertain future. Initially concerned about Ratchet's state, the ambulance soon realized that he was performing his medical duties excellently, including addressing the penetrating wounds previously mentioned by Wheeljack. Ratchet flawlessly inherited his mentor's skills, saving countless Autobot warriors during the conflict. The escalating casualties left the ambulance little time for contemplation. He assumed that Ratchet had indeed overcome his shadows. On one occasion, as he prepared to perform surgery on a critically injured patient, Ratchet served as his assistant. Ratchet's movements were fluid and proficient, harmonizing perfectly with the ambulance. After the patient finally emerged from danger, the ambulance exhaled a sigh of relief. However, when he turned to observe Ratchet, whom he had not closely examined during the treatment, he discovered an unsettling emptiness and coldness reflected in Ratchet's optical sensors. The words he intended to speak became lodged in his vocalizer. The ambulance's medical experience and wisdom informed him that such a lack of emotion was not characteristic of a normal Cybertronian's optical sensors. Yet following that moment, Ratchet's demeanor appeared entirely normal again, with his blue optical sensors vibrant and shining, leading the ambulance to question whether he had merely imagined the earlier sight. In the days that followed, the ambulance noticed several instances of Ratchet talking to himself or experiencing hallucinations, yet every inquiry was met with evasive excuses from Ratchet. There are no signs of deterioration in the condition of Blade, and the bustling medical team behind them has left the ambulance with little time for meticulous observation. After 4 million years of war, Cybertron has lost its vitality, and they have departed from their home planet. It wasn't until he encountered Blade again on Earth that he realized the extent of his own suffering. After witnessing the first patient perish before him, Blade discovered that his hallucinations and auditory delusions had intensified. He perceived not only the miners and their overseers in the quarries, but also the fallen warriors on the battlefield. The wails of the dying echoed incessantly in his auditory receptors, and countless nights he awoke, startled by the tragic screams and tormented cries that invaded his dreams. Blade understood the frenetic activity of the medical team. The Wheeljack had already left. Optimus Prime was tirelessly working on the front lines, and the number of injured soldiers was increasing. He had no time to gradually confront his shadows. Consequently, he ceased to activate his emotional module in a conventional manner. Initially, the emptiness from disabling the emotional module rendered him unable to adapt. The once vivid emotions had dwindled to mere whispers, as if an invisible membrane separated him from the world, allowing only a few small apertures for him to breathe. The ambulance seemed to notice his anomaly, and Blade, unwilling to impede the medical efficiency of the ambulance due to his own issues, endeavored to appear normal based on the faint emotional feedback from his emotional module. To his surprise, he found himself succeeding unexpectedly well. For a million years had been ample time for him to gradually acclimate to his own abnormalities and the persistent emptiness that entangled him. Blade had thought he would continue on this path until the very end, until he found himself confronting the Insecticon without a trace of fear. It felt as though the few tiny openings in that membrane were gradually shrinking and disappearing. His emotional module appeared to have encountered some malfunction. You will undoubtedly adore Wheeljack. Tonight, we are hosting a welcome party for him, exclaimed the excited voice of the Divider to Mika. Blade was busy repairing the circuits near the land bridge, as the recent invasion of Insecticons had caused numerous issues with the base's equipment. Regarding Wheeljack, Blade recalled that in most Transformers narratives, he was a scientist fond of experimenting with explosives. However, within the context of the Transformers Prime universe, his characterization seemed somewhat different. The memories of the Transformers Prime storyline remained shrouded in fog. No matter how hard he tried to recall, the specifics eluded him. Sighing in frustration, Blade lowered his head without noticing the ambulance observing him nearby. Optimus Prime approached, locking eyes with the ambulance, which subtly nodded in acknowledgement. Understanding the ambulance's intent, Optimus walked over to Blade and called out Blade. Startled from his reverie, Blade quickly set down his tools and stood up. Optimus, is there something you need? No need to be so tense, Blade, Optimus replied gently, placing his hand on Blade's shoulder. I need to go on patrol now. Would you care to join me? I am more than willing. However, as I glanced at the exposed wiring of the land bridge, I felt a sense of responsibility. I am still here. The ambulance looked up at me, and I assured him that I could manage without an assistant. Very well. Thank you for your efforts, ambulance. With a hint of resignation, I smiled and said to Optimus Prime, let us proceed, leader. The ambulance tilted its head, watching as the blue and white sports car and the red and blue truck vanished into the corridor of the base, before sighing and withdrawing its gaze. Chapter 61. A Joyride. The Autobot base is situated on the outskirts of Jasper, Nevada, surrounded by rugged mountains and arid deserts. Dust-laden trees, their hues muted, stand along the roadside, while the vast expanse of yellow sand stretches out as far as the eye can see. The blue and white sports car and the red and blue truck glide steadily along the deserted road, their vibrant colors providing a striking contrast against the barren landscape. This dusty terrain feels somewhat familiar, and the scene invokes a sense of nostalgia. I found myself momentarily lost in thought, watching the red and blue truck ahead, as both vehicles kicked up small clouds of dust. I apologize for summoning you for patrol at this moment. Perhaps you would have preferred to join the welcome party for Jack. Optimus Prime's gentle voice interrupted my reverie through the communication device. I am delighted to be out for a drive. Optimus, I replied with a smile. I have yet to truly appreciate the world beyond the base. We can have a conversation, the leader inquired softly. Is there something you wish to share with me? After a brief pause, I replied, my tone tinged with reminiscence. This scene feels remarkably familiar. Optimus understood the sentiment I was expressing. The outskirts of Kaon were similar, with an endless stretch of desert and swirling clouds of yellow dust filling the air. Many years ago, the red and blue truck and the blue and white sport car raced side by side across that sunlit expanse. Two Cybertronians conversing with trust in their friendship and hope for the future of Cybertron as they sped towards the distant Iron Fortress. Back then, Orion and I both anticipated that Megatron would usher in a bright future for Cybertron. This area is devoid of human vehicles, if you wish. We may drive side by side, Optimus suggested thoughtfully. I hesitated for a moment before softly responding. Very well, Optimus. I turned the steering wheel, positioning myself alongside and slightly behind the truck. Through the rearview mirror, Optimus caught sight of me, maintaining a distance behind him, prompting a deep sigh within him. Since the aftermath of the Grand Council meeting, Cybertron had undergone a radical transformation. Megatron had changed, and so had I in many ways. Optimus sensed that I had lost much of my vitality. I had become far more reticent compared to my former self. I remained warm and amicable, capable of interacting well with every Autobot and human at the base. Yet it seemed that I now preferred to dedicate my time to the components on my workbench rather than engage with others. Optimus Prime recognized the normalcy of the situation. War and the passage of time could easily render a Cybertronian taciturn. However, when Ratchet quietly informed him of the peculiar state of Blades while he lay unconscious from the effects of the rustworms, Optimus pondered the connection to Megatron's demise. The image of the silver figure engulfed in flames surfaced in his mind, contrasting starkly with Blades, who lacked his former vivacity. A tinge of sorrow welled up within the Matrix. I miss those times, Blades uttered, his voice tinged with melancholy. So do I, Blades. The past was beautiful. Yet we must turn our gaze toward the future, Optimus replied, his tone somber. I regret what happened with Megatron, Blades. Rather than extinguishing his spark, I had hoped to steer him back to the righteous path. But that is not your fault, Optimus, Blades quietly countered, still unwilling to accept Megatron's end. You safeguarded this planet. I understand that is your duty as a leader. Sensing the weight of the somber atmosphere, Blades wished to alleviate the tension during what should have been a carefree moment. Thus, he stifled his emotions and lifted his voice with renewed enthusiasm. By the way, I've heard the sunsets on Earth are magnificent. I suspect the party at the base will continue for some time. How about we find a spot to watch the sunset after our patrol? I just spotted a high vantage point that will be perfect. Shall we take a moment to relax, Optimus? Just a little while. Blade's tone was lively and filled with anticipation as he quickened his pace. His blue and white sports car now paralleling Optimus rather than lagging behind. Of course, Blades, Optimus replied, detecting the comfort in his tone and smiling in response. He recognized this as an opportunity to observe Blade's state. I am quite curious about what Jax is like, Blades added, his curiosity piqued. I imagine their party must be quite entertaining. In reality, due to the chameleon masquerading as Jax, chaos reigned at the base. Their plans to watch the sunset were abruptly disrupted when Ratchet sent a communication detailing the situation, prompting them to hastily return. It seems our sunset plans will have to be postponed, Blades noted with a hint of resignation. I believe there will be other opportunities, Optimus patiently replied. Upon returning to the base and transforming, they discovered that the emergency had been resolved, and the party appeared to have resumed. Blades heard the sound of Mickey performing heavy metal music. Hey, watch out! A strange voice accompanied a heavy whistling sound that reached Blade's audio receptors as he stepped through the corridor into the base. Something substantial was hurtling toward him. His gaze sharpened, and he swiftly turned to ascertain that the object was not a weapon, but rather a large metallic sphere crafted from various discarded materials. He promptly halted the activation of his weapon modules and caught the hefty sphere with both hands. The immense weight and the tremendous force required to hurl the metallic sphere caused his arm to tingle. Yet, being a formidable machine, he adeptly controlled his body, avoiding any slips or falls. His form merely glided back a short distance while cradling the metal ball. "Well done." A whistle and an enthusiastic voice resonated from nearby. Li Run, intrigued, set down the metallic sphere and observed the approaching stranger from Cybertron. The figure was adorned in a predominantly grayish-white paint scheme, embellished with red and green accents on the chest plate, and bore a pair of twin blades on his back. A scar marred the corner of his mouth, enhancing the menacing allure of his smile. How striking. Liren couldn't help but think. "You must be Jax," he said, pleased to meet him. The voice of Optimus Prime beside Li Run was steady and resolute. "Then you must be Optimus Prime," Jax replied, unfazed by the presence of his leader. He turned his gaze towards Li Run, inquiring, "What is your name?" Momentarily taken aback, Li Run realized Jax was addressing him. "Hello, I am Li Run. It is a pleasure to meet you, Jax," he responded. "Very well, Li Run. I shall remember you," Jax said, picking up the metallic sphere and smiling at Li Run. Though slightly puzzled, Li Run noticed the divider approaching, seemingly with matters to discuss with Optimus Prime. He bid farewell and went to assist the medic in repairing the wrecked vehicle. Bumblebee, Raph, and Jack danced to the metallic melodies of Mickey, while RC watched with a smile, her wings fluttering nearby, occasionally dipping down to sway along with the music. The medic, bent over welding the outer armor of the wrecked vehicle, let out a lamenting sigh. It feels like an endlessly looping nightmare. Unable to suppress a laugh at this remark, Li Run hurriedly bowed his head, pretending to be engrossed in repairing the ship's circuits before the medic glanced over. As he observed the gradual restoration of the vehicle, a pang of nostalgia struck Li Run as he reminisced about his own ship, long since rendered inoperable. "Li Run, are there any discomforts in your body?" the medic inquired, momentarily setting aside his welding torch and looking up with an air of casual inquiry. "I feel perfectly fine, medic," Li Run replied with a smile, aware that the medic was referring to his condition following the Iron WRM's invasion of the base. The medic, his blue optics fixed on Li Run, said nothing further, merely nodding before returning to his work. Chapter 62. Coordinates. Jax chose not to linger on Earth. He embarked on interstellar adventures aboard the repaired vehicle. As the Autobot bid him farewell, Li Run gazed at the ship soaring into the heavens, convinced that one day Jax would return to Earth. Days after Jax's departure, Li Run joined Optimus Prime and the others on a mission to assist Agent Fowler in escorting a nuclear device. Humanity always strives to grasp powers that lie beyond their control, whether in this life or the last. Li Run was acutely aware of this truth. What seeks to seize the Doomsday device is not the Decepticons, but rather a human organization known as the Mecha Special Operations Team. Their presence unsettles Blade, particularly the individual leading them, a human named Silas. Upon hearing his name, an inexplicable fury surged within Blade's spark. Silas, driven by selfish desires, has placed Jack and Mickey in peril. Were it not for Optimus Prime, the entire vicinity might have succumbed to the radioactive contamination of the Doomsday device. In that moment, Blade contemplated using his energy cannon to bring down the aircraft bearing Silas, yet reason restrained him, and he lifted his gaze, coldly observing the plane as it gradually receded into the distance. Ever since partially shutting down his emotional module, it had been a long time since he felt such disdain and anger toward a machine or a human. Blade never imagined he would one day harbor murderous intent toward the human. Following that day, Blade refrained from undertaking any field missions, instead collaborating with Ratchet on logistical tasks at the base. Ratchet must have discovered Blade's self-healing capabilities. A typical Cybertronian would have been reduced to mere parts after being gnawed upon by swarms of insect tycons. Yet Blade's injuries were the lightest in the base at that time. Upon regaining consciousness, he was still able to assist other Autobots in their healing processes without any detriment to his own form. However, Ratchet did not inquire further about Blade. He merely asked occasionally if Blade felt unwell or discreetly observed his condition. Blade understood that Ratchet cared for him, so he did not resent the occasional glances directed his way. 2 new Decepticon members have caused considerable trouble for the Autobots, one named Knockout and the other Dead End. The one called Knockout is particularly vain about his paint job, his red exterior always gleaming, while Dead End seems to be his aide, perpetually at his side. The striking contrast of red and deep blue in their inseparable forms momentarily distracted Blade, evoking memories of 39 and 47, whose fondness for vibrant and pristine paint schemes mirrored that of Knockout. Yet Blade was acutely aware of their differences. 39 and 47 had returned to the well of all sparks 4 million years ago. RC encountered the Black Widow when she and Jack were on a reconnaissance mission. Having discovered a ship crash-landed on Earth, Blade had heard of her. During the war on Cybertron, she had ruthlessly and mercilessly slain countless Autobots before defecting from the Decepticons. That day, Skyquake had accompanied her, and upon their return, Blade noticed a slight improvement in the relationship between RC and Jack. Skyquake, slumping in exhaustion, no longer followed RC closely, but instead lethargically perched himself upon Blade's shoulder. "What troubles you?" Blade paused his welding, turning his head to gently inquire. "Jack is a good boy. I am pleased that RC has become his partner. Yet, I could only stand by helplessly, watching her weaken in the Arctic's frigid embrace. Witnessing her suffer under the malevolent grasp of the Black Widow, who manipulated my demise to inflict pain upon her, I observed Jack desperately fleeing from the Black Widow's relentless pursuit. The words of Fagua Mountain were gradually choked with emotion, as the tears of the electric rice cooker soaked into Liren's shoulder plate. We were partners. Had I still been alive? The deceased are granted the right to linger in the realm of the living. Yet ultimately, the chasm between life and death remains. They can only bear witness to the agony of their loved ones wrought by their departure, a gift that perhaps is rather cruel. Liren sighed, aware that at this moment, all words of consolation appeared futile. He could only raise his hand gently to stroke the head of Fagua Mountain resting upon his shoulder, silently listening to his weeping. Fagua Mountain was not a fragile being. He soon shook off his sorrow, endeavoring to engage in activities to attract Arsai's attention, yearning for the day she might perceive him. Liren recognized the futility of this endeavor and knew that Fagua Mountain was equally cognizant of it. However, the glimmer of hope might offer him some solace. Thus Liren refrained from intervening. Aside from necessary patrols, Liren seldom left the base. Once all the equipment had been repaired, he dedicated every day to assembling parts at his work desk, akin to a fixed point of renewal. Meichi had previously teased him for remaining in the same spot, performing the same task for an entire week. Today, the ambulance discovered the coordinates of the reprisal and an Autobot's emergency beacon within the system. The location of that beacon might harbor surviving Autobots. Hence, Optimus Prime chose to temporarily disregard the reprisal's position and proceeded with the ambulance to that site. Previously, aboard the spacecraft, I was the sole machine with whom you could converse, and I understood your relentless focus on these tasks. The mechanical dog, recently summoned back by the Allspark, was yawning as it lay on Liren's shoulder, recovering its energy. However, now that you have arrived at the Autobot base, why do you continue with these tasks? I believe these efforts will prove useful eventually. Liren gazed at the small tracker, gradually taking shape in his hands, and gently patted the mechanical dog's head in response, saying, "Wasn't the reprisal's location deciphered by the ambulance? Shouldn't we investigate?" It was clearly due to electromagnetic interference. The Autobots could not have unraveled the coordinates so easily. How could the leader allow such a breach? The mechanical dog retorted immediately, its tail wagging with impatience. "Once my energy is restored, I'll go. I should have stayed in instead of venturing out the other day." Liren discerned the urgency and slight frustration in the mechanical dog's voice. This was the most vivid display of emotion he had observed from it in many years, causing the corners of his mouth to lift subtly beneath his mask. Not far from the platform, 3 human children stood with their backs to Liren, whispering among themselves. Though curiosity piqued within him, he refrained from enhancing the audio receiver's sensitivity to eavesdrop on their private conversation. However, Liren was taken aback when, moments later, Jack slowly approached him. "Hello, Blade. Do you have time this weekend?" Jack asked, a hint of unease in his demeanor as he raised his right hand to scratch the back of his head. "I know you might be planning to confront the Decepticons today, but perhaps we could take a stroll this weekend? Blade, don't you find it tedious to be tinkering with those parts in this place all the time?" Maggie, seemingly impatient with Jack's hesitance, pushed him aside and gazed at Blade with sparkling eyes. "You're a sports car. How about we go racing?" "We thought it might be a bit lonely for you to always stay here," said Rafi shyly, adjusting his glasses. "Of course," Blade replied warmly, feeling a sense of comfort in his core without any hesitation. "Yay, I knew he would agree." Maggie exclaimed joyfully, nudging Jack with her elbow and looking up at Blade. Have you ever raced Bumblebee? Who is faster? Should we have a competition? Blade chuckled, just as an urgent communication interrupted the moment. Blade quickly opened the land bridge. Came the anxious voice of Ratchet over the transmission. The gravity of Ratchet's words filled Blade with an unsettling premonition. He hurried to the land bridge and pulled the switch. A cyan glow illuminating the area. Blade clenched his fists, anxiously watching the corridor. As the optical lens revealed a rusty and weakened Optimus Prime, Blade felt as if his spark had momentarily ceased to beat. Optimus. Chapter 63. The Plague. It is the Cybertronian Plague, a biochemical weapon devised by Megatron to combat the Autobots, Ratchet stated gravely, observing the readings on his instruments. During the Cybertronian War, this virus claimed countless lives. Alcee explained to Jack and the others. Optimus Prime's once brilliant blue optical lens flickered. Blade had never seen him so frail. Neither during the Orion Pax era, nor after he became Optimus Prime. The term Cybertronian Plague, which had not been heard for hundreds of thousands of years, echoed once more in Blade's audio receptors, entwining him in the nightmarish memories that had tormented him endlessly. With a heavy sigh, Blade stared at the rusted image of Optimus Prime on his visor, feeling a dull pain in his spark as countless tortured silhouettes of rusting Autobots flashed before his eyes. Groans, wails, and cries emerged from the corroded vocalizers of desperate patients, their voices hoarse like aged bearings, producing only discordant and twisted lamentations under pressure. Their optical lenses, once radiant, flickered and gradually dimmed, ultimately losing all light. Everything conveyed to Blade that he could not save them. This virus was personally developed by Megatron, Blade thought, feeling as if something was lodged in his vocalizer and spark. Despite being an established truth for hundreds of thousands of years, he continued to suffer because of it. Countless Autobots had perished because of this. Apart from a single physician, multiple close encounters with infected patients have left him unscathed. The ambulance subtly raised its gaze towards Laren, whose mask concealed his emotions, yet the trembling blue optics betrayed the inner turmoil of its master. During the pandemic's outbreak, Laren had been in contact with the energy liquid of infected patients, yet he remained unaffected. Given Laren's past association with Megatron, the ambulance harbored doubts about any lingering ties. But after conversing with Laren, it chose to trust him and kept this matter to itself. Laren conducted experiments on himself, but neither his energy liquid nor his mechanical components differed from those of ordinary Cybertronians, rendering them incapable of producing a cure through this means. His immunity to the plague seemed to stem from his unique nature, inapplicable to other Cybertronians. You possess the antidote, do you not? Rafi inquired uncertainly of the ambulance. There is no remedy, Optimus Prime responded first, his voice barely a whisper. Upon hearing Optimus's voice, Laren could no longer contain the anguish within his spark. The thought of Optimus's demise was unimaginable and unacceptable. He had to find the cure. He must. Ambulance. I shall retrieve the instruments. Line, oblivious to the tremor in his tone, did not await the ambulance's reply, hastily turning towards the base's interior. The sounds of Autobot conversation gradually faded, and silence enveloped the space. In a dimly lit corner, a robotic dog flew from Laren's shoulder to hover before him, its red and blue optics locking in a luminous gaze amidst the darkness. Robotic dog, your voice module seems strained. Do you know of the antidote? Laren queried. The robotic dog hesitated. I promised not to inquire about Decepticon intelligence. Laren's voice quivered as he leaned against the wall, his right hand pressing against his mask. But I implore you, just this once, please tell me, Optimus cannot die. I do not possess the antidote, the robotic dog replied, turning its gaze away from the pleading Laren. The leader indeed knows of the cure, yet I have not backed up the data. Laren's optics fell in despair as he slightly hunched his form, his body curling inward. He took several deep breaths. The faint whir of his fan starting up echoed in the silence, while condensation seeped over his frame, sending a chill through him. He gazed at his trembling hands, feeling a wave of numbness and weakness. If Optimus were to perish, Laren's gaze became vacant, his partially activated emotional module emitting warnings against the overwhelming feelings, yet he disregarded them. The robotic dog's calls faded beside the audio receiver. Laren, what is troubling you? The gentle tap against his foot armor and Rafi's worried voice abruptly pulled Laren from his reverie. He looked down at Rafi, who stood at his feet. I called your name numerous times without a response. Were you speaking to someone? You seem unwell. I am fine, Rafi. Liren endeavored to maintain a light-hearted tone, his knee joint and body feeling somewhat feeble. Thus, he took a step back, kneeling before Lafi and bowing his head. I was merely conducting a self-diagnostic check and did not hear your voice. The ambulance sent me to find you, as you hadn't returned. Lafi gazed up at the condensation on Liren's brow, revealing that Bumblebee and RC had departed for the judgment. And the ambulance mentioned there might be a cure for Optimus Prime aboard. I see. My apologies for the delay. Let us return, Lafi. Liren extended his hand for Lafi to sit upon, swiftly making his way back to the base's hall. There was still hope. Lafi's words ignited a flicker of optimism within Liren's spark. He strived to steady his hand, ensuring Lafi did not feel any discomfort from the motion. The mechanical dog, sensing Liren's return to normalcy, sighed in relief and returned to his shoulder. Communication was inconvenient at the moment. So Liren lifted his other hand to gently stroke the mechanical dog's head in a gesture of reassurance. His fingers lightly tapped against his shoulder armor, a motion that bore no significance to humans, yet the Cybertronian canine understood its meaning. I am truly sorry, Liren expressed softly. The mechanical dog emitted a quiet hum, nuzzling against his shoulder armor before resting its head once more to replenish its spark energy. Upon returning to the hall, Bumblebee and RC were absent from the base. Liren cautiously placed Lafi back atop the platform where Jack and Mickey stood. He observed the dark scene displayed on the instrument before the ambulance, a sight that felt hauntingly familiar. Galvatron? Megatron still lived. The revelation left both Liren and Lafi momentarily stunned, yet Megatron's existence depended solely on the system's sustenance. Bumblebee chose to establish a cortical connection with Megatron, seeking a remedy within his neural module. Lafi's expression was one of worry and sorrow, prompting Jack and Mickey to lean down and offer comfort. Liren, at this moment, found himself almost speechless, his gaze fixated on the images within Megatron's neural module. An amalgamation of complex emotions swirled within him, resembling a palette smeared with chaotic hues. He could not disentangle a single color from the mingled shades. In the vision, the figures of Optimus Prime and Galvatron suddenly appeared before Bumblebee's optical sensors. He rushed forward with excitement, yet no matter how fervently he waved, the two machines seemed oblivious to his presence. Bumblebee, that is not Optimus and the others, the ambulance cautioned. It is merely a manifestation of Megatron's thoughts. They cannot see or hear you. Optimus, the Autobots have been defeated. Megatron's voice thundered from above, casting a gaze upon Optimus's form, his crimson optics fixated on his nemesis. Now bow to your new master. I shall never yield. Megatron, Optimus retorted, turning to face him, his mask sealing shut as blades sprang from his arms. It is either your demise or mine. Megatron leaped down from the platform, and in an instant his blade struck through Optimus's form, reducing him to a wisp of smoke that gradually dissipated. The partition roared as it swung a heavy hammer towards Megatron. Yet before the hammer could even make contact, a sudden energy blast pierced through the partition's chest armor. The source of that energy blast was a large white and blue machine, emerging slowly from the rear. This was Blade. Chapter 64. Attempt. All the Cybertronians and humans witnessing this scene, along with the mechanical canine, gaze at the unfolding spectacle with a mixture of emotions. They then turned to the stunned Blade, who opened his mouth but ultimately remained silent. What was happening? The partition glanced down at its intact chest armor. The scene continued to unfold, with Bumblebee hiding behind a rock, watching in shock. He clearly noted that the insignia on Blade's chest armor was not that of the Autobots, but of the Decepticons. Blade approached Megatron with measured steps, transforming his energy cannon back into his hands. He removed his mask, gently caressing the purple insignia on his chest armor, and knelt on one knee, his blue optics obediently lowered before Lord Megatron. You have performed admirably, Blade, Megatron remarked, a smirk gracing his lips as he placed a hand lightly on Blade's shoulder. Blade, who had previously bowed his head, lifted it to reveal a smile. Everyone in the base instinctively turned to look at Blade, discovering that he too was staring wide-eyed at the screen. Is Blade a Decepticon? Jack's voice was laced with confusion. He did not believe that Blade was an undercover agent among the Autobots, yet he continued to watch Blade intently, subtly shielding Mickey and Raffi behind him. No, that is not the case. These scenes are constructs of Megatron's dream, Ratchet interjected, casting a complex glance at the silent Blade. That is not Blade. At that moment, the impact of the images on the screen rendered Blade nearly speechless, momentarily oblivious to Jack and the partition's wariness. You dare trespass into my domain, Autobot Scout. Bumblebee shouted at the white and blue machine behind Megatron, but Blade merely donned his mask once more, standing silently, his gaze cold and devoid of warmth. Are you referring to my subordinate? Megatron approached Bumblebee, his tone delightfully casual. Then let him escort you to your end. As Megatron's words fell, Blade raised his hand without hesitation and fired at Bumblebee. Yet all the energy blast passed through Bumblebee's body, who instinctively leaned away to evade. Both Megatron and Bumblebee were taken aback. Megatron roared in anger, raising his hand to strike Bumblebee, yet found himself unable to touch him. Are they incapable of hitting Bumblebee? Raffi inquired. Because he is not a product of Megatron's consciousness, Ratchet explained, glancing back. His attacks are ineffective against Bumblebee. Then why would Megatron dream that Blade is a Decepticon? Mickey, unable to contain her curiosity, pushed Jack's arm aside and leaned over the railing to inquire. Blade finally regained his composure, his blue optics flickering as he turned to Mickey. His voice, emerging from his vocalizer, was somewhat hoarse. We are friends. Who? Jack's voice involuntarily rose. Megatron? Raffi's tone carried uncertainty. Indeed, Lee Run replied, his expression a tapestry of complexity as he gazed into the optical lens of Bumblebee, beholding the familiar yet foreign figure of Megatron. He is my friend. He is my most important friend. Lee Run felt a surge of joy at the realization that Megatron was indeed alive. The deepest desire of Megatron's dreams was to vanquish Optimus Prime, a rivalry that was only fitting for two sworn enemies across the cosmos. Yet, what right did he have to meddle in the tumultuous affairs of these two leaders? Moreover, Lee Run had never envisioned that Megatron would so fervently desire his allegiance to the Decepticons. Nevertheless, he had made his decision, and he would not waver in his choice. The base fell into a moment of profound silence, while the images and sounds upon the screen continued unabated. Optimus Prime was in a precarious state. The partition, having closely monitored Prime's condition, spoke in a grave tone to Ratchet. There was no progress from Bumblebee's end, as Lee Run endeavored to suppress his racing thoughts. Clenching his fists, he approached Optimus Prime's bedside. Just as the partition reached out to intervene, Ratchet restrained it, shaking his head gently in disapproval. Lee Run noticed the actions of the partition and Ratchet, yet there were more pressing matters at hand. He watched as Prime's dim blue optical lens slowly turn towards him. The leader's voice module rendered silent by his weakness. Lee Run felt a dull ache emanating from his spark. Even after 4 million years, his spark remained tethered to Optimus Prime's presence. If he was not mistaken, his immunity to the plague stemmed from the energy of the spark source. Previously, when he had covertly attempted to heal a plague-stricken Autobot warrior using the energy of his spark, it had proven futile. Now, as he found clarity, he recalled that Optimus was one of the 13 Primes, possessing a leadership module. The sparks of the 13 Primes resonated with his soul. Perhaps the leadership module could harmonize with the spark source. You will be all right, Optimus, Lee Run murmured softly, more as a reassurance to himself than to Prime. He knelt beside him, gently placing his hand over Prime's resting hand, lowering his optical lens as he felt the rhythmic pulsation of his spark within his chest. You are not a mere figment of my consciousness. In the imagery, Megatron suddenly grasped Bumblebee's uniqueness, and a spark of realization ignited within him. The crimson optical lens flared with sharp intensity. Cerebral cortical connection? This was dire, Ratchet cursed inwardly. For a minute, Megatron's consciousness had transcended a state of ignorance. He had regained self-awareness. At that moment, Lee Run was oblivious to the external world. In a realm of darkness, he perceived an invisible blue thread extending from his spark, slowly reaching out to connect with another spark. One spark pulsed weakly with dim light, while the other radiated vibrantly, exuding a soft blue glow. It truly worked. Elation surged within him as he witnessed his own spark tremble joyfully. Lee Run attempted to convey the vitality of his spark through the slender thread to another spark, only to discover that this process was far more arduous and painful than the ease of extending the thread. He gritted his teeth, striving to surmount the obstacles and transfer his life force to that spark. Optimus Prime's condition improved. The paramedic gazed in astonishment at the instruments in his hands and at Lee Run beside the hospital bed. Yet the next moment, as he examined the data, he shook his head. No, it was not an improvement, merely a temporary stabilization without further deterioration. Lee Run had accomplished something that temporarily stabilized Optimus Prime's state. Although the method remained a mystery, it was, nonetheless, one of the few pieces of good news they had at present. However, before they could even breathe a sigh of relief, news arrived from RC that the insect icon was persuading Soundwave to abandon Megatron. If Megatron perished, Bumblebee's consciousness would be eternally severed from his body. The gravity of the paramedics' words weighed heavily once more. Would that mean we would simultaneously lose both Bumblebee and Optimus Prime? Jack exclaimed. We must act swiftly, the paramedic urged, pressing his fingers firmly against the control panel. He turned to look at Lee Run, who hung his head. At that moment, condensation began to seep from the faceplate of the white and blue mech, signaling that he might not endure much longer. Our time is running out. Chapter 65, Recovery. Ha 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 ha. Megatron's laughter echoed, a cruel irony that after years of warfare, Optimus Prime would succumb to a mere virus. What makes you think I would intervene to save my old adversary? He leaned down, casting a sinister grin at Bumblebee, declaring, In dreams, I can do as I please. With that, he raised his hand, and the energy cannon obliterated an illusion of Optimus Prime. Without hesitation, Lee Rin pierced the chest armor of another Autobot illusion. Bumblebee pointed to the location of the recently struck Optimus Prime, while Lee Rin remained silently positioned behind Megatron. Retracting his energy cannon, Bumblebee remarked that if Optimus Prime were to perish from the virus, he would never again have the opportunity to take matters into his own hands. Rafi translated for Jack and Mikey, indicating that Lee Rin's allegiance lay with the Autobots rather than the Decepticons. Should Optimus Prime die, Lee Run would be even less inclined to join the Decepticons. Clever, Jack exclaimed in admiration. Perverse, Mikey couldn't help but retort. He's come Earth? Upon hearing Bumblebee's words, Megatron suddenly grasped the implication. He glanced back at Lee Run, who had consistently stood behind him. The white and blue mech, as he had once envisioned, obediently followed. Yet ultimately, it was merely a lifeless puppet, devoid of the spark and vigor that belonged to that machine. Megatron reflected on his longtime nemesis. Having traversed so many years of conflict, if he could not witness the extinguishing of Optimus Prime's spark with his own eyes. Bumblebee completed the thought. Indeed, Scout, this is the antidote formula you seek. A smirk curled at the corner of Megatron's mouth as the formula materialized in his hand. But just as Bumblebee raised his hand, he abruptly retracted it. If you help me escape this prison, you shall receive the antidote. You must ensure my restoration, otherwise, Optimus Prime will perish. RC, the antidote is within reach. The ambulance swiftly dispatched a brief equation, urgently instructing, disconnect immediately. As the external cortical mental connection device was removed, the entirety of the dream began to collapse. The surrounding structures disintegrated into dust, and the form of Blade gradually transformed into azure and white ash, dispersing into the air, while the silhouette of Bumblebee receded before Megatron's optical lens. No, take me with you. Megatron lunged forward, vanishing alongside Bumblebee into the void of this ephemeral dream. Blade, the antidote has been secured. The voice of the ambulance jolted Blade awake. The blue threads of darkness and two embers slowly faded from his view. Blade disengaged and opened his optical lens. A wave of joy surged within him, and he yearned to rise and assist the ambulance in analyzing the antidote based on the equation. However, his frail body and the throbbing pain in his neural module caused his knee joint to buckle, and he helplessly collapsed to the ground, unable to activate his mobility module to rise. Hey, what's wrong with you? The mechanical dog, which had been resting on Blade's shoulder, soared into the air due to the sudden drop in altitude, anxiously inquiring. Blade, the partition rushed over to support him. Blade shook his head, bracing himself against the floor, and gradually stood up, albeit unsteadily. I'm fine, he replied softly, cupping his head. The bluish-green light of the ground bridge illuminated, and Bumblebee and RC returned from the Nemesis. Blade observed the mechanical dog silently gazing at the brilliance, suppressing the soreness in his shoulder as he gently tapped its head. Go ahead, Blade silently urged. The mechanical dog glanced back at the weary and frail Blade through the optical lens. The red lens flickered hesitantly, yet it ultimately remained silent, turning away to soar into the brilliance before the ground bridge closed. Blade watched the diminutive figure vanish alongside the light, adjusting his state while hastily approaching the ambulance, which was preparing the antidote to lend a hand. "Slow down, Optimus," the ambulance voiced with concern as Blade supported Optimus in slowly exiting the medical chamber. The leader's faceplate devoid of the rust that signified death. Blade raised his optical lens to observe the rejuvenated blue shine of Optimus's optical lens, the core gradually calming like an expansive ocean. Thankfully, the hue had not dimmed as he had feared. "Wow," Jack and Bumblebee cheered. "Please reserve your cheers for my doctors and my scouts." Optimus spoke warmly. Blade smiled at Bumblebee, who bashfully rubbed his head. Amidst the clamor, a figure soared overhead, landing on Blade's shoulder. "Blade, take Optimus to the apparatus. He still requires examination," the ambulance instructed. Blade nodded, carefully guiding Optimus forward. The leader lowered his head, observing Blade's meticulous efforts to maintain an appropriate distance, recalling the scenes he had glimpsed through blurred vision. Two vibrant sparks, connected by a slender blue thread, gradually transferred vitality from the lively spark to the weakening one. The coldness and torment that once enveloped the entire body began to recede as warmth suffused through him, dispelling the afflictions, a sensation reminiscent of his previous communion with Primus in the wellspring of sparks. "Lirun, you should rest. I can handle things here," came the voice from the ambulance, which activated the apparatus surrounding Optimus Prime. "All right," Lirun replied, offering no further words as he turned and retreated to a corner of the base, with a weight of exhaustion and helplessness once again enveloped him. "You seem a bit weary," said Fei Guishan, hesitantly taking flight in the absence of others. "I'm fine," Lirun smiled, gently patting Fei Guishan's head, relieved that Optimus Prime was safe. "Indeed, we're fortunate Optimus is unharmed," Fei Guishan remarked. "You cannot fathom the peril we faced." Red Spider nearly discovered Alcee and the others. "Lirun," Alcee's voice suddenly interrupted Fei Guishan, and sensing Lirun's approach too late due to her own compromised state, she swiftly turned to regard the female warrior. "Is there something you need, Alcee?" Lirun inquired softly, noting the gravity of her expression. "Were you and Megatron once friends?" Chapter 66. Who is it? Lirun observed Alcee's serious demeanor, understanding that the moment he chose to join the Autobots while still harboring feelings for Megatron would inevitably lead to such inquiries. He would not conceal his sentiments towards Megatron. It was a matter of respect for Alcee and the others, and he doubted this truth could remain hidden for long. "Yes," Lirun sighed, lowering his optical sensors. "He was my friend, both in the past and present." "Present? You are an Autobot." Alcee's ire surged uncontrollably upon hearing Lirun's words. She had assumed his connection to Megatron was merely a remnant of the past. "Megatron is our enemy. He is a pure tyrant, leading the Decepticons into war, obliterating our homes, leaving us adrift and homeless. They have ravaged countless Autobots, slaughtered our kin, friends, and comrades." Fei Guishan floated helplessly in the air, frozen by Alcee's furious declaration. "And you now tell me, as an Autobot medic and a member of the Elite Guard, that you still regard Megatron as a friend?" Lirun fell silent, acutely aware that he lacked the standing to defend himself. Alcee's words rang true. "Megatron is dead now. I severed the connections to his life support myself." Lirun suddenly froze, his optical sensors widening as he beheld Alcee, who stood with arms crossed. He had not anticipated receiving news of Megatron's demise once more. An overwhelming sense of unreality washed over him, and the spark within him pulsated vehemently. "He cannot be dead," a voice whispered to Lirun, yet he found himself unable to quell the rising tide of anxiety. "Optimus Prime and Ratchet placed their trust in you. It would be wise not to betray this confidence." Arcee cast a cold glance at Leo, uttering these words before turning away. As she soared over the mountain, she observed Arcee's departing silhouette and the silent Leo, her hands flailing in uncertainty. "She does not harbor animosity towards you. Her disdain is directed solely at the Decepticons. A sentiment prime fully comprend." Leo managed a faint smile beneath his mask, gently tapping the head of the flying mountain. "If only Arcee could see me, perhaps she would not be so despondent." "Go after her. I have no pressing matters," Leo spoke softly. The flying mountain hesitated for a moment, then nodded and set off in pursuit of Arcee. Watching the flying mountain disappear, Leo's fingers quivered slightly. A wave of discomfort coursed through his back armor. "Weary, He bent slightly, his optical sensors glinting as they focused on the ground. He did not perceive a tumultuous surge from his emotional module. Yet he understood that sadness was the appropriate response in this moment. Leo refused to believe that Megatron had perished so abruptly and for such trivial reasons. However, he lacked precise information regarding Megatron's fate. Perhaps he could inquire about it in 2 days when a returning machine dog from the Nemesis arrives. He recognized that he would eventually confront Megatron as an adversary. After 4 million years of the Cybertronian War, he had remained in the shadows, never facing Megatron directly. But the circumstances were different now. On Earth, their paths would inevitably cross, and they might even engage in battle. Leo's desire was never for one faction's victory over another. He merely wished for the survival of more individuals, to prevent tragedies that could have been averted. When he accepted Optimus Prime's invitation 4 million years ago, he anticipated that his stance on Megatron would lead to misunderstanding and even disdain from other Autobots. He yearned for a reconciliation between Megatron and Optimus Prime, for the Decepticons and Autobots to shake hands and collaboratively rebuild Cybertron. Yet to others of their kind, such aspirations seemed utterly fantastical. A familiar yet somewhat alien sound of footsteps disrupted Leo's reverie. He could not recall the owner of the footsteps, but he realized that the rhythm did not align with any Autobot within the base. Confused, he raised his gaze to meet Bumblebee, standing before him. "What's the matter, Bumblebee?" Leo endeavored to infuse his tone with cheerfulness, puzzled by the subtle change in Bumblebee's stride. However, Bumblebee remained silent and motionless, fixated on Leo. "Are you unwell?" Leo inquired, sensing something amiss with Bumblebee, an inexplicable familiarity emanating from him. Though such familiarity felt misplaced. "Do you need me to examine you? Or shall I summon Ratchet?" As Leo extended his right hand to touch the figure before him, he was suddenly seized by Bumblebee's grip on his arm. Taken aback by Bumblebee's unexpected action and the force of his hold, Leo momentarily forgot to break free, gazing down at Bumblebee's blue optical sensors in a daze. The once clear and vibrant optical lenses exhibited an unusual change. The gaze appeared as if it was on the verge of unveiling answers hidden within the cerebral module, abruptly interrupted by the pain radiating from the armor. Bumblebee, gripping his arm, gradually exerted more force, prompting a cry of agony from Li Ren, who refrained from resorting to violence to alleviate the discomfort, despite the muffled sounds of pain struggling to escape beneath the blue and white mask. Bumblebee discerned them and immediately released his grip. In the instant the restraint vanished, Li Ren instinctively took 2 steps back, his left hand resting on the armor of his right arm, revealing several indented fingerprints on the white armor. Had Bumblebee exerted a bit more force or been replaced by a stronger machine, that piece of armor could have been crushed entirely. Bumblebee remained silent, casting a few glances at him before turning to leave. Sensing something amiss, Li Ren suppressed his pain and called out, "Wait." His left hand settled on Bumblebee's shoulder armor as he watched Bumblebee slowly turn around, the spark within him pulsating heavily. "What's the matter?" Bumblebee inquired, his clear blue optical lenses reflecting confusion. Li Ren was momentarily taken aback, watching as Bumblebee gradually withdrew his hand. "It's nothing, Bumblebee," he replied weakly, feeling his voice falter near the audio receiver. "It's nothing." Chapter 67. Rest Optimus. I have detected a signal from a hyper-energy entity. There should be a hyper-energy mineral nearby, Ratchet remarked, glancing up from the coordinates displayed on the device to Optimus Prime. Optimus nodded, preparing to address the petition when Li Ren stepped forward. "Optimus, I request permission to investigate this coordinate location." Optimus observed the optical lenses of Li Ren, who had spent most of his time at the base alongside Ratchet. This was the first time he had proactively sought to embark on an exploration mission. "Of course. Li Ren, do you require a companion?" Optimus inquired gently. "No, thank you, Optimus," Li Ren replied, shaking his head softly. "I will communicate with the base promptly if any issues arise." "Very well. Ratchet, please activate the land bridge," Optimus instructed without further comment, turning to Ratchet. The bluish-green glow reflected in Li Ren's optical lenses as he slowly advanced and vanished into the land bridge. "Optimus, I know you trust Li Ren," RC said as she approached Optimus, looking up at the leader. "I never believed he would betray the Autobots, but given the circumstances in Megatron's dream, are you certain he remains unaffected?" The imagery of Li Ren joining the Decepticons and ruthlessly eliminating other Autobots, as well as his submissive demeanor towards Megatron, cast a profound impact, even though she had merely overheard fragments of the communication. Although the scene was merely a figment of Megatron's imagination, Liran's attitude clearly indicated that he did not regard Megatron as an enemy. He even considered him a friend. Her interactions with Liran were limited. They had little in common during the Cybertronian War. It was only upon their arrival on Earth that they truly acquainted themselves. Nonetheless, she held a favorable impression of the gentle, somewhat taciturn, blue-and-white giant. Upon their first meeting, her spark whispered to her that this mech was a good one. Yet, what if this was a battlefield, and she had lost too many friends? She dreaded the day when a companion might suffer injury or even death due to misplaced trust in a comrade. Liran and Megatron shared a long-standing friendship, imbued with deep sentiments, and she recognized the difficulty he faced in relinquishing that bond. Optimus Prime glanced down at RC, who was patiently responding. Liran had joined the Autobots 4 million years ago, and during the Cybertronian conflict, he had tirelessly assisted in healing countless Autobots alongside Ratchet. His actions spoke volumes about his capabilities and steadfastness. While I understood that Megatron's dreams were rather peculiar, those events had not transpired in reality. We should not allow such occurrences to create a rift with comrades who have committed no wrongdoing. Liran would not betray the Autobots. I believed he would choose wisely. He is our ally. RC, you may place more trust in him. RC fell silent for a moment, letting out a sigh of frustration as she covered her head crest. You are right. I should not have spoken to him that way. Everyone can act impulsively at times. Optimus comforted her. You may talk to him once he returns from his reconnaissance. I believe Liran will understand your concerns. Regardless of whether Megatron is truly incapacitated, we need not worry about him harming Liran. Ratchet, who had been listening nearby, interjected, recalling the chilling visions Megatron had experienced. The dream had unsettled him. Suddenly, a sound akin to metal being violently compressed echoed from a corner. Following the noise, Ratchet discovered Bumblebee, who stood with his back towards him, clutching something in his hand. Bumblebee, what are you doing? Startled, Bumblebee stiffened and slowly turned around, revealing a crumpled instrument in his grasp. Ratchet, exasperated, exclaimed, I still need that. As his emotional module once again shut down, Liran felt the grip of hallucinations and auditory illusions recede. However, his mobility modules had lost control, causing him to stagger and collide with a nearby rock wall, sliding down its rough surface before collapsing onto the ground. In agony, he lowered his gaze. Coolant seeping from his frame, the fans whirring in a dissonant hum that echoed through the empty cavern. At least there were no others around to stifle his voice. A dark amusement flickered within him at this thought. His optical sensors fluttered as he slowly recalibrated his systems, feeling his fingers tremble uncontrollably. He grasped his arm with determination in an attempt to shake off the pervasive sense of helplessness. Liran lifted his gaze towards the distant, glowing blue energy core, a bitter smile gracing his face. His ability to perceive emotions was waning, yet the illusions and hallucinations showed no signs of abating, an utterly irrational predicament. The position he found himself in was far from comfortable, with pain radiating from his back and waist. Thus, Liran reclined fully upon the ground, staring up at the ceiling of the stone cavern. The various systems of the body gradually returned to normal. However, the sense of emptiness, temporarily suppressed by physical discomfort, began to resurface. The ambulance's diagnostics were not mistaken. This was a small, undiscovered energon mine. Liran had intended to take this opportunity for a solitary mission to self-assess his emotional module, but now he perceived this as undoubtedly the gravest error of the day. Should he seek the ambulance for an examination? Yet, this thought was swiftly quelled. The ambulance and Optimus Prime were already preoccupied, and knowing the ambulance's nature, being aware of the situation might restrict his actions. Yet, this was not entirely a misfortune, was it? He could make decisions with greater composure, thereby enhancing medical efficiency. Liran was cognizant of his self-deception, but he did not wish to dwell further on it. Perhaps the reason he had chosen to proactively undertake an exploratory mission away from the base was to evade something. He sighed. It might be the adverse effects of cortical psychic connection. Bumblebee's previous demeanor had imparted a sense of Megatron's presence. Yet both he and the ambulance's diagnostics indicated that Bumblebee exhibited no abnormalities. Following that incident, Bumblebee had shown no unusual behavior. It was likely merely the residual consciousness of Megatron that had prompted those actions. Liran touched the indentation on his arm, closing his optical lens. Did Megatron harbor animosity towards him? Gazing at the energon crystals within the cavern, he recalled the mines from 4 million years ago and a nearly indistinct black and gray silhouette fading in his memory module. Surely, that must be the case. He had rejected Megatron's invitation to join the Decepticons and instead allied with the Autobots. Perhaps to Megatron, he was perceived as a traitor. "You're an Autobot. Megatron is our enemy." RC's furious words echoed beside his audio receptors, gradually fading until only the faint whispers of the wind and the subtle sounds of organic life within the cave remained. It was so quiet, too quiet. Would the ship be as silent as it was now if there were no mechanical dog in search of Optimus Prime among the stars? A sudden wave of bitterness surged within the spark, the overwhelming emotions largely suppressed. Liren slowly placed his right hand upon his chest armor. "If it were the old me, I would surely be in tears now," he murmured softly, gazing at the stone wall. He controlled the system to release a cleansing fluid. A transparent liquid flowed from the hollow blue optical lens, trickling down the armor of his head sculpt and soaking the ground below, gradually seeping into the earth and vanishing. He raised his left arm, the armor pressing against the optical lens, plunging his vision into darkness. Just a moment of rest, Liren told himself. Just a moment. Chapter 68 excerpt. After a brief respite, Liren awakened, his optical lens illuminating once more, yet he remained transfixed on the dim stone wall without movement. Minutes later, he slowly sat up, adjusting his body's state and carefully returning the insects that had crawled upon him during his slumber back to the ground. It would get better. Liren lowered his optical mirror, reminding himself to assess whether his skills had dulled. He extracted a small portion of the super energy mineral stored in subspace. Recording the coordinates of the cave, he attempted to contact the base via communication, seeking to summon an ambulance and activate the land bridge, only to find that his calls went unanswered. In an instant, a myriad of thoughts flooded Liren's mind. Ambulances seldom strayed from the base, and with Rafi present today, it was inconceivable that not a single soul remained, even if Optimus and the others were on a mission. A tightening sensation gripped his core. Had something gone awry? Swiftly transforming into a sports car, he summoned a map and sped towards the base, simultaneously sending messages through the internal communication line to the ambulance and Optimus. Fortunately, moments later, the ambulance responded, informing him that the Autobots and Rafi were currently in the Arctic and there were no other personnel at the base. After navigating through numerous tribulations, Liren and the others finally returned to the base, where he learned the unfolding events. The Red Spider had pilfered a large lens from a human device, intent on melting the Arctic glaciers to obtain the super energy mineral beneath the ice. Optimus and his team had ventured to the Arctic to thwart him. Liren was also made aware of Megatron's resurrection. He had overlooked a crucial detail. The cortical psychic connection was inherently bidirectional. Megatron had infiltrated Bumblebee's neural module during the moment Liren disabled Bumblebee's system for inspection. The ambulance, wearing a complex expression, explained that Megatron had seized control of Bumblebee's body while he was incapacitated and resurrected himself using dark super energy. Thus, at that moment, it had indeed been Megatron himself. Liren instinctively grasped the dented area on his arm armor. His previously disheartened core now stirred with conflicting emotions upon witnessing the battle footage of the Autobots in the Arctic. He observed the Red Spider attempting to slay the wounded Optimus, only to be struck aside by the resurrected Megatron. Wow, Liren mused. Is this the bond between two leaders? Regardless, Megatron's revival posed a grave threat to the Autobots. Yet Liren felt an unexpected relief within Spark. He understood that as an Autobot, such sentiments were inappropriate. Yet he was acutely aware of his inability to relinquish his feelings for Megatron. Alcide soon sought him out, apologizing for her earlier impulsive remarks. Liren recognized that her concerns were not unwarranted. Her anxieties were justified. His open emotions towards Megatron could indeed be seen as a volatile bomb among Autobots harboring resentment towards the Decepticons. Yet Optimus and Alcide chose to trust him. "I believe in you. I know you are a good mech," said Flyover Mountain, patting Liren's shoulder with her small hand. "Thank you, Flyover Mountain," Liren smiled, gently ruffling her head. Shortly after Megatron's resurrection, the base detected signals from the dark super energy. The Red Spider was attempting to utilize it to resurrect Tidal Wave. On duty, Liren observed the purple glow emanating from the Red Spider and the debris, feeling his spark stir with unease. The red spider had its arms severed by Optimus Prime. Meanwhile, Meichi stealthily slipped out of the base, prompting Jack and Raph to follow her in an attempt to stop her. Simultaneously, the land bridge of the Decepticons and the Autobots activated, resulting in a peculiar reaction that caused Jack and his companions, who had entered the land bridge, to vanish without a trace. Fortunately, Meichi had left her phone at the base, enabling them to rescue the 3 children trapped in the Shadow Zone. Lee-Run had yet to witness the resurrection of a Cybertronian by the Dark Energon, but he could piece together some semblance of it from Jack's descriptions and the information previously imparted to him by Optimus Prime. They were meant to find peace. The remnants of their kind should not be subjected to indignity. Those Cybertronians tainted by the Dark Energon would be unable to return to the Allspark after death. Megatron, in his quest to command the army of the deceased, had integrated the Dark Energon into his own spark. Lee-Rin vividly recalled the conclusion Prime had shown him. Megatron would eventually fall under the control of the Unicron due to the Dark Energon. Was there a means to nullify such an influence? Lee-Rin found himself devoid of ideas, as there were no references to guide him in this matter. Perhaps Primus had a solution, but he had succumbed to slumber, unable to respond to Lee-Rin's calls. The Allspark incessantly radiated anxiety, and Lee-Run recognized that remaining idle served no purpose. He needed to engage in some activity to temporarily divert his attention. Thus, he borrowed some useless parts from Ratchet and began assembling them at his workbench. A data pad? You're using those parts to create this? Ratchet, who was calibrating medical instruments, inquired upon noticing the object taking shape in Lee-Ren's hands. If you need data pads, there are plenty in the warehouse. I made a considerable number when the base was first established. I wish to create something to write upon. Hence, I prefer not to deplete the base's resources. Lee-Ren replied with a smile. While the facilities and technology here are quite rudimentary and we indeed lack resources, we are not short of a few data pads. Ratchet said no more, turning back to inspect the instrument circuitry. Suit yourself. Thank you, Ratchet, Lee-Ren responded warmly. Data pads? For writing, you say? Meichi interjected, skipping over to them. Or is it for drawing? I love to draw. Would you like to see? She displayed her drawing pad in front of Lee-Run, who gazed at the vibrant artwork, the strokes somewhat chaotic, yet perfectly embodying Meichi's exuberant spirit. She had depicted a family portrait of all the Autobots and humans at the base, laughing joyfully under the sun on a patch of grass. Although the drawing appeared somewhat simplistic and juvenile, it warmed his heart. You've drawn splendidly, Meichi, Lee-Run praised, observing how her eyes sparkled with delight at his affirmation. He continued with a smile. The colors are vivid and beautiful. You should share it with others. I'll show it to Bumblebee when he returns from his mission. Meichi exclaimed, her curiosity piqued as she tilted her head to ask, so, what do you intend to do with the data pads? I wish to transcribe some articles and poetry. Lee-Rin pondered before responding. It sounds excessively artistic, which does not suit me. Meichi instantly lost interest, waved her hand, and returned to the sofa to continue refining her artwork. Lee-Rin chuckled helplessly, lowering his gaze to the data pad he had just completed. After testing it and finding no issues, he accessed a folder named Lord of the Sky from the core storage of the memory module. He opened an article within the folder, gripping the pen firmly. With a flicker of the blue optical lens, the pen finally settled on the data pad, gradually inscribing familiar Cybertronian characters. As the soft scratching sound of the pen against the data pad resonated, Lee-Ren recalled the miners' dormitory 4 million years ago, where Megatron penned his idealistic writings under dim light and humble surroundings. The philosophical and talented prose of his friend once illuminated his optical lens. Now, transcribing this familiar content gradually calmed the intricate chaos within him. Suddenly, the phone rang, interrupting Lee-Ren's thoughts. He looked up to see Meichi answering the call. Meichi, have the ambulance transport me back, came a voice from the intercom. Chapter 69, Rescue engaging the enemy in solitary combat is a foolish endeavor. Optimus Prime gazed sternly at the intercom. It was Deadlock who ambushed me, the intercom replied, lowering its head in frustration. I could have dealt with him. Do not move. The ambulance cautioned the intercom. Lee-Run, with a resigned expression, firmly pressed down on the intercom's arm to prevent further interference with the repairs. You flattened that guy, didn't you? Meichi inquired eagerly, her eyes sparkling as she leaned over the railing. Something like that, came the intercom's hesitant response. You didn't T-subdue him, did you? Meichi detected the uncertainty in the intercom's words and asked, somewhat disappointed. I can't recall. I accidentally fell, the intercom replied, looking up. Li Ren, who had originally been assisting the ambulance in welding the intercom's injured arm, couldn't help but raise an eyebrow at this revelation. From the intercom's evasive words, the outcome of the battle was apparent. It seemed the intercom was striving to maintain its image before Meichi, though she likely had already deduced the truth. Meichi relished challenges and victories, yet regardless of the intercom's triumph or defeat, it remained her most important partner. The three pairs of partners within the base shared profound bonds. And the three human children who partnered with the Autobots were those whom Li Ren admired most during his time as a human. He held great affection for them. They were all good kids. Although Meichi often found herself in trouble, her bravery and optimism led Li Ren to believe she would grow in time. Jack, with his keen insight and protective nature, always stood in front of Meichi and Raph, safeguarding them. Whether it was a mere illusion, Li Ren often saw a hint of Orion in Jack. The hacking skills of Laffy surpass even the wildest imaginings of Li Ren. During his time as a human, he had never encountered individuals with such extraordinary abilities. It must be said that a child of merely 12 years and 3 months possessing such talents is truly remarkable. Li Ren observed that Ambulin also held a fondness for Laffy, even imparting some knowledge of Cybertronian script to him, which Laffy absorbed with remarkable aptitude. It was a truly astonishing gift. Did Laffy truly lack Cybertronian genes? Li Ren pondered, finding his own wandering thoughts somewhat amusing. His reverie was interrupted by the voice of Agent Foulard. The one who abducted Deadlock is the mech's Special Operations Team. The mere mention of this organization caused Li Ren to halt abruptly in his actions. Fortunately, the arm plating had just been repaired, and Ambulin did not notice his momentary pause. Ambulin, restart the ground bridge and lock onto the last coordinates. We must rescue Deadlock. While other Autobots reveled in the misfortunes of the Decepticons, Optimus Prime spoke solemnly and steadily to Ambulin. Silently observing, Li Ren turned his gaze toward Optimus Prime, whose optics shone bright and resolute, embodying the duality of a leader's majesty, tenderness towards companions, ruthlessness towards foes, and compassion for all life. He had anticipated that the leader would respond in such a manner, for he is Optimus Prime. Li Ren lowered his optics, a faint smile gracing his features. What? Ambulin stared in shock at Optimus Prime. Bumblebee widened his optics. Are you joking, Optimus? RC questioned incredulously. What does his fate have to do with us? Let the Decepticons save him. The arm plating, already disgruntled by Deadlock's predicament, expressed its ire. Megatron is not the type to waste resources on saving companions. Optimus Prime stated matter-of-factly, instinctively glancing at Li Ren, who, hearing these words, diverted his gaze to the ground of the base, his fists gradually clenching. He understood that Optimus was correct. The present Megatron would never attempt to rescue Deadlock, who had fallen into human hands. Yet, the memories of the former Megatron were like a blade coated in honey, where fleeting sweetness was accompanied by fresh, bloody gashes added to an already scarred past. Sometimes, one must set aside personal grievances for the sake of a greater good, Optimus proclaimed to the Autobots. The mech Special Operations Team poses a threat to humanity. We cannot allow Cybertronian biotechnology to fall into their hands. If they acquire sufficient technology, it would spell disaster. Silas. Li Ren's optics dimmed. Optimus Prime stood before the activated ground bridge alongside RC and Bumblebee, while the arm plating remained reluctant to join the rescue mission for Deadlock. Your grievances with Deadlock may cloud your judgment. This mission requires a medic more than a warrior, Optimus stated, his mask closing. Ambulin, Li Ren. I will remain at the base to oversee logistics. Li Ren glanced back at the arm plating and addressed Optimus Prime. Optimus Prime spoke little, merely nodding at Blade. As the medic approached with his equipment, declaring everything ready, Blade observed their transformed vehicles vanish into the radiance of the land bridge, then turned and approached the work desk, believing that the partition would reconsider its stance. However, both he and Meichi required a moment. Amidst the rumbling snores of Fuller and the cacophony of a movie playing on the television, the partition fidgeted, feeling somewhat uneasy. Meichi, who typically enjoyed monster films, sulked in silence atop her perch. Hey, Blade, would you like to join us for the movie? The partition seemed eager to engage with Meichi, but was at a loss for words, attempting to break the stalemate with Blade, who remained at the work desk. No, I still have something to assemble, Blade replied with a gentle smile, decisively declining the partition's silent plea for assistance, conveyed through its desperate blinking optics. Perhaps you have something to assemble as well? This was an issue they needed to discuss, and Blade knew he could not interject at this moment. With a resigned sigh, the partition ultimately chose to shatter the silence between itself and Meichi. You must defeat Deadfire yourself. Meichi urged the partition, emphasizing that if they did not rescue him now, there would be no second chance. Blade, upon hearing her words, lifted his gaze to her, his expression a mix of complexity. Meichi had a knack for piercing straight to the heart of the matter. I will go with you, partition, Blade said, noticing that the partition had finally made a decision. He paused his work and stepped forward, turning to tease Meichi. Don't worry, I want to interfere with your battle against Deadfire. I believe having a medic will enhance your duel. Well then, Meichi, to ensure a smooth encounter after this confrontation, I leave the land bridge in your capable hands. Blade winked at Meichi, who couldn't help but chuckle and raised her hand in agreement. Leave it to me. The partition looked at Meichi, whose eyes sparkled with excitement, and transformed as they traversed the land bridge, with Blade closely trailing behind. They found themselves in a desolate wasteland, surrounded by the remnants of abandoned human architecture. Rubble and debris lay scattered across the ground, while the dim sky cast a heavy, suffocating pall over the scene, making it difficult to breathe. Though this place was still on Earth, it felt as if they had entered an entirely different realm. The eerie silence enveloped them, so profound that even the slightest movements of small organic creatures were nearly imperceptible. Agent Fuller had mentioned that a volcanic eruption 20 years prior had rendered this area desolate and devoid of life. Natural disasters and human folly. Humanity remained perpetually fragile, unable to escape the whims of fate. As Cybertronians, they were no different. Blade and the partition surveyed their surroundings, and the partition was the first to spot tire tracks. Over there, it exclaimed. They transformed once more and drove in the direction of the tracks. Following the trail of a mech special operations team member, they successfully located a tunnel. Exchanging glances, they entered together. Before them loomed an iron gate, and the partition's hands morphed into heavy hammers, striking the gate, which began to indent with each blow. Allow me, partition. Liren stepped forward and patted the armor of the barrier. Observing that the barrier had retreated a few steps and was no longer in danger, his optical lens flickered. His right arm transformed into an energy cannon, raised and aimed at the grandeur. The cannon discharged, and amidst the resounding explosion and the heavy impact against the door, the anguished screams of humans behind the iron gate echoed. The barrier roared as it surged through the gaping hole created by the blast, its heavy hammer striking at the humans firing upon them. The two machines hastily drove the humans forward, the bound figure of Deadfire reflected in their optical lenses. Sellers had vanished, leaving behind only a few humans who had not yet managed to retreat, now shooting at them. One optical lens of Deadfire had been dismantled, revealing exposed wires within the terrifying black void of its faceplate, while its chest armor had also been removed. They were dismantling Deadfire. They were disassembling a living Cybertronian. Liren gazed at the imprisoned Deadfire, but its figure gradually blurred in his optical lens, as if he caught a fleeting glimpse of 47. Why do you not save us? Chapter 70. Warning words from the nightmare entwined around him. The tragedy of the mind seemed poised to replay before his optical lens. He saw 39 kneeling beside the dismantled 47, desperately trying to free his friend's arm and waste from their bindings, but it was all in vain. 24, help me. 39, with a gaping hole in his chest, turned to Liren with a look of despair, cleansing fluid streaming down his faceplate. Save 47. Will you just stand by and watch? Will you let others perish while you alone survive? Liren's optical lens blinked shut, and 39's figure gradually dissipated. He trembled as he clenched his fists, and his armor morphed once more into an energy cannon. Humans who fail to understand the sanctity of life and the unknown are foolish, laughable, and self-deceiving. The last time they struck at Jack and Meichi, now they targeted Deadfire. Who would be next? They would not temper their ambitions. The next to be dismantled could very well be other Autobots, perhaps even the two leaders. A buzzing emanated from the audio receiver. Dizziness accompanied by pain assaulted his neural module. Stay away from me, Liren roared, clutching his head. The energy cannon was aimed at the remaining humans surrounding Deadfire. Get lost. The cannon began to charge, emitting a blue glow as the energy projectile surged towards the center of the group. The targeted humans scrambled to escape. One was grazed by the shockwave of the energy cannon, his camouflage pants incinerated, revealing skin corroded by the energy. Beneath the charred flesh and tissue, bones were nearly visible. The agony inflicted by the energy was unlike any pain brought by ordinary firearms, and coupled with the radiation effects of the energy, the man momentarily lost his ability to move, clutching his leg in torment. Li Run ignored the piercing cries, amidst the indifferent bullets from the other humans. He coldly raised the energy cannon once more, aiming directly at the suffering individual. The individual found himself once more charging the cannon, emanating a brilliant blue light. In a panic, he attempted to rise and flee, only to collapse to the ground in agony. He raised his weapon to fire, yet his efforts were futile against the movements of the formidable steel giant before him. No. The desperate plea of humanity echoed, as the energy cannon discharged once more. Striking the adjacent wall, Li Run gazed at the hand still resting on his energy cannon, momentarily dazed as he observed the deflector that had altered the trajectory of his shot. Li Ren, remain composed. The deflector, with a grave demeanor, turned to wield a heavy hammer to fend off the humans relentlessly firing upon them. Optimus Prime has instructed that we must not harm humans. Li Ren cast his gaze down at the energy cannon on his right arm, still warm from charging, and with a sudden awakening, swiftly retracted it. His optical sensors widened in disbelief as he beheld his right hand, a chill coursing through him. He had nearly taken a life. In those fleeting seconds, the remaining humans hastily evacuated their injured comrades. They did not pursue, as the deflector advanced to dismantle the bindings of the inert cannon. It was a rare moment of harmony between sworn enemies. Had Li Ren not been plagued by the throbbing pain in his cranial module, he would have relished documenting this scene to share with Meichi upon his return. The inert cannon and the deflector engaged in conversation, while Li Ren stood aside, refraining from interjecting. He observed the condition of the inert cannon. The most significant damage was the removal of its right optical sensor, while the chest plate had been sealed, obscuring the specifics of its status. Most of the other damages were superficial, primarily to the external armor. As it appeared, the unit was operational, and given the Decepticon's medical capabilities, restoration would not pose a great challenge. The two machines swiftly reached a consensus, and the inert cannon showed no inclination to converse with Li Run, merely casting a few glances his way. They emerged from the tunnel to find the mech's special operations team's firepower awaiting them outside, a barrage of bullets striking their armor. While human ammunition posed minimal threat, the sheer volume of fire restricted their movements. The deflector called out to Optimus Prime, requesting rendezvous at their coordinates. The deflector and Li Run refrained from using thermal weapons, but had fewer reservations regarding their assault. His shoulder cannon struck a vehicle. Then he hurled an armored truck towards a hovering helicopter. Suddenly, an overwhelming sense of impending danger surged within him, prompting Li Run to heed his instincts and swiftly vacate his previous position. The blue energy beam struck the ground where he had just stood, resulting in a thunderous explosion. Li Run raised his right arm to shield his head as he beheld the azure flames, recognizing the technology as originating from Cybertron, which would inflict considerable damage upon Cybertronians. Lifting his gaze towards the source of the beam, he spotted a helicopter with the weapon responsible for the blast situated beneath it. Behind the helicopter's glass, Silas flashed Li Run a taunting smile as the weapon began to charge anew, this time aimed at the deflector. Deflector, take cover. Li Ren gazed at the partition, which had momentarily succumbed to the onslaught of humanity, his optical lenses widening as he surged forward. Yet, he was a fraction too late. Just as the partition was about to be struck, Sihu had timely intervened, pushing it aside. With his steps halted, Li Ren exhaled a sigh of relief, his keen optical lenses locking onto Sarah's within the helicopter. Amidst the crisp sound of bullets striking armor, his armor once again contorted. The charged energy cannon was raised, aimed at the helicopter housing Sarah's. A single shot could eliminate this ambitious, detestable human. To vanquish him would mean no longer having to worry about the Cybertronians and humans he so cherished being harmed. Kill him, a voice screamed in his audio receiver. But another faint voice from within the spark fought desperately to restrain his arm. Li Ren's optical lenses flickered as he took a heavy breath, ultimately lowering the energy cannon slightly. In the midst of the explosion, the energy projectile struck the weapon beneath the helicopter. The helicopter shuddered momentarily due to the damage, but swiftly regained its balance. Do not let me witness you lay a hand on any Cybertronian again. Li Ren's words were frigid, devoid of the gentleness they once possessed, his blue optical lenses now lacking any warmth. He did not amplify his voice intentionally, for he knew Sarah's was watching him. Humph, Sarah scoffed disdainfully, recalling the nearly incapacitated member of the specialized mech team. Li Ren, was it? Quite different from those Autobots. Commander, unidentified enemy aircraft are approaching. We shall see, Sarah's replied, furrowing his brow as he cast a glance at Li Ren, issuing the order to retreat. The helicopter and armored vehicles departed, and in an instant, the surrounding humans vanished behind the ruins of the buildings. In the distant sky, several fighter jets drew nearer. Li Ren observed the approaching aircraft and faintly heard the engine sounds in his audio receiver. His optical lenses dimmed. Yet he did not retract the energy cannon. The orderly formation of fighter jets transformed mid-air, stirring up a cloud of dust, revealing Red Spider accompanied by several Decepticon aerial units. Sihua, are you colluding with the enemy? Red Spider's red optical lenses flickered as he approached, brow furrowed. Commander Red Spider, they rescued me, Sihua explained, casting a troubled glance at Li Ren and the partition. Li Ren regarded Red Spider, his optical lenses flickering as he clenched his fists, poised to elevate the energy cannon for an attack. It was Red Spider who had felled the mountain and whose assault had led to his ship's demise. Eliminate them, Red Spider commanded sharply. But are you preparing to defect and join the Autobots? Red Spider shouted at Sihua, his accusatory finger pointing at Li Ren and the partition. If not, kill them now. Sihua's yellow optical lenses met the blue lenses of the partition, struggling within himself before ultimately making his choice. I am sorry. I shall repay this kindness in a future life. The Deadfire swung a heavy hammer towards them, but Li Ren intercepted it, dissipating the force of the blow. Seizing the opportunity, he stealthily slipped a small object into the concealed seams of Deadfire's armor before forcefully kicking him towards the partition. The partition caught Deadfire and delivered a punch to his faceplate, then brought the hammer down upon him with great force, leaving Deadfire struggling on the ground. Unable to rise again, Li Ren sensed that Deadfire was wavering. He was not ungrateful, and it seemed he was also wrestling with his allegiance. Li Ren surmised that Deadfire could not possibly defect from the Decepticons alone. However, it was unlikely that he would choose to join the Autobots, given their relatively scarce resources. Kill him, commanded the Red Spider, who was subsequently sent flying by the hammer of the partition. Optimus Prime and his allies soon arrived, forcing the Red Spider to retreat in haste, begrudgingly transforming alongside his subordinates. Deadfire managed to rise from the ground, crashing against the adjacent partition before transforming and speeding away into the distance. A minuscule tracker nestled within the crevices of his deep blue armor operated silently. Chapter 71. The boundary, the red dot on the instrument, representing the tracker's location, moved incessantly until it finally paused at a certain point, vanishing from the display moments later. After confirming that the red had not reappeared, Li Ren sighed and returned the device to subspace. When he had inserted the tracker into Deadfire's armor, he had not fully comprehended his motives. It was merely an inexplicable intuition that compelled him to act in such a manner. He had initially believed he could locate the Vengeance through the tracker, but it appeared that the Vengeance's signal jamming was exceedingly effective. The tracker crafted by Li Ren was sufficiently diminutive and would automatically adhere to the armor. And he was confident that as long as Deadfire did not remove that piece of armor, it would be challenging to detect. Even if discovered, he would incur no significant loss. In the future, that tracker might prove invaluable. With the issues concerning Meichi and the partition resolved, Li Ren resumed his work at the desk, transcribing articles or assembling components. However, he was unprepared for the Mecha Special Operations team to re-emerge so soon after their previous inactivity, this time collaborating with the Black Widow to kidnap Jack's mother, Little Jane. Alcee was nearly disassembled by them, and both Jack and Jane were close to being slain by the Black Widow. The Mecha Special Operations team had interfered with Alcee's communication devices, and it was only after everything concluded that Li Ren learned of these events. It was him again, Silas. Li Ren gritted his teeth, the newly crafted device in his hands crumpling under the pressure, emitting a series of cracking sounds. Moments later, he coldly discarded the damaged instrument onto the work desk, the exposed wires sparking slightly, reflecting in his optics. Silently, Li Ren began to dismantle the device. methodically extracting the intact components and arranging them neatly. The detestable mecha special operations team. They dared to think of dismantling Alcee. Fury surged through him as a small figure flew angrily to Li Ren's shoulder, gesticulating in the air. If I were still myself, I would ensure that Black Widow received a proper thrashing alongside Alcee. Li Ren remained silent, while Fei Guishan looked at him in confusion, noticing something amiss in his demeanor and his calm, deliberate actions. Suddenly, he spotted a few drops of red paint splattered on the usually tidy workbench, sending an involuntary chill through him. A flicker of memories from various human films flashed through his mind. Why does it feel like you are dismantling organs rather than instruments? Li Ren paused, setting down his tools to gently stroke Fei Guishan's head, speaking softly. This device was accidentally damaged. I will remove the good parts and construct a new one. The mech's special operations team would pay dearly for their ambitions and actions. Fei Guishan hesitated, wanted to voice his thoughts, but holding back. I used it to color little things I made for myself. It accidentally got on the workbench. I will clean it up later, Li Ren patiently replied. As Fei Guishan observed the return of Li Ren's usual gentle demeanor, he nodded hesitantly, choosing not to dwell on the earlier oddities. Seemingly unconcerned, he asked, "What about the robotic dog? Has it not returned in all these days?" "It came back for a brief moment while you were with Alcee today. It left after regaining its energy," Li Ren replied, playfully poking Fei Guishan. "What is wrong? Do you miss it?" "Who would miss it?" Fei Guishan retorted, pushing away Li Ren's finger and soaring into the air, his round body twisting aside. "That wretched Decepticon better not come back." Li Ren chuckled, refraining from teasing Fei Guishan further. Despite their apparent conflicts, he understood that their animosity was not as deep as it seemed. Humans often develop a sense of kinship with those who share similar experiences, and the inhabitants of Cybertron were no different. Fei Guishan and the robotic dog could not communicate with the outside world, apart from Li Ren. They were each other's only means of connection. They were two fortunate yet lonely souls. After all was said and done, they would be reborn, yet that peaceful and beautiful future appeared painfully distant at present. Li Ren gazed at the parts and data sheets on his workbench, lowering his optical visor. "Hey, the view here is quite splendid," Alcee remarked softly, standing beside a pile of stones. This sight concealed the remnants of what remained of Fei Guishan. With a bittersweet smile, she added, "If you can still hear me, we truly need you. It feels like new Decepticons arrive here every day. Our numbers are no match for theirs. Indeed, you might say that such a fight is fair." Alcee chuckled lightly, her spirits dampened as she lowered her optical visor. "If we're destined to exist in a world like this, then it matters not." Fei Guishan, perched atop the stone heap, gazed sorrowfully at his partner, whose soft core was exposed. "I am sorry, Alcee. I just wanted you to know that I have never given up." Alcee clenched her fists, her gaze resolute as she looked towards the horizon. "I will find that Decepticon who harmed you." The setting sun cast a warm glow upon Fei Guishan. Yet as he observed the shadows of Alcee and the stone heaps stretching on the ground, he noted the absence of a round silhouette among them. The warmth transformed into an all-encompassing sorrow and anguish. The cleansing liquid flowed from the optical lens of the crimson rice cooker, dripping onto the shadow cast upon the ground, leaving no trace behind. That marked the insurmountable boundary between the living and the deceased. The ambulance, having repaired the staff of Optimus Prime, was now ready. Li Ren gazed at the device in his hand, once shattered and now restored to its former glory, and swiftly approached the ambulance, which was tending to Arcee's wounds. "Let me assist. You go help Optimus and the others." The ambulance nodded, taking the staff and making its way towards the immobilized Optimus Prime and the barricade. Li Ren observed the ghastly wound on Arcee's waist, inflicted by the Decepticon known as Black Arachnia, now largely mended by the ambulance. He picked up his tools to finalize the repair, watching as the injury gradually faded, the armor quickly regaining its pristine appearance. Yet while the physical damage could heal, the wounds within her spark would be far more challenging to mend. Li Ren yearned to utter words of comfort, but he recognized his position as an outsider. The bond between Arcee and Jetfire transcended countless ages. What right did he have to console Arcee at this moment, urging her not to let her spark suffer? How could he explain to her that Jetfire was still by her side, albeit transformed into a rice cooker, invisible to her? That he would be reborn once everything came to an end? Yet, what evidence did he possess to substantiate such claims? The lofty reassurances he contemplated would only inflict further pain upon RC's already battered spark. Feeling helpless, Li Ren looked at the sorrowful warrior, her head bowed, and a despondent Jetfire, ultimately lowering his optical lens in silence. He gently placed a small object he had crafted earlier beside RC and quietly turned away, granting her the space she needed. RC slightly tilted her head, momentarily stunned by the sight of the object left behind. Slowly, she reached out and grasped the exquisite red model, its round body adorned with 4 diminutive limbs and a pair of iconic silver horns atop its head, smiling at her. It was a model of Jetfire. Chapter 72. Synthesis of the super-energy entity. The molecular structure is stable, with no adverse reactions, Li Ren remarked, his expression brightening as he addressed the ambulance. We may be on the brink of success. This sample can now be subjected to testing. The ambulance took the vial of green liquid from the apparatus. Days earlier, during the conflict between the Autobots and Decepticons over the data storage tank of Cybertron, Michaela had inadvertently entered the battlefield, causing the knowledge within the tank to be unexpectedly released into the brain module of the barricade. Gradually, the barricade inscribed the equations for the ancient synthesis of the super-energy entity, yet was also being eroded by that knowledge within its brain module. Once the barricade completely formulated the synthesis equations, it would lose its memories and consciousness. Ultimately, the residual knowledge, along with the complete formula for the super-energy entity, would dissipate into the ether. But fortunately, the barricade did not lose its sense of self in the process. During this period, Ratchet has been attempting to synthesize a super-energon substance using an incomplete formula. Although Blur is not well-versed in biochemistry, under Ratchet's guidance, he is able to contribute. The machine engine infused with the synthetic super-energon roared to life, commencing its operation. Wow, it's working, Blur exclaimed as he rushed forward. This formula requires further experimentation, Ratchet remarked, glancing at the now empty glass vessel. Both Blur and Ratchet understood that the synthetic super-energon was crucial for the resource-depleted Autobots. If successfully developed, it would ameliorate their energy deficit. Suddenly, the base alarm blared. The Decepticons were moving with the energon. After Ratchet's serious admonition, Optimus Prime transformed with RC and others, crossing the land bridge. I wish I could help more, Ratchet murmured, watching their departing figures. You have already done so much, Ratchet, Blur comforted, gently placing a hand on Ratchet's shoulder. We can continue to refine this formula. It will surely be useful soon. Ratchet remained silent, contemplating before looking up at Blur. Blur, please check the energon inventory. We must prepare in advance for potential injuries. All right, Blur nodded, turning to head deeper into the base. As Ratchet had mentioned, their energy reserves were alarmingly low. Even the small mine they had discovered previously could only alleviate some pressure, but for the Autobots, who constantly faced overwhelming odds, it was far from sufficient. The known energon mines were under Decepticon control, and the synthetic super-energon was not yet ready for use. What other methods could they explore to locate natural energon? As Blur pondered, he made his way outside, but was suddenly startled by the sound of shattering glass accompanied by a heavy thud. Ratchet! Blur's spark tightened as he dashed to the hall, where he found Ratchet lying on the ground amidst a scattering of broken glass. The liquid that should have been contained within now vanished. He quickly grasped the situation. Did you conduct the experiment on yourself? You must not be harmed, Ratchet. Blur's spark raced as he lifted Ratchet, intending to carry him to the medical bed. Ratchet, what happened? Blur asked anxiously, rushing to his side. I need to examine. Blur's words were cut short as Ratchet slowly opened his optics. Ugh, Ratchet groaned, cradling his head as he sat up. Ratchet, are you feeling unwell? Blur asked, noticing the green hue of Ratchet's optics, which left him feeling uneasy. I'm fine. I'm perfectly all right, Ratchet insisted, waving Blur off as he stood up. He activated his system, exclaiming in delight, Energy levels have risen by 30%. Motor functions at peak condition. Ratchet, you cannot experiment on yourself. That was a crude product, Blur exclaimed, anxiously gripping Ratchet's arm. You need a full examination. Oh, come on. The ambulance, without hesitation, broke free. I have a clear understanding of my research. Has Optimus Prime received any updates? Li Ren's hand hovered in midair. After a moment, he slowly lowered it and sighed helplessly. Not yet. Ambulance. Immediately lock onto RC's coordinates and prepare to activate the land bridge. Optimus Prime's voice suddenly echoed through the communication device. Li Ren and the ambulance promptly stood before the land bridge, setting the coordinates. Locked on. RC, reduce speed immediately. The ambulance instructed over the comms, but RC was intent on seizing that powerful energy source. Don't do anything reckless. Suddenly, RC's signal flickered. The ambulance widened its optical lens. She's injured. My arm cannon transformed into an energy blaster, and just as I was about to speak, the ambulance interrupted me. Li Ren, the land bridge is in your hands. With that, the ambulance turned and dashed into the activated land bridge. Wait, Li Ren called out as he watched the ambulance vanish into the azure glow. He quickly turned to Rafi and said, Rafi, you take charge of the land bridge. In Rafi's moment of bewilderment, Li Ren followed the ambulance across the land bridge. Why is the land bridge suspended in the air, in the canyon? Li Ren swiftly adjusted his body's movements to land, aiming his energy cannon at the Decepticon foot soldiers firing at them. As Li Ren dodged, he struck down one Decepticon after another with his energy cannon, yet the ambulance moved even faster, deftly wielding its scalpel to harvest the lives of the Decepticons. After the last Decepticon was dealt with, Li Ren gazed with a complex expression at the ambulance, which continued to execute its maneuvers with remarkable ease. He had never witnessed such a combat-savvy ambulance before. Is this the effect of the synthetic energy source? Li Ren pondered as he returned to the base with Optimus Prime and the others. The synthetic energy source seemed beneficial to the Cybertronians, enhancing the ambulance's strength and agility. This should be a positive development. However, Li Ren couldn't shake the feeling that something was amiss with the ambulance's green optical lens. The ambulance's behavior was also peculiar. Upon returning to the base, it even playfully tossed Rafi in its hands, something the old ambulance would never have done. Ambulance, I still believe your decision to experiment on yourself is rather reckless. Optimus Prime, gazing at the green liquid in his hand, spoke sternly to the ambulance. Old friend, we are indeed short-handed. But Li Ren cannot manage all the laboratory affairs alone. We need a warrior in the lab more than we need one on the battlefield. The ambulance remained silent, its green optical lens flickering as it lowered its head. Li Ren furrowed his brow in contemplation. As he continued to observe the ambulance's behavior, he became increasingly convinced that his instincts were correct. The synthetic energy source posed some issues. If he was not mistaken, it would affect the systems and neural modules of the Cybertronians. Thus, he followed the ambulance to the storage area for the synthetic energy source, where the ambulance had already picked up another canister of green energy, preparing to inject it into the circuitry of its arm. Ambulance, calm down. Li Ren swiftly advanced, his demeanor grave as he grasped the shoulder armor of the ambulance, halting its subsequent actions. The synthetic super-energy body is malfunctioning. Your system requires inspection. My system is malfunctioning? The halted ambulance forcefully brushed aside Li Ren's hand resting on his shoulder, irritation radiating from the green optical lenses. The one who is malfunctioning is you. I've long wished to dismantle your head to discover what thoughts occupy your mind daily. How is it that you have yet to relinquish your allegiance to Megatron? Do you still remember your mentor, Luanxing, my old friend? The ambulance scoffed derisively. Of course, you remember. You claim you do not remove this mask in his honor. But how did Luanxing meet his demise? The ambulance shouted furiously at the stunned Li Ren. He was killed by the Decepticons. And you, as a student, still cowardly regard his murderer as a friend. You possess such combat prowess, but choose to cower in the rear, too afraid to avenge him. Luanxing trusted you so profoundly. Yet you have disappointed me. You have let him down. The reprimands echoed in Li Ren's audio receptors, his fingers trembling slightly as he helplessly gazed at the ambulance. The bitterness within the spark relentlessly assaulted him, almost incapacitating his ability to function normally. Luanxing, he uttered, his voice hoarse and feeble. The ambulance regained its composure, observing the sorrowful blue glow of Li Ren's optical lenses and the green synthetic super-energy body in its grasp. Suddenly, a thought ignited a faint smile upon its lips. Fear not. I know how to guide you towards the right path. Chapter 73. Anomaly. The heavy thud of the body collapsing onto the ground was swiftly followed by the sound of shattering glass. Li Ren felt the synthetic super-energy body forcibly injected by the ambulance coursing from his neck into the circuits of his entire frame. In a sudden move, the ambulance lunged at Li Ren. Not wishing to harm it, Li Ren, already in a precarious state, overlooked the ambulance's extraordinary physical capabilities. The ambulance quickly overpowered him, pinning him to the ground as the synthetic super-energy body infiltrated his neck circuits. The effects of the synthetic super-energy body surged through his low-activated emotional module, an inexplicable sensation eroding his cognitive modules. Li Run groaned softly, curling up as his right hand trembled, pressing firmly against his head. Why had he endured such torment over the past 4 million years? Why was he plagued by incessant illusions and auditory hallucinations? All of this stemmed from his guilt and weakness. Had he not long ceased to experience such intense and vivid emotions? Only the constraints of morality and his feeble feelings compelled him to continue treating others gently, to act kindly, to maintain a facade of normalcy. The conflicting alliances and positions, the inextricable friendships and ideals. He could have lived without such burdens. If only he could cast aside the unnecessary guilt and kindness, abandon those absurd moral boundaries. He could live more freely. Yet, the blue optical lenses flickered painfully as the green gradually obscured the clarity of blue. He could undoubtedly pursue his true intentions more freely, without the need to stifle himself. It is best to cast aside that which holds no significance. As the last trace of blue faded from the optical lens, only a vivid green remained, and the discomfort gradually dissipated. Li Run, somewhat bewildered, propped himself up on the ground. "How do you feel?" Ambulance inquired. Crouching down to meet his gaze, their matching green optical lenses locking in a moment of shared understanding. "I feel well," he replied honestly, staring at his hands. A long-lost sense of ease and joy sweeping through his entire being, as if all his internal circuits were unfurling. "Then let us together confront that iron bucket head and settle the score." Satisfied, Ambulance rose, injecting himself with a canister of synthetic super-energy, his green optical lenses gleaming. "I must maintain peak performance at all times." "Wait, Ambulance, I believe seeking out Megatron is too perilous." Li Ren grasped Ambulance's arm, torn by his conflicting emotions. "Optimus won't approve. You remain so weak, and you wasted a canister of synthetic super-energy." Ambulance, filled with disappointment and anger, looked up at Li Ren, swatting his hand away before turning to leave. "If you lack the courage, I shall go alone, coward." Li Ren stood rooted to the spot, watching Ambulance's silhouette recede, the facade of gentleness in his green optical lenses gradually fading. He retrieved the device from subspace, observing a red dot not far from his position, moving slowly. A smile crept across Li Ren's lips as he contemplated the dot. The green optical lenses were rather conspicuous. Optimus might notice something amiss. He gently raised his hand to touch the optical lenses, recalling an item from subspace, a pair of blue goggles, originally intended as a gift for Jazz. He had not had the chance to present them before their separation, keeping them stored in subspace for the day he would see Jazz again. However, that was of little importance now. Li Ren donned the goggles, humming a tune as he joyfully made his way to the hall. Bumblebee was the first to spot him as he entered, stepping forward to point at Li Ren's goggles with curiosity. "There seems to be an issue with the imaging function of my optical lenses, but it shouldn't pose any significant impact. I will conduct a self-check later tonight." Li Ren patiently explained, lifting his gaze to meet Optimus, who was observing him. "Is there a problem with the optical lenses? Is it serious?" RC inquired, concern etched on her face. "Not serious. I feel fine," Li Ren replied with a smile, glancing at the small figure of Flyover Mountain perched on his shoulder. "Relax. I have everything under control." Just as Optimus was about to respond, the base alarm blared once more, prompting all the machines to look toward the display. "It seems the Decepticons have located another vein," RC remarked, her brow furrowing. "I suggest we bring Ambulance along," Ratchet proposed to Optimus. "I believe this mission may not require medical assistance." Optimus gently shook his head, just as Ambulance's voice echoed back to him. "However, it remains uncertain whether the formidable additional firepower will be of use this time." The medic leaned against the wall, casting a sidelong glance at the visor-clad Blade, letting out a scoff as he suggested that Blade focus on the land bridge, given that his optical device was malfunctioning and he was unable to undertake the mission. It was time to attend to the Decepticons. The medic slowly approached the land bridge, clenching his fist. "Bumblebee, stay here with Blade," Optimus Prime instructed, contemplating Blade's visor for a moment before addressing Bumblebee. The land bridge illuminated, and Blade observed as Optimus and the Autobots vanished into its glow. "Is everything all right, Blade?" Bumblebee inquired, glancing back. My optical device is truly fine, Bumblebee, Blade replied, peering through his visor at Bumblebee's clear blue optics. A flicker of conflict passed through his green optics, but it was swiftly replaced by tranquility. Blade scrutinized the instruments retrieved from subspace and the coordinates displayed on the base facilities, noting that the red dot remained steadfast in alignment with the other machine's coordinates. His right hand gently tapped the work table, and upon witnessing the red dot deviate from its original position among Optimus S coordinates, he retrieved the instrument with satisfaction and slowly approached Bumblebee, who was engrossed in monitoring the land bridge's instruments. Bumblebee sensed Blade's approach, but trusted his companion enough not to turn around. Suddenly, he felt a sharp pain in the circuitry of his neck. His optics widened in alarm as he instinctively covered his neck and distanced himself from his original position, warily pivoting to face Blade. In Blade's hand was a syringe. He observed Bumblebee's wary and incredulous expression before casually discarding the syringe and advancing towards him. Just as Bumblebee was about to speak, he felt a wave of weakness wash over his frame, and before he could collapse, Blade promptly caught him. "Shh, just rest for a moment, Bumblebee," Blade murmured softly, supporting Bumblebee's slumping form and gently stroking his head crest. "Do not worry. This agent will only induce a 10-minute slumber and will conveniently repair some minor issues with your body during that time. I would never harm you or anyone else. I must seek out the medic to meet an important machine." Blade carefully laid Bumblebee on the medical bed as Bumblebee's optics flickered, struggling to turn his head towards the obviously unusual white and blue machine. Blade raised his hand to remove the visor, revealing his own radiant green optics. He traced the edges of his mask, suddenly pausing, hesitating for a moment before deciding to remove it gently. The handsome, intricate visage was reflected in Bumblebee's optics. Blade stared at the white mask in his hand, his optics flickering, and ultimately stored the mask delicately in subspace. "I'm truly sorry, my mentor," Blade said, lowering his optics. He approached the switch for the land bridge, and Bumblebee watched as Blade gradually disappeared into the blue-green light. Finally unable to resist the weight of his own fatigue, Bumblebee's optics succumbed to darkness. Chapter 74, Mistake. This is the place. After retracting his instruments, Liren stepped cautiously into the super-energy mineral cavern, deftly avoiding the mining operations of the Decepticon grunts, following the faint sound of an ambulance transmitted by his audio receiver. He ventured deeper into the mine until a familiar silhouette came into view through his optical lens. Megatron, initially poised to depart, halted upon hearing the noise and turned to face the newcomer, his optical lens widening in surprise. Another one, the Fallen, gazing at Liren's green optical lens, instinctively took a few steps back, his right hand morphing into a chainsaw. Liren, the ambulance, looked at him in astonishment. The white and blue machine's green optical lens stirred an ominous premonition within him. Liren lowered his gaze to the damaged chest armor of the ambulance, from which green energy fluid flowed incessantly. After a brief moment of struggle, he chose not to halt his advance and continued towards Megatron. The latter did not raise his fusion cannon nor utter a word. Instead, he clenched his fists, his red optical lens dimly observing Liren's approach. Upon reaching Megatron, Liren paused and gently grasped the Decepticon's arm armor, disregarding his friend's brief stiffness. A radiant smile graced his lips as he exclaimed, "I've missed you." "Wow." The Fallen mused, his emotions a complex tapestry, summing up his thoughts in this one exclamation. Megatron, gazing into Liren's bright green optical lens, suddenly comprehended the situation and, with a malicious grin directed at the incredulous ambulance on the ground, remarked, "It seems there is more to this than mere enhancers. I have truly underestimated you, ambulance. You have presented me with quite the gift." He forcefully grasped Liren's arm armor, casting a glance at the Fallen as he commanded, "Determine precisely what this is. I require more." With that, he attempted to pull Liren away. "Wait, Liren." The green energy fluid continued to flow from the ambulance's chest armor. Having regained his composure after the effects of the super-energy synthesis wore off, the ambulance struggled to rise and intervene, but was easily subdued by the Fallen. Without hesitation, Liren, following Megatron deeper into the cavern, heard the voice behind him and glanced back. His green optical lens flickered momentarily before he turned away, choosing not to look back at the ambulance. The ambulance understood that even though Liren could not let go of his feelings for Megatron, he remained loyal to the Autobots and Optimus Prime. Under normal circumstances, Lee Run would never act this way. It was because of the super energy synthesis. Because of him. What have I done? The ambulance lamented, clutching his chest wound as he watched Lee Ren vanish alongside Megatron from view. Optimus Prime, I am such a fool. Well then, let them converse as they will, while we discuss our matters, the Fallen said, stepping closer to the ambulance with a wicked smile. Megatron led Lee Run into the deserted cavern, maintaining a vigilant stance throughout, prepared to suppress any hostile intent from the machine behind him. Yet there was none. Lee Run remained steadfastly in his wake, never attempting to break free from Megatron's grip on his arm armor. It felt reminiscent of the day they exited the mine 4 million years ago. Megatron halted his steps, releasing his grip and turning to face Liren. The white and blue mech, unmasked, greeted him with a smile, as if nothing had transpired. However, a surge of rage coursed through Megatron, and with a swift motion, he seized Liren by the neck, forcefully pinning him to the ground. The back armor and the rear crest struck the surface with a heavy thud, eliciting a faint cry of pain from Liren, yet he made no attempt to resist. His green optical sensors briefly narrowed in response to the pain before returning to a gaze filled with unwavering trust for his friend. Why did you join the Autobots? Megatron inquired through gritted teeth, his faceplate looming closer to Liren. The pressure from his left hand intensified, the sound of Liren's neck armor subtly deforming echoed in the silence. He observed the glaring red emblem emblazoned on Liren's chest, while his other hand's sharp claws dragged across the Autobot insignia, leaving behind several deep scratches amidst a harsh scraping sound. The vulnerable neck of the white and blue mech lay at his mercy, the primary energy conduits pulsing slightly between his fingers. With a mere exertion of force, those sharp claws could sever the vital lines. Or he could plunge his other hand through the chest armor to extract the pulsating spark within. This opportunity to extinguish life struggled, reminiscent of countless Cybertronians who had perished by his hand. The bright optical sensors would begin to flicker, gradually dimming until they could shine no more. The vibrant spark's rhythm would slow, the vivid blue fading into gray, and the lifeless body would lose all vitality the moment the spark ceased its dance. He could effortlessly end the life of this traitor. Pain radiated from his chest and neck, yet Liren remained unperturbed, voicing no protest. Instead, he gazed intently at Megatron's flickering crimson optical sensors, raising his right hand to gently rest upon the connection joint of Megatron's left hand. With a tone of curiosity, he softly inquired, "Megatron, why don't you wash your face?" Megatron was momentarily taken aback, the force of his grip faltering. He cast a complex glance at the white and blue mech beneath him, suddenly realizing that, unlike the last time he had observed through the Autobot scout's optics, he had not laid eyes on this foolish machine for quite some time. It appeared just as foolish as before, those bright optical sensors still radiating trust from 4 million years ago. Yet, the stark contrast of colors and the damage to his emblem served as constant reminders of the changes that had befallen this mech. Liren had long since allied himself with the Autobots, choosing to stand against Megatron and Optimus Prime. As Liren's puzzled gaze remained fixed upon him, Megatron gradually relaxed his grip, releasing the mech's neck and slowly standing upright. However, it mattered little. What had once been unattainable did not signify the same for the present. Liren felt a wave of dizziness coursing through his neural module. As Megatron rose, he too slowly stood up, his unstable frame betraying his disorientation, causing him to stagger a few steps. Something felt amiss within him. Gripping his cranial crest in anguish, his neural module flickered between lucidity and chaos, the hues of his optical lenses oscillating from blue to green. Uncontrollably, he retreated a few steps, his back colliding with the stone wall. Had the ambulance sustained injuries? What had he done? Had he not aided the ambulance in its recovery? Megatron observed the shifting colors of Lee Ren's optical lenses, the crimson optics dimming ominously. "Lee Ren, return to the Nemesis with me." Lee Run gazed up at him in confusion, but the next moment, he lowered his head, struggling to shake it in refusal. "No, I cannot. I'm a Cybertronian. I must not." Chapter 75, Apologies once again, he turned down the offer. For 1 million years prior, this mech had rejected his invitation, only to join the Autobots days later, departing with Optimus Prime from Kaon, never to be seen again. The suppressed fury surged anew within Megatron's spark. His teeth clenched as he instinctively moved to seize the disoriented mech's arm, intending to forcibly take him away. However, A sudden roar of engines erupted from the right, echoing from the mine. Megatron's movement halted instinctively. He turned toward the source of the sound. A blinding beam of headlights pierced the dimness of the mine, causing his optics to ache. In the next moment, a red and blue truck barreled toward him at an unreasonable speed, crashing into his chest plate. The force of the collision, coupled with the proximity of Liran, sent him staggering back. Yet, he quickly regained his composure and gripped the truck's front end, attempting to hurl it away. Before he could do so, the truck transformed rapidly, revealing Optimus Prime, who, with his faceplate now closed, struck Megatron squarely in the face. Megatron stumbled back, fixing his gaze on his formidable rival who had thwarted him. Megatron, Liran is an Autobot. You shall not take him. Optimus Prime's arm transformed into a blade, his brow furrowed as he shifted his body to obstruct Megatron's view of Liran. His blue optics filled with unwavering resolve. This is not your decision to make, Optimus. Megatron's arm cannon deployed, his crimson optics glinting with menace. Stand down. The two leaders engaged in a fierce clash, their blades clashing and sparking, igniting a flurry of flames. Each time Megatron attempted to bypass Optimus, he was met with a solid block. Liran, hurry, urged the ambulance, who, supported by the divider, approached with his injured chest plate. Weakened, the ambulance grasped Liran's arm. Ambulance? The disoriented Liran, still grappling with the confusion of his neural module, gazed at the wounds on the ambulance's chest plate. Pain and guilt flashed through his color-shifting optics. I'm so sorry. The ambulance froze momentarily, its spark pulsing heavily in response to Liran's words. A pang of sorrow spreading within. Yet, aware that time was of the essence, he gritted his teeth, steeled his emotions, and pulled Liran to follow him as they swiftly retreated in the direction from whence they came. The radiance of the land bridge suddenly illuminated before them, reflecting in the emerald-hued optics of Blade. Blade! Megatron's gaze pierced through Optimus Prime's blade as he angrily called out towards the large blue and white mech. Blade's optical sensors flickered chaotically amidst the dull pain in his cerebral module and the cacophony around his audio receptors. He turned to locate the familiar, resonant voice and met Megatron's optics as red as blood. In the next instant, he was drawn into the land bridge, vanishing into that brilliance. Confirming that all Autobots had entered the land bridge, Optimus Prime delivered a powerful punch to Megatron, creating distance before swiftly transforming. The red and blue truck surged into the land bridge. Megatron hastily adjusted his movements to pursue, yet he was a moment too late. The emerald light ultimately faded from his fingertips, and the red and blue truck disappeared within, leaving only the barren stone walls of the mine in his line of sight. He clenched his fists, gritting his teeth as a roar escaped him. A heavy blow struck the stone wall, causing spiderweb-like fractures to spread, and the entire mine trembled slightly. A few dust and rock fragments fell from the ceiling, crashing onto his gray, towering frame before tumbling to the ground. Megatron gazed down at the stones that landed in his right hand, his crimson optics dulled as his splayed fingers abruptly clenched tightly. The stones were crushed beneath his grip, dust cascading through the gaps between his fingers. If softness would not suffice, then he would resort to force. His blue optics reignited as the systems sequentially booted up. The effects of the synthetic energy body had diminished, and the previously chaotic cerebral module became clear. Yet Blade still stared, somewhat bewildered, at the ceiling of the medical bay, his fingers beside his frame trembling gently. What had transpired? Ratchet? Blade slowly sat up, only to discover Ratchet seated beside him, his own optics restored to blue and observing him with a complex expression. Memories, once hazy, gradually crystallized. Realizing what had happened, he anxiously grasped Ratchet's arm. How is your injury? I am so sorry. His unspoken words were interrupted by Ratchet's sudden motion. Blade's optics widened in shock as the orange and white mech embraced him, his hands awkwardly suspended in the air before eventually resting on the medical bed. Do not apologize, Blade. You're not at fault. Ratchet lowered his optics. I owe you an apology. Just the thought of Blade's disordered cerebral module speaking to him within the mine made Ratchet feel a pang of anguish gnawing at his spark. Wheeljack had always told him that Blade cared for others more than for himself. For a million years of war had not dulled Blade's kindness. Rather, it had tempered his soul to shine even brighter. No wonder Wheeljack could never let go of his pupil. I should not have said such things to you, Ratchet confessed. Wheeljack has said you are his pride. You have never disappointed him. How could he use Wheeljack to hurt Blade? The departure of Luanxing is an eternal ache for him, and a lifelong wound for Laren. He had promised Luanxing to protect Laren diligently. Yet what had he truly done for him? I should not have injected you with the synthetic super energy. Little did he realize that this action, influenced by the synthetic energy, nearly propelled Laren towards Megatron. He watched helplessly as Laren, with his green optical lens, followed Megatron without hesitation. If Megatron were to take Laren away in the end, he feared he would never forgive himself. I'm truly sorry, Laren. The ambulance sighed. Throughout it all, Laren had never expressed resentment towards him. Luanxing often told me that he sometimes wished you could be a bit more selfish, and now I find myself feeling the same. Line? The lives of other Cybertronians are precious, but that does not mean yours is any less valuable. At these words, Laren's optical lens widened, and his previously tense frame gradually relaxed. A pang of sadness and nostalgia surged from his spark, pressing against his vocalizer. His fingers twitched, and, ultimately, he slowly raised both hands to embrace the orange and white machine. He lowered his optical lens and gently rested his head on the neck of the ambulance. Warmth radiating from the point of contact. Thank you, ambulance, Laren whispered softly. Chapter 76. The Prophecy. Bumblebee approached Laren, mimicking the action of playing video games, his optical lens gleaming as he looked at Laren. I would be delighted to wait for Raph to finish school so we can play video games together, Bumblebee. Line, having donned his mask again, paused his actions and replied with a smile. Thank you for the invitation. Bumblebee cheered and, satisfied, turned to leave. Laren watched the retreating figure of Bumblebee, initially believing that despite his apology, the actions influenced by the synthetic energy would still kindle discontent among the Autobots. Unexpectedly, Bumblebee, whom he had once incapacitated, showed no signs of estrangement, even appearing more enthusiastic than before. The same could be said for Sideswipe and RC, who had engaged with him much more in recent days. Laren sensed their concern for him, yet he couldn't shake the feeling that they were worried about something. Fly over the mountain? Lost in thought, Laren was interrupted by the sudden arrival of Flyover Mountain on his work desk. He reached out to gently rub the little one's head, finding amusement in the serious expression on the small rice cooker face. He suppressed a chuckle and inquired, "What is it?" "Laren, you must not follow that tinkin head." Flyover Mountain grasped Laren's finger resting atop his head sculpture, hesitating for a moment before lifting his head and exclaiming, "You absolutely must not follow him." Laren paused, not retracting his finger. After a moment, he smiled softly and replied, "Megatron is my friend, but I have chosen to join the Autobots, and that decision will not change. I will not abandon the Autobots, nor will I betray everyone." As Feigwishan exhaled deeply, he ascended and gently patted Laren's shoulder armor. "The ambulance and Optimus Prime have informed RC. Everyone knows you were influenced by the synthetic energy entity. It is not your fault, so do not harbor any guilt." A warmth spread through Laren's core. He intended to respond, but was suddenly struck by an unusual sensation from the spark within him. He widened his optical lens and covered his chest plate. When he attempted to recall that strange feeling, he discovered that it had dissipated, eluding his grasp. What was happening? Laren furrowed his brow as the spark continued to pulse vibrantly, as if the earlier sensation had been merely a figment of his imagination. He thoughtfully patted the anxious red head of Feigwishan, who was inquiring about his well-being. According to the sacred records of the Covenant of Primus, when 47 planets align, endless strife shall engulf a chaotic realm, leading to the demise of the weak, while dark forces rise and shroud the lands. Optimus Prime's words before the instruments startled Laren, causing him to lift his gaze to his leader's serious blue optical lens, a vague unease spreading through his spark. The weak perish. Optimus Prime rarely revealed his emotions. "I know him better than you all. Before he became a leader, he was not like this," the ambulance explained to Jack and the others. His gaze complex as he glanced at Laren, who was assembling components at a work desk in the corner, quietly remarking that he and Laren had once trusted a certain Cybertronian as if under a spell. What was Optimus Prime like in the past? The ambulance turned to the three human children, ultimately fixing his gaze on Jack, reminiscent of the former Optimus Prime. "What?" Jack had not finished his statement when Agent Foolit's voice crackled through the base's communication system. The Decepticons had been stealing human technological artifacts from various locations, items capable of constructing a brand new space bridge. Laren halted his actions, looking towards Optimus Prime. The unusual feelings emanating from his spark lately confirmed that what he had experienced that day was not mere illusion. A premonition whispered to him that this sensation might be linked to the prophecy of the Covenant of Primus. He understood that everything inscribed in the Covenant was true, and this prophecy might come to fruition on Earth. The sense of unease continued to spread, yet he was unaware of what would transpire when the planets aligned. The approaching time and the increasingly frequent, unusual sensations within his spark were causing him agitation. Bumblebee had yet to return, so Laren momentarily suppressed his thoughts and joined Optimus Prime and the others as they traversed the land bridge to prevent the Decepticons from stealing the final component necessary for the construction of the space bridge. Laren's armor transformed into an energy cannon, and he fixed a sharp gaze on the approaching Decepticon foot soldiers within the haze of smoke. Bumblebee will be there to support you soon, the ambulance communicated to them. The speed of the Autobots was remarkable. Laren delivered a powerful punch to the abdomen of the last Decepticon beside him, watching as the minion collapsed, rendered immobile on the ground. The remnants of the minion's body and the debris of human structures lay scattered around him, with crimson flames reflecting in his optical sensors. Suddenly, the roar of an aircraft engine pierced through the air, reaching his audio receptors from afar. Following the sound, he gazed into the distant sky, where a familiar silver Cybertronian fighter jet was racing towards them at high speed, arriving in mere seconds. The sound of transforming gears resonated as the fighter jet morphed in midair, and Megatron descended gracefully, kneeling to absorb the impact, his heavy frame stirring up a cloud of dust. Laren observed with a complex expression as Megatron slowly rose, fists clenched, the events influenced by the synthetic energon still vivid in his memory banks. Megatron cast a glance at Laren before shifting his gaze to Optimus Prime. Optimus Prime stood protectively in front of the Autobots, furrowing his brow as he regarded his arch-nemesis. Do you not realize that forcibly manifesting prophecy into reality is a foolish endeavor? Why resign yourself to fate? Should I not be the master of my own destiny? A malicious smile crept across Megatron's face as his gaze turned towards the Autobots' rear. Speaking of destiny, they turned to look, only to see Bumblebee approaching with his head lowered, the yellow and black wings drooping behind him. He halted, sorrowfully lifting his gaze to his companions. Rafi. As Bumblebee's hand cradled the pale cheek of the human child, Laren felt his spark plummet within him, followed by an unrelenting ache. It appears I have not only swatted a wasp, but have also crushed a bug, Megatron taunted, watching them with disdain. Laren's optical sensors widened in disbelief as he turned to the indifferent Megatron. Rafi, he is merely a human child. He possesses no energy weapon, no armor, no conduits, no spark, only a fragile flesh and blood form. The power of an energy weapon is often insurmountable for Cybertronians. How could it possibly be wielded against a mere child? Just a day prior, this timid, intelligent boy, adorned with glasses, had been laughing and engaging with him, and Laren had promised to modify his remote-controlled car. Now, the child lay with his eyes tightly shut, breaths shallow and labored. This was a conflict that belonged to the Cybertronians. Why inflict harm upon this innocent child? Laren despaired within, questioning the injustice, yet he could not glean answers from his fallen friend. Anger surged within him as he glared at Megatron, but the sorrow that spread through his spark overshadowed his fury. Megatron noticed the flicker of grief and rage within Laren's optical sensors, the red lenses shimmering momentarily. As Optimus Prime's gaze turned towards him, Megatron returned his focus, offering a provocative smile. Ratchet, teleport us back immediately. Optimus Prime commanded through the comms. RC, take care of Rafi and Bumblebee. Optimus Prime vigilantly observed Megatron, slightly tilting his head as he commanded, Blade, return to the base with me. Blade opened his mouth as if to speak, but upon meeting the dim glow of Optimus Prime's optics, he refrained from uttering a word. After a moment's hesitation, he turned and followed RC and Bumblebee towards the land bridge. Just as he was about to vanish completely into the land bridge, Blade glanced back at his still standing unfamiliar friend. The blue and red optics met once more, their connection severed once again in the fading turquoise light. Chapter 77. Awakening. No, this one T do. None of this will do. Blade paced anxiously, contemplating remedies as the instruments indicated that Ratchet's condition was deteriorating. Having never pursued a career in medicine in his previous life, he racked his brain for human first aid methods, yet none were applicable to Ratchet's current plight. He felt acutely the fragility of humanity in the face of Cybertronians. Ratchet lay unresponsive. A comprehensive examination of his components and life functions was imperative. The frantic paramedic rummaged through his tools, his thoughts a jumble. And after a brief moment of despair, he cast his tools aside. "No, my tools are utterly useless." Blade sought to approach and calm the flustered medic. But an inexplicable sensation surged from the Allspark, causing the already restless Blade to come to a sudden halt, his grip on the tools deforming under pressure. Something was approaching. Who was awakening? The Allspark pulsed uncontrollably, and Blade found himself struggling to manage this strange sensation. "Blade, what's wrong?" Skyfire, who had been keeping a watchful eye, flew over and inquired anxiously. Blade remained silent, simply shaking his head with difficulty to indicate that he was fine. Stay calm, he urged himself through gritted teeth. He bit down hard on his intake valve, the taste of energon flooding his mouth. The sharp pain momentarily jolted his cognitive functions awake. He felt a surge of relief at wearing his mask. As to others, he merely appeared to bow his head in silence. The pressing matter at hand was Ratchet. He could not allow the medic and the others to notice his distress and divert their attention. Blade gripped his right arm tightly with his left hand, striving to control the uncontrollable tremors within his body. A dull ache pulsed through his neural modules, and it felt as though the Allspark was about to leap from his chest, an unspoken voice urging him onward, compelling him to intervene. Intervene? Intervene in what? Prevent that damned prophecy? Yet at this moment, he could not even halt the ebbing life of Ratchet. How could he thwart the nebulous prophecy from coming to fruition? Blade observed as the young and busy Jazz rushed to the bedside, and he caught a glimpse of the helplessness reflected in Ratchet's optics. Ratchet lay there unresponsive on the medical bed, and if not for the instruments indicating that his heart was still faintly beating. Blade might have thought this poor child was beyond help. He felt utterly powerless. He could not save Ratchet. He now finds himself incapable of seeking urgent medical information online. Merely suppressing the disconcerting sensations ignited by his anxieties has nearly depleted all his strength. Why, oh why must it be at this moment? He bore witness to the countless departures of his Autobot comrades on Cybertron, and now he must helplessly observe the demise of this innocent human child, the extinction of the weak, a cursed prophecy. He refuses to believe that Raph is the weakling foretold by the prophecy. I have not detected any readings of the energon. Ambulance suddenly realized, his optical lens widening in enlightenment. How could I have overlooked this? Raph possesses a dark energon. Ledrin, I require energon. Ambulance called out to the bowed-head Ledrin. Ledrin bit down hard on his feeding apparatus once more, feeling as though he might break it with his grip. The pain surged through him, shattering the chaos within his cerebral module. He displayed no outward signs of distress, merely swallowing the energy fluid that flowed from his wound. Swiftly regaining control of his body, he obeyed the command and collected a small vial of energon to hand to Ambulance. Are you certain, Ambulance? Ambulance injected the energon into the apparatus. Amidst the excruciating pain, Ledrin struggled to regain his sanity, feeling the wound on his feeding apparatus gradually being mended by the energy from Spark. Grasping Ambulance's shoulder armor, his voice trembled as he quietly inquired, "We both understand the harm and radiation energon can inflict upon humans." Images flashed through his mind of himself firing at a member of the mech special forces during a crisis, the searing, decayed flesh, the bones exposed alongside the muscle tissue, and the anguished screams. Ledrin covered his head module, forcing himself to cease those thoughts. He could not bear to imagine Raph's cries of agony. There is no other way. Ledrin, humans cannot resolve this issue, Ambulance asserted firmly, his blue optical lens brimming with determination. Neutralizing the dark energon within Raph is the only solution. Ledrin's fingers trembled, yet he gradually released his grip on Ambulance's shoulder. Raph's condition was deteriorating, and they had no time to squander. Push him inside. Quickly, Ambulance shouted as he adjusted the apparatus. Jack and Little Jean hurriedly propelled Raph's bed into the apparatus, and Ambulance activated the switch. All eyes were fixated on the scene beyond the glass enclosure. A blinding blue light illuminated the entire base. As the radiance gradually faded, Raph slowly opened his eyes. Ledrin observed the readings on the apparatus, displaying Raph's gradual recovery. A stone seemed to drop within him. The discomfort that had been suppressed by anxiety surged back, and his leg joints suddenly weakened causing him to stumble precariously. Ambulance, standing beside him, quickly stepped forward to steady him. "What's wrong?" "I'm fine. I'm just overly anxious about Raph," Liedren replied, mustering a smile as he stood upright. "Thank goodness Raph is all right. It's all thanks to you, Ambulance." "Thank goodness Raph is all right." The ambulance's corners curled into a gentle smile as he communicated with Optimus Prime, declaring, "Optimus, we have succeeded." Yet, amidst the radiance of the land bridge, only the partition carrying instruments returned. Optimus had chosen to seek out Megatron and had now lost contact. "We must swiftly ascertain his location," the ambulance urged, hastily operating the devices. In an unexpected moment, the spark's previously fervent pulsations calmed, and the voice urging him onward faded into silence. Blade froze, his hand brushing against his chest plate. Rather than feeling relief, he sensed a weight in his spark, as if it understood that the event had irrevocably transpired. It was too late. He was about to awaken. A phrase flickered inexplicably within Blade's neural module. "Who?" he pondered, frowning in confusion. At that moment, the ambulance locked onto Optimus's signal and anxiously shouted, "We must expedite his retrieval. Hurry!" Just as they were about to cross the land bridge, Blade felt a slight resistance emanating from his spark. Emerging from the blue-green glow, Blade gazed upon the dark energy entity erupting from the volcano, the sky thick with clouds, turning nearly violet. Optimus lay weakened not far away, prompting Blade to rush to his leader's side. A sense of urgency urged him to flee quickly, while the earlier peculiar sensation was less intense. It still left him feeling somewhat unsettled. In the distance, Megatron struggled with the partition, radiating an eerie purple light that suggested newfound strength and agility. Blade had witnessed the steadfast and sharp blue optics of Megatron and the wrathful crimson of his gaze. Yet he had never encountered the chaos and madness reflected in his purple optics. This was not Megatron. Something was influencing him, Blade's intuition warned. However, there was no time to dwell on such thoughts. The partition could not hold for long, and Optimus was clearly gravely injured, affected by the dark energy entity. With the ambulance's urging, Blade gritted his teeth and cast one last glance at Megatron before swiftly pulling Optimus into the land bridge. Chapter 78, Collaboration Storms, Earthquakes, and tsunamis were relentlessly wreaking havoc across the globe. Had Blade been human, he might have surmised that the apocalypse was nigh. Yet, it now appeared that unless the prophecy were thwarted, the true end would indeed arrive, not only for Earth, but also for the lifeless Cybertron. Frowning, Blade sensed the rhythm of his spark, a cascade of inexplicable knowledge and matters he should not possess occasionally surfacing in his neural module. The ambulance, observing the source of the calamity, discerned something crucial and converted the seismic data into an audio file. At the moment he heard that rhythmic, undulating sound, Blade felt as if his spark had been stirred by it, resulting in an involuntary groan of anguish escaping his vocalizer. Even though he quickly clenched his jaw to suppress any further sound, his feeble utterance was all too conspicuous in the already silent bass. Realizing the gravity of the situation and feeling the weight of all the Autobots and humans' gazes upon him, Blade lowered his helm. "Blade, what is troubling you?" Ratchet grasped Blade's arm with concern. "Your demeanor has been unusual today." Blade clenched his fists, evading Ratchet's gaze. "You require a physical examination, Blade," Ratchet insisted, furrowing his brow with unwavering authority. "Ratchet is right, Blade. You must undergo a physical assessment," Optimus Prime added solemnly, addressing the silent Blade. The current circumstances were indeed dire, but maintaining optimal condition was essential to confront the challenges that lay ahead. Blade took a deep breath, conceding with a nod, "I understand. I will proceed to the diagnostic equipment at once." He declined Ratchet's offer to accompany him, stating, "I know how to operate it. Your presence is more vital here." Ratchet. Slowly, Blade made his way to the equipment, the momentary pain brought on by that sound gradually dissipating. He did not believe the diagnostics would reveal any anomalies within his spark. Blade was acutely aware of the nature of that sound, and it was likely that all present Cybertronians were equally cognizant. It was the sound of a spark pulsating. It was Unicron. The realization dawned upon Blade's neural circuitry, providing clarity to the cause of his spark's irregularity. Earth was Unicron. His spark harbored the essence of Primus, yet that power was feeble. The true Primus remained in slumber, while the force of Unicron, awakening beneath him, was steadily regaining strength. If his spark, infused with Primus's power, reacted oddly to Unicron's awakening. Would Unicron become aware of his existence? Would he pose a danger to Optimus and the others? Contemplating this, Blade gripped the edges of the equipment firmly, striving to maintain composure. For now, Unicron had not fully awakened, and the base's shielding systems could still conceal him from detection. After a few moments of contemplation, he adjusted the parameters to the shortest diagnostic duration and stepped into the apparatus to ensure that subsequent actions would not be hindered by any physical impairments. He needed to inform Ratchet that his condition was stable. As Blade's optics dimmed, his form briefly disconnected from the diagnostic apparatus. When he regained consciousness, he walked toward the base's hall, bearing a report confirming his normal condition, only to hear Megatron's voice emanating from the communications device. His footsteps faltered momentarily before he hastened to Ratchet's side. Nodding to Ratchet, Blade attentively listened to the exchange between Megatron and Optimus. To obliterate Unicron, a crucial element was required: the power of the Matrix. Optimus Prime is the sole being capable of vanquishing him. Yet only I possess the ability to guide you all to him. As long as the Emperor of the Universe remains alive, the long-standing enmity between you and us, the Autobots and the Decepticons, will lose its significance. The collaboration between Autobots and Decepticons, the united front of Optimus Prime and Megatron against a common foe, is precisely what Blade has yearned for over these 4 million years. Everything is aimed at defeating the shared adversary, the Emperor of the Universe. Blade is acutely aware that this is but a fleeting alliance, yet a flicker of joy surges within his spark, illuminating his optical sensors. Optimus and his companions return to the base via the land bridge to deliberate on the specifics of their collaboration. If Megatron were to ascertain the coordinates of our base, he would undoubtedly lead the Decepticons in an assault here, voiced Agent Fuller with concern. By utilizing the land bridge to bring him over, he will be unable to acquire our coordinates, Optimus replied. Should this cooperation conclude, Megatron would certainly act without hesitation to annihilate the Autobots, but during our alliance, he is unlikely to undertake any actions detrimental to them. Blade turned his gaze towards Optimus, recognizing that Optimus was equally cognizant of this reality. However, at this moment, Blade's primary concern was not this. He merely wished to inquire, Optimus, if the power within the leadership module is unleashed, will you be in danger? Jack posed this question, causing Blade's audio receptors to perk up, anxiously awaiting Optimus's response. For me, if it means saving all of humanity, I would proceed without hesitation, with no other choice. Optimus's resolute answer instantly dampened Blade's spark. He placed a hand upon his chest plate, where the flickering spark symbolizes the hope for Cybertron's future. He understood that perhaps he should remain at the base to avoid detection by the Emperor of the Universe. Yet Blade could not abandon Optimus. From his response, it was clear that releasing the power of the leadership module would bring forth perilous consequences for him. The power of the Matrix could resonate with the leadership module, potentially enabling him to assist Optimus. He had to go. Just as Blade prepared to step forward, he was halted by Ratchet, who had turned to look at him with concern. Blade, your body requires further examination. Ratchet glanced at the report in his hand and furrowed his brow as he met Blade's optical sensors. I suspect your system may be overly sensitive to the dark energy entity, leading to abnormal reactions. You cannot accompany them. But there are no buts. Adhere to medical advice. Ratchet interrupted sternly. Blade gazed into Ratchet's flickering optical sensors, sensing that the medic's reasons for prohibiting him from joining were more profound than stated. Following the ordeal with the synthetic dark energy entity, Ratchet seemed to have taken a heightened interest in his well-being. Blade understood that Ratchet was concerned for him, and with a resigned sigh, he chose to remain silent. The switch for the land bridge was pulled down, and the heavy footsteps of a large machine echoed from within, a sound unchanged for 4 million years. Blade almost felt as though he had returned to the Colosseum of Sharon, witnessing the battle between Megatron and the alloy Croc once more. The silhouette of the Cybertronian warship gradually emerged from the turquoise glow, reminiscent of how it once stepped into the arena from the depths of darkness. Even now, faced with the barrels of charged weapons, it appeared unfazed. Is this the birthplace of miracles? Megatron halted before Optimus Prime, surveying the base without paying heed to the vigilant Autobots. A low chuckle escaped him. How pitiful. At that moment, Ratchet and the others dashed out, and Megatron seemed notably impressed by Jack, while Blade believed he detected a hint of Orion within Jack. Ratchet obtained the coordinates of the target location for Megatron. Optimus Prime intoned gravely, then stealthily followed Jack and the others into the depths of the base. Megatron turned to appraise the Silent Blade. Their brief encounters had always ended in hasty farewells, but now, upon closer inspection, one could see that the Autobot insignia, once scratched on a Blade's chest plate, had been restored and appeared to have been polished, making the red emblem shine even more vividly. It was evident who had performed the restoration and polishing. Megatron cast a sidelong glance at Ratchet, the orange and white mech brandishing a scalpel, eyeing him warily. My invitation still stands, Blade. Observing Blade's sudden pause at his words, Megatron's purple optics dimmed slightly, and a smirk graced his lips. The Nemesis is always open to you. A chill ran through Blade's core. Megatron surely understood that if the Autobots lacked trust in him, mentioning this matter could potentially ignite tensions between them. Just as Blade was about to respond, RC stepped in front of him, gun raised. Though her frame was diminutive, she showed no sign of fear before the towering Megatron. With determination, RC positioned herself protectively in front of Blade, her optics narrowed in warning as she fixed her gaze upon Megatron. I doubt Blade would accept any nonsensical invitation from a Decepticon. She emphasized the term Decepticon with palpable disdain. Megatron regarded them in silence for a moment before responding to RC with a malicious grin. I recall you and him previously had some minor conflicts. He referred to what he had seen through Bumblebee's optics. Whether it was seizing Bumblebee's body or clandestinely observing the Autobots within the base, each incident ignited RC's ire. That is an affair among Autobots and does not concern you, RC retorted through clenched teeth. Megatron, I believe these matters are irrelevant to any cooperation, Optimus Prime warned as they returned to the base's main hall. Megatron scoffed at RC and Blade, then shifted his attention to Optimus Prime. Of course, I merely wish to check on old friend, he said, spreading his hands as he glanced at the land bridge, now activated and locked onto coordinates. I have a small request. Megatron's tone remained unhurried as his gaze swept over the approaching Autobots. The internal crisis aboard the Decepticon ship is fraught with peril. I believe we require a medic. He shall accompany us. He pointed sharply at Blade beside Ratchet. You. The ambulance advanced angrily, and all Cybertronians with functioning brain modules understood the intentions behind the actions. You won't succeed. Very well. I shall accompany you, said Laren. He restrained the ambulance, slightly tilting his head in a gesture of refusal. Though uncertain of Megatron's motives behind this request, it aligned perfectly with Laren's core intentions, sparing him the need to evade the ambulance and find a way to sneak into the land bridge. Wait, Laren. The ambulance grasped Laren's arm urgently. This may be our only chance. Ambulance, Laren replied calmly, his voice low. The instruments indicate my systems are in prime condition and my core is stable. Trust me, this collaboration might present their sole opportunity to vanquish the Chaos Bringer. Should the Chaos Bringer awaken, Earth would cease to exist, Primus remains in slumber, and Cybertron would face inevitable annihilation. He could not allow the consequences of releasing the leader module energy from Optimus Prime, nor the influence of the dark energy entity upon Megatron, to unfold. The ambulance hesitated, releasing Laren's arm. Clenching his fists, he cast a warning glance at Megatron. Unfazed by this feeble gesture, Megatron responded with satisfaction to the frowning Optimus Prime. Then let our collaboration be fruitful. Chapter 79. The moment they stepped off the land bridge, a wave of heaviness and resistance enveloped Laren Spark. He discreetly lowered his head, attempting to alleviate the peculiar discomfort. How long until the Chaos Bringer discovers us? RC inquired. Do not be mistaken. He has known all along. Megatron replied in a grave tone, as the surrounding purple neural conduits flickered ominously in the darkness. Megatron led them deeper within, and Laren silently followed behind Optimus Prime, sensing an almost imperceptible gaze sweeping over them. This gaze appeared to linger on him for merely a second before shifting to Optimus Prime. Laren's audio receptors twitched, and he sharply turned to frown in a specific direction. He is preparing to expel us, Megatron stated, also turning back. Amidst the shrill, piercing sounds winged, purple creatures surged toward them from afar. Laren's energy cannon charged, aimed at the oncoming swarm. These were the antibodies birthed from within the Chaos Bringer. The discomfort remained. Yet Laren discovered his body to be more agile and powerful than ever before. Primus's strength heightened his sensitivity to the dark energy of the Chaos Bringer, simultaneously granting him some measure of resistance. As the antibodies emitted their strange cries, Laren's energy cannon struck down one glowing purple creature after another. Suddenly, an overlooked foe lunged at his faceplate. Laren's left hand caught the attacking antibody, his gaze icy as he crushed it with force. The purple creature shattered into fragments, cascading into the abyss. Laren stared at his hand, now tainted with dark energy, grimacing in disgust as he shook it off. "Is it you?" Having just discarded the purple liquid from his hand, he prepared to assist Bumblebee when the audio receiver of the Cosmic Emperor, Blade, suddenly intercepted a strange voice imbued with confusion. He abruptly halted in his tracks. The familiar mode of communication almost led him to believe that Primus had awakened once more, were it not for the distinct aura that sharply contrasted with that of Primus. The Cosmic Emperor Blade murmured softly, kicking aside yet another antibody that lunged at him, his blue optics flickering momentarily. The sounds from that direction ceased, yet Blade was certain that unseen eyes had shifted their focus toward him. A chill crept down Blade's spine as the distant partition seemed to tremble slightly. He hastily suppressed his core thoughts and rushed forward to steady the partition, which was on the verge of collapsing. "Be cautious, partition. Stay away from the edge," Blade commanded, firing to protect the partition, whose neural module was slightly dazed by the dark energy entities, granting him a moment to breathe. Bumblebee, amidst gunfire, glanced over with concern. "I'm unharmed, Bumblebee." The partition reassured, cradling its head as it shook off the fog clouding its senses, furrowing its brow to aim and strike an approaching antibody. "Thank you, Blade." Seeing the partition regain composure, Blade nodded in acknowledgement and turned his gaze toward the front, where Optimus Prime and Megatron stood. The two leaders exhibited an impressive synergy, their energy blasts of contrasting colors striking the antibodies that approached them, the blades of their weaponry gleaming as they severed the enemy's forms. In the midst of the chaotic battlefield, they maneuvered with remarkable ease, entrusting their backs to each other. This time, they did not aim their blades and energy cannons at one another. Blade's optics illuminated. An uncontrollable wave of elation surged within his spark, causing his armors to tremble slightly. It had been so long since he had experienced such genuine and overwhelming joy, especially since he had deactivated most of his emotional modules. He almost believed he had returned to a time before the war had begun, without rifts, without conflict, without Autobots and Decepticons, only the resonance of friendship among souls. "Oh, Primus, may this moment linger a while longer." Blade could hardly contain his joy beneath his mask, delightfully striking down an antibody that lunged toward Bumblebee and crushing another beneath his foot. "RC." Optimus Prime called out to RC below. The female warrior, landing atop a flying antibody, leapt forward into the forefront of the team amidst the gunfire. Megatron led them deeper into the fray, amidst the explosions and the sounds of energy blasts. Suddenly, he clutched his head, letting out a wail as Blade turned to see him pressing Optimus down, the energy cannon striking an antibody behind Optimus. "The spark of the Cosmic Emperor lies within," Megatron declared, as his chest armor drew near that location. The walls expanded outward, and Megatron stepped forward while Optimus turned back to command. "Autobots, I need you to hold off these attackers for as long as possible." Ren gritted his teeth and dashed forward, closely trailing behind Optimus Prime, entering the passage just as the wall sealed shut. "Ren," Optimus Prime glanced at him, furrowing his brow, prepared to admonish him. "I can be of assistance. Please allow me to accompany you," Ren implored, his optics fixed on the distant figure of Megatron, now barely visible ahead in the corridor. Prioritizing self-preservation was imperative. Optimus Prime understood that time was of the essence. The wall had already descended, and he could only urge in a low voice. Ren seldom defied orders with such impulsive actions, fully aware of the rationale behind the white and blue machine's behavior. "I comprehend," he declared, following Optimus Prime through the passage, the rhythmic pulsations of the matrix of leadership resonating increasingly louder beside him. Each pulse tugged at Ren's own spark as he ran, his hand brushing against his chest plate. A violet luminescence flooded his optics, emanating from the matrix, starkly contrasting with the warmth bestowed by the Prime spark. The mere sight of the imposing form heightened his discomfort. The Cosmic Emperor sensed their approach. unleashing waves of energy from the matrix that struck the three Cybertronians present. "You're not him." Once more, Li Ren heard the voice, collapsing to his knees as a spark throbbed wildly in response to the looming threat. Struggling to lift his gaze, he beheld Megatron, influenced by the Cosmic Emperor, whose gauntlet had extended lethal blades, advancing towards the fallen Optimus Prime. "Megatron!" Li Ren gritted his teeth, suppressing the agony of his spark, and shouted, "Snap out of it!" Megatron's blade rose, only to be halted abruptly by his own left hand as he trembled, retracting the weapon and bowing his head in anguish, murmuring, "Megatron will heed no one's commands." The radiance of the Cosmic Emperor's spark intensified, and amidst his groans, Megatron succumbed to unconsciousness, collapsing to the ground. "Megatron!" Li Ren's optics widened in horror. He trembled and crawled to the side of his silver ally, eager to assist and assess his condition. A renewed sense of crisis surged through Li Ren's neural module as a blade, shimmering with a sinister purple glow, lunged towards his abdominal armor. He narrowly evaded, yet it still grazed his waist armor, the sharp edge effortlessly penetrating his plating, severing several circuits. The power of his spark was suppressed by the Cosmic Emperor's energy, the sharp sting from his wounds preventing swift healing, as energy fluid incessantly dripped from his waist armor, trickling down his legs. "Ah, you are not him." The Cosmic Emperor, utilizing Megatron's form, gradually rose, his silver chassis radiating an ominous violet glow. He declared with unwavering certainty, "You are merely his vessel. What he cannot achieve, you certainly cannot either. You cannot stop me. I have transcended physical form. With mere will, I can plunge the world into infinite chaos. As his vessel, you are woefully weak. Since you and his apostle have arrived in this place, your fate is sealed. The only path left for you is that of death." In the optical lens of Megatron, controlled by the Cosmic Emperor, there was no light, only a void of eerie purple. With a forceful kick, he sent Li Blade sprawling to the ground. The dark energy at Li Blade's wound rendered his body weak. He chose not to deploy his energy cannon. Yet Megatron's blade was already upon him. Gritting his teeth, he caught the blade with both hands, feeling a searing pain in his palms as the immense force caused his arms to tremble. The cold gleam of the blade edged ever closer. His blue optical lens glared furiously at Megatron, or rather, the Cosmic Emperor who had commandeered his friend's body. "Optimus, hurry!" Li Blade gritted his teeth and called out to Optimus Prime, who had risen a distance away. "What?" The Cosmic Emperor turned to look back, as Optimus Prime's open chestplate was about to unleash the power of the leader module. He intended to raise his energy cannon and fire upon Optimus, causing his grip to falter. "No! Back off, Emperor Taro!" Seizing the moment, Li Blade broke free from his constraints and, with a determined punch, struck Megatron's faceplate, thwarting a shot at Optimus, demanding the return of Megatron's body. Leader Module, illuminate our darkest hour. The leader module beneath Optimus's chestplate radiated a brilliant blue light, sending forth a pure beam of energy toward the spark of the Cosmic Emperor. Amidst the anguished screams of the Cosmic Emperor, a powerful shockwave sent the three Cybertronians present hurtling backward. As the blinding light gradually dimmed, the sound of the spark pulsating near the audio receiver faded away, and the discomfort weighing on Li Blade's spark gradually receded. Struggling to lift his head from the ground, Li Blade's blurred optical lens caught sight of Optimus Prime, who lay fallen not far away. He recalled that unleashing the power of the leader module would come at a cost. Bracing himself, he pressed a hand against his wound and attempted to move towards Optimus. Suddenly, he sensed Megatron's presence behind him. Due to the injury at his waist and his instinctive trust in his friend, he had yet to turn around when a powerful current surged from his neck throughout his entire body. In that moment, Li Blade felt his cerebral module go blank from the electric shock, desperately wishing to escape the agony that gripped him, yet he was paralyzed. The intense pain caused him to freeze, his optical lens widened in horror, and he could not suppress a scream of anguish. Megatron's device pressed against Li Blade's neck. He did not release it, but slowly stepped into Li Blade's line of sight. His optical lenses, now restored to a crimson hue, flickered as he fixated on Li Blade's lens, which was filled with torment and a hint of sorrow. In a low voice, he commanded, "Wait here." The moment the device was lifted from Li Blade's neck, his body slumped lifelessly to the ground, still twitching from the recent jolt of electricity, cleansing fluid uncontrollably spilling from his optical lens due to the overwhelming electrical surge. Pleasant cooperation, Megatron sneered as Lee Blade's vision darkened. With a flick of his right arm, he unleashed his blade and slowly advanced toward the still prostrate Optimus Prime. Do not. The pain in Laren's cerebral module rendered him drowsy. He struggled to remain conscious, his trembling fingers incapable of movement, while his vocalizer quivered yet produced no sound. At that moment, Optimus Prime gradually regained consciousness, lifting his head from the ground, his blue optical sensors hazily observing the familiar Cybertronian approaching him. Megatron. Where are we? Megatron halted, pondering as he regarded Optimus Prime, whose previously murky blue optics were now strikingly clear. He retracted his blade and extended his right hand towards his longtime adversary. Laren's optics widened in realization. This was the cost. The persistent, dull pain in his cerebral module continued to cloud his consciousness. Just before his vision succumbed to darkness, he met the puzzled blue optics of Optimus Prime, now raised by Megatron. Orion gazed about in confusion, surrounded by an unfamiliar dim environment, and before him stood a slightly altered Megatron. He rose with Megatron's assistance, only to discover that his own form had grown considerably larger. His memories lingered on his arrival at Kaon when Megatron and Laren had conversed. What transpired? Orion pondered, and as he stood, he noticed a white and blue Cybertronian sprawled on the ground, previously obscured by Megatron's form. The figure looked somewhat unfamiliar, yet the recognizable color scheme and the mask on its face prompted Orion to immediately conclude. Laren? What has happened to him? Is he injured? Do you not remember? Old friend? Megatron turned, helping the fallen Laren to his feet. The sound of a hammer striking echoed, drawing their attention to a wall that had been fractured. Optimus, are you all right? A voice called urgently from the breach they had created. Why do they call me Optimus? Orion questioned Megatron, bewildered. Who are they? A bluish-green light glowed behind them, and a faint smile graced Megatron's lips as he swiftly handed the unconscious Laren to Orion, saying in a grave tone, They are our enemies. They harmed Laren. There are many of them. You must take Laren and flee. I will provide cover. With that, he propelled Orion towards the Bridge of Light. Orion hurriedly carried Laren towards the bluish-green glow, glancing back at the unfamiliar Cybertronians racing toward them. Without hesitation, he dashed into the radiant light. Chapter 80, Confinement. Everything hurt. His entire being ached. It felt as though electricity coursed through his form. A relentless assault of numbness intermingled with pain attacking his cerebral module. The armor at his waist had been dismantled. Someone was tampering with the circuits there. Who is it? Where am I? Lord Megatron. The actions at his waist ceased, followed by the familiar sound of footsteps and a somewhat recognizable voice. Was it a defeat? Megatron, I have followed your orders and repaired the damage to his waist armor. However, regarding the self-healing capability you mentioned, I inspected his armor and found that certain circuits and the energy supply within his body are indistinguishable from those of a typical Cybertronian. Of course, if you grant permission, I could dismantle him to examine some internal structures and the Allspark. Perhaps the uniqueness you spoke of lies therein. No, the Allspark is off limits. The words overheard by the audio receptor compelled Blade to struggle vehemently. Yet, no matter how hard he wished to activate his optics, his neural module remained ensnared in chaos, rendering his body completely unresponsive to his commands. That will suffice. After a moment of silence, Megatron spoke. This matter must not be disclosed to anyone. You are well aware of the consequences. Of course, Lord Megatron. Knockout replied respectfully. Before Blade could relax, the dialogue between Megatron and Knockout continued. What progress have you made on the research I assigned? Megatron inquired in a low, commanding tone. Well. Knockout hesitated, but sensing Megatron's growing impatience, he quickly interjected. Lord Megatron, the samples for synthesizing the super-energy entity are exceedingly scarce. We lack a definitive formula, making it arduous to replicate an experimental subject with similar effects. Enough. I have heard enough of your excuses. Megatron interrupted sharply. Since you cannot produce the synthetic super-energy entity, what about the other option? This, Lord Megatron. Knockout appeared even more troubled, cautiously responding, the deletion of certain memories, the brainwashing, is also quite challenging to achieve in a short time. The structure of Cybertronian neural and memory modules is exceedingly intricate. Even a minor error in operation could lead to irreversible consequences. Completing this requires extensive research and experimentation. Then expedite your efforts. Megatron scolded furiously. I do not have the luxury of time for your delays. Brainwashing? To whom? Is it Optimus Prime? No. Blade clenched his teeth, yearning to move. In his desperate struggle, his neural module finally established a connection with his body, yet his vision remained shrouded in darkness. He lifted his hands and feet with great effort, only to be thwarted by the restraints that firmly confined his movements. The friction between his wrist joints and the binding rings sent sharp pains coursing through him. Open your optics. Open them. Blade silently urged himself, but Knockout and Megatron seemed to perceive his struggles. An urgent footfall approached him. It was Knockout. Hey. Quiet down. Immediately, a surge of pain shot through his neck circuits, and an overwhelming wave of exhaustion and drowsiness enveloped him. With his already semi-conscious neural module descending further into chaos, his awareness once again plunged into darkness. To think he would awaken at this moment, Knockout muttered softly, withdrawing the syringe that had already delivered its sedative. The red optics observed the struggle of the large white and blue mech gradually slow, ultimately succumbing to tranquility. Heavy footsteps echoed behind him as he hurriedly turned, bowing in deference. Lord Megatron, the dosage of the sedative is sufficient. He will not awaken during the experiment. Since his self-healing ability could not be analyzed for the Decepticons, it was unnecessary for him to remain in the laboratory for the time being. Megatron gazed at the unconscious white and blue mech, his optics flickering, before turning to the red-painted medic and commanding, "Continue your research, Knockout. You must achieve results swiftly. My patience is not boundless. Of course, I shall do so at once, Lord Megatron," Knockout replied, a few drops of condensation seeping from his armor. The experiments were not easily accomplished, yet he feared that further words might provoke the wrath of the Decepticon leader, so he hurriedly bowed in response. Lockdown, awaken. He had been injected with a sedative and would remain unconscious for a while longer. Damn Decepticons. If it weren't for you, Lockdown would not be trapped here. Oomph. The victors write history. Lord Megatron has even brought Optimus Prime back. Perhaps in a few days, Lockdown will join the Decepticons as well. Optimus Prime's memory issues are the reason for his predicament. They're all Autobots. It is impossible for them to join the Decepticons. That may not be the case. That iron-headed fool will never get his wish. How noisy. Lockdown furrowed his brow. Amidst the familiar sounds of bickering and conflict, he struggled to open his optics. The dull ache in his cranial module caused him to squint, and instinctively, he raised a hand to support his head. As he lifted his hands, the heavy sensation of the restraints on his wrists startled him. In the next moment, he jolted awake, staring at the handcuffs binding him. His optics widened as he sat up. Not far away, Skyquake and his canine companions ceased their playful tussle upon noticing his awakening, immediately flying towards him while occasionally attempting to trip one another in the air. Lockdown. Skyquake hovered anxiously around him. You're finally awake. Do you feel unwell? He had not anticipated their reunion aboard the Nemesis, yet the Energon restoration was somewhat more convenient. The machine dog lounged on Lockdown's shoulder, yawning lazily. The Nemesis? Lockdown reached out to soothingly stroke Skyquake's head, surveying his surroundings only to realize he was not confined in a cell. The room was stark and minimalistic, furnished solely with the charging bed beneath him and a table and chair nearby. The overall dark decor aligned perfectly with Decepticon aesthetics. Though the room was small, it seemed too generous for a captive. Lockdown regarded the handcuffs, binding his wrists with a complex expression. He had expected to be tortured in a cell to extract information from the Autobots. Had Optimus Prime truly lost his memory? As the chaotic fog in his cranial module began to lift, Lockdown turned urgently to Skyquake. What about Optimus Prime? As he was about to articulate his thoughts, a footstep echoed at the threshold of the room, followed by the sound of a code being entered. Moments later, the door adorned with purple patterns swung open, revealing a towering silver figure illuminated from behind. Li Ren's frame instinctively tensed as he beheld the familiar Cybertronian stride into the room. His hands, restrained by handcuffs, involuntarily clenched, and he hesitated to raise his gaze to meet the crimson optics that scrutinized him. Unlike the actions influenced by the synthetic energy form in the past, his cognitive module was now alert, and it had been 4 million years since he had shared a space with Megatron alone. Anxiety coursed through Li Ren's essence as he gritted his teeth and lowered his optics. His mind racing with the unsettling thought of whether Megatron would force him to the ground and deliver a beating. Megatron halted, fixating his gaze on Lee Run, who dared not meet his eyes. After a brief silence, he spoke in a low voice. "Who were you just conversing with?" Chapter 81. Nostalgia. He had finally captured the bird that had once flown away, although its wings had long been broken by its own yearning for freedom. Lee Run was taken aback by Megatron's inquiry. His fingers trembled, and his optics fixated on the edge of the charging bed. "I was merely talking to myself. I was unaware you possessed such a habit," Megatron replied, his tone unchanged. Yet the playful nature of his words momentarily made Lee Run feel as though he were addressing Lord Megatron himself. Seemingly unperturbed by Lee Run's silence, Megatron extended his right hand slowly toward him. The moment the sharp silver gauntlet came into view, Lee Run instinctively shut his optics and recoiled. Surely, Megatron was going to strike him. Yet, contrary to his expectations of pain, with a crack, the heavy wrist joint became light. Lee Run blinked in astonishment as he beheld his hands, now liberated from the handcuffs, and watched Megatron placing the restraints aside. The silver-gray giant settled effortlessly on the edge of the charging bed, disregarding Lee Run's complex and conflicted gaze, which contemplated whether to shift his frame slightly further away. In a fluid motion, he retrieved an energy core from subspace and offered it to the stunned blue and white giant. Lee Run's fingers quivered as he remained tense, still hesitant to move his sore wrists after their release. At that moment, the sight of the blue energy core caused his fuel tank to contract reflexively, signaling its hunger. Megatron's actions remained unchanged, and Lee Run hesitantly glanced up at his crimson optics. In an instant, he averted his gaze back to the energy block as if scalded. It bore an uncanny resemblance. Aside from the color being starkly different from before, the familiar expression was identical to that of Lord Megatron. Clenching his fists, Lee Run eventually reached out slowly to accept the energy block. He did not believe Megatron would tamper with it. At this moment, he was a captive, and Megatron could do as he pleased without needing to resort to trickery regarding the energy core. In contrast to the hesitant Blade, Megatron's movements were fluid and assured. He retrieved a piece of energon from subspace, disregarding Blade's complex gaze and showing no desire for conversation. He raised his hand and began to consume it slowly. The room was unusually silent, filled only with the subtle sounds of his eating and the faint friction of armor. In that confined space, with its sparse furnishings, the two Cybertronians shared a meal, reminiscent of miners in a dormitory, as if nothing had transpired at all. Blade suppressed a twinge of bitterness rising from his spark. He cautiously removed his faceplate and placed it gently into subspace, then raised his trembling hand to take a delicate bite of the energon. The sweet flavor spread within his intake system, a hint of sweetness gradually filling his once-empty fuel tank. He widened his optical sensors. Since the onset of war on Cybertron, resources and energy had dwindled, and no Cybertronian, faced with the constant specter of death, would waste thoughts on enhancing the taste of energon. It had been millions of years since he had tasted energon infused with flavoring agents, and he had nearly forgotten its sugary essence. The familiar taste evoked memories deeply embedded in his memory module. During their time as miners, resources had been scarce, and acquiring sufficient energy was already a daunting task. No miner had the luxury to ponder the flavor of energy cubes. After leaving the mines, he refrained from burdening his mentor, often only indulging in flavored energy cubes when his cravings became overwhelming. Megatron had always known of Blade's penchant for sweet things, occasionally bringing him small treats during their encounters. Blade gazed at the blue energon he had nibbled, and the sweetness in his intake system contrasted sharply with the bitterness that spread in his spark. Had his emotional module been fully activated, he might have wept at that moment. A bitter smile crept across Blade's face. The warmth of his increasingly filled fuel tank and the familiar magnetic field of the Cybertronian beside him allowed him to slowly relax. He continued to savor the energon, consuming it at a deliberate pace, perhaps fearing that eating too quickly would cause the sweetness to vanish in an instant, or that this harmonious and tranquil scene was as fragile as a dream, destined to dissipate like sand slipping through his fingers the moment he was finished. The Nemesis still held ample supplies of flavored energon. Megatron, nearing the end of his own portion, glanced at the largely intact energon in Blade's grasp and immediately recognized the burden this mech bore. With a casual tone, he remarked, "Blade, paused momentarily, lowering his optical sensors with a soft chuckle. "You've uncuffed me. Are you not afraid I might strike you and make my escape? You know you cannot best me." Megatron chuckled in response. The familiar exchange tightened Blade's grip on the energon, his vocalizer trembling as he finally uttered a soft, hesitant voice. "Is it too much to ask for a moment of fantasy?" He took another bite of the energy block, suppressing the dryness of the vocalizer. At that moment, Megatron had finished his share of the potent energy source but showed no intention of departing. Instead, he retrieved a data pad from subspace and silently observed beside Blade. Blade lowered his optical lens, attempting to suppress his thoughts. The two Cybertronians, with their distinctively different physiques and the contrasting red and purple insignias on their chests, incessantly reminded him that everything had changed. Yet, the spark, familiar with the presence of the Cybertronians beside him, conveyed feelings of joy and nostalgia. He swapped a few bytes of the energy source, and upon seeing him finish, Megatron retracted the datapad. He remained silent, merely grasping Blade's armor and quietly restraining him with handcuffs. Blade did not resist. His blue optical lens watched the movements of the silver-gray, sharp gauntlets. Megatron rose and turned to leave. Just as he approached the doorway and was about to step out of the room, Blade called out to him. "How is Optimus?" Blade inquired in a low voice. "You should refer to him as Orion. He is now a valuable asset to the Decepticons." Megatron paused, and his tone seemed tinged with amusement as he slightly tilted his head, his red glowing optical lens fixed upon Blade. "Perhaps you should reconsider your allegiance." With that, he did not wait for Blade's response. Turning back and striding out of the room with a rhythmic gait, the door with purple circuitry sealing shut once more. Blade lowered his optical lens. He had already scanned his system, discovering that his weapon module was locked and communication was severed. The door to this room required a password to be opened. He leaned back onto the charging bed, his blue optical lens fixated on the dark ceiling. Everything felt like a dream. "Blade, you must not join the Decepticons," Sky Shadow implored, anxiously pressing against his faceplate. "Don't listen to that bucket-headed fool. He deceived Optimus. The Decepticons are not that bad," the mechanical dog lazily remarked, shutting his red optical lens and ignoring Skishadow's furious retorts. Blade's optical lens flickered as he struggled to retrieve his mask from subspace, donning it once more and gently grasped Skishadow's form. He remained silent, rhythmically tapping his fingers on Skishadow's body. Sky Shadow paused for a moment, then realized and began to appreciate the sensation of Blade's touch, grasping his meaning. "Blade, Optimus must have a backup plan. Please return to the base and gather intelligence for me." Although his current treatment as a prisoner was unexpectedly lenient, Blade was acutely aware that he could not let his guard down. There were surely surveillance devices within the room, and the words he had spoken upon awakening had already drawn Megatron's attention. He could not afford to reveal any more information. Sky Shadow took to the air once more, earnestly nodding at Blade's optical lens before resolutely turning and exiting through the door. "ISNT, it better to stay here? ISNT, the situation now, just as you hoped? Have Optimus and Megatron reconciled?" The mechanical canine approached the corner where Laren reclined after the departure of Feguishan, whispering a query. Yes, this was indeed what he had longed for. Laren lowered his optical visor. Yet it ought not to be this way. Everything should not be founded on deception. Chapter 82. Deception. Red Spider. That fellow had consistently faced the wrath of Lord Megatron each time he sought to usurp power. The mechanical canine lazily nestled upon Laren's chest, expressing surprise at Red Spider's complete departure from the Decepticons, though he suspected a return was inevitable, despite his occasional inexplicable actions and tendency to oppose the leader. He could be rather clever at times. Reclining on the charging platform, Laren listened to the mechanical canine's narration. It was an indulgent respite. Never before in over 4 million years had he lain idle for such an extended period, especially not on a charging bed within the Decepticon stronghold. His hands were bound, rendering him incapable of assembling anything, and the constraints of his space left him with no opportunity for escape. Since Megatron's recent departure, no other Cybertronians had entered this room. Laren was unaccustomed to such inactivity. His cognitive modules incessantly urged him to engage in some endeavor. Moreover, this was hardly the time for relaxation. He was perplexed as to why Megatron had confined him to this chamber. Feguishan had yet to return, and the current circumstances at the Autobot base remained uncertain. What of Optimus Prime? He possessed a means to exit the room, Yet communication was severed, preventing him from contacting the base. He could not ensure a safe departure from the Nemesis with Orion, who had lost his memories of Optimus Prime. Laren's shackled hands clenched in a slow, anxious entanglement with his spark. The amnesia of Optimus Prime was already a source of distress for Ratchet and the others. His own captivity only compounded the burden on the Autobots. Hey, are you listening carefully? The mechanical canine's head suddenly intruded upon Laren's line of sight, breaking his train of thought. Startled, Laren blinked his optical visor. Don't overthink it. Lord Megatron will not harm you. The mechanical canine comforted him, patting Laren's armor. You can take this opportunity to rest. You've always been too hard on yourself, never allowing for leisure. With a resigned sigh, Laren lifted his hand to stroke the mechanical canine's head. He understood that the canine's incessant chatter was an attempt to alleviate his anxiety, a familiar routine during their cosmic travels. Yet, the current situation made it impossible for Laren to find peace of mind. Suddenly, his motions halted, the audio receiver stirred, and he caught the sound of footsteps approaching from outside the room. He quickly sat upright, warily focusing on the door. The sound of the password being entered echoed once more, and the familiar silver-gray figure re-entered the room. Megatron observed Laren's cautious demeanor as he huddled in the corner of the charging bed, then strode over to remove his handcuffs. You know what to say and what not to say in a moment, he declared. Megatron leaned down, his crimson optics fixated on the stun blade, and whispered, I could extinguish your spark with the utmost ease. With that, he offered no further explanation and turned back toward the entrance, speaking to someone beyond. At the moment the vast red and blue machine entered, Blade's optical sensors widened in astonishment as he glanced at Megatron in disbelief. He had not anticipated that Megatron would bring Optimus Prime along. Blade, how are you? Orion approached with concern, inquiring. Lord Megatron mentioned that you were brainwashed by the Autobots. Do you remember me? Blade was taken aback and felt a surge of relief that he wore a mask, casting a complicated glance at Megatron, who leaned against the wall observing them. What on earth did you say to Orion, Megatron? Of course, I have not forgotten you. Orion, Blade softly replied, regaining his composure. He gazed into Orion's clear blue optics, which reflected a purity he had not witnessed in millions of years. There were no betrayals from dear friends, no prolonged wars, and no burdensome missions. He was no longer the leader who bore heavy responsibilities. He was merely the idealistic archivist he once was. Leadership had compelled him to grow, yet it had also compelled him to forsake much. A bittersweet sensation welled within Blade as he suddenly reached out to embrace Orion gently. Orion appeared taken aback, his blue optics flickering in confusion, yet he gradually returned the embrace, asking with curiosity, Blade, what is wrong? Nothing, Orion, nothing at all, Blade replied softly, bowing his head with a gentle smile. I simply haven't seen you in a long time. I haven't seen this version of you, unburdened by responsibility. In the darkness, the blue spark flickered, and an invisible thread once again connected their vibrant sparks. Lord Megatron said that once your treatment is complete, you can resume your normal duties. Although Orion was puzzled, the warmth emanating from the spark brought comfort to his being. He smiled reassuringly. We will surely defeat Ratchet and the Autobots and revive Cybertron. Blade sighed silently, knowing that if Orion discovered the truth behind his trusted friend's deception, he would be heartbroken. Yet, he understood he could not disclose any information and tightened his embrace, lowering his optics into silence. There remained a connection between them, but it seemed the power of the leadership module had waned, causing the thread to tremble precariously. Blade attempted to channel the energy of the Allspark to Orion as he had done before. For a fleeting moment, Orion's expression became dazed, as if something had flashed through his neural module, but before he could discern it, the vision vanished, leaving an inexplicable sense of dissonance. Orion, it is time to go. Megatron's deep voice interrupted Orion's reverie. Blade requires further treatment. Orion paused for a moment, glancing back at Megatron with a nod before gradually releasing the grip on Blade. Until we meet again, Blade. Blade offered no resistance, the thread visible only to him severed in the air. He gazed at the deceived Orion, struggling beneath his mask to conjure a smile. Until next time, Orion. Orion stepped towards the door, waiting patiently as Megatron approached once more, handcuffs in hand. Emotions built upon deception cannot endure. Blade continued to watch without any struggle as Megatron secured the cuffs around his wrists, sorrowfully lowering his optical lens. We both know the truth. They had once witnessed the tragedy's birth from deceit together. Megatron remained silent, leaving the room without a word after fastening the handcuffs, shutting out the gaze of the white and blue mech behind the closed door. You have confirmed Blade's condition. Now continue your work, Aurian. Megatron guided Aurian through the corridors of the punishment, escorting him back to his quarters. I need you to continue deciphering the information within the Iron Fortress database. That information is crucial for the Decepticons. Yes, Lord Megatron. Aurian hesitated, the unsettling sensation he had felt moments ago still lingering in his mind. The seed of doubt firmly planted in his core. Megatron said little more before turning to leave, the door behind him closing with a definitive thud, revealing Soundwave waiting a short distance away. Lord Megatron. Soundwave bowed respectfully, his crimson optical lens glinting with a hint of mirth as he looked upon the slowly smiling Decepticon leader. We are ready to proceed with the experiment. Emotions founded on deception cannot endure. Thus, as long as the lies remain concealed, all shall be well. Chapter 83. Illusion. Alright, be cautious lately, and avoid further injury. In the Karen clinic, Blade halted his movements and took a step back, advising the Cybertronian upon a medical bed. Thank you, Dr. Blade. The Cybertronian expressed with gratitude as he descended from the medical bed, watching Blade tidy up his instruments. After a moment's hesitation, he inquired, Dr. Blade, Karen is currently unstable. Will you leave with us? Blade paused, gently shaking his head. No, I need to stay here. I must wait for Master Wheeljack. So, Dr. Blade, are you preparing to join the Autobots or the Decepticons? The Cybertronian pressed further. I am uncertain. Blade averted his gaze, lost in thought as he stared at the pristine white walls. All right, the Cybertronian seemed to ask casually, I've heard that the Autobots have recently placed a blockade around Iron Fortress to prevent the Decepticons from acquiring intelligence. Those attempting to enter or leave the Iron Fortress are being strictly controlled. He leaned closer to Blade, whispering, I've heard that many who forcefully tried to enter or exit the Iron Fortress have been killed by the Autobots' high command. Blade furrowed his brow, instinctively rebutting, impossible. Optimus Prime would never permit such indiscriminate slaughter. Optimus Prime may not, yet he is merely a newly elected leader. The words of the Cybertronian bore a certain chill. He sneered, for the upper echelons of the High Council had not yet met their demise. Blade Grip tightened his grasp on the tool, sensing an unsettling dissonance. Yet an inexplicable voice within him shouted that this Cybertronian spoke the truth. He was acutely aware of the corruption among the high-ranking officials. Was he not? The Cybertronian did not await a response from the doctor before abruptly shedding his earlier indifference. He smiled at Blade Grip and said, I mention this solely to inform you, Dr. Blade Grip, that should you contemplate departing from Kaon, you must avoid the Iron Fortress. With that, he bid farewell, thanking Blade Grip for his assistance before leaving the clinic. As Blade Grip observed the figure retreating, a dull pain surged within his cranial module. He grasped his head and stared blankly at the tool in his hand, feeling as though he had forgotten something significant. What could it be? There seemed to be an inherent incongruity for this clinic, so familiar, now felt strangely discordant. Was it fatigue? Frowning, Blade Grip shook his head, attempting to dispel the chaotic sensation. Teacher Lunstar, when will you return? A knock echoed at the door. Blade Grip adjusted his demeanor several times, placing his hand upon the doorknob. In a fleeting moment before he opened the door, a fleeting vision of a red and blue figure flickered before his optical sensors. Who? Is it Optimus Prime? If it were Optimus, how could he possibly know in advance? As the clinic's door swung open, Blade Grip instinctively lowered his gaze, only to discover that the Cybertronian outside towered even more than he had anticipated. He gazed up at the familiar silver chassis, puzzled, and then beheld the visage of a well-known face. Megatron? Blade Grip's optics widened in astonishment as he stared at his friend. You seem quite surprised. Am I not welcome? Megatron raised an eyebrow, a smirk playing at the corner of his mouth. No, of course not. Blade Grip quickly stepped aside, smiling as he gestured, Please come in. Blade Grip, I have something to tell you. Megatron's expression grew grave as he followed Blade Grip to the clinic's seating area, fixing his serious gaze upon him. What is it? Blade Grip met Megatron's crimson optics, a sense of unease faintly stirring within him. Megatron sighed, producing a datapad and handing it to Blade Grip, his tone heavy with foreboding. This is the footage recorded by Laserbeak as he infiltrated the vicinity of the Iron Fortress. Blade Grip's optics flickered, trembling hands accepting the datapad. An inexplicable dread gnawed at his spark, a premonition whispering that viewing this footage would alter everything. After hesitating several times, he slowly raised his hand to activate the recording. The perspective of the footage began from a height, revealing the familiar structures of the Iron Fortress. It was evident this was on the outskirts, where various Cybertronians adorned in different paint schemes gathered not far away. A tumultuous disturbance seemed to have erupted in that location, prompting Lee Run to subconsciously ponder the cause of the chaos. As if attuned to his thoughts, the imagery swiftly zoomed in on the scene. Following a brief moment of blurriness, the visuals sharpened, revealing the familiar figure of the yellow-painted Cybertronian. His grip on the data board tightened, and with widened optical sensors, he looked up at the imposing Megatron beside him. "Is that Teacher Luanxing?" he exclaimed. "Indeed," Megatron replied in a grave tone, his optical sensors flickering as he continued to observe. Lee Ren. Once more, Lee Ren lowered his gaze to the data board, where Luanxing and several unfamiliar Cybertronians appeared to be embroiled in a dispute with the Autobot guard stationed outside Fortress Iron. "Why are we not allowed to leave? This is our freedom," one Cybertronian shouted at the Autobot sentinels. "It is the leader's decree. Autobot intelligence was stolen not long ago. Henceforth, no Cybertronian may enter or exit Fortress Iron with ease." The Autobot guard retorted, his brow furrowed, asserting that any machine could be a Decepticon spy. "I am not a Decepticon. I am heading to Qingqiu to find my partner." Another Cybertronian yelled. "Neither am I. I am merely here on business. I need to return to my students." Luanxing's voice was soon drowned out by the rising tide of protests. Yet, the Autobot guard remained resolute, refusing to yield. Observing the situation, one Cybertronian attempted to force his way through, only to be halted by the weaponry that transformed from the guard's arm. "Step back," the Autobot guard bellowed, the sound of energy charging resonating from the barrel. Silence fell abruptly over the protests, and the surrounding Cybertronians recoiled in alarm. "What right do you have to act against us? The leader will not permit such actions." A voice from the throng cried out. "It is not solely the leader's command that dictates the Autobot's actions," the Autobot soldier replied coldly. "I warn you once more, retreat, return." At the moment of tense standoff, a gunshot rang out from the Autobot guard, and a Cybertronian at the forefront looked down in horror at the gaping wound in his chest. His optical sensors flickered before dimming completely, his lifeless form collapsing to the ground. "They've attacked." In an instant, the silence erupted into a cacophony of furious and terrified screams, as all Cybertronians with unlocked weapon modules transformed their armors into weapons, aiming at the Autobot guards. The sounds of gunfire and screams intermingled, escalating into a chaotic melee, while those without unlocked weapon modules desperately sought to escape the turmoil, only to be jostled and unable to flee. Lee Ren's gaze remained fixed on Teacher Luanxing, striving to evade the fray. His grip on the data board grew increasingly tense, until he suddenly realized the danger of damaging it, prompting him to place it on the table while clenching his fists in trembling frustration. Teacher Luanxing. A wave of fear enveloped him, as he loathed the fact that he could only watch the recording, powerless to protect his mentor. Surely, nothing will go awry. It cannot be. Lee Ren fervently prayed within himself, although an inexplicable premonition had already whispered the outcome to him, yet he was loath to accept it. In the next moment, he beheld with wide eyes the frantic figure of Teacher Luanxing in the video, desperately evading danger, only to be struck in the chest plate by an energy projectile from a Decepticon guard. Amidst the splintered fragments of armor, the guard's visage was grotesque, the blue optical lens tinged with a hint of red. Lee Ren stood frozen, watching Teacher Luanxing collapse amidst the chaotic battleground, the light in the optical lens extinguished. For a fleeting instant, his mind went blank. He believed he had emitted a cry of anguish. Yet there was nothing. Only a tremor coursed through his body as he fixated on the data panel. "Teacher! Teacher!" He abruptly rose, his chair crashing to the floor with a resounding thud. But it was as if Lee Run was oblivious, his optical lens hollow as he attempted to surge toward the clinic's entrance. Yet, as he took a step, he felt a sudden weakness in his knee joint, and his body, beyond his control, crumpled to the ground. Lee Ren clutched his chest plate in torment. Waves of intense, dull pain surged from beneath it, his spark lamenting in agony. A mournful groan escaped from beneath his white mask, his head drooping as he incessantly shifted. Megatron's optical lens flickered as he rose from his seat, approaching Li Run and squatting before him, extending his right hand toward the trembling white and blue mech. Li Run gazed at the silver gauntlet that appeared before him, his gaze lifting to meet Megatron's crimson optical lenses. "Join the Decepticons, Li Run," Megatron whispered conspiratorially beside Li Ren's audio receptor. "It was the Autobots who killed teacher Luan Xing. You can avenge him by joining the Decepticons. I shall aid you. Together, we shall eradicate all injustices on Cybertron. You promised to support me, did you not?" Dizziness engulfed him, an overwhelming sensation of discomfort. His mind felt as if it were violently shaken hundreds of times within a single second, waves of pain and vertigo assailing him, while the contraction of his fuel tank brought waves of nausea. The sorrow within his spark relentlessly assaulted him, the pain gradually spreading through his entire being. In his blurred and dazed vision, the only thing that remained was the blood-red glow of Megatron's optical lenses, the low voice reverberating beside his audio receptor, infiltrating the chaos of his mind. "Teacher, avenge teacher Luan Xing." Li Run, in a haze, looked at the menacingly sharp fingers before him, his right hand trembling as it slowly rose. Promise him, a voice incessantly urged within him. Chapter 84. Resistance. What is amiss? What could it possibly be? Li Ren pressed his left hand firmly against his cranial structure, his optical lens squinting in pain. He blinked heavily several times, his right hand trembling as it inched towards the silver gauntlet before him. Megatron is your most important friend, is he not? Joining the Decepticons will allow you to avenge your esteemed teacher and be with your most cherished companion. What are you waiting for? The optical lens of Blade flickered with confusion and anguish. What am I waiting for? The voice modulator trembled, eager to echo the invitation before me. Megatron gazed at Blade, who slowly extended his hand, a pleased smile curling at the corners of his mouth. What am I waiting for? For a fleeting moment, Blade's optical lens became unfocused. Just as his right hand was about to grasp his friend S, a strange voice suddenly erupted beside his audio receptor. "Blade, wake up. He is deceiving you." The voice crackled intermittently, yet was remarkably clear. Blade's movements halted, his optical lens widening as he pondered over the voice. Who is it? Such a familiar sound. What have I forgotten? Megatron's smile gradually stiffened as he watched Blade abruptly retract his right hand, the optical lens dimming. Think carefully, think deeply. Blade did not notice Megatron's expression. He clenched his teeth and lowered his optical lens, pondering earnestly. An invisible barrier seemed to envelop his neural module, and amidst his relentless struggle, that barrier was finally shattered. It is, flying over the mountains. For a brief moment, his neural module cleared, and Blade stared blankly at his hands, murmuring softly, "This is a lie." As those words escaped his lips, he felt as though his soul were being abruptly lifted upwards. After a moment of dizziness, he raised his head, only to find himself still in the clinic. Yet, not far away stood another version of himself. Blade gaped as he watched himself open the clinic's door upon hearing a knock. It was not Megatron who entered, but Optimus Prime, clad in a cloak. Dr. Wheeljack was hit by Decepticon artillery while evacuating injured patients 2 days ago. He has returned to the Allspark. "I'm deeply sorry, Blade." Taken aback by Optimus's words, Blade staggered a few steps back, helplessly gazing at his leader. "Blade, would you join the Autobots? I believe you, like me, wish to persuade Megatron to turn back. If we hope to bring him back onto the right path, we must first walk the correct road ourselves." Blade's blue optical lens flickered. After a moment, he softly replied, "All right, enough." Accompanying Blade's voice was Megatron's furious roar. He raised his energy cannon, aiming at Blade and Optimus. The two Cybertronians flickered momentarily before gradually vanishing. "Is it merely because of a few words from Optimus that you have agreed to him?" Megatron spun around, seizing Blade by the neck and forcefully pressing him against the clinic's pristine white wall. The optical lens glimmered with a dangerous red light in his fury. "The correct road? I have always walked the right path." "Megatron, you have changed." The pressure around Blade's neck was uncomfortable, and he grasped Megatron's armored arm, lowering his optical lens as he softly spoke. "This is not you, Lord Megatron, because I am Megatron." Megatron leaned closer, his voice gritted with rage, his optical lenses brimming with fury. "Those weak names are merely remnants of the past. I no longer need them. Am I merely a relic of your forsaken past?" Laren gazed sorrowfully at Megatron, his optics glimmering as cleansing fluid trickled from them, cascading down onto Megatron's sharp gauntlets. Your ideals, the ideals of 16. The ideals of Lord Megatron. You once fought for justice on Cybertron, expressing a passion for poetry and prose, yearning for every Cybertronian to be treated fairly, desiring a better Cybertron. Why has it come to this? Laren's fingers tightened, an inexplicable surge of emotion overwhelming his neural module, as he found himself unable to contain the tempest of sorrow within his spark. Bowing his head, he nearly succumbed to despair, his vocalizer choking out, "I miss you. I truly miss you." Megatron observed Laren, who wept softly, his once blazing fury gradually extinguishing. He felt the dampness of the cleansing fluid on his gauntlet. Instinctively loosening his grip, "Lord Megatron, I did not intend to intrude upon your moment." At that instant, a voice crackled through the air. "Soundwave has something to report. Our space bridge appears to have been accessed without authorization and is now connected to Cybertron, remaining operational." Megatron pondered this development. The only reason the Autobots would take such a risk would be Optimus Prime. He released his grip, his gaze diverting from Laren, who was struggling against the wall in agony. "Soundwave, sever the connection." "What connection? Have the medics found a solution?" Laren thought instinctively, still dazed. A sudden wave of dizziness washed over him, his optics dimming momentarily as he felt his form plummeting before gradually settling on a solid ground. With his visage drenched in cleansing fluid, Laren abruptly opened his optics, writhing in discomfort, stifling several retches as he curled up on the examination table, trembling. His gaze shifted to the side, where Soundwave held a shimmering purple-tinted conduit, the crimson sports car regarding him with a complex expression. Cerebral cortex mental connection. As Laren observed the conduit, a sharp pain in his neural module provided clarity. His hands remained shackled, pain and weakness pervading his entire being, while coolant seeped over his form. "Soundwave, you did not mention such an occurrence would arise." The newly awakened Megatron, having just severed his connection, noted Laren's condition and spoke in a low tone. "Ah, Lord Megatron, due to the nascent development of the mind control techniques, forcibly breaking free may result in minor side effects. I assure you, they are temporary. He shall recover shortly." Soundwave hastily tucked away his thoughts and replied with deference. "Mind control?" Laren's optics fluttered shut, tilting his head away from the two Cybertronians beside him, his fingers lightly tapping against his chest. "Then expedite the refinement process. Next time, I wish to witness no side effects, and certainly no failures." Megatron gritted his teeth as he turned to leave the laboratory, stating, "I must attend to certain matters. First, return him." "Yes, Lord Megatron," Knockout replied, watching the silver-gray Cybertronian gradually disappear at the lab's entrance, feeling a sense of relief wash over him. "Forcibly severing the mind control will undoubtedly cause discomfort to your system," Knockout remarked with a hint of sympathy as he turned to Blur. "Next time, rather than endure the pain again, it would be better to accept it." Blur offered no response, keeping his optical sensors firmly closed. Knockout chose not to pursue the conversation further and summoned Deadlock to escort Blur back. Blur remained motionless, as if offline, while Deadlock silently guided him to the room, inputting the code before placing him on the charging bed and departing. The instant the door clicked shut, Blur abruptly opened his optical sensors, swiftly rolling off the bed to remove his mask. A bluish energy liquid mixed with electrolyte poured from his mouth, the fuel tank contracting as it forced him to expel the energy he had consumed not long ago, which had yet to be fully absorbed. The feeding apparatus once again tasted the sweetness of the energy blocks infused with sugary additives, but this time, the sweetness brought him no pleasure, only a relentless tide of anguish. When his entire system ached with exhaustion and the fuel tank could expel no more, Blur leaned against the wall, replacing his head sculpt multiple times before slowly raising a hand to wipe away the residual energy liquid from the corner of his mouth. Blur, Wingblade, who had returned with him, anxiously paced back and forth, while the mechanical dog that had just phased through the wall stared at Blur with wide optical sensors, concerned for his suffering. "I'm fine," Blur murmured softly, maintaining his position as he almost breathlessly inquired. "Did you see?" I saw it," Wingblade exclaimed, taking to the air and attempting to wipe away the cleansing liquid that had uncontrollably spilled during Blur's retching. "You should rest. Don't push yourself." Blur briefly closed his optical sensors, gently shook his head, and donned his mask once again. After a moment's respite, he lifted his bright blue optical sensors. "It is time. Chapter 85. Escape. Once Blur regained consciousness from the cerebral connection, Wingblade informed him of the Autobot situation. His suspicions were confirmed. Optimus Prime had left the key to the matrix of leadership. By journeying to Cybertron and utilizing the key to download the wisdom of past leaders, they could restore energy to the leadership module. The Autobots had used the Decepticon space bridge to send Jack and RC to Cybertron, but based on Knockout's words, the Decepticons had already become aware of this situation, placing both the Autobots and Jack in peril. Now, he needed to ensure Optimus Prime reached the space bridge safely to download his memories, buying enough time for him. "Are you clear on the route and the code?" Blur inquired softly, glancing at his handcuffs. "No problem. I've confirmed everything," Wingblade replied seriously, though concern flickered in his eyes as he perched on Blur's shoulder. "However, your handcuffs and weapon module are a hindrance. I have a plan." Blur lowered his optical sensors, retrieving a spherical object from subspace. "Wait, what are you planning to do?" Upon returning to the room, the machine dog, with a gaze filled with complexity and silence, swiftly approached the object it recognized all too well. During the aimless drifting in space, Lee-Run had been assembling such devices almost daily. Suddenly, a realization struck him, prompting an incredulous inquiry. Lee-Run remained silent as he forcefully pried open the object's casing. Despite his hands being shackled, which hindered his movements, the task did not require excessive precision. He meticulously extracted a component from the intricate structure and pressed the object against his handcuffs. The weapon module had always been a part of the Cybertronian's essence, and even when temporarily locked, sufficient damage or impact to the body could trigger the system's self-protection measures to reactivate the weapon module. "Wait, there are other ways." The machine dog attempted to halt Lee-Ren's actions, insisting that such measures were unnecessary. "I am aware of alternatives, yet time is of the essence," Lee-Ren replied, his gaze fixated on the bomb in his grasp, his fingers grazing a small protrusion on its casing. "I have already minimized the bomb's explosion range and potency. There will be no issues. This is the quickest method." Lee-Ren offered a reassuring smile to both the machine dog and Fei Guoshan, attempting to alleviate their concerns. "Do not fret. I possess the necessary calculations." His grip on the bomb tightened, even though he had roughly estimated the outcome. He was acutely aware that the ignition source would self-repair, yet a twinge of fear lingered within him. He feared pain. Over the past 4 million years, he had encountered numerous injuries, but he had never actively inflicted damage upon his own body with a bomb. He could already envision the moment when he would lose sensation in his hands and half of his arm's armor. For a physician, the thought of losing the sense in his hands, even if only for an instant, was enough to plunge him into despair. Yet time was fleeting. This method served a dual purpose. Lowering his optical visor, Lee-Run, amidst the protests of Fei Guoshan and the machine dog, gritted his teeth and pressed the protrusion to activate the bomb. The sound of a minor explosion was muffled within the confines of the room. Even though Lee-Run had reduced the bomb's lethality, he still felt his fingers, arm armor, and handcuffs shatter at that very moment. Trembling, Lee-Ren clenched his newly liberated fists, each joint and circuit in his fingers sending sharp pangs of pain coursing through him. His vocalizer betrayed him, emitting a faint groan of agony, while his arms, quickly mending, continued to relay signals of discomfort to his neural module. Lowering his head, Lee-Ren incessantly recalibrated, instinctively praying for the pain to dissipate swiftly as memories of his legs being severed and rapidly healing in the mind's resurfaced. Upon closer comparison, this instance didn't seem as painful. A faint smile of irony crossed Lee-Ren's face as he endeavored to steady the tremors in his arms. He once again scanned the system. The weapon module had indeed been unlocked as he had anticipated. The energy cannon, which had been unresponsive for days, finally transformed from his right arm, albeit with a slight tremor due to residual pain. His time to leave. Lee-Ren took a deep breath, temporarily retracting the energy cannon, and approached the door, gazing at the keypad lock. Soaring past the mountain, he swiftly landed upon the left forearm of the formidable Lee-Ren. The mechanical dog hesitated for a moment before taking its place on Lee-Ren's right shoulder. Without uttering a word, Lee-Ren raised his hand to input the code as indicated by the mountain's whisper. His fingers trembled, faltering several times in their attempt to strike the correct keys. Gritting his teeth, Lee-Ren pressed down firmly on the connecting joint of his right wrist with his left hand. As he reached the final key, his movements hesitated for a brief instant. The mechanical dog dashed through the doorway, returning moments later to inform him, "You may proceed." With determination, Laren pressed the last key, and the door adorned with violet patterns creaked open before him. He cast one final glance at the small chamber that had stirred countless memories within him, before dashing into the corridor of the requital, the room gradually becoming isolated behind the slowly closing door. To the right, the dog commanded. Laren leaned against the wall of the requital, confirming that no Decepticons occupied the target direction before hurling several bombs in the opposite direction. The small, spherical explosives rolled and collided with the walls of the requital, scattering into the corners. As a mechanical dog began to speak again, its voice was abruptly interrupted. "I advise you to go left," it suggested, perched upon Laren's shoulder, its red optical lens flickering. "If you move forward, you might just encounter patrolling soldiers." Over the past few days, the mechanical dog had been trying to convince itself to remain with the Decepticons, and Laren had not anticipated its willingness to aid in his escape, though doubts lingered, suggesting that a swarm of Decepticons awaited him to the left. Laren chose to trust the mechanical dog after a moment's contemplation. "Thank you, mechanical dog." However, his trust did not guarantee that the mountain would reciprocate. Laren expected the mountain to argue against the dog's advice, but to his surprise, it remained silent, choosing instead to scout the left passageway. After a brief moment, it returned to nod affirmatively at Laren. Reaching out, Laren gently patted their heads and dashed to the left. With the mechanical dog's assistance, he navigated smoothly, avoiding direct encounters with the Decepticons. A few soldiers who nearly spotted him were swiftly incapacitated and hidden in the corners. Having evaded the last wave of patrolling Decepticons, Laren arrived before a room. Before he could exhale in relief, he heard shouts and the sound of fists striking metal. A surge of anger ignited within him as he burst into the room, witnessing Optimus Prime being pinned to the ground and assaulted by two Decepticon soldiers. Fueled by rage, Laren charged forward, landing a punch on one unsuspecting soldier's faceplate. The soldier's head collided with the control panel, and before he could recover from the disorientation, another punch struck him, sending him crashing to the ground, consciousness fading. Laren swiftly turned to confront the second soldier, but the ominous sound of charging weaponry echoed from that direction. Frowning, he dodged several energy blasts aimed at him. As he raised his energy cannon to retaliate, he realized that the energy projectiles were not fired by the Decepticons. The Decepticon lay crumpled on the ground, his form marked by several charred bullet holes. Orion gazed in disbelief at his hands, now transformed into gun barrels, still frozen in a defensive pose. I have unlocked the weapon module. It appears my aim remains commendable." Blade retracted his energy cannon and approached Orion with a smile, extending his right hand towards the Amnesiac leader. "Orion, old friend, the reunion must come to an end. We must depart." "Blade, Megatron deceived me. The ambulance and the Autobots are not the culprits behind the devastation of Cybertron. They are in peril." Orion's confusion deepened as he looked at the large white and blue machine. He grasped the hand extended to him and, with Blade's assistance, rose to his feet, anxiety evident in his voice. "I understand, Orion," Blade gently reassured, supporting Orion's armored arm. "You have not been brainwashed by the Autobots. It is Megatron." Orion realized, gazing into Blade's blue optics, desperately seeking answers from his familiar companion. What truly transpired on Cybertron? It is a tale too complex to convey succinctly. "Yet you shall soon recall," Blade replied, a melancholic smile gracing his lips as he suppressed the tremor in his fingers and gently grasped Orion's right hand. He gazed sorrowfully into Orion's clear and determined blue optics. "Though it may seem irresponsible to say so, I genuinely wish you could remain this way a little longer, not as the weary and burdened leader, but as a simple, passionate librarian. However, Cybertron needs you, Earth needs you, and the Autobots need you. This rather unpleasant dream must conclude." Chapter 86. Return Blade led Orion from the room, and during their time aboard the Vengeance, Orion had become familiar with the locations of several switches for the ground bridge. They hurried towards the nearest ground bridge, and Blade heard distant commotion. The flying mountain god approached him with a serious expression, indicating that their escape had been discovered. "It is time." Blade's optics flickered as he pressed onward, retrieving a switch from subspace and activating it. The explosion reverberated with a deafening roar, accompanied by faint screams from afar. Blade pulled Orion into a corner. watching as a hasty squad of foot soldiers rushed towards the source of the explosion. Once they were confirmed to be gone, Blade quickly led Orion to the location of the ground bridge. As Orion adjusted the coordinates, Blade glanced up at a small device nestled in the corner of the room's ceiling, a faint red light flickering from the inconspicuous spot. Blade knew that no matter how stealthily he and Orion acted, they could not escape the surveillance of Soundwave. The silent Decepticon intelligence officer possessed terrifying prowess, and the battles in the arena from years past were etched in Blade's memory, for it was the first time he witnessed a Cybertronian perish before his optics. Even after the passage of 4 million years, even as sound waves have evolved into more delicate forms than before, even though Soundwave has long remained off the battlefield, the pressure he exerts still lingers around him. Blade understands that if he were to confront Soundwave, his chances of victory would be virtually non-existent. At best, he could only buy a bit of time for Orion. "Boss is watching," the mechanical dog murmured. Soundwave did not prevent their departure. He likely received orders from Megatron. Blade cast his gaze toward the land bridge, shimmering with turquoise light, and the blue optical lens of Orion that was looking back at him, fists clenched tightly. Megatron awaited them there. "Orion, look for an opportunity to hide," Blade said in a low voice. "Find a human child. I will do my utmost to hold Megatron at bay." Orion wanted to say something, but upon seeing the serious glint in Blade's optical lens, he merely clenched his fists and nodded in silence. Blade took a deep breath and retrieved a spherical object from subspace, grasping it in his left hand as he stepped into the turquoise glow. The massive silver machine stood before the space bridge, slowly turning to face Blade and Orion, its red optical lens flickering with intensity. Blade shielded Orion behind him, remaining silent as his right arm transformed into an energy cannon, gritting his teeth and charging toward his friend. Megatron casually sidestepped the energy cannon's blast. His blades did not deploy. In the brief moment after Blade fired, Megatron swiftly advanced, forcefully grasping the barrel of the white-blue machine's weapon, attempting to restrain Blade's movements. Blade's armor morphed again, and Megatron, momentarily losing grip due to the transformation of the barrel, narrowly evaded a powerful punch aimed at him. Seizing the opportunity, Blade clung to Megatron's back armor. He hesitated for a moment before discarding the object onto the ground rather than pressing it against the silver armor. Megatron, using his strength, caught Blade's leg armor and yanked him down, flinging him onto the ground ahead. Blade quickly regained his footing, his optical lens flashing. Megatron, noticing Blade's subtle movements, suddenly realized something, and in the next moment, the explosion of a bomb nearby sent both him and Blade hurtling through the air. Megatron swiftly stabilized his form. The explosion's impact was not as great as anticipated, leaving only a small singed edge on his leg armor. However, anger gradually ignited within him, and without holding back, he restrained Blade before he could rise and resist, tightly gripping the joints of the white-blue machine's wrists. "You once claimed you would support me," Megatron stated darkly, using his other hand to tighten its hold around Blade's neck. His red optical lens glowed with fury. "Let go." With that, he forcefully slammed Blade back onto the ground. Blade let out a muffled groan as dizziness and pain surged through his head module. "Blade!" Orion shouted anxiously, his hands transforming into blades as he charged forward. As Lee Run witnessed, Megatron effortlessly blocked the assault from the approaching Orion, delivering a powerful blow to Orion's abdominal armor that sent him crashing to the ground. He heard Megatron's low voice address his fallen adversary. "You still have much to learn before opposing me, Orion. Alas, you have run out of chances." Summoning every ounce of strength, Lee Ren trembled as he struggled to rise, lunging towards Megatron in a desperate attempt to halt the impending strike of the blade. With a momentary hesitation, Megatron gritted his teeth and turned, as if a decision had finally crystallized within him. The optical sensors dimmed as he subdued Lee Ren's feeble resistance, gripping the shoulder armor of the white-blue mech with his left hand, while the glimmering blade pierced towards Lee Ren's abdomen. The sharp edge penetrated the white armor, and Lee Ren's optical sensors widened in disbelief as he beheld Megatron before him. Lowering his gaze, he saw the silver blade embedded in his own abdomen. Energy fluid streaming from the wound, cascading down Megatron's clenched fist and forearm, pooling on the ground in a cerulean puddle. Pain gradually registered in Lee Ren's neural module, and he struggled to take a heavy breath, his trembling hands seeking to free him from the shackles of the silver mech before him. Yet the agony in his abdomen rendered him powerless. "Stay here while I deal with Optimus Prime." Megatron's voice was deep and menacing. The blade still nestled within Li Ren's abdominal armor stirred slightly, and he could hear the sound of circuitry being disturbed, accompanied by the muffled whimper escaping from beneath Li Ren's visor. The blue optical sensors flickered incessantly in response to the torment. "You will soon belong to the Decepticons." Megatron was aware of Li Ren's peculiar self-repair capability, which would mend his damaged form. He wished to hear no more refusals and see no more resistance. 4 million years ago, this mech had stood by his side in unwavering support, and he intended for the future to mirror that past. A sound arose from behind, and Megatron withdrew the blade from Li Ren's abdomen, once again fending off Orion's attack. Energy fluid splattered as he pulled out the blade, droplets falling to the ground. The silver blade, glistening with blue liquid as it sliced through the air. Li Ren's body lost its support, leaning forward uncontrollably until he knelt upon the ground. The wound, once the blade was extracted, was swiftly mended by the energy from the Allspark, yet he instinctively pressed his trembling right hand against his abdomen, feeling the remnants of the energy fluid cling to his fingers. Li Ren continued to struggle, the pain incessantly assaulting him and through his blurred vision. He saw Megatron once more raise the energy-slicked blade towards Orion. However, the acute pain in his abdomen rendered him helpless, his fingers quivering without the strength to move. Suddenly, a blue motorcycle burst forth from the space bridge, colliding with Megatron and interrupting his next move. "It's RC." Li Ren turned his gaze toward the direction of the space bridge, where a small figure emerged from the turquoise glow. Jack, clad in a spacesuit, held a blue and silver object in his hand. Li Ren's spark whispered to him that this was the key. Orion supported Li Ren as he propped himself up, following Li Ren's gaze towards Jack and the key in his hand. "Are you certain I truly deserve this?" Orion's voice was laced with confusion. "You do not comprehend your own greatness," Jack solemnly declared, raising the key towards Orion. Li Ren nodded at Orion, momentarily stepping away from his support. He watched as the chest armor of the red and blue machine opened, blue beams of light streaming from the key into the leader module. "Farewell, Orion," Li Ren said with a bittersweet smile, lowering his head. Turning to the other side, he noticed Megatron, who had been questioning RC about the whereabouts of the key, now glaring at Orion as he restored the energy of the leader module. With widened optics, Megatron cast RC aside and charged towards them with a furious roar. "No!" Megatron forcefully pushed aside the attempts of Ratchet and Li Ren to block his path, and his blade struck at Optimus Prime, who had retrieved the key. "Megatron!" Optimus caught the blade with his hands, furrowing his brow as he glared at Megatron. "Get away from here." He delivered a powerful punch to Megatron's faceplate, sending the silver behemoth flying. The awakened Autobots rallied around him, raising their energy rifles. "Li Ren, are you injured?" Ratchet asked anxiously upon seeing the blue liquid on Li Ren's fingers and abdomen. "No, it's just a minor wound," Li Ren reassured, steadying his trembling fingers as he released his grip on the abdominal armor. The light of the land bridge illuminated around them as Optimus fired a few shots at Megatron, who was attempting to halt their escape, and commanded Autobots retreat. Li Ren's gaze met Megatron's crimson optics with a mix of emotions, but after a moment, he grit his teeth and averted his eyes. As he entered the land bridge, he turned and sprinted into the blue-green light. Optimus leaped into the land bridge just before it closed, and Megatron watched as he and the Autobots vanished from his sight. The light dissipated at his fingertips, and he clenched his fists, letting out a furious roar. Optimus Prime, Li Ren trembled as he struggled across the land bridge, his right hand clutching his abdomen, which continued to throb with pain. The energy he had consumed earlier had been expelled not long ago, and his already depleted fuel tank shrank further due to the fierce battle and the abdominal wound, triggering a persistent red warning in his brain module indicating energy deficiency. The moment he stepped onto the base's ground, darkness enveloped his optics, and he collapsed heavily onto the floor. Li Ren, Chapter 87, Illusion You Once Promised to Support Me. A low voice resonated beside Li Ren's audio receptors, causing him to bow his head in sorrow. "I'm truly sorry, Megatron." The voice faded with the encroaching darkness, and Li Ren slowly opened his optics, gazing in bewilderment at the familiar instruments surrounding him and the orange and white Cybertronian with his back turned. "Thank Primus." You have finally awakened, Ratchet said, turning from the equipment he was adjusting as he noticed the glow of Li Ren's blue optics, sighing in relief. I apologize for worrying you, Ratchet, Li Ren instinctively replied, trying to move his fingers but feeling a wave of weakness in his arms and body. His systems indicated that his energy reserves remained at a critically low level. The ambulance cautiously supported Li Ren, aiding him as he slowly sat up from the medical bed. He felt the heavy, frail movements of the blue and white machine and could not help but grit his teeth, saying, "Is this what you mean by having a core full of data? Forgive me, ambulance." Li Ren dared not meet the optical lens of the ambulance. Instead, he lowered his gaze, fixated on the pristine medical bed. I did not anticipate that those events would transpire. The ambulance discerned Li Ren's inner turmoil and, with a cold snort, ensured he was steady before mockingly retorting. Megatron welcomes you to the Nemesis, yet fails to provide you with even the basic energy you require? Li Ren found himself at a loss for words. Memories of the occurrences aboard the Nemesis surged within his memory module, and he instinctively gripped the edge of the medical bed tightly. He felt compelled to share with the ambulance and Optimus Prime the attempts Megatron had made to manipulate him through brainwashing. Such techniques might be employed against other Autobots as well. Yet, at that moment, merely recalling Megatron's words during his mental intrusion brought forth a wave of profound fatigue and a hint of sorrow. Unaware of Li Ren's thoughts, the ambulance observed the silent demeanor of the blue and white machine before refraining from further inquiry about the events on the Nemesis. With a sigh, he softly stated, "I shall fetch you an energy cube. Your body requires replenishment." Li Ren snapped back to reality, gently nodding as he watched the ambulance's figure gradually recede into the distance. His right hand trembled slightly as he slowly caressed his well-repaired abdomen armor. The ferocity reflected in Megatron's red optical lens flashed through Li Ren's mind. And soon the pain in his abdomen resurfaced, as if it had never truly subsided. Clenching his right fist, he lowered his optical lens, sitting on the medical bed, and gradually curled up. He and Megatron had ultimately arrived at this juncture. Positioned in opposing factions, it was inevitable that they would become adversaries, destined to inflict harm upon one another. Had he not contemplated this when he joined the Autobots? Yet, when this moment truly arrived, he realized that the anguish of facing Megatron in battle was far more intense than he had ever imagined. He must despise me, Li Ren pondered, in a daze. He felt a hand gently stroking his head crest, and he momentarily thought the ambulance had returned. He instinctively tried to muster a smile, lightening his tone to reassure the ambulance. But when he lifted his head, the words he intended to utter became lodged within his vocalizer. He stared in disbelief at the scene reflected in his optical lens, his body involuntarily trembling. Slowly, he raised his hand, his vocalizer quivering with the desire to call out the name that encompassed countless memories of longing. Li Ren. Suddenly, the ambulance's voice emerged from beside him, snapping Li Ren out of his reverie. The vision he had just glimpsed vanished in an instant, leaving only the medical room's instruments and the concerned countenance of the ambulance before him. It was merely an illusion. Li Ren lowered his hand, gently rubbing his fingers together as he suppressed his thoughts and turned to the ambulance. "What has happened to you?" As the ambulance approached, he placed the energy block on the nearby counter and raised his hand to his brow, interrupting Li Ren before he could speak, urging him not to assert that he was fine. The ambulance sighed and leaned closer to Li Ren, fixing his gaze upon the blue optical lens, inquiring, "Optimus Prime has no recollection of the events aboard the Nemesis. You must reveal to me what transpired. Your abdominal armor is damaged. Although I have only observed a few severed circuits, the residual energy fluid on your frame cannot solely be attributed to circuit damage. Tell me, what did Megatron do to you?" Li Ren's optical lens flickered as he fell silent for a moment. Then, he managed to smile and replied to the ambulance, "I will share the details with you and Optimus, ambulance, but please allow me some time to process it." The blue optical lens of the ambulance blinked before he reluctantly averted his gaze, understanding that Li Ren was still quite weak. He said nothing further, but instead handed the energy block to Li Ren. "Wheeljack mentioned that you have a penchant for sweet flavors." Upon receiving the energy block, the ambulance shifted his attention to the medical apparatus and casually remarked, "I happen to be experimenting with some materials and have attempted to alter the flavor of the energy block. You might enjoy it." Li Ren, who had just removed his mask, was taken aback, warmth spreading through his core. He smiled at the ambulance and said, "Thank you, ambulance. As he took a gentle bite of the energy block, the familiar sweetness enveloped his sensory receptors. However, he suddenly paused, quickly swallowing the super energy matter when the ambulance glanced over. The taste is almost identical to that of Cybertron. Thank you, ambulance, Li Ren expressed with a smile. Raising the energy block. May I return to my room to replenish my energy? The ambulance reviewed the instrument's data once more, confirming everything was in order. He nodded to Li Ren and said, "Go back and rest." Li Ren donned his mask again, stowing the energy block within his subspace before departing the medical room towards his quarters within the base. He made a concerted effort to slow his pace, not wanting to draw the attention of other Autobots to his condition. For the first time, he felt the corridor was interminably long. Upon finally entering his room, he swiftly turned and locked the door, unable to hold back any longer. Li Ren bent over and uncontrollably expelled the small morsel of the energy block from his fuel tank. The cloying sweetness no longer brought him joy. Instead, it conjured memories of his previous discomfort and the agonizing sensation within his fuel tank. Waves of nausea struck him, accompanied by a throbbing dizziness in his neural module. Silence enveloped the audio receiver. Aboard the Nemesis, at least he had had the company of the flying mountain and the mechanical dog beside him. However, now, the mechanical dog had returned to the Nemesis, while the flying mountain sought out RC after ensuring that he was awake and unharmed. At this moment, he was utterly alone. Li Ren coughed a few times, resting his cranium against the wall, gazing at the small pool of blue liquid on the floor, and sorrowfully lowered his optical lens. As an Autobot, he was already low on energy, yet he had squandered it and failed to honor the intent of the ambulance. At this moment, he found himself unable to consume the energy provided by the ambulance. The mere thought of its cloying sweetness made his stomach churn. It seemed he must henceforth abstain from sugary indulgences. Li Ren, weary, lowered his optical visor, his fingers gripping the wall tightly, leaving behind a trace of paint on the once pristine surface. Suddenly, he felt a gentle pat on his arm, and with a start, he opened his optical visor, trembling as he turned to look beside him. A yellow-painted Cybertronian stood there, smiling warmly, his familiar blue optics filled with tolerance and gentleness. Yet a charred, gaping hole marred his chest. It was Wheeljack. Li Ren recognized that the figure before him was merely a figment of his imagination. For 4 million years, he had not glimpsed the phantoms of his mentor Wheeljack or Robert, and at this moment, his emotional module was still in a state of incompleteness. Unlike the visions he had previously encountered, where his mentor would curse him with disdain, Wheeljack stood beside him, gently patting Li Ren's arm as if he were soothing a troubled student. Wheeljack had perished, struck by Decepticon artillery, while shielding patients during their evacuation. Yet the specter before him bore the semblance of a fabricated illusion conjured by Megatron's mind control. Perhaps it was due to the vividness of his false memories that he had witnessed his teacher's demise. This was but a hallucination. Nevertheless, Li Ren could not suppress the urge to kneel and tremulously embrace his mentor. Wheeljack reciprocated the gesture, wrapping his arms around the larger figure and tenderly patting his back. Cleaning fluid uncontrollably flowed from his optical visor, dripping to the ground. Although the figure before him was an illusion, Li Ren felt a flicker of warmth. His voice quivered as he softly spoke. "Teacher, I miss you so much." Beneath the dim lights, the white and blue figure held him tightly. Chapter 88. Action Megatron has brainwashed you. As soon as Li Ren's words fell, the ambulance rushed forward, grasping Li Ren's arm and exclaiming in anger, "That scoundrel!" The sudden force on his shoulder halted the ambulance's words, compelling him to glance at the owner of the hand resting on his shoulder. It was Optimus Prime. Optimus imperceptibly shook his head at the ambulance, which paused in surprise before turning back to the silent Li Ren. With his head bowed, Li Ren's optics dimmed, his arms hanging limp at his sides, presenting a figure of desolation and sorrow. The ambulance's ire towards Megatron intensified, yet in this moment, he found himself unable to voice any reproach towards Li Ren. With a sigh, he gradually released Li Ren's arm. "I understand that the success of the brainwashing cannot be judged solely by my words," Li Ren replied with a bitter smile. "I am willing to undergo an examination. But that is not the crux of the matter. What else did he do to you?" The ambulance pressed, studying the white and blue figure before him. "Did the Decepticons' brainwashing adversely affect your systems?" Li Ren remained silent, lost in contemplation. "Blade, I firmly believe that your will shall not be swayed by the Decepticons." Optimus Prime spoke gently, his words imbued with a sense of inclusivity and a comforting strength. However, should you experience any discomfort, please do not hesitate to inform us. Aurelia, Blade, raised his gaze to meet Optimus Prime's, yet his thoughts momentarily drifted back to the events that transpired aboard the Nemesis. I am well, Optimus, he replied, suppressing his thoughts as he locked eyes with his leader's bright blue optics, offering a reassuring smile. Ultimately, Blade reclined once more upon the medical berth to undergo a thorough examination. The medic observed the brilliant blue optics dim slightly at the sight of his own. The white and blue behemoth closed his optics tightly. Despite the mask obscuring much of his visage, the slight furrow of his brow hinted at the unease he harbored, even in moments of stillness. Upon confirming that Blade's cerebral module had not been tampered with, the medic deliberated further and decided to conduct another examination of Blade's physical condition. The results mirrored those of the previous assessment, indicating that Blade was in excellent health, with all metrics at peak performance. Given the scarcity of energy and resources among the Autobots, compounded by years of warfare, most Autobots bore minor ailments that seldom impeded their operational systems. Yet, Blade's readings suggested a state of vitality akin to a newly manufactured Cybertronian, unmarred by the wear and tear of battle. Moreover, his immunity to the Cybertronian plague and the sudden stabilization of Optimus Prime, alongside the peculiarities exhibited during the resurrection of Unicron, hinted at secrets Blade harbored. The medic refrained from probing into the mysteries of others. However, even as Blade feigned ease and normalcy, the medic occasionally sensed the undercurrents of unusual emotions within him. Yet, this little spark of a bot consistently evaded his inquiries, unwilling to divulge anything, as if stifling his feelings within the embers. The medic felt a mix of frustration and helplessness. The preliminary examination revealed no forced alterations to Blade's cerebral data. Indeed, he had not been brainwashed. He conveyed this to Optimus, glancing at the data pad in his hand, his tone heavy. But I can sense his immense pressure. I can feel it too. My old friend, Optimus replied, his gaze falling upon Blade, who lay upon the medical berth, his brow subtly knit in concern. He lowered his optics, reflecting on the gravity of Blade's regard for Megatron, whose actions had deeply wounded the bond they shared. It has also harmed the bond between us. Optimus silently added to himself. The incident involving Ratchet had awakened him to the truth. He could no longer afford to be soft-hearted due to past affections. Megatron had long since transformed into something unrecognizable. To safeguard Earth and its innocent inhabitants from further harm, he must eradicate Megatron. Yet, he had once promised Blade that he would strive to redirect Megatron towards the right path. If one day he truly has to eliminate Megatron, the intricacies of the Cybertronian brain module are remarkable. Although Megatron's attempts at brainwashing have failed, I cannot dismiss the notion that such techniques might not yield any adverse effects. However, Li Ren remains uncommunicative. The optical lens of the ambulance flickers, and he tightly grips the wrench in his hand. Optimus Prime, I am genuinely concerned for him. He is a good lad, and having witnessed the departure of Wheeljack, I do not wish to see his pupil, Megatron, meet a similar fate. Li Ren cannot relinquish his feelings for Megatron. If his friend were not Megatron, but rather another Autobot, the ambulance would fixate on Li Ren's visage. The fleeting notion of erasing Li Ren's memories of Megatron crossed the ambulance's mind, inducing a sense of terror that compelled him to expunge that thought from his processor and refrain from further contemplation. If he were to pursue such an action, how would it differ from Megatron's desire to brainwash Li Ren into joining the Decepticons? Ever since the injection of synthetic energon, his thoughts have sometimes appeared more extreme than before. He must exercise restraint to prevent these sudden, anomalous ideas from clouding his judgment. I shall find another opportunity to converse with him. Optimus Prime softly reassured, oblivious to the ambulance's momentarily perilous notion. Li Ren is a capable Autobot warrior. He possesses far more strength than we surmise. I hope so, Optimus. Li Ren stood before the workbench, gazing at the device in his grasp, as a red dot, which had been absent for many days, re-emerged on the display screen, now moving slowly. His fingers lightly tapped the workbench as he investigated the coordinates online, revealing a location deep within an unfrequented forest. Were the Decepticons plotting? After a brief pause, the red that suddenly began to move swiftly, an unusual velocity for the forest. The towering trees of that woodland would undoubtedly hinder Cybertronian movement. Why would Deadlock suddenly accelerate? Is he pursuing something? Or is he being pursued? Moments later, the red dot abruptly halted, remaining stationary for several minutes. This is peculiar. Li Ren furrowed his brow, scrutinizing the scene. Even if there were a reason to pause, it should not be entirely motionless. An inexplicable premonition stirred within Li Ren's spark, an invisible force urging him to act. Li Ren lifted his gaze, surveying the base. Dusk had settled. RC and the others had departed to escort Jack and his companions home. Optimus was still patrolling outside, and the ambulance was occupied with reagents in the laboratory. At that moment, he was alone in the base's hall. Just as Li Ren wrestled with the decision of whether to inform Optimus and await orders to set out together, his fingers abruptly ceased their rhythmic tapping on the table. Li Ren stood transfixed, staring at the yellow-painted Cybertronian standing at the land bridge. His mentor smiled at him, right index finger gesturing towards the direction of the land bridge. The optical lens of Li Ren flickered briefly, and without further hesitation, he departed from the workstation to adjust the coordinates of the terrestrial bridge apparatus. He activated the switch of the terrestrial bridge and traversed through the radiant glow. Chapter 89. Rescue. The sky had succumbed to complete darkness, devoid of stars, while the moon's brilliance was obscured by ominous clouds. A bluish-green light briefly illuminated the darkness, fading gradually as a large white-blue machine emerged and stepped forth. Li Ren did not set the coordinates directly at the location of the Deadfire. Instead, he opted to activate the terrestrial bridge nearby. The nocturnal forest was a stark contrast to the vibrancy of day, as towering, dense trees concealed dangers within the shadows, and the silhouettes of branches appeared somewhat menacing. Though surrounded by the forest, not a single cicada's chirp could be heard, merely the whisper of the evening breeze rustling through the leaves. Suddenly, the sound of cutting and a painful wail erupted in Li Ren's audio receiver, causing his spark to surge as he swiftly made his way toward the source of the sound. As he maneuvered through the trees, the sight that unfolded before him jolted his optical lens. He comprehended why the coordinates of the Deadfire had remained stationary. The arm, which he had affixed with a tracker, had detached from the armor, its deep blue limb ensnared in spider silk, suspended in midair. Scattered around were dark-colored fragments, and a pool of blue energy liquid soaked the ground extensively. The Deadfire had not only lost its right arm, but had been thoroughly dismantled, now reduced to a torso with a damaged chest plate and a head sculpture flickering with a painful gleam within his optical lens. The architect of this desolation was a petite black machine, her lips curled into a devilish smile. Her spider-like appendages were embedded in the ground surrounding the remnants of the Deadfire's frame, reminiscent of a spider relishing its ensnared, tormented prey. It was the Black Widow. I believe I have played enough. It is time to bid you farewell, Deadfire. The Black Widow's voice murmured softly to her victim, as a sharp spider appendage was raised, poised to strike the head sculpture that lacked one optical lens. Li Ren's gaze sharpened, and his energy cannon swiftly transformed, launching a shot toward the Black Widow. The Black Widow froze mid-action, her intent to sever the head sculpture interrupted as she agilely sidestepped the energy cannon's assault, turning to observe the newcomer with caution. "It's you. I remember your name. Li Ren, the Autobot medic." The Black Widow, initially prepared to flee, halted her movements, her purple optical lens gleaming with a beguiling light in the darkness. A smile graced her lips. What a pity. Had Megatron not decided to sever ties with me, I might have been able to present him with a gift, a living gift. Li Ren remained silent, his frame taut. The energy cannon aimed unwaveringly at the seemingly unperturbed Black Widow. But now I can still deliver him a grand gift. Tell me, what do you think Megatron-esque reaction would be if I tossed your parts into the Nemesis? The Black Widow appeared to be in deep contemplation as she slowly maneuvered with her spider stinger, her optical lens narrowed in focus, fixated on the glimmering blue optics of Blade in the darkness. She almost forgot about the Autobots. They had foolishly allowed a lone physician to act independently. Perhaps it would be better to offer your limbs to the Autobots and your head and spark to Megatron. However, you seem rather agreeable, and I think I shall claim your head as my new trophy. You do talk excessively. Blade furrowed his brow as the sound of charging energy resonated, and the energy cannon, accompanied by a blue glow, was aimed at the Black Widow. She deftly leapt away, landing on a branch, as a white object suddenly hurtled toward Blade. He swiftly evaded the spot. The sticky white webbing adhered to the ground, but Blade did not pause. He raised his energy cannon again to fire at the Black Widow. She appeared taken aback by his agility. Her webs could not ensnare the swift, white-blue figure. Nor could her opponent's energy blasts reach her as she navigated the forest with ease. Blade quietly repositioned himself. The Black Widow was indeed a formidable adversary, especially in the dense woodland, which favored her. He could not afford to lose. With his left hand, he retrieved an object from subspace, gripping it tightly. His gaze unwavering as he tracked the Black Widow's rapid movements among the trees. The blue optics glimmered resolutely in the darkness. He had not forgotten his primary purpose for being here. Blade glanced toward the position of Deadlock, whose remaining yellow optic flickered weakly, with energon seeping from a gash, his vitality slowly waning. A sound cut through the air beside him, and Blade instinctively dodged, creating distance from his assailant. The sharp spider's stinger grazed his faceplate, leaving a significant mark, with a trickle of energon following its path. It was a mere few millimeters away from piercing his optic, threatening to extract the delicate blue-lit component from him. Ignoring the sting on his face, Blade remained fixated on the Black Widow's purple optics. "Do not lose focus." The Black Widow smirked, her stingers unfurling in response to her master's pleased demeanor. "Are you attempting to save Deadlock, a physician among the Autobots? Wishing to rescue a Decepticon?" Before she finished speaking, the Black Widow suddenly surged toward Blade with nearly blinding speed, aiming her stinger at his spark chamber. Blade retracted his energy cannon, dodging the relentless barrage of her stinger attacks with a hint of desperation, leaving behind a series of scratches on his white armor. Suddenly, the Black Widow laughed, seizing a moment to thrust her stinger toward Blade's optic. In a swift motion, he raised his hand and firmly grasped the sharp stinger. "Perhaps it is time to bid farewell," she said, observing the trembling of Blade's hand and the energon dripping down. Confident in her victory, she applied more pressure, watching as the sharp stinger inched closer to Blade's faceplate, unhurriedly employing another stinger to pierce his right leg. Blade felt the sharp pain in his hand and leg, but did not relent. With a slight smile, he abruptly rolled his body to the side, gritting his teeth and exerting every ounce of strength to snap the stinger in his grasp. The Black Widow could not suppress a scream. She had not anticipated that this madman would suddenly intensify his actions, risking the peril of having his palm and right leg pierced. A sharp pain surged from the shattered spider stinger, and before she could react, Liren swiftly broke free from her restraints and struck her, creating distance between them. "I will shatter every part of you," the Black Widow shouted in a fury, desperately trying to stabilize her body. Yet before she could charge forward, Liren's possession instinctively halted her movements. She noticed an object stuck to her back armor and widened her optical lens, forcefully striking the circular items to the ground in an attempt to quickly turn and flee. Liren, however, denied her the opportunity. With an icy gaze, he pressed the button on the device coated in energy liquid. "I apologize. I am a doctor who enjoys using explosives." The explosive roar echoed alongside the Black Widow's scream amidst the flames. Liren stepped back, observing the towering inferno and the surrounding trees that had been uprooted by the blast. As the flames gradually subsided, he saw his right arm morphing again into an energy cannon, inching forward as the heat enveloped him. On the charred ground lay a gaping hole leading to the depths below. Crouching down, Liren glimpsed the remnants of energy liquid that had not ignited with the explosion. He retracted the energy cannon, disregarding the fleeing Black Widow, for his wounds had healed due to the power of the fire source. He shook off the energy liquid from his hands and sprinted back to the side of the dying fire. Kneeling beside the deep blue machine, Liren quickly retrieved tools from subspace. The voice module of the dying fire had been damaged, emitting only faint electrical sounds. At that moment, the yellow optical lens glimmered weakly as it regarded Liren. The specter of the deceased miner flickered before the 47 optical lens, prompting Liren to blink his own optical lens and swiftly attend to staunch the flow of energy liquid from the wounds of the dying fire. Yet, time was against him. He was too slow. The battle with the Black Widow had consumed precious moments, and the dying fire was gradually weakening. Liren's hands began to tremble slightly, losing the steadiness they once had. The optical lens of the dying fire began to flicker, its light dimming increasingly, as if it would extinguish completely in the next moment. Just like 47, like the Nut, like countless Cybertronians who had perished before him. "Do not die," Liren silently pleaded, watching in agony as the life force of the Cybertronian before him waned. Flashes of two pairs of Cybertronians crossed Liren's mind. both adorned in deep blue and red, inseparable, possessing souls both similar yet entirely distinct. 47. Hold on. 39 is waiting for you. Dying fire, hold on. Knockdown is waiting for you, Li Ren murmured softly. Suddenly, the optical lens of the dying fire, nearly devoid of light, erupted with brilliance upon hearing his words. The atmosphere, once shrouded in the specter of death, now radiated a faint yet resilient vitality. Li Ren's optical lens glimmered as he steadied his hands, resuming his swift actions. The last wound of the subordinate was meticulously repaired, and Li Ren wearily wiped away the condensation from his brow, exhaling a sigh of relief as he beheld the temporarily stabilized form of Deadfire. His efforts could only afford a rudimentary restoration to sustain Deadfire's life. The damage to Deadfire's body was far too severe, necessitating deeper treatment and repairs to restore limb functionality and normal mobility. Should he return Deadfire to the Autobot base or inform Megatron? Li Ren contemplated the scattered limbs and components of Deadfire surrounding him. A faint rustling sound broke the silence, prompting Li Ren to rise with caution, anticipating the return of Black Widow. A beam of blue light shot toward him, and Li Ren swiftly vacated his original position, watching as the ground charred black. Narrowing his optical lenses, he discerned a figure clad in camouflage drawing near. Encroaching upon him in Deadfire, the one responsible for the beam was Silas. Chapter 90. Out of control, Bumblebee's transformation gears were not damaged. They were simply missing. I should have performed better. I could offer my transformation gears to Bumblebee. My ability to transform is a mere waste. I spend my days in the lab, relying on my intellect and hands rather than weapons and wheels. Our team can no longer afford to lose a single warrior. I merely desire to do the right thing. For Bumblebee, for everyone. Li Ren, you will be the lead surgeon for this operation. The words of Ratchet echoed once more in Li Ren's audio receiver, the aperture within his blue optical lenses trembling. The mech special operations team and Silas had inflicted upon them the suffering that no Cybertronian should endure. A cup can only hold so much water. Even if it possesses a vast capacity, it will eventually overflow if liquid is continuously added without being poured out. First it was Deadfire and the Partition, then RC, followed by Bumblebee and Ratchet. What about now? If he had not come here, what would they have done with Deadfire's remains? The cup, now brimming, still bore the incessant drips of liquid filling it. Li Ren bowed his head as the figure in camouflage drew closer, gun raised, greedily seeking to capture the barely breathing Deadfire along with the silent Li Ren. And what of the next time? The cup, now overflowing with liquid far beyond its capacity, teetered precariously, and in that moment, the liquid finally spilled over the rim, shattering the already fragile vessel. With a crack, the large white and blue mech raised its head, a flicker of madness flashing within its dim blue optical lenses. What has transpired? As consciousness gradually returned, Li Ren blinked stiffly, his optical lenses struggling to focus amid the throbbing pain and dizziness in his cranial module. My head aches. Deadfire, what has happened to you? Li Ren stumbled forward, guided by a vague instinct, until he crouched beside the deep blue Cybertronian, Deadfire. The life signs of the being remained stable, albeit temporarily offline due to protective measures. A sigh of relief escaped Li Ren as he lifted his hand, preparing to conduct another examination on Deadfire. However, as his fingers moved, they became stained with a viscous liquid, reflecting in his optical lens. He froze, gazing at his hands, realizing they were smeared with a sticky substance. Gradually, reason returned, and his chaotic neural module began to clear, allowing forgotten memories to resurface within his cognitive framework. What had he done? His hands trembled as he replaced the optical lens, the aperture within contracting repeatedly. Slowly, he raised his head, and the sight that met his optical lens nearly incapacitated his processor. Blood. It was everywhere, on the grass, the branches, the leaves, permeating the entire vicinity with a sanguine hue and bits of flesh. He beheld the mangled remains of a human clad in camouflage, observed burn marks on the severed limbs from energy blasts, and saw the disembodied head of Silas, its eyes wide with disbelief, bulging out. The incision was clean, the act of dismemberment executed with fluid precision, while the surgical knife, once retrieved from subspace for Deadfire's treatment, was now tainted with crimson liquid. The scattered flashlights illuminated the blood-soaked evidence, rendering the crimes hidden in darkness exposed. Had he committed this atrocity? A chill crept up Li Ren's frame as memories of coldly slaughtering the Mecha Special Forces replayed in his mind, revealing the grim answer. His olfactory sensors belatedly processed the heavy scent in the air, the metallic tang of blood overpowering the damp aroma of the forest flora. A throbbing pain surged within his neural module once more. He couldn't suppress a dry heave, instinctively raising his hand to cover his faceplate, only to halt abruptly at the sight of bloodstains on his palm. He had taken a life. Tremors coursed through Li Ren's body as the coldness spread, and he struggled to rise, leaning against a nearby rock, discovering his own frame was also splattered with the remnants of violence. As his gaze shifted back to dead fire, a blank cognitive module barely regained some semblance of clarity. He activated his internal communication line, pulling up the contact labeled Megatron. The message lingered from 4 million years prior. An invitation from Megatron received while he was in the clinic, alongside his own pleas to Megatron. Painfully, he exchanged coordinates of his location with his friend. Li Ren, dead fire's here. Without waiting for a response, he closed the communication line, staring vacantly at the aftermath of his actions. What was he to do? The yellow-painted Cybertronian reappeared in his optical lens, his mentor stepping forward to grasp his hand. The fingers of Li Ren trembled as he vacantly followed the rotation of the wheel star, departing this place and venturing into the depths of the forest. After fruitlessly searching for the Black Widow and the dead fire, HY returned to the punishment. Initially furious that his subordinates had failed to eliminate the Black Widow and had lost one, Megatron heard a voice through the communication line. His movements paused momentarily as he opened a message. The familiar machine had sent only 2 sentences. The first was a coordinate, and the second indicated that the dead fire was there. Megatron's optical lenses dimmed. He did not address HY, who had just entered, but silently extended his right arm, revealing a hidden blade. This sudden gesture instilled fear among the surrounding Decepticon minions, who lowered their heads, wary of inciting their leader's wrath. Megatron raised his right arm, fixating on the blade, its sharp and smooth surface reflecting his visage and the crimson glow of his optical lenses. Previously, he had thrust this blade into the machine's abdominal armor, watching as its surface became coated with blue energy fluid. That machine had chosen to engage with him for the sake of Optimus Prime. Unable to contain his rage in that fleeting moment, he had intended to incapacitate the machine temporarily to prevent interference, yet ultimately allowed both it and Optimus Prime to escape. The image of the machine's blue optical lenses, shimmering with pain and sorrow, flashed through Megatron's mind. He narrowed his optical lenses and retracted the blade. I must depart for a while, Soundwave. Continue the search for the Black Widow's location, Megatron commanded, his red optical lenses fixated on the bowed head of HY. HY. You had best not disappoint me again. Yes, Lord Megatron. HY replied earnestly. Knockout, accompany me. Megatron turned his gaze towards the red machine, who was lost in thought in the corner, issuing the command in a low tone. Surprised by Megatron's request for him to join, Knockout hastily responded, Yes, Lord Megatron. Megatron silently activated the land bridge, disregarding the hesitant Knockout trailing behind him, and strode confidently through the shimmering blue-green light. Chapter 91. The wreckage as he stepped off the land bridge. Even Megatron found himself momentarily halted by the scene before his optical lenses. Knockout followed closely behind, stepping onto the ground and recoiling in disgust at the sight of red and the remnants of flesh scattered about. This is revolting. The Black Widow is truly deranged. No, this is not the work of the Black Widow, Megatron stated gravely, ignoring Knockout's reluctance to dirty his finish and proceeding slowly forward before squatting down. He picked up the surgical knife that had been left behind by its owner, his optical lenses darkening. Isley run. This was an unfathomable revelation for Megatron. That foolish machine had clearly imbued its core with the principles of lawfulness and kindness 4 million years ago, and with Optimus Prime's inherently weak character. It would undoubtedly have instructed its subordinates not to harm the organic creatures on Earth. Yet Li Ren had done this, and it was evident that this was an act of brutal slaughter. Megatron's optical lenses met the wide eyes of the severed head of Silas, and he grimaced in revulsion. He was aware that this ambitious group of humans, who sought to dominate Cybertronian technology, was responsible for dismantling one of the optical lenses from Deadlock. However, he had never regarded these humans as anything more than a pitiful assembly of feeble flesh. Yet, how could Blade have committed such an act? Was he not the one who abhorred conflict, struggle, and loss? Megatron did not perceive that the kindness of that machine was confined solely to the Cybertronians. Deadlock. The cry of the fallen interrupted Megatron's thoughts. He rose, scalpel in hand, and followed the sound of the fallen. Deadlock's right arm was ensnared by a web, stained with traces of blood, and the surrounding area bore the unmistakable marks of Widow's trap. The deep blue machine had its optical lens tightly shut, yet the fallen apparatus indicated that Deadlock's vital signs remained relatively stable. The wounds on his body showed signs of repair and welding, and the scattered limbs seemed to have been tidily organized to one side. Lord Megatron, Deadlock is still alive. The fallen exclaimed in a flurry, a rare display of relief and panic from the usually composed medic. He, who typically fretted over his paint job, had barely acknowledged the bloodstains on his leg armor. It was Blade who had saved Deadlock. With a few glances, Megatron grasped the situation. Lowering his gaze to the bloodied scalpel in his hand, he attempted to wipe the stains away with his fingers, only to smear the repulsive red liquid further across the entire instrument. Lord Megatron, Widow has sent a communication to the Nemesis. The voice of Soundwave suddenly emerged from the communication between Megatron and the Fallen. Play it, connect the communication, Megatron replied, momentarily abandoning his futile efforts to cleanse the scalpel and shaking his hand to rid it of the blood, frowning as he spoke. Megatron, you actually sent a lackey to eliminate a high-ranking commander such as myself? I had thought you would reserve such honor for yourself. Widow's voice, laced with amusement, resonated. The Fallen tightened his grip on his instrument, the cold light glimmering in the red optical lens. Are you challenging me? Megatron asked through gritted teeth. Consider it an invitation. And what that Autobot medic? Would you like to know his whereabouts? Widow chuckled softly, her tone dripping with provocation. Then come to the rendezvous. I know Soundwave is surely tracking the signal. We shall not miss each other. No one could challenge the authority of the Decepticon leader. The communication ended, and Megatron's optical lens narrowed in fury. Ignoring Soundwave's cautionary words, he sheathed the scalpel. Fallen, take Deadlock back, he commanded, his gaze sweeping disdainfully over the scattered limbs and blood. After a brief pause, he added, this is a splendid opportunity. Should the humans discover this scene, they would undoubtedly launch a thorough investigation. If even the slightest clue pointing to Blade were to surface, those greedy flesh creatures would swarm like sharks sensing blood, leveraging their treaty with the Autobots to pressure Optimus Prime for greater gains, perhaps even demanding the surrender of Blade. What choices will Optimus Prime make in response to the accusations from his fragile ally, the disobedient and deadly Blade, who has taken human lives? Regardless of Optimus's decisions, they will undoubtedly burden the leader, ultimately nudging Blade towards the Decepticons. A strategy that serves two purposes should not warrant hesitation. However, in that fleeting moment, Megatron's neural module recalled the visions he witnessed while brainwashing Blade through cortical psychic connection. He had often seen Blade weep. That exuberant individual would occasionally feign tears in the mines to capture his attention. He remembered when the warehouse collapsed into mines. Blade silently shed cleansing fluid in response to his words, and on the day of turmoil, Blade sorrowfully choked on his grief over the departure of Nuts and the miners. Yet Megatron had never witnessed Blade cry in such a devastating manner. He felt the grip of his gauntlet tightening around Blade's neck, gradually becoming dampened by a transparent liquid. The white and blue optics flickered dimly, reflecting pain as he questioned himself. Am I merely a relic of your abandonment? The words that were about to escape his lips were swallowed back with a stoic facade. Megatron's optics glimmered as he addressed the Fallen, commanding, you are responsible for cleaning this place, leaving not a trace. What? The Fallen gasped, his faceplate twisting in agony at the mere thought of the viscous remnants of humanity on the ground. Yet, upon meeting Megatron's unwavering gaze through his crimson optics, he dared not utter further protests, forcing out a pained smile. As you command, Lord Megatron. Megatron turned and transformed into a fighter jet. The sound of rushing air filled the night as he soared towards the coordinates relayed by the Soundwave. A heavy, displacing sound resonated through the tranquil forest as the white and blue machine knelt, shrouded in darkness, its optics dimly glimmering in the night. Blade attempted to wipe away the blood from his chassis, only to find the white armor increasingly tainted with crimson. The stains would not come off. The blue optics flickered as he trembled, watching the blood oxidize and congeal into dark red marks on his armor. It was as though the stains had become an inseparable part of him, a sin from which he could never escape. Chapter 92. Struggle Blade's previous life was brief. A premature demise by human standards, and a mere blink in the extensive lifespan of Cybertronian. Yet, those fleeting 20-odd years etched indelible marks upon his soul, enabling him to unwaveringly uphold his essence amidst the injustices, darkness, and prolonged warfare of Cybertron. He gazed at the dried blood on his hands, his optics gradually losing focus, as memories that had nearly faded into obscurity became startlingly vivid in that moment. He once encountered a dying puppy, struck by a speeding car. With great care, he cradled the feeble creature, feeling its warm blood slowly saturate his fingers. The small body, along with the flowing blood, gradually lost its warmth in his hands, and its half-closed eyes slowly dimmed. Before a small mound of earth, he gazed at his hands, stained with soil and dried blood, experiencing for the first time the poignant reality of life's departure. He accepted the death of his past life, his sudden rebirth into a different form, and his abrupt transition from a peaceful existence to the horrors of war with remarkable composure. He cherished everything in this life, valuing the opportunities and experiences he encountered on Cybertron. However, this did not imply indifference to his human existence. Yet, he had taken a life. Despite the grievous sins of the Cybertron Special Operations Team, their lives were not his to extinguish. It felt as though he had denied his past self. Luanxing's hand gently rested upon Liring's armored arm, prompting Liring to lift his gaze to his mentor, the aperture of his optics flickering with confusion. "Teacher, what should I do?" His trembling voice dissipated into the silent forest, merging with the darkness. The yellow-painted Cybertronian remained silent. The illusion of his teacher had never uttered a word. "I have lost my sanity. This attack on the Special Operations Team. What will come next?" Liring murmured in anguish. "Will I attack the Autobots? Will I harm Jack and the others?" He was acutely aware that Optimus Prime had forged a treaty with humanity, should they learn of his clandestine act against Silas. They would undoubtedly seize the opportunity to challenge Optimus. He would bring trouble to Optimus. He would bring trouble to the Autobots. He was nothing but a burden. He gazed up at the night sky, where a few stars flickered dimly in the darkness, while many more remained obscured by towering trees. He had never regretted bestowing his ability to transform into an aerial vehicle upon Megatron, and that sentiment remained unchanged. Since that day, he had resolved to dismiss thoughts of the now non-existent vehicle, convincing himself he had always been a terrestrial unit. Yet in this moment, he found himself unable to suppress the longing for the sensation of flight, the feeling of freedom. His optics began to moisten, condensation forming upon his armor, and his body felt a chill, contrasting with the searing heat of the dry blood that marked his existence. Liring's hands fumbled at the seams of his armor, a sharp sting emanating from his fingertips, which soon bore flecks of energon. The blue liquid spread over the crimson stains, causing his optics to sting painfully. "How long can I hide this?" In his confusion, Luanxing embraced him once more. Liring took a deep breath, weary, allowing himself a brief indulgence in that warmth, a sweet warmth. Yet ultimately illusory, he lowered his optics, suppressing the bitterness within, letting the crest of his head lean gently against Luanxing's shoulder. "You have performed admirably, Lai Ren." Lai Ren's optical sensors widened abruptly, as the voice emanating from the nearby machine felt hauntingly familiar, yet distant, akin to a whisper from a dream. "My dear teacher." Trembling, Lai Ren hesitated to release his embrace around Luanxing, yearning to gaze upon the illusion that had remained silent until now. The sigh of the yellow-painted Cybertronian rendered him momentarily motionless. Luanxing gently lifted a hand that had been resting on Lai Ren's back and tenderly caressed the head of the white and blue machine. For a fleeting instant, Lai Ren found himself believing that the figure holding him was not merely an illusion, but a tangible presence. Fearful that this moment might evaporate, he dared not loosen his grip. "I am sorry I cannot be by your side, my child." The familiar voice once again resonated within the audio receiver, causing Lai Ren's fingers to tighten. A wave of bittersweet emotion surged through his being, and he could not suppress a soft, choked sob. "Tell Optimus Prime for me." In a realm unseen by Lai Ren, Luanxing's expression shifted from a gentle smile to one laden with concern, as he lowered his optical sensors to obscure the pure and radiant blue within. "Do not torment yourself any longer." Lai Ren remained silent, and after a moment, a hoarse, trembling voice emerged from his vocalizer. "All right, hold on, my child." This barely audible plea dissipated into the air, and Lyran fixated on the fading silhouette before him, until it vanished from sight, leaving behind only a patch of dewy grass. His arms slowly fell limply to his sides. The roar of an aircraft engine filled the air, and Lyran lifted his gaze to behold a silver fighter jet and a deep blue aircraft ascending into the distance. It is Megatron and Starscream. Clenching his hands, Lyran rose to his feet, forcing himself to muster his spirits, and after a moment's contemplation, he set off in the direction they were flying. Bumblebee dodged a shot fired at him by Decepticon Grunt and couldn't help but remark, "He is Megatron Bumblebee." A heavy panel struck a nearby foe, and he raised his weapon to target an enemy above, exclaiming, "What a lack of integrity." Optimus Prime furrowed his brow and fired at several Decepticons attacking Bumblebee and the panel, leaping to evade the incoming energy blasts. The sound of charging energy and cannon fire echoed from the opening above, as several foes were struck and fell. The white and blue machine descended from the opening, its energy cannon aimed at the Decepticon grunts besieging them. It is Lyran. His arrival lightened their struggle. Amidst the barrage of energy blasts, foe after foe succumbed, until the last enemy collapsed, unable to continue the fight. The distant white and blue figure retracted the energy cannon and ambled toward them. As Lyran approached, Optimus Prime momentarily paused in his actions. The optical lens of the white and blue machine appeared dim and hollow, its entire form seemingly drained of vitality, exuding an aura of weariness. The once pristine armor, now marred not only by traces of blue energy fluid but also by the crimson and black stains that Optimus Prime recognized all too well, blood of carbon-based life forms. Optimus Prime. The dim optical lens of the blade wielder flickered as he slowly lifted his gaze to meet the bright optics of his leader. "I wish to converse with you," he rasped. Chapter 93, Healing You Have Returned. The medic, Ratchet, pivoted from the Terror Bridge apparatus. Upon witnessing the white and blue silhouette beside Optimus Prime, illuminated by the turquoise glow, he instinctively spoke up. "Blade Wielder, why did you venture out alone?" Communication has been severed. His words faltered as he discerned the full extent of the Blade Wielder's condition, his optics narrowing in shock. By Primus, the Blade Wielder weakly raised his gaze to the frozen orange and white figure, his dim optical lens flickering. "Apologies, Ratchet. I took the liberty of using the Terror Bridge." Ratchet looked up at Optimus Prime, seeking answers from his old friend. Optimus' brow furrowed slightly, his blue optics filled with seriousness and gravity as he met Ratchet's questioning gaze. "Ratchet, we require the medical bay." Ratchet's spark sank, yet he nodded and proceeded toward the base. Optimus turned to the partition where Bumblebee and RC stood, sensing the weight of the atmosphere. "You've all worked hard. We shall discuss tonight's operations in detail tomorrow. Please, rest early." The partition team understood their leader's intent. Though concern lingered, they refrained from further comment. Their gazes complicated as they returned to their quarters, while communications within the base erupted in a frenzy. Optimus supported the Blade Wielder's arm as he guided the white and blue machine toward the medical bay. Ratchet had already prepared the instruments and equipment within the sterile white room. The ambience was tranquil, the gentle lighting casting a soft glow upon the Blade Wielder's optical lens, illuminating its previous dullness to some degree. Optimus gently assisted the Blade Wielder onto the medical bed, his optics cast down, fists clenched tightly. The energy fluid and the splattered blood on his armor starkly contrasted against the white body, while an almost imperceptible scent of rust began to permeate the medical bay. Optimus gazed down at the Blade Wielder, silently exhaling a sigh. The marks upon his armor and his demeanor spoke volumes. Upon realizing that the Blade Wielder might have taken a human life, a flicker of anger surged within him. Yet, as he beheld the entirety of the machine, radiating pain and exhaustion, his thoughts drifted back to this very machine from 4 million years prior. The blue optics of the white and blue machine once sparkled with brilliance, treating every Cybertronian with kindness, often speaking with a playful tone among friends. He was gentle, lively, benevolent, and resolute. He should not embody such despair, nor should he be consumed by self-loathing and suffering. The flicker of anger within the spark had long been supplanted by sorrow and bitterness. Optimus Prime turned to glance at the ambulance, whose optical sensors glimmered in response. As the ambulance approached, he imperceptibly nodded. The leader lowered his optical sensors gently, kneeling on one knee, aligning his optics with those of Blade. He raised his right hand, softly resting it upon the white armor of the machine before him, his palm conveying a modicum of warmth to the tense frame. "Blade," Optimus's tone was gentle. His deep voice seemed to soothe all turmoil. "I am here." Blade's body stiffened momentarily, the aperture of his optics quivering as he trembled uncontrollably. "Both I and the ambulance are here. Please tell us what transpired, and more importantly, how you are faring." Optimus spoke with an air of inclusiveness, calming the unrest within Blade as he inquired softly. The ambulance bent down to repair the fractured circuitry of Blade's leg armor and the scratches inflicted upon his arm. The movements were precise and familiar, yet imbued with an unusual tenderness. In a fleeting moment of daze, Blade felt the cool touch of fingers and the sharp sting from the repaired circuits, instinctively flinching before abruptly freezing in place. "Do not move. Relax," the ambulance spoke calmly, as if the crimson and black stains on Blade's armor were non-existent. Blade sensed his vocalizer was sluggish and hoarse. Amidst the haze, he could faintly hear the crackle of electricity. "I'm sorry. I killed Silas and the members of the mech special operations team." The ambulance paused momentarily at Blade's words, yet displayed no sign of disturbance, smoothly setting aside his tools to grasp another instrument. Optimus observed the ambulance's actions, refraining from interrupting Blade, who continued his fragmented narrative with his head bowed. He spoke of discovering the abnormal coordinates of Deadlock, prompting his departure to search. He recounted repelling Black Widow to treat Deadlock. He described encountering the mech special operations team, who sought to harm him and Deadlock, ultimately losing his composure. Upon uttering his final words, Blade fell silent, his body trembling uncontrollably, the sound of his transformation growing louder. "Blade! Blade!" The ambulance grasped Blade's arm, exclaiming, "Listen, that was not your intention. I understand the pressure you are under. You did not wish to kill them, but that is no excuse." Blade's voice suddenly rose, his words hoarse and laced with a sobbing tone. He lifted his head, and from his dim optics, cleansing fluid trickled down his visor. "I lost control. I slaughtered them with a scalpel. I have brought trouble upon you. I am afraid." His voice faltered, then softly choked out, "I fear losing control again and harming you." "You will not, Blade." The ambulance vehemently countered, grasping Laren's shoulder armor, aligning his optical lens with his own. In an unmistakable tone, he momentarily extricated the white-blue mech from its agony, stating, "All of your actions stem from a desire to protect the gravely injured Deathfire from the hands of those wretched beings in the mech special operations team. I understand that you do not wish for bloodshed. Rather, your intention is to safeguard a life. Your kindness even extends to the point of wanting to protect a dying adversary. How could you possibly harm us?" The ambulance's assertion was indeed accurate, Laren. Your loss of control was motivated by the urge to protect. The malevolence of Silas and the mech special operations team served as a catalyst, their transgressions against the Cybertronians and other humans resulting in the current predicament. Optimus Prime's words were calm, yet powerful as he held Laren's arm, transferring that tranquility to the mech. However, this does not imply that your actions were justifiable, nor does it absolve you from the need to face the consequences. The members of the mech special operations team are indeed deeply culpable, yet it is the laws of Earth that should adjudicate them. The Cybertronians cannot enact vigilante justice upon them. Within Optimus Prime's brilliant optical lens shone a seriousness and sincerity as he gazed at the stunned Laren, continuing, "You must confront the repercussions, but the means should not involve self-harm or self-torment." Chapter 94. Healing. I know your core is now filled with pain and conflict, Laren. Optimus Prime softly reassured the motionless, tearful Laren before him. "Yet I am grateful that you have not chosen to flee from this reality. Thank you for trusting us and opting to confide in us regarding this matter. I can sense that your spark carries a great deal of burden, yet you have not forsaken your true nature. I know you have not changed. You have merely lost your way for a time. Listen, Laren." Once Laren's condition stabilized somewhat, the ambulance gently released his grip on Laren's shoulder armor and proceeded to tend to the last wound on the white-blue mech's body. The instruments were returned to the workbench with a soft clatter, and he gazed intently at Laren's bewildered blue optical lens. "What you require now is healing, not a trial. Psychological trauma, much like physical injury, necessitates time and professional care. Do not presume that I am oblivious simply because you choose not to speak. I may be aging, but my optical lens remains intact." Optimus Prime nodded, his voice remaining steady and forceful. "Laren, you have committed a grave error, and that cannot be denied. The consequences of this matter must be borne collectively, including how we will address any potential subsequent ramifications. However, punishment is not the objective. Redemption is. The Autobots will not abandon any lost comrade. We will shoulder this burden together with you. Laren's tightly clenched fists gradually relaxed in response to the words of Optimus Prime and the ambulance. The light in his blue optical lens contracting as he felt the once-icy exterior of his being begin to warm slightly. Yet he could not forgive himself. Had it not been for him, the alliance between Autobots and humans, though perhaps not as robust, would not have encountered such a dire situation. Exhausted, Laren lowered his optical lens, concealing the anguish within. Optimus Prime observed the silent Laren, letting out a gentle sigh as he slowly rose to his feet. Laren sensed the movements of Optimus Prime and the shadow that gradually enveloped him. With a hint of confusion, he lifted his head slightly, only to find himself immobilized by the encroaching metallic form. He had not anticipated that the leader would embrace him. The moment the red and blue body made contact, he felt his spark begin to pulse violently, eventually calming in synchronization with the rhythm of Optimus's own spark. However, the remnants of his injuries lingered, and instinctively, Laren attempted to break free, only to be gently yet firmly restrained by Optimus's embrace. The gentle and steady magnetic field of Optimus enveloped him, soothing the chaotic and painful thoughts swirling within his mind. A sense of serenity and warmth gradually spread from his spark throughout his entire being. In that moment, the figure of Orion, who had been cradling him aboard the Retribution, merged with that of Optimus Prime, causing Laren's fingers to tremble slightly. Yet, he feared that the blood on his palms would tarnish the leader's form, leaving his hands rigidly suspended in midair. The deep, resonant voice of Optimus reached his audio receptors, prompting Laren's antennae to instinctively twitch. Laren, you have never been a burden. We are family. Laren's optical sensors narrowed in surprise, and he began to tremble anew. Optimus's strong hand gently glided over his shivering white back armor, soothing the bewildered emotions of his friend. The cleansing fluid, which had previously subsided, surged forth uncontrollably from his optical sensors once more. Silently weeping, he leaned his cranial unit against the leader's neck, the fluid gradually dampening the crimson and gray armored circuits. His hands, frozen in mid-air, instinctively sought comfort, yet he still dared not place his palms upon Optimus's back armor, instead tightening his grip. At that moment, Ratchet seized Laren's helpless, frozen hands, disregarding the crimson stains between his fingers. Laren hesitated, wishing to pull away, fearing that his blood would mar Ratchet's hands. However, the pressure from Ratchet's grasp tightened, halting Laren's movements. Gazing at the silently weeping blue and white figure, Ratchet lowered his optical sensors and softly spoke. Laren, what you need to do now is cleanse your armor of these remnants, and then recharge and rest. The wounds within your core cannot heal overnight, but at the very least, restore your body to its fundamental state. We will assist you. After escorting Laren back to his quarters, Ratchet and Optimus returned to the base's main hall, exchanging glances that revealed the weight of their shared concern. Laren's condition is far more severe than I had anticipated, Ratchet remarked, a hint of frustration in his tone. His mental state had evidently not deteriorated overnight. This incident was merely the spark igniting a bomb that was on the verge of detonation. His current state requires a structured approach to treatment, and it seems he will be unable to participate in operations for the time being. Although I have studied psychology at the Iron Fortress Medical Academy, I do not consider myself an expert in this field. I am uncertain whether I can heal Laren. I believe you can, Ratchet. Optimus Prime gently rested his hand upon the shoulder of the ambulance, his blue optical lens gleaming with a bright light. You will be responsible for the psychological treatment of Blade, while I shall manage external matters during this period. The ambulance was acutely aware of what Optimus referred to as external matters and quietly inquired, what will you do regarding the humans? If they discover this, they may demand Blade surrender. I am uncertain if Agent Fuller can handle this alone. I will not allow Blade to be taken, Optimus declared with unwavering conviction, his gaze shifting toward the bridge's passage. Old friend, I wish to investigate that location and ensure no clues have been overlooked. I shall accompany you, the ambulance sighed, adjusting the coordinates previously provided by Blade before the bridge. The two Cybertronians traversed the bridge, their base currently devoid of rest, prompting the ambulance to set the bridge to remain open. A teal glow illuminated the darkened forest, and they paused momentarily, startled by the scene that unfolded before them. The ambulance widened his optical lens in disbelief, surveying the surroundings. Blade had mentioned notifying Megatron to take deadlock, so was this the work of the Decepticons? The anticipated gruesome scene filled with human remains was absent. Instead, only charred earth remained, devoid of any signs of wreckage. The surrounding trees stood stark and blackened, their surfaces carbonized, with only faint white traces visible, Black Widow-esque webbing. No one would suspect that humans had been killed here. They would only wonder why a forest fire was confined to this small area and why the scorched earth bore remnants of webs. I did not comprehend why he would do this, the ambulance expressed in astonishment, gazing at the grasslands, which had been meticulously cleansed of all remnants. Was this an attempt to eliminate evidence for Blade? Yet, it seemed illogical for him to act so. I suspect that Slag desires conflict between humans and us. Compelling Blade to abandon the Autobots, Optimus observed, casting his gaze around the scene as his optical lens dimmed. Chapter 95 traces the moment Blade stepped into the medical bay. The ambulance's attention was fixated on several sections of the white and blue armor. Noticing the ambulance's gaze, Blade's body stiffened momentarily, despite having sensed this outcome. He had not anticipated being discovered so swiftly. You were warned that you could not conceal anything from the ambulance. The small figure of Jetfire, perched on Blade's shoulder, helplessly patted Blade's armor, his optical lens filled with concern. Ever since discovering Blade's troubling condition the previous night, Jetfire had chosen to remain by his side. The red rice cooker hung his head in self-reproach. Despite often being in Blade's company and noticing several inconsistencies, he had allowed Blade to feign normalcy. It was only the previous night, when he followed Blade to the medical bay due to worry, that he realized how dire Blade's state had become. The base is suffering from a scarcity of resources, lacking oil bath facilities. Prolonged use of water for extensive cleaning may lead to rusting of internal circuits, leaving the Autobots with no choice but to wipe their external armors with plain water to maintain cleanliness. Upon returning to his quarters, Liren attempted to wash away the congealed bloodstains on his armor, watching as the water's vivid crimson hue gradually diluted into a soft pink, eventually becoming clear. The previously blood-covered white armor reemerged, yet Liren persisted in his efforts, his optical sensors hollow as he mechanically scrubbed the armor with a brush. Realizing the inefficiency of this method, he discarded the brush and resorted to vigorously scraping with his fingers. The paint on the armor chipped away, and the outer layer slightly warped under the excessive force. But the white and blue mech seemed oblivious to any pain or discomfort, continuing to scratch insistently. Feigwishon, who had been pondering how to converse with Liren, was suddenly startled by a faint yet jarring sound. He quickly flew to Liren's side and, upon witnessing the mech's actions, widened his optical sensors in alarm, rushing to grasp Liren's wrist joint, exclaiming, "Liren, stop!" Liren froze at the sound, his optical sensors gradually refocusing, revealing a perplexed gaze directed at the unexpected crimson rice cooker before him. The discomfort registered belatedly as he sighed. Observing the deformation of his armor, with a gentle hand, he stroked Fei Guoshan's head, soothingly stating, "I am fine now, Fei Guoshan. I apologize for causing you concern." Fei Guoshan slowly released his grip on Li Ren's wrist joint, instead embracing the fingers resting atop his head. Despite some attempts at concealment and repair, the severe scratches and deformations on the white armor remained glaringly apparent to the medic, who was intimately familiar with Cybertronian physiology. "I am truly sorry." Medic Li Ren's optical sensors dimmed, his fingers trembling slightly as he averted his gaze, unable to meet the medic's optical sensors. "You need not apologize to me, Liren." The medic sighed in resignation, stepping forward to gently guide the bowed-headed Liren towards the medical bed. "You should apologize to yourself. You are harming yourself." The medic pressed Liren down onto the medical bed, retrieving nearby instruments to address the distortions on Liren's armor that simple tools could not rectify. However, he was suddenly seized by Liren's gauntlet. "Medic, I can manage this myself." Liren spoke softly, unwilling to trouble the medic further with such trivial matters. The medic halted his actions, yet did not hand the tools to Liren. He gazed at the mech before him, a silence enveloping them. After a moment, he quietly said, "Such self-inflicted torment will only bring you suffering, Liren." Liren stiffened at these words, abruptly lifting his head to meet the medic's optical sensors, which bore a weary and resigned expression, tinged with a hint of sorrow. I understand now, medic. Liren seemed to be scalded by the gaze of the ambulance and quickly released his grip, lowering his head once more. His fists clenched slowly as he resolved. I will not be like this again. The ambulance's optical lens flickered, revealing a rare gentleness and patience from the often irritable doctor. Then tell me your true feelings. Liren's fingers trembled as he gazed at his fingertips, his voice a hesitant quiver. After a moment, he relinquished his optical lens. Discarding the facade, he instinctively dawned upon awakening. I feel unwell. Ambulance. I will listen, Liren, the ambulance assured, grasping his arm gently. I'm here for every word you utter. Optimus Prime seemed intent on ensuring that Liren did not perceive treatment as confinement, imposing minimal restrictions on him, merely confining his movements within the base. However, to Liren, this merely reduced a fraction of his patrol and external duties. He could still engage in logistical and medical work in the presence of the ambulance. Liren speculated that Optimus Prime had temporarily withheld information about his actions from the humans. Otherwise, even under the best circumstances, he would likely face stringent surveillance at their behest, making such freedom impossible. Alcee and the others were already aware of his actions, their expressions momentarily complex upon seeing him. Yet they quickly resumed their usual greetings as if nothing had occurred. The ambulance urged Liren not to overthink. Yet he instinctively believed that Alcee and the others had their own significant human partners. They might have contemplated that if he were to eliminate the mech's special operations team, it would equally harm their human counterpart, Jack. With the weekend approaching, how would he face Jack and the others? The action of searching for the partition coordinates alongside the ambulance faltered for a brief moment, but Liren quickly regained focus and continued operating the instruments. Optimus Prime and the others returned from their mission to thwart Black Widow, bringing an unexpected surprise. Black Widow? Liren exclaimed, astonished by the sight of the menacing figure in the stasis pod before him. Amidst the subdued cheers from Flying Mountain, he noticed Alcee's optics shining brightly, radiating a sense of relief. It seemed that the long duel between Alcee and Black Widow had finally reached its conclusion today, confirming that the partition had returned. Liren slowly approached the interior of the base, gazing at the stasis pod situated within the warehouse. He met Black Widow's purple optics. Frozen in a state of panic, the glass of the stasis pod faintly reflecting his own visage. She possessed the power to control mechanical insects. Stasis did not equate to death. She was a latent threat. Liren's optics dimmed. Liren, why are you staring blankly at Black Widow? Flying Mountain inquired disdainfully, observing the armor that stood mere inches away behind a glass barrier, tapping on Liren's armor. Liren shook his head and patted Flying Mountain's head, stepping back to distance himself from the stasis pod. He understood that the ambulance and Optimus Prime would not allow him to remain alone for too long. So he refrained from speaking, merely tapping his fingers to convey to Flying Mountain that there was nothing amiss. As he had anticipated, the next moment, footsteps echoed, and a bright yellow figure appeared within the warehouse. Bumblebee's optical sensors glimmered as he cheerfully greeted Liren. I yearn to indulge in video games as well. Let us proceed, Bumblebee. Liren responded with a smile, departing the warehouse alongside Bumblebee towards the hall. The reflections on the glass of the stasis chamber gradually faded, and the sounds of conversation dissipated, leaving only silence and darkness within the warehouse. Chapter 96. Concerned, I discovered the energy core of the Decepticon warship, and then engaged in my forte. The panels collided with a resounding thud. The recent unexpected encounter aboard the Nemesis was indeed perilous, yet I managed to escape successfully and, fortuitously, temporarily incapacitated the warship's power systems. You have rendered the Decepticon vessel incapacitated, Meichi exclaimed, raising her hands in excitement to continue the conversation. This presents an opportunity. We can seize the moment to launch an assault on the Decepticons, Arcee proposed. However, let us not forget our numerical disadvantage, Ratchet reminded, casting a glance towards Optimus Prime. Locking optics with the leader. I can call for aerial support. Agent Fowler stepped forward. Amidst the discussions between Agent Fowler and the Autobots, Meichi observed several Cybertronians stationed at the Autobot base and the vacant workbench beside them, tilting her head in confusion. Hey, where did that fixed individual go? Have you seen him? Meichi quietly inquired of Jack and Raph, gesturing towards the workbench where the blue and white Cybertronian, who was always busy there, was conspicuously absent. I was just about to ask that, Raph adjusted his glasses. Li Ren had entrusted Bumblebee with a modified remote control car for him a few days prior, and he had yet to express his gratitude in person. Jack, puzzled, looked towards Optimus Prime and Ratchet, who were still engaged in discussion. Is he not at the base? I recall he seldom leaves. Meichi pondered aloud, suddenly glancing at Ratchet at the instrument panel. Well, perhaps more so than Ratchet. Meichi leaned in closer, whispering to Jack and Raph, do Autobot doctors possess a penchant for staying at home? I can hear you, Ratchet replied, casting a bemused look towards the three human children whispering. Meanwhile, Optimus Prime was still deliberating with Agent Fowler on the necessity of human assistance, always concerned that the conflict between Autobots and Decepticons might entangle humanity, unwilling to witness unnecessary sacrifices. Feeling somewhat awkward, Jack cleared his throat. Noticing that only Optimus Prime and Agent Fowler remained in discussion, he approached, softly inquiring, Ratchet, is Li Ren not at the base? Before Ratchet could respond, Jack noticed Arcee, who had heard his inquiry, alongside the complex expressions of the panels and Bumblebee. Ratchet gazed at Jack, Meichi, and Raph as they approached, a hint of melancholy flickering in his optics. With a sigh, he solemnly stated, no, he is indeed at the base. Then why does he not come out? Is he on strike? Meichi leaned over the railing, pointing towards the deserted workbench. He was at a loss on how to explain to Meichi and the others. The optics flickered, and Bumblebee's wings drooped slightly in disappointment. Something had transpired, weighing heavily on his mind. Arcee pondered her words, helplessly lowering her optics. They all understood what Li Ren was anxious about. Upon learning that piece of news, they couldn't help but feel a wave of unease. However, they were equally aware of the nature of Li Ren, a large blue and white machine that could never harm Jack and the others. Yet, Li Ren thought otherwise. Can we see him? Jack's heart sank as he continued to inquire. Arcee and the others' responses, coupled with their peculiar emotions, conveyed to him that Li Ren was not in a good state. The three machines exchanged silent glances, reaching a consensus. Together, they raised their heads to look at the ambulance, and the doctor, with a sigh, gently nodded in their direction. The optics in Bumblebee's bright gaze shifted, and he softly addressed Raph. Li Ren is in the medical room. We can go speak with him. Raph nodded at Bumblebee and translated for Jack and Meichi. I will take them. The ambulance's optics twinkled as it extended its hand, allowing Jack and the others to sit in its palm, smoothly turning to walk towards the base. It feels rather mysterious. Meichi couldn't help but comment. The ambulance opened the door to the medical room, and Li Ren, who was busy repairing instruments, turned upon hearing the sound. The words he intended to utter were abruptly caught in his voice box upon seeing Jack and the others placed on the ground by the ambulance. Li Ren instinctively took a step back, glancing toward the ambulance for help. The orange and white machine's optics flickered, ignoring Li Ren's unspoken plea and proceeding directly to the nearby equipment. What has happened, Li Ren? Jack and the others had approached his feet, inquiring. Li Ren's body tensed. He had wanted to lift them to a higher place, but his trembling fingers dared not touch the children, let alone move them easily. I'm sorry, Li Ren said, catching a glimpse of Jack's bright black eyes and Meichi and Raph's puzzled expressions. He nervously averted his gaze. They are good children. Are you hiding from us? Jack's words startled Li Ren. This child, whom he felt resembled Orion, possessed a keen sense of observation. What? Why would I hide from you? Meichi instinctively protested to Li Ren upon hearing Jack's remark. I did not intend to hide from you. Li Ren knelt down, leaning closer to reassure them, though his voice bore a hint of tension. Then is it Optimus who requires you to stay here without meeting us? Jack's gaze remained fixed on Li Ren's faceplate, observing the weariness and complexity of emotions reflected in the optics of the once proud blue and white machine. No, it is not. Li Ren shook his head, lowering his optics. No machine has ever demanded that of me. Jack, contemplating the machine before him, which seemed burdened with fatigue and intricate emotions compared to before, slowly approached and placed his hand on Li Ren's right hand, which rested on the ground. The gentle warmth of humanity's touch caused Li Ren to instinctively shudder. Yet fearing he might harm Jack, he refrained from withdrawing his hand, his left hand clenched tightly due to the tension in his frame. Jack's words indicated that Optimus Prime trusts you and would not commit any wrongful acts. Li Ren's optical sensors widened in surprise as he gazed at the human boy, whose eyes shimmered with determination, alongside Arcee and the others. We trust you as well, Li Ren. It would be disingenuous to claim that he was not taken aback. Ever since Jack returned from Cybertron, Liren had sensed a gradual transformation within the boy, akin to a dull, dusty jade slowly revealing its inner brilliance. He could not deny that a flicker of warmth ignited within his spark due to Jack's words. By the way, when do you plan to make more bombs? Meichi, sensing something, approached energetically, gesturing animatedly to Liren. Can we use your bombs to send the Nemesis skyward this time? That might be a bit impractical. Liren replied with a hint of resignation to the exuberant human girl. Thank you for helping me modify the remote control car, Liren, Rafi said, stepping forward with a shy smile. I really like it. It's nothing, Rafi, Liren responded gently with a smile, feeling the tension in his frame gradually ease. It was as if the ambulance, busy at the instruments, listened to the cheerful chatter of the three children and Liren beside the audio receiver. Its optical sensors lowered slightly, the corners of its mouth twitching upward. Chapter 97. Prevention Ambulance. The Nemesis will eventually recognize humans, and Jack and the others will be in danger. I want to help them. Liren glanced at the Autobots, immobilized by the stasis beam, his fists tightening gradually. Megatron opted to use dark energon as power for the damaged Nemesis to swiftly restore its flight capabilities, which resulted in the ship gaining sentience. Optimus Prime and his team, sent to investigate, were locked in by the Nemesis's stasis beam, as were the Decepticons aboard, including Megatron. However, the Nemesis seemed intent only on unlocking the coordinates of the Iron Fortress database and seizing Cybertron's artifacts. Jack and his companions seized the opportunity to board the Nemesis and download the Iron Fortress database files, only to discover that the first decrypted coordinates pointed to the depths of Manhattan. They aimed to reverse the energon infusion device to prevent the Nemesis from attacking Manhattan in pursuit of the artifacts. But with each passing second aboard the Nemesis, the danger increased. The Nemesis did not possess a stasis beam targeting humans. To it, those who boarded the ship were akin to insects crawling upon a person. And the humans who discovered these insects might not hesitate to crush such insignificant creatures. No, Liren, you cannot be unaware that the moment you step onto the Nemesis, it will identify you and lock you in with its stasis beam. The ambulance cast a glance back at Optimus Prime and his companions. At present, they were unable to escape from the state of being locked on. The surveillance of the Nemesis was all-encompassing, a feat even the Decepticons could not achieve, making evasion impossible. The stasis ray, said Blade in a solemn tone, I believe its efficacy is fundamentally due to the dark energon entity. He paused momentarily, adding, my spark is rather unique. The dark energon entity holds no sway over me. Ambulance. Meeting the gaze of the ambulance through its blue optical lens, he softly continued, just as I'm unafraid of the Cybertronian plague, it is because of my spark. I wish to wield my abilities for the greater good. Ambulance. The ambulance perceived the plea in Blade's blue optical lens. Its lens flickered as it clenched its fists, equally concerned for Ratchet and others. It did not consider Blade's words to be mere fabrications born of anxiety, yet it was unexpected for Blade to unveil his secret at that moment. During this time, Optimus had confined Blade's activities within the base, and the blue and white machine had not responded to this arrangement until now. After a brief silence, the ambulance resignedly turned to recalibrate the coordinates, stating in a low voice, I do not wish to find a way to move another stasis-bound Autobot from the Nemesis later. Blade's optical lens suddenly brightened, and with a smile he declared, I shall not allow that. Ambulance. The moment he stepped onto the land bridge, Blade felt the sensation of being watched. The Nemesis had detected his presence. He noticed Agent Fuller, unconscious on the ground, and intended to assist the soldier. But the sound of mechanical operation interrupted him as he saw the barrel of the stasis ray aimed at him. Frowning slightly, Blade leapt aside to evade the purple ray, not pausing as he immediately sprinted towards the interior of the Nemesis. Cease your struggles, Autobot. You cannot evade this, intoned the low voice of the Nemesis, infused with dark energon and possessing self-awareness. The barrel of the stasis ray continuously morphed from the walls and ceiling, firing beams in pursuit of the agile blue and white machine. Along the way, Blade spotted numerous Decepticons ensnared by the stasis ray. Instinctively, he sought the familiar visage among them, yet to no avail. Suddenly, Blade's optical lens dimmed, and he abruptly halted, jumping backward. In the next moment, the purple ray narrowly grazed his body, striking the ground of the Nemesis. Before he could catch his breath, A large purple net rapidly advanced toward him from the corridor. Blade instinctively retreated, but while avoiding the blocked Decepticon foot soldiers, he was struck by a beam emerging from a corner. With a muffled grunt, Blade felt his spark throb heavily. A slight discomfort and a tingling sensation of mild electric shock radiating through him. However, as he had surmised, his body's systems did not lock down as a result. What? The Nemesis was astonished that Blade, having been hit by the stasis ray, could still move normally, momentarily pausing its actions. Blade quickly regained his composure and, seizing the opportunity while the Nemesis was momentarily distracted, raced along the conduits on the ceiling toward the location of the energy core. As he stepped into the heart of the Reprisal's energy core, Liren immediately spotted the locked Megatron at the manual valve. Before he could take action, the piercing scream of Meichi reached his audio receiver. A metallic appendage was attempting to seize Meichi and Laffy, who were frantically fleeing within the super energy mass. Do not touch them. Liren's gaze turned frigid as he charged forward, grasping the tendril, and drew a scalpel from his subspace to sever it. The exposed circuitry of the moving appendage sparked, illuminating the cold blue optics of the white-blue Cybertronian. The damaged tendril was gradually retracted, for the Reprisal knew that its stasis ray would have no effect on this Cybertronian, and thus refrained from summoning its gun barrel. Yet, more tendrils surged towards Liren's direction. Is the Reprisal an octopus? Meichi could not help but exclaim, observing the attacking tendrils. Get behind me! Liren shouted to Meichi and Laffy, his voice rising. Surrounded by super energy bodies, even a moment's carelessness could lead to an explosion. Therefore, his armory did not transform to unleash an energy cannon, but he gripped the scalpel tightly. With a swift motion, the scalpel sliced through the tendrils that sought to ensnare Meichi and Laffy. Liren shielded the two human children closely, yet Jack was not under his protection. His gaze occasionally shifted to the temporarily unnoticed Jack, who was attempting to pull the reverse energy valve from Megatron's grasp. Over here, but in the next moment, Jack suddenly called out to the grasping appendage. One tendril shifted its target and lunged at Jack. The dark-haired boy leapt with all his might, narrowly evading the sharp metallic grasp. Jack! Liren's optics widened in alarm. He understood Jack's intentions, yet feared for his safety. Frowning, he quickly dispatched the tendrils converging towards him, intent on reaching Meichi and Laffy to protect Jack. A line with slender, elongated spikes edged closer to the back of the white-blue machine. Laffy sensed something amiss and looked up, horrified as he shouted, "Watch out!" Liren turned at the sound, but the spike accelerated suddenly, piercing into the circuitry of his neck before he could react. A slight sting emanated from his neck, but it was swiftly replaced by an overwhelming torrent of pain coursing through his body. Ugh! Liren grunted as the electricity spread throughout him, the numbness and agony nearly causing him to drop the scalpel. A familiar sensation, Liren, Meichi, and the others shrieked, yet they could do nothing to prevent the unfolding calamity. The metal tendrils, momentarily repelled, surged upon him once more, several tendrils that had lost their grasp entwining the temporarily incapacitated Liren, seeking to restrain the movements of the white-blue machine. Gritting his teeth against the searing current, Liren fought to regain a semblance of consciousness. His previous experience with electric shocks granting him the ability to contend and struggle in this dire moment. His gaze sharpened as he swiftly shut down part of his sensory systems. In that fleeting moment of losing the sensation of pain in his body, he valiantly suppressed the numbness and weakness of his armored gauntlet, exerting every ounce of strength to extricate himself from the bindings that had yet to fully ensnare him. He raised his hand and severed the piercing spike embedded in his neck. The flow of electricity abruptly ceased, and, as he regained control over his body, Liren meticulously reactivated his sensory systems, striving to soothe the lingering pain and steady his trembling form, freeing himself from the entangling tendrils. At the instant he liberated himself, Jack leaped to evade the tentacles, using his metallic grasp to make contact with the imposing body of Megatron. The massive silver machine swayed momentarily before slowly toppling backward, causing the switch in his hand to be inadvertently pulled down. The tentacle assault halted abruptly, retracting gradually as the ominous purple glow within the Nemesis conduits faded, restoring it to the blue of an energy body. Well done, Jack! Liren could not help but exclaim, observing as Megatron S once stiff, locked body fell to the ground and reverted to normal, swiftly transforming into a sports car to open its doors for Jack and the others. "We must depart. Quickly. Get in. Ambulance, please activate the ground bridge." The blue and white sports car darted through the corridors of the Nemesis, the rearview mirror reflecting the Decepticon foot soldiers gradually awakening from their dormant state. Upon reaching the console where the Fortress files were being downloaded, the red-painted Decepticon medic remained temporarily locked in place. Liren opened the car door, watching as the three children disembarked and transformed back. "Is this all that has been downloaded?" Jack queried, his eyes fixed on the progress bar displayed on the screen. "The Fortress files are quite substantial," Rafi explained with a hint of exasperation. The light of the ground bridge illuminated behind them, and Liren urged Jack and the others, "There's no time. You take Agent Fowler and leave. I will retrieve it." As he stepped forward, Liren instinctively glanced at the downed red optical lens, which had yet to regain movement. His actions came to an abrupt halt. However, he quickly composed himself, removed the driver, and turned to scoop up Agent Fowler along with the few children attempting to assist him, rushing into the ground bridge. In the next moment, as the teal light vanished, the red-painted Cybertronian stirred his body, glancing towards the closing ground bridge and muttering to himself, "Consider this a debt settled with deadlock." In the following instant, controlling his angle, he collided with the console, letting out a wail as he fell to the ground, ensuring his paint remained unblemished. Slowly, he propped himself up, gazing at Megatron, who was approaching. "Lord Megatron." Megatron turned his attention to the 4 coordinates displayed on the console, and the optical lens dimmed. Chapter 98. Toxic energy forms. Although the Fortress files were not fully downloaded, the Autobots successfully obtained the 4 sets of coordinates decrypted from the Nemesis. In this contest for the relics, the Autobots and Decepticons found themselves momentarily on equal footing. The Autobots have always found themselves at a numerical disadvantage, making the acquisition of these 4 sacred relics crucial for the future of the conflict. Optimus Prime is acutely aware that Megatron is undoubtedly orchestrating efforts to seize these artifacts. He recalls that the site within the forest has likely been manipulated under Megatron's directive. Based on his knowledge of this old adversary, even if Blade had rescued Deadlock, Megatron would still seize any opportunity to incite discord between Autobots and humans. However, Megatron has refrained from taking such action, which Optimus Prime does not naively interpret as a gesture of goodwill. Just because Megatron has chosen not to act in this moment does not preclude him from using such matters as leverage against the Autobots in the future, or as a means to control Blade. As a leader, he must be prepared for any eventuality. The existence of these relics has ushered the war between Autobots and Decepticons into a new phase. Optimus Prime reflects on the moment he ultimately decided to abandon the Decepticon warship when it temporarily lost its flight capabilities. Yet, given another chance, he is certain he would opt to use the Allspark extractor to resolve this conflict once and for all. Blade had originally been ordered to remain at the base, but now every Autobot's strength is essential in this struggle for the sacred relics. During this time, Blade has made remarkable progress in his recovery and has demonstrated immense resilience by protecting 3 children aboard the out-of-control Retribution. Optimus Prime does not wish for Blade to return to the battlefield so soon, but the Autobots have no choice. Blade, accompanied by the panel, heads toward the 3rd coordinate near the volcano, where they encounter a formidable adversary known as Hardshell, a mechanical insect. Nevertheless, Blade and the panel successfully repel him. Upon opening the relic storage canister, they realize that the artifact is not the weapon or Cybertronian technology they had envisioned, but rather a dangerous toxic energy entity. Should this toxic energy fall into the hands of the Decepticons, it would spell disaster, akin to the Cybertronian plague that has claimed countless lives. Blade initially intends to send the panel back to the base or at least away from the site, planning to destroy the toxic energy entity himself at the volcano's mouth. Due to the strength within Blade's spark, the toxic energy entity would not significantly affect his body. However, the panel, being an ordinary Cybertronian, would gradually succumb to its corrosive radiation. "I'm not so fragile," the panel asserts, locking optics with Blade's azure gaze. The Thunder Rescue Team would never abandon a comrade in the face of danger. Blade pauses momentarily, refraining from further persuasion, and with a smile, he lowers his optics. Indeed, during the Cybertronian War, the reputation of the Thunder Rescue Team was truly thunderous. The panel laughs, clashing his fists together with a resounding thud together. We shall annihilate this wretched toxic energy entity and ensure that those loathsome insects are left in utter ruin. The blue and white sports car, carrying the ominous glowing energy entity alongside a green armored vehicle, ascends toward the volcano's summit. Blade listens intently to the communications between the panel and Agent Fulbright, as the two seasoned warriors evidently find some common ground amidst their exchanges. As they journeyed forth, Li Ren faintly perceived a distant yet ominous rumble emanating from the foot of the mountain, a clear indication that the mechanical insect had succumbed to their trap. "How do you feel, Goban?" Li Ren inquired with concern, sensing a slight deceleration in Goban's speed. The radiation from the toxic energy entity was evidently more potent than he had anticipated. "I'm perfectly fine. It's merely some radiation," Goban replied nonchalantly, striving to suppress the discomfort within his mechanism. "I just didn't expect you to truly be immune to the toxicity of the toxic energy entity. I was prepared to take over. Do you need a rest?" Li Ren suggested, attempting to distance himself from Goban. "No, those pesky bugs can sense us." Goban chuckled lightly. Li Ren could hardly bear to contemplate the agony that would ensue if any other Autobots were to accompany Goban on this mission, or even if Goban were to undertake it alone. The corrosion of his body by the toxic energy entity would render him powerless, limbs losing control, cognitive clarity fading into chaos, while his spark weakened in torment. Yet, he would have to endure the discomfort and pain while devising a means to eradicate the accursed energy entity and confront the resilient mechanical insects. Li Ren harbored no doubts about Goban's capabilities and resolve. He recognized that, regardless of the circumstances, Goban would fulfill this mission. However, he feared that prolonged exposure to the toxic energy entity might leave Goban impaired or, worse still, extinguish his spark under the relentless assault of both the terrifying toxin and the mechanical insects. Li Ren had never considered himself particularly significant, yet at this moment, he felt an immense sense of relief that the toxic energy entity was in his possession, rather than in the hands of Goban or any other Autobot. "Hang in there, Goban," he urged, his tone laden with gravity. "Relax, I'm all right." Goban seemed to sense Li Ren's unease and attempted to shift the conversation, wondering how Mei Chi and the others were faring. "Bumblebee and RC are with her. She'll be fine," Li Ren replied softly. "If she knew what we were doing, she would surely exclaim, 'How cool it is.'" Goban chuckled at Li Ren's words, the memory of the vivacious girl dispelling the dizziness clouding his cognitive module. "You're right. When we return, I must share all the details with her." The two machines finally arrived at the volcano's crater, transforming back to their intended forms. Their objective lay tantalizingly close, yet the mechanical insects had discerned their concealed movements and were now in pursuit. Being able to fly is indeed advantageous. Li Ren and Goban exchanged glances, frowning at the swarm of mechanical insects surrounding them and the hardened shell blocking the lava flow. "Drop that stone." The red optical sensors of the hardened shell fixated on the toxic energy entity in Li Ren's grasp. Exchanging a decisive look, Li Ren and Goban sprang into action, hurling several spherical explosives and a grenade towards the encroaching mechanical insects. The thunderous explosions reverberated as Goban transformed his hands into heavy hammers, striking down upon the nearby mechanical insects. Li Ren's optical sensors flickered as he lunged forward, forcefully pressing the toxic energy entity against one of the mechanical insects. "Is this what you desire? Then take it." The mechanical insect emitted a hoarse, anguished shriek, yet Li Ren paid no heed to the temporarily incapacitated creature. His armoring transformed, manifesting an energy cannon that unleashed a shot towards the advancing hard shell. "Mickey is safe. The mission is accomplished," came the voice of Agent Fuller through the communicator. "Good job," the barrier exclaimed, engaging in a fierce struggle with the hard shell. As the hard shell approached the lava vent, he caught a glimpse of Li Ren's movements from the corner of his eye. In the next instant, his gaze sharpened, and he brought down his heavy hammer upon the hard shell's faceplate. This strike, however, inflicted little damage. The hard shell shook its head, poised to retaliate. But in a flash, a green toxic energy entity was pressed against its faceplate. The red optical lens reflected an eerie blend of green and a cold white-blue hue from the optical lens of the blue machine. "This is for you." Li Ren forcefully propelled the hard shell, weakened from contact with the toxic energy, towards the lava vent. The barrier's subsequent heavy strike caused it to lose all balance, and the mechanical insect screamed as it plunged into the molten depths alongside the toxic energy entity, slowly dissolving in the seething heat. The glow of the land bridge illuminated behind them at that moment. Leyren took a deep breath. Exchanging smiles with the barrier through their optical lenses, it was time to return home. They made their way toward the land bridge, but the barrier suddenly heard a sound behind him. Turning around, he saw the hard shell, its armor reddened and warped from the intense heat, crawling out of the lava vent. Before he could react, the hard shell raised its energy gun, firing an energy projectile at Leyren, who stood just ahead to the right of the barrier. The light in the barrier's optical lens shrank, and Leyren turned to face the noise. But it was too late. The barrier swiftly pushed the blue machine aside, but the searing pain of the burning impact struck him in the next instant. He barely lifted his head to see Leyren's wide, alarmed optical lens. Barrier. Chapter 99. Monster, what happened to the barrier? Leyren? Barrier, please respond. The ambulance, now back at the base, heard Leyren's frantic cries and hurriedly inquired through the communicator, but only silence greeted him in return. The land bridge had activated, yet no Cybertronians had emerged from that radiant glow to return to the base, and unease spread within the ambulance's spark. The instruments indicated that the spark signals of both machines remained active, yet their communication was offline. The ambulance gritted its teeth, observing the instruments. Other Autobots had not yet completed their mission, and Jax had already departed. Now, only he, Rafi, and Agent Fuller remained at the base. We cannot wait any longer. After another fruitless call, the ambulance's optical lens dimmed, its hand transforming into a scalpel. After reassuring the equally concerned Rafi and Fuller, he prepared to rush towards the land bridge. But in the next moment, he abruptly halted, his optical lens widening as he beheld the two machines emerging from the land bridge. Leyren, supporting the offline barrier, hurried into the base. Leyren was nearly drenched in blue energy fluid, his armor severely worn and distorted, with faint scorch marks evident, yet there were no conspicuous wounds on his frame. Only a few damaged circuits. His optical lens was filled with a chilling heaviness, which softened slightly upon sighting the ambulance, now imbued with an overwhelming fatigue and sorrow. Oh, divine providence! The ambulance quickly regained its composure, retracting its scalpel and rushing forward to assist Leyren in hoisting the partition onto the medical bed. The optical lens of the partition remained tightly shut, its back armor marred by wounds inflicted by energy projectiles, the surrounding armor bearing the scars of scorching. After swiftly assessing the condition of the partition, the ambulance sprang into action, with Leyren lending his efforts. That mechanical insect had plunged into the lava, but had not perished. It had ambushed both me and the partition. Leyren's voice trembled with hoarseness, yet his hands moved with meticulous steadiness as he tended to the partition's wounds. He succinctly explained the situation to the ambulance. The partition had been injured while attempting to save me, and I had just performed some rudimentary treatment on it. The shot had not harmed its core, but the toxicity of the energy entity could potentially compromise the partition systems, exacerbating its injuries. The ambulance's frame tensed as it scrutinized the data displayed on the instruments. Upon discerning the results, it exhaled softly in relief. Thank the heavens. The partition had merely experienced mild radiation from the toxic energy entity and would gradually recuperate. Hearing this, Leyren also breathed a sigh of relief, joining the ambulance in the surgical endeavor to mend the horrific wound. At that moment, Alcee and the others returned. Meichi let out a startled cry, hastily leaping from the vehicle and sprinting towards the medical room, anxiously calling out, "Partition." Leyren and the ambulance, engrossed in the operation, had no time to respond to Meichi's urgent pleas. Agent Fuller approached, guiding Meichi aside and softly reassuring her. Shortly thereafter, Jax arrived, conversing briefly with Optimus Prime before departing. Once the surgery concluded, Leyren placed down his instruments, the previously tense frame gradually relaxing, a sense of fatigue washing over him. The partition's condition had stabilized, yet required a brief period of rest to regain its strength. The ambulance, slightly weary, set aside its instruments, softly remarking that there was still a matter to address. "Leyren, your frame." The ambulance gazed at the marks on Leyren's armor, finally voicing the question it had been unable to ask before. It quickly discerned that Leyren's frame bore no severe injuries, yet questioned the presence of so much energy fluid. "I have suffered no significant harm. Ambulance, not all of this energy fluid is mine," Li Run replied gently. The ambulance had already guided him to a nearby seat, preparing to address the damaged circuits. Li Run, somewhat exasperated, attempted to dissuade the ambulance from its actions. I can manage myself, however. The next moment, the ambulance lifted its gaze, locking onto Li Run's optical lens, where he perceived the warning within. With a forced chuckle, he refrained from further protest. As he watched the ambulance repair his circuits, memories surged forth. The aperture in Li Run's optical lens quivered as he trembled, recalling the partition collapsing before him, its greenback armor marked by a scorched muzzle, white smoke gradually rising. For a moment, his cognitive module was blank, yet his hands instinctively began to address the wounds of the partition. I'm fine, Li Run. The partition's optical lens flickered, and his voice, strained yet attempting to convey ease, declared, the injuries sustained by the Thunder Rescue Team during missions are far more severe than this. You haven't eliminated me. This will be your final misstep. The voice of the hard shell dripped with derision as his energy weapon was raised once more. Li Run evaded the energy projectile that grazed his cranial sculpt, momentarily halting to fixate intently on the hard shell. The partition observed the blazing fury reflected in Li Run's optical lens. He laboriously raised his hand to grasp Li Run's arm armor. You cannot handle him alone. Return to the base. Following the pull of the arm's strength, Li Run directed his gaze towards the partition, masking the coldness in his optical lens with a smile that emerged from beneath his visor. He maneuvered with the partition to dodge another energy blast. Retrieving a therapeutic serum from subspace, which bore anesthetic properties, and gently injected it into the partition's neck circuitry. Rest for a moment, partition. I shall take you home shortly. The partition felt a slight sting at his neck, and before he could utter a word, an overwhelming wave of fatigue surged through his cognitive module, causing his optical lens to slowly shut. I'm pressed for time. Let us conclude this swiftly. Upon setting down the partition, Li Run raised his arm armor to shield against an energy blast, charging towards the hard shell, which emitted the shrill cries of mechanical insects. Drawing upon his machine's self-repair capabilities, Li Run engaged in a nearly suicidal skirmish with the hard shell, bombs materializing continuously in his grasp, erupting between them in successive explosions. The thunderous blasts assailed both machines, sending them crashing to the ground, only to rise immediately and charge at one another again. The white-blue machine's armor was repeatedly shattered by the insectal machines or obliterated by the bombs, yet in the next instant, it would be restored to its original state. The splattering energy fluid gradually coating both machines. No matter how resilient Hardshell's armor, it could not withstand such concentrated and violent assaults at close range. He witnessed his machine's dark armor fracture, revealing the flickering circuits within, while that other machine only bore superficial scrapes and distortions. Hardshell had previously discerned that this machine seemed impervious to toxic energy, and he knew that if his mission failed, Megatron would undoubtedly blame him. Initially, he had hoped that whether by eliminating this Autobot or capturing this machine immune to toxic energy for research aboard the Nemesis, he might redeem himself. But now, you lunatic! Struggling to create distance, Hardshell gazed upon Li Run, drenched in energy fluid yet showing no signs of cessation, and fear finally took hold. Pain radiated from various parts of his machine, and every energy blast he directed towards the partition to divert Li Run's attention was intercepted by the white-blue machine's own body. Monster! He witnessed each wound on Li Run's form heal instantaneously, as if the Autobot were devoid of sensation, relentlessly advancing, bomb in hand. The red optical lens of Hardshell flickered, and he retreated a step, confronted by the glinting blue optical lens of Li Run. After a brief moment of contemplation, he raised his weapon and fired an energy projectile. Seizing the opportunity as Li Run instinctively dodged, he swiftly transformed and soared away from the volcano's mouth. Li Run rushed forward, elevating his energy cannon to launch an attack, yet the airborne mechanical insect effortlessly evaded his shot. In a surge of fury, Li Run engaged in a swift transformation, compelled to pursue the mechanical insect. He sensed the transformation gears within him tremble momentarily, followed by an abrupt silence. There were more pressing matters at hand. The reaction of the transformation gears jolted Li Run back to reality. The hardshell had already flown far away. Casting one last glance at the fleeing mechanical insect, he retracted his energy cannon and hastily assisted the partition before dashing into the land bridge. Li Run later learned that Jax had, upon discovering the partition's injury, taken Mei-Chi to seek vengeance against the hardshell. Fortunately, Mei-Chi had remained unscathed, and the mechanical insect had paid dearly for its actions. The partition soon regained consciousness. Its body bore no lasting effects, although full recovery would require some time. Rafi discovered images of Cybertronian ships online, prompting Optimus Prime to lead the Autobots on a reconnaissance mission. Amidst the ensuing conflict with the Decepticons, a Cybertronian known as Smokescreen unexpectedly emerged on the battlefield. The Decepticons were swiftly dealt with due to Smokescreen's fortuitous intervention. Lee Ren and Ratchet stood nearby, listening to Smokescreen's exuberant narration. The youthful Cybertronian spoke with an infectious energy and passion, and when he mentioned serving as a bodyguard for Master Titanium during the war, Lee Ren was momentarily taken aback. Master Titanium. The first and last time he met this enigmatic elder was in the Iron Fortress archives, where they watched a pivotal meeting that altered the fate of Cybertron. Overwhelmed by confusion, he had hastily departed the archives and subsequently joined the Autobots. Engrossed in medical duties without the chance to encounter the Elder again, Lee Ren knew that Master Titanium was one of the 13 Primes, and the thought that he might have perished in the war filled him with a profound melancholy. Optimus Prime, having chosen to trust Smokescreen based on the latter's assertion that Master Titanium had recommended him as a leader to the High Council, brought Smokescreen back to the base. After quietly reviewing the condition of the partition with Ratchet, Lee Ren stealthily made his way into the depths of the base, silently observing an object displayed in the Autobot storage. It was a phase shifter, a spark extractor. The sound of footsteps and Jack's voice drifted from nearby. Intermingled with Smokescreen's voice, likely Jack was introducing Smokescreen to the base. The footsteps soon approached Lee Ren's location, and Smokescreen's inquisitive voice emerged. "What kind of relic is this? Why is the hatch open?" His voice and steps abruptly halted as he stared, bewildered, at the white and blue machine standing beside the stasis pod. Lee Ren turned to face him and Jack, greeting them warmly. "Lee Ren, what brings you here?" Jack inquired, his brow furrowed in confusion. The sight of the widow's menacing visage in the stasis pod sent a chill down his spine. "I was merely wandering about, and happened to check on the stasis pod for any issues." Lee Ren gazed at them and replied thoughtfully, contemplating under what circumstances the sparks of the Sea Cybertronians would not return to the Allspark. For some inexplicable reason, Smokescreen felt a chill upon hearing Lee Ren's words. Yet another pressing matter occupied his mind, so he refrained from dwelling on it. Hesitating as he looked into Lee Ren's optical lenses, he inquired, "Is your name Lee Ren? The very same Lee? The one named Ren?" "It must be so. I have not encountered any other Cybertronian bearing the same name." Lee Ren responded with a hint of resignation. All right. Smokescreen mused for a moment before retrieving an object from his subspace and presenting it to Lee Ren. His bright optical lenses bore a serious demeanor as he continued. "Master Titanium spoke of you. He instructed me to give you this." Lee Ren was taken aback. He had not anticipated that Master Titanium would have something for him. He raised his hand to accept the object from Smokescreen, his optical lenses widening in surprise. "Though I cannot fathom why he would bestow this upon you, I must admit it strikes me as rather perplexing. However, he is often enigmatic. Not that it implies anything negative," Smokescreen remarked, his seriousness fleeting as he resumed his animated chatter. Lee Ren understood why Smokescreen found the object perplexing. For it was merely a pen, appearing entirely ordinary with no distinguishing features. Yet, he recalled that this was the very pen Master Titanium had held in the archives. Chapter 100. Reminder: Lee Ren scrutinized the pen that originally belonged to Master Titanium, still unable to discern any extraordinary qualities. When he attempted to transcribe an article by Thundercracker using this pen, he discovered it left no mark on the datapad. He tried ordinary paper, discarded metal plates, and even attempted to draw on his own armor, yet the pen failed to leave any trace. With no mechanisms or information contained within, and its inability to write, Lee Ren pondered why Master Titanium had entrusted Smokescreen with this pen. Clearly oblivious to the reason, Lee Ren decided to consult Optimus Prime, who was most familiar with Master Titanium. As Optimus Prime regarded the pen handed to him by Lee Ren, he murmured softly, having regained the memories of the 13th Prime. He certainly recognized its significance, and his gaze toward Lee Ren grew somewhat complex. Ultimately, however, he said nothing, lowering his optical lenses before reopening them to reveal a serene expression. Observing the white and blue figure with its questioning blue optical lenses, Optimus Prime gently sighed and said, "This is no ordinary pen. If I am not mistaken, it is the prophetic pen of Cybertron." Li Ren's optical lenses widened in astonishment, and he hastily replied to Optimus Prime, "If it is a sacred artifact, then it should be entrusted to you." Optimus Prime shook his head, grasping the arm of the figure before him and delicately placing the prophetic pen back into Li Ren's hand. "The prophetic pen has likely lost its power. I cannot ascertain why Master Titanium entrusted this pen to you through smokescreen, but assuredly, his motives are of great significance." The azure optics of Optimus Prime resembled the profound depths of the ocean as he rested his hand upon the shoulder of Blur, whispering softly, "I trust Master Ratchet's judgment. And I have faith in you, Blur. Please safeguard it." Blur stood transfixed, gazing at his leader before shifting his attention to the prophetic pen in his grasp. Slowly tightening his hold, "I understand." Smokescreen appeared to be well protected by Master Ratchet on Cybertron, having experienced little of the war's brutality. His thoughts were always focused on grand aspirations. Although a reckless and impulsive recruit, he possessed remarkable talent and reflexes, successfully acquiring the supreme armor from Starscream using a phase shifter. The base subsequently received a signal indicating the presence of another artifact. But this was merely a trap set by the Decepticons. By the time they realized the danger, Smokescreen had already been captured. Megatron, unable to extract the Star Sword, commanded the Nemesis to hoist the mountain where the sword was embedded. Blur and Bumblebee dealt with the remaining foot soldiers on the ground, while Optimus Prime raced up the mountainside, pursuing the Star Sword in the sky. He must not obtain the artifact. Megatron disregarded the approaching Autobots, swiftly transforming and leading the Decepticons in a fighter jet towards their leader, the red and blue truck sword from the mountain's peak, only to be struck mid-air by the energy cannon of a Cybertronian fighter. Blur's spark jolted violently. Yet in the next moment, Optimus Prime transformed rapidly, stabilizing his form, and reached out to firmly grasp the exposed silver hilt of the sword. At that instant, the Star Sword was awakened by the leader's module, and the blade, initially immovable within the stone wall, gradually emitted a radiant blue light. The once impervious artifact was effortlessly drawn forth by the leader, descending alongside Optimus Prime to the ground in accordance with gravity. Amidst the swirling dust and the dispersing blue energy of the Star Sword, the leader, kneeling and absorbing the impact, slowly rose, withdrawing the colossal sword from the earth. The Nemesis released its tether, and with a tremendous crash, the massive mountain plummeted towards the leader. Optimus Prime turned slowly, his gaze fixed on the imminent boulder, and with a focused expression, he raised his sword, cleaving the mountain in twain. The shimmering blue light of the Star Sword illuminated the surrounding darkness, harmonizing with the brilliance of Optimus Prime's optics. Blur's optics sparkled as he widened his gaze, observing the towering, statuesque figure, a surge of excitement flooding through him. So magnificent! Truly Optimus Prime! Indeed, Optimus Prime! The exhilarated shouts of Smokescreen resonated in unison with Blur's core voice. After Optimus Prime returned to the base with the Star Sword, the sword suddenly emitted a blue glow, and he raised it, fixating intently on the blade. Blur momentarily lost himself in the radiance, his spark seemingly drawn to it, pulsing with fervor as the blue light expanded within his vision, gradually coalescing into a familiar silhouette. Master Ratchet, Blur instinctively whispered the name of the figure. Master Titan's phantom fixated intently on Laren. After a brief moment, his deep voice resonated within Laren's audio receiver. "Regardless of the circumstances, do not forget your mission." How could he possibly forget? A sense of bewilderment washed over Laren. He had anticipated that Master Titan would elucidate the purpose of the prophetic pen. It seemed the message conveyed through the Star Sword was merely a reminder of this matter. Optimus Prime, respond. The anxious voice of the ambulance jolted Laren back to reality, as Master Titan's figure dissipated before him, and the scene of the base re-emerged in his optical lens. The radiance of the Star Sword faded, and Optimus Prime, sword in hand, suddenly knelt briefly before rising with a solemn declaration. "We must spare no effort to locate the last 4 Iron Fortress relics." Laren shook his head, raising his gaze to meet the leader's optical lens, before he could decipher the emotions reflected in those blue optics. The leader averted his gaze and continued to relay the message left by Master Titan within the Star Sword. The ultimate key shall serve as the gateway to the rebirth of Cybertron. Once we gather all 4 keys, we can restore the vitality lost to the ravages of war on Cybertron. Laren's optical lens widened in astonishment. Cybertron was on the brink of renewal. This meant his hand gently brushed against his chest armor, lowering his optical lens to feel the pulsing of the spark within. Was Master Titan's reminder a portent that the conclusion was imminent? Optimus Prime swiftly decrypted a new set of coordinates, sending RC and Smokescreen to seek the first ultimate key. However, RC returned bearing grim tidings. Megatron had invaded the tomb of the Cybertronian leader to wield the Star Saber, adorning himself with the leader's gauntlet. He forged a Dark Star sword from the Dark Energon, utilizing the Star Saber as a catalyst. As Laren listened to RC's description of the sword, a chill coursed through his frame. He clenched his fists tightly, as buried memories surged forth at that moment. That dream, for a million years prior, when his fragmented soul had yet to restore its memories. He dreamt of a scene amidst the shattered remains of Cybertronians, where Megatron approached him step by step, plunging a foreboding purple sword into his chest armor. Dark Energon assailed his spark, while Megatron coldly watched him struggle to die. Yet, that was merely a dream. Primus had once said that events in dreams need not unfold in reality. What truly tormented Laren was RC's revelation that Smokescreen had been slain by Megatron wielding that very sword. Regardless of how many times similar tragedies had transpired over the past 4 million years, he could not help but harbor lingering fantasies about Megatron. Yet, fantasies were ultimately impractical. Chapter 101. Dissuasion. The news of Smokescreen's demise from RC cast a pall over the entire base, as no one had anticipated that the young Cybertronian would depart from them so swiftly. Laren furrowed his brow in contemplation. During the interval of RC and Smokescreen's departure and subsequent return, he had not witnessed the blue glow of a life force representing the fallen Cybertronians. There were only 2 possibilities. Either Megatron's sword, forged from Dark Energon, had disrupted or even extinguished Smokescreen's life force, hindering its return to the Allspark, or Smokescreen was still alive. Laren preferred to believe in the latter. He sensed that Smokescreen's fate should not be so grim. Optimus Prime calmly reassured the Autobots, unwilling to see any more of their lives endangered. He resolved to confront Megatron alone. As always, the leader exuded tranquility and reliability, his deep blue optics filled with resolve and conviction. Yet, Laren could faintly perceive his anguish and sorrow. He understood that Optimus would inevitably attribute Smokescreen's demise to himself, silently blaming his failure to protect the young recruit. As the light of the ground bridge illuminated, just as Optimus was about to step through, Laren approached, calling out softly, "Optimus, Smokescreen may not be dead." He met the leader's oceanic gaze, sending a message through the comms. "Optimus, it is not your fault." Optimus did not inquire how Laren knew this. His optics flickered momentarily as he gently nodded in acknowledgement. Turning back, he vanished into the ground bridge, bearing the Star Saber. Indeed, Smokescreen was alive. He had stealthily reclaimed the phase shifter. A strike from Megatron's sword had propelled him into the structure, where he timely seized the ultimate key. However, Optimus's Star Saber had been severed when it clashed with Megatron's Dark Blade. Laren delicately placed his fingers upon the shards of the Star Saber's blade, resting on the table, as if he could hear the silent lament of the sword. He turned to gaze at Optimus, who was engrossed in decrypting the Iron Fortress files. The Star Saber held profound significance for him. Yet the leader displayed no signs of distress. He had even neglected to tend to the wound inflicted on his arm by the Dark Blade, returning in silence to continue his work of deciphering. Since taking on the mantle of leadership, he had always been this way, burying sorrow and pain deep within, allowing rationality and composure to shape his present self. Laren sighed silently, gathering medical tools and moving to Optimus's side to tend to the wound on his arm. He endeavored to be as gentle as possible, striving not to disturb Optimus. For a brief moment, Optimus paused in his decryption, glancing at the soft-spoken Laren beside him. His optics flickered, but he soon refocused on the Iron Fortress files, continuing his work. The pursuit of the ultimate keys had not been smooth. The Decepticons had secured one, while the whereabouts of another remained unknown. To the astonishment of all Autobots, when the final set of coordinates was decrypted, the image displayed on the instrument was none other than Smokescreen's likeness. At that moment, Smokescreen, lamenting the loss of the ultimate key, departed from the base in regret. When the Autobots arrived, they found only the aftermath of his being ensnared by Soundwave within the land bridge. In a moment of desperation, Smokescreen cleverly utilized a phase shifter to escape from the Nemesis, pilfering the ultimate key that had been seized by the Decepticons. After arduous efforts, the Autobots had finally gathered 3 ultimate keys, only to have the hope of Cybertron stolen by the treacherous Red Alert, empowered by the Crimson Energy. Despite the relentless barrage of energy blasts from Optimus Prime and his comrades aimed at the fleeing Red Alert, they were ultimately unable to catch up. The slender, gray Cybertronian vanished into the land bridge, clutching the ultimate key. As Optimus Prime beheld the fading turquoise glow slip from his grasp, he unleashed a furious roar. His composure shattered for the first time. The loss of the ultimate key cast a pall over the base, as the Autobots pondered whether Red Alert would seek out Megatron with their precious relic. Just then, a communication from Starscream broke the tense silence. Cautiously, the Autobots crossed the land bridge, raising their energy weapons in readiness. Yet, Starscream approached leisurely from the thick fog, placing an object before the Autobots, the hammer of the Titans. Optimus Prime's faceplate retracted, and with a furrowed brow, he inquired, "Starscream, what do you intend to exchange for this?" "I merely hope you will wield it wisely," Starscream replied solemnly. "The Decepticon cause has been stained with disgrace. I no longer wish to fight for it." Optimus Prime surmised correctly. Red Alert had delivered the ultimate key to Megatron and returned to the Decepticon fold. "I wish to extend an invitation for you to join us, once more, to help us bring an end to this conflict," Optimus Prime stated as he lowered his weapons and stepped forward. "To betray my faction does not mean I will align with yours," Starscream retorted without hesitation, preparing to turn away. "Wait, Starscream." Leaning in from the sidelines, Blade suddenly interjected. Both Autobots and Starscream instinctively turned to him. The white and blue mech, with a firm grip and lifted gaze towards Optimus Prime, spoke. "Optimus, I wish to request a private conversation with Starscream." Optimus Prime met Blade's optics and nodded gently. "Very well. Starscream, I know you have made your decision, but please grant me a few minutes," Blade said, somewhat nervously glancing at the scrutinizing Starscream. The deep blue-painted mech remained silent, and just as Blade feared a refusal, Starscream almost imperceptibly inclined his head in agreement. Blade's optics brightened as he and Starscream silently retreated to a secluded area. Once they halted, Starscream turned, fixing Blade with a cold gaze. "You are Blade?" Starscream's red optics scrutinized the Cybertronian before him, his voice deep and resonant. "If you aim to persuade me to join the Autobots, do not waste your efforts." They had never crossed paths on a battlefield, nor had any prior encounters. Starscream initially had no desire to linger, yet he recognized the Autobot medic. After all, it was Blade who had previously rescued Deadlock from Widowmaker's clutches. Moreover, the white and blue-painted Cybertronian appears to be an acquaintance of Megatron. The moment the machine came into view, a faint sense of affinity stirred within the spark. After a moment of contemplation, he resolved to listen to what this entity, known as Blade, wished to convey. "I do not intend to persuade you to join the Autobots," Blade stated, shaking his head. After a brief hesitation, he posed his inquiry. "How is Deadlock faring?" Skywing raised an eyebrow, taken aback by Blade's inquiry regarding Deadlock's condition. However, considering that this Autobot had saved Deadlock, a Decepticon, he responded candidly. "His physical form is largely intact, yet he remains in recovery, and the defeat is striving to fully restore him." A slight relaxation washed over Blade's tense frame, and he involuntarily exhaled in relief. Skywing observed Blade's reaction intently, his crimson optics flickering. It was undeniable that Blade's choice to lay aside animosity and assist a foe as Deadlock approaches return to the matrix of leadership earned Skywing's respect for this physician. "Did you call me solely to inquire about this matter?" Skywing's tone remained composed. "No, there's another matter," Blade replied, shaking his head. After a moment's hesitation, he met Skywing's gaze with determination, stating firmly, "I hope you will refrain from returning to the Nemesis for the time being." He did not wish to witness this honorable warrior succumb to despair over the loss of his followers, nor did he want Megatron to execute such a loyal soldier, further staining his hands with blood. Even though he understood the slim chance of his request being heeded, he still wished to try. "Huh, why should I heed your words?" Skywing retorted with a cold laugh. "You must be aware that you have bestowed the hammer of the Chosen upon the Autobots. Returning to the Nemesis is tantamount to a death sentence," Blade stated solemnly. "As a warrior, I shall never evade death, Skywing replied without hesitation. I know. It is your dignity and pride, Blade said, lowering his optics. But you cannot perish. Your brother needs you. What do you mean? Skywing's optics turned icy. This Autobot physician could not possibly be unaware that his brother, Thunderclash, had been slain by the Autobots and had returned to the Matrix. What was he insinuating? The planet Cybertron is on the verge of revival. Blade gently placed his right hand upon his chest. After all is said and done, and the dust is settled, the sparks lost in the war will be reborn. If Thunderclash were to return from the realm of the dead, his sudden transition from a war-torn existence to a peaceful homeland would undoubtedly leave him disoriented. He requires your guidance. Are you threatening me with my brother? Skywing's gaze grew perilous, the respect he once held for the physician waning with each word. My brother has returned to the Matrix. I will not allow anyone to insult his form or dignity. The wretched Red Spider was responsible for his brother's demise, even attempting to use dark energon to transform his brother's remains into a mindless husk. The thought of all that his brother had endured only deepened his disdain for Blade's notion of rebirth. In his view, the only entity capable of resurrecting the Cybertronians was the dark energon. He had not anticipated that this Autobot doctor would desire to utilize dark energon to achieve his ends. No, this was not blasphemy, but rather Primus's blessing and gift to the Cybertronians. Blade immediately elucidated that the deceased Cybertronians would gain new life within the Matrix. Such madness. The once indifferent optics of Skywing suddenly bore a hint of complexity. This Autobot doctor was, astonishingly, a madman who perceived myth as reality. It was utterly absurd. How could one substantiate the veracity of such claims? Blade discerned the skepticism reflected in Skywing's optics, and with a soft sigh, he unexpectedly produced a scalpel from subspace. Upon catching sight of the glinting blade, Skywing warily brandished his energy cannon, poised to retaliate should Blade launch an attack. However, Skywing was taken aback when Blade's scalpel did not target him. Instead, Blade twisted his hand, and in the next moment, the sharp, keen blade was driven forcefully into his arm's armor, embedding itself deep within his left limb, leaving only the handle exposed. Energy fluid swiftly gushed from the ruptured armor seams, cascading down the white arm and pooling on the ground, forming a small, glaring blue puddle. What are you doing? Skywing exclaimed, stunned by Blade's actions, his optics widening in disbelief. Blade offered no reply. He gazed at the wound on his left arm, his optics dimming momentarily. In the next instant, he forcefully withdrew the now blue-stained scalpel, causing more energy fluid to splatter forth, dusting the ground beneath them. As Skywing grappled with whether to inform Optimus about this seemingly normal madman, Blade wiped the energy fluid from his left arm with his right hand, raising it to reveal the injury. Skywing froze, for the wound on the armor had vanished. Had it not been for the slight damage and indentation remaining on the white armor, he might have believed he had just hallucinated. For I am the vessel of the Matrix, Blade declared, his tone clear and calm. His words rendered Skywing nearly speechless. The Matrix grants me the ability to heal rapidly, as well as the mission to carry the sparks of the deceased Cybertronians. I understand this may be difficult for you to accept. Only I can perceive the energy of the Cybertronian sparks. Thus, I cannot provide tangible proof of my assertions. You and Thunderclash are both esteemed warriors, deserving of greater contributions to Cybertron. You could have crafted a brighter future for a peaceful Cybertron, forging glory together instead of meeting such a fate. I realize I cannot dissuade you from your intentions. The likelihood of you believing me is minuscule. Yet, I implore you to wait, to refrain from returning to the Nemesis just yet. Please, trust me. Skywing gazed into Blade's bright optics, the blue light pure and resolute. He fell silent, and after a moment, he spoke softly. What of peace, then? And Megatron? As the Harbinger gazed at the Blade, he inquired. The conflict between the Autobots and the Decepticons has persisted for 4 million years. What does your notion of peace signify? Is it akin to the grotesque and laughable peace of 4 million years ago, marked by stark class distinctions? Or is it the peace that comes from Optimus Prime's governance over the Decepticons, who are imprisoned and judged? Perhaps it is the peace wrought from Megatron's ruthless dominion, where annihilation reigns supreme. The Blade's fists gradually clenched, for the queries posed by the Harbinger echoed his own confusion and his own inability to discern a course of action. He yearned to steer Megatron back onto a righteous path, yet he watched helplessly as his silver-coated friend strayed further into darkness, descending deeper into a chasm of ferocity. The once familiar figure gradually fading away, leaving behind only a cold and alien silhouette. He stood there, immobilized, witnessing the unfolding events. He had once fervently declared to Primus his desire to alter his friend's fate, yet he had accomplished nothing. The revival of Cybertron was imminent, yet he felt powerless to sway Megatron's brutality. Nevertheless, the Blade understood that the vision burning deep within his spark had never extinguished. To be honest, I do not know what the future holds, he murmured, lowering his optical sensors. After a brief pause, he raised his gaze, his eyes piercing through the air to collide with the Harbinger's crimson optics. But I know that what I yearn for is a peace constructed collectively by them, a future belonging to every Cybertronian, irrespective of faction. Though he remained uncertain about how to proceed, he was resolute in his willingness to sacrifice everything for such a future. To realize the vision buried within his core, he would willingly burn out completely. The Harbinger silently observed the white and blue-painted Cybertronian before him, his red optics flickering with amusement. How naive, he chuckled softly after a moment. Chapter 102. The struggle following that encounter. The Harbinger refrained from uttering much more, yet the Blade knew his words had resonated. As he watched the Harbinger's tall, deep blue silhouette gradually vanish into the thick fog, he quietly exhaled, using a silk cloth from subspace to wipe the energy residue from his gauntlet and fingers. Should Megatron restore the Cybertronian planet, he would undoubtedly exploit this to seize political advantage. Upon returning to the base, Optimus Prime spoke solemnly to the Autobots. The leader of the Decepticons may very well craft himself as the savior of our planet, while branding all Autobots as war criminals. At this juncture, Optimus revealed the existence of the ultimate godlock, a secret he had kept concealed, even from Ratchet. The Blade comprehended the rationale behind his leader's discretion. The Decepticons' cortical psychic connection technology, along with the recently developed brainwashing techniques, posed a significant risk of exposing this critical intelligence to Megatron. Concealment, the act of withholding information from all, was the only way to ensure absolute safety. The ultimate godlock was located on Cybertron, and Optimus had repurposed the land bridge into a space bridge using the Hammer of Solace. Simultaneously, the instruments detected intense energy fluctuations in space, indicating that the Decepticons had activated the space bridge, signifying their awareness of the existence of the ultimate godlock. Time was of the essence. This was the resurrection battle for the planet Cybertron, possibly their final stand. Optimus Prime, having restored the Star Sword with the Hammer of the Ancients, secured it upon his back. The rejuvenated blade glimmered with a sharp, cold light, tracing a dazzling silver arc through the air. We must spare no effort to thwart Megatron. The leader's gaze burned with determination as he took a few running steps before transforming into a truck, heading towards the emerald and azure glow. Autobots, transform and roll out. The sound of transformation echoed, and amidst the anxious yet hopeful gaze of the ambulance, the Autobots followed their leader, traversing the modified passage from Earth to their home planet. On Cybertron, Megatron marched through the desolate streets with his Decepticon army, the air thick with smoke and dust. Since Cybertron's vitality waned, the planet had remained shrouded in a gray haze, devoid of any bright, radiant light. The pockmarked ground bore countless bullet holes and craters from explosive shells, while the walls of most buildings had long since crumbled, exposing their cold, metallic framework. Yet, the towering ruins still whispered tales of the prosperity that once flourished here. Megatron halted before a broken bridge, gazing at the distant, precariously leaning remnants of shattered walls. His red optical sensors dimmed momentarily, and after a brief pause, he resumed his advance into the rust-laden depths, guided by the coordinates displayed on his device. Behind the Decepticon forces, a figure emerged silently from the ground. Smokescreen raised his energy weapon, striking several Decepticons positioned behind. The gunfire quickly alerted the Decepticons, who turned to retaliate, but the young Cybertronian adeptly evaded the energy blasts, disappearing into a nearby mountainside. Smokescreen, how is this possible? Megatron stared in disbelief at the vanishing figure. Before he could voice his thoughts, a sound nearby drew his attention. A magnetic glove enveloped a mass of metallic debris, which crashed violently into the Decepticon ranks. Amidst the heavy thud and thick smoke, the startled Decepticons struggled to regain their footing as Megatron commanded, "Capture them." The Decepticons aimed their energy weapons at Bumblebee, who dashed above them. Amidst the cacophony of charging energy guns, spherical objects silently rolled to their feet. A Decepticon soldier, adjusting his stance by stepping back, inadvertently touched one of the objects, causing it to roll slightly before stabilizing. In the next moment, a blue flash ignited in his red optics, and the scattered spherical devices erupted in a series of explosions. The concussive blasts and ensuing chaos engulfing the surrounding Decepticons, their screams echoing amidst the turmoil. Emerging from the corner, a white and blue machine dashed forward, raising its energy cannon to strike at the bewildered Decepticons, momentarily disoriented by the explosion. Megatron, witnessing the familiar silhouette in the distance, clenched his fists in determination. The Decepticons attacking him were abruptly enveloped in a blue glow. Their shooting motions halted as the panels retracted, and alongside Bumblebee, they launched a counteroffensive against their foes. Perched high above, RC retracted her energy gun, leaping from the towering wall. After executing a mid-air somersault, she affixed the supreme armor to her chest, its indomitable shell expanding outward, encasing the warrior's form. Bullets rained relentlessly upon the supreme armor, yet they failed to affect RC in the slightest. With a graceful wave of her hand, she swept away a multitude of Decepticons. "Guard the key," Megatron commanded loudly, as the surrounding Decepticons closed ranks to shield the four holding the key at their center. The Autobots surged towards the attacking Decepticons amidst the cacophony of gunfire, with Megatron wielding the Dark Star Sword leading the charge. Suddenly, Optimus Prime appeared, the Star Sword gleaming with a brilliant, pure blue light. One after another, the Decepticons attempting to impede the leader found themselves rendered immobile beneath the sword's might. Megatron roared in fury as the Dark Star Sword clashed against the Star Sword once more. The two leaders gazing through the intertwined purple and blue glows of their blades at each other's distinctly colored optics. Simultaneously, RC and the blade had forged a path. In a coordinated effort with the locking panel and Bumblebee's magnetic gloves, the ultimate key slipped from the grasp of the Decepticons and soared towards the Autobots. As Optimus Prime and Megatron distanced themselves, Prime furrowed his brow at the sight of Megatron suddenly raising his hand to unleash a sword strike. The blue energy blade sent Megatron hurtling back, landing atop the high wall. Rising to his feet, Megatron glared at the Decepticon forces below, aware that Optimus and his team had transformed and fled the area. Just as he was about to issue a command, a smoke screen erupted once more from the ground. He hurled the device into the midst of the Decepticons and pressed the activation button before vanishing once again beneath the surface. "The spark extractor," Megatron exclaimed, as the blue energy field rapidly expanded, enveloping every corner around him. The Decepticons writhed and collapsed, drained of vitality. From his elevated position, Megatron furiously cast aside the Dark Star Sword, shattering the spark extractor on the ground. The blue energy field dissipated due to the destruction, leaving behind a scene littered with fallen bodies. The once cacophonous battlefield fell eerily silent, smoke and dust still swirling in the air, as larger particles struck his form with faint, crackling sounds. Megatron withdrew the Dark Star Sword embedded in the damaged spark extractor, fixating his gaze on the direction the Autobots had departed. Chapter 103. Burnout, though referred to as a sea, the Rust Sea held not a drop of water. It resembled a desert crafted from metal, with swirling dust and chaotic electronic storms howling through this perilous expanse. Silence was shattered by the roar of engines, as wheels of passing vehicles stirred clouds of dust and metallic debris in this desolate expanse, welcoming its visitors today. Approaching the designated coordinates, the Autobots reverted from their vehicle forms, advancing while surveying their surroundings. Their attention was drawn to a dilapidated apparatus ahead, where Optimus Prime wiped away the dust to reveal a faint emblem. This was the ultimate God Lock. According to Master Titanium, the ultimate God Lock served as a conduit, ultimately leading to the source of the spark. Optimus Prime gazed solemnly at the crumbling device before him. At that moment, the ultimate God Key in the hands of the Autobots suddenly emitted a radiant glow and began to tremble with a soft, luminous light gradually spreading from the ultimate God Lock. With a resounding roar, the runes on the ground activated one by one, and four towering structures surrounding the ultimate God Lock slowly rose from the earth. Everything around them was gradually illuminated, and the mysterious ancient Cybertronian script on the buildings and ground imbued the atmosphere with a profound solemnity. Ultimately, the peaks of the four structures converge high above, forming a colossal ring-like formation with pure, brilliant waves of blue energy rippling within the circle. All the Autobots stood in awe, captivated by this breathtaking scene, a fusion of technology and magic, a testament to the ancient civilization of Cybertron. Just then, a familiar engine roar echoed from the distant sky. As a silver-gray Cybertronian fighter rapidly approached, Megatron transformed mid-air, landing gracefully, and slowly approached the wary Autobots, who had raised their weapons in defense. His crimson optics scanned the few Cybertronians in front of him, momentarily pausing on the white and blue chassis, before his gaze fixated on Optimus Prime, who wielded the Star Saber. Autobots, I suggest you cease your actions, Megatron declared, not pausing his stride. Although no Decepticon army was behind him, his voice carried an air of assured confidence. Hand over the key. Why should we give it to you? Smokescreen retorted with derision. In the next instant, the brilliance of a space bridge erupted behind Megatron, and three figures emerged: Starscream, Soundwave, and Knockout. The objects they held caused the Autobots to momentarily freeze, their bodies tensing. Make way to rescue these humans, Megatron gestured, revealing three human children imprisoned in transparent, sealed containers. The optics of Rumble narrowed sharply, and the energy cannon that had transformed from his arm began to tremble. Once again, Megatron had entangled these children in his schemes, and the pale, barely conscious face of Raph loomed vividly in memory. Humans are fragile, organic beings are delicate. A mere slight exertion from the Cybertronians, a careless swing of a weapon, or an unintentional step would result in bloodshed splattering against their armor. During this period, under the treatment and comfort provided by the ambulance, the events that transpired in the forest had, with great difficulty, been sealed away in the depths of Li Ren's memory module. At this moment, that blinding crimson hue surged once more into his optical lens, revealing a ground strewn with severed limbs and broken arms. Not those of the Mecha Special Operations team, but rather those of the three children. Li Ren exerted himself to temporarily cast aside his dread. A pervasive sense of helplessness coursed through him, leaving his legs barely able to support his frame. Yet the taut atmosphere forbade him from displaying any weakness at this critical juncture. He steadied his trembling energy cannon, fixating intently on Megatron, who was advancing towards Optimus Prime. What if we refuse? Optimus Prime inquired with a furrowed brow. Yet it was evident to all that he could never forsake the lives of the children. Then I shall activate the sealed chamber, exposing them to the toxic atmosphere of Cybertron. Megatron's faceplate drew closer to Optimus Prime's, a malicious grin emerging. Then we can relish in witnessing their souls disperse in an instant. The blue lenses of Optimus Prime dimmed as he regarded Megatron, deeply contemplating the gravity of the situation. In a low voice, he declared, "If my decision jeopardizes the future of the Autobots on Cybertron, so be it. I shall never abandon our human allies." With that, he forcefully plunged the Star Sword into the ground. Regardless of the circumstances, Cybertron would ultimately revive. He could not forsake the innocent lives of three children for political gain. The Autobots offered no retort, choosing instead to follow their leader's example as they retracted their energy rifles and cannons, discarding their weapons, including the Star Sword, ahead of them. One by one, RC and the others stepped forward, using their ultimate key to reclaim the children. Li Ren gazed at the three children being brought back, silently exhaling in relief. Yet this was not a moment for relaxation. The light of the space bridge illuminated once more, and Decepticon soldiers surged forth, swiftly encircling them. In a struggle for dominance, it is not too late to align with the Decepticons, Megatron remarked, his gaze locked onto the vigilant Autobots, meeting Li Ren's blue optical lenses directly. Li Ren felt the weight of his stare. He remained silent, slightly turning his head to avert his eyes. "You dream in vain," Smokescreen shouted at Megatron. Megatron's expression darkened momentarily, his red optical lenses flickering, but soon a realization crossed his face, restoring his demeanor to one of mild pleasure. "Then let us witness the dawn of a new era for Cybertron." He turned, inserting the ultimate key into one of the ports of the ultimate lock. As Red Alert and the others followed suit, the ultimate lock emitted a dazzling light, streams of data coalescing into a stellar map of Cybertron. "This shall be the age of the Decepticons," Megatron pressed a button, and a blue beam shot forth from the energy-laden circular device, striking a distant structure. Optimus Prime observed the building enveloped in blue light, as the surrounding debris gradually reassembled itself. He widened his optical lenses in astonishment, for none knew that place better than he. As the light dissipated, the structure instantaneously reverted to its pristine state from 4 million years prior. It was the Iron Fortress archive. Oh, divine being! All the inhabitants of Cybertron and humanity stood in stunned silence, beholden to this miraculous scene. Megatron, you have achieved what you desired. Optimus Prime's voice resonated with calm assurance, asserting that this matter belonged solely to the Autobots and Decepticons, urging for the return of these humans to Earth. I would advise against it, Optimus, Megatron replied, turning to face him with an air of indifference. They would be far safer here. What do you mean? Megatron's words left Laren momentarily speechless, a dreadful suspicion surging into his consciousness. Ignoring the furrowed brow of Optimus, Megatron turned his gaze to the side at Starscream. Is the space bridge target locked? At your command, Lord Megatron. Starscream bowed respectfully. Excellent. One planet is secured. Another would be of no consequence. As soon as Megatron's words echoed, a colossal space bridge materialized above the ultimate divine lock. Megatron's intentions became painfully clear. He aimed to transform Earth into a Cybertronian landscape, which would entail the obliteration of all native life forms in the process. Laren's optical sensors trembled as he gazed in disbelief at the coldly commanding silver figure, anguish and sorrow swiftly eroding his spark. His emotional module was operating beyond its limits, and he could no longer suppress the torrent of feelings surging within him. Time and again, he watched as Megatron relentlessly crushed his fragile hopes beneath a relentless heel. Megatron! Laren shouted with a force that nearly misaligned his vocal apparatus, the sheer intensity of his cry momentarily dizzying him. He disregarded the discomfort coursing through his being. His troubled gaze pierced through the Decepticon, aiming an energy weapon at him, locking onto the crimson optics of his friend. Why? In a state of despair, Laren attempted to rush forward, only to be restrained by a partition. He gasped, his voice thick with emotion as he exclaimed, "Why are you doing this? Is Cybertron not enough? Why must you target Earth?" A suffocating sense of dread washed over him, causing his voice to falter. As intense pain and dizziness assailed his mind, his optics flickering as he felt himself weaken. How could you become like this? How dare you show such disrespect to Lord Megatron? Starscream shouted at Laren, commanding the Decepticons surrounding the Autobots to eliminate him. Wait, Starscream. Before the ominous hum of the energy weapon could be heard, Megatron murmured, glancing at the pained and bowed Laren, his red optics flickering with resolve. I will deal with him later. In the next instant, without hesitation, he turned away from Laren's pleading gaze and pressed the button. A massive blue beam shot skyward, piercing the space bridge and hurtling towards Earth, light blinding in its intensity. Optimus Prime stood in silent contemplation, watching the blinding radiance before glancing at the 3 children still confined within their sealed vessel. Do not touch our planet. Jack and his companions furiously pounded against the glass before them, yet their efforts could not alter the fate of Earth. Their families and friends resided above, and now they were forced to witness their demise. Optimus Prime's gaze shifted toward the ultimate godlock, his brow furrowing as his resolve solidified, and he clenched his fists tightly. In the next moment, the blades of his armor sprang forth, jolting the momentarily dazed Leo convoy back to reality. He observed his leader charging ahead, hurling aside the obstructing Decepticon. Leo convoy realized something. His armor reacted faster than his cerebral module, and he raised his energy cannon, striking down the Decepticon that sought to impede their leader. Optimus Prime withdrew the Star Sword, embedded in the ground, and advanced toward the ultimate godlock. Megatron raised the Dark Star Sword, roaring as he swung it toward the leader. The 2 swords, imbued with starkly contrasting energies, briefly met before Optimus Prime wielded the glowing blue Star Sword, severing Megatron's right arm, which did not rightfully belong to him. He did not falter. Effortlessly dodging the Decepticon's assault, he leapt high, raising the Star Sword and bringing it down with force. At the moment the Star Sword struck the ultimate godlock, a violent explosion sent the surrounding Decepticons flying, blinding flames obscuring the vision of all Cybertronians. The dazzling blue beam that shot skyward vanished, signifying the extinguishing of hope for the restoration of Cybertron. As the cacophony of the explosion gradually subsided, flames raged, charring this sacred ground, leaving the ultimate godlock as mere wreckage. Scorching heat waves battered Leo Convoy's form as he lifted his gaze to see Optimus Prime approaching, having sheathed the Star Sword. The ambulance on Earth opened the space bridge for them. The leader remained as composed and steady as ever. Leo Convoy fixated on the charred marks on Optimus' red armor, yet he felt an overwhelming sorrow beyond the loss of Cybertron's chance for revival. Leo Convoy sadly comprehended that from this moment forward, Optimus would be ensnared by the weight of responsibility, plunging into an abyss of pain and guilt from which he could never escape. Ultimately, he would drown in his own self-punishment. Chapter 104. Departure. Leo Convoy closely followed Optimus Prime through the space bridge, returning to the base. Children? The ambulance stared in astonishment at the sealed canisters containing several children in Alcye's hands. What was happening? No one answered him. The atmosphere grew thick with tension as Bumblebee and the others cautiously opened the canisters. Please, can someone speak? The ambulance sensed an unsettling presence, unease spreading through his spark as he anxiously looked at the Autobots. Optimus has destroyed the ultimate godlock. Ironhide sighed heavily, halting his pace as he spoke solemnly. What? The ambulance widened its optical lens, incredulously observing the towering figure approaching. He had contemplated many scenarios before, even considering the dire possibility of Megatron's victory and the resurgence of Cybertron being seized by the Decepticons. Yet, he could never fathom that Optimus Prime had obliterated the ultimate key, shattering the hope for Cybertron's revival. It was a necessity. We had no time to linger with them. For Earth is on the brink of catastrophe, Optimus Prime declared solemnly, his optical lenses glinting. So you destroyed the one thing in this world that could aid us in rebuilding our home? The ambulance's voice trembled, fixated on his leader, unable to suppress his retreat. Optimus, we still needed that. Enough, ambulance. The voice of Blade rose sharply, his gaze towards the ambulance laced with desperation. The dull ache incessantly assailed his spark and cognitive module as he painfully regarded the steadfast figure before him. He recognized that guilt and remorse were gradually corroding the leader's spark. This situation is exceptional. Doctor, you were not present and should not question our decision at that moment. Smoke's words were decidedly blunt as he countered Ambulance's objections. It is not that simple. Ambulance. Jack, released from the sealed container, endeavored to elucidate. Megatron attacked Earth with the ultimate key. It was Optimus who saved our planet. Raffi and Mechi echoed in agreement. And what of our planet now? Ambulance bellowed in despair, staggering and bracing himself against the platform. How we fought tooth and nail, risking everything, only to have it all be in vain. Blade clearly perceived the sorrow flickering within the blue optical lenses of Ambulance, and he lowered his own in anguish. Once, he had willingly borne the punishment of the mining overseer for the sake of a helpless comrade. Yet now Megatron had unhesitatingly chosen to transform a vibrant planet into a lifeless Cybertron, extinguishing all organic life upon it. He never imagined that Megatron could descend into such madness. The miners and gladiators filled with ideals in his memory module seemed to have long been ground to dust by the relentless flow of time. Megatron had long forsaken the past, discarding all shackles of weakness, striding forward, while only Blade remained, ensnared in the beauty of yesteryears, numbing himself in false imaginings and aspirations. With a heavy heart, Blade cast a glance at the meticulously organized folder labeled Megatron within his memory module, feeling the growing collection of data plates inscribed with his friend's poetry and prose stored in the subspace. He should have awakened to this reality long ago. At that moment, Agent Fuller's communication interrupted their discourse. From his tone, it was evident that this was not good news. Optimus Prime, accompanied by the Autobots, ascended the base S lift. The ceiling above split in two, gradually parting as light streamed through the widening gap, dispelling the darkness and illuminating the Autobots' forms. As the lift platform ascended, they gazed wide-eyed through their optical lenses at the towering, dark structures that loomed not far from their base, edifices that could not possibly have been constructed by human hands, for they belonged to the realm of Cybertron. Megatron had successfully executed the first step in his plan to transform Earth into Cybertron. The jagged contours of the military fortress reflected menacingly in Optimus Prime's optical lenses. The only plausible explanation for Megatron's decision to erect his stronghold adjacent to the base was that the location of the base had been compromised. Suddenly, a swarm of Decepticon fighter jets, led by the formidable Red Spider, erupted from the reprisal, hurtling towards the Autobot station above the base with lethal precision, unleashing a barrage of energy blasts upon them. The Autobots swiftly raised their energy rifles and cannons in retaliation. Yet the Decepticons poured forth incessantly like a relentless swarm of locusts. Autobots, retreat to the base. Optimus Prime commanded in a grave tone. They hastened back to the lift platform, while Fowler boarded a helicopter, soaring towards the Decepticons to buy the Autobots precious time. The base trembled under the onslaught of external firepower, dust cascading from the ceiling as Ratchet turned back to look at Optimus Prime. What is happening? The Decepticons have invaded Jasper, Optimus Prime replied, his brow furrowed as he cast a concerned glance at the ceiling. At that moment, the voice of Jolt crackled through, as he operated the wrecking ball to strike at the Decepticons in the sky. We are ultimately on the same side, and always will be. Jolt's voice carried a hint of amusement. Outside the base, a hail of gunfire raged on, the tremors of the base transmitting urgent signals of peril to the Autobots. Ratchet, prepared to teleport everyone out, Optimus Prime mused, deep in thought. After a moment, he raised his gaze, his eyes ablaze with resolve. Are we really going to abandon the base? Ratchet asked anxiously. The base cannot be held. Jolt and Fowler can only buy us time to evacuate, Optimus Prime replied, gently shaking his head. He turned to the Autobots and issued the command to disperse for evacuation. A fragmented retreat would minimize the risk of capture, preserving their chance for future regrouping and counterattack. Survival is our foremost objective now. Blade watched sorrowfully as the bright light of the land bridge illuminated the space. The intense tremors of the base signaling the encroaching danger and the passage of time. Bumblebee, along with RC, had already escorted Raph and the others to safety. Smoke, in a final salute to Optimus Prime, transformed into a sports car and sped into the land bridge. Ratchet, you go first, Blade said softly to Ratchet, who stood by the land bridge controls. I will manage the land bridge. Ratchet's optical lenses flickered as he sighed, not wasting a moment before approaching the land bridge. Gazing at the brilliant light before him, he lowered his optical lenses, reflecting, I never imagined it would end this way. No one could have anticipated such a conclusion. Sorrow firmly gripped their spark as the Autobots were propelled towards an uncertain future, shrouded in darkness. After confirming that the ambulance had transformed and departed, Laren turned to Optimus Prime, just about to speak, when the leader preempted him. You should leave, Laren. And you? Laren's spark leaped as he gazed at his leader, his voice trembling with concern. I will hold the rear, ensuring the Decepticons do not catch up, Optimus Prime replied softly. Their clear blue optics met, and he reiterated earnestly, Go, Laren. We both know you cannot stop here. Optimus's gaze shifted to the chest plate of the white and blue machine, where Laren's spark chamber resided, and he murmured, For Cybertron. For Cybertron. Laren paused momentarily, the words he intended to say swallowed back. He took a deep breath and approached the land bridge, turning to face his leader. There is no time to waste, he said as he locked eyes with Optimus. Finally, he implored softly, Optimus, I beg you survive. He cast one last glance at the leader's profound and luminous blue optics before transforming and driving onto the land bridge. The rearview mirror reflected the leader's silhouette gradually fading away as the vehicle traversed the bright turquoise corridor. What had once felt like a mere blink in distance now felt infinitely long to Laren, as the destination of the land bridge appeared in his optics. The speed of the white and blue sports car began to slow as he neared the exit. He gazed at the threshold he was about to cross and the unfamiliar sights beyond. The sounds of transformation gears whirred within his frame, and, at the junction, he reverted back, his optics dimming. In the next moment, he unhesitatingly forsook the imminent destination, turning back towards the land bridge's entrance. Chapter 105. Desolation. The once vibrant Autobot base now lay in ruins, engulfed in flames that consumed their earthly home. The ground was strewn with debris of steel and concrete. The intricate instruments painstakingly assembled by the ambulance reduced to charred remnants, scattered amidst the wreckage. A white helm cautiously emerged from the ground, smoke screen gazing at the devastation. his optics flickering momentarily before he regained focus and began to navigate through the rubble in search. Suddenly, he spotted something and rushed forward to grasp a hand protruding from the debris. Sparks erupted from the fractured digits, the scorched arm bristling with scratches and damage. The once vibrant red paint had nearly completely flaked away, leaving behind a dull hue that blended with the surroundings. Smoke Screen murmured softly as he cleared nearby rubble, revealing Optimus Prime's damaged faceplate and the dimly flickering blue optics. Just as he prepared to use the phase shifter to escape with Optimus, he heard a sound behind him. Smoke Screen's spark faltered. He had not anticipated the Decepticon's swift arrival. Instinctively, he concealed himself and looked back, spotting a dark armored figure, its features obscured, unsteadily crossing the debris toward him. As the smoke descended, preparing to stealthily slip away, the machine abruptly halted its steps, as if sensing a gaze upon it. The brilliant blue optical lens fixated intently on the direction of the smoke, causing it to freeze in its tracks. The smoke was I. Just as I was about to make my swift exit, the machine spoke, its voice hoarse and crackling with electric static, yet I recognized it immediately. The optical lens widened in disbelief as I beheld the approaching Cybertronian. Liarblade? It dawned on me that the machine was not merely cloaked in dark paint. Like Optimus Prime, Liarblade's originally pristine white and blue armor was now marred with scratches and damage, obscured by dust and soot that concealed its former luster. "It is I." Liarblade's voice trembled slightly, filled with anguish as he gazed at our leader, buried beneath rubble and barely clinging to life. "But why did you not evacuate? Did you remain here with Optimus Prime?" I noted that Liarblade was devoid of the mask he rarely removed. I often pondered the visage concealed beneath that mask, now obscured by dust, but this was not the moment to dwell on Liarblade's unclear features. Clearly, like Optimus, Liarblade's body had sustained grave injuries, yet I was perplexed as to how he could still function despite such severe wounds. The fusion cannon of a Decepticon warship could devastate even Optimus Prime. Liarblade's hands trembled ever so slightly at his sides. He tilted his head, and the scorched audio receptors twitched. In the next moment, his expression turned grave as the thunderous roar of fighter jet engines drew closer. "There is no time. We must leave. We can discuss this later," Liarblade urged, swiftly bending to support Optimus Prime's shoulder armor. In response, I quickly activated the phase shifter and lifted Optimus's leg armor as our bodies traversed the debris and vanished into the ruins. In the instant of our disappearance, two fighter jets transformed mid-air, descending and landing upon the ground emblazoned with the Autobot insignia amidst the wreckage. Megatron surveyed the lifeless ruins, a flicker of purple flashing through his darkened red optical lens. "Here, slow down." Liarblade and I cautiously relocated Optimus Prime to a subterranean cavern, while a nearby flyer hovered anxiously overhead, watching over our leader. Optimus's optical lenses, weary and pained, briefly closed. As we gently placed him upon the ground, those dim lenses gradually opened once more. The sound of Optimus' systems shifting was brief, yet heavy. As he struggled to turn his head and look at Liarblade and me, his gaze lingered on Liarblade's battered armor, his voice barely above a whisper. "I'm fine, Optimus. I am fine." Liarblade stifled the tremor in his hands, hurriedly retrieving medical tools from subspace. He tenderly touched Optimus's shoulder armor, his hoarse voice tinged with emotion. "There is no internal damage. I am well. Please take a good rest and conserve your strength. I will heal you." The voice of Li Ren gradually quivered with emotion. Listening to his words, Optimus Prime gently shook his head as if he wished to speak. Yet the fatigue of his body proved overwhelming, and his optics dimmed. Li Ren gazed at the shattered windshield upon Optimus Prime's chest, gritting his teeth to suppress the pain that lingered in his body, which made his hands uncooperative. He moved with utmost caution, fully aware that Optimus Prime's injuries were grave. Within his neural module, he simulated one treatment plan after another, yet every ounce of his experience and knowledge incessantly informed him that he could not save Optimus Prime. No one could rescue the current state of Optimus Prime. Li Ren despaired at this realization. A normal Cybertronian, subjected to such intense assault, would have long returned to the Allspark, yet perhaps due to his leadership module, Optimus Prime still clung to life. However, those once vibrant and clear optics now appeared dim and flickering, as if they might extinguish at any moment. Li Ren felt the condition of Optimus Prime's body deteriorating further. There were no complete medical facilities here, and his subspace contained only the most rudimentary medical tools. If he had been a tad more resolute in his choice to stay, or if he had run a little faster, he might have managed to shield Optimus Prime's body beneath his own before the impact of the Nemesis's fusion cannon struck, absorbing much of the blow. But he had not acted thus. He had left Optimus Prime to endure it alone. The tremors in his fingers grew increasingly intense, forcing Li Ren to cease his actions, temporarily abandoning the tools in his grasp as he clenched his fists in anguish. "Stop trembling. Be obedient," he silently implored his hands. As the residual pain in his body and the anxiety brought forth by his partially activated emotional module relentlessly assailed his neural module. "Li Ren, calm down," Fei Guoshan exclaimed, rushing forward to embrace Li Ren's wrist joint, urgency lacing his voice. "This place is secure. We are underground, and no one can receive signals." Smoke whispered softly to Li Ren, having observed his trembling form. After a moment's hesitation, he inquired, "Are you truly all right?" "I am fine," Li Ren replied, his tense form relaxing slightly in response to Smoke and Fei Guoshan's words. Bowing his head for a moment, he released his fists and picked up the tools from the ground once more. "I'm fine, Smoke." Li Ren gently stroked Fei Guoshan's head crest, and upon seeing him regain his composure, Fei Guoshan let out a sigh of relief. During the base's attack, Fei Guoshan had initially intended to follow Alcai and Jack in their escape, yet upon witnessing the fatigue and pain reflected in Li Ren's optics, he hesitated momentarily before choosing to remain perched on Li Ren's shoulder, watching as Alcai and Jack vanished into the land bridge. He had helplessly observed as Li Ren ultimately forsook the evacuation and dashed back into the land bridge, just as the fusion cannon of the Nemesis struck the base. Amidst Fei Guoshan's frantic calls, the ceiling of the base collapsed, debris raining down upon Li Ren and burying him, the impact of the fusion cannon striking him directly. Due to the self-healing abilities of Li Ren, only the external armor has sustained severe damage, while the internal mechanisms have been thoroughly repaired by the Allspark, leaving behind only minor circuit disruptions. The moment the fusion cannon ceased its assault, Li Ren struggled to push aside the rubble and rise, gazing at the ruins engulfed in flames. His blue optical sensors flickered uncertainly as he staggered a few steps, trembling hands lifting his gauntlet to remove the damaged visor, which he stored in subspace. Whereas Optimus Prime, Skyfire, filled with urgency, soared through the skies, seeking the last remaining traces of Optimus at the base. Suddenly, he spotted the shadow of Smoke Screen, stealthily observing and attempting to depart. He promptly returned to inform Li Ren. With a sigh, Skyfire gently reassured and patted Li Ren's gauntlet. Li Ren endeavored to appear normal, but Skyfire could sense his pain. The Autobots were in disarray, and Optimus was on the brink of collapse. What should they do? A flicker of confusion passed through Skyfire's optics. Smoke Screen's expression betrayed a lack of trust in Li Ren's reassurances. Li Ren sighed softly. He did not wish to impart further anxiety to this rookie, and he had just devised a potential solution. "Fortunately, you are here, Smokescreen." Li Ren struggled to suppress the discomfort within his body and spark, raising his head to smile at Smokescreen. "I am glad you returned with the phase shifter." "It's nothing. I merely followed the guidance of my core," Smokescreen replied, a hint of embarrassment coloring his features, though his spark soon settled into resolve. Their immediate priority was to heal Optimus. "I have a method to try, but I require time," Li Ren stated solemnly as he gazed down at their dormant leader. "I will safeguard you. Entrust your spark to me." Upon hearing there was a method, Smokescreen's optics brightened, and he nodded. "After a while, once the Decepticons withdraw, I will search the base for any medical equipment." "Thank you, Smokescreen," Li Ren said warmly, redirecting his focus back to Optimus, gently grasping his leader's feeble right hand. A deep sorrow enveloped him as he looked upon Optimus, lowering his optics in grief. In the darkness, the sound from the audio receptors gradually faded, leaving only the resonance of the spark's pulsation. He once again beheld the two blue sparks. A slender thread extended from the brighter spark, slowly connecting to the dimmer. "Weaken one. Optimus, hold on," Li Ren whispered silently. The thread bridged the two pulsating sparks, forming a fragile bridge of life. Chapter 106. Rebirth. The sound of transformation grew heavier, echoing within the confines of the underground space. Li Ren furrowed his brow, trembling uncontrollably due to the discomfort coursing through him. Just hold on a little longer, just a little longer. Vitality painfully seeped from his own spark. slowly transmitting through the thread to Optimus's spark. This process was arduous and excruciating. He felt his body weakening, fatigue relentlessly swelling within his neural module. I have returned. The sound of the smoke screen infiltrated the audio receiver, as Lee Run made a deep replacement, severing the connection between the two sparks. The invisible blue threads gradually faded into the darkness. Lee Run raised the flickering optical lens, gazing at the smoke screen that approached through the rocks, striving to mask the weariness in his voice. What's the situation? I have scoured every corner of the base. It has been completely emptied of medical equipment. All I found were these remnants of parts. The smoke screen sighed and shook his head, dejectedly lowering the item in his hand and tilting his optical lens downwards. How is Optimus Prime? I can barely prevent his spark from further weakening, Lee Ren replied, resting his hand on his forehead and gently shaking his head crest to awaken himself. My efficiency is far too low, even if I exert every ounce of my strength. The vitality I can transmit to Optimus Prime is scant. Yet, I will ensure he endures until we discover a new method. The smoke screen initially intended to fetch an ambulance. Lee Ren indeed knew the coordinates of the ambulance's evacuation point, but for them, without land bridges, it was far too distant. The ambulance would surely not remain in place, and time was of the essence. He had previously shared some secrets about his spark with the smoke screen, who had initially been skeptical. However, upon reflecting on those miraculous relics, the notion became less difficult to accept. Lee Ren picked up the rudimentary device he had cobbled together from spare parts and began to continue mending the wounds on Optimus Prime's chassis. He needed a brief respite to regain his energy in order to continue transmitting vitality to Optimus Prime through the spark source. The smoke screen sat despondently beside Optimus Prime, when suddenly, the sound of the leader's exhaust fan operating resonated slightly louder, and he slowly opened his optical lens. Optimus Prime. The smoke screen and Lee Ren immediately leaned closer, concern etched on their faces. The voice of the primal hammer, Optimus Prime, remained weak but was slightly clearer than before. Primal hammer? Primal hammer. The smoke screen paused momentarily, but quickly regained his composure, raising his head. He met Lee Ren's gaze, seeing the spark of hope igniting in each other's optical lenses. The primal hammer can surely restore Optimus Prime. I shall seek it out at once. The primal hammer must be hidden away by the Decepticons in some corner. The smoke screen's words were laced with exhilaration as he stood up, addressing Lee Ren. I leave Optimus Prime in your care, Lee Ren. I shall return swiftly. Be cautious, smoke screen, Lee Ren said solemnly, watching as he activated the phase shifter and vanished into the rocks. The leader also slightly turned his head to watch the smoke screen depart, then let out a heavy sigh before turning his gaze back to Lee Ren. Lee Ren, Optimus Prime's optical lens, now glimmering with a hint of brightness, flickered. I am here, Optimus Prime. Lee Ren softly reassured the leader, his hand still deftly maneuvering the device. You'll be all right soon. Do not expend any more energy from the spark source, Optimus Prime cautioned, observing the fatigue in Lee Ren's optical lens. Your body is weakening as a result. I am fine, Optimus Prime. I will gradually recover. Lee Ren felt a pang of trepidation as he gazed upon the shattered visage of Optimus Prime beneath the optical lens. Grasping the instrument tightly in his hands, he resolved that nothing mattered more than the life of his leader. He would sacrifice everything for that purpose. But Cybertron is more important than I am. Optimus's voice emerged faintly as he softly urged. Yet Cybertron cannot exist without you, Optimus, Lee Ren lamented, his sorrowful gaze resting upon his leader. His hand gently rested upon Optimus's armor, conveying the sentiment, we cannot endure your absence. I have faith in Smoke Screen's capabilities. Once he retrieves the Star Hammer, you shall surely recover, he reassured. Optimus merely shook his head, opting for silence, fatigue weighing heavily upon him as he closed his optical lens once more. Lee Ren understood that Optimus had not shut down, yet the unspoken words left him in a state of unease. Recalling the resolute determination that had flickered in Optimus's optical lens after the destruction of the ultimate Godlock, he surmised the gravity of the situation. As thoughts of what Optimus might undertake crossed his mind, Lee Ren felt his hands tremble anew. Swiftly, he flew over to grasp his fingers reassuringly. He sighed deeply, raising a hand to stroke the head of the flying mountain, casting a glance toward Optimus. Yet words eluded him, silenced by trepidation. He feared to voice the question that lingered, apprehensive of the harsh truth that might follow. Silence enveloped the cavern, broken only by the muffled hum of the Leader-S exhaust fan and the delicate sounds of Li Ren-S medical instruments at work. It was not until Smoke Screen emerged once more from the shadows, dragging the sacred artifact beside him, that the atmosphere shifted. The star hammer. Li Ren halted his actions. Rising swiftly. I have found it. Optimus can use it to restore himself. Smoke Screen's voice radiated with joy as he approached Optimus eagerly. Upon hearing the excitement in Smoke Screen's voice, Optimus reopened his optical lens. Yet his words remained laden with weariness. I did not ask you to retrieve the star hammer for this. What? Smoke Screen exclaimed, confusion evident in his optical lens. While Li Ren's spark dimmed sharply at Optimus' words. The energy of the star hammer is not inexhaustible. It has begun to wane. It may be diminished, but that is inconsequential, as long as it can revive you and bring you back to the battlefield. Smoke Screen insisted fervently. Regardless of its energy, it must be utilized to reconstruct the ultimate godlock, to revive Cybertron. Optimus's voice was soft yet resolute. But what about you, Optimus? Just as Li Ren had feared, Optimus intended to forsake himself. Kneeling weakly beside him, he implored, but what of you? Do you wish for us to watch you depart? What matters most is the survival of our race. That is far more significant than individual existence. Optimus regarded Li Ren with a gentle gaze, and that includes me. Li Ren could bear it no longer. He fixated on the leader before him, despair and madness gnawing at his spark. Clenching his fists tightly, the cleansing liquid flowed from his optical lens as waves of intense, dull pain surged from his chest. Even in this moment, as death approaches, Optimus Prime's optical lenses remain unwaveringly calm. The leader does not fear death. He willingly offers his life for the sake of his home planet. Yet why, oh why, must the one to depart be you? The cleansing fluid cascades down his visage, mingling with dust before dripping onto the charred armor, falling onto the damp earth below. Ratchet softly chokes back sobs, questioning why you cannot be a little more selfish for yourself. At the moment Optimus Prime chose to destroy the ultimate godlock, no, perhaps even earlier, when he resolved to sacrifice the hope of Cybertron-S revival to save Earth, he had already sentenced himself to death. You cherish the lives of all. You can forgive any soul burdened with guilt who wishes to return. Ratchet's optical lenses flicker with sorrow, his voice trembling. Yet he is so cruel to himself. I implore you, Optimus, I beseech you, Ratchet murmured, his hand resting on Optimus's arm, pleading for the leader to rekindle hope for life, to survive. This is my fate. Optimus Prime sighed softly. The gentle leader's words at this moment were painfully harsh. But this should not be your conclusion. Optimus has yet to witness the rebirth of Cybertron. He has endured 4 million years of suffering, bearing the weight of Cybertron's future on his shoulders. He deserves respect and admiration. He should stand in the sunlight, surrounded by blooming flowers, not fade away silently in the damp, confined earth. Optimus, we cannot exist without you. The matrix of leadership is a sacred relic. Smoke looked helplessly at Optimus. This great leader was about to depart, and he could not help but weep, cleansing fluid spilling from his optical lenses. In this moment, he desperately sought to persuade Optimus. How can we rejuvenate Cybertron without your guidance? There will be a new leader, Optimus replied softly, slowly raising his hand to gently grasp Ratchet's arm, his gaze shifting to the stunned Ratchet. The moment for a new leader has arrived. He is here, right before me. What? Smoke and Flyover exclaimed in astonishment. What? Ratchet's optical lenses widened. Disbelief etched across his face as he gazed into Optimus's eyes. This cannot be. Ratchet hastily rose, eager to see Optimus's gaze shift away, to convince himself that the words spoken were not meant for him. Yet Optimus's gaze remained steadfast. No, Optimus. You know I cannot do this. I cannot be a leader. I cannot guide the Autobots toward the future. Ratchet was acutely aware of his shortcomings. Setting aside his emotional module issues, his weak character and attitude towards Megatron rendered him a disaster for the Autobots should he assume leadership. He simply lacked the ability to lead. He understood that he was unworthy of assuming the responsibilities and rights of Optimus Prime. He would bring shame upon the esteemed title of leader. This was the choice of the leader module, Blade. Optimus Prime's voice jolted Blade back to reality. No, Optimus. I cannot do it. Blade endeavored to calm himself, sensing dimly that Optimus's spark was gradually waning. He temporarily cast aside this absurd and erroneous decision. Gripping Optimus's right hand once more, hoping to channel vitality into the spark of leadership. The blue threads had scarcely begun to reach out before being suppressed by an invisible force. Blade furrowed his brow and opened his optical sensors, meeting the gaze of Optimus Prime. Optimus was resisting his assistance. "The leader module will guide you," he spoke softly to Blade, "and I shall teach you to become a true leader." Optimus. Blade found himself in a state of panic, witnessing Optimus's spark slowly losing its brilliance. Although Optimus's condition had seemingly stabilized, why was his spark suddenly deteriorating at an accelerated pace? A chilling hypothesis flashed through Blade's mind. Was the leader module eagerly seeking its next host, with the true Primus ensnared in slumber? Was the leader module desperately pursuing the energy of the spark source within Primus? Did this imply that the leader module's choice of him was not due to his suitability as the next leader, but merely a consequence of its attraction to the nearby spark source? If that were the case, it would be utterly ludicrous. "Who stands before me?" Optimus whispered, his voice weakening with each passing moment. "Who calls for me?" Blade observed as Optimus's optical sensors lost focus, the aperture widening gradually, the already dim optics flickering with increasing frequency. Blade's own spark sensed something pulsing violently in response. "Optimus! Optimus!" Blade cried out, yet Optimus did not turn towards him, nor did he offer any sign of acknowledgement. His optical sensors gazed into the distance. "Answer me." "No." As that hue of blue faded entirely, Blade felt a violent roar erupt within his mind module. Yet in the next instant, Optimus's window suddenly sprang open, a brilliant blue light radiating from his chest. It was the leader module. Blade's spark transmitted an inexplicable sensation, feeling a connection forming between the luminescent leader module and his own spark, a bond that was growing increasingly clear and robust. He witnessed the blue spark energy slowly coalescing above Optimus's chest plate, signifying that Optimus had departed. And soon that spark energy would soar into his chest plate, returning to the spark source, just as he had seen countless times before. "No." Blade's grip on Optimus's right hand tightened instinctively as he painfully lowered his optical sensors, resisting the surge of energy that approached him. In the next instant, he was taken aback. Through the connection between the leader module and the two machines, he sensed that the thread linking his spark with Optimus Prime's spark had transformed into a robust bridge. Unlike the previous sluggish transfer of vitality, the energy from his spark was now effortlessly flowing into the dimmed spark of Optimus Prime. He witnessed the energy coalescing, gradually returning to the open chest of Optimus Prime. Yet it was not enough. "Smokescreen, quickly, use the hammer of the primes." Joy surged within him as he called out. The previously sorrowful smokescreen snapped back to reality at his loud summons, obediently turning to place the hammer of the primes into Optimus Prime's hand. The hammer responded to the leader's power, beginning to operate as its energy, along with that of the Allspark, surged continuously into Optimus Prime's spark. A bright, gentle blue light enveloped the damaged form of Optimus Prime and the nearby Blade, illuminating the once dim spark anew. Optimus Prime's body began to transform. The colorless armor was reconstructing as the intense energies from Primus reshaped the Cybertronian leader S-form. A warm power also gently brushed over the Blade and his spark, alleviating the lingering pain in his body. Suddenly, he felt Optimus Prime's previously motionless right hand twitch slightly. The once open windows of the vehicle mode closed, sealing the leader module beneath the chest plate as the light gradually faded, revealing Optimus Prime's revitalized and towering form before them. In the astonished gaze of the two machines, the leader abruptly opened his bright, profound blue optical sensors. "This is truly magnificent," Smokescreen exclaimed, fixated on the newly upgraded Optimus Prime soaring into the horizon, his optical sensors shimmering. He was nearly beside himself with excitement, wanting to turn to the freshly painted Blade beside him to share his thoughts, but his words faltered as he noticed something. He stepped back, pointing at the bewildered Blade, and shouted in terror, "Blade, what is that on your shoulder?" The small figure perched on the Blade's right shoulder instinctively leaned over to peer at the left shoulder, questioning, what is he talking about? Is he still able to speak? The small figure suddenly realized something, staring blankly at Smokescreen, as their contrasting blue optical sensors met in midair. Then, both the machine and the figure erupted in a simultaneous scream. Chapter 107. Reunion. As the two vehicles sped towards the battlefield, the peak of darkness was already filled with the thunderous sounds of explosions, and the menacing edges of the buildings were crumbling downwards. We missed it, Smoke Screen lamented, transforming back with a hint of regret as he gazed at the distant flames. He could not resist squeezing the red rice cooker that had moved from the driver's seat to his hand, its texture pleasantly resilient, leaving slight indentations where his fingers pressed. "Hey, kid, let go of me," the small figure protested, flailing his tiny hands and forcefully breaking free, bouncing upward and colliding with Smoke Screen's faceplate. "Ouch, be gentle." The smoke screen was pushed back a few steps as the rice cooker, which had been resting on the faceplate, was grasped firmly. "Fly over mountain." Without hesitation, it broke free from the smoke screen and leaped onto the arm of Lei Run, who stood nearby. "This fellow was rather reckless. My apologies, I did not mean to." The smoke screen coughed lightly, a hint of embarrassment in its voice as it regarded Fly over mountain with curiosity. Yet the sensation was indeed delightful, and it was simply marvelous. Was this the power of the Allspark? Would all fallen Cybertronians eventually transform into such forms? No, that is not the case. Lei Run replied with a wry smile, gently lifting Fly over mountain from his arm and placing him upon his shoulder. The situation of this young Cybertronian was rather unique. After a brief moment of astonishment, Fly over mountain displayed a keen interest and curiosity as they prepared to head to the battlefield. He even invited Fly over mountain to sit in the sports car, posing numerous questions along the way. Fly over mountain appeared somewhat speechless. Yet Lei Run could distinctly sense his exhilaration. Transforming from an invisible ghost, unseen by anyone save for Lei Run, into a tangible entity visible and touchable by others. Fly over mountain now yearned to converse with his comrades. He longed to CRC. At that moment, communication devices chimed, indicating that the battle at Dark Peak had concluded. The Autobots had triumphed under the leadership of Optimus Prime, who had returned from his upgrade. Ratchet inquired about their location, preparing to bring them back through the land bridge of the Arkansas. "Are you ready, Fly over mountain?" The land bridge opened before them, and Lei Run spoke with a smile, tilting his head to glance at the somewhat tense Fly over mountain on his shoulder. "Absolutely." Fly over mountain grinned, having envisioned his return countless times during his absence. This moment, though different from his imaginings, was filled with wonder. They would surely be taken aback. The smoke screen interjected eagerly, unable to contain his excitement at the thought of witnessing everyone's astonished expressions. He dashed into the land bridge first, with Lei Run gently patting the rice cooker's head sculpture and closely following behind. "Hey, everyone, look who we have here," the smoke screen shouted as he entered the Ark, drawing the attention of all present and gesturing grandly towards the land bridge. Lei Run, emerging from the land bridge and catching the gazes directed his way, felt a twinge of awkwardness. He smiled and subtly averted his eyes, beginning to miss his mask. "Smokescreen, what mischief are you up to with Lei Run? How did you convince him?" Ratchet inquired helplessly, but his voice suddenly faltered upon seeing the rice cooker waving at them from Lei Run's shoulder. By Primus Jax and Cosmos exchanged puzzled glances, yet RC abruptly stood up, her optical receptors widening in astonishment as she gazed at the crimson figure. As the red rice cooker entered the base, its gaze locked onto RC's, and she felt an intense surge of vitality emanating from the Allspark. It may sound absurd, but her instinct screamed that this was indeed Fly over mountain. She had just been lamenting in sorrow. The model of the flying mountain that Lei Run had gifted her was placed beside her charging bed in her room. The evacuation had been so hurried and abrupt that she was unable to take the model with her. With the destruction of the base, that model was forever left amidst the ruins. At this moment, however, that familiar figure reappeared, not a lifeless model, but a living, breathing entity. The voice of Fei Guoshan Alxi trembled with incredulity, and she instinctively took a few steps forward, gently raising her hand. "Is it really you?" Alxi, the rice cooker, gazed at her, and the small optical lens began to overflow with cleansing liquid. He moved, trying to descend from Lei Run's shoulder, exclaiming, "I have returned." Lei Run quickly raised his hand to steady the swaying body of Fei Guoshan, carefully lifting the red rice cooker from his shoulder and stepping forward to place it in Alxi's hands. The instant the rice cooker opened, Alxi completely confirmed his identity. The soft, tangible sensation of his fingers made Alxi involuntarily choke back a few sobs. Her optical lens shimmered. After a few moments of adjustment, she smiled at Fei Guoshan, saying, I knew it was you. It's been so long. You've become rounder and even plumper. Hey. When we reunite after such a long time, can we not focus on my current figure? Fei Guishan chuckled, grasping Alxi's arm. You mustn't disdain me for this. Partner. Of course not, partner. Alxi embraced Fei Guishan tightly, lowering her optical lens. Welcome back, Fei Guishan. Bumblebee widened his optical lens, gazing at the red rice cooker adorned with 2 silver horns and the voice of a comrade, exclaiming in astonishment. Is he truly Fei Guishan? The partition exclaimed in shock. Absolutely. Friends, I have returned. Fei Guishan smiled at them. The members of the reunited Leader S-Guard excitedly began to discuss. As the partition and smokescreen brought Taiyang Tianxiao, Jin, and Jack over to introduce them. Taiyang Tianxiao looked at the chattering crowd, initially intending to reprimand them. But upon learning of Fei Guishan's miraculous return from death, he refrained from disrupting the joyous atmosphere. A subtle smile gracing his gaze. Welcome back, soldier. After they inquired how Fei Guishan had perished and then resurrected in this form, he realized he could not disclose the secret of the spark without Li Ren's consent. Thus he refrained from providing a clear explanation. The emotionally charged members of the Leader S-Guard paid no heed to his reticence, eagerly recounting their experiences during his absence. Li Ren quietly distanced himself from the conversing Autobots, approaching the ambulance and Optimus Prime standing nearby. This is nothing short of a miracle. The ambulance marveled at the rice cooker, surrounded by others. Turning to Li Ren, he asked, how did you accomplish this? It's somewhat difficult to explain. Li Ren, somewhat helpless, looked up at Optimus Prime, and after receiving a gentle nod, he revealed to the ambulance the secret of his spark and a portion of the events that transpired in the underground cave. Perhaps it was the resonance of the leader module with the ember source that endowed the entity with flight. You kept something so crucial from me regarding the ember source. Li Ren pondered aloud, the ambulance fixated on the evidently knowledgeable Optimus Prime and Li Ren, his gaze drifting sideways at the 2 mechs. With a resigned sigh, he turned his attention back to Li Ren. So, is this the reason for the uniqueness of your form? Indeed, Li Ren replied, nodding gently, his tone tinged with regret. I apologize for having concealed this from you, ambulance. Enough. I understand your reasons for withholding this information. Ambulance waved his hand dismissively, pivoting towards the laboratory of the Arkansas. I need to prepare. We must conduct a checkup on the flying entity upon our arrival at the new base. As Li Ren observed Ambulance depart to gather his tools, he fell silent for a moment before meeting Optimus Prime's optical sensors. I'm truly sorry, Optimus. He had not heeded Optimus's advice. The energy of the hammer of the Chosen was now depleted, rendering it an ordinary hammer, incapable of reconstructing the ultimate divine lock. Yet he harbored no regrets for his choice. Li Ren, what has transpired cannot be altered, Optimus stated, devoid of reproach. His luminous optics brimmed with acceptance and tranquility as he stepped closer, placing a gentle hand on Li Ren's shoulder. But we can still forge ahead into the future. The leader cast a soft gaze towards the excited Autobots, prompting Li Ren to follow his line of sight. With a smile, Optimus quietly declared together. Chapter 108. Reconstruction under Fuller's guidance. The Autobots arrived at their new base, where the reconstruction proceeded methodically. Li Ren and Ambulance collaborated to assemble the necessary instruments from the remnants of the Ark and materials provided by humanity. However, they were ultimately constrained by Earth's resources, leading to some rather rudimentary equipment. The majority of the previous base's apparatus was crafted from a blend of materials I brought from Cybertron and those sourced from Earth. Ambulance remarked, his focus on assembling a circuit board. There are hardly any usable materials for the Ark. Earth's technology is woefully antiquated. At least the land bridge could have transported the Ark directly, Li Ren replied, wielding his welding gun with a hint of exasperation. Starting from scratch would be excessively arduous. Ambulance huffed softly, placing the completed circuit board aside. He then gazed at Li Ren, who was still welding metal. After a moment of contemplation, he inquired quietly, Li Ren, what of your mask? Li Ren's movements abruptly froze, but he swiftly regained composure, setting down his welding gun to retrieve the shattered, charred mask from subspace. Gently tracing its edges, he sighed, seemingly attempting to quell the surge of emotions from the ember within. I didn't manage to retrieve it when the fusion cannon struck. Li Ren shook his head softly, addressing Ambulance. Once we conclude our tasks in the coming days, I shall attempt to repair it. Ambulance, Aware that the mask was a gift from Wheeljack, blinked his optical sensors. I am quite familiar with Wheeljack's creations. I can assist you in restoring this mask. Li Run had no intention of troubling the ambulance, but upon witnessing the complex emotions reflected in its blue optical lenses, he contemplated for a moment before handing over the damaged mask in his possession. With a smile, he said, I leave it in your capable hands, ambulance. Thank you. It is but a trivial matter. The ambulance accepted the mask, conducted a brief examination, and then placed it into subspace. Aware of Li Ren's grateful gaze, it quietly diverted its eyes and spoke softly. Once the medical and experimental facilities were assembled, the ambulance and Li Ren proceeded to examine the body of Fei Guoshan. The results soon emerged. Although Fei Guoshan now possessed a physical form, his essence remained a mass of highly pure spark energy. This peculiar state was likely due to the uniqueness of his ability to linger in the world after death. As he resonated with the leader module, he absorbed the abundant energy, which facilitated his solidification. Preliminary assessments revealed that Fei Guoshan's body was soft and elastic, lacking offensive capabilities yet exhibiting considerable bounce, while losing the ability to pass through walls and fly freely. After observing for a few days, Li Ren noted that Fei Guoshan no longer required periodic proximity to him to replenish his spark energy, nor would he be summoned back by the spark source upon energy depletion. This phenomenon appeared to be unique to Fei Guoshan, raising the question of whether the mechanical dog aboard the Retribution was similarly affected. Calculating the passage of time, it was nearly the moment for the mechanical dog to be recalled. If it did not appear then, perhaps it too had transitioned from a spiritual entity to a physical one. Li Ren gazed gently at Fei Guoshan, who was resting on the sofa. The red rice cooker, owing to its soft texture, was being lightly embraced or grasped by 3 resting children, prompting him to chuckle softly. A thought struck him, and he looked down at his own smooth and polished coating. Most of the energy generated from the resonance between the spark source and the leader module had been transferred to Optimus Prime, while a portion had been utilized to activate Fei Guoshan's spark energy. Upon sensing that the residual energy had repaired his armor and internal circuitry, Li Ren observed Optimus Prime soaring towards the dark pinnacle. Hesitant, he ultimately decided to discreetly attempt to operate his transformation gears. The transformation gears vibrated momentarily before settling back into their customary calm. It seemed that the power that had repaired his body was not as potent as that of the hammer of the Chosen. Failing to reconstruct the missing components within the transformation gears, although somewhat disappointing, he still had the advantage of a one-touch welding for broken circuits and rapid full-body cleaning and polishing. Certainly a worthwhile endeavor. In the midst of his joy for the potential corporeal forms of Fei Guoshan and the mechanical dog, Li Ren's spirits dampened when a small optical feline suddenly appeared before him in the optical lens. Why aren't you wearing the mask? The mechanical dog inquired, sensing Li Ren's troubled expression and asking nervously, what is wrong? The mechanical dog was aware that the latest Decepticon operation had inflicted severe damage upon humanity, Earth, and the Autobots, and had followed Soundwave closely to the scene when the ultimate God Lock was activated. The nearly shattered inquiries of Li Ren filled the mechanical hound with a profound sense of sorrow and empathy. He disagreed with Megatron's methods, yet felt powerless to instigate any change. Thus, he concealed himself in the shadows behind Soundwave, unable to confront Li Ren. During the fierce battle atop the dark pinnacle, he failed to catch a glimpse of Li Ren and even contemplated the possibility of Li Ren being slain by the onslaught of the fusion cannon. However, upon further reflection, he realized that if Li Ren perished, he too would surely have been reduced to ashes, which provided him with a slight sense of relief. As he sensed the summons of the Allspark with the depletion of his energy, the mechanical hound felt a twinge of anxiety. He understood that Li Ren's temperament would not lead him to direct his ire towards him. Yet he could not help but worry that Li Ren might harbor resentment against him. With a sigh, Li Ren resignedly instructed the flickering optical lens of the mechanical hound to observe the direction of the flying mountain. The mechanical hound, initially pondering how to alleviate Li Ren's anger, was suddenly struck dumb upon spotting the slumbering red rice cooker on the sofa. In disbelief, he uttered, "What is this?" Li Ren then invited the mechanical hound to perch upon his shoulder, guiding him into the room where he recounted the events that had transpired and the findings from the examination of the flying mountain's body. I had thought that the energy you all received granted you a physical form, Li Ren remarked with a hint of melancholy. But it now appears that only the flying mountain present at the scene was affected by that power. The mechanical hound bowed his head in silence. I'm truly sorry. Mechanical hound, Li Ren said solemnly. I will continue to seek solutions. It's nothing to worry about, the mechanical hound replied after a moment, his tone light and indifferent. He endeavored to suppress the bitterness within his core, infusing his voice with a cheerful note. Did you not say that after the resurrection of Cybertron, we would all be reborn? I will eventually reunite with the others, albeit a little later than that fellow. This diminutive form is hardly imposing. What if I return and Laserbeak mocks me, and I cannot best him? Moreover, that Autobot currently cannot fly at will or pass through walls, lacking my freedom. The mechanical hound gently nudged Li Ren's neck, contemplating that if he were to be seen, he could never conceal or lie to Soundwave. Should Soundwave inquire about the reasons for his resurrection and the intelligence he had gleaned while in a spectral state, he would undoubtedly betray Li Ren's trust. Reflecting on the actions of the Decepticons, the mechanical hound wearily rested upon Li Ren's shoulder. Lord Megatron is becoming increasingly unhinged. Li Ren paused in his gesture of affection, having been mulling over a particular thought during this period. The appearance of Optimus Prime after his upgrade struck a familiar chord within him. He recalled the future that Primus had shown him upon his memory restoration, a future that originally belonged to Optimus Prime and Megatron. In that original conclusion, when Optimus Prime sacrificed himself by leaping into the well of all sparks for the sake of Cybertron, it was precisely this form that he bore. Previously, when Optimus Prime was on the brink of death, Li Ren had assumed that his intervention had led this world towards a grimmer fate. However, it now appeared that such was not the case. That future was inexorably drawing nearer. At that time, Megatron's fate was to be manipulated by the Cosmic Emperor to attack the planet Cybertron. After the Cosmic Emperor was sealed away, he chose to leave and pursue his own path. Earth is the Cosmic Emperor, and it is implausible that Megatron could forget this so swiftly. Utilizing the power of the ultimate Godlock to transform Earth into Cybertron could only serve to augment the Cosmic Emperor's strength, potentially even rousing the Cosmic Emperor from his long slumber. The spark of hope ignited within Blade, pondering whether Megatron had not entirely succumbed to madness, but rather was subtly influenced by the dark energy residing within him. Chapter 109. The Grim Behemoth. Recently, the Decepticons have been exceedingly active, scouring for the remains of the Grim Behemoth. The Decepticon scientist Shockwave is analyzing Cybertronian nucleic acids to synthesize this ancient Cybertronian species. The notion of resurrecting an extinct, powerful Cybertronian life form sounds astonishing, and Blade could not help but be awed by Shockwave's intellect and prowess. His capabilities are equally formidable. Blade recalled encountering Shockwave 4 million years ago. The oppressive aura he exuded alongside Soundwave is a memory Blade would never forget. Before flying over the mountains, he had mentioned Shockwave to him. Back then, RC struck his optical lens within the space bridge, and the next moment, a violent explosion ensued. They all presumed Shockwave perished there, yet he continued to thrive, furthering his research on Cybertron. Truly a fearsome adversary, Blade contemplated as he reviewed the information about him. The reconstruction of the base still has numerous unfinished tasks, which is why Blade has refrained from undertaking field missions during this period, collaborating with Ratchet to enhance facility construction and organize base information. Occasionally, Jolt would eagerly approach Ratchet, drawing a disdainful wave of the wrench from Ratchet. Observing Jolt leaning against the work desk, his gaze fixated on Ratchet with a hint of a smile, Blade discreetly shifted aside, choosing not to disturb them. Jolt's impetuous nature stood in stark contrast to the rigid seriousness of Optimus, suggesting some discord had arisen during their missions together. On that occasion, they returned with dire news. The Grim Behemoth, originally cast away to the Arctic by their cunning, had acclimated to the low temperatures during this time, escaping its frozen state and returning to the Decepticons, causing significant trouble for Optimus and his team. Blade developed a profound interest in the Grim Behemoth, based on the accounts of the Autobots who had battled him. He was not a mindless beast, but rather a formidable and intelligent prehistoric species of Cybertron. Were it not for his allegiance to the Decepticons, Blade would have genuinely relished the opportunity to converse with him. During Optimus's tenure with the Leader's Guard, the Autobots' operational dynamics had changed considerably. Blade had heard of this officer's formidable reputation back on Cybertron, yet experiencing his strictness firsthand left Blade astounded. Commander Optimus, here is the detailed report on the facilities and equipment we have renovated this week, along with a report on the missing parts for the incomplete equipment. End of report. Li Ren deeply replaced the data boards and handed them over to Tong Tianxiao with both hands. Received, Medical Officer. Tong Tianxiao opened the data boards to examine their contents. After a moment, he nodded and returned one of the boards to Li Ren, speaking gravely. Submit the report on the missing components to Agent Fuller this afternoon. Your primary task now is to assist the ambulance in perfecting the experimental equipment needed for the synthesis of the super energy project. Yes, Commander Tong, Li Ren replied, his tense mechanical body relaxing as he watched Tong Tianxiao depart. Why must I write this? After Tong Tianxiao left, Fei Guoshan, halting his small hand movements, ran to the edge of the high platform and quietly lamented to Li Ren. Even in death, I must write a report. I cannot even copy Alxes yet. This is too tragic. Li Ren couldn't help but chuckle softly, reaching out to pat Fei Guoshan's head. The members of the elite guard, aside from the busy ambulance and the disobedient Jack, could not relax in the presence of the stern commander. The roar of an aircraft sounded at the entrance of the base as Optimus Prime returned from his reconnaissance. The Autobots joyfully approached their leader. Li Ren intended to join them to hear what Optimus had discovered, but as he turned, he noticed Tong Tianxiao standing silently, observing Optimus and the Autobots. His footsteps faltered. Li Ren understood that beneath Tong Tianxiao's seemingly rigid exterior lay a more flexible core. On the day Fei Guoshan returned, he had seen the commander frown several times at the cacophony of the Autobots, yet he refrained from reprimanding them. Upon learning of Fei Guoshan's resurrection, his brow had relaxed, and he welcomed him with a smile in his optics. Li Ren did not believe Tong Tianxiao to be a commander impervious to other suggestions. After a moment of contemplation, he slowly approached Tong Tianxiao and casually greeted Commander Tong. Medical Officer Tong Tianxiao responded with a nod, returning to focus. Li Ren hesitated briefly before softly saying, Commander Tong, you are a leader worthy of respect. I do not wish to question your judgment. However, perhaps the elite guard differs from the armies you have previously commanded. Tong Tianxiao's optics flickered as he pondered Li Ren's words. After a moment, he replied earnestly, I will give your words due consideration, Medical Officer. Seeing Optimus Prime finishing his conversation with the Autobots and approaching Tong Tianxiao, Li Ren decided not to linger further. He bid farewell to Tong Tianxiao and made his way to his work desk. Moments later, an alarm suddenly blared from the base's instruments, displaying an exposed energy signal on the screen. The Autobots were currently in dire need of energy reserves, which was the reason for the ambulance's decision to restart the super energy synthesis project. They could not afford to miss this opportunity. Li Ren joined Optimus Prime and the others in action, where the Autobots effortlessly dealt with the Decepticon minions transporting the super energy ore. Li Ren's gaze involuntarily drifted towards the adjacent mine, his spark inexplicably flickering with a sense of joy. What could possibly lie within? Thunder Rescue Team, search the mine. Optimus Prime commanded in a deep voice. The rest of you, transport the Energon or back to the base. The Thunder Rescue Team and Smokescreen had already entered the mine. Shaking his head to dispel his wandering thoughts, Li Ren pushed the cart laden with Energon or back to the base. As he distanced himself from the mine, he felt his spark suddenly plunge into a state of despondency. This was an unprecedented occurrence. A spark was an intrinsic part of a Cybertronian. So how could the emotions sensed within it exist independently of the Cybertronian? Did the spark sense something? After pondering for a moment, Li Ren returned to Optimus Prime's side and looked up, saying, Optimus, I request permission to proceed into the mine to assist the Thunder Rescue Team. Granted. Optimus Prime's optics flickered as he contemplated, then gently nodded at Li Ren. Maintain communication. Contact us immediately if there are any developments. Understood. Entering the dimly lit mine, Li Ren felt his spark pulsating intensely. The mine was unnervingly silent, and he saw no sign of the Decepticons. The Thunder Rescue Team, having entered earlier, was likely deep within by now. As he approached a fork illuminated by his optics, pondering which path to take, an explosion suddenly erupted from the right tunnel, causing the entire mine to tremble and debris to rain down upon him. Li Ren's gaze sharpened as he swiftly transformed into a sports car and sped toward the right tunnel. In the next instant, He saw dozens of blue sparks of energy hurtling towards him, merging with his own spark in an instant. An inexplicable sadness welled up within his spark, causing Li Ren to grow anxious. Could some of that spark energy belong to Tong Tianxiao and the others? Gritting his teeth, he accelerated deeper into the mine. At that moment, Chong Yun Zhao's fury blazed within his optics as he lifted the massive boulder, pinning him down, and mercilessly slammed the Autobot, known as Jack, onto the stone wall, trapping him. These wretched Autobots had slain all his soon-to-be-born brethren. Watching Tong Tianxiao attempt to retrieve the hammer, he ruthlessly stomped down on Tong Tianxiao's right hand. The sharp pain elicited a scream from Tong Tianxiao, providing Chong Yun Zhao with a fleeting sense of relief, though it was far from sufficient. Just as he prepared to utterly incapacitate Tong Tianxiao's right hand, a white and blue sports car suddenly appeared in the tunnel, crashing into Chong Yun Zhao at high speed. The unexpected impact forced Chong Yun Zhao to stagger back a few steps, releasing his foot armor from Tong Tianxiao's hand. However, he quickly regained his balance and seized the sports car, intending to hurl it away. Before making his move, Li Ren swiftly transformed and delivered a powerful punch to the faceplate of Chong Yun Zhao. The blow inflicted little harm upon Chong Yun Zhao, who effortlessly restrained Li Ren and flung him against a distant stone wall. Amidst the swirling dust, Li Ren coughed a few times before rising to his feet, observing the approaching Chong Yun Zhao, who had been successfully drawn to his presence. "Are you the monstrous tyrant?" Li Ren swiftly rolled to the side to evade another punch from Chong Yun Zhao. Cracks spread across the stone wall, causing a sinking feeling in his heart. He discreetly maneuvered Chong Yun Zhao away from the temporarily incapacitated Tong Xiangxiu and Qian Jindian. With his right hand subtly reaching into subspace, several small spherical objects silently fell to the ground. With a cold gaze, he inquired, "Why do you seek to harm the Autobots? How dare you ask me why?" Chong Yun Zhao roared in fury, seizing the evasive Li Ren and forcefully pinning him against the wall. He effortlessly subdued the struggling Autobot, tightening his grip around the blue and white machine's neck. "You, Autobots, you have slain my soon-to-be-born brethren, my kin." Li Ren was momentarily stunned. He suddenly comprehended the peculiar nature of the Allspark. Since Cybertron had lost its vitality, no new life had emerged. The Allspark rejoiced for the impending life while mourning their demise. Li Ren had not anticipated that Shockwave could indeed create life, albeit for the purpose of destruction. A twinge of compassion flickered within Li Ren, yet the urgency lay in stalling for time. He noticed in the distance that Tong Xiangxiu and Qian Jindian were struggling to rise, but remained immobile. They required immediate treatment. And Optimus Prime was surely on his way after hearing the explosion. As Chong Yun Zhao tightened his grip on Li Ren's neck, Li Ren realized that if he did not speak soon, this monstrous tyrant would snap his neck in an instant. "I apologize. The tyrant poses too great a danger to the beings of this planet. You belong to the Decepticon faction, and the Autobots cannot allow the tyrant to harm humanity. However, Cybertron is your homeland, the true land suitable for your existence. My kin have all perished at your hands. What use is there in saying this?" Chong Yun Zhao's yellow optics gleamed with rage, and he increased the pressure in his grip, the sound of crumpling armor and circuits filling the air. "Your brethren can return." Li Ren managed to shout amid the suffocating grip before Chong Yun Zhao could fully unleash his wrath. "What?" Chong Yun Zhao halted, his optics fixated on Li Ren. "Those monstrous sparks have returned to the Allspark. After the resurrection of Cybertron, the deceased Cybertronians shall be reborn." Li Ren felt the pressure on his neck relent. He did not attempt to break free, but instead met Chong Yun Zhao's scrutinizing gaze, speaking earnestly. Chong Yun Zhao's optics flickered at his words, displaying a moment of uncertainty. It was fleeting, quickly eclipsed by anger. He raised his right hand, preparing to pierce through Li Ren's chest plate. "Ridiculous lie, Autobot. Let it be a burial for my brethren." Li Ren had never expected him to believe. He abruptly pressed the button concealed within his right hand, and in the next moment, the spherical bombs scattered across the ground and adhered to the hull of the soaring aircraft exploded simultaneously. A searing wave of heat surged forth, and the sudden impact caused Chong Yun Zhao to instinctively release his grip. Seizing the opportunity, Li Ren evaded to the side. The nearby explosion also struck him, but the power of the ignition source quickly mended his wounds. Amidst the flames, a towering figure burst forth, seizing Li Ren and forcefully tossing him against a stone wall piled with debris. The violent explosion inflicted no harm upon Chong Yunxiao, merely scorching some parts of his armor. Before Li Run could rise, Chong Yunxiao's right hand abruptly pressed down on his visor, repeatedly smashing his head against the unforgiving stone wall. Dizziness and pain gnawed at Li Ren's neural modules, as the wall cracked like a spider's web under the impact, and the world seemed to spiral and shatter from the ferocity of the blows. Ugh! Li Run let out a muffled groan, feeling the intense pain in his head and the sensation of his neck being gradually soaked by the energon fluid. The scent of the energon infiltrated his olfactory receptors, while the cacophony of violent impacts and the sounds of twisting armor drowned out everything else, his initial struggle gradually weakening. Suddenly, Chong Yunxiao released his grip, and Li Ren's body collapsed limply to the ground. His vision began to fade, and he saw the menacing yellow optics slowly approaching him, cold and sharp claws drawing near. Just before his consciousness succumbed to darkness, he faintly glimpsed a tall red and blue figure emerging at the cave's entrance. At last, they have arrived. His vision plunged into obscurity. Chapter 110. Brainwashing. The light of the land bridge illuminated as the fearsome form of Chong Yunxiao emerged, hovering above the punishment. He first discarded the unconscious Cybertronian from his claws onto the deck of the punishment, before descending himself, retracting his wings and transforming. He bent down and grasped the arm of the machine, his claws deeply embedding into the white armor, dragging it into the interior of the warship. Patrolling minions, witnessing the wrathful Chong Yunxiao and the Cybertronian in his grasp, quickly parted ways, daring not to provoke the beast. The unconscious machine swayed feebly with the jostling, its back armor scraping against the deck of the punishment, leaving streaks of bright white and blue paint and fresh energon fluid smeared across the dark surface. Chong Yunxiao entered the command room, where the orchestrator of the entire event, Megatron, was already waiting. As he turned to deliver his rehearsed lines, he paused upon seeing the familiar figure on the ground. It was Li Run. Lord Megatron, Optimus Prime has taken those two Autobots. Chong Yunxiao mercilessly hurled the Cybertronian before him, regarding the machine with gritted teeth and a low voice. But I have returned with a trophy. Megatron gazed at the dim optics of Blade, his fists clenched tightly, the sudden contact of his fingertips producing a faint crackle. Yet, he swiftly lifted his head to look at Thundercracker, stating, "Do not despair, Thundercracker. I assure you, the Autobots shall pay a grievous price for your wrath." "Shockwave, report," Megatron commanded, tilting his head towards the communicator. "It has been confirmed, Lord Megatron. The monstrous clones have all been destroyed. I could not recover any of the behemoths," came Shockwave's voice through the communicator. The fury within Thundercracker's optics burned fiercely in response to his words. "However, I have discovered something I hope you will find worthy of your attention. This Autobot claims that my brethren will be reborn upon Cybertron's revival." Thundercracker furrowed his brow, casting a cold gaze towards Blade. "Lord Megatron, I need to ascertain the truth of his words." As Optimus Prime arrived, he showed no inclination to linger in battle. After creating distance between the two machines, he intended to take the three Autobots away. At that moment, Thundercracker recalled the words spoken to him by that Autobot. For reasons unknown, he chose to disregard the two Autobots carrying the unconscious Blade, expending effort in the air to shake off the pursuing Optimus Prime. The Decepticons had ways to verify the truth of Blade's statements. If they were indeed true, Thundercracker might spare his life, but if false, Thundercracker would ensure the Autobot experienced the full wrath of the monstrous king. Upon hearing this, Megatron tightened his fists, a glint of coldness flashing through his optics as he smiled at Thundercracker. "Indeed, I believe we shall soon provide you and your brethren with a perfect answer. The notion of the deceased Cybertronians being reborn? It must surely be a mere stalling tactic. How could this beast genuinely believe it?" Thundercracker turned to leave, and Megatron's feigned smile gradually faded. "Lord Megatron, how do you intend to deal with this Autobot?" Starscream inquired tentatively, stepping forward. Megatron looked down at Blade, whose optics were tightly shut and devoid of a mask. A slight smile curved his lips. What began as the intention to eliminate a pack of uncontrollable beasts and stir discord between Thundercracker and the Autobots had unexpectedly turned into a delightful surprise. "Knockout. Take him to the lab and prepare the mind-altering equipment for Shockwave and me upon our return," Megatron commanded, turning his head. "Starscream, come with me to examine what Shockwave has discovered." Starscream and Knockout bowed respectfully, and after Megatron and Starscream vanished into the land bridge, Knockout reluctantly approached Blade. He called upon the recently recovered Deadlock, whose deep blue frame widened his optics in shock upon seeing Blade. "Is it him?" Knockout sighed and shook his head in response. Seeing this, Deadlock silently assisted in lifting Blade as they made their way to the laboratory together. Knockout gazed at the white and blue-painted Cybertronian lying on the examination table, his expression complex. Reflecting on how this machine had saved Deadlock and the agonizing reactions after the last mind-altering session, he felt a pang of compassion. Yet, Knockout understood that he could not alter the course of events. If Blade were to be released, both he and the recently revived Deadlock would not meet favorable fates. After administering an anesthetic to Knockout to prevent him from waking abruptly, he spoke softly to the unconscious figure before him. "I cannot assist you. It is better to accept this fate than to endure pain. At least, should you become a Decepticon, Lord Megatron will undoubtedly spare you from torture." Soon, Shockwave and Megatron arrived at the laboratory, having miraculously discovered Cybertronian metal amid the ruins of the exploded, grotesque facility. The fusion of Cybertronian nucleic acids and the synthetic energy body stored in a corner of the laboratory due to the explosion had resulted in the formation of those Cybertronian substances. This experiment needed to be expedited, yet there remained a task to address beforehand. "Shockwave, I require you to collaborate with Knockout in perfecting the mind control device. Transforming this Autobot into a Decepticon." Megatron's voice resonated with gravitas, his gaze directed at Knockout, imbued with a warning. "I do not wish to witness failure." "Of course, Lord Megatron." Knockout chuckled awkwardly, swiftly turning to Shockwave to explain the principles of the mind control device and the failures of the previous attempt. "The device is based on cortical mental connection. It is logically sound." Shockwave's crimson optics flickered as he turned his attention to Megatron, suggesting, "We should first acquire Autobot intelligence through cortical mental connection. Don't waste your efforts." I attempted that during the last mind control session. Knockout waved dismissively, addressing Shockwave. "I am unsure how he has blocked his memory module. All recollections of the 4 million years of war are obscured beneath a blue light, rendering them indistinct. I can analyze and decode the data within his memory module, breaching the defenses of his neural architecture," Shockwave replied coldly and calmly. "However, this process may cause irreversible damage to his memory module and could result in the corruption of his data." Knockout's spark dimmed momentarily, but he feigned nonchalance, smiling as he turned to Megatron, standing nearby. "I presume Lord Megatron would not desire a flawed new Decepticon member." Megatron's optics flickered, his voice low as he addressed Shockwave. "There is no need to decode those memories." "Yes, Lord Megatron," Shockwave responded, maintaining his placid demeanor. He picked up the cortical mental connection apparatus, his gaze icy as he scrutinized the silent Autobot on the examination table. "I have analyzed the device and the potential causes of the previous failure. I estimate a 98% probability that the device merely temporarily obscures the subject's genuine memories. Should the subject break free from the shielding, the mind control will fail. Recommendation: erase all memories following the reconstruction of the memory nodes to significantly enhance the success rate of the mind control." "Are you suggesting we erase all of his memories as an Autobot?" Knockout exclaimed, his optics widening as he regarded Shockwave's calm demeanor. "Indeed, Lord Megatron. What is your stance on this?" Shockwave turned to Megatron, seeking his counsel. Megatron's dim crimson optics flickered as he slowly approached the medical table, casting a shadow over the form of Knockout. He gazed intently at the familiar visage of the slumbering Blade, his right hand trembling silently for a brief moment. After a pause, he murmured, "Let be done." The violet-tinged conduits abruptly pierced the head sculpture of Blade, causing the prophetic pen stored within the subspace to quiver momentarily, glowing with a brief radiance before swiftly returning to stillness. Blade plummeted into the profound, impenetrable darkness as the cherished memories were gradually erased, and erroneous recollections began to take shape. Yet, this time, no one could awaken him in time. Chapter 111. Oblivion Blade was unaware of how long he had lingered in this abyss of darkness, enveloped by an overwhelming fatigue that urged him to succumb to a deep slumber. It was exhausting, so distressing. He curled up, experiencing a long-forgotten pain and sorrow, unmitigated by any shielding. His optical lenses began to close, but just as they were about to shut completely, they unexpectedly caught a glimpse of a distant glimmer. Blade jolted awake, his optics widening as he beheld the approaching blur of red and blue, a pure and luminous blue energy enveloping the figure, illuminating the surrounding darkness. He could never quite discern the appearance of the towering Cybertronian, only knowing that he was unfurling the wings of his flight apparatus, drawing closer. As the figure neared, he extended his right hand, seemingly attempting to grasp Blade, but in the next instant, the indistinct silhouette dissolved like fleeting grains of sand, merging into the oppressive shadow. Blade instinctively reached out towards the vanishing form, only to find himself plummeting into the abyss. The Cybertronian, reclining on the charging bed, furrowed his brow, his fingers twitching briefly before he slowly opened his optics, gazing vacantly at the dim ceiling. "You're awake, Blade." A familiar yet slightly unfamiliar voice resonated in Blade's audio receptors, and the optics reflected the visage of his dear friend. "Megatron?" Blade pressed a hand against his aching head sculpture, rising in response to Megatron's gesture. He scanned the unfamiliar surroundings, his expression bewildered as he inquired, "Where am I?" "What do you remember, Blade?" Megatron's optics narrowed, asking with a hint of caution, his satisfaction evident as he observed Blade's demeanor, devoid of any wariness, filled instead with trust. I recall leaving the clinic with you," Blade replied, furrowing his brow as he recollected Megatron's arrival at the clinic, delivering the news of their mentor's demise. Suddenly, realization struck him. He raised a hand to touch his own visage, urgency lacing his voice as he asked Megatron, "What has happened to my mask?" The mere thought of the images on the data pad Megatron had shown him caused a halt in his very essence, a poignant ache gnawing at his spark. Yet, he could only feel a blend of numbing sorrow. Blade understood that he ought to be overwhelmed with grief, but upon awakening, an unseen barrier seemed to envelop him tightly, isolating him from deeper emotions, leaving him to sense only an intensifying void and hollowness. "This sensation feels somewhat familiar, yet is far more intense than I remember." Liruin examined his emotional module, and indeed, it was in a state of low activation. "Your mask was damaged and lost during a battle with the Autobots," Megatron whispered to Liruin, causing him to snap back to reality. "Autobots? Damaged and lost?" Liruin's optics flickered as he instinctively rubbed the area where his mask should have been. He recalled his agreement to Megatron's invitation, choosing to join the Decepticons. Lowering his gaze to the pristine purple emblem on his chest, he felt an unsettling strangeness. Liruin realized he had forgotten something. Thus, he refrained from attempting to activate his emotional module for the time being and met his friend's optics. "My memories seem to have halted since we left the clinic. Have I lost my memory?" Megatron paused momentarily at Liruin's calm tone, but quickly regained his composure, adopting a look of profound concern and agitation. "It was the Autobots. An earlier incident led to your capture by them. They sought to brainwash you and erase your 4 million years of memories. Fortunately, we rescued you in time, preventing their complete success. Liruin, thankfully, you remain one of us," Megatron stated earnestly, placing a hand on Liruin's shoulder. Brainwashed by the Autobots, Liruin furrowed his brow slightly. After his previous interaction with Primus, he had regained memories of his past life. Although his recollections of the leadership saga were somewhat hazy, he clearly remembered the contrasting methodologies of the Autobots and Decepticons. Logically, apart from the Shattered Mirror dimension, no other realm would employ brainwashing to control their adversaries, especially considering that Optimus Prime would never consent to such an act. Liruin's fingers lightly brushed over the Decepticon emblem on his chest. Even though the memories of the past 4 million years had faded into oblivion, he understood Optimus Prime's character well. The leader would never permit the Autobots to brainwash their enemies. Trusting Megatron, Liruin hesitated for a moment before asking, "Why would Optimus Prime agree to such a method?" Megatron's expression darkened slightly at Liruin's inquiry as he stood and fixed his gaze intensely upon him. "Liruin, do not forget that the Autobots faction is not solely comprised of Optimus Prime. There are high-ranking machines on Cybertron and the Supreme Council. They would never willingly relinquish their power. Their methods against dissenters extend far beyond mere brainwashing. Most of those machines proclaim righteousness while following their leader, yet they engage in hypocritical and cruel acts. Have you forgotten how Linaxis met his demise?" Liruin's optics widened in shock at this statement, his fists clenching tightly. He turned his head slightly to the side, processing the weight of Megatron's words. "I understand now. My apologies, Megatron." "There's no need for apologies, Liruin," Megatron replied, a hint of a smile gracing his lips. He led Liruin out of the room, stating, "You have lost your memory and forgotten many things. I will help you familiarize yourself with the Nemesis and recount the events of the past 4 million years." Creating a non-existent individual from a blank canvas is a daunting task. However, Megatron, having learned from the previous experience of releasing Orion, was determined to eliminate any possibility of suspicion from Razorback. "Lord Megatron, this is Medic Razorback," he introduced as they traversed the corridor towards the bridge, where the patrolling foot soldiers halted to pay their respects. Razorback felt somewhat out of place in such a scenario, yet Megatron swiftly guided him away. The Autobots had committed numerous heinous acts, tarnishing the reputation of the Decepticons. As they walked, Megatron remarked that this war had persisted for 4 million years. Razorback sensed deception in Megatron's words. Listening to his friend's discourse, he lowered his optics in sadness. What began as mere doubt regarding the concept of brainwashing had now solidified into certainty. Upon regaining his memories, he had become acutely aware of the distinct factions represented by the Autobots and the Decepticons. Even amidst the Autobots, there were treacherous high-ranking officers and council members. Yet Optimus Prime had never been a weak leader to be manipulated. He would not permit his Autobots to engage in such cruelty. Razorback understood that if he chose to align himself with the Decepticons, it would be with the willingness to accept actions he would have otherwise found intolerable. Having already joined the Decepticons, he should have adapted to their ways. Yet he could not fathom why Megatron would fabricate such unfavorable narratives about the Autobots for his amnesiac self. Nevertheless, having allied with the Decepticons, Razorback resolved to stand by Megatron, regardless of his actions. In his contemplation, Razorback, devoid of excessive emotional expression, failed to notice how his responses to Megatron appeared unnaturally calm. Having lost 4 million years of memory, he had forgotten that his incomplete emotional module rendered his demeanor overly conspicuous to others. He neglected to recognize that he should exhibit a more typical reaction based on the limited emotions he felt and his analysis of the current events. Megatron perceived Razorback's distraction and his unusually flat demeanor, which was evidently abnormal. Shockwave had mentioned that brainwashing was highly effective. It was implausible for Razorback to retain memories of being an Autobot. Logically, brainwashing should have merely deleted and altered his memories, not transformed his personality. Razorback's detached demeanor, isolating him from his surroundings, reminded Megatron of the opponents he had encountered in the gladiatorial arena, stripped of their emotional modules. No, he could not reconcile this once exuberantly optimistic machine with those devoid of emotion. This machine had exhibited normal emotional behavior during their last encounter. Was it a side effect of the brainwashing? Yet, Shockwave had never indicated that brainwashing would affect the emotional module. The ultimate godlock was initially the hope for the revival of Cybertron. They had successfully seized the ultimate key to activate it. Yet the Autobots chose to destroy it for their own interests. Megatron's optics dimmed, seemingly filled with rage as he fixed his gaze on Razorback, awaiting his reaction. Razorback's optics flickered with a hint of turmoil at Megatron's words, but tranquility soon enveloped him once more. "I never anticipated they would act in such a manner." As Megatron observed the unwavering calmness of Starscream, a tranquility that once seemed utterly impossible, his expression gradually darkened. He refrained from uttering further words and instead seized Starscream's arm, striding forward with determination. Starscream did not resist, following his friend back to their chamber. Suddenly, Megatron pivoted, grasping his shoulder and pinning him against the wall. Starscream, perplexed, lifted his gaze, his silver-coated optics dimming as he glared at Megatron, enunciating each word with precision. "What is the matter with your emotional module?" Chapter 112. Concealment. Shockwave and Soundwave exited the medical bay, where they encountered Megatron, who acknowledged them with a nod. Shockwave took the initiative to speak. "The diagnostic results indicate that prolonged deactivation of the emotional module has led to its overload and subsequent damage. Forcing it to activate poses a risk of adverse effects on the neural module. Is there a remedy?" Megatron's optics darkened as he inquired in a hushed tone. "Lord Megatron, repairing the emotional module is both arduous and intricate," Soundwave replied with evident hesitation. "This module cannot be replaced or transplanted. Based on medical cases, most Cybertronians who opt to deactivate their emotional modules suffer from psychological maladies. To ameliorate the condition of the emotional module, one must first comprehend and address the patient's psychological issues, a process that is lengthy and challenging. Soundwave continued, wary of Megatron possibly entrusting him with the matter. He requires a psychologist. I have not pursued studies in psychology at the medical academy and thus cannot offer assistance. The emotionless logic of our colleague here likely lacks the capacity to engage with such subjects. He would only frighten the patient with his reasoning. The most effective solution would be to excise his emotional module, Shockwave calmly proposed, eliciting a look of horror from Soundwave. Absolutely not. Megatron's voice left no room for doubt. Lord Megatron, with all due respect, expending Decepticon resources on a single Autobot is illogical, Shockwave countered, his optics flickering as they met Megatron's. Yet he is a Decepticon now. Is he not? Soundwave silently exhaled in relief at Megatron's response, speaking casually. Megatron's optics darkened further. After a moment of contemplation, he commanded the two, for the time being, do not concern yourselves with this matter. Shockwave, continue your experiments. Soundwave, assist Shockwave. I expect to see results promptly. Yes, Lord Megatron. The two bowed and departed towards the laboratory. Megatron pushed open the door to the medical bay, finding Starscream awake after the examination, silently fixated on the nearby equipment. Upon hearing footsteps, he lifted his gaze to Megatron. When did your emotional module begin to malfunction? Megatron inquired as he approached, lowering his head. I cannot recall. Liren was momentarily taken aback, shaking his head as he responded. He seemed to perceive the weighty emotions of his companion before offering a gentle smile. I am fine. Megatron. Megatron, observing the smile, clenched his fists and, with gritted teeth, inquired, why did you deactivate your emotional module? Liren lowered his head, remaining silent for a considerable time, before finally letting his optical lens droop as he spoke softly. During my studies at the clinic under teacher Luanxing, I discovered that certain circumstances hinder my ability to provide proper medical care to patients. In an unexpected incident, I found that deactivating part of my emotional module alleviated this issue. Yet, I always reactivated it after completing my medical duties. Perhaps something transpired during the time I cannot recall, prompting my prolonged deactivation. Why didn't you tell me then? Megatron asked in a low voice. Taken aback that Lee Run had been troubled even back on Cybertron, yet he had never confided in him. I sense you were quite busy at the time. Lee Rin gently grasped Megatron's arm, gazing at him with warmth. You were striving for the future of Cybertron. I did not wish to be a distraction. Megatron regarded Lee Run in silence, choosing not to respond. I truly have no significant issues, Megatron, Lee Rin said lightly, smiling at him. Deactivating my emotional module enhances my medical efficiency, allowing me to save more Cybertronians. In times of ignorance, such matters did not weigh heavily on his mind. Yet it now appeared that regardless of their previous encounters or the present moment, Lee Rin's seemingly normal reactions carried an undercurrent of performative semblance. Megatron firmly grasped Lee Rin's arm, guiding him back to the room prepared during his prior captivity. Lee Rin could not recall the events that had transpired, yet he seemed to have an affinity for this space. Upon entering the room, Megatron prepared to turn and leave. Just as he was about to step out, Lee Rin's voice unexpectedly reached him from behind, causing him to halt abruptly. Megatron, this war has persisted for far too long. Though I possess no memories, my spark continuously recounts the sufferings endured by the Cybertronians, both Autobots and Decepticons. This war has ravaged countless lives. Can we finally return home? Lee Run had vaguely heard of experiments conducted by Soundwave and Shockwave aimed at reforging the ultimate godlock. Should this experiment succeed, Cybertron would once again have a chance for revival, to conquer further or to return home. Megatron remained silent, his crimson optics flickering with an emotion that briefly surfaced, only to be swiftly obscured by a shadow of purple, leaving a cold void in its wake. Lee Run watched as Megatron paused for a moment before striding away, exhaling a silent sigh. The instant Megatron departed, Lee Run distinctly perceived a small figure traversing through the wall toward him. Indeed, it passed through the wall. Wow, ghosts truly exist in this world. Lee Run gazed at the figure before him with a complex expression, and after a moment of silence, he sighed. The mechanical dog's red optical lens flickered as it focused on Lee Run, inquiring with a hint of sorrow. Do you remember me? If you're referring to our encounter in the alley near the clinic, then of course I remember. Lee Run recognized the mechanical dog and its voice, yet he was perplexed by its diminutive size and ability to pass through walls. No, that is not what I mean, the mechanical dog replied, its head drooping as it spoke in a somber tone. It glanced at Li Ren's right shoulder, a place it often frequented. But now Li Ren had lost all memory of it, and any sudden movement might provoke his disdain. Noticing its gaze, Li Ren pondered for a moment before smiling and saying to the mechanical dog, "Aren't you tired from flying all the time? If you don't mind, you can perch on my shoulder." The mechanical dog's optical lens brightened instantaneously, yet it did not exhibit impatience. Instead, it slowly alighted on Li Ren's shoulder. "Very well. Might you tell me what I have forgotten?" Li Ren asked softly, feeling the gentle weight upon his shoulder. "You once told me that Primus would give you a gift." The mechanical dog murmured as it nuzzled against Li Ren's neck. "I am already gone." "A gift?" Li Ren paused, the sensation on his neck feeling both unfamiliar yet warm. Instinctively, he raised his hand to stroke the mechanical dog's headpiece. "Can only I see and touch you?" "Yes," the mechanical dog replied, wagging its tail and nodding gently. Li Ren fell silent, pondering the cruel irony of the deceased mechanical dog being granted the privilege to linger in the realm of the living, yet unable to be sensed by the one who cared for it most, akin to a specter observing all without the power to alter anything. This gift may indeed be a form of cruelty for the mechanical dog. With a soft sigh, Li Ren offered the mechanical dog a gentle smile. "Then I must have told you in the past, after the revival of Cybertron, you will be reborn. One day, you shall reunite." The mechanical dog gazed at the brilliance of Li Ren's optical lens and the purple insignia upon his chest plate, unable to avert its gaze. It remained silent for a long while, ultimately refraining from revealing the truth it had forgotten to the Cybertronian before it. Chapter 113, Threat Deadlock. "Please assist me in moving those boxes of reagents." Li Ren, busy organizing the reagents in the medical room, turned to Deadlock. Deadlock nodded and approached to help Li Ren lift the heavy boxes that had been placed in the corner. "You can set them down here," Li Ren instructed as they reached the storage area. "Thank you, Deadlock." "It's nothing," Deadlock replied, shaking his head as he set down the box. Recently, Knockout had been occupied with experiments alongside Shockwave, prompting Megatron to assign Li Ren to temporarily take over Knockout's duties in the medical room, with Deadlock serving as his assistant. "Apologies for the intrusion, but I found replacement parts for the optical lens in the warehouse. Would you like me to assist you with the procedure?" Li Ren gazed at the solitary yellow optical lens of the deceased Fire with a hint of confusion and inquired, "Shall I summon the Decepticon to assist with the surgery?" The deceased Fire paused momentarily, then met Li Ren's gaze and replied, "Thank you, but that won't be necessary. I choose not to repair this optical lens as a reminder of the disgrace that humanity has bestowed upon me." "Humanity?" Li Ren questioned, bemused. The deceased Fire pondered for a moment before recounting some of the deeds performed by the Mecha Special Operations team, ultimately pausing, his gaze towards Li Ren laden with complexity. "They're no longer alive." Li Ren was unable to decipher the emotions reflected in the optical lens, having forgotten too much. The tales recounted by the deceased Fire failed to evoke any profound sentiments within him. Who was it that extinguished their lives? He inquired. "A Decepticon," the deceased Fire replied, his gaze drifting to the side. "Greedy humans ultimately paid the price for their malevolence. Such narratives are not uncommon on Earth." And Li Ren did not dwell on this particular episode. "We, along with the Decepticon medic, have collaborated on previous missions, haven't we?" Li Ren casually queried while examining the tools in his grasp. The deceased Fire remained silent for an extended duration. Megatron had previously cautioned him against revealing any anomalies to Li Ren. He desired to assist this deceived Autobot. Yet any disclosure of information would inevitably place the Decepticon in peril as well. "You saved my life once," the deceased Fire remarked, his optical lens dimming as his voice dropped to a somber tone in the hands of Black Widow. Li Ren halted his movements, astonished, and turned to face the deceased Fire. "Had you not arrived in time, I would have long since returned to the Allspark." The deceased Fire regarded Li Ren's optical lens earnestly, his right hand resting against his chest plate. "I owe you a debt of gratitude." The deceased Fire did not fear the embrace of death, but he wished to spare the Decepticon from sorrow at his departure. "No, it's nothing, deceased Fire. It is a relief that you are well," Li Ren hastily reassured him, lacking any relevant memories within his memory module. He pondered for a moment before shifting the conversation. "And who is Black Widow? I have never heard that name before." "A terrifying woman who was previously confined within a stasis pod. Recently, a lowly soldier accidentally released her. She intended to wreak havoc aboard the Vengeance with her mechanical insects, but Soundwave transported her to an unknown planet via a space bridge. The deceased Fire spoke gravely. His head bowed. He was reluctant to acknowledge his fear, yet Black Widow had indeed left a significant shadow over him. The sensation of near death still occasionally entwining within his spark. However, should he ever encounter Black Widow again, he would personally ensure that the madwoman met her demise. Li Ren nodded contemplatively, devoid of memories and unable to feel excessive emotions. No matter how many tales the deceased Fire recounted about his past involvement, he could not empathize. I wonder how Soundwave is faring. He was captured by Autobots during a mission just hours ago, and the mechanical hound is quite concerned. The flames of despair flickered in the depths of Sherhua's eyes as he gazed at the purple insignia adorning the chest plate of Laren, whose optical lens shimmered with a golden hue. Suddenly, gritting his teeth, he clenched his fists and spoke in a low voice to the machine before him. However, his words were interrupted by the mechanical sound of the medical bay door opening. Both Laren and Sherhua quickly bowed their heads to greet the silver-painted Cybertronian who entered, Lord Megatron. Laren, step outside, Megatron commanded in a deep voice. As Laren exited the medical bay, Megatron cast a glance at Sherhua, his gaze laced with warning. Sherhua stiffened, daring not to lift his head, and only relaxed after hearing the door close behind him. Is there something you need, Megatron? Laren inquired softly, drawing closer to the imposing figure. Nothing of great consequence. Merely an old friend wishes to see you, Laren, Megatron replied, a satisfied smile curling his lips, his tone imbued with pleasure. Laren, though puzzled, followed closely behind Megatron until they halted before a dimly lit cell. Within, he stood transfixed, staring at a familiar Cybertronian figure that appeared before his optical lens. Line? The orange and white-painted Cybertronian exclaimed, his optics widening into light as he hurried several steps toward Laren. Thank Primus, you're safe. However, upon noticing Laren instinctively retreating a step, the medic suddenly halted, rooted to the spot. Ratchet? Laren observed with a mixture of emotions as he regarded the shackled doctor and the Autobot emblem upon his armor. He recalled how Ratchet had aided him greatly in the past, and that Ratchet was a friend of Wheeljack. Laren desired nothing more than to shield Ratchet from harm. Yet they now stood on opposing sides, and with his memory lost, he was utterly unaware of the circumstances that had transpired. All he could do was look up at Megatron, silently seeking answers. Line, what has he done to you? Ratchet's disbelief was palpable as he stared at the purple insignia on Laren's chest and the trust he placed in Megatron. His voice trembled with anger as he glared at the silver Cybertronian, ready to protest, only to be silenced by a subordinate's hand over his mouth. This meeting must conclude. Line, return to your duties, Megatron stated, his crimson optics gleaming with satisfaction as he surveyed the silenced Ratchet. He then turned his attention back to the purple insignia on Laren's chest, a deeper curve of amusement forming at the corners of his mouth. Rest assured, I shall not cause our old friend any distress. Laren hesitated, casting a final glance at the struggling Ratchet, whose blue optics flickered with desperation. Clenching his fist, he spoke softly to Megatron. Megatron, Ratchet has aided us immensely in the past. Please do not harm him. Megatron's optics darkened, revealing that even with Laren's 4 million years of memory erased, Ratchet still held considerable significance in his past. I have assured you, I will not impose upon him, Laren, he replied solemnly. Laren nodded, casting one last look at Ratchet and Megatron before turning to depart from the scene. After confirming that Blade had distanced himself, Megatron waved his hand dismissively at the soldier covering the ambulance's mouth. The ambulance, feeling its restraints loosen, forcefully collided with the soldier, glaring angrily at Megatron. What have you done to him, you scrap? I merely rectified a situation that was destined to unfold, Megatron replied, slowly advancing toward the ambulance with a malicious grin. You've encountered the individual you wish to see. Now we must discuss collaboration, ambulance. Regardless of the means you employed to deceive Blade, the ambulance momentarily steadied itself. With an icy gaze directed at the crimson optics of the Decepticon leader, it retorted, your lies will eventually be unveiled. He no longer remembers you or the Autobots. Leaning closer, Megatron spoke slowly to the ambulance, his voice laced with delight. In the grand scheme, a mere assembly of strangers and a doctor with whom he has exchanged but a few pleasantries pales in comparison to the trust he would afford you. You truly brainwashed Blade. The ambulance's spark dimmed suddenly, fists clenched as it spoke mockingly to Megatron. Huh, collaborate? What if I refuse? Are you prepared to brainwash me as well? In truth, I would relish the opportunity. Ambulance, Megatron replied without hesitation, his red optics glimmering with determination. However, regrettably, we require the knowledge housed within your neural module. Do not be too hasty in your rejection, Doctor. After all, the hope of resurrecting Cybertron lies within your grasp. Chapter 114. Descent Blade remained oblivious to the specifics of the conversation between Megatron and the ambulance after that day. Yet ultimately, the ambulance chose to acquiesce to the Decepticons' collaboration for the enhancement of synthetic energy beings, under the pretext that the Autobots might exploit the opportunity to disrupt Blade's neural module. Megatron forbade any meetings between Blade and the ambulance, even prohibiting Blade from approaching the vicinity of the laboratory. Despite still being an assistant, Deadlock seemed increasingly silent. Rather than engaging in the normal communication of an assistant, Deadlock's role had shifted to that of a silent observer. The unfinished words he had left unspoken that day lingered in the air. The purple emblem on his chest glimmered coldly under the lights of the medical bay as Blade gently traced the raised symbol, slowly lowering his optics. He refrained from questioning Deadlock, seemingly unaware of the change, and diligently continued his tasks within the medical bay. Days later, however, Blade was startled by the sound of rapid gunfire and the roar of engines outside the medical bay. Deadlock had just departed for the warehouse to retrieve necessary equipment, leaving Blade alone in the medical bay. After a moment's contemplation, Blade opened the door and peered outside, only to witness an ambulance suddenly appear around the corner at the end of the road. It surged forward, swiftly altering its course upon spotting Blade. Crashing into the medical bay, Blade did not impede the entrance. As soon as the ambulance was inside, he quickly locked the door behind it. He turned to inquire, "Ambulance, what has transpired? Are you all right?" As the ambulance transformed, it swiftly advanced and seized the armored appendage of Blade, its blue optical lens flickering incessantly. "Blade, Megatron has deceived you. You are an Autobot, not a Decepticon." Blade's optical lens blinked momentarily, yet he remained silent. "I have successfully perfected the synthesis of the super energy formula, but it must not fall into Megatron's hands." The ambulance insisted, having transformed several times. "He will use the ultimate godlock to convert Earth into Cybertron and annihilate humanity. We must contact Optimus Prime and the others without delay." Blade opened his mouth, poised to speak, when a sudden explosion erupted at the entrance. Instinctively, Blade shielded the ambulance behind him, both remaining alert as they observed the fading glow of the fusion cannon amidst the dense smoke and the imposing figure of a towering Cybertronian approaching. "Blade, it appears you have located our elusive guest." Megatron's crimson optical lens glimmered ominously. His tone was calm, yet unequivocal. "Hand him over to me." Blade obstructed Megatron's gaze towards the ambulance and spoke resolutely. "Megatron, why must you unleash destruction upon Earth? You know that countless lives inhabit that planet. The ultimate godlock would obliterate them from this universe. The resurrection of Cybertron is imminent. The path home is close at hand." Blade gazed at Megatron with despair, recognizing the increasingly alien nature of his former friend. War had already devastated Cybertron once. Let not this tragedy unfold anew. Is it not your aspiration to create a truly equal and peaceful Cybertron? Step aside, Blade. Megatron's optical lens dimmed as he fixed his gaze with intensity on the blue and white figure blocking his path. Blade looked sorrowfully at Megatron, while the ambulance tugged at his arm, signaling him to surrender. "I'm truly sorry, Megatron," Blade murmured, lowering his optical lens momentarily. When he opened it again, it was filled with sharp resolve. He clenched his fists and stood firm against Megatron. "But I cannot allow this. Once more, Blade, you have betrayed me." Megatron regarded Blade in silence for a moment before gritting his teeth and letting out a growl, a surge of murderous intent coursing through his spark. A voice incessantly urged him to crush the spark of the machine before him, as tendrils of purple energy entwined around his crimson optical lens. The sudden shift in Megatron's aura unsettled Blade. He could not comprehend the flickering purple glow emanating from him. With a swift motion, Megatron's right hand unleashed a blade, charging towards Blade with a furious roar. The loss of 4 million years of memory had caused him to forget the combat skills honed during the war. Blade, relying on his body's instincts, hastily blocked the strike. However, Megatron swiftly subdued Blade's attempts at resistance, pressing an object against Blade's neck before releasing it. Instinctively, Blade recoiled, attempting to remove the object, but the next instant, a violent surge of electricity coursed through his body, eliciting an uncontrollable scream of pain. Blade, the ambulance cried out, raising its hands and launching a surgical knife at Megatron. Megatron, let him go. Megatron forcefully toppled the ambulance, standing atop its armored chassis, casting a disdainful gaze upon the struggling doctor. His voice, deep and menacing, intoned, "You shall pay the price for your actions, Doctor." At the moment the electric current receded, Laren collapsed helplessly to the ground, his optical sensors and audio receptors spiraling into chaos. He could neither see nor hear, only vaguely sensing the mechanical entities dragging him toward an unknown destination. When Laren next opened his optical sensors, it was evident he was no longer in the medical bay. Rising to a seated position, he surveyed the dim surroundings, eerily familiar, for it was not long ago that Megatron had brought him here to encounter the ambulance. This was the cell of the Nemesis. Yet his captors seemed to have departed in haste, neglecting even to shackle him. "Are you awake?" A mechanical canine's voice jolted Laren from his reverie. "Mechanical dog? What is the situation outside?" Shaking his still-dazed head, he pressed his hand against his cranial casing and inquired. "The Autobots have breached the Nemesis. The ultimate locking mechanism is about to engage." The mechanical dog leapt onto Laren's right shoulder, its optical sensors flickering uncertainly as it averted its gaze, whispering, "There is something I have yet to reveal to you. You are an Autobot." "I am aware," Laren replied, lowering his optical sensors. "What? You know? Have you regained your memories?" The mechanical dog, as optical sensors widened in astonishment before it quickly composed itself and queried, "Did that Autobot doctor tell you?" "I had an inkling all along." Laren shook his head softly, murmuring, "The ambulance's words confirmed my suspicions." After a moment of silence, he turned to the mechanical dog and quietly asked, "It was Megatron who altered and erased my memories, correct?" Indeed, the mechanical dog lowered its head, avoiding Laren's penetrating gaze. For a million years have witnessed too much. Laren's eyes shifted toward the locked cell door. He sighed softly, "I have forgotten far too much. Everything I once knew has become alien." His words dripped with weariness and confusion. Unsure of how to respond, the mechanical dog nuzzled Laren's neck in a comforting gesture. After a brief silence, Laren rose and approached the cell door, his gaze seemingly transcending the closed barrier, peering into the distance. "It is time for me to leave. To seek out Megatron and the others," he murmured. "You plan to leave? But it is safest for you here, regardless of whether the Autobots or Decepticons emerge victorious. You will not be harmed." The mechanical dog exclaimed urgently. "I once vowed to him that I would alter their fates," Laren chuckled softly, recalling his grievances against Primus for concealing the news of the death of their mentor. Yet he found himself longing for that gentle, clear voice, one that reminded him that without action, nothing would change. "Whom do you intend to assist? Optimus Prime or Megatron?" The mechanical dog regarded Laren with a complex expression. "Truthfully, I do not know," Laren admitted. Laren cast a glance at the purple emblem of the Decepticons emblazoned on his chest plate, acutely aware that not long ago it should have borne the red insignia of the Autobots. He retrieved several spherical explosives from subspace, ensuring they adhered firmly to the cell door before stepping back a few paces. Engaging a weapon module he had never utilized before, he raised his arm, transformed into an energy cannon, and aimed it at the closed door before him. With a deep breath, he initiated the charge, the resonant sound echoing from the barrel as a blue energy projectile struck the door, igniting the explosives above it. In a blaze of azure flames, Laren glimpsed the corridor outside the cell, marked by the ominous presence of retribution. "Yet, I shall thwart Megatron's plans to transform Earth into Cybertron." Retrieving the energy cannon, he strode forward, resolved to pull him back onto the righteous path, even if it demanded everything from me. Lifting his hand, he affectionately stroked the head of the mechanical dog, smiling gently as he said, "I know you are anxious about Soundwave. Go find him. Thank you for staying by my side." The mechanical dog gazed at Laren's warm smile, its optical sensors flickering. After a moment of hesitation, it nodded and departed from Laren's shoulder, soaring towards the bridge. As the mechanical dog left, Laren sprinted through the corridors, relieved that Megatron seemed unaware of his betrayal. He encountered no resistance along the way. Decepticons armed with weapons brushed past him, rushing towards the distant sounds of gunfire and explosions. Suddenly halting, he seized a passing soldier and whispered, "Where is Megatron?" "The mighty Megatron should be at the ultimate god lock," the soldier replied, momentarily stunned by Laren's abrupt action. "Thank you, little one," Laren said, releasing the bewildered soldier with a smile. He transformed, racing towards the ultimate godlock. Upon reaching the entrance to the control room, he reverted to his original form and lunged forward, rolling past the unsuspecting Soundwave, who stood with his back turned, shielding the fallen Ratchet. Laren raised his right fist and struck Soundwave's optical sensor with force. Soundwave staggered back, hand clutching his optical sensor, but before he could retaliate, Laren swiftly pressed the button in his hand. The spherical explosives affixed to Soundwave erupted violently, sending him hurtling away from Laren and Ratchet, momentarily creating distance between them. Laren surveyed the ultimate god lock directly beneath him, noting the fierce struggle above, where the towering figure of Optimus Prime, now endowed with the leader module, clashed with Megatron. The all-spark within him surged with fervor at the sight of the leader. Laren's optical sensors flickered as he clenched his fists tightly, stepping back a few paces. "Line?" Ratchet's voice cried out from behind him. With a swift run-up, Laren leaped to grasp the connection point between the ultimate godlock and the warship, quickly descending. Meanwhile, the battle between the two leaders raged on, as Megatron's Dark Star Sword cleaved through the aircraft behind Optimus Prime, leaving the Autobot leader at a disadvantage. Lacking a suitable weapon amidst the relentless onslaught and the overwhelming influence of dark energy, Laren clearly observed the ominous purple glow emanating from Megatron, a sensation that felt foreign to him. His spark cried out, declaring that this was not Megatron. Merely gazing at the sword in Megatron's grasp triggered a wave of reluctance and discomfort within Laren's spark. Suddenly, Megatron seized the opportunity presented by Optimus Prime's defense, delivering a powerful kick that sent Optimus teetering towards the edge of the ultimate godlock. The leader struggled to rise, but weakened, fell back to his knees as Megatron's shadow loomed over him. The silver-painted Cybertronian raised the purple sword high. Just as Laren had landed on the ultimate godlock and started to run forward, he witnessed this entire scene unfold. It felt as though his spark paused for a moment, yet his body reacted before his mind could comprehend the situation. When realization struck, he beheld Optimus Prime, abruptly thrust aside, his blue optics wide with alarm. A sudden, agonizing pain pierced through Laren's chest, an energy starkly opposing that of his spark, eroding his fractured essence. This force surged violently within his being, and Laren sensed his strength waning. His spark flickered under the weight of this power, gradually extinguishing, as vitality slipped away from his form. In anguish, Laren gasped, the suffocating pain causing his vocalizer to emit fractured sounds. His trembling hands instinctively grasped the shattered purple blade of the sword, only to be met with searing pain and overwhelming weakness. His cognitive functions began to blur, vision dimming as his weary legs could no longer support his heavy frame. Enveloped by fatigue and a sense of weightlessness, he began to fall backward. Struggling to glimpse the visage of his friend, he was met only with the cold, crimson glow of optics before descending into darkness. A fleeting flicker within those depths, disappearing in an instant. He was akin to a bird with broken wings, plunging into the frigid blue waters, causing not a single ripple. Chapter 115, Dreamscape, Part 1, Awake, Laren, it is time to rise. The familiar voice, replayed countless times in his memories, echoed beside Laren's audio receptors, inducing a moment of disorientation amidst the darkness. Was this a dream? After all, this was a voice he could only hear in dreams. Or had he perished? The sword forged from dark super energy had extinguished his spark. The pain from his pierced chest lingered in his cognitive module. In agony, Laren murmured softly, gradually opening his optics to find a figure before him that widened his gaze in astonishment. The cerulean optics radiated concern, and the figure reached out, brushing Laren's cranial structure, sensing the warmth of his student's body. "Are you unwell?" The elder teacher, Laren, emitted a strained voice, his optics trembling with emotion. He raised his shaking hand, yearning to touch the figure before him, yet hesitated, fearing it might be a mere ephemeral illusion, suspended in the air. "I am here." Runstar gazed at his visibly troubled student with a mixture of confusion and concern, seizing the hand of Laren, which hovered in the air. The tangible sensation caused Laren to stiffen abruptly, as the spark within him surged violently, At that moment, his tumultuous emotions were unleashed, and he instinctively reached out to embrace the machine before him. What troubles you? The dampness at the shoulder joint and Laren's sudden motion momentarily startled Runstar. Although he was unaware of the cause, he did not pull away. Instead, gently patting his studentess back, his voice soft with inquiry. Did you have a nightmare? Teacher, I miss you so much. Laren's voice was hoarse, his cranial structure resting against Runstar's shoulder, cleansing liquid trickling down his facade. Runstar's mind replayed the scene of energy blasts striking his chest armor, fragments of shattered plating flying and embedding deeply into his optical sensors. I'm right here, Laren. Runstar lowered his optical sensors, softly soothing his student until he felt Laren's once trembling form gradually calm. Laren slowly released his grip, yet his moist blue optics remained fixated on the Cybertronian before him, as if fearing Runstar might vanish in an instant. With a resigned sigh, Runstar led Laren out of the room and seated him in the clinic's chair, gently asking, "What has transpired?" Megatron has severed ties with Orion. The war between Autobots and Decepticons has ignited. You perished in Iron Fortress, returning to the Allspark while Cybertron declines, and its inhabitants lose their home. Laren's optics drooped with sorrow, yet he remained silent. After a brief moment, he lifted his optics, smiling as he replied, "It was merely a nightmare, Teacher Runstar." He sensed that his emotional module was fully activated. The thin veil of distress that had troubled him vanished, leaving his feelings strikingly vivid, almost disorienting. Everything around him mirrored the most familiar scenes from his memories. His teacher had not perished, as if time had reverted to 4 million years prior, before calamity struck. Was it a dream, or had he returned to the past? Laren stared vacantly at his own hands. Runstar observed his student with concern, sensing that Laren was concealing something. Yet he chose not to press further, simply offering a gentle reassurance. "I have always been here, Laren." At these words, Laren clenched his fists tightly, his optics lowered. Just then, a knock echoed at the clinic door, and Runstar stepped forward to open it. "Mr. Robert, you have arrived rather early." "Robert?" Laren looked up in surprise, his gaze shifting to Runstar and the elder who entered behind him, momentarily taken aback. "Why are you dazed, young one?" Robert's left leg still bore a slight limp, yet he walked without a cane, the golden monocle glinting as it caught the light aimed at Laren. The elder appeared vibrant, his remaining optical sensor bright and lively. Laren noted the absence of any harsh sounds from moving parts, and detected no abnormalities in his voice. He was in good health. Laren felt his optical sensors becoming moist once again. "Well, today is the release of Megatron's new book. Aren't you going to find him?" Luanxing said with a smile, patting Li Ren's arm. "The last time we checked Robert's condition, he was doing quite well. I can handle this checkup. Go and enjoy yourself. It has been a while since you last saw Megatron." However, Li Ren's optical sensors flickered as he intently observed his two mentors. All right, having Dr. Luanxing here is sufficient." Robert waved at Li Ren, urging him to leave. "Hurry along, kid." Li Ren, somewhat bewildered, was gently pushed out of the clinic by Luanxing and Robert. As he gazed at the familiar streets around him, it felt as though he had been transported to another era. The hushed conversations of the Cybertronians passing by, the raucous cries of the street vendors, the flickering light of the fiber optic cables, and the faint sounds of objects being knocked over in the alleys. All of it felt terrifyingly real. He sprinted to the nearest newspaper office, grabbing the datapad before him. Upon seeing the time displayed, his fingers tightened around the device, and the fan's roar abruptly ceased. At this hour, Cybertron was undoubtedly embroiled in war. How could Kion still appear so tranquil and prosperous? Teacher Luanxing should have been at Iron Fortress, and Robert should have. Trembling, Li Ren adjusted the time on the datapad, flipping back to several unforgettable moments from his life. The content before his optical sensors rendered him momentarily speechless as he stared wide-eyed, repeatedly confirming the text displayed on the pad. The speech by Kaon Gladiator Megatron and Iron Fortress Archivist Orion Pax had incited the lower and much of the mid-tier mechs, compelling the High Council to ultimately grant them the right to speak. They eloquently presented their case at the assembly, and after intense discussions, the council members chose to pass their proposal, abolishing the class system and heralding the dawn of a new era. The two Cybertronians who altered the course of Cybertron's history refused to enter politics. Megatron departed from the arena to become an author, while Orion Pax continued his role as an archivist at Iron Fortress. His hands lost their strength, and the data pad slipped from his grasp, crashing onto the table with a loud clatter. A staff member nearby shouted, "Please be mindful of the facilities." Yet, Li Run heard nothing, as he abruptly turned and dashed outside, racing towards the nearest bookstore. How could this be? A completely different trajectory of the world, an utterly dissimilar past. No war, no casualties, no leaders, no schisms. He had thought he had returned to the past, but it now appeared otherwise. Was this a parallel world, or merely a dream where everything unfolded too smoothly? Li Ren's cognitive module was in disarray. He was uncertain whether to feel joy or sorrow. Everything around him felt too real, yet was also exquisite enough to seem somewhat illusory. Li Ren spotted the bookstore from a distance, bustling with commotion. Dozens of Cybertronians were tightly gathered around, seemingly in urgent need of acquiring something. Silently, he approached, faintly hearing phrases like Megatron's new book is nearly sold out. This reminded him of Master Luanxing's words and the content he had just seen on the data panel. His gaze traversed over the throng of Cybertronians, landing on the few remaining books displayed on the table in front of the store. Li Ren's optical sensor flickered with excitement at the sight of Megatron's new release. As he pondered how to procure one of the evidently scarce copies, he sensed an entity silently approaching from behind. His optical sensor sharpened, yet he feigned ignorance, craning his neck to observe the bookstore. The figure behind him extended a hand, and just before it could touch his shoulder, Li Ren swiftly grasped the wrist joint of the intruder. Strangely, the entity offered no resistance, nor did it attempt to withdraw its hand. Just as Li Ren was about to inquire about the intruder's intentions, a familiar voice resonated in his audio receiver. "Have your reflexes quickened? Practicing in secret?" The figure chuckled softly from behind. Li Ren's optical sensor widened, the blue halo pulsating with intensity. He released his grip and turned to face the figure, only to be met with a brilliant and clear blue hue. It was neither crimson nor the peculiar shade of purple. "Whisper." Megatron cautioned before Li Ren could utter his name, a smile evident in his optical sensor. Gently grasping Li Ren's arm, he led him away from the throng of machines. Chapter 116, Dreamscape, Part 2. Megatron was draped in a cloak, concealing his silvery armor. Li Ren observed the hand gripping his arm, trailing closely behind in silence. Megatron guided him away from the raucous crowd, eventually halting in a narrow alley. Li Ren recalled this place. It was where Megatron had brought them after the duel with the alloy croc on the day Orion had arrived in Karen. Lost in thought, Li Ren barely noticed as Megatron pushed open the bar door, leading him inside. After acknowledging the bartender with a nod, they proceeded directly to a private room. "The nuts have already arrived. They are waiting for us." Megatron turned to Li Ren, a smile gracing his features. "What?" Li Ren gasped, looking at Megatron in shock. Before he could voice his questions, the room's door swung open, revealing familiar figures etched in his memory, seated and smiling in greeting. Li Ren's fingers began to tremble uncontrollably as he stared at the lively miners, stiffly following Megatron to take a seat. "It has been far too long since we gathered like this, since leaving the mine." The gentle smile of Nut resembled that of the miner during their time in the quarry. Li Ren lowered his head, clenching his fists tightly. "I had sent a communication to stop, but unfortunately, he had already departed Karen with Ethan and would not be able to come today." "Oomph. That irritating fellow is better off not showing up," 39 huffed indignantly. 39. 47 looked at 39 helplessly and whispered a reminder. 39, feeling somewhat vexed, turned away but eventually conceded, saying, all right, I understand he did all those things for his brother. I suppose I can manage to dislike him a little less." The child had made many mistakes due to deceit, which could not be denied. Nut sighed and shook his head, relieved that no major disaster had occurred, and that Ethan was unharmed. All the Cybertronians before the optical lens were familiar figures to Li Ren, yet the miner's experiences felt oddly foreign to him. But they were alive. Everyone was alive. "How has Li Ren been lately? Is work at the clinic going smoothly?" Nut gently inquired, noticing Li Ren's bowed head. "What does it feel like to be a doctor? Isn't it cool to save lives?" The optical lens of Bianju sparkled as it curiously regarded Li Ren. "Ah." Li Ren's voice faltered slightly, his optical lens flickering as he forced a smile and nodded gently at Bianju. "It is indeed cool." He had once yearned to save those machines, the countless figures that haunted his nightmares, their deaths ensnaring him in an abyss of guilt and remorse. He could not help but wish that if he had voiced the suspicions in his spark sooner, If he had learned medicine earlier, perhaps their fate would have been different. Amidst the anguish of countless cycles, he finally began to see the tangible possibility that everyone could survive. Li Ren smiled as he answered the curious inquiries of the former miners, revealing no hint of vulnerability until the conversation shifted elsewhere. He lowered his optical lens, and a sudden force from his arm guard made him glance to the side, where Megatron's blue optical lens was fixed upon him. Li Ren offered a smile, poised to speak, when a remark from 39 instinctively drew his attention. "Is that high-ranking machine still pursuing you?" 39 asked Bianju curiously. Bianju cleared his throat and averted his gaze, nodding almost imperceptibly. Li Ren surmised that 39 was likely referring to Landon, the hypocritical and laughable high-ranking machine, the very architect of Bianju's suffering. This time, Bianju had narrowly escaped a grim fate in the gladiatorial arena, yet Landon still refused to relent. "Have you ever considered acquiescing to him?" 47 also inquired with curiosity, noting that the class system was now a relic of the past, and no Cybertronian would meddle in their affections. Li Ren's spark tightened, but fortunately, Bianju smiled and gently shook his head, replying softly, "After all, we are not machines of the same world. Living our own lives well is the best outcome." The variable resistor evidently has not let go of that sentiment. The melancholy in his words caused a momentary pause in the conversation. However, 39 quickly snapped back to reality, shattering the silence as he lunged at 47, wailing, "Is this what love is? 47, what am I to do when you start dating? Woe is me. Get away. Enough of this," 47 exclaimed, his face contorting as he gazed at his friend, who was still feigning tears. Laughter erupted among everyone, dissipating the earlier tension in an instant. "Speaking of the abolished class system, all thanks to you, Megatron." The variable resistor smiled at Megatron, his tone jubilant. "You are now a prominent figure on Cybertron. You have transformed our world, altering the grim fate of the lower-class machines." All the Cybertronians in the private room turned their luminous optical sensors toward Megatron. Feeling the weight of their gazes, replied with a hint of humility, "Without the support of the Cybertronians, I could not have achieved this." After saying this, Megatron turned to look at Blade, his optical sensors shimmering like an undying candlelight. Blade stared at him, his spark igniting fervently at that gaze. He finally witnessed Megatron realizing his initial ideals. "I never imagined I could do anything beyond being a miner. The working conditions in the mines have improved significantly compared to before. Fortunately, we all made it through, and we are alive to witness the transformation of Cybertron." The former miners raised their high-purity energon, proclaiming loudly, "To the past, to the future, to us." They conversed for a long time, traversing from the present to the past, and from the past to the future. The former miners' optical sensors sparkled brightly as they discussed their hopes and dreams, free from the dusty, scarred armor of their past and the exhaustion and despair that once clouded their optics. The once insignificant dust of the mines had now become twinkling stars. Joy mingled with a bittersweet ache in Bladedge's chest, yet the overwhelming thoughts weighed heavily on his core like a massive stone. Moments swiftly passed, and Blade, who had scarcely consumed much high-purity energon, looked on helplessly alongside Megatron at the inebriated Cybertronians before them, who were slurring their words and speaking nonsensically. Together, Blade and Megatron took some time to ensure the machines were safely escorted to their residences. By the time everything concluded, the sky had completely darkened. The cool night breeze caressed their frames as Blade gazed at the vibrant lights of the prosperous district in the distance. Perhaps due to the effects of the energon, a lingering haze in his neural modules began to induce a profound weariness. There were no cannon blasts, no flames, nor shattered bodies by the roadside. Megatron walked over to Blade, leaning against the wall beside him as they both gazed into the distance. "You've not seemed well today. What troubles you?" Noticing Blade's silence, Megatron suggested, "Would you like to visit Iron Fortress with me sometime to see Orion and Jazz?" The voice modulator of Li Ren trembled as if he were scorched by the distant lights, painfully turning his head to gaze at the shimmering optical lens of Megatron in the darkness. "Megatron, is all of this real? If it is, then what I once knew in my memories must be false. What if I am not merely dreaming a beautiful dream, but have just awakened from a nightmare? Where lies the truth?" The longer he remained in this world, so starkly different from his memories, the more challenging it became to discern reality from illusion. Megatron observed the flickering optical lens of Lee Run and sighed softly, retrieving a book from subspace and presenting it to the bewildered blue and white machine before him. Lee Run momentarily froze, realizing that it was the very book by Megatron he had yearned to purchase at the bookstore. His hand gently caressed the cover, only to discover that its design was far more exquisite than that found in the store. He suddenly lifted his gaze to Megatron. "This is for you," Megatron replied, his optical lens gleaming with mirth. "Only 2 copies exist in all of Cybertron. The other has been sent to the Iron Fortress archives." Lee Ren's optical lens quivered as he grasped the book, his hand involuntarily trembling. Megatron stepped closer, resting a hand on Lee Ren's shoulder. He softly addressed the question Lee Run had previously posed. "This is indeed real, Lee Run. This place is genuine. Your nightmare has come to an end. The painful wars and casualties have receded, and everything here is splendid. This is the truth." The tranquil night sky of Cybertron appeared to melt, a viscous and eerie purple swirling incessantly. Oblivious to the gradual hollowing of his blue optical lens, Lee Run felt tendrils of purple wrap around him, slowly obscuring the clarity of blue. Chapter 117. Awakening from a dream, the flickering of the spark seemed to slow, an overwhelming fatigue flooding Lee Ren's neural module. "I'm so tired." Unbeknownst to him, his blue optical lens had subtly taken on a pale shade of purple. Clutching the book tightly, he raised his other hand to shield his heavy head, staggering unsteadily with a few faltering steps. Megatron, who had instinctively moved to assist Lee Run as he nearly stumbled, suddenly froze as if the pause button had been pressed. A flash of purple light danced within his blue optical lens, and in the next moment, he observed Lee Ren's optical lens transformed to a soft shade of purple, a barely perceptible smile curling at the corners of his mouth. "You need a rest. I shall escort you back to the clinic." Megatron approached, steadying Lee Ren's shoulder. His voice resonated within Lee Ren's audio receptors, sounding as if it came from a distant realm, somewhat hollow and surreal. "Stay here, have a good sleep. All pain and nightmares will dissipate. Remain in this beauty." Lee Run, feeling discomfort and an undeniable weariness, slightly narrowed his optical lens. With Megatron's support, he took a few steps, but suddenly sensed a warm presence emanating from the subspace, prompting him to come to a slow halt. Something was calling to him. "What is it?" Megatron inquired, his tone laced with urgency as he tightened his grip. Lee Run forcefully blinked his hollow optical lens, the faint lavender halo quivering, and the once slowly pulsating spark within him now seemed to fervently convey a message. He evaded Megatron's obstruction, retrieving from the subspace the object that beckoned him. It was a pen, appearing indistinguishable from an ordinary writing instrument. Lee Run had previously pondered why he had stored a pen that could not produce words in subspace aboard the Vengeance. Megatron's optical lens darkened as he stepped forward to touch the pen, only to retract his hand sharply when the pen emitted a sudden burst of light that scorched his armor. He glared at the charred tips of his fingers and at Lee Run, who stood enveloped in a burgeoning blue glow. Damn Primus. Lee Run stared at the pen in his hand, a warm and familiar sensation spreading from his palm throughout his entire frame. As the brilliant blue light gradually illuminated his vacant optical lens. "No matter what transpires, do not forget your mission." The voice emanating from the audio receiver was one he recognized well. It belonged to Master Titanium. The mission, overwhelmed by the purple haze of Primus influence, began to recede, yielding to the resplendent blue once more. The glow of the prophetic pen suddenly expanded, enveloping Lee Run's form. Within that warmth, an inexplicable discomfort and fatigue swiftly dissipated, and his once chaotic cognitive module cleared. Lee Ren's spark surged with vigor as memories, long buried deep within his soul, surged forth with the power that dispelled the darkness. Memories in the cognitive module could be erased, but the imprints etched in the soul are not easily extinguished. As the radiance gradually diminished, Lee Ren grasped the seemingly unremarkable prophetic pen with determination. "They're still waiting for me. This is a deception." Lee Ren lifted his gaze to Megatron, whose optical lens glimmered with reluctant defiance. The once bright blue hue of his optics suddenly turned frigid. "You are not him." Before Megatron could utter another word, Lee Ren swiftly exchanged the book in his hand for a scalpel stored in subspace. A flash of cold light streaked through the air as Megatron's chest armor was marked by a swift incision. "Lee Ren, what are you doing?" Megatron exclaimed, eyes wide as he clutched the wound on his armor. "Stop pretending." Li Ren tightened his grip on the scalpel, advancing step by step. The optical lens that typically radiated a gentle glow now appeared encased in ice. "Do you think I would fail to recognize whether or not it is truly you speaking to me? Isn't this place satisfactory? Isn't it everything you've ever desired? A beautiful past." Megatron, dropping the guise, fixed his gaze on Li Ren, imploring him, "Stay here with me, with us." "No." Li Ren did not falter, brandishing the scalpel as he pressed his attack against Megatron. "No matter how beautiful this past may seem, it is but an illusion. They exist in the real world. How could I immerse myself in falsehood? The past is immutable, yet he can still usher beauty into a tangible future. He is determined to alter those tragic outcomes, willing to expend every ounce of his value, solely to ensure that the Cybertronians, who are destined for happiness, may live better lives. They await him beyond this place. Have you forgotten the reason for your arrival? It was Megatron who ended your life." Megatron evaded the relentless onslaught of blades, and as he uttered this line, he noticed that the movements of the blade had suddenly ceased. He believed he had found the right path, a smirk curling at his lips as he continued, "Isn't this the Megatron you desire? One untainted by ambition and power?" The blade bowed his head in silence, and after a moment, he chuckled softly, replying, "Indeed, this is what I yearn for." Megatron, smiling, was about to utter another word. Yet in the next instant, a glint of cold steel flashed, and his smile froze abruptly. Regardless of his transformation, Megatron remains Megatron. The blade raised his gaze, a smile gracing his features as he beheld the flickering optical lenses shifting between blue and purple. With a forceful pull, he withdrew the scalpel embedded in its chest, coldly watching as the figure before him dissipated like shattered glass. It was not a clumsy imitation like you that could replace him. The surrounding scene seemed to melt away like wax being ignited, the distant vibrant lights dimming, merging into a thick, eerie purple haze. "Has no one ever informed you that prying into another's memories is an impolite act?" The blade observed everything around him with calmness, gripping the scalpel and the pen of prophecy tightly, murmuring, "Cosmic Emperor." The swirling purple mass gradually coalesced in the darkness, and moments later, a towering figure exuding immense pressure gazed down upon the diminutive blade, its violet optical lenses gleaming with an uncanny light. The blade nearly exhausted all his strength to refrain from collapsing before that presence. He understood that this was likely merely a manifestation of the Cosmic Emperor. Yet the overwhelming pressure and the unsettling sensation enveloping the machine caused his hands to tremble uncontrollably. The Cosmic Emperor's gaze was somber. The moment the Dark Star sword pierced the blade's spark, it captured his attention. Originally intending to destroy the source of the spark, he suddenly comprehended why this Cybertronian had been chosen as the vessel of Primus's power. A unique soul, for one who transcends physical form. This was also an exceptional vessel. If he were to acquire this Cybertronian, the power he could wield would far surpass that of another vessel. Contemplating his own confinement, which prevented free movement, he temporarily halted the annihilation of this machine's spark. He could not forcibly claim that soul, yet by tainting it with his power, not only could he severely wound Primus and obliterate the source of the spark, but he could also possess a formidable machine to traverse the world. Primus's power safeguarded this Cybertronian soul, but as long as the soul could be corrupted from within, any protections Primus established would be futile. Primus lay in slumber, unable to prevent the unfolding of these events. Using the most fervently desired memories of this machine as bait, and with a subtle exertion of influence over its cognitive modules, it deftly entices him to immerse himself in a fade of illusory bliss, an endeavor that proves effortless for it, just one step away from success. Yet Primus had cleverly left a contingency. The imprint of Primus within the pen dispelled its exerted control over the machine. An invisible hand suddenly seized the entity known as Li Ren, who, feeling the weight of oppression upon his form, gritted his teeth in struggle, only to discover that his limbs were firmly bound and utterly immobile. In the next moment, the grip of that hand intensified, the sound of armor distorting and shattering resonated. And despite clenching his jaw, Li Ren could not suppress the involuntary groan of agony that escaped his lips. "Become my vessel, or perish," intoned the Cosmic Emperor, the warning echoing through Li Ren's auditory receivers. The choice between a fate worse than death or death itself was indeed a disheartening dilemma. Ha. The cold, viscous liquid seeping from his wounds coated Li Ren's visage as he swallowed the energy, fluid flowing to his alimentary apparatus, letting out a low chuckle as he raised his optical lenses, unwaveringly locking his gaze upon the immense violet optics before him. Perish, Cosmic Emperor. Anger surged within the Cosmic Emperor's cognitive modules, and without mercy, he tightened his grip once more, taking satisfaction in the anguished cry that escaped Li Ren. The blue energy fluid cascading down his broken form. Initially, he had contemplated the destruction of this vessel, should it remain unattainable. Yet, an idea suddenly sparked within the Cosmic Emperor, and he chuckled with delight, drawing the head of the now downtrodden Li Ren before him. If you refuse to be my vessel, surely you cannot fathom whom I will choose as a substitute. Li Ren's form stiffened abruptly, his optical lenses quivering as he struggled to raise his gaze in defiance at the Cosmic Emperor. The energy fluid trickled down his jaw, and through gritted teeth he implored, "Do not harm him. My blood flows within Megatron." The Cosmic Emperor, regarding Li Ren, continued, "He cannot escape my dominion." A tremor coursed through Li Ren's body as he bowed his head, hastily exchanging his thoughts. Moments later, as if in reluctant capitulation, his form slumped, and he weakly lifted his head, his voice thick with reluctance, "Do not harm them." The Cosmic Emperor, entertained by this almost childlike plea, raised an eyebrow. Yet upon deeper reflection, recognized that with this vessel, he would possess the power to transform the Cybertronians into his puppets. Thus, he replied, "Agreed." As Li Ren lowered his optical lenses, the Cosmic Emperor was pleasantly surprised to observe a small aperture open within the previously sealed and impenetrable soul of the machine before him. His power surged forth, eager to infiltrate and corrupt that once pure essence. Li Ren groaned in torment, sensing the restraints upon his form loosen, yet still rendered immobile. The agony of the spark and discomfort caused his body to tremble and convulse, the blue optics flickering. The Cosmic Emperor, on the verge of acquiring this new vessel, inadvertently glanced at the pale blue machine's visage, only to find that its mouth had curled into a faint, enigmatic smile. What? In the heart of the Cosmic Emperor's spark, an alarming sound echoed, urging him to swiftly retract his power, yet it was too late. A radiant surge of pure, luminous energy erupted from the spark of Li Ren, effortlessly engulfing and purifying the dark energy that sought to taint the soul. How could such power exist? The Cosmic Emperor gasped in astonishment. His true form was sealed, leaving him merely as a fragment, incapable of contending with such formidable strength. Primes, have you not succumbed to slumber? How is this possible? The Cosmic Emperor let out a distorted and resentful roar. His form, woven from violet light, began to quiver violently, just as the power threatened to devour his essence. He hastily severed his connection to it, his form dissipating as he fled the scene. In the darkness, the ominous purple glow gradually faded, replaced by a warm, brilliant blue. Li Ren's tense form relaxed, an intangible force cradling his being. He lay within it, half closing his optical lens to gaze upon the towering, majestic figure before him. Feeling his damaged body gradually restored, the pain and discomfort gently swept away. "You have endured much, my child," Prime's gentle voice resonated within Li Ren's audio receptors. "You have always been here, haven't you?" Li Ren softly inquired. "In that forest, I terminated the human members of the Mecha Special Operations Team. It was you, in the guise of Master Willstar, who urged me to inform Optimus Prime, wasn't it?" Primes fell silent, observing the white-blue form with a soft sigh. He refrained from revealing to Li Ren that he was not merely a vessel for the spark, but also a manifestation of Primes himself. Silently, he watched through Li Ren's optical lens, witnessing the struggles and pains of his existence. Yet, he remained an observer, never intervening. Though Prime spoke not, Li Ren sensed the truth. Unperturbed by Prime's silence, he raised his right arm to cover his optical lens, his voice a low murmur as he continued. "The conclusion is at hand, is it not?" "Indeed," Primes replied solemnly. "I have a request," Li Ren said, lowering his hand, his optical lens flickering as he clenched his fists and rose to confront the imposing figure. "It is Megatron, isn't it?" Primes affirmed. And upon receiving a nod from Li Ren, he let out a resigned sigh. His spark had been tainted by the Cosmic Emperor, severing the link with the source. "I cannot assist him." Before Li Ren's optical lens dimmed, Prime softly added, Yet there exists a way. Within the immense, ultimate God lock, pure Cybertronian material surged continuously. From the depths of the ultimate God lock, Bumblebee, resurrected, raised the star sword high, its sharp blade piercing through Megatron's spark. The Decepticon leader's optical lens flickered erratically. He struggled for a moment, but soon his form succumbed to lifelessness, the loss of power causing him to tumble backward, falling from the ultimate God lock. The prolonged war between Autobots and Decepticons, spanning 4 million years, finally drew to a close at this moment. A white and blue Cybertronian fighter jet suddenly emerged from the ultimate God lock, its engines roaring as it soared high into the sky it so fervently desired. As the azure and ivory aircraft ascended, it beheld a silver-gray vessel plummeting towards the Earth. Chapter 118, Resurrection. The spark of Megatron had been corrupted by the Cosmic Emperor, severing its connection to the All-Spark, leaving me powerless to assist him. Yet, there existed a glimmer of hope. The lifeless, silver-coated Cybertronian descended from the ultimate God lock, its chest plate marred by a gaping wound, stained with purple energy liquid, while its crimson optical lenses had dimmed to darkness. Megatron, Ratchet. The voice beside the audio receiver jolted Ratchet back to reality, prompting him to turn towards the medic. "What is the matter, Ratchet?" Ratchet blinked his weary optics and smiled gently at the concerned doctor. "I've been calling you for ages, and you haven't responded. Is there an issue with your memory again?" Ratchet examined the dull blue optics intently. Or does the spark still feel unwell? "No," Ratchet replied softly, shaking his head. "I feel perfectly fine now. The Cybertronian substance has repaired my body." Ratchet observed the flicker in Ratchet's optics and solemnly inquired, "Were you thinking of Megatron?" For a moment, the smile faded from Ratchet's lips as he bowed his head in silence, diverting his gaze. With a sigh, Ratchet refrained from pressing further and retrieved a meticulously repaired mask from subspace, offering it to Ratchet. "This is your mask. I have restored it." As Ratchet took it in a daze, Ratchet smiled warmly. "Welcome back, Ratchet." Amidst the radiant light, the Autobots aboard the Ark traversed the space bridge, gazing through the bridge's glass at their war-torn homeland. All Autobots instinctively vacated the central control panel, their hopeful eyes fixed on their leader who approached step by step. The Ark hovered above the well of the Allspark, and Optimus Prime, under the intense scrutiny of those around him, pressed the button. Blue Cybertronian substance flowed into the Allspark well, akin to blood coursing through veins, as energy and life gradually radiated from the planet's core along its internal pathways. A dazzling light ignited amidst the ruins, as this lifeless planet was being reignited. From the crevices of tall, damaged structures, a warm glow began to emerge. As the first rays of sunlight after Cybertron's revival illuminated the somber sky, the optics of every Cybertronian around sparkled with this beacon of hope. They had returned home. After 4 million years of war, 4 million years of journey and exile, they finally bore witness to the resurrection of their mother planet. Megatron lay dead, and the Decepticons, bereft of their leader, were in disarray. Starscream and Soundwave fled, while Knockout, having struck down a foe with ruthless efficiency, unhesitatingly switched sides to join the Autobots. Liren spoke kindly to Daihua, and although the Autobots could not place their trust in them, they did not overly trouble the Decepticon medic and his petite nurse, merely keeping a watchful eye on their actions. According to Meichi, Jack, and members of the Thunder Rescue team, when Soundwave attempted to use a land bridge to escort Meichi, clad in the Supreme armor, a sudden apparition and voice in the bridge halted his movements abruptly, perhaps due to Liren's spark being pierced by the Dark Star Sword. The mechanical canine briefly appeared before Soundwave, akin to a fleeting reflection, but soon the body composed of spark energy began to dissipate with the destruction of its source. For the first time, Soundwave nearly lost control, yearning to grasp the fading silhouette, yet he could only watch helplessly as the mechanical dog vanished from his sight once more. Seizing the moment of this intelligence officer's brief distraction, the team led by Tong Tian Shao launched an attack, ultimately managing to incapacitate Soundwave and seize control of the bridge. After a brief absence, the mechanical dog reappeared, using its diminutive form to valiantly shield the corner where Soundwave was bound and unconscious. Yet its condition mirrored that of Fly Over Mountain, lacking any offensive capability. Now, Soundwave and the corporeal mechanical dog found themselves confined within a cell, and this Decepticon intelligence officer proved unexpectedly compliant to the Autobots. However, None dared to lower their guard. Cybertron had regained its vitality. Yet reconstruction required the concerted efforts of its inhabitants. The Autobots were preparing to bid farewell to Earth and humanity, while Li Ren silently observed the three sorrowful children, ultimately refraining from approaching them. "Ambulin, are you truly going to remain on Earth?" Li Ren inquired, tilting his head after donning his mask once more. Upon reflection, although this planet was primitive, it was not entirely lacking in merit, to which Ambulin responded with a soft huff. Li Ren chuckled softly, aware that Ambulin was reluctant to part with the children. The lifespan of Cybertronians vastly differed from that of humans. What seemed like mere decades to Cybertronians represented an entire lifetime for humans. This might very well be their final encounter. Li Ren silently gazed at Meichi, who was weeping against the partition, and at Raph and Jack, who hung their heads low, etching their images into his memory module, a memory he knew would remain unaltered. With one last glance at the base, Li Ren turned and stepped into the space bridge. On Cybertron, as Optimus Prime declared his intention to leave in search of the spark that had been cast into space, Li Ren immediately approached him, placing his right hand upon his chest plate. "Optimus, I wish to request to accompany you," Li Ren stated resolutely, lifting his gaze to meet his leaders. "I now possess the ability to fly, and I assure you I can be of assistance. For the sake of Megatron and Cybertron." He had to join Optimus in the quest to reclaim the spark. Optimus regarded him, his blue optics flickering with approval. Granted. They swiftly prepared to board the ship, and as Li Ren gazed through the glass at the shimmering blue glow of Cybertron receding into the distance, the profound darkness began to envelop his vision. "You are, indeed, a triple-changing Titan." As the Autobot known as Jacksaw noticed the silent figure of Blade standing by the window, he initiated a conversation, inquiring why Blade had not previously utilized aerial vehicles, a formidable advantage. The fact that Blade possessed a transformation into a fighter jet was a secret unknown to all Autobots. He had never revealed this aspect of himself, and they all presumed he was merely a terrestrial unit. The exchanges between Jacksaw and Blade had been scant. Their first encounter left Jacksaw with only a fleeting impression, merely recognizing the name and the visage. They had not embarked on missions together, for Blade consistently partnered with Ratchet, while Jacksaw occasionally approached the Doctor for a chat, prompting Blade to silently withdraw, choosing not to intrude. In truth, among the ranks of the Leader's Guard, Jacksaw was least acquainted with Blade. Yet, Jacksaw would forever remember the harrowing moment in that mine, where he and Skyfire narrowly escaped the grasp of that colossal beast. When Skyfire's right arm was nearly rendered useless, this azure and white warrior had surged forth, diverting the creature's attention and affording Optimus Prime critical time to arrive. Blade himself, however, was swept away by the tempest. Reflecting on this, Jacksaw's gaze toward Blade grew more intricate. "My transformation gear previously lacked the components necessary for flight. Thus I could not assume the form of fighter jet," Blade replied softly, gazing at Jacksaw. "The materials of Cybertron reconstituted those parts, granting me the ability to soar once more." "Wait, you mentioned losing the components of your transformation gear?" Jacksaw interjected, almost instantaneously recalling the frequent occurrences on Cybertron. Having once held a position of authority himself, he was acutely aware of the sinister deeds some elite Autobots inflicted upon the lower ranks, particularly upon triple-changing Titans. Blade, perceiving Jacksaw's expression, understood his thoughts and gently shook his head, murmuring no, it was voluntary. Voluntary? Jacksaw was momentarily taken aback. Incredulity etched upon his features as he scrutinized Blade. The significance of transformation gear was common knowledge even among newly minted Cybertronians. Those willing to willingly donate their transformation components were exceedingly rare across the planet. "Who did you give them to?" Blade fell silent, his gaze drifting toward the profound cosmos beyond the window, fingers curling slightly. After a moment, he lowered his optics and softly uttered, "Megatron." "What?" Jacksaw exclaimed, swiftly engaging the ship's autopilot, rising to fixate intently on Blade. "Why would you donate your components to that ironclad tyrant? This cannot be voluntary." "He was not always as he is now," Blade replied in a low voice, evidently reluctant to pursue the discussion further. Smiling as he sought an excuse to depart the cockpit, Jacksaw caught the flicker of sorrow within Blade's optics and suddenly regained his composure. Regardless of the reasons that had led to this, Megatron was already deceased, and the war had drawn to a close. "Do you regret it?" Jacksaw inquired softly as he observed Blade on the verge of exiting the cockpit. Blade paused, bowing his head as he replied quietly, "Never." Chapter 119. The source of the spark. Upon exiting the cockpit, Li Ren stood in a daze, gazing at the figure of their leader, Optimus Prime, who stood a short distance away. Although he had no intention of eavesdropping, the perceptive Optimus, despite his discomfort, averted his gaze. Yet his voice remained steady. "Li Ren, may we converse?" "Of course," Li Ren replied with a gentle smile, following Optimus as they slowly made their way to the lounge. "How do you feel? Is there still any discomfort with the memory module and the spark?" Optimus inquired, tilting his head to observe Li Ren. "There are no issues now, Optimus." Li Ren rappelia souffly. "The medic has examined me, and I am in good health." Optimus halted in his tracks, prompting Li Ren to pause as well. Looking up at the flickering optics of his leader with a hint of confusion, Optimus scrutinized Li Ren, his thoughts swirling like a tempest. In that dark cavern, the gravely injured Li Ren had been taken by that fearsome creature. He had failed to catch up to the skyward-bound escape and rescue Li Ren, and the Autobots could not ascertain the location of the Nemesis for a rescue mission. He understood that Megatron would likely attempt to brainwash Li Ren, and having failed once, Megatron would not permit another defeat, especially with the presence of Shockwave, the scientist of the Decepticons. After days of worry about their inevitable reunion, it culminated in a shocking moment where Li Ren forcefully pushed him away, and he watched helplessly as Li Ren was pierced through the chest by the Dark Star Saber, plummeting from the ultimate Divine Lock. As the leader, he was supposed to protect the members of the Elite Guard, particularly Li Ren, who embodied the hope of Cybertron as the new source of the spark. Yet he had failed. The words he once spoke inviting Li Ren to join the Autobots remained unfulfilled. Megatron had perished, and he had not been able to guide him back onto the righteous path. Ultimately, he and Megatron had arrived at this juncture. A tumultuous mix of emotions and guilt intertwined within the leader's spark, and Optimus spoke solemnly to the machine before him, each syllable laden with significance. "I am deeply sorry. Li Ren, you have done nothing wrong." "Optimus," Li Ren responded, momentarily taken aback, yet swiftly grasping Optimus's arm and stating softly, "I know you have done your utmost." The leader is grand, yet he is not omnipotent. Optimus often bore a weight of responsibility far too burdensome, though he had never been crushed by these duties. It did not mean he was immune to fatigue and anguish. He merely concealed all within his spark, never revealing his burdens. Li Ren took a deep breath, suppressing the bitterness within, and decided to shift the topic. "There is something I must disclose, Optimus." Megatron's state at that time was peculiar. Lowering his gaze to his right hand, he continued, "You are aware of the uniqueness of my spark. I sense the presence of the Cosmic Emperor within Megatron." "The Cosmic Emperor?" Optimus realized the gravity of this revelation, furrowing his brow in contemplation. Megatron's obsession with transforming Earth into Cybertron may indeed be influenced by the Cosmic Emperor. Li Ren lowered his optical visor and continued in a deep voice, "Initially, you sealed the Cosmic Emperor using the leader module, but being sealed does not equate to death. When my spark was being eroded by the dark energy entity, the Cosmic Emperor intended to devour my soul and use my body as his vessel." Li Ren lifted his gaze to meet Optimus Prime's optical visor. "It was Primus who saved me in time. I believe the Cosmic Emperor will not relent, especially now that Cybertron has awakened." "Are you suggesting that the Cosmic Emperor might arrive on Cybertron using Megatron's body?" Optimus tightened his fists, his optical visor flickering. "It is likely, Optimus. We must act swiftly." Li Ren nodded and took a deep breath. "We have a means to stop him. Recovering the spark source that was cast into space is crucial." Li Ren paused for a moment, a sharp light glinting in his optical visor. Gritting his teeth, he spoke deliberately, "I will ensure he is expelled from Megatron's body, forever distancing him from Cybertron." The mention of the spark source caused Optimus to contemplate deeply. "I have a request, Optimus." Li Ren's optical visor flickered as he fixed a serious gaze upon his leader, his voice low. "I do not wish to burden you. You need not heed my forthcoming words." Yet how could Optimus disregard them? Li Ren chuckled bitterly within himself. "If my assumptions are correct, and if all proceeds smoothly." In the intensity of Optimus's gaze, Li Ren continued softly, as if daring to hope, "Please give Megatron a chance to be guided back onto the right path." Li Ren's words confirmed some of Optimus's suspicions, and he furrowed his brow as he stepped forward, grasping the shoulder armor of the machine before him. His optical visor filled with gravity. Li Run, do not do anything rash. I value my life, Optimus, Li Run replied with a light laugh, meeting Optimus's bright optical visor with a glimmer of mirth in his own. I cannot bear to perish before my ideals are realized. And remember, we have yet to witness the sunset. We have arrived. In the cockpit, Jack's crew maneuvered the ship to a halt just outside the asteroid belt of the star system housing the spark source. Why send the spark source to the Cancer constellation? It is one of the most perilous stellar systems in the galaxy. I deployed the spark source here to prevent Megatron from locating it, Optimus stated as he stepped forward, surveying the dense debris outside the ship. This star system is plagued by gamma bursts and asteroid collisions, threats that are lethal to any life form. Li Ren, remain here on standby, Optimus commanded in a low voice before Li Ren could speak. Li Ren swallowed the words he was about to utter, watching helplessly as Optimus exited the ship and activated the thrusters to navigate through the dense field of asteroids. Clenching his fists, Li Ren observed Optimus skillfully maneuvering among the asteroids when suddenly, the ship's alarms erupted violently and danger warnings flickered incessantly on the radar. It's a plasma storm, Jack's crew exclaimed, quickly transmitting a message to Optimus when suddenly he heard a faint noise behind him. He turned his head, only to find that the once docile Li Ren, who had been gazing out from the cockpit, had vanished without a trace. In his stead, a white and blue fighter jet hurtled rapidly towards Optimus Prime. Wait, the Jack could not intervene in time and could only watch as the instruments indicated the encroaching plasma storm. He hastily urged the leader, Optimus, return quickly. Optimus had already spotted the spark source container, glowing blue amidst the chaotic rocks, while a searing energy of purple laced with yellow was steadily approaching from a distance. Furrowing his brow, Optimus accelerated towards the container, and upon grasping it, he swiftly turned to fly back, the plasma storm relentlessly pursuing him from behind. Optimus! The white and blue fighter jet deftly maneuvered past the debris, and the pilot urgently signaled for Optimus to grab onto him. The engines roared as, in the final moment before the purple light and immense energy encroached upon the jet's tail, the powerful thrust propelled them swiftly away from the looming plasma storm. Li Ren and Optimus returned safely to the ship, and before the Jack could exhale a sigh of relief, Li Ren, having transformed back, abruptly seized the spark source container from Optimus' grasp. Stepping back a few paces, he met the stern gaze of his leader and said, I am truly sorry, Optimus. He understood that Optimus would never allow him to fuse with the spark source, yet he felt compelled to undertake this task. Wait, Li Ren, Optimus clenched his fists. His brow furrowed as the words of Master Titanium echoed in his auditory receiver. Do you comprehend the implications of this? Of course I do, Optimus. Li Ren firmly grasped the container, offering a faint smile to his leader. This is something only I can do, is it not? There may be other ways. Optimus stepped forward to reclaim the spark source container, but Li Ren continued to retreat. We cannot sacrifice your life. Can someone explain what is happening? The Jack inquired. Confusion etched upon his features as his blue optics dimmed. There is no time left, Optimus. Li Ren gently shook his head, his gaze softening as he looked upon his leader. You have said that ensuring the survival of our race is far more crucial than individual survival. This is my destiny. As his words hung in the air, Li Ren opened the spark source container before Optimus could reach him. A blinding blue light illuminated the ship, forcing both Optimus and the Jack to squint and shield their optics from the brilliance. The pure energy of the spark source was drawn into Li Ren's white chest plate, a warm sensation coursing through his entire being. As the radiance gradually faded, something appeared to pulse within Li Ren's bright blue optics. He raised his hand, gently caressing his chest plate, feeling the fervor and vitality of the spark. This is it, the complete spark source. Chapter 120. The final battle as Primus and Li Ren had surmised. The Cosmic Emperor had commandeered the body of Megatron and arrived on Cybertron. He resurrected all the corpses within the Colossal, menacing remains using dark energy, and with the ghastly legion of the deceased, advanced towards the well of Primus. The horizon was teeming with spectral figures glowing ominously in shades of purple. The Cosmic Emperor raised his weapon, commanding his army to taint the well with dark energy. The ship, the Vengeance, was struck by a ferocious assault from the undead Megatron, trailing smoke and flames as it plummeted to the ground with a thunderous crash. The Autobots and Megatron formed a defensive line before the well, engaging in a fierce struggle against the Cosmic Emperor's forces. Amidst the cacophony of cannon fire and clashing metal, the Cosmic Emperor suddenly sensed a disturbance, turning his gaze skyward. His purple optics dimmed as he muttered through clenched teeth, "Primus." Before his words could dissipate, a white and blue fighter jet tore through the clouds, hurtling towards him at breakneck speed. Suddenly, it transformed mid-air, utilizing its momentum to deliver a powerful punch to the Cosmic Emperor. The force of the strike caused the Cosmic Emperor to slide back several meters as he steadied himself, fixing his gaze upon Liren, who was staring intently at the body of Megatron, now altered by the Cosmic Emperor, though the voice and visage were unmistakably those of his friend. The purple optics and the aura surrounding him were unsettlingly foreign. "Return Megatron to us." Liren's arm transformed instantaneously into an energy cannon, and as the charging sound filled the air, he gritted his teeth. "You shall never see him again," the Cosmic Emperor proclaimed loudly, deflecting Liren's assault with ease, a smirk playing at the corners of his mouth. "He is being tormented in this very form." As if to affirm his words, Liren glimpsed a tortured silhouette of Megatron within the depths of the purple optics, the agonizing cries of his friend ringing in his ears. "Megatron!" Liren's optics narrowed in despair. Seizing the moment of Liren's distraction, the Cosmic Emperor lunged forward, sending him sprawling. He approached Liren, weapon in hand, unhurriedly. "You are still too weak. You cannot wield his power." The Cosmic Emperor taunted, his gaze penetrating Liren's form, locking onto the essence within that mirrored his own. "Primus, since you reside within this vessel, why not engage me in a final confrontation?" Liren took a deep breath, trembling as he pressed a hand against his concaved abdominal armor. The damage was swiftly repaired, yet the lingering pain continued to ensnare him. "I am with you, my child." Just then, a serious voice emanated from the audio receiver. Liren lowered his optics and nodded without hesitation, relinquishing a portion of control over his form. Suddenly, the magnetic field surrounding Liren shifted dramatically. An incandescent blue light erupted from his body, enveloping him gradually. The white and blue mech slowly rose, its elevated optics shining with a blinding brilliance. A colossal sword, forged from blue energy, abruptly materialized in the right hand of Liren, as the voices of Primus and Liren resonated in unison. "Then as you wish, Cosmic Emperor." The optical lens of Primus, the Cosmic Emperor, shimmered with excitement as he brandished the grotesque weapon crafted from dark energy, roaring as he charged towards Liren. "After all these years, this time, I shall personally slay you." The outcome remained uncertain. Cosmic Emperor. Liren slightly lowered his frame, and in the next instant, he transformed into a bolt of blue lightning, wielding the gleaming sword to strike at the Cosmic Emperor. The clash of two opposing forces erupted violently, unleashing powerful energy waves that radiated outward, stirring dust from the ground. "Wow, are we witnessing a divine battle in our lifetime?" exclaimed Ji-Dao, gazing intrigued at the distant figures. "Stop gawking. Come help," Bumblebee shouted, continuing to fire at the advancing grotesque undead. Chong Yun-Shao, accompanied by the Sky Leopard and Xiantai, unleashed flames upon the approaching undead. Yet the corpses, eroded by dark energy, effortlessly breached the fiery barrier. Ultimately, Chong Yun-Shao and the Autobots could not thwart the assault of the massive, grotesque undead. A swarm of undead surged towards the three colossal monstrosities, engulfing them like a tide and dragging them into the well of Primus. What does it matter if the well of Primus has returned? The Cosmic Emperor laughed heartily, observing Liren's furrowed brow and flickering optical lens. "Your well of Primus shall be tainted by my legions. Cybertron will never nurture new life. Primus, you shall face annihilation." Liren forcefully swung his sword to create distance from the Cosmic Emperor. Suddenly a smirk graced his lips as he swiftly slashed sideways. A radiant land bridge appeared nearby, from which dozens of grotesque zombies surged forth. However, before they could attack the surrounding Cybertronians, the energy unleashed by Liren's swing instantaneously reduced them to dust. "What?" The Cosmic Emperor gasped in astonishment, his optical lens wide with disbelief as he beheld the land bridge. Yet, there was no time for contemplation. Liren's assault was upon him once more. The slender Cybertronian in the shadows lowered his weapon upon witnessing the demise of the zombies, causing the land bridge to gradually fade. He reached out to pat his mechanical dog, as silent streams of data flickered across the dark screen. "Cosmic Emperor, even with your formidable power and countless puppets, You are ultimately but a machine. The voices of Li Run and Primus rang clear amidst the fierce clashing of blades. In the gleaming light of their weapons, his optical lens shone brightly, embodying the indomitable spirit of Cybertronians, a way you can never fathom. The Cosmic Emperor, sensing his legions, was abruptly struck with the realization that, in the next instant, the final grotesque zombie severed its connection with him. A resplendent blue light surged skyward from the wellspring of fire, as Optimus Prime, wielding the Star Sword, emerged with a fearsome visage. His blue optical lenses shone like celestial bodies, fixated upon the Cosmic Emperor as he activated his flight apparatus and charged forth. The Cosmic Emperor deftly sidestepped the descending Star Sword, gritting his teeth to deflect the onslaught from the Reaper, retreating under the relentless assault of the two machines. He should not have been so beleaguered, yet confined within this vessel. He was unable to unleash his full potential. Suddenly, the light emanating from the Reaper intensified, for while the Cosmic Emperor could not summon his complete might, Primus could. The pure, radiant energy illuminated the surroundings in an instant, and the Cosmic Emperor found his feet firmly ensnared by the surface of Cybertron, rendered immobile. Today, I shall render judgment upon you. Primus's voice resonated with authority, his divine light flickering within the white and blue-painted Cybertronian optics. Gripping his colossal sword, a formidable energy coalesced along the blade, its brilliance hot and radiant. He then raised the great sword, aiming a full-force strike at the helpless Cosmic Emperor. The Cosmic Emperor bellowed in fury, striving to break free from his immobilizing constraints, only to find his form suddenly paralyzed, beyond his control. His optics widened in disbelief as he cursed vehemently. Have you lost your mind? Destroying this vessel will lead to your own demise. In the realm of the mind, Megatron, freed from the electric shackles, struggled to rise, gazing at the Cosmic Emperor with a cold, resolute smile curling upon his lips. Megatron shall heed no one's command. Let us descend into oblivion together, Cosmic Emperor. The radiant blade descended with alarming swiftness, and amid anguished screams, the silver-gray form began to shatter under the immense energy. An eerie purple light seeping through the cracks of its armor, attempting to escape unnoticed. In the next moment, that purple glow sensed a formidable pull. Unable to resist the force, it screamed as it was drawn into the vessel held by the Reaper. The container's lid sealed automatically, muffling the cries entirely, while the strange purple light flickered within, an unseen power roiling inside. With the Cosmic Emperor incapacitated, the Reaper regained complete control of his body and hastily discarded the vessel. Rushing to Megatron's side, he beheld his comrade's form gradually being remade in a gentle blue light, the fractures in his armor slowly vanishing. As the radiance diminished, Megatron stood before him, whole once more, albeit his newly reborn form wavered unsteadily, slowly tilting forward. The Reaper quickly embraced him before he could collapse. Feeling the vigorous pulse of the spark beneath Megatron's chest plate, trembling hands unable to contain their agitation. Megatron, weary yet resolute, opened his optics, their hue finally restoring to the familiar crimson, and he slowly raised his hand to return the embrace of the white and blue machine. The corners of Li Ren's mouth curled into a faint smile as he leaned his head against the shoulder plate of Megatron, softly murmuring, "Welcome back, Megatron." Chapter 121. Li Ren following the battle against the Cosmic Emperor, the war had finally become a chapter in history, and the reconstruction of Cybertron was progressing in an orderly manner. No one could have anticipated that the leaders of the Autobots and Decepticons would ultimately choose to extend a hand in reconciliation, thereby eradicating the divisions that had once plagued the Cybertronians. As a leader, Optimus Prime, against all odds, nominated the former Decepticon leader, Megatron, to serve as the guardian of Cybertron. The era of dual kingship had once again commenced on Cybertron. Beneath the facade of peace, however, undercurrents of turmoil continued to surge. The recently revived Cybertron still grappled with numerous issues: distrust and prejudice, atonement and accountability. The animosities wrought by war were not so easily dissolved. The leaders and the Guardian busied themselves with various responsibilities, yet they unanimously carved out time to search for a vanished figure. Li Ren had silently disappeared on the very day the dual kingship began, leaving no trace behind. Communication had been severed, and his location remained untraceable. It was as if he had evaporated into thin air. The Allspark had yet to return, preventing Cybertron from nurturing new life. But this also assured Optimus Prime that Lee Run was still alive. He knew that Lee Run would not flee from death out of fear. And with Primus by his side, he would not encounter peril. Yet, the method to separate the Allspark from its source still eluded him. The thought of Lee Ren slipping away without a sound filled him with dread. Today was the day. The blue and white Cybertronian sat at the edge of the Allspark well, gazing at the towering buildings being reconstructed in the distance. He could vaguely see the remnants of Decepticon grunts busily engaged in their tasks above. Lee Ren's legs unconsciously swayed gently above the depths of the Allspark well, and his audio receptors twitched, picking up faint sound from afar. Why not linger a few more days? There is still ample time, a gentle voice of Primus whispered. As if carried by a soft breeze, Lee Ren turned to observe the Cybertronians searching for something around the Allspark well. Despite his conspicuous presence, they seemed oblivious to him, passing by time and again. That won't be necessary, Lee Ren replied, shaking his head, a subtle smile gracing his lips. Seeing that they are all well and that Cybertron is progressing positively fills me with contentment. He lifted his gaze to the resplendent sunset, painting the horizon with fiery clouds. The dying rays of the sun casting a warm glow upon his white plating. Narrowing his optical sensors slightly, he continued with a smile. I cannot allow them to exhaust Cybertron-S resources in search of me. The longer I stay, the harder it becomes to part. Though Lee Ren spoke almost himself, Primus heard him clearly and remained silent, absorbing the weight of his words. Lee Ren closed his glistening optics. After a moment of silence, he reopened them and stood up, capturing a photograph of the distant sky. With a tone that barely concealed his melancholy, he remarked, "We had promised to watch the sunset together, yet it remains unfulfilled." Before everything concluded, there was still one task he needed to accomplish. Lee Ren transformed and soared into the sky, a white and blue fighter jet slicing through the vast expanse. In the corridor outside a temporary meeting room in Karen, Megatron, weary from days without rest, shook his head crest. He had been tirelessly managing the affairs of the Decepticons since their recent return to Cybertron. Meanwhile, Optimus Prime, stationed at Iron Fortress, was also burdened. The war between Autobots and Decepticons had dragged on for far too long, and many grievances among the Cybertronians could not simply be resolved with a mere declaration of peace. The efforts to rebuild Cybertron weighed heavily upon them, leaving little room for respite. After a brief interlude, Megatron had to attend another meeting, and once it concluded, he needed to rush to Iron Fortress. With a sigh, Megatron lowered his optics and inquired through the communication device, "Soundwave, do we have any news on Lee Ren?" The reply was once again met with silence. Even Soundwave could not trace the whereabouts of the elusive warrior. Continue the search, and focus on the vicinity of the Well of Allsparks, Megatron commanded in a low voice before severing the communication. He gazed out at the darkening sky, slowly clenching his fists. Optimus had informed him of Lee Ren's potential actions. That fool remained unchanged even after 4 million years. Megatron had considered scouring the entirety of Cybertron to locate the one who had vanished without a trace. To tether that foolish warrior to his side and seek a cybernetic psychologist to repair his emotional module until they discovered a way to separate the Allspark. Yet ultimately, he regained his composure and entrusted this task to Soundwave, while he and Optimus continued their reconstruction efforts. This was penance, as well as the duty and mission of the Guardian of the Stars. Perhaps this was also what Lee Ren wished to witness. As Megatron's optics dimmed, he found it difficult to release his concerns. The time following the meeting should suffice for him to inspect the area near the Well of Allsparks before hurrying to Iron Fortress. As he contemplated re-entering the meeting room, he suddenly sensed something and swiftly turned his head, his sharp red optics scanning the surroundings meticulously. Yet, there was nothing amiss. The recently completed structures bore no excessive embellishments, only the soft glow from lights installed overhead not long ago. Megatron took a few steps to investigate, confirming there was indeed no issue, and temporarily set aside his thoughts as he pushed open the door to the meeting room. Once he departed, Lee Ren quietly exhaled in relief. He gazed at the closed door, his blue optics flickering with reluctance and sorrow. Lee Ren etched the name Megatron once more into his memory, retrieving a box he had long prepared from his subspace and placing it prominently, ensuring that Megatron would see it at first glance upon his return. 16, Lord Megatron, he whispered, as the blade gently lowered its optical lens amidst the surging tide of memories and thoughts his fingers trembled slightly before he ultimately dialed the internal communication line. Altering the contact name from Shockwave to Megatron, he turned his gaze, as if his sight penetrated the conference room door, locking onto the crimson optical lens of the silver-coated Cybertronian. "Farewell, Megatron." A piercing sound sliced through the air as a white and blue fighter jet darted across the skies of Cybertron. Reminiscent of the first departure from the mines 4 million years ago, he relished the sensation of airflow brushing against the contours of his frame. Feeling the spark joyfully pulsate with the essence of freedom, he soared over the mines, glided past the Colosseum, and swept over the clinic. He gazed down upon the familiar streets and buildings, a far cry from the dazzling lights of old Kaon, yet the scattered lights illuminated the dense darkness to some degree. Eventually, he returned to the well of all sparks, adjusting his course to ascend directly upwards, feeling the increasing resistance and a profound sensation of weightlessness. He controlled the gradual shutdown of the engines, transforming in midair, while the white and blue machine observed the diminishing world below. He yearned to encapsulate all of Cybertron within his memory module, yet gravity relentlessly pulled him downward. An unseen force timely supported his frame, slowing his free fall, and, ultimately, he descended steadily into the well of all sparks amidst the sound of rushing wind. His view of the reconstructing buildings and the pitch-black night sky was soon supplanted by the intricate structure within the well. His bright optical lens gleamed with a shimmering blue light in the darkness. A clear, cleansing fluid silently flowed from his optical lens. He stared into the deepening darkness, where the blue glow grew ever brighter as a smile crept to the corners of his optical lens. Farewell. Warmth enveloped him, and in tranquility and peace, he gradually lost consciousness. Optimus Prime, who was relaying instructions to Jetfire, paused momentarily upon hearing a sound. After a brief hesitation, he opened the ringing communication line, and a photograph materialized in his optical lens. He beheld the fiery horizon rolling forth, the setting sun casting a dazzling golden hue upon the distant architecture of Cybertron. Optimus, noticing the leader's momentary pause, Jetfire, stationed nearby, spotted something outside the window and urgently called out. Megatron opened the box, revealing dozens of data pads nestled within. Curiosity piqued. He picked them up for examination, but as he discerned the contents, his optical lens contracted sharply. Each data pad bore the poems and articles he had penned millions of years ago. The handwriting was all too familiar. The only one who could know these works was that machine. A profound unease spread through the spark, and Megatron tightened his grip on the data pads. Just as he prepared to swiftly exit and contact Optimus, a distant sound from outside caught his attention. Amidst the inhabitants of Cybertron in Karen, a collective gaze was drawn towards the well of the Allspark as a radiant glow erupted forth, illuminating their optical sensors. Pure energy surged from the well like a fountain, with countless brilliant sparks shimmering and racing towards every corner of Cybertron, heralding the triumphant anthem of life. After all had concluded, after the war had ceased, and Cybertron had been reborn, "Alcy, have you missed me?" The red-painted Cybertronian smiled at his stunned companion, the silver-horned adornments on his head casting glimmers in the light. "Boss." The mechanical dog leaped towards the darkly painted Cybertronian, connected to his spark, while a laser bird gently brushed against the dog's head as it departed from the Soundwave's chest plate. "I have returned." The elder brother, having just disembarked from the ship, stared in astonishment at the Cybertronian before him, whose only distinction was the color of his paint. The machine, hearing his call, turned back in a moment of confusion. Meanwhile, Chong Yin Xiao, resting alongside Tian Bao and Xian Tai amidst the remnants of what was once a grotesque carcass, sensed something amiss. He abruptly raised his head to gaze ahead, where dozens of curious juvenile forms observed their surroundings, emitting a series of sharp, crisp cries. Family reunited, friends reconciled, the deceased returned home, and the living found solace. The vibrant light that burst forth acted as a blade, severing the last remnants of darkness from the horizon of Cybertron. Dawn had arrived. Epilogue. Ultimately, it was all the fault of Snacks. During the brainwashing of Liran aboard the Punishment, events transpired that were utterly bewildering and chaotic. Reader discretion is advised. Sighing, Liran leaned with half-closed optical sensors upon the table, his right hand gently prodding a small cube of super-energetic matter that wobbled precariously beneath his fingers. "Don't poke it if you're not going to eat it," the mechanical dog, perched on Liran's shoulder, couldn't he help but chide. I wish I could. But I truly cannot, Li Run replied, sitting upright and gazing helplessly at the crystalline energy cube in his hand. This was a sweetened energy snack given to him by Megatron. He had always favored sweet treats during his time on Cybertron, and Megatron, aware of this penchant, would present him with several pieces nearly every day. Logically, he should have relished such energy cubes, yet just days prior, he had eagerly consumed one, only to be overwhelmed by an unexpected wave of nausea, resulting in an involuntary expulsion of all contents from his tank. The torment of that experience was one he wished never to endure again. His body reacted instinctively, yet his memory remained a void, leaving him puzzled as to why a delicacy that once brought him joy now caused such discomfort. He felt grateful that he had consumed the energy cube in the privacy of his room, avoiding any embarrassment before Megatron. Do you know why this is happening to me? Li Run inquired, stroking the mechanical dog's head casually. I'm not entirely sure, the dog replied, subtly averting his gaze. Do you enjoy eating? Li Run asked, oblivious to the dog's small gesture as he pondered the question. The machine dog softly replied, I used to enjoy these little snacks that the boss would distribute to us every day. His head hung low, the sadness in his voice evident. But now, I can no longer partake. He and the laser bird had certainly fought over snacks in the past. Apologies, Li Run realized he had inadvertently hurt the machine dog's feelings. He quickly reached out to gently pat the machine dog's head in a gesture of comfort. The machine dog shook his head, indicating it was nothing, nuzzling against Li Run's neck. Li Run counted the number of snacks and couldn't help but sigh. He exited the room, making his way to the medical bay. Megatron had provided him with numerous energy cubes. Evidently, he was unaware of the reason his body now found sweetness unpalatable. Given the scarcity of energon among the Cybertronians, if he abstained from consuming them, they would need to be shared with other machines. If he were to return them directly to Megatron and inform him of his newfound aversion to sweets, Megatron's nature would undoubtedly lead him to inquire about the cause. This was a trivial matter, and Li Run did not wish to burden Megatron with concerns. For the time being, he resolved to conduct a self-diagnostic on his body to identify the issue and check if there were any relevant documents in the medical bay. As Li Run pondered this, he noticed the laser bird flying toward the bridge and suddenly recalled the machine dog's earlier words. If the machine dog enjoyed snacks infused with sweetness, surely the laser bird would too, although it was likely that the laser bird would not pay him any mind. Laser bird, Li Run called out to the departing dark-hued creature. Upon hearing his call, the laser bird paused, observing Li Run waving to him from the corridor. After a moment of contemplation, it flew closer. The laser bird remembered this machine. From a million years ago, he had rescued the severely injured machine dog. Although they had once been adversaries, Li Run was now a Decepticon. For reasons unknown, the laser bird could always sense a familiar essence emanating from him, and the spark would joyfully pulse when near him, leading the laser bird to hold a favorable impression of Li Run. To his astonishment, the laser bird actually responded to his call. Momentarily taken aback, Li Run retrieved an energy cube infused with sweetness from subspace, tentatively offering it forward. His blue optical lens gleamed with anticipation. Would you like to try? The laser bird regarded the energy cube and Li Run's sparkling optics with a complex mix of emotions. Though he knew this machine was now a Decepticon and would not tamper with the food, he had already replenished his energy and had no need for more. Wait, could this be the new snack that had recently been developed? The boss only fed him one piece each day, and no amount of pleading had changed that. Stay focused. Laser bird, you mustn't let this machine discover your fondness for such snacks. If the boss finds out, he will surely scold you. How sweet. How delightful. The sweetness enveloped the feeding mechanism, and suddenly the laser bird snapped back to reality, looking at the energy cube that Li Run had presented once more. He suddenly realized he had unwittingly consumed several pieces already. Have you had enough? As Li Run observed the laser bird come to a halt, ceasing its movements to consume energy, he retracted the energy into subspace with a smile, addressing the laser bird suspended in midair, suggesting that it could seek him out again if it desired more. Realizing the gravity of the situation, the laser bird swiftly departed, returning to the bridge where the sound wave was diligently working. Upon noticing that the sound wave remained silent, it let out a quiet sigh of relief. That individual had grossly underestimated his resolve. Even if he were to leap from the retribution tomorrow, he would not touch another morsel from Li Run's hand. The following day, the laser bird, seemingly casually passed by the same spot at the same time, and upon spotting the white and blue machine waving at it, hesitated momentarily before obediently flying forward. One last time, just one last time. The snacks were undeniably delightful. Lee Run watched as the laser bird extended its small tendrils to grasp an energy cube for consumption. The blue optical lenses softened slightly, even though he was aware that those tendrils could incapacitate a large machine in battle. The mechanical dog, perched on Li Ren's shoulder, could not suppress a laugh. Prompting a puzzled glance from Li Run, the dog quickly waved its paw, assuring him that all was well. For some reason, Li Ren felt a hint of schadenfreude emanating from it. Li Ren had been feeding the laser bird for several consecutive days, depleting the once abundant supply of energy snacks. Until today, when the laser bird eagerly reached out with its tendril to seize an energy cube, only to suddenly freeze mid-action, returning the snack to Li Ren's hand. What happened? Li Ren inquired, observing the cube with a small bite taken out of it and the laser bird seemingly petrified in midair. Boss. At that moment, the mechanical dog's exclamation made Li Ren realize the cause of the commotion. Turning stiffly around, he was met with the slender form of the Decepticon intelligence officer, Soundwave, who had silently approached from behind. The dark screen reflected the slight widening of Li Ren's optical lenses. "Hello, Soundwave." Li Ren cautiously stepped back, his audio receptors trembling slightly in nervousness. The laser bird flew back to Soundwave's chest plate, appearing obedient and quiet, yet Li Ren sensed an underlying intention of feigning innocence. Was Soundwave angry because of his act of feeding the laser bird? Soundwave remained as taciturn as ever, reminiscent of 4 million years ago, leaving Li Ren unable to shake off the tension that enveloped him in the presence of the intelligence officer. Initially pleased by the sight of a laser bird indulging in sweets, he had thought to momentarily overlook the situation, only to discover that in just a few days, the laser bird's sugar intake had surpassed a month's worth of normal consumption. In the sparse connection, Soundwave conveyed the message of reckoning to the laser bird, subsequently casting Li Ren beside Megatron in the command room before turning to leave. Somewhat bewildered, Li Ren met Megatron's optical lenses, feeling inexplicably uneasy despite his innocence in the matter. Megatron, let me explain. I'm listening. Megatron reviewed the message transmitted by Soundwave, his optics flickering as he scrutinized the machine before him, which was evidently concealing something. Soundwave, Laserbeak, easily lured by food, deducting snacks for the next 2 months. Laserbeak, no. Please, boss. The observing mechanical dog erupted in laughter. 1. Captive in an uninhabited mountain forest, the warm hues of the setting sun filtered through layers of leaves, and blue mineral crystals sparkled under the fading light. Suddenly, a metallic clatter, which should not have been heard, startled several birds hidden among the trees. A horned ornament atop a head sculpture was abruptly severed, falling towards the energon mine. Skywarp, gritting his teeth, stood up and glared at the several Decepticon grunts before him, dodging an energy blast and swiftly retaliating, declaring loudly, "Looking for trouble? Bring it on." The sounds of charging and energy blasts echoed in succession. In the next moment, an energy blast struck the energon mine behind Skywarp, resulting in a violent explosion and a surge of blue flames. Thrown by the blast, Skywarp let out a cry of pain. Amidst the roaring blue flames, 2 battered Decepticon grunts, along with Skywarp, were teleported aboard the Nemesis. They dragged Skywarp, gripping his arm, towards the command room, leaving a glaring trail of blue energon fluid on the floor. I've already said, as the command room door swung open, the sharp voice of Tarantulas was abruptly silenced. He and a nearby Cybertronian turned to observe the grunts and the dragged Skywarp. Skywarp slightly raised his optics, eyeing the 2 Decepticons before him, a mocking smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Tarantulas, long time no see. Skywarp. Tarantulas' red optics fixated on Skywarp, relishing the Autobot's pain and weakness, a malicious grin appearing on his face. The tall Cybertronian beside Tarantulas bore a silver and deep blue paint scheme, with a mask obscuring the lower half of his face and red visors replacing his optics, rendering his gaze unreadable. Yet, Skywarp sensed the cold stare beneath the visor directed at him. The pain within Skywarp's frame compelled him to cough, energon trickling from the corner of his mouth. Yet his optics remained bright and resolute, devoid of any fear of death, This well-concealed individual. How could you Decepticons possess someone like this? The machine remained silent, calmly observing Skywarp through the visor. I ask again, where is your leader? Ignoring the machine's silence, Skywarp smirked, provoking the Decepticon commander brimming with ferocity. Tarantulas, indeed incensed by his words, felt the flames of anger ignite within his crimson optics, his sharp claws clenching. However, just as he was about to retort, he swallowed his words upon sensing the gaze of the nearby machine, gritting his teeth as he raised his hand. You need not concern yourself with Megatron, Skywarp. His clawed hand forcefully thrust towards the chest plate of the flying mountain, yet the sharp fingertips abruptly halted before the scratched crimson paint of the Autobot. It was that very machine that had ensnared the arm of the Red Spider. Enraged, the Red Spider struggled futilely to break free, then violently shook off the hand and turned to roar, Blade, what are you attempting to do? Do not forget, I am the commander of the Decepticons. Upon hearing this name, the flying mountain, with his head bowed, widened his optical sensors slightly, quietly observing the Decepticon before him. Blade's optical sensors, obscured by goggles, betrayed no emotion as he withdrew his hand and calmly addressed the Red Spider. The Autobot's information remains unknown. He is of greater value alive. Seemingly sensing the gaze upon him, Blade turned to look at the silent Autobot kneeling beside him, prompting the flying mountain to quickly avert his optical sensors. Blade paused momentarily before continuing to the Red Spider. Lord Megatron is returning. It would be prudent to leave this matter to him. A creature as troublesome as Soundwave indeed proves that Megatron has raised a loyal hound. The Red Spider gritted his teeth, staring intently at the machine before him. His fists clenched tightly, and his wings raised high behind him. Suddenly, a thought struck the Red Spider, and a cunning glint flashed in his optical sensors. His tense frame relaxed, and a slow smile crept onto his lips as he said, You are indeed correct. We should hand him over to Lord Megatron. Blade frowned at his words, fully aware that the Red Spider's intentions were anything but noble. As expected, the Red Spider took a couple of steps back, his crimson optical sensors fixed on Blade as he smiled and remarked, Then, as a fitting gift to welcome our Lord, some Autobot intelligence would be most appropriate. Blade's fingers twitched almost imperceptibly. He remained silent, yet the Red Spider continued, eyes glinting mischievously. This Autobot is entrusted to you, Blade. Do what you do best. As a medic of the Decepticons, I trust you will not let him perish too swiftly. Surely, you will not disappoint Lord Megatron's expectations, will you? The Red Spider's voice echoed in the dim room, his crimson optical sensors keenly observing the silent figure of Blade. Moments later, Blade nodded calmly, turning to firmly grasp the shoulder armor of the flying mountain, half dragging the Autobot from the command room, severing the Red Spider's malicious gaze as the door closed behind them. Under the dark lights of the Nemesis, the purple Decepticon emblem on Blade's chest plate gleamed with metallic brilliance, and the flying mountain caught but a glimpse of this before Blade's hand reached for the exposed circuitry at his neck. Just as the flying mountain prepared to utter a sharp retort to this Decepticon, Blade suddenly pressed down hard on a circuit, plunging the flying mountain's optical sensors into sudden darkness. The abrupt loss of sight sent the spark of the flying mountain racing, and he involuntarily tensed, his body rigid and motionless. However, Blade's grip on his arm was unyielding and authoritative. I say, you are indeed Laren? Feigwishan struggled to calm his nerves as he stumbled to keep pace with Laren. He paid no mind to Laren's aloofness and rasped a laugh. Are you truly going to subject me to the merciless interrogation as the rumor suggests? The anticipated silence provided Feigwishan an opportunity to check his communicator, only to find it disabled, rendering him unable to reach Alxi and the others. A throbbing pain radiated from the wounds on his body, and his arms were bound, an overwhelming sense of helplessness spreading throughout him. Fortunately, Laren's pace was not too brisk. The force of the restraints allowed him to maintain his balance, sparing him the humiliation of falling. Deprived of sight, his other senses heightened. Feigwishan keenly listened to the rhythmic clatter of their footsteps on the corridor of the Vengeance and the metallic clangs. A faint scent of disinfectant and coolant wafted through the air, evoking memories of an ambulance. How could this Decepticon compare to an ambulance? A low chuckle escaped him as he dismissed the thought from his mind. Before long, they arrived at their destination. Laren halted, gripping him firmly and pressing a line on his neck. As the darkness receded, the sudden brightness overwhelmed Feigwishan, who blinked his optical sensors and beheld the dim confines of a cell. In the next moment, his hands were abruptly hoisted, leaving his body suspended in the air, instinctively causing him to struggle. Fi Wuxian observed Laren, who had turned his back to select instruments of torture. His fingers trembled involuntarily. It would be a lie to claim he was not anxious. During the Cybertronian War, tales of Laren's brutal interrogations and torment of captives were widely circulated among the Autobots. Yet few had seen his visage, and he never expected to encounter him personally today. A wry smile crossed Fi Wuxian's face as he endured the discomfort of being suspended. He felt the energy fluid seeping from the wound in his arm armor slowly trickling down. Recalling what Red Spider had said earlier, he chuckled softly and solemnly remarked, "As a physician, how can you neglect saving lives and instead focus on tormenting your kin?" Fi Wuxian took no notice of Laren's customary silence, nor did he see the trembling hands of the Cybertronian at the torture table. "When shall we begin?" he inquired, his optical sensors flickering defiantly as he addressed the executioner. The term struck deep into Laren's spark. 2. Return the light of the space bridge illuminated the vicinity of the Vengeance. Amidst the roar of engines, a silver Cybertronian fighter emerged and transformed in midair. "Decepticons, I have returned," Megatron proclaimed, his silver armor gleaming sharply in the glow of the space bridge. The former champion of the arena stepped onto the Vengeance, his rhythmic footsteps resonating on the dark deck. The Decepticons gazed upon their leader, and as Megatron came to a halt, they all knelt in unison. Lord Megatron. The crimson optical lenses of Megatron swept over the three kneeling mechs before him. His gaze lingered momentarily on the bodies adorned in shades of light gray and deep blue before swiftly shifting to the central figure, Starscream. "Starscream, report on the developments of the past 3 years." "Of course, Lord Megatron. I shall present to you the accomplishments of the Decepticons," Starscream replied, rising to his feet, his right hand brushing over his chest plate as he stepped forward to guide Megatron into the interior of the Nemesis. Once Starscream and Megatron departed the deck, the remaining Decepticons began to rise and disperse. Laserbeak turned his head to the side, briefly meeting the gaze of Soundwave through his red visor. A subtle nod passed between them, and without further exchange, they turned and walked in different directions. Entering the medical bay, Laserbeak gently lifted his hand to stroke the mechanical dog that had just flown from Soundwave to perch upon his shoulder, bending down to prepare the medical equipment. Megatron had been away for 3 years, and it was essential to have a physical examination ready for his return. Having just set down the polisher, Laserbeak paused upon receiving a message through the internal communications. With a sigh, he responded, then tapped the yawning mechanical dog, signaling it to seek out Soundwave. "Is it Starscream?" the mechanical dog queried, lifting its head with a hint of exasperation. Laserbeak nodded lightly. Once confirming that the instruments had been checked, he moved towards the exit of the medical bay. The mechanical dog, albeit reluctantly, rose to prepare for its flight to the bridge. Before departing, it hesitated for a moment, stopping to address Laserbeak. "Lord Megatron has returned. Perhaps you should speak with him." Laserbeak offered no reply. The optical lenses beneath his visor flickered, and after a slight nod, he continued on his path. He ascended the platform of the lift, slowly descending within the yellow halo of light. In the distance, the busy silhouettes of the minions transporting energy cubes and mining operations reflected upon his red visor. Laserbeak held a distaste for the minds occupied by the Decepticons, as they always evoked certain memories. Upon reaching his destination, he blinked dazedly behind his optical lenses and stepped forward toward Megatron and Starscream. For reasons unbeknownst to him, an inexplicable sensation of discomfort and resistance surged within his spark, intensifying as he drew closer to Megatron. Sensing the scrutiny, he temporarily suppressed his thoughts, halting his steps to bow. "Lord Megatron." Megatron regarded Laserbeak, whose faceplate was entirely concealed as his crimson optical lenses flickered. "Lord Megatron, we have successfully captured an Autobot," Starscream announced, stepping forward with a voice imbued with cadence, raising an eyebrow at Laserbeak, a malicious smile curling at the corners of his mouth. As his words hung in the air, the lift from the nearby mine descended once more, revealing 2 minions escorting a defeated and slumped bulkhead towards them. "This is a gift prepared for your return. I trust our medic has already gleaned some intelligence from the Autobot." The Red Spider raised his hand to display the battle scars and trophies to Megatron, the dried energy liquid coating his once lustrous dark red chassis. Aside from the pre-existing scratches, the body, which had soared over mountains, now bore several horrific wounds, crudely repaired. It was as if he had returned to the very essence of the Allspark, his optical sensors tightly shut. It was anticipated that the Red Spider would act in such a manner. Silent and resigned, Blade sighed softly, curling his fingers slightly as he withdrew his gaze from the Red Spider and turned his attention to Megatron, softly saying, "I apologize, Lord Megatron. It is my inadequacy, as I have yet to extract any useful intelligence from this Autobot." "Oh, so you've interrogated this Autobot for a whole Earth day and gleaned nothing?" The Red Spider interjected, stepping forward with a hint of mischief flickering in his red optical sensors. "Are you aware of how precious Lord Megatron's time is?" "Enough, Red Spider," Megatron interjected, turning his head to cut off the Red Spider's unfinished words. "But, Lord Megatron," the Red Spider attempted to protest. It was halted by the chilling glare emanating from Megatron's optics. "Since you understand the value of my time," Megatron said, his tone languid, "why not utilize a cerebral cortex mental connection?" The inquiry left the Red Spider visibly flustered, glancing around nervously. He noticed the silent figure nearby and was about to shift the blame onto Blade when Blade spoke up first. "Lord Megatron, it was I who suggested to Commander Red Spider that I prepare a gift for you." Blade's visor remained fixed on Megatron, yet the Red Spider sensed his gaze. "I overestimated my abilities, resulting in an inefficiency in the interrogation. I beg for your punishment." The Red Spider widened his optical sensors in surprise, not expecting Blade to take the blame. His wings trembled uneasily. Megatron, well aware of the true situation, chose not to dwell further on the matter. Instead, addressing Blade in a low voice, "Do not allow such occurrences to transpire again." "Yes, Lord Megatron," Blade replied with a bow, while the Red Spider, realizing the deeper implication of Megatron's words, hastily bowed his head in unison. "Lord Megatron, this Autobot still holds value." The Red Spider quickly diverted the topic, pointing towards the fallen Autobot. "Once we obtain the intelligence, we can eliminate this Autobot and utilize his remains for your experiments." Megatron raised an eyebrow with interest, lifting a hand that emanated an eerie purple crystal, reflecting hints of violet light in his red optics. Sensing the aura, Blade furrowed his brow, lowering his head discreetly as he attempted to alleviate the discomfort and resistance of the Allspark within him. This crystal would influence the essence of his spark. Could it possibly be the legendary dark super energy body? Unease surged within Blade's core. What did the Red Spider mean by experiments? It was said that the dark super energy body possessed the power to resurrect the deceased. Was Megatron planning to use this dark force on the fallen Cybertronians? As Reaper observed Megatron, who was intensely intrigued by the dark energon entity, a sense of melancholy washed over him. At that moment, Megatron was indifferent to the intelligence regarding the Autobots. His arm blades sprang forth with a sudden ferocity as he intended to extinguish the spark of the airborne figure, Skyfire. The aperture of Reaper's optical sensors constricted, and at that instant, explosions and gunfire erupted not far from the mine. Megatron clenched his jaw, lowering his arm as he directed his gaze toward the source of the commotion, where the mining grunts were approaching the mine's interior with weapons raised. His crimson optical sensors dimmed. Optimus Prime. Suddenly, the metallic clang of a collision and two anguished cries reverberated near the audio receptors of the three machines, who were alert to the activity below. To their astonishment, Skyfire, previously thought to be offline, rose to his feet, his somewhat dim blue optical sensors flickering as he forcefully dislodged the grunts restraining him. Swiftly, Skyfire maneuvered around the three machines, racing to the edge of the platform, poised to leap down. Before the missile on the arm of Starscream could be released, Megatron had already raised the fusion cannon mounted on his right arm. The charging sound resonated, and the energy cannon struck Skyfire's back armor with precision. The already battered armor charred instantly, eliciting a cry of pain from Skyfire as his body lost balance and control, plummeting downward. Megatron did not advance to inspect the fallen Skyfire. Instead, he cast a distant gaze toward the red and blue machine rushing into the mine. Optimus Prime, as if sensing the disturbance, furrowed his brow and lifted his head, their red and blue optical sensors meeting across the expanse. "I require more time to welcome our old friend," Megatron smirked, turning away to head toward the lift commanding Starscream. Destroy this mine. This was the largest energon mine currently under Decepticon control. Though Starscream harbored reluctance, he dared not defy the order at that moment. Reaper, observing the grunts below, still attempting to fend off the Autobot assault, furrowed his brow. Many machines were evidently gravely injured. He seized an opportunity to issue a swift command to a nearby Decepticon. Alert the troops below. Do not linger in battle. Evacuate the wounded swiftly. Move quickly. After the Decepticon nodded hurriedly and departed, Reaper clenched his fists, directing his gaze toward the most prominent figure on the battlefield, the towering red and blue Cybertronian. The spark within him surged, as if urging him to rush to his leader's side. Yet, Reaper merely cast one last glance at Optimus Prime before turning to follow Megatron onto the lift, departing the mine. Optimus, poised to strike the Decepticons with his blade, suddenly sensed something amiss. He lifted his gaze to the high platform, barely catching a glimpse of a shadowy figure. Skyfire. RC's exclamation jolted Optimus back to focus, as the Decepticon grunts appeared to be retreating hastily, having spotted the red-painted Cybertronian lying nearby, his fate uncertain. Reaper followed Megatron and Starscream back to the Nemesis, and soon, a violent explosion reverberated from the mine below. Reaper anxiously awaited a moment, and upon confirming that no blue light had surged into his chest armor, he quietly exhaled in relief. He gazed at the injured Decepticons, who were struggling to support one another as they returned to the Nemesis, and solemnly instructed the soldiers who were still capable of movement, take them to the medical bay. Test their mobility, Leyrin said, setting down his welding torch and addressing the soldiers before him. A recently reattached Decepticon arm cautiously moved, and after confirming its functionality, reported to Leyrin, Dr. Leyrin, I can move normally now. Next, Leyrin replied curtly. His voice was cold, and the Decepticon, accustomed to such treatment, expressed his gratitude before turning to leave. A Decepticon miner, assisted by the soldiers, was brought in and laid upon the medical bed before Leyrin. A charred gaping hole marred his left leg, with exposed wires sparking dangerously. Leyrin approached to examine the wound, while the Decepticon miner discreetly raised his optical visor to scrutinize the doctor's unyielding red goggles. Feeling a twinge of anxiety, he was a mining soldier of the Decepticons, designated as 11037, which also served as his name, alongside others produced through the same assembly line. He was a mass-produced foot soldier aboard the Nemesis, occupying the lowest echelon of the Decepticon hierarchy. Resources were scant for them, and injuries were often treated by the few medics within the ranks or through attempts at self-repair. Many high-ranking Decepticons regarded them as expendable. This situation had worsened under the leadership of Commander Tarantulas for the past 3 years. Unlike those birthed from the well of all sparks, their forms were cobbled together from parts, and their sparks ignited through some artificial means. The bodies of fallen soldiers would be reclaimed, dismantled for parts to forge the next wave of foot soldiers. This left them inherently flawed compared to the complete Cybertronians born from the well of all sparks, with their sparks and neural modules bearing imperfections to varying degrees. However, such defects were of little concern to the Decepticons. With Cybertron now lifeless, they required a multitude of obedient soldiers to extract energy or build an army. Did the foot soldiers harbor resentment or dissatisfaction with their plight? As far as 11,037 knew, most mass-produced soldiers' neural modules could not process such complex emotions. He was one of the few whose neural module functioned adequately despite issues with his spark. Yet, he did not perceive his current situation as undesirable. The Decepticons never withheld their energy cubes, and the work was not particularly arduous. His comrades and squad leader were amiable, and as for the higher-ups who might complicate matters, they seldom visited the mines. Rather than dwell on elusive aspirations, he preferred to focus on performing his duties well, perhaps even seeing a chance for promotion one day. His squad leader at least did not sever such possibilities like some others. Moreover, they were spared from the front lines against the Autobots, although it seemed that the mines occasionally faced Autobot attacks. Aside from promotion, he harbored few ambitions. Perhaps merely surviving could count as one. The mortality rate among foot soldiers was consistently high, and he hoped that his damaged spark would not be pierced by an Autobot's artillery or extinguished pathetically on its own in the future. In recent years, the medical officer, Blade, has significantly reduced the mortality rate among the foot soldiers. Despite his high-ranking position within the Decepticon hierarchy, he consistently dedicates himself to treating these severely injured soldiers. Although he displays a demeanor of cold indifference towards them, his touch is remarkably gentle. In a fleeting moment, the pain that had entwined itself around the thigh of soldier 11,037 dissipated, and he abruptly regained his senses, realizing that the treatment had concluded. Observing Blade silently fixated on his crimson goggles, he hastily expressed his gratitude. "Thank you, Medical Officer Blade." Blade offered no reply. Upon noticing that 11037 had returned to reality, he turned to gather the medical instruments. 11037 was the last severely injured soldier requiring treatment. As he watched Blade's movements, the numb ember within his chest, occasionally flaring with pain, seemed to dance joyfully, almost leading him to the illusion that he was a normal Cybertronian. Why does the medical officer persist in wearing goggles and a mask? This thought flickered in his mind. Blade had an excellent reputation among the foot soldiers, and most machines dared not inquire about it. However, whispers occasionally circulated among some that speculated whether the concealed visage beneath the mask was marred by scars or unsightliness. Yet, 11037 felt differently. An instinct told him that such a commendable being as Blade must possess a handsome face beneath that mask and goggles. "Did your squad leader not inform you of the rules?" A chilling voice suddenly pierced the air, reaching 11,037's audio receptors. Unbeknownst to him, Blade had halted his actions. The crimson goggles glinting with a cold light, his piercing gaze fixed directly upon him. "Or did my conduct lead you to believe you could speak so freely?" "I have no qualms about reporting a soldier of your indiscretion to Lord Megatron." Startled, 11037 abruptly withdrew from his thoughts, realizing with dismay that he had unconsciously voiced his doubts. The aura of menace emanating from Blade enveloped him, causing his body to grow cold with apprehension. Trembling, he hastily knelt on the ground, his voice quivering with fear. "I apologize, Medical Officer Blade. This was not my intention. Please forgive my foolishness and rudeness." How could he commit such a blunder? Even though Blade was willing to treat foot soldiers, he was still a high-ranking Decepticon. Why had he let his guard down and spoken so carelessly at this moment? "Please spare me." He feared for his life and the potential repercussions for his comrades and squad leader. A tumult of fear and regret intertwined within him. He felt as though he might succumb to the oppressive menace surrounding him, his fragile spark threatening to cease its rhythm. Blade observed the quaking mining soldier before him, who dared not lift his gaze. After a moment of trembling, he clenched his fists and averted his eyes, his voice laced with frost. "There will be no next time. Leave my medical chamber." "Thank you." The word struck 11037 like a bolt of ecstasy. He managed to regain control over his faltering body and hastily scrambled to his feet, stumbling out of the medical room. It was only when he had distanced himself several dozen meters down the corridor of the Nemesis that he finally came to a halt. He endeavored to alleviate the discomfort within his being, gradually dispelling the chaos that had once clouded his mind due to fear. Suddenly, 11037 recalled an old soldier from the mining crew, rumored to have survived since the Cybertronian War, an age that was dreadfully ancient for mass-produced drones. It was said that the drones of that era possessed no flaws, and indeed, this veteran bore a closer resemblance to a true Cybertronian than they did, though that mattered little. The old soldier often regaled them during breaks with tales of Cybertron, extolling its beauty and abundance. In those moments, a glimmer of nostalgia would flicker in his optical sensors. Some drones, captivated by his vivid descriptions, yearned for Cybertron, eagerly anticipating the day when the Decepticons would triumph over the Autobots, and Lord Megatron would return them to their home. However, 11,037 felt little resonance with the veteran's words. He had never set foot on Cybertron. From the moment he began his labor on the assembly line, the ship Reprisal had already been navigating the solar system. He had glimpsed Cybertron through data and projections, but the desolate and fragmented planet he envisioned was starkly different from the vibrant world the old soldier described. It was neither beautiful nor abundant. Compared to that elusive homeland, perhaps the Reprisal was more of a home to him. Thus, he was skeptical of the veteran's narratives. Yet he could not deny that the old soldier possessed a wealth of untold secrets and amusing anecdotes, which served as a source of novelty and joy for them, the new recruits, during their leisure time. At that moment, a somewhat hazy memory suddenly crystallized in 11,037's mind. It was during their energy replenishment period when he was seeking a spot to sit with the issued energy cube, only to be distracted by a raucous commotion nearby. After a moment's hesitation, he approached the source of the noise, where the veteran seemed to be buoyed by the admiration of those around him, clutching an energy cube and laughing heartily. "How do you know this?" one drone exclaimed in astonishment, leaning closer to inquire softly. "Do you know the secret of medic laser blade?" 11037 had initially intended to merely listen, but at this question, he instinctively raised his audio receptors alongside the other drones. Yet, the old soldier's laughter abruptly ceased upon hearing the question. A fleeting emotion flickered in his optical sensors, but before 11037 could grasp it, that sentiment vanished. Moments later, the veteran fixed his gaze upon the drone who had posed the question and spoke gravely. "Refrain from asking questions that do not concern you." The sudden seriousness rendered the surrounding new recruits tense, and the veteran, silence enveloping him as he took a bite of the energy cube, continued. "Let me offer you a piece of advice. Never take medic laser blade's kindness for granted. 4. Memories before the Cybertronian War. How could a doctor who had never seen battle become a high-ranking member of the Decepticons? Who knows? This is the command of Lord Megatron. It is said that Lord Starscream is quite furious." Hook, who was on his way to the medical station, vaguely overheard a hushed conversation between two guards at the entrance. Upon noticing his approach, the two immediately ceased their dialogue and tensed their frames, saluting. "Medical Officer Hook. Is Medical Officer Knockout here?" Hook inquired coldly, halting his steps. "Reporting to Medical Officer Hook, Medical Officer Knockout is inside, treating the injured, in the first medical room." One guard replied, standing at attention. Hook said nothing, merely nodded and proceeded forward, noting that he did not pursue their earlier conversation. The two guards breathed a quiet sigh of relief. However, before they could fully relax, Hook's icy voice resonated in their audio receptors, summoned the relieving guard. "You two are to receive punishment. Medical Officer Hook, they began to plead, only to be met with the cold, red optics of the Decepticon medic. "Should I hear you speak recklessly of Lord Megatron's decisions again, you shall face dire consequences," Hook interrupted, furrowing his brow and speaking sternly. "Now leave." Yes. Medical Officer Hook." The methods of Hook were well understood within the Decepticon ranks. Liquid coolant seeped from the guards' exoskeletons as they dared not utter another word, hastily saluting before departing. Disregarding them, Hook stepped forward and pushed open the door of the medical station, as though he had suddenly entered another realm. The wails and cries instantly flooded his audio receptors. The medical station behind the Decepticon barracks was permeated with an unpleasant aroma, a noxious blend of acrid motor oil, decaying energy fluid, and the sense of disinfectants mingling together. Injured Decepticon soldiers crowded within this space, while several medical personnel busily attended to them. The optics of the wounded flickered erratically. Some appeared vacant and devoid of life. Painkillers could only alleviate the physical agony, failing to dispel the anguish and anxiety deep within their cores. Not every machine joined the Decepticons for ideals or aspirations. Many sought merely a refuge in this land. Increasingly ravaged by war, they fought solely for survival. How much longer must the war endure? Is it nearing its conclusion or merely beginning? Will they survive the next battle? How much longer can they endure? I do not wish to fight any longer. I long to return home. It is rumored that the first batch of mass-produced soldiers has performed well in tests and has already been deployed to the battlefield. With more soldiers, can we avoid the front lines? When will Medical Officer Knockout heal that machine? I hope I'm next. My leg is in great pain. Next time, if you're injured more severely, perhaps he will treat you first. Better not. What if he does not come, and I am left to await my end? The Decepticons, forcing themselves to engage in conversation with one another, fell silent upon seeing Hook enter through the door. They watched as he strode unflinchingly towards the first medical room. Silence reigned until the sound of the door closing shattered it. One Decepticon sighed softly, murmuring, "It seems we shall not receive treatment from Medical Officer Knockout today." Silence. Summon Medical Officer Laren. One of the Decepticons hastily reminded. Indeed, Medical Officer Laren. The other Decepticon, now aware, murmured with a hint of reluctance. I truly fail to comprehend how a seemingly gentle and mild doctor, who has never set foot on the battlefield, could earn the favor of Lord Megatron and attain a position that we, despite our efforts over centuries, may never achieve. However, To avoid offending this benevolent figure who tended to their wounds with the finest resources, it was prudent to keep such thoughts unvoiced. Relax, you'll be all right. Laren gently reassured the Cybertronian lying on the medical bed. The patient's chest plate was grievously damaged, and a menacing wound was perilously close to piercing his spark chamber. Yet, the urgency of the situation demanded immediate surgical intervention. Thank you, Medical Officer Laren. I am truly sorry for the trouble, the brown-painted Cybertronian said, his yellow optics flickering weakly. He forced a light-hearted chuckle, adding, "This is the third time you have treated me. My name is Duan Liu, and I shall never forget your kindness. My spark shall forever follow you." "It is nothing, Duan Liu," Laren replied softly, diligently working to mend the wound on Duan Liu's chest. After a moment of silence, Duan Liu, gazing into Laren's serious blue optics, continued, "Were you previously a doctor in Kaon?" "Indeed," Laren replied with a composed tone. Duan Liu lowered his optics, a smile gracing his lips as he said, "My spark partner and I also resided in Kaon. Before joining the Decepticons, we operated a small shop together." "Your partner?" Laren inquired, wiping the energy fluid from his hands and picking up a welding tool and components. "Her name is Xian Suo. She is waiting for me just outside the medical station. You must have seen her. She has a light purple paint scheme." Duan Liu's tone brightened at the mention of his partner, as if recalling a sweet memory, his smile radiating warmth and happiness. "I remember her. She is a member of the intelligence department. She greeted me when I arrived today," Laren replied, recalling her image from his memory banks. He smiled at Duan Liu, his blue optics shimmering softly. "You and your partner must share a deep bond. She is my everything, the very meaning of my life," Duan Liu said, his yellow optics glimmering with hope. "The work in the reconnaissance division is perilous. I truly wish to be promoted swiftly to better protect her." Laren's optics flickered as he pondered how to respond, just as the door to the medical room was pushed open. He paused in his actions and nodded gently at the newcomer. Hook returned the nod, his red optics discreetly glancing at the Cybertronian on the medical bed. Feeling the weight of that gaze, Duan Liu clenched his fingers tightly, hastily averting his eyes. The Hook merely glanced momentarily before averting his gaze. He addressed the blue and white optical lens, saying, "Blade, the red spider seeks you." Blade sighed, fully aware that the precious wings of the red spider were likely in discomfort once more. Yet, whether this discomfort was genuine or merely a ploy to incite unease in another was uncertain. The aerial commander's dissatisfaction had begun when Megatron appointed him as the high-ranking medic of the Decepticons, a duty he could not evade. "I shall be there shortly. I'm just wrapping up," Blade informed the Hook. "I'll wait for you," the Hook replied, nodding as he leaned against the wall, arms crossed. Observing Blade continue the procedure, the Hook's icy gaze remained fixed upon Forge, causing him to grow tense and refrain from further conversation with Blade. Before long, the ghastly wound was entirely mended. Blade let out a gentle sigh, advising Forge in a soft tone, "It is done. Your energy fluid has significantly depleted, so remember to replenish it timely." "Thank you, Officer Blade," Forge responded, sitting up and appreciatively touching his now-repaired armor. After Blade nodded and hurriedly departed the medical room with the Hook, Forge's smile gradually faded, his optical lens flickering with anger and frustration. Just a little more, 5. Memories. Forge adjusted his frame and, maintaining a composed demeanor, pushed open the door to the medical room. He stepped out of the medical station under the envious or irritable gazes of the injured behind him. Shortly after leaving, a purple, mid-sized machine joyfully approached him from a nearby corner. A gentle smile graced Forge's lips as he opened his arms, embracing his partner tightly when Xian Su leaped into him. "I'm so glad you're all right. Thank goodness for Officer Blade," Xian Su murmured, her yellow optical lens glimmering with relief. "Relax, I will be fine," Forge softly reassured Xian Su, lowering his optical lens slightly. He let out a sigh, somewhat frustrated, adding, "It's just unfortunate that the Hook doctor came to the medical station. Today was a splendid opportunity to advance our connection." "Forge, please stop. You should not express those sentiments to Officer Blade," Xian Su interjected, her brows furrowing as she released her embrace. She gazed seriously into her partner's optical lens, saying, "How can you be certain he will not resent you upon discovering your true intentions? Regardless of how gentle Officer Blade may be, he is still a high-ranking Decepticon." "He Forge insisted, his optical lens flickering. "Having observed him for quite some time, I am convinced he is not like those lunatics." I will ensure we secure resources and survive, just as we once did. Before the outbreak of war, Forge and Xian soon managed a luxury goods store, where various high-ranking individuals from Carlin frequented. Forge possessed a keen understanding of how to please different elite machines, extracting resources and status from them. In the hands of the astute, he bartered for mutual benefit. In the eyes of the proud, he earned their admiration, and in the presence of the kind-hearted, he garnered sympathy. After the outbreak of war, the Decepticons besieged Karen, leaving them no time to escape. Weighing his options, Forge Flo had no choice but to join the Decepticons alongside Spin. They were assigned to different divisions. Entering the reconnaissance department, he initially contemplated employing his old tactics, only to find that he could not even meet the true high-ranking officials of the Decepticons. His squad leader was a capricious madman. That damned reconnaissance team leader regarded them as mere expendables. He would inevitably be the cause of their demise. Once a high-ranking operative of Karen, he now found himself a lowly Decepticon, vulnerable to the whims of others. The stark contrast and the perilous nature of each mission drove him deeper into despair. As time passed within the Decepticons, he increasingly perceived that the inhabitants of this place were all madmen, and he regretted bringing his partner into such danger. Yet, he could not leave Spin behind. Defecting from the Decepticons would mean facing the relentless pursuit of the Judgment Department, where the madmen among madmen awaited. If they fell into their hands, it would be a fate worse than death for both him and Spin. He had to find a way to survive with Spin, to ascend, no matter the cost. After yet another mission left him severely wounded, he lay weakly in the medical station. When he caught sight of a white and blue figure, the blue optics shining with a clarity that took his breath away. Blade, a strikingly unique, high-ranking Decepticon, was the perfect target he had finally encountered. "You are exhausting the goodwill of Officer Blade," Spin urged, clenching his fists. "Things are different now, Forge Flo. The Decepticons have a strict hierarchy. To survive better, you must demonstrate your value and capability. Officer Blade has helped you immensely. Do not exploit his kindness." "I am not deceiving him," Forge Flo retorted sharply, his voice rising with intensity. "The war is escalating. I do not have the luxury of time to slowly prove myself and elevate my status. At this rate, we will inevitably be sent to the front lines. This is the fastest way. I just need an opportunity." Indeed, he was not deceiving a high-ranking Decepticon. He merely sought to ensure a better survival for himself and Spin. If Megatron could elevate a timid doctor from obscurity to a position of power with a mere word, then he too could leverage such a method to alter his standing within the Decepticons and escape the perilous reconnaissance division. This newly appointed medical officer was frighteningly naive and kind. With just a touch of cunning and performance, he could evoke sympathy and receive efficient, free treatment. "How can you be so certain that Officer Blade will help you obtain what you desire?" Spin sighed, gazing sorrowfully at his somewhat unhinged partner. "I understand his kind," Forge Flo murmured, his optics widening with determination. "As long as my words resonate with him. As long as I become his friend and reveal our suffering this path is misguided." Forge Flo, Spin grasped his hand tightly, attempting to halt the calculated words that threatened to escape. "I do not require correctness." Awakening from his reverie, Duan Lu fixed his gaze intently on Xian Sa, his optical lens flickering with a morbid resolve. Within the connection of the sparks, he sought to soothe his anxious companion, conveying his profound affection. "I desire nothing more than for us both to survive. I implore you to endure, Xian Sa. That individual approaching you harbors ulterior motives." After departing the medical station, Tiago turned to Li Ren and remarked, "He is a member of the reconnaissance division, possessing mediocre capabilities. After every mission, when grievously injured, he finds ways to linger in your presence." "I am aware," Li Ren replied, his blue optical lens shimmering as he nodded gently. The intent behind Duan Lu's words was too pronounced. Perhaps his eagerness to seize the opportunity revealed a hidden yearning. Yet, Li Ren understood he could not reciprocate that expectation. Tiago halted his steps, intrigued as he scrutinized the similarly paused white-blue mechanism. Ultimately, however, he refrained from elaborating further, his flickering optical lens returning to its previous state of calm and coldness. After all, his role was merely to observe this peculiar character, distinct from the Decepticons. Genuine crises would inevitably present opportunities for resolution. "Your duty is to remain perpetually prepared to attend to Lord Megatron," and the higher echelons of the Decepticons. Tiago stated solemnly to Li Run, "There is no need for you to frequent the medical station. They have their own medics. Your actions waste both time and energy." Though he spoke thusly, the officers were acutely aware that the medical resources available to lower-ranking soldiers were scant. Without the fortune of a competent captain or superior, severely injured soldiers were often abandoned to fend for themselves. "If Lord Megatron sustains injuries, I shall be the first to render aid." Li Run met Tiago's piercing red lens fearlessly, asserting, however, at other times, "I possess the freedom to assist those soldiers who exhibit a will to survive." "You cannot save every machine. Life departs the battlefield relentlessly," Tiago scoffed, mocking Li Ren's naivety. "I understand, yet I aspire for more machines to endure." Li Ren lowered his gaze to his hands, allowing his optical lens to droop. "This is the very reason I chose to become a medic." Tiago's red optical lens flickered momentarily before he fell silent, letting out a soft huff before continuing onward with Li Run, muttering under his breath, "You are ill-suited to be a Decepticon." "What?" Li Run, unable to catch the words clearly, inquired with a hint of confusion. "Nothing. Hurry along. The precious wings of Red Spider await," Tiago replied casually, wishing that his previous remark did not reach Lord Megatron's audio receptors. 6. Memories. Li Run. "I must trouble you again," Duan Lu gasped through gritted teeth, the pain of his shattered right calf rendering his voice shaky and unsteady. Yet he endeavored to maintain a semblance of normalcy, his yellow optical lens flickering as he managed a faint smile at the white-blue machine before him. "It is nothing. If the pain becomes unbearable, you may log off. I shall awaken you once I am finished," came the gentle response. Li Ren softly spoke to Duan Lu, observing as the optical lens dimmed in response to the injury. He carefully set aside the severed segment of the patient's leg and wielded the welding gun, attempting to address the wound before him. "Perhaps if I converse with Dr. Li Run, I could divert my attention and alleviate the pain," Duan Lu mused. His visage strained from discomfort. With a faint smile and furrowed brow, he added, the exhaust fan roared, and suddenly a thought struck him. "How unfortunate that I have sustained injuries once more during this mission. I fear I may not be cut out for the reconnaissance department." Li Ren's hand paused momentarily, the blue optical lens flickering, yet he remained silent, listening intently to the sorrowful narrative of the machine. "I often ponder what would happen if I were to perish on the next mission. I cannot leave Xian Su alone. She would be heartbroken." Unaware of Li Ren's subtle change in demeanor, Duan Lu continued in a subdued tone, "War is indeed brutal. How can we possibly survive?" Li Ren took a deep breath, exhaling softly as he ceased his work and met Duan Lu's gaze through the optical lens. "Duan Lu, you need not go to such extremes." Duan Lu's entire being stiffened momentarily before he quickly masked his emotions, forcing a laugh as he replied, "Dr. Li Run, what are you saying? You must not harm yourself in pursuit of your goals. That will be irresponsible not only to yourself but to the other patients as well," Li Ren remarked gravely, his eyes fixed on the wound. "There are many injured individuals at the medical station, and many may not receive timely treatment. Your actions squander vital medical resources. This is the last time. If you engage in such behavior again, I will refuse to treat or communicate with you." Duan Lu's expression darkened for a brief moment, but he concealed his feelings before Li Run could notice, hastily diverting his gaze from the machine. Trembling as he spoke, "I apologize, Dr. Li Run. I merely wished for an opportunity to talk with you." "Alas," Li Ren sighed, lowering the optical lens with resignation. "Speak of what you desire. I have no other options. I do not wish to deceive you, but if I remain in that place, I will die. I truly will. I have Xian Su. I do not want to die. I cannot die." Duan Lu implored urgently, the yellow optical lens releasing a cleansing fluid. "Please, help me, Dr. Li Run. You are a good machine. Only you can save me and Xian Su. You are a high-ranking member of the Decepticons. Surely you have a way to assist me. Do you not?" "Indeed," Li Ren mused as he lowered the optical lens. In the midst of Duan Lu's hopeful gaze, Li Run raised his bright blue optical lens to meet him, speaking softly. "I am truly sorry. I cannot provide what you seek, Duan Lu." "Why?" Duan Lu's eyes widened in disbelief, his movements frozen. "I am but an ordinary doctor. I cannot alter your standing within the Decepticons." Li Run gently shook his head, lowering it to tend to the wounds of Duan Lu. He remained oblivious to the gradual distortion of the faceplate before him. After a moment of contemplation, he softly remarked, "However, regarding your department. As Li Ren skillfully reattached the severed portion of Zhuan Lu's lower leg with a welding gun, he raised his gaze, smiling at the startled Zhuan Lu, and continued. If you are willing to earnestly learn medical skills, I believe the medical station is in dire need of more medics. I cannot guarantee that advancement will be easier there than in the reconnaissance department, but it is certainly safer than your current position. Zhuan Lu gazed into Li Ren's gentle blue optical lenses, clenching his fists as the yellow lenses dimmed momentarily. After a brief pause, he nodded in agreement. All right. Zhuan Lu silently gathered the tools necessary for their mission, the murmurs of his teammates filtering through his audio receptors, discussing recent battles and quietly critiquing matters within the Decepticon ranks. Often, missions were perilous, and team members frequently confided in one another. Yet, Zhuan Lu never engaged in such exchanges. Despite the chaos surrounding him, he found those machines unsophisticated and dull, unworthy of his consideration. Li Ren had arranged for a medic to instruct Zhuan Lu in medical knowledge, and he had nearly mastered the essentials. If all went as planned, today would mark his final mission in the reconnaissance department. Few high-ranking Decepticons transitioned to the medical station, and since Li Ren could not assist him further, he would need to seek out other higher-ups. It seemed that Hook, the medical officer, harbored some discontent towards him, but he was still preferable to that mad captain. It was worth a try. Lost in thought, Zhuan Lu suddenly noticed the chatter among his teammates had ceased. His movements abruptly halted as he swiftly turned around. To his horror, he discovered the deranged captain standing not far behind him, brandishing an energy gun formed from his right arm. The charging blue glow ignited, and the previously conversing teammates retreated, fear etched upon their faces. Ah, I've been discovered. The captain's red optical lenses widened with excitement as he let out a sharp click of his tongue. Stopping the charge of the energy weapon, he lowered his arm, declaring, "You're lucky today. I'll let it slide." Before Zhuan Lu could exhale in relief, an ominous premonition surged through his neural circuits. Instinctively, he tensed and leapt aside, just as an explosion erupted, engulfing the very spot he had occupied in blue flames. His spark raced, and the intense heat washed over him, a mix of relief and terror causing his coolant to seep out, coating his back armor and head crest. I've evaded it. The captain leisurely approached the prostrate Zhuan Lu, raising the energy weapon once more. Zhuan Lu trembled, desperately urging himself to flee, yet his body felt unresponsive, leaving him with no choice but to shut his optical lenses tightly, bracing for the impending pain. Ha ha ha! The captain's mocking laughter echoed alongside the sound of transformation as he retracted the energy cannon, squinting at Zhuan Lu, whose anxious gaze remained fixed upon him. How could I ever dare to harm you, Zhuan Lu? The captain slowly crouched before the mech, his optical lenses glinting with a perilous red light. He placed a hand upon the mech's visage, his voice dripping with malice. You are to be reassigned by that esteemed medical officer, are you not? I'm merely here to bid farewell. You wouldn't mind, would you? With a smile, he extended his hand towards the mech, beckoning it to grasp his hand and rise. It was evident that he had just delivered a fatal blow. All present Cybertronians were acutely aware of this. Yet, the mech uttered not a word. Trembling, it clasped the captain's hand and, yielding to the captain's strength, stood up, murmuring, I dare not. Oh, what are you saying? The captain abruptly shoved the mech, causing it to stumble unsteadily as it had just regained its footing. Its optical lenses flickered momentarily before it leaned in, wrapping its arm around the captain's neck, feigning camaraderie as it cheerfully remarked, You are soon to be that esteemed officer's mech. A mere reconnaissance captain, such as myself, cannot withstand that. The mech's body tightened from the contact with the captain, its fingers trembling imperceptibly as it quietly urged itself to remain calm. Soon it would depart. It must endure, avoid provoking this lunatic, and survive. Xian Su awaited him. No matter where I am, you shall always be my captain. Reflecting on Xian Su, the mech found sudden tranquility and spoke in a conciliatory tone. Should you require anything in the future, I shall exert every effort to alleviate your burdens. Such sweet words. Is this how you persuaded him to reassign you? The captain's lips curled in a smirk as he took 2 steps forward, releasing the mech's neck. Medical officer Li Ren mentioned that the medical station requires personnel. Thus he suggested I assist during the treatment of my subordinates. The mech's body relaxed slightly, its optical lenses lowered. Indeed, that officer has quite the discerning eye. The captain chuckled softly, turning to fix his red optical lenses upon the mech. articulating slowly, "He has astutely chosen you, a worthless being." The mech's optical lenses widened, fists clenching slowly, yet it dared not voice its thoughts, bowing its head to endure the captain's mockery. "Oh dear, I almost forgot. That Lee Run is also quite the worthless one." The captain suddenly seized the mech's cranial structure, forcing it to raise its head to meet his somewhat deranged optical lenses. His tone was jovial yet somber. "A worthless being who has somehow secured a backdoor entry has found another worthless entity in the reconnaissance department. You two are truly a match." Something flickered in the mech's optical lenses, but ultimately, it said nothing, offering the captain a sycophantic smile. If it were Xian Su, perhaps she would have retaliated angrily at his insults towards Medical Officer Li Ren. The mech mused. However, it would not react. It was indifferent to the captain's derision of itself, nor would it care about the captain's scorn towards Li Ren. Its sole objective was survival. How dreary. The captain, upon failing to witness the anticipated reaction, felt an immediate sense of ennui. Forcefully shaking off his hand, he disregarded the retreating figure of Duan Liu, who shielded the indentations left upon his head sculpture. Suddenly struck by a thought, he tilted his head slightly, his tone soft yet laced with an underlying threat. "Ah, our whispered conversations. I trust, Duan Liu, you will keep them close to your core, yes?" "Of course," Duan Liu replied, hastily bowing. Moments later, he straightened his posture, his gaze fixed upon the captain's departing silhouette, a fire of indignation igniting within his optical sensors. It seemed the captain remained wary of the formidable blade looming behind him, for he continued the mission without further regard for the beleaguered Duan Liu trailing in the distance. With a sardonic chuckle, Duan Liu recognized that should danger arise, this madman would undoubtedly find a way to cast him aside. Isolated from a team, he observed the debris and bullet holes beneath his feet. They were in the vicinity of Karen, far removed from the city, lending an air of desolation to the landscape. Sand and dust whipped through the air, striking their armor with a faint sound. Duan Liu casually scanned his surroundings, only to abruptly halt, his gaze locking onto a specific location. He had seemingly glimpsed a shadowy figure darting past. Turning to look ahead, he noted that none of the other machines exhibited any signs of having seen anything, prompting him to dismiss it and continue onward. After all, this was to be his final mission. Should peril arise, he would flee, indifferent to the outcome of the war or the identity of the machine in question. The mission unexpectedly unfolded with remarkable ease, and the squad returned safely to the Decepticon base in Karen. Duan Liu felt no desire to linger with the group, eager to seek out Xian Suo in the intelligence department to relay his successful evasion of the reconnaissance unit. While en route, a thunderous explosion erupted, igniting chaos around him. The reverberations of gunfire and piercing alarm bells echoed from a distance, black smoke billowing through the crevices of buildings, gradually ascending into the somber sky. Enemy attack. It is the Autobots. All departments, remain vigilant. Capture the intruders. Duan Liu stood momentarily frozen, clearly perceiving the distant flames and thick smoke as Decepticon soldiers hurried past. An unsettling sensation enveloped him, and in the next heartbeat, excruciating pain radiated through his spark. The connection, symbolizing his bond with Xian Suo, trembled ominously. In a frantic bid, Duan Liu pressed a hand against his chest plate, dread surging over him as he lifted his heavy limbs toward that direction. Xian Suo. In the past, Xian Suo, Xian Suo. You will be all right. Duan Liu's hands trembled as he attempted to staunch the flow of energon from Xian Suo's severed legs, his heart aching at the sight of Xian Suo's optics flickering in agony. The dull pain from their bond incessantly assailed his neural modules. With great effort, Xian Suo slowly raised a hand, gently placing it upon Duan Liu's energon-stained gauntlet, sending forth a faint signal of reassurance through their spark link. What should I do? I helplessly watch as Xian Su weakens, contemplating the possibility of losing my companion. My mind, numbed with fear, struggles to think. The intelligence department has been attacked, and the medical station is severely understaffed. Given the gravity of the injuries, it is uncertain whether they will even provide assistance. My rudimentary knowledge of medicine offers no solace in this dire situation. But wait, Li Run, the medical officer. A flicker of hope ignites within me as I grasp Xian Su's frail hands, clutching them as if they were a lifeline. My voice trembles as I reassure my weakened partner. I will find Officer Li Run. You will be all right, Xian Su. He has saved me countless times, willing to treat those from the lower ranks. He will certainly rescue you. You will not die, Xian-Su. You will not perish. In a frenzy, I entrust Xian-Su to a nearby soldier from the intelligence department and stagger towards the medical station's exit. Where is he? The cacophony of hurried footsteps and conversations fades into the distance, leaving only the sound of my rapid strides and the heavy thuds of my own movements. In my panic, I scan for that brightly painted machine among the dark figures reflected in my optical lens, disregarding the curses of soldiers I accidentally collide with. Where's Officer Lee Run? Why is he not near the medical station? Shouldn't he be treating the lower-ranked Decepticons in this vicinity? I can distinctly sense the vital spark linked to me dwindling away. There is no time to lose. What should I do? My hands tremble in uncertainty, when suddenly a familiar figure rushes into view through my optical lens. It is a soldier from the medical station. The very machine Lee Run had sent to teach me medical techniques. Where is Officer Lee Run? I urgently intercept him to inquire. The medical soldier pauses for a moment, frowning as he responds. Lord Megatron has been attacked. All senior medical officers are in the operating room. Joy floods my spark upon receiving this clue. I hastily send a signal of reassurance to my partner through our connection and sprint towards the high-ranking Decepticon medical room with all my might. In my anxiety, I fail to notice the uneven ground beneath me and stumble over a protrusion, falling to the ground. However, I quickly rise, disregarding the dust and scratches marring my frame, and continue my relentless pursuit. At last, I spot that familiar white and blue figure amidst the heavily guarded building. Lee Run is engaged in hushed conversation with a hook, hastily making his way towards the operating room at the corridor's end. I found him. My optical lens gleams with renewed determination as I hoarsely call out, Officer Lee Run, while running to catch up, only to be abruptly halted by two Decepticon guards blocking the entrance. Struggling to advance, Duan Lu found himself utterly unable to breach the blockade created by the two guards. One of the sentinels, his optical visor darkening with disdain, abruptly lifted his foot and knocked Duan Lu to the ground. Get lost, you insignificant pest. This is not a place for you. Dr. Lee Run, I beseech you. Save Xian-Su. Duan Lu frantically scrambled to his feet, dashing forward to shout at the towering machine, which was merely a few dozen meters away, yet felt insurmountable. His voice, strained and hoarse from desperate shouting, was laced with jarring noise as cleansing fluid trickled down his facial visor, mingling with the dust that fell to the ground. Please, Xian-Su has done nothing wrong. Everything is my doing. I implore you, save her. His voice was filled with anguish and despair, yet it had no effect on the guards. One of the Decepticon sentinels frowned impatiently and seized his shoulder armor, while another moved to shut the door. Dr. Lee Ren. Duan Lu's optics widened in urgency as he gazed desperately at the figure, praying that the machine would heed his call. Perhaps it was the piercing quality of his voice that momentarily halted Dr. Lee Ren's steps before entering the operating room. The doctor turned his head slightly, and Duan Lu caught a glimpse of his optical visor. The mask obscured any further expression, but the medical officer's brow furrowed slightly, his usually gentle optics now brimming with weariness and anxiety. A fleeting, complex emotion crossed his face upon seeing Duan Lu. Yet ultimately, all feelings were repressed, leaving only a chilling, unyielding resolve behind. Duan Lu felt as if those cold blue optics reflected his own desperate and grotesque pleas. The machine acknowledged his struggle, but merely turned away, stepping resolutely into the operating room. The door was shut by the guards, severing the connection between two worlds and extinguishing Duan Lu's last flicker of hope. Why? He felt as if the vibrant spark within him had been snuffed out in that instant. He collapsed to the ground, his strength drained as the guards dragged him away, futilely gazing at the tightly closed door. He heard it. He distinctly heard it. He saw it. He undeniably saw it. Yet he was disregarded, unhesitatingly ignored. Why? Why? Why now? Staring incredulously at the spot where Dr. Lee Run had stood, Duan Lu felt a chill envelop him. His arms, hanging limply at his sides, trembled slightly, but the information relayed through the spark link jolted him back to reality. Gritting his teeth, he clenched his fists and abruptly turned to race towards the medical station. He refused to believe that there was no other way. Xian-Su would not die. There had to be another solution. The medical station was currently a cacophony of chaos and urgency. The sudden Decepticon attack had left multiple departments under siege, and their leader had been assassinated. Anxiety and unrest spread among the Decepticons. Duan Lu hurriedly sought out one medical soldier after another for the critically injured Xian Su. But each one he managed to summon could only shake their heads in helplessness. It's impossible. I cannot accept it. Another medical soldier has departed. By Xian Su's side, Duan Lu tightly gripped his arm armor, gritting his teeth as he murmured to himself. As he rose, preparing to continue his search, Xian Su's feeble hand unexpectedly rested gently upon his armor. It's all right, Duan Lu, you need not search any longer. Xian Su's lips spilled forth a trace of energon as she managed a slight smile, her voice frail. No, you will survive, Xian Su. Duan Lu trembled as he grasped the hand she placed on his armor. Speaking through his pain, I will certainly find a way to save you. Xian Su shook her head gently, offering no words, merely gazing tenderly at her companion. The yellow of her optical sensors dimmed, and the purple of her form lost its vibrancy and luster. At that moment, Duan Lu received a communication from the machine before him. It was a directive regarding Xian Su's promotion, requesting her transfer to the intelligence department. Duan Lu's optical sensors widened in shock as he stared at Xian Su. I know you don't wish to go to the medical department, Xian Su said with a bittersweet smile, her voice crackling with static. I had thought the intelligence department would be safer, but it seems, cough cough, it isn't safe at all. The cleansing fluid streamed from Xian Su's optical sensors, cascading down her visage to the ground. She fixed her gaze upon her trembling partner, reflecting on the fact that Cybertron had become a vast battlefield, devoid of any truly safe haven. Do not say that, Xian Su, Duan Lu murmured, bowing his head in anguish as the clear liquid dripped onto the darkened surface of the machine before him. He clutched her feeble hand, choking back tears. Do not speak of such things. Once you recover, wherever you wish to go, I shall follow. As long as you regain your strength. Even if you wish to leave the Decepticons, even if you desire to depart this planet, I will find a way to make it happen. Swansul, Uldon. I will find a way. Hold on, Duan Lu pleaded through his despair. Their sparks intertwined like a flickering candle in the wind, sending forth a faint signal, resembling a final farewell and a gentle admonition. I'm sorry, Duan Lu. I can't walk beside you any longer, Xian Su's voice dwindled, her strength waning as she lifted her other hand, trembling as it caressed her partner's visage. The yellow of her optical sensors flickered, and with her last remaining strength, she managed a faint smile, whispering with a breathless tone, do not act foolishly. Live well. I love you. The faint spark signal abruptly ceased, leaving behind an eternal silence. The medical station was filled with a cacophony of noise, yet that whispered confession pierced through Duan Lu's audio receptors. He stared in confusion at the broken form of his partner lying before him, her arm armor hanging limply, her once clear optical sensors now devoid of light, transformed into a realm of muted gray. Xian Su? Duan Lu's lips trembled as he sought to awaken the companion before him. Xian Su would not awaken again. An unprecedented agony seized him, as if his very being and spark were being torn asunder. In the throes of this torment, Duan Lu regained his senses, suddenly aware of himself curled upon the ground, emitting a wail that no Cybertronian should produce, akin to the sound of metal being brutally rent apart. After meticulously examining the condition of Megatron displayed on the equipment, Laren gradually relaxed his tense frame. He reopened the emotional module and turned to the side to look at Hook. Megatron's condition has stabilized, he announced. Hook nodded, tidying up the surgical tools before him. Laren cast a worried glance at Megatron, whose optical lenses were tightly shut on the operating table. He felt a heavy burden as he struggled with the responsibility inscribed in his spark to save the soldiers who were desperately fighting for their lives. Contemplating deeply, the optical lenses flickered, and he approached Hook, saying, Hook, are you heading to the medical station? Hook interrupted him, pausing his actions to regard Laren with curiosity. Yes. Many machines in the intelligence department have been injured. Laren's optical lenses drooped sadly as he clenched his fists. The medical personnel at the station were unable to handle the multitude of injured soldiers. The painful pleas of duct and the relentless surge of spark energy that had flown into his chest plate during the surgery overwhelmed him with profound sorrow and fatigue. Before commencing the operation, he had sent a message to the medical staff at the station, advising them to stabilize the injured soldiers temporarily, as he would do his utmost to reach them. Perhaps he could save some of the machines. Hook's red optical lenses flickered, and after a moment, he nodded. Then go ahead. I will take care of the remaining tasks. Thank you, Hook, Laren replied, his optical lenses brightening. He turned to Megatron and sent a message to his friend via the internal communication line. He swiftly gathered his medical tools, grabbed the medical kit, and hurriedly left the operating room. Once Laren departed, the silver-gray machine that had been lying on the operating table in a dormant state suddenly opened its crimson optical lenses. Hook, maintaining a calm demeanor, stepped aside and bowed. Lord Megatron. Megatron sat up and gazed toward the door of the operating room, his optical lenses dimming slightly. My subordinate does not understand why you did not disclose your plans to Officer Laren, Hook inquired cautiously, assessing whether Megatron could be trusted. Megatron instantly grasped the unspoken words lingering in Hook's inquiry. After a moment of silence, he rose and spoke in a low voice. It is time to put an end to certain events that should never have occurred. His crimson optical lenses flickered as he walked slowly toward the exit of the operating room. A white-blue sports car came to a halt not far from the medical station and transformed. Laren hurriedly approached, carrying the medical kit. However, a familiar figure abruptly blocked his path, halting his advance. Duct? Laren gazed at Duct, whose slightly hunched frame and scratched exterior filled him with an inexplicable unease. How is Shinsu? Upon hearing this question, Duct froze, slowly raising his head to reveal his dim yellow optical lenses. The emotions contained within them caused Laren to grip the handle of the medical kit tighter. The soul emanating from the forged optical mirror seemed to be irreparably torn apart. Laren sensed his sorrow, anguish, and resentment. Shinsu was dead. Slowly, the voice of Duan Lu emerged, hoarse and strained. The suspicions he had harbored were confirmed. And Li Ren's inner flame dimmed. The blue optical mirror grew darker. He understood that at this moment, all words of comfort would be utterly futile. I am deeply sorry. Duan Lu. A sardonic smile tugged at the corners of Duan Lu's mouth, and a mocking laughter escaped his vocal apparatus. He fixed a cold stare upon Li Ren before coldly declaring, "What good is your apology? Shinsu is already dead." Before Li Ren could respond, Duan Lu advanced towards him, teeth clenched as he demanded, "Why did you ignore my plea? Why did you not save her?" This question widened Li Ren's eyes within the optical mirror, as memories once steeped in pain and sorrow surged vividly within his neural modules. The haunting images of miners who perished in his dreams converged with Duan Lu's figure. Li Ren whispered, his hands trembling uncontrollably, striving to regain his composure. His voice was parched as he implored, "Calm yourself, Duan Lu. You once said this is the duty of a doctor, is it not? This is your responsibility, is it not?" Duan Lu erupted, interrupting Li Ren's unfinished thoughts. He lunged forward, gripping Li Ren's arm tightly, the optical mirror reflecting a frenzied and neurotic light. "Every time you have treated me, why not this time? Why did you not save her? It is all because of you. Shinsu would not have died. Why abandon us? Why disregard my cries for help?" Duan Lu's words suddenly faltered, as if the flames of his fury were extinguished in an instant. He released Li Ren's arm with a sudden force, staggering backward, his gaze lowered as he muttered softly, "Ha, I understand now. I understand. Duan Lu, please calm down. It was never my intention to delay assistance to Shinsu," Li Ren said, placing down his medical kit and inching closer to the agitated Cybertronian, hoping to soothe the one driven to madness by the loss of his partner. He spoke gently, "Shinsu would surely want you to live well." The surrounding soldiers had begun to take notice of the unfolding situation, whispering amongst themselves. Soon, higher-ranking Decepticons would arrive to address the matter. And if Duan Lu remained in this frenzied state, he would undoubtedly face consequences. However, Duan Lu abruptly raised his hand, forcefully pushing aside Li Ren's outstretched right hand, his fingers trembling with overwhelming emotion. In a voice thick with resentment, he shouted, "I see it now. You did it on purpose, because I deceived you a few times. You believe I challenge your authority, so you reassign me to the medical department to more conveniently punish me, correct? Then why not direct your ire at me? Shinsu did nothing wrong. Why subject her to this? You hypocritical wretch, your words are sweet, yet when it matters, you abandon us. You like those others? View us as mere refuse to be trampled underfoot, do you not?" With a malicious grin, Dantliu shouted, entirely oblivious to the impropriety of his words. "Huh! Do you fancy yourself as a noble high-ranking Decepticon? You are nothing but a farce. Every Decepticon knows you are merely a pathetic excuse of a being, relying on underhanded tactics to secure your position. Since joining the Decepticons, he had always been overshadowed by others. Before the onset of war, He was evidently a wealthy elite. Yet not a single high-ranking Decepticon, save for Laren, regarded him with esteem. The stark contrast between his past and present suffocated his spirit, igniting a simmering resentment within him. He was weak and timid, hoping for the favor of the elite without earning it, yet lacking the prowess to contend with the powerful. His beloved perished before him, and he never considered that perhaps if he had not carelessly assigned Medical Officer Laren to instruct soldiers in medical techniques, things might have turned out differently. He could have directed his fury towards the Autobot that had slain Xian Saw, loathed the Autobots' leader, Optimus Prime, or even despised the high-ranking Decepticons and Megatron himself. Yet, in that moment, he remained cowardly, too afraid to confront the mighty, channeling his animosity instead toward the gentle doctor who had unconditionally aided him. He masked his impotence with shouts and cloaked his weakness in criticism. The brutality of war and the loss of his beloved had warped his intellect. Or perhaps his resentment was always directed towards a powerless doctor who enjoyed the status he could never attain under Megatron's protection. A feeble and laughable Cybertronian. Dantliu's anger intensified as he observed the medical officer's bewilderment in response to his accusations, finally experiencing a perverse sense of satisfaction, akin to the thrill of trampling the Decepticon hierarchy beneath his feet. Excitement glinted in Dantliu's optical sensors as he lost his sanity in a fit of laughter. His right arm abruptly transformed into an energy cannon, aimed menacingly at Laren as he gritted his teeth and shouted, "Die! Accompany Xian Suo to the grave." The circle of light in Laren's blue optical sensors shrank dramatically, and before he could swiftly evade, the charging sound resonated. Boom! The sound of the fusion cannon firing exploded beside his audio receptors. The acrid scent of burnt metal mingling with the metallic tang of energy fluid infiltrating the olfactory sensors of the surrounding Decepticons. The hushed conversations of the Decepticon soldiers, who had gathered to witness the spectacle, abruptly ceased with the deafening explosion, leaving only the lingering hum of the fusion cannon's discharge around the medical station. Laren stood frozen, staring at Dantliu's yellow optical sensors as they dimmed. Through the gaping hole that pierced his chest, he faintly discerned the familiar silvery gray plating. Dantliu's spark energy surged into Laren's white chest plate as that lifeless form gradually slumped. Laren's blue optical sensors trembled, and in the fleeting moment before the body fell, he met Megatron's crimson gaze. Twisted, he thought, as a soldier's call jolted him back to reality, prompting Laren to blink and turn to the Decepticon soldier entering the medical room. "What is it?" Laren set down the surgical knife and coldly inquired. "Lord Megatron has sent us a soldier. He wishes for you to examine his body." The soldier's words were fragmented, and the red optical sensors flickered incessantly, revealing his trembling arms. He was gripped by fear. Realizing the soldier's struggle to suppress his abnormality, Laren furrowed his brow and softly commanded, "Let him in." The soldier nodded hastily, exiting the medical room to assist another soldier in lifting the stretcher at the entrance. Why the fear? As Laren pondered this, his eyes widened in horror upon seeing the Cybertronian laid upon the stretcher on the floor of the medical room. The soldier had been cleaved in half, revealing a gruesome display of internal circuitry at the smooth cut. A charred, gaping hole in his chest plate emitted no spark fragments, only a dim purple glow that spread from what should have been the spark into the circuitry of his entire body. An eerie pool of abnormal purple energy liquid formed on the stretcher and the ground, and most bizarrely, he was still alive. Laren distinctly observed the decayed, horrific upper half of the body still writhing in struggle, the optical sensors flickering with purple light, and a hoarse, meaningless growl escaping from the vocalizer. How could this be? His spark had clearly extinguished. Laren's optical sensors dimmed as he prepared to speak to the two trembling soldiers beside him. But he was startled to see the body on the ground, which had merely been twitching, suddenly muster strength as if sensing something. The mangled arms shot up and pushed against the ground. With a roar, the upper body of the deceased Cybertronian lunged toward Laren. The grotesque howl resonating with a sound no Cybertronian could produce. Gritting his teeth, Laren pushed aside the paralyzed soldier beside him and, moving with almost imperceptible speed, drew the surgical knife to sever the outstretched arms that reached for him. A few droplets of purple energy liquid splattered onto Laren's light silver armor, leaving conspicuous marks. With his left hand, Laren gripped the neck of the body, pressing it forcefully to the ground, yet the strength of the mangled form startled him. It continued to struggle. The remaining half of the arms flailed, and the gaping mouth, emitting fractured roars, opened wide to reveal the purple circuitry within. Twisting in an attempt to bite into Li Ren's white-blue frame. "Bring the restraining straps. Quickly," Li Ren shouted to the dazed soldiers nearby. They snapped back to reality, hurriedly retrieving the restraining straps from beside the surgical table. Li Ren took the straps in his right hand and forcefully secured the half-body to the ground. Gradually, he released his grip and stood up, gazing at the writhing form, silently exhaling in relief. A profound sense of weakness washed over his hands, and as he wiped the purple energy liquid from his fingers and arm plates, he furrowed his brow at his uncontrollably trembling hands. This was not right. He suddenly became aware of something. The discomfort that had been suppressed within the dormant spark surged forth in an unrelenting tide. Li Ren clenched his fists tightly. The extinguished sparks of the Cybertronians had been revived, resembling mere walking corpses, their colors aberrant and infused with a liquid energy that could adversely affect their very beings. It was the dark energon. What could this mean? Li Ren turned his head and coldly inquired of the two soldiers. The soldiers, still reeling from shock, stiffened at the sight of the medical officer's glinting red goggles and hurriedly responded. "It is indeed Lord Megatron conducting experiments with dark energon." Li Ren took a deep breath. He recognized the fear in the soldiers' eyes. As fellow mass-produced foot soldiers, they might have recently communicated with the struggling undead in some corner of the reprisal. But now, their former comrade had become nothing more than a shattered husk. Perhaps they would be next. "You may leave," Li Ren said in a low voice. The soldiers, grateful, bowed hurriedly and exited the medical chamber. The sound of the door closing echoed, leaving only the anguished cries of the bound undead and the faint noises of its struggles within the silent chamber. Li Ren's optical sensors flickered as he picked up a nearby instrument, crouching to observe the half-dismembered body that still attempted to bite him. The spark's energy was erratic. The body was severely damaged, yet exhibited a strong life signal. It displayed heightened aggression, significant strength, and slightly diminished speed. The various metrics were unmeasurable. The brain module retained some activity, but lacked rationality. The extinguished spark was not a weakness. The severed limbs bore no vitality. Perhaps separating the head from the body could halt its movements. After completing his examination, Li Ren set the instrument down, suppressing the discomfort of the spark with a silent sigh. Due to Megatron's orders, he had refrained from delivering a final blow to this already broken body. Now that the required inspection was concluded, he could grant this soldier peace. Dark energon twisted the essence of the deceased, pulling them back into the realm of the living. Li Ren silently drew a scalpel, gently placing the sharp blade against the circuitry at the undead's neck. This was a desecration of life. In a flash of cold light, the cries and struggles ceased abruptly, the decayed head rolling across the floor, trailing purple energon before coming to a halt under the icy gaze of the Decepticon medic. The headless upper half of the body slumped helplessly, its optical sensors and circuitry flickering out slowly. Li Ren stood, wiping the energon from the scalpel, lowering his optical sensors. Just as he prepared to tidy the chaos of the floor, the sound of the medical chamber door opening halted his movements, familiar footsteps resonating in his audio receptors. Li Ren turned to see a tall, silver-gray Cybertronian entering slowly, sheathing the scalpel and bowing deeply. Lord Megatron. Megatron cast a glance at the ground strewn with energon and shattered remains of machinery before turning his gaze to the Cybertronian before him, adorned in silver and deep blue. A smirk graced his lips as he declared, "I have come to conduct a body inspection, medic." Upon hearing the deliberately spoken title, Blade sighed in exasperation and replied, "This area requires some tidying up. Perhaps you could return later?" He motioned for the soldiers to handle the cleanup while he reported the findings of his examination. Megatron strode past the wreckage on the floor towards the medical bed. Observing the two soldiers hastily entering to tidy up, Blade sighed and approached Megatron, presenting him with a datapad. "Here is the report. Please review it." Megatron scrutinized the contents of the datapad in silence, the crimson lenses of his optics flickering. After a moment, he set the pad aside and addressed the medic standing beside him. "Well done, Blade." The soldiers worked swiftly, and soon the medical room's floor regained its initial pristine condition. Once they confirmed their departure, Blade took a deep breath and turned to Megatron, speaking earnestly. "Megatron, do you intend to utilize the Dark Energon?" You have already witnessed its power. The fiery essence within Megatron's crimson optics burned fiercely as he clenched his fist, contemplating the potential of commanding a formidable and loyal army of the undead, a significant advantage for the Decepticon cause. However, Blade interjected, shedding his facade before other Decepticons, grasping Megatron's arm in a desperate plea. But Megatron, the dark energon revives the dead without reason. They will not heed your commands. I shall find a way to master the power of dark energon. Megatron replied darkly, his optics dimming. He regarded Blade's red visor with an unwavering voice. Commence your physical examination now, Blade. Blade understood that Megatron wished to end the conversation. His words of caution lodged in his vocal processor, ultimately swallowed in silence. He slowly released his grip, sighed, and averted his gaze, murmuring, "Yes, Lord Megatron." As Megatron reclined on the medical bed, he observed Blade's skilled movements. The medic, his head bowed, focused intently on the examination without uttering a word, and a heavy silence enveloped the medical room. Finally, breaking the stillness, Megatron inquired softly, "Have you been tending to the severely injured mass-produced soldiers these past years?" Blade's actions faltered momentarily, but he quickly regained his composure and continued using his instruments, responding quietly. "The situation is different now than it was on Cybertron. The Decepticons' resources are limited, and the production of mass soldiers grows increasingly flawed. Timely treatment of the injured can significantly mitigate the needless depletion of Decepticon resources." He laid down his instruments and met Megatron's crimson gaze, placing his right hand over the purple Decepticon insignia on his chest. "I assure you, a repeat of events akin to those 4 million years ago shall not occur." Megatron's optics flickered thoughtfully. Ultimately, he said nothing, merely nodding in silent acknowledgement. After the medical examination, Lee-Run gazed at the retreating figure of his friend, his fingers unconsciously curling. He gently brushed over the spot on his armor that had previously been stained by the purple energy liquid. A profound sense of foreboding began to seep into his entire being, a cold dread intertwining with anxiety and unease, as he silently prayed that Megatron would refrain from any reckless actions. Yet, his prayers proved futile. The moment he beheld the silver-gray machine once more, a wave of discomfort surged through him, as Megatron's peculiar purple optical lenses abruptly invaded Lee-Ren's line of sight. Lee-Run had not anticipated that Megatron would resort to inserting the dark energy entity into the Matrix to gain control over the deceased. This implied a severance of his connection with Primus, rendering his return to the source of the Matrix impossible. Deep within his memories, visions of the future shown to him by Primus emerged within his mind module, revealing that the tainted Megatron would ultimately fall prey to the Cosmic Emperor's invasion of his form. Meanwhile, Megatron was tirelessly overseeing the enhancement of the space bridge, aiming to resurrect the fallen Cybertronians on Cybertron with a dark energy entity and amass an army of the undead. This was all too insane. Megatron was utterly unresponsive to Lee-Ren's attempts at counsel. Every action he undertook since his return defied Lee-Ren's imagination. The intertwining anxiety within him and the discomfort caused by the dark energy entity bore down on Lee-Run, nearly suffocating him. His reason screamed in madness, urging him to inform Optimus Prime and halt this unfolding catastrophe. Yet, another louder voice within him posited, if this was indeed Megatron's desire, if he was impervious to any counsel, if he was determined to pursue this path to its grim conclusion, then Lee-Run would accompany him. After all, for the past 4 million years, it had always been thus. Lee-Ren's optical lenses flickered, concealing the tumult of emotions beneath his visor. The dark energy entity posed an immense danger. He needed to devise a means to eliminate the Cosmic Emperor's influence over Megatron. His turbulent thoughts were interrupted by a soldier entering the medical room. "Officer Lee-Run, Commander Red Spider requests your presence in the confinement chamber." "Understood," Lee-Ren replied coolly, setting down his instruments and exiting the medical room. The confinement chamber was dimly lit. Instruments stained by countless energy liquids lurked in the shadows, revealing only a faint silver glimmer. Not long ago, this place had housed the interrogated Autobot. As Lee-Ren stepped into this familiar setting, he observed 2 slender figures standing nearby, accompanied by their human companion. Clearly, Red Spider had devised yet another scheme in Megatron's absence, as confirmed by the words of the mechanical dog that had flown over from Soundwave. Lee-Ren had grown accustomed to Red Spider's antics. Yet he could not fathom why Soundwave continued to indulge Red Spider's mischief now that Megatron had returned. Perhaps this seemingly aloof intelligence officer harbored a penchant for watching the unfolding drama. And who might this be? He mused, noting the somewhat grandiose nature of the welcome. Fuller gazed upon the towering figure that entered, the crimson goggles reflecting a muted glow under the dim lights. He suppressed his anxiety and feigned nonchalance as he spoke. Bringing an organic life form here serves no purpose, Red Spider. Laren cast a fleeting glance at Fuller, dismissing the ramblings of the loquacious agent, and turned to face Red Spider, speaking in a low tone. It certainly holds significance. A smirk curled at the corners of Red Spider's mouth as he regarded Fuller with malice. This human is aware of the Autobot's base location. Once we extract the coordinates, we can launch an assault. Is this an order from Lord Megatron? Laren interjected, his voice devoid of warmth. For a brief moment, Red Spider's faceplate contorted, but he quickly regained his composure, smiling at Soundwave and Laren. Lord Megatron is quite occupied. We should find an opportunity to alleviate his burdens, shouldn't we? How about you interrogate this human, Laren? Are you certain? Laren frowned at Red Spider. He should have declined the suggestion on the grounds that it was not an order from Megatron. Yet the weight of his core emotions and the discomfort from the dark energon compelled his words to turn sharp. If you desire to collect a heap of silent human corpses in a mere 5 Earth minutes, I would be more than willing to oblige. Red Spider was taken aback by Laren's retort, gritting his teeth as he addressed the goggle-clad machine. I require you to extract information, not to execute him immediately. I possess no experience in interrogating organic life forms, Laren replied without hesitation, a hint of sarcasm lacing his tone. Information may not be guaranteed, but the cleanup will certainly fall to you. This human's blood and dismembered remains will likely splatter everywhere. Thus, for the sake of the confinement chamber and your own chassis' cleanliness, you should devise a means to procure this gift and present it to Lord Megatron yourself. Commander Red Spider. With that, Laren turned and exited the confinement chamber, disregarding the furious curses of Red Spider behind him. Such words were not typical of the Decepticon medic. Even Soundwave found himself slightly swiveling the screen in the direction of Laren's departure. What is the matter? The mechanical canine inquired as it rested upon Laren's shoulder. You typically do not speak so defiantly to Red Spider. Laren remained silent, merely shaking his head gently. Upon returning to the medical bay, he checked the instruments while unconsciously tapping the surface of the table, conveying a message to the mechanical dog. It's nothing, just a slight discomfort with the chassis today. His unusual behavior was concerning. Perhaps Soundwave was observing him closely. It was prudent to exercise caution. Laren reassured the mechanical dog, his gaze fixed on the complex data displayed on the instrument before him. Slowly, he lowered his optical visor, his right hand lightly brushing against the purple emblem on his chest plate. The influence of dark energon upon him was greater than he had anticipated. He had failed to restrain himself during the confrontation with Red Spider, a situation that should not have transpired. With a sigh, he sensed the subtle activation of his emotional module, striving to suppress the sluggishness and pain emanating from his spark. He needed to conceal his anomalies. It is imperative not to trouble Megatron. Suddenly, a surge of energy from the core of the armor caused Laren to halt his gentle caress of the robotic dog's head. His audio receiver twitched, and he furrowed his brow, turning to gaze towards the medical room. The robotic dog, which had been resting on Laren's shoulder, also opened its optical sensors and stood alert, directing its attention towards the door of the medical room. An intrusion was imminent. Please check on the situation with Arachnid, Laren murmured to the robotic dog, sensing the surgical blade in subspace. The dog's red optical sensors flickered as it nodded, taking flight from Laren's shoulder and disappearing through the darkened wall. The entrance to the medical room automatically opened, and Laren proceeded cautiously towards the source of the sound he had heard. He noticed a Decepticon soldier patrolling in the same direction he intended to go. After a moment's contemplation, he called out to the soldier, "Soldier, wait a moment." The soldier turned at the sound, and upon recognizing the visitor, quickly bowed his head in respect. "Lieutenant Laren, change your patrol route," Laren commanded coldly, offering no further explanation. "Yes, Lieutenant Laren," the soldier replied, momentarily taken aback before nodding in acquiescence, not daring to inquire further, and proceeded towards another direction. After the soldier departed, Laren continued towards his intended destination. As a large door opened automatically, The scene that unfolded before his optical sensors caused him to momentarily pause. Several soldiers lay on the ground, their bodies charred, with smoke still rising from the scorched muzzles of their weapons, a faint metallic scent permeating the air. There had been an intrusion. It was the Autobots. Laren frowned, frantically inquiring about Arachnid's situation through the communication line, but received no response. His arm cannon transformed into an energy weapon, and he cautiously stepped inside. Suddenly, a faint sound emanated from a nearby corner, prompting him to charge his weapon and aim towards the source. However, Laren quickly realized that the noise did not originate from an Autobot, nor even from Cybertronian. A human boy had just picked up a backpack from the ground, his eyes wide with terror as he glanced at the glowing blue muzzle of Laren's weapon. Laren discerned that 2 more humans were concealed in the corner. Why had so many humans come aboard the Nemesis today? Were they captured by Arachnid? Or had the Autobots brought them? Regardless of the reason, they had no place here. Laren slightly adjusted his aim, ensuring that the energy blast would not harm the boy. The boy, startled by the weapon's display, let out a few frightened cries and hastily retreated. Laren recognized that these 3 humans were merely children and had no desire to harm them. However, as a Decepticon medic, he could not remain passive in the presence of humans potentially associated with the Autobots. The Autobots truly had malfunctioning processors. One adult, Fuller, was already a risk. Yet they had brought 3 children aboard the Nemesis, leaving them unattended in such a perilous situation. Did they not fear for the safety of these children? Even Optimus Prime seemed indifferent. This place is far from secure. Other soldiers may pass through at any moment, and it cannot be allowed for them to fall into the hands of the Red Spider and other Decepticons, for otherwise, their demise would be inevitable. Laren continued to inquire about the location and status of the Red Spider via communication, yet there was still no response from the other end. He was unwilling to let the Autobots infiltrating the Avenger escape unscathed. But it seemed that only by having the Autobots take these 3 children away could their safety be assured. Contemplating this, Laren fired another shot from a distance, intending to drive them away from this place. He observed the dark-haired boy, who had been lurking in the corner, suddenly dash out, hastily evading the bespectacled boy as they both sought refuge behind a nearby cover. Such bravery! A smile tugged at the corners of Laren's mouth. "Meichi, take a picture." The breathless dark-haired boy called out to the girl still in the corner. "Good idea." The girl named Meichi waved her hand and suddenly darted out, shouting to the approaching Laren, "Hey, look at this." Laren lowered his gaze in the direction of the voice, noticing the small figure holding up a pink phone. He heard the unmistakable sound of the camera shutter and couldn't help but twitch his lips. Such commendable courage. "Not him. Take a picture of that," the dark-haired boy shouted, somewhat exasperated. Meichi suddenly realized and turned to lift her phone towards the data and equations displayed on the upper instruments. Laren also glanced at the screen, and upon seeing the contents, his brow furrowed. He recognized it as the engineering blueprint for the space bridge, closely tied to Megatron's subsequent plans. The act of resurrecting the deceased from Cybertron using dark energy was utterly insane, but since this was a plan already decreed by Megatron, he had to ensure that the clues did not reach the Autobots. Laren's gaze turned icy. He ceased to hold back any longer, changing from his previously slow pace. He retracted his energy cannon, swiftly ensnaring Meichi, who attempted to turn and flee. "Let me go!" Meichi screamed in terror, her eyes wide with fear as she pounded on Laren's fingers, desperately trying to escape the bind. The glinting red visor of Laren reflected her struggling figure. "Meichi!" The 2 boys below shouted anxiously, searching for a way to rescue their companion, but they were utterly at a loss. The disparity in strength between humans and Cybertronians was too vast. Laren was no defective mass-produced soldier. If he wished to eliminate these 3 humans, there was no chance for them to escape. Ignoring the frantic cries of the 3 humans, Laren controlled the pressure of his grip, ensuring it would not harm the girl, yet would effectively restrain her movements. Observing the phone that Meichi clutched tightly, waving it with her motions, Laren spoke sternly, "Hand me the phone." "The phone?" Meichi paused for a moment, taken aback that this Decepticon who had captured her was speaking. However, she quickly regained her composure, hiding the phone behind her back. Fearfully, she half closed her eyes but spoke defiantly, "You'll never get it." Laren's optical visor darkened. He had refrained from directly seizing the device out of concern for the girl, but it was clear that verbal persuasion was proving futile. In the realm of medical precision, Liren could deftly handle minute components. Now, he was capable of retrieving the diminutive pink mobile phone from Mei Qi's grasp. His left hand reached for her, but in the next instant, the thunderous roar of an engine echoed nearby. His audio receptor twitched, and upon turning, he beheld a green armored vehicle hurtling toward him. "Release Mei Qi," the partition roared, transforming in an instant to tackle Li Ren to the ground. The force of the impact elicited a muffled groan from him as the girl was flung away. Mei Qi screamed in midair, and as Li Ren's optical lens narrowed, he exhaled a quiet sigh of relief upon seeing Alxi catch her just in time. Once the partition confirmed Mei Qi's safety, its right hand swung a heavy hammer down upon Li Ren. He steeled himself, raising his arm to intercept the blow, but was suddenly beset by an icy paralysis that rendered him powerless, an overwhelming sense of weakness enveloping him. What was happening? Seizing this opportunity, the partition unleashed another furious strike. The shallow silver armor on Li Ren's arms and chest fractured under the impact, and he gritted his teeth, suppressing a cry of pain as he summoned his strength to force the partition off him. The partition attempted to press the attack, but Alxi's voice pierced through. "Do not linger in battle. Retreat, partition." The three children had already boarded a yellow sports car, prompting the partition to swiftly transform and race off with the car and motorcycle. Li Ren rose, raising his arm cannon to fire at the trio of Autobots. Yet the pain in his chest and left arm rendered him unable to maintain his aim, and his weapon fell limply at his side as the vehicles vanished down the corridor of retribution. He examined the wounds on his armor. Although repaired, the cracks and lingering pain served as constant reminders of his injuries. He should not have found himself in such a predicament, yet his senses had dulled, leaving him oblivious to the Autobots' approach and that fleeting sense of weakness. Prolonged exposure to the darkness of the energy entity seemed to intensify its effects on his body. Li Ren gently supported his weakened left arm with his right hand, the optical lens dimming. "Death? Listen to me, Lord Megatron," he intended to explain to Starscream, who was retreating in a flurry of panic, but before he could finish, the body swayed unsteadily under the impact of a blow from the machine before him, causing pain to escape in a muffled groan. "I commanded you to await my orders." Megatron's fists clenched tightly as he advanced toward the trembling Starscream, who was struggling to regain his footing, and with a fierce motion, he sent the slender figure flying. Starscream's red optical lens flickered with fury. "But your foolish actions have cost me my warship, injured my medic, and most infuriatingly, delayed our plans." The body of the Red Spider sparked slightly from a few heavy blows. He raised his head in terror, gazing at the towering figure of Megatron, who approached with a heavy gait. With his arms pressed against the ground, he hurriedly attempted to retreat. "Lord Megatron, my intentions were noble. I merely sought to assist you in eliminating Optimus Prime. I permit no one to dispose of Optimus Prime, save for myself." The fury reflected in Megatron's optical sensors intensified as he fixed his gaze upon the diminutive Cybertronian on the ground, lifting his foot with the intent to crush him. Instinctively, Red Spider tensed his body, turning away and shutting his optical sensors. However, moments later, the anticipated pain did not arrive. Tentatively, he opened his optical sensors to look upward, only to see Leo Convoy intervening, raising his hand to block Megatron. The crimson light of Megatron's optical sensors met the red visor of Leo Convoy. Leo Convoy's silver armoring bore cracks, yet his voice emerged calm and unwavering from beneath his mask. "Lord Megatron, I implore you to temper your wrath. Your current plans are of utmost importance. I believe Commander Red Spider has devised a means to atone for his actions. Would you not agree, Commander Red Spider?" Leo Convoy tilted his head slightly, directing his red visor towards Red Spider. "Indeed, Lord Megatron, I have conceived a solution, and I assure you that your plans can proceed seamlessly," Red Spider exclaimed, his optical sensors wide with urgency as he seized the opportunity to speak. "Then enlighten me, Red Spider." Megatron retracted his intent to attack, his voice deep and resonant, commanding him to be swift. Due to the damage inflicted upon the interstellar navigation system aboard the Nemesis, the space bridge could not accurately pinpoint the location of Cybertron. Red Spider's solution involved utilizing human technology, adjusting coordinates through sound waves to the array of human radio telescopes. Though Megatron typically scorned the primitive technologies of humanity, Red Spider's proposal was indeed the most expedient solution at present. Once the matter was resolved, Leo Convoy did not linger in the command room. After consulting with Megatron, he returned to the medical bay to repair his armor. Sparks from the welding of armor reflected upon Leo Convoy's visor as the mechanical dog returned to the side of Soundwave. In the medical bay, only the sizzling of the welding gun and Leo Convoy's soft breaths filled the silence. Moments later, Leo Convoy set down the welding gun, gently caressing the now restored armor as his optical sensors gradually dulled. Soon, Megatron would awaken all deceased Cybertronians on Cybertron using dark energy, desecrating their deaths and leading the resurrected army of the dead to assault Earth. Countless humans and lives would be lost. The imagined flames and tragedies within his neural module caused Leo Convoy's body to shudder violently. He clenched his fists in anguish, lowering his optical sensors. Megatron's actions grew increasingly frenzied, and he realized he would be complicit in this madness. That photograph had indeed revealed Megatron's plan to the Autobots. Leo Convoy and Red Spider stood behind Megatron, gazing out from the bridge of the ship. Optimus Prime has led the Autobots to the space bridge, where the immense structure renders their forms insignificantly small. Yet, their resolute expressions and vigilant stances transform them into an unyielding fortress, steadfastly safeguarding Earth and humanity. It appears that Optimus Prime never fails to meet my expectations. Megatron, rather than expressing anger over the leaked plans, gazes with a hint of satisfaction at the towering figure displayed on the screen, though he quickly grits his teeth, tilts his head, and speaks in a low voice. "This is unlike you, Starscream. I believe there is no need for concern, my lord," Starscream promptly replies, feeling the weight of Megatron's gaze. "Following my orders." Soundwave has locked onto the coordinates of Cybertron. Megatron snorts derisively and turns his attention toward the Autobots. It seems that while Soundwave was locking in the coordinates, an anomaly occurred. The already adjusted space bridge began to veer off course again, but Soundwave promptly rectified the issue, realigning the space bridge towards Cybertron. The space bridge successfully activates, casting a bluish-green light into the optics of the Reaper. A smirk forms at the corner of Megatron's mouth as he strides onto the deck of the Nemesis, hefting the massive dark energon shard and forcefully hurling it into the space bridge. The shard, glowing with an eerie violet light, drifts away from the Nemesis, and the oppressive weight that has burdened the Reaper finally dissipates, yet he feels no sense of relief. Countless departed souls will rise anew on that lifeless planet, hastened by Megatron's call, eagerly soaring toward this galaxy to bring devastation and calamity to the vibrant Earth. Will Optimus and his allies thwart this impending doom? The Reaper observes the struggle between Optimus and Megatron on the space bridge, lowering his optics to suppress the tumultuous thoughts within. At this moment, a multitude of dark silhouettes begin to materialize within the space bridge, poised to traverse the final passage connecting the two distant worlds. "Lord Megatron, I do not wish to question your supreme wisdom, but I suspect the Autobots are up to some trickery," Starscream communicates to Megatron, eyeing the images displayed on the command bridge. The Reaper furrows his brow, scrutinizing the Autobots' movements, and states solemnly, "That is the energy valve of the space bridge. They intend to destroy it. Starscream, my forces are nearing. Prepare to assist me at the space bridge," Megatron declares, refusing to squander further time with Optimus. He transforms into a jet and speeds toward the location of the energy valve, unleashing energy blasts at the trio of Autobots. But it is too late. They have succeeded. The Reaper observes the anomalous energy fluctuations on the readings with alarm, shouting into the communication device, "Lord Megatron, return at once. The space bridge is about to explode. I must welcome my army." Yet, Megatron shows no intention of retreating. He transforms back in front of the space bridge, turning to face the distant Nemesis. "Starscream, where's my warship? It is no longer possible for us to succeed, Lord Megatron." Starscream's voice is fraught with panic, but the Reaper notices the faint smile playing at the corners of his mouth. "We must retreat quickly. Megatron, hurry back." Lee Run gritted his teeth as he beheld the crumbling space bridge, loathing his inability to fly and retrieve his friend from the perilous depths. Anxiety surged within him like an uncontrollable fire. "What are you going to do?" The Red Spider clearly showed no inclination to concern himself with Megatron's fate. At Megatron's current speed, he could easily transform and escape the blast radius, but he refused to abandon his post. "Alpha Team, immediately retrieve Lord Megatron." Li Ren, having lost his usual composure, seized a soldier on standby and commanded loudly, "Hurry! I will bear all of Lord Megatron's punishments." The soldier nodded frantically and relayed the order. Yet the collapse of the space bridge was swifter than the airborne squadron. No, Li Ren's optical sensors widened as he fixated on Megatron's figure, his spark flickering wildly. A deafening explosion erupted in the next moment, engulfing the scene in blinding flames. The shockwave from the blast radiated outward, and the small silver-gray Cybertronian, standing before the space bridge, was instantly consumed by blue flames. The aperture in Li Ren's optical lens constricted violently, the brilliant firelight reflecting off his crimson visor as he hastily activated the communications line. "Megatron? Megatron, respond! Megatron!" His hands trembled as he prayed for a miracle. But the comm line remained eerily silent. No one could escape the devastating force of the space bridge's explosion. It is with a heavy heart that I announce to everyone that Lord Megatron's spark has just extinguished. Red Spider's seemingly grave words jolted Li Ren back to reality, as he conveyed the news of Megatron's demise to the Decepticons. Megatron is dead? Impossible! 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 How could he possibly have perished so easily? They had faced so many crises together. Each time, Megatron had turned peril into safety. It felt as though a heavy blow had struck Li Ren, as a piercing hum suddenly erupted from the audio receiver, drowning out Red Spider's ambitious proclamations and the surrounding cacophony. It was as if a colossal stone had been placed upon his shoulders, the weight rendering his limbs weak. Pain coursing through him like a dull ache from his spark to every corner of his being. Overwhelming emotions assaulted his dimmed emotional module, and the throbbing in his cranial module ignited waves of dizziness. The aperture in Li Ren's optical lens continued to constrict, and he felt as though the ground before him was spinning uncontrollably. No, no, no. Megatron will return. He must return. I must wait for him. We must maintain stability among the Decepticons. We cannot allow their morale to falter. With all his might, Li Ren prevented himself from collapsing to the ground, managing to suppress his trembling form and conceal all pain and turmoil behind his visor and mask. Hidden behind that barrier, Red Spider, impatient, proposed that he would take Megatron's place as the leader of the Decepticons. Li Ren silently observed him, watching his grandiloquent words and performance unfold. A whisper of conversation arose among the Decepticon soldiers, their gazes subtly shifting among Starscream, Bludgeon, and Soundwave. With Megatron's spark extinguished, the new leader of the Decepticons was bound to emerge from one of these three high-ranking officers. Although Starscream, as the commander, held the greatest likelihood of assuming leadership, Bludgeon and Soundwave had never been inclined to vie for such positions. However, they were acutely aware of Bludgeon's unwavering loyalty to Lord Megatron. During Starscream's brief tenure at the helm of the Decepticons, Bludgeon had occasionally clashed with him over commands that contradicted Megatron's wishes. Thus, it remained uncertain whether this medic would willingly accept Starscream's leadership. Bludgeon sensed the scrutinizing gazes directed at him and the subtle glance from Starscream. He clenched his fists, stifling a silent sigh. Starscream aspired to become the new leader of the Decepticons, and if he and Soundwave had no objections, the other Decepticon soldiers would likely remain silent as well. While Starscream possessed leadership qualities, the absence of Megatron could exacerbate his arrogance and hubris, potentially leading the Decepticons to ruin. Yet, with the Decepticons currently leaderless, Bludgeon recognized his own inability to lead, and given Soundwave's temperament, he too would not contend for the position. In this precarious situation, it seemed most fitting for Starscream to ascend to the role of leader. Bludgeon needed to stabilize the Decepticons and Starscream until Megatron's return. Lowering his optical visor, Bludgeon concealed his turbulent emotions behind the red-tinted lenses. Before the gathered crowd, he bowed gracefully before Starscream, his silver plating glinting as he offered a respectful salute. Lord Starscream. Bludgeon's allegiance took many Decepticons by surprise, as he and the intelligence officer, Soundwave, chose to support Starscream. Many Decepticons dared not voice their opinions openly. Nevertheless, private conversations were not scarce, especially considering even the formidable Megatron had returned to the Allspark. Starscream's incessant promises of a bright future for the Decepticons seemed increasingly improbable. Numerous remarks reached Starscream's audio receptors, prompting him to grit his teeth and exclaim in frustration. What use is a soldier who fights under my banner, yet lacks the will to strive? Soundwave and Bludgeon, standing silently behind Starscream, observe his agitation without uttering a word. Suddenly, Starscream's expression shifted as a thought struck him. His optical visor narrowed, and a pleased smile graced his lips. There was a legendary warrior, renowned for his prowess, residing on this very planet. If I could secure his allegiance, Bludgeon, it is time to prove your loyalty. Starscream abruptly turned to Soundwave and Bludgeon. Raising his voice now alongside your new master, go forth to greet the formidable warrior, Thunderwing. Thunderwing. Bludgeon paused for a moment. Familiarity washing over him at the mention of the name. Thunderwing and his brother, Skyfall, were both students of Megatron, fiercely loyal to him and endowed with formidable strength and cunning. During the Cybertronian War, Bludgeon had interacted with them and even tended to their wounds. With Megatron absent, the Decepticons indeed required Thunderwing's martial prowess to restore order. Moreover, the steadfast Thundercracker, unwaveringly loyal to Megatron, serves as a counterbalance to Starscream. The optical lens of Shadowblade flickered as he inclined his slender form toward the Cybertronian before him, uttering, "Yes, Lord Starscream." The three machines traversed the land bridge opened by Soundwave, arriving at a desolate canyon where they gazed from above at the barren expanse devoid of any hint of green and the towering stone walls. Soundwave activated his detection antenna, seeking the dormant Thundercracker dispatched to Earth eons ago. Soon, Soundwave's scanning yielded results, displaying coordinates on the obsidian screen. A smirk graced Starscream's lips as he surveyed the location. Indeed, it is there, he declared, yet did not immediately transform. Instead, he turned to Soundwave with a low chuckle, instructing, "Lock onto those coordinates and initiate the land bridge." Soundwave. Shadowblade noticed Starscream's fleeting glance in his direction, a surprising turn of events. Positioned above the canyon, Shadowblade was grounded and unable to fly. Given his understanding of Starscream, he had not anticipated the Decepticon leader relinquishing an opportunity to assert dominance. Normally, Starscream would have transformed and soared towards the coordinates, leaving Shadowblade to find his own way. Considering our medic is not a flying vehicle, we must make efficient use of the land bridge, Starscream remarked, his gaze pointedly directed at Shadowblade. Has Starscream finally engaged in reasonable conduct? Inquired the mechanical hound hovering near Soundwave. Shadowblade suppressed his thoughts, placing his right hand upon his chest plate and murmuring, "I am grateful for your mercy, Lord Starscream." Starscream's wings fluttered with delight as he took the lead into the land bridge activated by Soundwave. Shadowblade's optical lens gleamed as he followed closely behind Starscream towards Thundercracker's location. They swiftly unearthed the dormant chamber concealed within the rock layers at the designated coordinates. Starscream gazed at the central indentation of the chamber door and extended his hand towards Soundwave, proclaiming, "The Energon Matrix." As the Matrix was embedded within, a brilliant blue light spread through the crevice of the door, signaling the awakening of the slumbering warrior. Moments later, the azure glow dissipated and the door gradually parted, revealing Starscream's barely contained excitement as he proclaimed, "Awaken, warrior! Rise and serve your new master." Shadowblade and Soundwave stood at the rear, observing as the green-painted machine slowly opened its crimson optical lenses. The weathered paint revealed its history under the sun's rays, and the towering Cybertronian emerged from the chamber. Flexing his limbs, he offered a slight nod to Shadowblade before leaning close to Starscream, clenching his fists as he murmured, "Thundercracker serves but one master." Starscream, oblivious to the underlying implications of Thundercracker's words, responded with satisfaction, "Your loyalty and spirit of dedication shall serve as an exemplary model for the army. There is no need to refuse. Thundercracker, bow down and pledge your allegiance." "You fail to comprehend my words," Thundercracker retorted with a huff, his red optical lenses dimming. Standing tall, he declared solemnly, "It is my one true master, Megatron, who has sent me here to fulfill this task. Regrettably, Lord Megatron has departed from us." Starscream feigned sorrowfully, "This is impossible." Tianjun widened his optical lens in disbelief, swiftly redirecting his gaze toward Li Run, who stood in the background, urgently inquiring, "Li Run, is this individual deceiving me? Why is it that no one is willing to accept the truth?" Hong Spider sighed regretfully, turning to face Li Run, imploring, "Li Run, tell him that this sorrowful news is indeed a reality." "Indeed," Tianjun Li Ren responded, his gaze fixed upon the military green-clad Cybertronian before him. He stepped forward, solemnly addressing Tianjun. As Tianjun's optical lens narrowed, he barely had the chance to pose another question before Hong Spider interjected. Tianjun, you're already aware of the truth. It is I who have sought you out. It is I who have awakened you. Therefore, I, Emperor Hong Spider, am now your master. Tianjun let out an angry growl from his vocalizer at Hong Spider's haughty proclamation, furrowing his brow and approaching him with clenched teeth. Startled, Hong Spider took 2 steps back, but at that moment, Li Ren stepped forward, raising his arm between them to block Tianjun's advance. Li Ren, you! Tianjun exclaimed in disbelief, unable to comprehend why the medical officer, who was utterly loyal to Lord Megatron, would protect this scoundrel. Li Ren said nothing, his optical lens flickering as he silently activated a long-sealed communication line that had remained dormant for hundreds of thousands of years. Decepticons and Lord Megatron require your assistance. Tianjun, Li Ren stated. I assure you, Lord Megatron will return. Until then, the stability of the Decepticons depends on you. The notion of Megatron's return was an inexplicable premonition for him, a flicker of hope within his spark, as Li Ren lowered his optical lens. Tianjun was principled, yet stubborn, making persuasion a daunting task. At that moment, facing Hong Spider, he found himself at a loss for words. Li Ren could only hope that Tianjun would heed his words and not refuse to return to the Nemesis out of dissatisfaction with Hong Spider. Upon receiving the communication, Tianjun's red optical lens flickered as he scrutinized the familiar red visor, furrowing his brow in confrontation with Li Ren. He would not heed commands from any machine aside from Lord Megatron. Yet he recognized Li Ren's trustworthiness. From Megatron trusted Li Ren. It's been a long time, Tianjun. The tense atmosphere was abruptly interrupted by a deep voice emanating from the side, as a towering red and blue figure halted, observing them. Upon seeing Li Ren lower his arm, Tianjun forcefully pushed aside Hong Spider and turned to face the newcomer, Optimus Prime. Meanwhile, Li Ren's frame froze. His gaze fixated on the Autobot leader, standing not far away, the flicker of his spark intensifying. Sensing the gaze upon him, Optimus Prime's deep blue optical lens turned toward the masked visage of Li Ren. He clenched his fists and spoke softly. It's been a long time, Li Ren. Li Ren's frame stiffened in surprise. He had not anticipated that Optimus Prime would recognize him directly. His form had changed considerably since their last encounter nearly 4 million years ago, and few Autobots had known his exact appearance. Emotions surged like embers, leaving Laren momentarily at a loss for words in response to Optimus Prime, prompting him to choose silence. A fleeting glimmer seemed to pass through the optics of Optimus. Yet before Laren could discern its meaning, it vanished in an instant. I have not seen you since the Tychonian battle, he spoke, as the initially contemplative Thunderclash became entirely captivated by Optimus. His gaze fixed intently upon the leader, his words tinged with nostalgia and a hint of danger. Lord Megatron has commanded me to eliminate you. Those are but bygone tales, Optimus replied, momentarily breaking his gaze from Laren as he slowly approached Thunderclash, speaking in hushed tones. Perhaps so, Optimus. Thunderclash held a profound respect for the Autobot leader, yet that did not imply he would heed his words. Nevertheless, orders must still be executed. Laren furrowed his brow, recognizing that provoking Optimus was unwise. He hastily activated the internal communications line, attempting to dissuade Thunderclash, who was clearly itching for a confrontation with the leader. However, Thunderclash, consumed by Megatron's orders, appeared deaf to reason. Is this ancient war still worth waging? So many lives have quietly faded away, so many planets reduced to ruin. Optimus's gaze lingered on Laren for a moment, yet the latter remained unresponsive. His optics lowered in contemplation. He then turned to Starscream, his voice firm and authoritative. Starscream, if you wish to be a true leader, do not tread the path of Megatron. You must guide the Decepticons toward peace. I shall earnestly consider a truce, provided you submit to me. Optimus, Starscream retorted, a smirk playing at his lips as he stepped forward. Laren, burdened by the gravity of the situation, found himself rendered speechless by Starscream's audacity. He tilted his head to glance at the seemingly oblivious Starscream, who appeared unfazed by the implications of his words. Clearly, he was not the only one at a loss. Thunderclash, unable to contain himself, delivered a powerful punch that sent Starscream flying. Submission again? How absurd. Starscream staggered upon colliding with the rocky terrain, but quickly regained his composure and transformed, taking flight without hesitation. Laren was left bewildered. Despite his prior understanding of Starscream's character, he was once again taken aback by his actions. Starscream had simply flown away, leaving him and Thunderclash, one a medic and the other a warrior, stranded before the enemy leader and scout. Thunderclash, this is a new era, a new world. Join the Autobots and help me bring a definitive end to this war. Optimus continued his attempts at persuasion, yet his compelling and powerful rhetoric failed to sway the fiercely loyal warrior. I shall never stand with you, Thunderclash bellowed, glaring at Optimus in defiance. Wait, Thunderclash, Laren exclaimed, his optics widening as he extended his hand in a futile attempt to halt Thunderclash's advance. From the corner, Bumblebee, having observed Thunderclash's impending attack on Optimus, emitted a series of sharp electronic sounds, transforming his arm into an energy weapon and charging towards Thunderclash. Thunderclash, this is not the time for battle. The energy cannon fired by Lee Run aimed at Bumblebee, obstructing his advance. He gritted his teeth and spoke to Thundercracker, urging him to report back to the Nemesis. Lee Run, stay behind me. Once I fulfill Lord Megatron's command to eliminate Optimus Prime, we shall depart together. Thundercracker forcefully hurled Bumblebee off himself and seized a Gatling gun to shoot at the evading Optimus Prime. Red Alert, quickly activate the land bridge. Seeing his attempts to dissuade Thundercracker were futile, Lee Ren shouted into the communicator. Of course, I will open the land bridge to welcome the victorious warriors. After Thundercracker eliminates Optimus Prime, Red Alert replied nonchalantly. Lee Ren, you will assist him in this task. Damn it, Lee Ren cursed inwardly. The arrow was knocked, and it must be released. Thundercracker's strength was indeed formidable. It was improbable that he could emerge unscathed from the full-force assault of Optimus Prime and Bumblebee. However, the prospect of Thundercracker slaying Optimus Prime was not only something Lee Ren hesitated to consider, but it was also an utterly unattainable goal. Me, fighting Optimus Prime? Is this for real? Yet, Lee Ren could not abandon Thundercracker at this moment and flee. After a brief struggle, he gritted his teeth and drew a scalpel to strike at Optimus Prime. Lee Ren, Megatron is dead. This war must come to an end. Optimus Prime evaded Lee Ren's attack, gazing at the unfamiliar figures before him with a solemn tone. Countless lives have perished in this war. Cybertron has been rendered lifeless by it. But now, the Cybertronians can unite to rebuild our home. Lee Ren tightened his grip on the scalpel, the red visor reflecting the leader's radiant blue optics. He coldly replied, there is no need for further words, Optimus Prime. I will not betray the Decepticons. I will not betray Megatron. Optimus Prime steadied Bumblebee, who had been thrown by Thundercracker, frowning at the two Decepticons before him, their visors and optics glowing red. At the onset of the Cybertronian War, the Autobots had devised a counter-offensive plan, among which the most critical task was to be personally carried out by Optimus Prime, who had not yet attained the leader module at Kaon. At his request, Ratchet finally relented and agreed to the plan, allowing Optimus Prime to retrieve Lee Ren from Kaon's clinic. However, the Autobots were hindered by internal strife, causing a delay of one day in their plans. Fortunately, the execution of the plan encountered no significant issues, but when Optimus Prime arrived at Kaon's clinic, it was already deserted. Lee Ren had departed, and Optimus Prime was unaware of his whereabouts. The former communication lines could be monitored by Soundwave, preventing him from inquiring about Lee Ren's location or even informing him of Wheeljack's demise. Kaon was the primary stronghold of the Decepticons, and Optimus Prime knew Megatron would not allow Lee Ren, who was in Kaon, to come to harm. Perhaps Lee Ren had already chosen to join the Decepticons. Staying in Kaon for even a second posed increased danger, leaving him with no choice but to depart alone. Upon learning that Optimus Prime had not located the whereabouts of the gentle white and blue-hued Cybertronian, Blade, who was under the tutelage of the Titanium Master, his blue optical sensors flickered momentarily. He set down his pen and raised his gaze to the still youthful leader, reassuring him, do not fret, he shall not perish. Optimus Prime remained perplexed by the Titanium Master's words as the war raged on. He could only suppress the burgeoning anxiety within his spark and seek ways to lead the Autobots to victory. Blade had been silent for an extended period. Were it not for the Titanium Master's statement, Optimus would have almost believed that the amiable Cybertronian had succumbed to the brutality of this relentless conflict. Then, one day, that name resurfaced on his audio receiver. Optimus, I have news of Blade. Ratchet's voice bore a heavy tone. Optimus should have felt elated. Yet the mere mention of that name stilled his spark. The Decepticon medic had also assumed the role of the new interrogator. Ratchet's optical sensors flickered as he took a deep breath. His vocalizer strained under the weight of his revelation. His name is Blade. Countless Autobots had suffered torment at his hands, enduring inhumane interrogations and punishments that rendered them unable to live or die, with scarcely any Cybertronian surviving the Decepticons' penal division. Both Optimus and Ratchet had once been reluctant to accept such grim realities. Yet as time wore on and the war's circumstances grew dire, the messages from Autobots who had infiltrated the Decepticons became increasingly desperate. The sight of captured Autobots, stripped of their utility and left hanging above Kaon, battered and bearing the marks of torture, forced them to confront the truth. Blade had changed. Optimus evaded a punch thrown by Blade, observing the mask that obscured his face and the chilling red visor that replaced his once gentle demeanor. His blue optical sensors dimmed with sorrow. Megatron had forsaken his erstwhile ideals, allowing his ambition to transform him into a tyrant. Likewise, Blade had long since lost his former self. Optimus could scarcely fathom that the doctor who once proclaimed that the lives of Cybertronians should not be so cheaply bartered would commit such atrocities. The gentle soul who once engaged with friends in vivacious camaraderie had likely been swept away by the torrents of history. Just as that vibrant pain had been tainted with darkness, so too had his former kindness been sullied into indifference and cruelty. Scanning the aerial combatants, Thundercracker had secured air superiority, unleashing gunfire from machine guns on either side of his frame, targeting the evasive Bumblebee and Optimus on the ground. Amidst the cacophony of gunfire, Bumblebee transformed into a sports car, speeding toward the rocky terrain above. Blade's audio receiver flickered, tilting his head toward the thunderous engine sounds, only to witness Bumblebee racing above the canyon, preparing to leap onto the approaching Thundercracker. "Thundercracker, beware!" Blade shouted through the comms, witnessing the green fighter jet ascend rapidly in response to his warning, narrowly avoiding Bumblebee's futile leap. Before Liren had the chance to exhale in relief, a sudden, forceful blow struck his faceplate, producing a heavy metallic clang that resonated with might. The impact sent a reverberation through his cranial module, causing his head sculpt to collide violently with the stone wall behind him. The pain elicited an involuntary muffled grunt from Liren's vocal apparatus as he staggered a few steps to regain his composure, distancing his back armor from the unforgiving rock. Despite the protective barrier of his faceplate and visor mitigating much of the damage, the throbbing pain on his faceplate persistently asserted its presence. Dazed, Liren pressed his hand against his head sculpt, furrowing his brow as he cautiously raised his optical lens to scrutinize the figure of Optimus Prime, who had delivered that strike. A nearly imperceptible crack echoed in the audio receptors of the two Cybertronians, as the faceplate and optical lens detected the faint sensation of a minuscule object grazing past. Suddenly, Liren realized that the light in his line of sight had become unobstructed, revealing several red fragments on the ground, faintly reflecting his widened optical lens. His visor had shattered. Liren swiftly raised his hand to shield his exposed optical lens, and upon noticing that Optimus Prime remained still, devoid of further aggression, he gritted his teeth and transformed into a sports car, hastily retreating from scene. Dust was kicked up by the rapidly spinning wheels, creating a cloud of yellow sand in the wake of his departure. Optimus Prime observed the retreating figure of the Decepticon medic, his fingers moving subtly yet silently. That punch had fractured the red visor that concealed half of Liren's faceplate, shattering the barrier that masked all his emotions. Behind that broken shield, Optimus glimpsed a hollow and dim blue optical lens. The news of Megatron's injury swiftly reached Iron Fortress, and many Autobots perceived this as a prime opportunity to breach the Decepticon stronghold. However, Optimus sensed an underlying anomaly in the situation. Former high-ranking council members among the Autobots deemed their leader overly indecisive and took it upon themselves to attack Kaon without his knowledge. They had fallen into a Decepticon trap, resulting in heavy casualties among the Autobot ranks. Realizing the Council's actions, Optimus dispatched Prowl with reinforcements, preventing a total annihilation of the Autobot soldiers heading to Kaon. Although the Autobots suffered a tremendous blow, this calamity also provided Optimus with a chance to uproot the remnants of the High Council entirely, severing their ability to influence Autobot decisions or operate in secrecy. Nevertheless, these undercurrents transpired within the confines of Iron Fortress. Meanwhile, the Decepticons in Kaon reveled in their victory over the Autobots, lauding Megatron's brilliance in warfare. Yet, the formidable strength and wisdom displayed by Megatron rendered one of his decisions all the more jarring and absurd. Have you heard? That individual, named Lee Run, previously confronted by a soldier from the reconnaissance department, stood frozen like a fool, awaiting the adversary's gunfire. Ultimately, it was Megatron himself who intervened to resolve the matter. It is baffling why he continues to rely on such an inept individual who cannot even handle such trivial situations. That incompetent's paint scheme and optical lens color are equally distasteful, appearing as weak as an Autobot. Every day, he scurries about the medical station. Does he truly believe that his actions will earn him gratitude for his supposed benevolence? Who knows how he attained that position? Lord Megatron must have been deceived by that individual. The hushed conversations among the Decepticon soldiers seeped into the quivering audio receiver, while Blade tightened his grip on the datapad in his arms and silently departed from the scene. Such murmurs had become commonplace recently. The outcry and actions of Forge had drawn the attention of many Decepticons, who had long harbored discontent towards this parachuted medic. However, their reticence, stemming from his elevated status and the reprimands of Hook, had silenced their tongues. Yet, Forge's incident acted as a potent catalyst, causing the previously suppressed rumors to erupt. And Hook could not monitor every Decepticon soldier. With a weary sigh, Blade entered the medical room, placing the data pad down to inspect its contents. Though his thoughts wandered far from the text before him, he was indifferent to the words. Rather, it seemed some Decepticons were now harboring dissatisfaction and skepticism regarding Megatron's decisions. He had caused trouble for Megatron. It should have been clear before joining the Decepticons that this place was far removed from a clinic. In this realm, weakness and vulnerability are original sins. Having attained a position far exceeding his displayed prowess, every action he undertook would inevitably be magnified through the optics of other Decepticons. As a high-ranking Decepticon medic, his failure to promptly address the insolence of Forge, who had attempted to take his life, was nothing short of foolishness and frailty. The respect he garnered for treating the lower-tier Decepticons perhaps paled in comparison to what he might have earned by subduing them. It is a harsh world, where the strong dominate the weak. This is the essence of the Decepticons. He was fortunate to receive Megatron's protection, but how could he shamelessly bask in such privileges? Just then, the voice over the communication line interrupted Blade's musings. He glanced at the message from Megatron, momentarily taken aback. "Megatron, I need you to undertake a task, Blade." Blade proceeded to the former site of the Kaon gladiatorial arena, where the Decepticon soldiers stood solemnly, their ranks impeccably arranged. The statue of Megatron loomed majestically against the sunlit high walls. Standing beside Hook, Blade surveyed his surroundings but saw no trace of the intelligence officer's presence. He chose not to inquire of Hook, instead lowering his optics in anticipation of the Decepticon leader's arrival. The sound of heavy, rhythmic footsteps resonated as the tall, silver-coated Cybertronian strode past his adjutant and medic, ascending to a higher vantage point before finally halting. Decepticon warriors. Not long ago, we achieved a resounding victory against the Autobots. Their ranks are in disarray. One day, I shall lead you to vanquish the Autobots and their hypocritical leader, and seize the Iron Fortress. Megatron's voice reverberated throughout the Kaon arena as he raised his right fist triumphantly, proclaiming, "Cybertron shall belong to the Decepticons." Megatron, Megatron, Megatron. Below, the soldiers fervently called out their leader's name, their optical lenses brimming with zeal and reverence. The Decepticon warriors were valiant and undaunted. In this battle, we ought to have achieved a more resounding victory, but Megatron's words faltered slightly, and the crimson hue of his optical lens flickered with ominous light. An Autobot infiltrator had blended into our ranks, divulging intelligence to Optimus Prime. My medic assisted me in identifying this Autobot spy. A battered machine was dragged by Soundwave and thrown to one side of the platform. Its mangled joints and limbs sparked with every movement. One of its optical lenses was shattered and dim, while the other, still radiating a vibrant red light, was filled with terror. It struggled in vain, its feeble strength barely enough to move an inch. The soldiers gazed at the machine, exchanging glances as hushed murmurs began to spread. "Is it him? The squad leader from the reconnaissance department? That lunatic is the spy?" No wonder so many soldiers perished at his hands. Lord Megatron claimed that his medic aided in capturing this infiltrator. I'm not a spy. I'm not a spy. The former reconnaissance squad leader had lost his previous arrogance and madness. He pleaded with wide, fearful optical lenses directed at Megatron, who coldly observed him from the side. Lord Megatron, I'm not an Autobot. I beg you, spare me. Megatron paid him no heed, merely glancing at Soundwave, who stood silently awaiting orders. Soundwave understood and disseminated a recording audible to all present. No matter where I am, you will always be my commander. A voice crackled with electricity. It was the sound of Blaster, who submissively declared, if you require anything from me in the future, I shall do my utmost to alleviate your burdens. Such flattering words. Did you convince him to transfer you with that silver tongue? The reconnaissance squad leader's voice was nonchalant and joyful, laced with malice, as he remarked on the unlikely pairing of a worthless spy and a failed operative. The restrained machine widened its optical lens in shock upon hearing its own voice. Casting a fearful glance at the figure of Blade, who stood silently behind Megatron, his head bowed, refusing to meet its gaze. Since you have said that, continued the squad leader, his voice low and mocking, you desire a promotion, you wish to live, yet you truly do not wish to join the medical department, do you? The voice paused momentarily, but the squad leader was horrified to realize these words were not his own. I can use my connections to help you obtain what you seek, provided you report your reconnaissance mission as uneventful. The voice in the recording was laced with temptation. An uproar erupted below. Just recently, Autobots had infiltrated and attacked the intelligence department, resulting in heavy casualties. It was initially thought to be a mistake by the reconnaissance department. It was revealed to be a premeditated scheme. Wait, I didn't say those things. The color drained from the machine's faceplate, its lips trembling as it desperately sought to explain, but no one acknowledged its feeble protest. I'm not a spy. Megatron turned his head slightly to glance at Lyron, the white and blue mech tightening his fists abruptly. After a deep breath, he slowly approached Megatron's side. Feeling the gazes from all directions, Lyron's fingers trembled silently as he lowered his optics and spoke in a solemn tone. This conversation was initially obscured by a special device. With the sound waves later decoded, Lord Megatron became aware of the Autobots' infiltration and seized the opportunity to disseminate false information about being ambushed and severely injured, aiming to lure the Autobots into a trap and expose their undercover agent. Just as the Autobots attacked Kaon and fell into the trap, Optimus Prime sensed the anomaly and commanded Teletron, one for support, resulting in the successful withdrawal of some Autobots. Lyron turned his head to glance at the trembling mech beside him, struggling to avert his gaze as he continued in a dry voice. It was precisely because this undercover agent transmitted the information. The screen that once broadcasted announcements in the Kaon gladiatorial arena lit up at that moment, revealing a familiar figure in the footage, the captain of the reconnaissance division. He surveyed his surroundings and spoke darkly to the communication officer, Autobot Base. The report of Megatron being severely injured is false. This is a trap. Please acknowledge receipt. In the next instant, the white and blue mech appeared in the footage. And before the captain could react in shock, Lyron restrained his movements alongside the soldiers. My medic discovered anomalies in the soldier named Anvil and traced the clues back to the reconnaissance division, capturing him while the undercover agent was transmitting information. A smirk curled at the corners of Megatron's mouth as he placed his hand on Lyron's shoulder, applying gentle pressure. Lyron understood his intent. His optics flickered as he endeavored to control the tremors in his hands. It was time for this wretched Autobot infiltrator to pay the price. Megatron shouted, inciting the cries and resonance of the Decepticon soldiers. Megatron looked at Lyron standing beside him, only to see the white and blue mech bowing his head in silence. Megatron's optics dimmed slightly, but he refrained from urging him, instead slowly raising his right arm's fusion cannon toward the trembling mech in the corner. However, as Megatron's arm began to lift, Lyron's left hand rested upon the cold fusion cannon, silently suppressing Megatron's action. The white and blue mech raised his head, his blue optics gleaming with a sharp and frigid light. He gently tilted his head in acknowledgement to Megatron before striding toward the bound mech ahead. Seeing this, Megatron lowered his slightly raised arm, his gaze fixed intently on Lyron's retreating figure. The heavy footfalls echoed rhythmically. resonating near Li Ren's audio receptors and striking against the spark of the prisoner. This brief distance felt interminably long. The cacophony surrounding the audio receptors seemed to fade away, leaving only the sound of his own spark beating and his footsteps. Though he was ostensibly the executioner at that moment, Li Ren felt more akin to a condemned prisoner walking toward the gallows. Li Ren, I'm not an Autobot infiltrator. I did not instruct Anvil to do those things, nor did I send him to trouble you. The once fearful captain of the reconnaissance department gazed anxiously at the encroaching figure, his pleas filled with anguish. The erratically beating embers within him seemed poised to burst forth from his chest with every echoing footstep. Please believe me. It was my folly. I implore you. Officer Li Ren, spare me. When Li Ren finally registered his surroundings, he found himself towering over the wretched figure, his optical lens lowered in a grave demeanor. He adjusted his emotional module, feeling an intensifying hollowness envelop the atmosphere around him. The audio receiver, which had only captured distant hums before, began to clarify the myriad of whispers and gazes that surrounded him, akin to sharp arrows piercing the frail wings of a bird, pinning him against the rusted wall. The sound of armor grinding against itself resonated as Li Ren slowly crouched down, locking eyes with the agonized red optical lens. His left hand gently rested upon the figure's shoulder armor, brushing away the dust and energy fluid as if he were merely tending to a wounded soldier in a medical station. In that instant, the surrounding noise seemed to freeze. The former captain of the reconnaissance department seized the moment, his optical lens igniting with hope as he looked at the tender actions of the medical officer before him. I am saved. You believe me now, don't you, Officer Li Ren? I did not. In the next moment, a glint of cold steel flashed, abruptly silencing his words. A sharp scalpel was plunged deep into his neck's vital energy conduit, blue energy fluid spilling over the exposed handle and trickling into the crevices of Li Ren's fingers. His optical lens widened in disbelief as he beheld the indifferent face of Li Ren reflected within it. The damaged vocalizer emitted fragmented, hoarse sounds as his restrained hands trembled uncontrollably, instinctively attempting to cover the gaping wound from which the energy fluid poured, yet all was in vain. Li Ren's left hand remained on the figure's shoulder, while his right hand exerted a measured force to withdraw the scalpel that had severed essential energy lines and components. The burst of energy fluid splattered against his white armor. The figure struggled for a few moments before succumbing to exhaustion, slumping forward. Li Ren supported the limp body, showing no disdain for the energy fluid that clung to its form, gently laying it down upon the ground. He stood, coldly observing as the figure convulsed slightly on the floor before gradually falling still, the energy fluid seeping across the ground. The blue liquid seemed to be irresistibly drawn, swiftly spreading beneath him, eager to stain the white frame with rust and blood. Blue energy surged forth from the extinguished ember, merging into Li Ren's chest armor. Ignoring the surrounding silence, he sheathed the scalpel and slowly turned to face the imposing figure ahead. The fuel tank contracted violently, and a relentless pain and dizziness surged through his head. The sharp, piercing alarm blared throughout his neural module. Li Ren's right hand gently caressed the chest plate, the energy fluid on his fingers imparting a sprinkling of blue to the purple insignia and the white armor. He slowly bent down, respectfully and submissively bowing to Megatron.